Chapter 1. The Awakening of the God-Level Beastmaster System. Last night, Qingfeng City was hit by an unprecedented tsunami, suspected to involve a Beast King-class water elemental magical creature. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant. Shocking news. Yi Shuangning, the prodigy from Azure Dragon Academy, has broken through 2 ranks consecutively, becoming the youngest 5-star Beastmaster in history. Recently, the Royal Expedition Team discovered Shadow Drake excrement in Dragon Valley Volcano, providing preliminary evidence that dragon-type magical beasts have not gone extinct. In 3 days, the annual national examination will commence. For details, please follow our subsequent reports. Xiangnan High School, Boys' Dormitory. After browsing through these trending news, Xiao Xingyu put down his phone, let out a sigh, his tired eyes slightly bloodshot. The phone's lock screen date, August 29, 2323 AD. It seems I've traveled through time. According to the newly merged memories, Xiao Xingyu could confirm that he had crossed over into an entirely new world. 300 years ago, a calamity descended, ushering in a nightmarish apocalypse for this world. The Earth was invaded by magical beasts, and the population of 7 billion plummeted to 1 billion overnight. In the days that followed, the demon beast army trampled every inch of land with their iron hooves, mercilessly slaughtering the fleeing survivors. Fortunately, at the brink of human civilization's collapse, a group of geniuses awakened as beastmasters, launching a desperate counterattack to reclaim human dignity. This battle has now raged on for a full 300 years. Thanks to the life and death struggles of the beastmasters, humanity has managed to reverse its decline, barely holding onto a sanctuary and establishing a mature beastmaster civilization system. Xiao Xingyu, based on the merged memories, understood his current situation. Dragon Nation, Qingfeng City. This was Xiao Xingyu's hometown, an unremarkable coastal city frequently invaded by water-type magical beasts, where the citizens lived in constant fear every day. This year, Xiao Xingyu is 18 years old, attending Xiangnan High School, and nearing graduation in his senior year. In 3 days, it will be the National Grand Examination. The National Grand Examination is the first test for young men and women embarking on the path of becoming beastmasters. The eligibility criteria are simple. Just contract any beast, and you can apply to any Beastmaster Academy. As for whether one can pass the exam, it depends on individual talent. I just transmigrated, and although I've fully integrated the new memories, I still feel like something's missing. The next second, a mechanical system notification sounded in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the God-level Beastmaster system. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Xiao Xingyu gazed at his handsome and refined face in the mirror, a faint, devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips. As expected, cheats are standard equipment for transmigrators. They might be late, but never absent. The system notification sounded again. Ding. Issuing newbie gift pack. Please check your rewards, host. Xiao Xingyu's thoughts stirred, and before his eyes appeared a holographic projection screen visible only to him. This was the system's main interface. Xiao Xingyu only needed a single thought to jump to the personal inventory interface. In the personal warehouse, there is a gift package labeled with a question mark. Opening a mystery box. Huh? That's interesting. Xiao Xingyu opened the beginner's gift package, and the system notification sounded. The gift package has been unpacked. Obtained, Demon God's Eye, +1, Bloodline Awakening Crystal. Demon God's Eye, automatically fusing, fusion progress 10%, 20%, 50%, fusion progress 100%. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his sore eyes and looked at his reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, Xiao Xingyu's pupils turned crimson red, surrounded by eerie forbidden curse symbols that rotated counterclockwise. Xiao Xingyu opened the system interface to check the detailed description of Demon God's Eye. Name, Demon God's Eye. Background. Legend has it that after the fall of the demon god who ruled over all realms, 2 drops of his essence transformed into a pair of divine eyes. Function. Can see through the attributes panel, evolution paths, hidden bloodlines, habits and preferences, strengths and weaknesses of both tamed beasts and magical beasts. Passive. By absorbing negative emotions such as anger, jealousy, sadness, etc., it can increase spiritual energy concentration. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath, and his pupils temporarily returned to normal. It seems these eyes are equivalent to a big data system, capable of discerning all information and hidden details about tamed beasts and magical beasts. In any world, mastering the information gap is an essential element on the path to becoming strong. Apart from the demon god's eye, Xiao Xingyu also obtained a bloodline awakening crystal. The function of this crystal is straightforward. It can activate the hidden bloodline within a beast. The national exam is approaching, and I must quickly form a contract with a beast to be eligible to take the test. The phone ringtone interrupted Xiao Xingyu's train of thought.
Hey, sis.
In this world, Xiao Xingyu had no parents, but he did have an elder sister who was his only family, Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Yu, it's the weekend tomorrow. Don't stay up late playing games in the school dorm. Come home, and I'll cook something delicious for you. Big sis, I need to prepare for the national exam in 3 days, so I won't be coming home this weekend. What? You're taking the national exam? You want to become a beast master? Xiao Ruoxue usually spoke softly, embodying the classic gentle older sister archetype, but now her voice rose an octave, and her tone carried an unusual edge. Big sis, once I pass the national exam, I'll come home and celebrate with you. Gotta go now. Xiao Yu, being a beastmaster is too dangerous. That brat actually dared to hang up on me. Xiao Ruoxue put down her phone, a strange glint flashing deep in her beautiful eyes before she sighed helplessly. Sigh, silly boy, with the Dragon King's essence seal shackle in place. How could you possibly become a beastmaster? Noon break time. Xiao Xingyu walked out of the school campus. On the streets, aside from ordinary citizens, there were all kinds of beastmasters. By the beastmaster sides followed beasts of various attributes. For example, the three-eyed blood ape beast, whose height surpassed that of traffic lights. Another example is the frost lizard, whose spit freezes instantly wherever it lands. Or the silver-spined hedgehog, its body covered in razor-sharp blades. Xiao Xingyu looked around, unable to suppress his envy. Watching them makes me itch with desire. I really want to contract a beast of my own. There are roughly 3 ways to obtain a beast companion. The first is to purchase one at a beast companion store with money. The second is to venture into the wild, capture a magical beast, tame it, and then form a blood contract. The third is to earn military merits and receive an exclusive, state-awarded beast companion as a reward. Obviously, for newbies, the only way to obtain a beast is through the first method. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu happened to pass by a beast shop. Outside the beast shop, a conspicuous price list was displayed. The price of a beast depends on its level, attributes, and bloodline quality. Xiao Xingyu glanced at the price list and nearly spat out blood. The cheapest beast costs 12,000 gold coins? Xiao Xingyu hesitated. After all, his sister Xiao Ruoxue worked 3 jobs a day, earning only 3,000 gold coins a month, just enough to cover rent and basic living expenses for the 2 of them, with nothing left to spare. It seems this world is also one where you have to rely on your parents' status. Oh, isn't this Xiao Xingyu, the heartthrob of Xiangnan High? Xiao Xingyu glanced sideways and saw a monkey-faced man dressed in designer clothes approaching, with 2 flashy girls clinging to his arms. This was Xiao Xingyu's classmate, also the notorious rich second-generation heir Suja from Qingfeng City. Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing at the Beast Master store? Don't tell me you're planning to buy a beast and take part in the national exam 3 days from now? But your sister can't even afford your high school tuition. How can she pay for your beast taming? Suja deliberately spoke in a sarcastic tone to humiliate Xiao Xingyu, then pulled out a bank card from his pocket. This is the allowance my dad gave me. There's 3 million in the card. This amount is more than enough to buy a initial form high bloodline beast. Suja flaunted and boasted in front of Xiao Xingyu, his demeanor arrogant. The Beastmaster system is divided into 10 levels, from lowest to highest. Initial form, mature form, complete form, transcendent form, beast king form, beast emperor form, beast god form, godslayer form, star, annihilator form, chaos form. All examinees taking the national entrance exam are beginners with sparse spiritual energy, only able to contract initial form level beast companions. What primarily distinguishes examinees is the bloodline quality of their beast companions. Bloodline quality is divided into 9 types: inferior, common, high, elite, epic, legendary, mythical, phantom, god, genesis. Suja's family was wealthy, with 3 million gold coins, enough to buy a beast with initial level high bloodline quality. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu's pockets were emptier than his face. He couldn't even afford a beast with inferior bloodline. As Suja passed by Xiao Xingyu, he sneered, "Beast masters are a rich man's profession. Stay in your lane, pauper." After speaking, Suja walked into the Beastmaster store with his arms around two girls. It seems I need to think of another way. I wonder if Huabei and installment payments are still a thing in this world. Xiao Xingyu was just about to leave when the owner of the Beastmaster shop stormed out angrily. The boss looked disgusted, holding a dog-like tamed beast that resembled a husky. You're just a worthless Beastmaster with inferior bloodline quality. You eat more than I do every day, and your stink's worse than mine. No customer would ever want to buy you. Go rot on your own. Xiao Xingyu raised his gaze, his pupils shimmering with an eerie crimson glow, locking eyes with the beast before him. The demon god's eye activated. This dog has hidden bloodline potential, and it's of the hell lineage with an epic grade quality. Chapter 2. Bargain Hunting. Contracting the first beast. Boss, are you planning to throw away this beast? Exactly. Nowadays, what kind of fool would be willing to spend money on a windhound? Even dogs wouldn't buy it. The dog-type beast the boss was holding was the least favored windrunner hound in the entire Beastmaster world. The swift wind dog looks strikingly similar to a husky, and its wise gaze alone is enough to deter half of potential customers. Its inferior bloodline, meanwhile, deters the other half. An inferior bloodline is the lowest quality, with no prospects for evolution whatsoever. Not only that, despite its name, Swift Wind Dog, it isn't actually a wind attribute beast, it's a non-attribute beast. It's called a gale hound because when danger arises, it runs faster than its owner. In short, no one is willing to spend money on such a useless beast, one that flees faster than its owner, eats more than its owner, and whose droppings smell worse than its owner's. The shop owner had no choice. If he didn't get rid of it, he'd have to cover the monthly costs for its food and waste disposal out of his own pocket. Awu! The swift wind dog was thrown onto the street by the shop owner, letting out a pained howl similar to a wild wolf's. Useless waste of money. Go fend for yourself. The shop owner coldly snorted before turning back to enter the Beastmaster store. Xiao Xingyu chuckled and rubbed his nose. The opportunity to snag a bargain has arrived. The Gale Hound, knowing it had been abandoned and left homeless, became dejected, its ears drooping as it sat crouched on the bustling street corner. Suddenly, the Gale Hound caught a whiff of a delicious aroma, drool spilling from the corner of its mouth. Xiao Xingyu crouched down, holding a sausage in his hand. Hey buddy, wanna be my beast master partner? The swift wind dog stared at the sausage in Xiao Xingyu's hand and, without any hesitation, nodded vigorously. For it, having food to eat was enough. Moreover, it had the self-awareness to realize that if it missed out on a foolish master like Xiao Xingyu, there likely wouldn't be anyone else willing to give it a home. Xiao Xingyu didn't waste any time. He directly bit his finger and smeared a drop of blood on the windhound's forehead. He then mobilized the meager spiritual energy within his body. Above the windhound's head, a faint blood contract formation appeared. The blood contract is complete. From now on, you are my contracted beast, Xiao Xingyu. The swift wind dog let out cheerful barks, circling around Xiao Xingyu while wagging its raised tail vigorously. Passerby 1. In this day and age, there's still someone willing to form a contract with a low bloodline swift wind dog? Passerby 2. Seems this young man's intelligence is about on par with a swift wind dog. What a sucker. These days, anyone who forms a blood contract with a swift wind dog would face mockery and scorn from those around them. Xiao Xingyu smiled without speaking, activating the demon god's eye, and the status panel of the swift wind dog came into view. Name: Swift Wind Dog. Level: Initial form first tier. Bloodline: Inferior. Talent none. Attributes none. Loyalty 5-9. Weakness timid and cowardly. Flees faster than its master. Skills: Bite, Roar, Spit. Evolution path: None. Habits and hobbies: Eat, poop large amounts, then eat again after pooping. This is the basic attribute panel of the Swift Wind Hound, which is publicly available information in society. With these stats, it can't even be called mediocre, it's just a piece of scrap metal. When Xiao Xingyu activated the demon god's eye, he could see a set of hidden stats. Hidden bloodline: Hell bloodline epic quality. Hidden talent: Hellfire. Hidden evolution path: Only Xiao Xingyu can see these hidden data. Xiao Xingyu opened the system interface with his mind. Inside the system warehouse, a bloodline awakening crystal was displayed. Just feed this crystal to the Swift Wind Hound, and it will awaken the hidden Hellblood lineage within its body. Xiao Xingyu, you're still here. Suja emerged from the Beastmaster store, accompanied by a panther shrouded in black mist. Let me show you something impressive. This is the beast I bought, the crimson-eyed black panther. This is a giant black panther with a size comparable to an adult elephant, possessing a pair of crimson-red eyes and a ferocious appearance. Crimson-eyed black panther, initial form high bloodline beast, mist attribute, strong combat power, agile movement, and excellent evolution potential. Xiao Xingyu, do you see this? The beast I've contracted is a crimson-eyed black panther. In 3 days, during the national exam, I could get into 100 Spirits Academy even with my eyes closed. Lark Academy is the most renowned Beastmaster Academy in this city. Suja's face brimmed with arrogance and conceit, showing off while not forgetting to mock Xiao Xingyu. Oh, you contracted a swift-wind hound? Ha ha ha. Xiao Xingyu. Oh, Xiao Xingyu. Turns out you're treating the trash the beast shop owner threw away as a treasure. Facing Suja's merciless mockery, Xiao Xingyu remained calm and composed. You say the Gale Hound is trash? I guarantee that in 3 days during the national exam you'll realize just how ignorant you are. Suja's smile carried a hint of amusement. Then tell me, which Beastmaster Academy do you plan to apply to with your Gale Hound? At that moment, the system notification sounded once again in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Ding. System task issued. System task. Gain admission to Qinglong Academy. Task reward. 1. Dark Attribute Fusion Crystal, plus 300 vouchers. Xiao Xingyu lowered his head, his bangs concealing a smile. I want to apply to Qinglong Academy. Suja stumbled, nearly falling over, his face filled with shock. Why you what? You want to apply to Qinglong Academy? Are you serious? Xiao Xingyu remained silent. Are you serious? Have you lost your mind? Since the apocalypse descended and magical beasts invaded, the Beastmaster civilization has spanned 300 years of history. Over these 300 years, hundreds of Beastmaster Academies have been established across the nation. But there are only 4 Beastmaster Academies, hailed as concentration camps for genius monsters. Azure Dragon Academy, White Tiger Academy, Vermilion Bird Academy, Black Tortoise Academy. These 4 academies, collectively known as the 4 Great Academies, admit only the most exceptional of genius's students so extraordinary they might well be called genius monsters. 3 p.m. Xiao Xingyu returned to his high school campus, instantly drawing the attention of all the teachers and students. Wherever Xiao Xingyu went, everyone was talking about him, pointing and whispering. Hey, did you hear? Xiao Xingyu applied to the Azure Dragon Academy. This guy must be crazy. He's not even qualified to clean the toilets at Azure Dragon Academy. I also heard that he contracted a Swiftwind Hound. Taking a Swiftwind Hound to apply for the Azure Dragon Academy? I can't hold it in anymore. Ha ha ha. A bespectacled middle-aged man approached Xiao Xingyu. He was Xiao Xingyu's homeroom teacher, Lu Kai. Xiao Xingyu, what nonsense are you up to? Overestimating yourself by applying for the Azure Dragon Academy, you'll just make a fool of yourself and embarrass the whole school. Teacher Lu, I've already filled out the registration form. Lu Kai glanced at the registration form, his face turning livid with anger. You not only applied to Qinglong Academy, but also chose no acceptance of alternative placements. Hearing this news, all the onlookers burst into shrill laughter. He refused the transfer? That Xiao Xingyu is one hell of a character. This guy is completely done for. After failing to get into Azure Dragon Academy, he can't even go to any other Beastmaster Academy now. I'm afraid this kid will be the biggest joke of this year's National College Entrance Exam. At this moment, a beautiful young girl walked up to Xiao Xingyu. Jiang Lina, the school belle of Xiangnan High School, was also Xiao Xingyu's girlfriend of 2.5 years. At this moment, Jiang Lina's face was devoid of any warmth. Her eyes filled only with coldness and disdain. Xiao Xingyu, let's break up. Xiao Xingyu showed no emotional fluctuation and blurted out, okay. Jiang Lina was somewhat surprised, not expecting Xiao Xingyu to be so calm. Xiao Xingyu, do you know why I'm breaking up with you? You think I'm an embarrassment, that I'll be the biggest joke of this year's national exam. Xiao Xingyu stated in a calm tone. Exactly. Your family has no money or influence, yet you contracted a lowly windhound and still dared to apply for the Azure Dragon Academy. I'm telling you, a sparrow can't turn into a phoenix, and a water snake will never become a dragon. A clown like you isn't worthy of being my boyfriend. Jiang Lina, disregarding their 2.5-year relationship, publicly humiliated Xiao Xingyu before turning and walking away. The surrounding classmates all jeered, treating Xiao Xingyu as nothing more than a joke. Demeaned by his homeroom teacher, mocked by his classmates, dumped by his girlfriend. I'm curious to see what kind of faces you rats will be wearing 3 days from now. Xiao Xingyu lowered his head with a cold smile, muttering to himself. Time flew by, and 3 days later arrived. The national examination is about to begin. Qingfeng City Examination Zone. Candidates, please enter. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, Qingfeng City is an inconspicuous small city with only 3,000 examinees. Based on the admission trends of previous years, out of these 3,000 examinees, at least 2,000 will be rejected by all Beastmaster academies due to poor qualifications, becoming ordinary citizens. The remaining 1,000 examinees will mostly only be admitted to the lowest tier Beastmaster academies. Lark Academy is the highest standard Beastmaster academy in Qingfeng City. Each year, fewer than 100 students are admitted to this academy.
Purplewood Plaza.
This vast open square serves as the examination site for Qingfeng City's testing district. In the center of the square stood a massive, intricate machine. This was the spirit measuring device, used to test the spiritual power of examinees. Xiao Xingyu, dressed in simple clothes, appeared among the dense crowd. Isn't that Xiao Xingyu? That's right, it's him. He contracted a swift wind hound for the exam. He even applied to the Azure Dragon Academy and refused to accept any adjustments. Our Qingfeng City hasn't produced a genius in a long time, but it's also been a while since we've seen such an idiotic fool, ha ha ha. Looking at the gleeful faces of the surrounding examinees, Xiao Xingyu smiled without a word, silently thinking to himself, it's time to give these losers a dimensional downgrade. Chapter 3. The National Exam. A genius Beastmaster emerges. The exam is about to start. I'm so nervous. May the spirit of my third uncle's grandfather bless me and help me get into Lanjia Academy. My Beastmaster skills should be fine, but my spiritual power is too low. I might fail the selection. Before the exam began, every examinee's face was etched with tension and unease. At exactly 12 noon, the broadcast sounded. National Examination Qingfeng City Examination Zone. The test begins. After the exam officially started, candidates entered the examination hall one after another according to their assigned numbers. The invigilators were all instructors from different Beastmaster academies. For example, if you applied to Lanjia Academy, then an instructor from Lanjia Academy would supervise your exam. As long as you pass the exam, you will receive an admission letter from Lanjia Academy and a 1-star Beastmaster badge. An interesting phenomenon appeared in the square. Because lower-tier Beastmaster academies like Lanjia Academy and Huoyu Academy had the highest number of applicants, the crowds gathered there. Prestigious institutions like Bailing Academy, on the other hand, had fewer applicants, making the scene there appear sparse and scattered. As for the Azure Dragon Academy, one of the 4 major academies, only one candidate from the entire Qingfeng City applied for it. So at this moment, Xiao Xingyu stood alone, facing the invigilator from the Azure Dragon Academy, Chun Qinian. Chun Qinian appeared to be a handsome yet scruffy middle-aged man, unshaven and untidy, with a strong scent of tobacco lingering around him. He was an outstanding instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy, and judging by the 5-star badge on his chest, his rank was that of a 5-star Beastmaster. Chun Qinian and Xiao Xingyu faced each other, staring wide-eyed in an awkward atmosphere. Xiao Xingyu, right? Hello, Proctor. Chun Qinian shook his head with a smile. Young man, out of the 3,000 examinees in Qingfeng City, you're the only one who applied to our Qinglong Academy. And you marked, do not accept program adjustment. Xiao Xingyu smiled and countered, what I did isn't against the rules, is it? Of course it's not against the rules, but let me give you some statistics. In the past 5 years, only 8 candidates from Qingfeng City have dared to apply for the Qinglong Academy in the national examinations. Not a single one was admitted. Moreover, all 8 of these candidates have indicated their willingness to accept alternative placements. If they fail to secure admission to the Azure Dragon Academy, they can still attend other institutions. Chun Qinian's words carried a clear intention. He was testing Xiao Xingyu, hoping the young man would back down in the face of difficulty. Proctor, I will become the first examinee from Qingfeng City to be admitted to the Azure Dragon Academy. Chun Qinian sighed, alas, our Azure Dragon Academy only cultivates the elite among elites. How do you know I'm not the elite among elites? Chun Qinian pursed his lips, suddenly finding this clean-cut young man before him rather intriguing. At this moment, invigilators from other Beastmaster academies began announcing the candidates' results one after another. Wang Yanhong, Spiritual power value 352. Contracted beast. Frost Toad initial level common bloodline. Passed the assessment. Awarded the admission notice from Moonfrost Academy. Lu Xiaobei. Spiritual power value 250. Contracted beast. Flamingo initial level common bloodline. Spiritual power value does not meet the standard. Failed the assessment. Ling Tianyu. Spiritual power value 474. Contracted beast. Poison arrow alligator turtle initial tier high bloodline. Passed the assessment. Received the admission letter from 100 Spirits Academy. The assessment consists of two parts. One is the spiritual power value test, and the other is the beast bloodline quality test. A spiritual power value of 300 is considered the passing threshold. A beastmaster bloodline reaching ordinary quality is considered the passing threshold. If one cannot even meet the passing threshold, then even if applying to the nation's worst Beastmaster Academy, they will not receive an admission letter. As time passed, most examinees had finished their tests. The examinees, whether they passed or were eliminated, did not leave the venue. Instead, they gathered together, watching Xiao Xingyu intently. Seeing this, Chun Chinian smiled and asked, "Xiao, you understand why these people are gathered around you, don't you? They want to see me make a fool of myself." Chun Chinian frowned and scrutinized the young man before him once more. Facing the jeers and boos from the onlookers, Xiao Xingyu remained unfazed. This child is only 18 years old, yet his mind is so mature and steady. Could he truly be an uncut gem? At the same time, the broadcast announced the news that Suja and Zhanglina had passed the assessment. Suja successfully gained admission to the prestigious Bailing Academy, the top institution in Qingfeng City. Zhanglina had slightly lower talent but was also admitted to Lanjia Academy. One was a longtime rival who often bullied Xiao Xingyu, and the other was his ex-girlfriend who had just dumped him. These two stood among the onlookers, eager to see Xiao Xingyu make a fool of himself. Suja took out his admission letter to Bailing Academy and waved it boastfully at Xiao Xingyu. "Xiao Xingyu, this young master has been admitted to the Nightingale Academy. From now on, when you see me, a lowly commoner like you must bow and salute. Understand? Who's a commoner? If I pass the assessment, I'll become a beastmaster too." As soon as Xiao Xingyu said this, he was met with even louder laughter. Suja laughed until his stomach hurt. "You really won't give up until you're staring at your own coffin. With just your windhound, you think you can pass the Azure Dragon Academy's entrance exam? What a pipe dream." Xiao Xingyu raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "Suja, dare to make a bet? If I get into Azure Dragon Academy, you'll kneel and call me Dad." Suja said fiercely, "Fine, let's bet. If you don't get into Azure Dragon Academy, you'll kneel and polish my shoes." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the bet was made, and neither could back out. Xiao Xingyu turned and walked back to Chun Chinian's side. "Proctor, I'm ready." Chun Chinian reminded, "Xiao, let me clarify something. The admission criteria for our Azure Dragon Academy are quite stringent. Spiritual power must reach at least 800. The quality of your Beastmaster bloodline cannot be lower than elite tier. Generally speaking, candidates with average aptitude have spiritual power values between 300 and 500. Exceeding 500 is considered a sign of considerable talent. However, the passing threshold for spiritual power at the Azure Dragon Academy is as high as 800. Throughout the history of Qingfeng City, there has never been a candidate with a spiritual power value exceeding 800. Inferior, common, high, elite, epic, legendary, mythical, phantom, god creation. These are the 9 tiers of beast bloodline quality. The Azure Dragon Academy's minimum requirement for beast bloodlines is elite tier. It is precisely these two extremely stringent admission criteria that caused the Azure Dragon Academy to reject 99% of applicants nationwide. "Proctor, even if you say that, I won't give up. Let's begin." Chun Chinian nodded. "All right, the exam begins now. Examinee, Xiao Xingyu from Xiangnan High School. The first test, Spiritual Power Assessment." Xiao Xingyu stepped up to the spiritual power measuring device. "Student Xiao, place your right hand on the sensor area of the device. Then channel your internal spiritual energy." Xiao Xingyu followed the instructions. The onlookers looked on with disdain, their mocking voices never ceasing. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath, channeling all the spiritual energy within his body. On the display screen, the numbers began to tick upward. "It's broken 300. I didn't expect this kid's spiritual power to reach the passing mark. Don't worry, he won't break 400. Damn. How did it suddenly jump to 500? Haha, if he breaks 600, I'll eat live on stream. 600. Holy cow, the spiritual power value is still rising. Under the gaze of the crowd, the numbers on the spiritual power measuring device's display screen surged wildly. In just 10 seconds, Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power value had already broken through the 700 mark. You should know that 700 spiritual power is already the admission standard for top-tier Beastmaster academies nationwide. 800 now. He actually broke through 800. This kid is defying the heavens. The terrifying part is his spiritual power is still rising. It's unbelievable. This spirit measuring device must be broken. Chun Chinian had also been staring at the display of the spirit measuring device, and his expression underwent a subtle change. Good heavens, it's broken through 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. In the end, Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power value settled at 1208. Examinee Xiao Xingyu, spiritual power value 1208. Chun Chinian's eyes gleamed as he declared, "First test passed." This is an utterly terrifying figure, and the entire room fell deathly silent. Those who had mocked Xiao Xingyu earlier were now left dumbfounded. Especially Suja, whose mouth gaped open wide enough to swallow a light bulb. After a moment of deathly silence, the crowd erupted in uproar. Spiritual power exceeding 1,000? Is this guy a monster or something? I remember, when Yi Shuangning took the national exam, her spiritual power was 1210. Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power value is 1208, just 2 points lower than Yi Shuangning. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but Xiao Xingyu remained composed, his expression unreadable, as everything had unfolded exactly as he anticipated. Xiao Xingyu's eyes were the demon god's eyes, inherently enhancing his spiritual power and capable of absorbing the world's negative emotions to further increase it. A staff member approached Chun Chinian. "Teacher Chun, there's something I need to report to you. Just now, during Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power test, there was a minor issue with the machine, so..." Chun Chinian narrowed his eyes. "So what?" Xiao Xingyu's actual spiritual power value is 1,212. Chun Chinian's pupils constricted as he looked again at Xiao Xingyu not far away. 1,212? This kid's spiritual power value is actually 2 points higher than that genius monster from the Yi family. After the shock subsided, Chun Chinian ordered, "The issue with the machine must not be disclosed to the public." "Teacher Chun, this isn't appropriate. Does our Azure Dragon Academy no longer command respect?" The staff member was just an employee and didn't dare offend the Azure Dragon Academy, so he quietly agreed. Chun Chinian adjusted his emotions and announced, "The second test, Beastmaster Bloodline Quality Assessment." All eyes were once again fixed on Xiao Xingyu. "Examinee Xiao Xingyu, please summon your beast." Chapter 4. Admitted to Qinglong Academy. First signs of brilliance. After contracting a beast, every Beastmaster will have a pentagram emblem appear on the back of their right hand, known as the Beastmaster emblem. In daily life, Beastmasters can store their beasts within beast insignias, ensuring the beasts get ample rest and sleep. When it's time for assessments or battles, Beastmasters can summon their beasts at any moment. Xiao Xingyu raised his right hand, and the beast insignia shimmered with golden light. "Blackblade, it's your turn to take the stage." A blood contract formation appeared on the ground, and a massive black shadow came into everyone's view. "Holy, what kind of beast is this? I've never seen it before. Wasn't Xiao Xingyu's beast supposed to be a galehound? What the hell is this giant black wolf?" At this moment, standing beside Xiao Xingyu was a giant wolf, its massive frame comparable to a heavy-duty truck. The wolf was covered in black fur, each strand resembling flickering black flames swaying in the wind. Its limbs were wrapped in red-hot iron chains, as if they were deadly weapons from hell itself. Moreover, a crack ran across the wolf's forehead, from which molten lava flowed, making it look like a sharp sword. That's why Xiao Xingyu named it Black Edge. The giant wolf let out a roar, black flames engulfing the entire examination hall. The onlookers were terrified, screaming and retreating in panic. A string of data popped up on the display of the Beastmaster testing device. Name Hellwind Wolf. Level Initial Form Tier 1. Bloodline Hell Bloodline Epic Quality. Talent Hellfire deals true damage to enemies, ignoring armor defense. Attribute Fire, Wind. Loyalty 100. Skills. Hell's Embrace. Releases infernal chains from the body to bind enemies and pull them close. Hell's Roar. Spews a black fire pillar, dealing area of effect, penetrating damage to enemy units. Evolution Path. Unknown. When the basic data information of the Hellstorm Wolf was announced, it shocked the entire audience. An epic quality bloodline. Impressive. This beast is so cool. Every strand of its fur is burning black flame. Looking into the giant wolf's eyes is like staring at the king of hell from the underworld. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and astonishment, for no one had ever seen such a beast before. Even after scouring the complete beast encyclopedia, jointly compiled by multiple 9-star beastmasters, not a single trace of the Hellstorm Wolf could be found. Is this giant wolf's bloodline truly of epic quality? Suja was dumbfounded, his bloodshot eyes filled with nothing but disbelief, envy, and jealousy. The Hellstorm Wolf crouched beside Xiao Xingyu, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. The hellfire burning on its body turned the entire examination hall into a scorching inferno. Chun Chinian remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Examinee Xiao Xingyu passed the assessment. Issue the admission letter for Azure Dragon Academy and award the 1-star Beastmaster badge. Under the gaze of the entire city's citizens, Xiao Xingyu received the Azure Dragon Academy admission letter from Chen Chinian. Chun Chinian raised his hand and pinned a star-shaped badge onto Xiao Xingyu's chest. From this moment on, Xiao Xingyu becomes a 1-star Beastmaster and a freshman at the Azure Dragon Academy. Classmate Xiao, here is the Azure Dragon Academy's uniform. Please put it on. The uniforms of the 4 major academies are highly stylish, designed in a robe style, and are also known as Beastmaster robes by people. The Beastmaster robe of the Azure Dragon Academy is entirely azure in color, with a dragon pattern on the back. Whoever wears it looks handsome. Xiao Xingyu donned the Beastmaster robe, his already handsome face now exuding an added air of heroism and dominance. Congratulations. Thank you, examiner. My name is Chun Chinian, a mentor at the Azure Dragon Academy. You can just call me Mentor Chun from now on. Director Chun, could you step aside? You're blocking my interview shot. Oh, this. Chun Chinian took a step back, and Xiao Xingyu was instantly surrounded by a swarm of reporters. Student Xiao, may we ask how you managed to contract an epic bloodline beast? Is that all? Seems like something anyone with hands could do. Classmate Xiao, your spiritual power is only 2 points lower than the genius girl Yi Shuangning. How do you feel about that? Who's Yi Shuangning? Sorry, I don't know her. Getting admitted to the Azure Dragon Academy must feel proud and happy, right? Standard procedure, no need for words. In an instant, Xiao Xingyu became a national trending topic.
Prodigi Xiao Ingyu emerges. Talent rivaling Ye Shuangning.
Hellstorm Wolf, the one that slipped through the net in the complete guide to beast mastery? Xiao Xingyu successfully admitted to Azure Dragon Academy. Genius monster ranking updated. Xiao Xingyu ranked 24th. The name Xiao Xingyu spread like wildfire across the nation, becoming a media darling and a hot topic of conversation among the common folk. Chun Chinian held his phone, scrolling through the trending topics about Xiao Xingyu, and smiled with satisfaction. Never expected to find a treasure in this talent-barren land. Xiao Xingyu was the only student in Qingfeng City's history to be admitted to one of the 4 prestigious academies. Chun Chinian walked up to Xiao Xingyu and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao, I'll be waiting for you at the Azure Dragon Academy on enrollment day. Director Chen will meet as agreed. After Chun Chinian left, Xiao Xingyu planned to head home as soon as possible to share the good news with his sister, Xiao Ruoxue. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu stopped in his tracks and cast a playful glance at Suja, who was standing nearby. Suja, who had always been arrogant in the past, now wore a flattering smile. Xiao Xingyu, no? Brother Xingyu, congratulations on getting into Qinglong Academy. Even if Suja is a rich second-generation heir, in this world, martial prowess is what commands respect. Xiao Xingyu is now nationally recognized as a genius and a freshman at the Azure Dragon Academy. His future potential is immeasurable. Suja, on the other hand, is destined to remain in this small town for the rest of his life. Compared to Xiao Xingyu, he is nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. By the way, do you still remember our bet? Suja's face changed dramatically. Brother Xingyu, we're all classmates here. The bet was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. Kneel. Xiao Xingyu uttered just 2 words, yet they felt like 2 massive mountains pressing down on Suja, making him unable to straighten his back as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Plop. Suja knelt down. He fell to his knees, his face flushed red, suppressing a bellyful of resentment but not daring to vent it. Fear, it was fear. He feared Xiao Xingyu's current status and position. From the moment Xiao Xingyu received the admission letter from the Azure Dragon Academy, Everyone in this city, even the mayor and leaders, had to show him respect. According to the bet, besides kneeling, there's one more thing. Daddy. After shouting this term, Suja seemed to have lost his soul, his dignity completely shattered. Xiao Xingyu smiled with satisfaction. Good. But I don't have a useless son like you with a spiritual power value below 600. The humiliation was at its peak. Suja gritted his teeth in anger but still dared not act out. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu's high school classmates and schoolmates swarmed forward. Brother Xiao, congratulations. Xingyu, we were roommates in high school. Now that you've made it big, don't forget about us. Brother Xiao, can I be your girlfriend? These people fawning over Xiao Xingyu were the same ones who once mocked and humiliated him. The once ugly faces were now piled with fawning smiles. In the crowd stood a timid girl. Jiang Lina, Xiao Xingyu's ex-girlfriend. Xingyu, actually, I've had deep feelings for you these past 2.5 years. So is there any chance we could get back together? Xiao Xingyu flashed an innocent smile. Is this how you ask for reconciliation? Jiang Lina simply dropped all pretense of dignity, kneeling before Xiao Xingyu as tears streamed down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Xingyu, I'm begging you. I know I was wrong. Let's get back together. Xiao Xingyu coldly shook off Jiang Lina's hand and said indifferently, You were the one who wanted to break up, so why are you crying now? The scene froze at this moment. The woman kneeling on the ground was just a freshman from a low-tier Beastmaster Academy, destined to spend her entire life in a small town, never able to break free. The man with an upright posture is not just a freshman at the Azure Dragon Academy. He is also a super genius who has garnered nationwide attention, destined to become a pillar of the nation and a great hero in the eyes of the people. The heavy rain fell, washing over Jiang Lina's cheeks. Watching Xiao Xingyu's figure fade into the distance, she realized she had long been unworthy of this man. Chapter 5. First Monster Hunt. My sister was stunned. Xiao Xingyu left the examination hall and set off on his way home. Along the way, Xiao Xingyu rarely showed a childlike smile. When I get home and my sister sees the admission letter from the Azure Dragon Academy in my hand, she'll definitely be shocked. Xiao Xingyu was closely followed by the Hellstorm Wolf, which let out cheerful howls like a massive bodyguard. In fact, you could still see traces of a husky in the Hellstorm Wolf's eyes. That's right, this awe-inspiring beast was originally the storm hound Xiao Xingyu had picked up at a bargain from the entrance of a beast shop. Xiao Xingyu used a Bloodline Awakening Crystal to activate the hidden Bloodline Hell Bloodline within the Swift Wind Dog. After the Bloodline Awakening, the Swift Wind Dog transformed into the current Hell Swift Wind Wolf, helping Xiao Xingyu effortlessly pass the national examination. Ding! The system notification sound rang in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task and successfully being admitted to the Azure Dragon Academy. Mission reward issued. 1. Dark Attribute Fusion Crystal, plus 300 vouchers. Xiao Xingyu used his mind to open the system warehouse, where an additional crystal appeared in the storage slot. This is a Dark Attribute Fusion Crystal, which, as the name suggests, can help Beastmasters fuse with shadow attributes. The Hellstorm Wolf currently possesses 2 attributes in total, fire and wind. Once the shadow attribute is fused, it will become a 3-attribute beast with limitless potential. Xiao Xingyu's lips curled into a smile. Blackblade, you should be grateful you're the first beast I've contracted. Before I contract my second beast, all the good things will be used on you. Awu! The Hellwind Wolf was overjoyed, circling around Xiao Xingyu with its black flame tail, wagging so high it almost touched the sky. Ding! The system store has been activated. Xiao Xingyu's thoughts surged as the system store interface appeared before his eyes. He browsed while muttering to himself. This interface is just like a shopping app, even with a recommended for you feature. To make purchases, you'll need to spend points. The system store sold various rare treasures to aid in beast evolution, as well as monster cores. Xiao Xingyu's current account balance, 300 vouchers. However, the cheapest fire spirit grass in the system store costs 800 vouchers. More haste, less speed. I'll just have to save up slowly. Black Edge. Let's go home. The lingering warmth of the sunset stretched the shadows of a boy and a wolf long across the ground. On the way home, Xiao Xingyu felt a vibration in his pocket. He pulled out his old phone and answered the call. Hey, sis. I'm on my way home. I'll be there soon. Huh? It's noisy around you. You're not at home? Xiao Ruoshua's voice came through. Xiaoyu, your sister is at the market. Just tell me what you want to eat. I just got my paycheck. I want to eat. Xiao Xingyu drew out the last syllable, genuinely pondering the question. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted from the phone's receiver, sharply piercing Xiao Xingyu's eardrums. The smile on Xiao Xingyu's face froze instantly. Sis, what happened? Are you okay? Xiaoyu, I. The signal was cut off, leaving only a dial tone. Black Edge. Let's go to the market. Awu. Qingfeng City outskirts, a local farmer's market. Now reduced to a sea of flames, billowing thick smoke. The dilapidated streets are filled with people's cries and screams. The air is thick with the strong scent of blood. Run. The monsters are invading. Help, hell. Blood. Brains. Guts. Aya. A giant venomous scorpion invaded the shanties of the vegetable market. This is a beginner-level magical beast, the venom-tail scorpion. Even though the beginner level is the lowest rank for unarmed ordinary humans, it's no different from the Grim Reaper. The venom-tail scorpion bared its bloodthirsty grin, its sharp tail piercing through one human body after another, then placing them into its mouth to chew slowly. Despite this incident having already caused multiple casualties, there was no sign of any rescue personnel. Because this is the remote outskirts, the residents here are all those who struggle to make ends meet. The number of beastmasters in the entire city is limited, and they are mostly stationed in the city center and affluent areas. As for the slums in the remote outskirts, no one cares about this place. Just as the roof of the vegetable market was about to collapse, a woman in her 20s stumbled out. The woman, though plainly dressed, possessed an exquisitely beautiful face and a curvaceous figure, with a cascade of silver hair like a waterfall flowing over her shoulders. This silver-haired beauty was Xiao Xingyu's sister, Xiao Ruoxue. Thud. A little girl tripped and fell while fleeing, scraping her knee. Xiao Ruoxue quickly ran over and helped the little girl up. Are you okay? Thank you, big sister. At that moment, a massive dark shadow enveloped the two of them. Xiao Ruoxue held the little girl tightly and turned her head to look. The venomous tail scorpion's sharp stinger was less than a meter away from Xiao Ruoxue's face. Big sister, are we going to die? The little girl curled up in Xiao Ruoxue's arms, trembling with fear. The venom-tailed demon scorpion grew even more excited upon seeing the little girl's fearful expression. Green-tinged drool dripping from its mouth. Xiao Ruoxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly as her pupils gradually transformed into vertical slits. It must be known that throughout the entire Beastmaster world, only pure-blooded dragon-type beasts possess vertical pupils. Awu! At a moment as precarious as a pile of eggs, a wolf's howl shook heaven and earth. With a thunderous crash, the venom-tailed demon scorpion collapsed heavily to the ground, its thick carapace torn open by wolf claws, its foul-smelling innards exposed to the turbid air. The panicked crowd halted in their tracks, turning their gaze in unison toward the same direction. Under the setting sun, a tall and straight young man stood there, clad in the Beastmaster robe of the Azure Dragon Academy. By his side was a giant wolf wreathed in black flames. Isn't that Xiaoyu? Has this kid become a Beastmaster? The Beastmaster robe of the Azure Dragon Academy. Oh my. This kid used to peek at me bathing by climbing over the wall when he was little, and now he's actually so accomplished. His childhood dark history was exposed, and Xiao Xingyu rubbed his nose with an awkward expression. Cough. Aunt Wang, I beg you, don't bring up my childhood. Now, Xiao Xingyu is after all a genius who has attracted nationwide attention, and he also has his pride to maintain. Xiao Yu. Xiao Ruoxue's pupils returned to normal as she gazed at this familiar yet strange younger brother before her with a bewildered and puzzled expression. Sis, I got into the Azure Dragon Academy. From now on, I'll make sure you live a good life. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my first contracted beast, the Hellwind Wolf, nicknamed Black Blade. Awu. Black Blade says, Hello, sister. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. You're so beautiful. Xiao Ruoxue's lips twitched. It just went awu. And you translated all that? The monster isn't dead yet. Everyone scatter quickly. The venom-tail scorpion slowly recovered, climbing up from the ground as green blood continued to pour from its wounds. Sis, you rest for a bit. I'll go deal with this monster. Xiao Xingyu always wore a warm, sunny smile when facing Xiao Ruoxue, but when he turned to confront the demonic beasts, his eyes flashed like lightning, radiating an invisible aura of killing intent. The Hellstorm Wolf, sensing its master's will, let out an earth-shaking roar at the venom-tail scorpion. The venom-tail scorpion staggered back repeatedly, its expression filled with terror. This is the suppression of Bloodline. In terms of level, both the Hellstorm Wolf and the Venomtail Scorpion are at the initial stage. The biggest gap between the two lies in their bloodline. The Venomtail Scorpion's bloodline is of ordinary quality. The bloodline of the Hellstorm Wolf is of epic quality. The vast difference in bloodline left the Venomtail Scorpion without even a shred of courage to resist. As the Hellstorm Wolf slowly approached, the Venomtail Scorpion was so terrified that it turned tail and tried to flee. Trying to escape? "You scared my sister. Die, damn it!" Xiao Xingyu issued the command, and the Hellstorm Wolf bared its fangs, unleashing its ultimate skill. Chapter 6. Checking into a hotel, the mysterious older sister. Roar. With a furious roar, the Hellstorm Wolf unleashed a thick black pillar of fire from the depths of its throat, causing the surrounding air to distort under the intense heat. This was the Hellstorm Wolf's ultimate skill, Hell's Howl. Unlike ordinary flames, Hellfire ignores an enemy's armor defense, dealing true damage. The terrifying wave of flames overturned nearby debris, and the fiery pillar, like a colossal sword, pierced straight through the Venomtail Scorpion's body. After a long while, the air temperature gradually dropped. Amid the shattered ruins, the Venomtail Scorpion had turned into a charred black mass, unrecognizable even to its own mother. The system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for hunting down a magical beast and unlocking the Rookie First Kill achievement. Achievement reward issued. 1 bottle of Comprehension Enhancement Potion. Reward has been issued. Please proceed to the warehouse to collect it, host. Xiao Xingyu opened the system warehouse to check the reward. Comprehension Enhancement Potion. When consumed by a beast, it can significantly boost the beast's comprehension, allowing it to learn combat skills beyond its current level. Combat skills refer to the fighting techniques of beasts. As long as the Hellstorm Wolf drinks this potion, its comprehension will be enhanced. Even if its current level is only at the initial stage, it can still transcend levels and learn combat skills that are typically only accessible to mature or fully evolved beasts. From another perspective, this is like Guojing from his childhood days practicing the 18 subduing dragon palms in advance. Perhaps the power he cultivates would be significantly diminished, but it would be more than enough to deal with children of the same age. At this moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence. The magical beast is dead? Someone asked timidly. Xiao Xingyu walked over to the corpse of the Venomtail Scorpion and picked up a green crystal core. After a magical beast dies, it leaves behind a crystal core, known as a beast core. Beast cores are essential materials on the path of Beastmaster evolution. This is an initial stage poison attribute beast core of low value and limited utility. But for Xiao Xingyu, who had just stepped into the ranks of Beastmasters, even the smallest gain was worth taking. Xiao Xingyu casually tossed it, and the Hellwind Wolf opened its mouth, swallowing the beast core whole. Normally, since the Hellwind Wolf was primarily a fire attribute beast, consuming a poison attribute beast core would cause rejection or even poisoning. But the Hellwind Wolf's hellish bloodline is quite special, immune to all poisons. So consuming this poison-attributed beast core won't cause rejection. In fact, it will even strengthen its physique. Everyone, the beast is dead. You can all rest easy now. Xiao Xingyu stepped onto the corpse of the Venomtail Scorpion, its charred remains turning to ashes that scattered with the wind. Witnessing this scene, the crowd burst into tears of joy. That's great. We survived. Xiao Yu, you're truly the hero of our Qingfeng city. We're so proud of you. All these neighbors near the market have watched Xiao Xingyu grow up since he was in diapers. Some unknown time, that little brat who used to climb walls to peek at Widow Wang bathing had grown into a young beastmaster fighting to protect his homeland. Xiao Xingyu didn't bask in the crowd's cheers and gratitude, but instead walked over to Xiao Ruoshua's side. Sister, why have you been frowning all this time? Aren't you happy that I got into Azure Dragon Academy? Xiao Ruoshua was momentarily dazed, then adjusted her emotions, forcing a faint smile at the corners of her lips. Happy? Of course I'm happy for you, and very proud too. Something's off with sis today. This is clearly a forced smile. It seems she has some issue with me becoming a beastmaster. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The siblings exchanged a knowing smile, each harboring their own ulterior motives. At that moment, a little girl tugged at Xiao Xingyu's sleeve. Brother Xingyu, I want to become a beastmaster like you when I grow up. Xiao Xingyu crouched down and gently pinched the little girl's cheek. This little girl was the one who had just fallen while running away and was helped up by Xiao Ruoshua. The girl appeared to be about 10 years old, with a thin and small frame, a result of long-term malnutrition. Little sister, what's your name? My name is Zhou Siyu. Zhou Siyu. I believe you will become a beast master. But before that, you must eat well and grow strong. Xiao Xingyu opened his backpack, took out a piece of buttered bread, and placed it in the little girl's hand. The little girl's mother stood nearby, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. The mother's face was filled with self-reproach. She hadn't let her child eat a full meal in a long time. Behind a piece of buttered bread lies the epitome of the poor living like ants in this era. Xiao Xingyu felt no sympathy for these people, for this was an era of survival of the fittest. The strong never complain about their circumstances. So what he gave Zhou Siyu wasn't just bread, but encouragement. Brother Xingyu, thank you. When I grow up, I want to get into Azure Dragon Academy too. Is that so? By the time you get into Azure Dragon Academy, I might even be the dean there. Xiao Xingyu casually joked, patting Zhou Siyu's head. Night fell. A heavy rainstorm enveloped Qingfeng City. The sea was raging with towering waves, and two red shadows emerged on the surface, the eyes of a water-type magical beast. Budget hotel. Xiao Yu, staying at a hotel is too extravagant. Sis, the Azure Dragon Academy offers scholarships. We can't afford a house right now, but staying in a hotel for a few days is no problem. Xiao Xingyu is quite the character, actually bringing his sister to a hotel to rent a room. In truth, this was a last resort, as the previous low-rent housing complex had been destroyed by invading magical beasts, and the entire building had collapsed. The market, the low-rent housing, the orphanage, these barren areas, located in the distant suburbs and of little significance to urban development, would not receive timely rescue efforts or reconstruction funds from higher authorities, even if trampled by magical beasts. Reality was this harsh. Xiao Xingyu had no choice but to use the Qinglong Academy scholarship to rent a room with his sister. Xiao Xingyu booked a standard room with 2 beds. The facilities were rather basic, with both the air conditioner and TV labeled, awaiting repair. But fortunately, the room was clean and tidy. Xiao Xingyu lay on the bed, stretching lazily, and said, Sis, there's still a week before school starts. Let's stay here for this week. Beastmaster freshmen don't have a summer break because all major Beastmaster academies will start classes in a week. Late at night, Xiao Xingyu was sound asleep, completely unaware of a shadowy figure approaching him in the darkness. This person is his sister, Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Ruoxue approached Xiao Xingyu, lifted the blanket, and unbuttoned his pajamas. On Xiao Xingyu's back, there was an inconspicuous birthmark. The Dragon Seal curse is still intact, proving that the seal on the Dragon King's essence hasn't loosened in the slightest. But how could Xiao Yu still contract a beast and become a beastmaster? This doesn't make any sense. Xiao Ruoxue tucked her younger brother back in and left the hotel alone, heading to a phone booth. Hello? Xiao Yu has become a beastmaster and got accepted into Qinglong Academy. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before a response came. It seems this is fate's arrangement. You should stay by Xiao Yu's side. Xiao Ruoxue nodded. Yes, I understand. I'll keep an eye on Xiao Yu. Chapter 7, School Registration. Entering the Azure Dragon Academy. Time flies. A week later. School Registration Day. Qingfeng City Train Station. Xiao Xingyu and his sister Xiao Ruoxue were carrying large and small bags, ready to board the train. The platform was crowded with a group of people. Some were media reporters, but most were Xiao Xingyu's neighbors. They had all come to see the Xiao siblings off. Xiao Yu, take this basket of salted duck eggs. You've always loved them since you were a kid. This is the money we all pooled together. It's not much, just a few hundred yuan, but it's our heartfelt gift. You rascal, when you make it big, don't forget to come back and visit us. These neighbors all watched Xiao Xingyu grow up. The local specialties they gave weren't worth much money, but sentiments like these have never been measured by monetary value. Xiao Xingyu waved goodbye, holding his sister's hand as they stepped into the train car. With a sharp whistle, the train slowly started moving, heading towards the rising sun until it disappeared from sight. Please be advised, magical beasts may appear along the railway, which could cause the train cars to shake. The danger zone has been passed, and the train is now operating normally. Dear passengers, the next station is Longyin Station. Longyin City is where the Azure Dragon Academy is located. After getting off the train, Xiao Xingyu and Xiao Ruoxue looked around like 2 country bumpkins. Sis, this place really lives up to being a big city. It looks so high-end. In the Dragon Kingdom, cities have strict hierarchical classifications. The Central Imperial City is the highest-ranked city. The nation's most powerful beastmaster, Shangguanlan, is the ruler of the central imperial city. At the same time, she is also the Empress of Dragon Country, the highest authority in the entire nation. Beneath the central imperial city, there are 12 royal cities. Longyin City is one of the 12 royal cities, receiving key national support with various industries following high-end routes. Many of the top 50 Beastmaster guilds in the country are also stationed here. If Xiao Xingyu hadn't been admitted to the Azure Dragon Academy, he might never have left the small town of Qingfeng City in his lifetime, let alone had the chance to enter Longyin City. Sis, I'll head to the Azure Dragon Academy to register first. Let's take a taxi. Taking a taxi? Wouldn't that be too wasteful of money? The starting fare for taxis in big cities is truly daunting. Xiao Xingyu pondered for a moment, then patted the Beastmaster insignia on the back of his right hand. Black Blade, come forth. Awoo. Responding to its master's call, a streak of light shot out from the Beastmaster's insignia. The Hellstorm Wolf appeared by Xiao Xingyu's side. Sis, let me help you up. This black blade is covered in flames, won't it burn but if I ride it? Don't worry. I've already set Black Blade to disable friendly fire. The Hellfire on the Hellstorm Wolf only harms enemies, it won't hurt its master or the master's family and friends. The siblings rode the Hellstorm Wolf, weaving through the streets. In less than 10 minutes. Black Blade, stop. The Hellstorm Wolf screeched to a halt. Xiao Ruoxue couldn't sit steadily, so she tightly wrapped her arms around Xiao Xingyu's waist, pressing her ample chest against his back to barely avoid falling off. Big sis, seems like your chest has had a second growth spurt. Huh? Such disrespect. How dare you tease your own sister? Xiao Xingyu leaped down from the back of the Hellstorm Wolf and raised his gaze to take in the magnificent structure before him. This is the Azure Dragon Academy, so magnificent. The Azure Dragon Academy is located in the downtown area of Longyin City, resembling a grand exhibition hall in appearance. Through the academy's main gate, Xiao Xingyu could see senior students training their beast companions. It was their practical class. The entrance of the academy was crowded with new students arriving for registration. Sis, wait for me at the entrance with Heifeng. I'll go handle the formalities. Xiao Xingyu entered the Azure Dragon Academy and quickly completed the enrollment procedures under the guidance of the staff. Classmate, head over to the reception area over there to meet your mentor and collect your dormitory key. Xiao Xingyu arrived at the reception area and saw a familiar face. Chun Qinian, the invigilator who originally supervised Xiao Xingyu's examination. Student Xiao, we meet again. Professor Chun, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to be assigned to the class you're in charge of. Class 3, Grade 1. This is the class where Xiao Xingyu belongs. The Azure Dragon Academy is a 3-year Beastmaster Academy, and as a freshman, Xiao Xingyu is naturally enrolled in the first grade. There are a total of 8 classes in the first grade, and Xiao Xingyu is in Class 3. By the way, Xiao, here's this key for you as well. In addition to the dormitory key, Chun Qinian gave Xiao Xingyu another key. Director Chun, this is... Across the street from the back door of our academy, there is an apartment building for family members. Free for the families of foreign students, it provides accommodation. Xiao Xingyu was thrilled. Great. My sister doesn't have to spend money on renting an apartment. In fact, the family apartments were basically unoccupied. This was because the candidates who were able to get into the Green Dragon Academy basically had family backgrounds that could not be underestimated, and were either rich or powerful. The families of these people could casually buy a mansion, so how could they possibly condescend to live in a family apartment? Therefore, the audience group of the family apartments were the poor people like Xiao Xingyu who came out from the small city. Mr. Xiao, you can go and settle your sister first. Remember, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, gather at the school playground and attend the new student opening ceremony on time. Xiao Xingyu nodded and turned around to walk out of the school gate. At the school gate, Xiao Ruoxue and Hell Blast Wolf obediently stood in place and waited. Sister, you don't need to rent an apartment. The academy has arranged for family apartments. I'll take you there. Xiao Xingyu pulled Xiao Ruoxue's hand. The happiness on his face simply could not be hidden. After entering the apartment, Xiao Xingyu followed the label attached to the key and found room 808. The door to the room opened, and the interior of the room came into view. The apartment living room is small, but it has all the essentials, and there is a separate kitchen bathroom and 2 bedrooms. For those who are rich and powerful, this environment is no different from a pigsty. But for Xiao Xingyu and Xiao Ruoxue, this was a cozy home. Sister, from now on, you can live here for 3 years for free. I'll graduate after 3 years, and at that time, I'll definitely grow into a unique Imperial Beast Master. And then I'll join some big, well-known Imperial Beast Master guilds and make money to buy you a big villa. Xiao Ruoxue reached out her hand and rubbed Xiao Xingyu's head, her eyes doting. Silly brother. Sister doesn't need to live in a villa. Sister just needs you to stay by my side forever. I heard that the new student ceremony will be held at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'll cook now. You can go to the academy after you've eaten enough. In the refrigerator there were fresh vegetables, meat and eggs, and the kitchen was fully stocked. Xiao Ruoxue washed her hands, put on her apron, and started preparing lunch. Xiao Xingyu had nothing to do. Sis, I'm going out. Where to? Take a casual stroll. In about 40 minutes, the meal will be ready. Don't wander outside for too long. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. I know. Cross street. Xiao Xingyu walked in front, with Hellblast Wolf following behind. Passers-by had sideways glances. What kind of imperial beast is this? Never seen it before. A giant wolf covered in black flames. I seem to have a bit of an impression. I read the news that there was a genius in this year's national exam, and his royal beast was a giant wolf covered in black flames. Nowadays, the internet was full of hot searches about Xiao Xingyu, and passers-by could recognize Xiao Xingyu with a few more sideways glances. Xiao Xingyu suddenly stopped, and in front of him was a royal beast store. Heifeng is growing his body right now. Buy some fire attribute nutrients for him. It can increase the speed of advancement. Chapter 8. Encountering Qin Yanran. Showing the royal beast art. Xiao Xingyu walked into the Imperial Beast store with the Hellblast Wolf. The store owner was a gorgeous young woman with a voluptuous figure and elegant temperament. Famous throughout Longyin City. Everyone called her Luo Sanyang. This little handsome guy. What do you need? Luo Sanyang greeted her with a smiling face. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Xiao Xingyu, because Xiao Xingyu was wearing the royal beast robe of the Green Dragon Academy. Little handsome, you can enjoy a 12% discount on anything you purchase in the store, yo. Xiao Xingyu glanced at the charming Luo Sanyang and subconsciously protected his chest. Boss, I'm not a casual person, you don't want to harbor me. Luo Sanyang crossed her arms and rolled her eyes in anger. What is this nonsense? Nor do you inquire about my Luo Sanyang's character. I'm the kind of unscrupulous rich woman who adopts young fresh meat. My sister said, a woman is like a wolf in her 30s, like a tiger in her 40s, and like a woman in her 50s. Hey you brat, open your eyes and see clearly. Am I 50 years old? Luo Sanyang was furious, her chest shaking violently. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but look twice more, deeply realizing the true meaning of the idiom of waves. Luo Sanyang tried to calm her emotions. Little handsome boy, I haven't seen you before. You should be a freshman in this class. Xiao Xingyu nodded. No wonder you don't know about our Miao Royal Beast Store's special offer. Let me tell you about it. Students of the Green Dragon Academy can enjoy a 12% discount. Members of the Vault Guild, you can enjoy a 50% discount. There are also other discounts. Special attribute potions are buy one get one free. Luo Sanyang babbled a lot. Xiao Xingyu basically didn't listen carefully, only remembering that students of Qinglong Academy could get a 12% discount. Boss, I want to. Don't call me boss. Just call me Sanyang. The people of the whole city call me that. Sanyang. I would like to buy a fire attribute nutrient. Okay. Original price 10,000. Discounted price after 88% off. Only charge you 8,800. Xiao Xingyu sucked in a breath of cold air. The original price actually costs 10,000? As an authentic poor person, Xiao Xingyu's scholarship still had to be used on his sister, as well as his usual daily expenses. Even if it was only 8,800 after the discount, he couldn't afford to part with the money. Seeing Xiao Xingyu's difficult face, Luo Sanyang asked, Little handsome, you wouldn't have no money, right? Xiao Xingyu shook his head and sighed, thinking that it was hard to beat a hero for a penny. This kid can't even afford to buy a fire attribute nutrient, so it seems he's not a local. Should come from some small border town. His imperial beast, a giant wolf covered in black flames? Seems like I've seen it online. Just then, a thunderous roar came from the street outside the store. A moment later, a valiant beauty walked into the store. The beauty was close to 1 meter 8 in height, only a drop shorter than Xiao Xingyu. Her appearance was not considered stunning, but her temperament was outstanding. much like the female generals who conquered the sands in ancient times. Behind the beautiful woman, followed by a huge fox-type imperial beast. This fox possessed 3 tails, with silvery fur all over its body, and a zippy electric current accumulating in its pupils. At the end of each tail, there was a crackling ball of thunder. Xiao Xingyu subconsciously opened the eye of the demon god, and the attribute panel of this fox-type imperial beast came into view. Name: 3-tailed thunder fox. Level: Transcendent body 3rd order. Bloodline: Epic quality. Attribute: Thunder, Wind. Loyalty: 89. Skills: Triple tail thunderstorm. 3 tails sweep across the enemy at the same time, causing sensory electricity damage, with an additional 1-second stun and paralysis effect. Thunder 1 flash. Displacement skill with lightning-like speed, quickly running to close in on the enemy, dodging enemy attacks while dealing a thunderbolt of damage to the enemy. Heavenly Thunder Bomb. Builds up energy and spits out a ball of thunder from its mouth, inflicting a ranged blow to the enemy. Evolutionary route: 3-tailed thunder fox 4-tailed thunder fox 5-tailed thunder fox. Hidden evolutionary route: 3-tailed thunder fox extreme shadow red electric fox red lotus lightning fox. Habits and hobbies: sleeping and grinding teeth, burping and farting, and loving cilantro. This is the attribute panel of the 3-tailed thunder fox. The hidden evolutionary route in it could only be seen by Xiao Xingyu. At this time, Xiao Xingyu frowned and saw another set of data information. Imperial beast state: mania, suppression, confusion. Disease analysis: post-war trauma syndrome. Treatment: snap. Suddenly, the 3-tailed thunder fox released an electric current that toppled the cargo container on the side and let out a deafening hiss. The entire store's electrical system was paralyzed and the light bulbs all exploded. Seeing this, the other customers fled in all directions. Luo Sanyang hurriedly cried out, "Holy cow, Miss Qin! Let your imperial beasts collect their divine powers. I still have to do business in this store." The owner of the 3-tailed thunder fox, the beauty before Xiao Xingyu's eyes, was named Qin Yanran. She was the daughter of Zhangdong Guild President Qin Longyue. Looking at the entire Longyin city, there were more than a dozen Imperial Beastmaster guilds of all sizes. In terms of comprehensive strength, the Zhangdong Guild ranked second only to the Hurricane Guild. Xiao Xingyu glanced at Qin Yanran's chest. On Qin Yanyan's chest, there were 5-star badges, which was the symbol of a 5-star Imperial Beastmaster. "Sanyang, as you can see, my Lulu is sick. The last time I saw the Imperial Beast Doctor, he said that it has bipolar disorder, so if I give it cold ice grass, it can regain its composure." Luo Sanyang rummaged through the box. "Cold ice grass, right? I'll find it for you." "I found it. How many plants do I need?" "Take as many as you have." This was the broad strokes of the rich. 1 plant of cold ice grass was sold for $25,000. Luo Sanyang took out a total of 20 plants, which was $500,000. This amount of money was astronomical to Xiao Xingyu. However, the Zhangdong Guild that Qin Yanran was a part of usually received millions of commission for casually taking a bounty order for killing a full-bodied magical beast. "This, sister, what your imperial beast has is not bipolar disorder. Using cold ice grass to treat the symptoms will not cure the root cause." Qin Yanran then noticed the handsome young man on the side. "You are..." "Hello. My name is Xiao Xingyu. I'm a freshman at Qinglong Academy." Luo Sanyang froze and came to a realization. "I said why it looks so familiar. You're the biggest dark horse in this year's national exam, with a spiritual initial value of over 1,000. And it's only 2 points lower than Yi Shuangning's initial score." Xiao Xingyu scratched his head, somewhat coy. Qin Yanran asked, "You said that what my Lulu has is not bipolar disorder, and that you're a royal beast doctor?" Xiao Xingyu shook his head. "I'm not a royal beast doctor, but I slightly know some veterinary knowledge. From the appearance of this 3-tailed thunder fox, there are many newly added scars on its body, indicating that it has been fighting with magical beasts frequently recently." Qin Yanyan nodded lightly. "That's right. Our guild has received a lot of bounty quests recently. The Skeleton Mountain outside the city is flooded with magical beasts. Lulu followed me and suffered a lot of injuries during the battles." "All right, you continue." Xiao Xingyu cleared his throat and continued his analysis. "The 3-tailed thunder fox is sensitive by nature. If it is frequently injured in battle and its wounds are infected with demonic qi, it will produce a disease. This disease is not bipolar disorder, but post-battle trauma syndrome. Qin Yanran and Luo Sanyang looked at each other, confused. The current state of excessive mania of the three-tailed thunderfox is a manifestation of post-battle trauma syndrome. If you want to cure him, using the cold ice grass can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. I have a prescription. If sister believes in me, you can try it. Xiao Xingyu displayed the aura of a generation of divine doctors in front of Qin Yanran. Chapter 9. One more god sister. Pro sister gets jealous. Little handsome. If you're not an imperial beast doctor, don't talk nonsense. Miss Qin, don't listen to a brat's nonsense. Luo Sanyang then approached Xiao Xingyu and whispered in a low voice, "Silly boy, this person is the daughter of the Tsangdome Guild president. If you use medicine indiscriminately and aggravate the three-tailed thunder fox's condition, you'll be in big trouble." Xiao Xingyu smiled without saying anything. He had absolute confidence in his medical skills. Qin Yanran gazed at Xiao Xingyu and asked, "Are you sure you can cure my family, Lulu?" Xiao Xingyu nodded his head. "Good then, I'll trust you for once. Prescribe the medicine." Qin Yanyan didn't know what was going on. The first time she saw Xiao Xingyu, she had a natural sense of closeness and would subconsciously choose to believe this teenager. Of course, this was also because Qin Yanyan had spent a lot of money to hire several imperial beast doctors, who were slow to eradicate the three-tailed thunder fox's illness. This time, when she encountered Xiao Xingyu, she simply treated the dead horse as a living horse. "Sanyang, please prescribe the medicine according to my prescription." Luo Sanyang picked up a pen and paper. 1 requiem flower. Crush it and soak it in boiling water. Add a bottle of lightning attribute catalyst. Add a complete body water attribute magical beast crystal core, and wait for it to dissolve. The final step. Xiao Xingyu said a whole bunch of things, and Luo Sanyang memorized them all on a piece of paper before grabbing the medicine and mixing it according to this prescription. The Imperial Beast store had everything, and the process of grabbing and blending the medicine only took a few minutes. "Lulu, open your mouth." Qin Yanyan poured the blended medicine into the mouth of the three-tailed thunder fox. After the three-tailed thunder fox took the medicine, within a minute, the uncontrollable electric current on its body gradually disappeared. The ferocious eyes regained their gentleness, and the 3 tails of the fried hare slowly fell. Seeing this scene, Qin Yanran was overjoyed. "Lulu, you're cured." The 3-tailed thunder fox's nature was so docile that it obediently plopped down beside Qin Yanyan, sticking out its tongue and licking the back of Qin Yanyan's hand. Immediately after, the 3-tailed thunder fox walked to Xiao Xingyu's side, slightly bowed its head and raised its forelimbs in a gesture of bowing, which was an expression of gratitude to Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu stretched out his hand and touched the 3-tailed thunder fox's head. The 3-tailed thunder fox squinted its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Luo Sanyang looked dumbfounded. "This is incredible. This kid is truly a divine doctor." Qin Yanran walked up to Xiao Xingyu and revealed a sweet smile. "Little brother, thank you for curing my Lulu's illness. Sister is polite. What is your name?" "Xiao Xingyu." "My name is Qin Yanyan. From now on we'll be friends." "No, from now on I'll be your sister." Qin Yanyan's character was big and bold, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu felt that his head was wrapped in a ball of softness and almost had a nosebleed. This woman, she is really tolerant. "Brother Xingyu, in the future, I'll be your sister, you'll be my brother. In the entire Longyin city, no one will dare to bully you." Xiao Xingyu weakly said, "I have a pro-sister. What's wrong with you having a real sister? I'll be your god-sister. That's reasonable, right?" Xiao Xingyu was handsome and also knew medical skills, which made Qin Yanran feel good and simply recognized Xiao Xingyu as her godbrother. Luo Sanyang fanned the flames on the side. "Little handsome boy, you've really earned a lot to be Miss Qin's godbrother." Next, Qin Yanyan chatted with Xiao Xingyu and learned that Xiao Xingyu had been admitted to the Green Dragon Academy from a small city, and couldn't help but think even more highly of this younger brother. "You're gifted and good at medicine. I'm very proud to have you as my godbrother. By the way, what were you planning to buy when you came to the Imperial Beast store?" Qin Yanran got to the point. Before Xiao Xingyu could open his mouth, Luo Sanyang grabbed the answer. "Miss Qin, little handsome boy is here to buy a fire attribute nutrient. But he's from a small city and doesn't have enough money in his pocket, so..." "Luo Sanyang, this is not a snatch answer. This is simply a divine assist." Qin Yanran pulled out her bank card and slapped it on the cash register. "Sanyang, There's 500,000 in the card. Take out the highest quality fire attribute nutrient from your store. All right, Miss Qin. Luo Sanyang ran to the backstage warehouse and came back a few minutes later with 5 fire attribute nutrients in her hands. Nutrient quality is different, price is different. This is the best quality fire attribute nutrient in the store, selling for $100,000 apiece. Qin Yanran packed the 5 fire attribute nutrients and handed them to Xiao Xingyu. Sister, this isn't appropriate, ah. Xingyu, you're my brother now. It's only natural for a sister to spend money on her brother. Then I can only accept it reluctantly. Thank you, sister. Xiao Xingyu's mouth was polite. His movements were faster than anyone else. Luo Sanyang muttered and spat on the side. What a reluctant to accept. After Xiao Xingyu accepted the gift from Qin Yanran, he thought in his heart. It seems that this is the value of medical skills to expand one's network and meet more big shots. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye could see through the state and condition of the imperial beasts, as well as analyze the medical prescription for healing. This was equivalent to awakening the imperial beast doctor profession at the same time on top of the imperial beast master profession. Any imperial beast master guild was in dire need of a composite talent like Xiao Xingyu. Family apartment. Xiao Ruoxue sat at the dining table with an uneasy expression. On the table was a sumptuous 4 dishes and 1 soup, the afterglow gradually dissipating. The dishes are getting cold. Why isn't Xiao Yu back yet? Just as Xiao Ruoxue was planning to go out to look for her brother, the door to the room opened. Sis, I'm back. Brat, why are you only back? The food is getting cold. I'll go heat it up for you. It's okay. I love to eat even if it's cold. Xiao Xingyu sat down and picked up the bowls and chopsticks and wolfed it down. Xiao Ruoxue rested her hands on her cheeks and sat on the side with kind eyes. Fool, eat slowly, don't choke. Xiao Ruoxue suddenly frowned. The tip of her nose opened and closed, smelling a woman's body odor on Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Yu, you went out on this trip? Did you go on a date? Sis, don't talk nonsense. I went to the Imperial Beast store and bought 5 high-quality fire attribute nutrients to use for Black Striker's advancement. Xiao Ruoxue glanced at Xiao Xingyu's backpack. This quality of fire attribute nutrient, at a glance it's not cheap. It adds up to at least several $100,000. Where did you get the money? Mentioning this, Xiao Xingyu had to answer truthfully. It's a coincidence. I helped a female Imperial Beast Master cure her Imperial Beast's disease. Her name is Qin Yanran. Once she was happy, she recognized me as her godbrother. The money for the fire attribute nutrient was paid by her. Sister, it's not enough to eat. Help me serve another bowl of rice. Sis, you. Xiao Xingyu's movement of burying his head in dry rice suddenly stopped, and he couldn't help but be shaken by the tiger. Sis, don't look at me with such eyes. I'm scared. Xiao Ruoxue was usually gentle and virtuous, and she never treated her brother with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Ruoxue's eyes were as cold as an ice cellar. All right, you Xiao Xingyu. You recognized a sister outside, so where do you put me? You're a real sister. She's just a god sister. The atmosphere is a bit stiff. Xiao Xingyu tries to change the topic. Sis, I'm hungry. Help me serve another bowl of rice. Oh, hungry huh? Let your god sister serve you rice.
Sis.
Don't. I'm not your sister. Your sister's name is Qin Yanran. Xiao Ruoxue throws away her apron and returns to the bedroom and unlocks the door. Jealousy permeates the room. Xiao Xingyu cried and laughed. I just recognized a god sister. Why do I have a sense of guilt for cheating on my wife and being caught in adultery? Chapter 10 Genius Teenager. Shocked Tutor. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Green Dragon Academy, Central Square. The entire school's new students and tutors from all classes gathered here for the annual new students ceremony. With a salute, the ceremony officially began. Xiao Xingyu stood in the crowd and looked up at the main podium. Director of Instruction Lin Song was wearing a smile. Freshman, welcome to Green Dragon Academy. Lin Song, a verbose person, finished introducing the historical background of Qinglong Academy and then began to introduce the previous outstanding graduates. Half an hour had passed. Xiao Xingyu was yawning, relying on his subconscious to clap and applaud with the other freshmen. Lin Song cleared his throat. Ahem. I've finished saying what I need to say. Next, we have our dean, to give a toast to the new students. Just as Lin Song's words fell, a lion's roar that shattered the clouds came from the sky. A mature imperial lady, riding a lion with 2 wings, descended from the sky. Dean Su is here. Worthy of being the nation's #1 beautiful dean, too beautiful. It's said that Dean Su is already over 40 years old, but this is too well maintained. Dean Su is a 7-star Imperial Beast Master. Truly a heroine, my idol. Xiao Xingyu's gaze first landed on the lion Imperial Beast. It was a domineering male lion, comparable in size to a 3-story villa, with purple flames wrapped around its sharp claws. What was even more interesting was that it had a pair of amethyst wings sprouting from its backbone. A lion that could fly, Xiao Xingyu saw it for the first time. Purple flame-winged Lion King. Beast King Body Fire Imperial Beast. Xiao Xingyu read in pieces. His demon gods, I could see through all the information of the Violet Flame-Winged Lion King. The owner of the Violet Flame-Winged Lion King was a ripe beauty with long red hair draped over her shoulders and 3-dimensional features that exuded an exotic flavor. This was the president of the Green Dragon Academy, Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan was clad in a purple Imperial Beast robe, with a 7-star insignia hanging on her chest. This was the symbol of a 7-star Imperial Beast Master. Normally, one can only be promoted to a 7-star Imperial Beast Master if they can cultivate an Imperial Beast at the Beast Emperor body level. The Violet Flame-Winged Lion King is only a Beast King body Imperial Beast, so this woman has other Imperial Beasts. Powerful Imperial Beast Masters with abundant spiritual power wouldn't contract just one Imperial Beast. The strongest royal beasts were often the bottom cards, and would not be summoned unless it was a critical situation. Xiao Xingyu could be certain that the Violet Flame-Winged Lion King was Su Ruyan's 2nd or 3rd Imperial Beast. Su Ruyan's 1st Imperial Beast was bound to be above the Beast Emperor body in rank. Su Ruyan stood on the main podium, looking down on this class of new students. All students, congratulations to you all for entering our Green Dragon Academy. Here, I would like to remind all of you, since you've entered the Green Dragon Academy, no matter if you're the first son of a worldly family or from a humble background, all must abide by the rules of the Green Dragon Academy. In Xiao Xingyu's hand, as well as in the hand of every new student, he was holding the school rules and codes issued by the Academy. Among them, the 8th school rule was particularly eye-catching. The 8th school rule: conflicts between students, regardless of whether they are right or wrong, must be resolved through a ring duel. The loser has to apologize to the winner. This rule seems unfair. After all, it directly negates the meaning of right and wrong, leading to the possibility of bullying in the academy. The crowd was in an uproar as everyone spat. Xiao Xingyu just smiled. He was clear that this seemingly unfair school rule was actually Su Ruyan's good intentions. Freshmen, enjoy your 3-year academy career next. After 3 years, whether you are dragons or worms will depend on whether you study hard or waste your time during these 3 years. Lastly, I wish you all to become high-level Imperial Beast Masters soon. Su Ruyan finished her speech and disappeared at the end of people's line of sight riding the Violet Flame-Winged Lion King. After the new student ceremony ended, all the new students returned to their respective classes. The 3rd class of the 1st year. This was the classroom that Xiao Xingyu was in. Chun Chinian was the homeroom teacher of Class 3. All students, take your seats according to your numbers. Xiao Xingyu's seat was the last row of the classroom by the window. And this position was special, there was only one table. In other words, Xiao Xingyu did not have a table mate. I thought that I would have a school flower desk mate, and I could flirt with girls and pick up chicks after class. That's just it. Strong people are always lonely. Back row by the window, the home of the king. Xiao Xingyu is know how to comfort himself. Student Xiao, how are you? My name is Wu Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu looked sideways to make his first friend. The position Xiao Xingyu was in was the last row by the left window. Wu Xingyu sat in the last row against the right back door. Both of them were at a single-person single table, a bit of a hard-to-see sense of both. Wu student, hello? Classmate Xiao, I've heard all about your glorious deeds. Your initial value of spiritual power is only 2 points lower than the genius monster, senior sister Yi Shuangning. This was the nth time Xiao Xingyu had heard the name Yi Shuangning. Because of the spiritual power initial value, Xiao Xingyu's name was always linked to Yi Shuangning. It's Yi Frost Ning again. I have some impression. She seems to be a student of Qinglong Academy as well, and she's in the 2nd year, she's my schoolmate. Wu Xingyu was a cheerful little fatty, and after chatting with Xiao Xingyu for a while, he became a good friend. Brother Yu, coincidentally. My dormitory is also 312. We are really destined. Not only are we in the same class, but we are also roommates. Xiao Xingyu reminded. Old Wu. Stop it. Director Chun is glaring at us. After the textbooks were handed out, the bell rang for the first class. Chun Chinian stood on the podium. Students, this semester, during the theory class, we have to finish these 13 books. Theory is the foundation of practice. If you want to defeat magical beasts, you need to understand their habits and weaknesses. Everyone turn over the Magical Beasts illustrated book. Let's learn the first chapter first. Xiao Xingyu looked at the thick stack of textbooks on the table. The corners of his lips hooked up if a smile. Chun Chinian spoke slowly from the podium as Xiao Xingyu frantically flipped through the pages. The eye of the demon god came with the ability to forget everything. In less than 3 minutes, Xiao Xingyu had already memorized 13 textbooks backwards and forwards, blending them together. Wu Xingyu was most annoyed with reading books, so he simply passed a note to Xiao Xingyu. The content of the note: Brother Yu, eat in the cafeteria at night, or go outside to rub a meal. My treat. Xiao Xingyu replies to the note. I can't. My sister prepared a box lunch bento for me. Microwave it and you can eat it. You have a sister? I'm so envious. Splat. A chalk head smashed on Wu Shengyu's head. Wu Shengyu. Xiao Xingyu. You two don't listen to the class properly. What notes are you passing? Chun Chinian took out his class teacher's aura and said angrily, You guys are really the worst class of freshmen I've ever brought up. After his anger, Chun Chinian asked a question. Wu Shengyu, you answer this question. What is the weakness of the sky demon lizard? Wu Shengyu stammered for half a day and came up with, It expresses the author's homesickness. The class burst into laughter. Chun Chinian slapped the lectern hard. You little brat. You think you're taking a reading comprehension test in high school language. Punished to stand for 3 lessons. Xiao Xingyu. Why are you laughing? Get up and answer the question. Chun Chinian intended to make an example of his classmates, letting them know the consequences of not listening properly in class. What is the weakness of the sky demon lizard? The venom sac under the abdomen. Chun Chinian froze. You kid can do it. You can still answer correctly without listening to class. Don't be in a hurry to sit down. Go ahead and answer the question. The congealed ice giant crocodile beast. In which area does it usually live? Xiao Xingyu didn't think twice and answered in seconds. The area around Frosty Lake in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the cold pools and waterfalls under the Kunlun Glacier. Chun Chinian was filled with a look of surprise. You kid. Keep listening to the question. If you encounter a devil-devouring, heaven-splitting tiger in the wild, how should you respond? Xiao Xingyu said carelessly. Hold the ID card in your mouth and then find a shade to lie down. Chun Chinian frowned. Why? Because the demon-devouring, heaven-splitting tiger is a beast king body mutant species level magical beast, and only an imperial beast master above the 6-star level would have the power to fight. Us newbies can only die if we encounter a demon-devouring split sky tiger in the wild. That's why I chose to hold my ID card in my mouth, to make it easier for my family to claim my corpse. Finding a place to lie down in the shade of a tree will prevent the corpse from stinking. After Xiao Xingyu finished answering the questions, the class was silent and everyone looked at Chun Chinian on the podium. The corners of Chun Chinian's mouth twitched, and he remained silent for a long time before speaking. This answer, full marks. Xiao Xingyu, the questions I just quizzed you on were all knowledge points from the last few chapters of the textbook. I've only just started talking about the knowledge of the first chapter. Why are you? Xiao Xingyu said flatly. I've already finished learning the contents of all 13 textbooks. What? The first class only lasted 20 minutes. And this dude finished the entire semester? Off the original upper spectrum, ah. This guy is really a genius monster. Xiao Xingyu, a bit familiar. Come to think of it, this dude is the Xiao Xingyu on the hot search. The initial value of spiritual power is only 2 points lower than Yi Shuangning. So far, Xiao Xingyu and Yi Shuangning had never even met. But as long as someone mentioned the name of one, the other would also be mentioned. Chapter 11. Making an exception to enter the library and learning the Imperial Beast battle technique. Class, you will first preview the contents of your books. Xiao Xingyu, come out with me. On the corridor outside the classroom, Chun Chinian and Xiao Xingyu faced each other. Kid, you can do it. It took you less than 20 minutes to finish the entire semester's theory course. Chun Chinian looked Xiao Xingyu up and down with curious eyes, like he was looking at a monster. Xiao Xingyu smiled and bragged. It's all because Director Chun taught me well. Don't bring me along when you brag about being good. I'm now starting to doubt whether I'm qualified to be your teacher. You kid are a genius monster. The 4 words genius monster were the greatest praise for the young generation of Imperial Beast Masters. In the Dragon Kingdom, there was a publicized list called the Genius Monster List. Those who could make it to the list were the best of the young Imperial Beastmasters, with talent that crushed the herd. Xiao Xingyu had reached the 24th place on the Genius Monster List since the national exam. Chun Chini sighed in his heart. Given this kid's talent, I'm afraid the ranking will continue to rise. Director Chun, you called me out alone. What exactly is the matter? You take this card. Chun Chinian shoved a golden card into Xiao Xingyu's hand. The card was engraved with the totem of the Green Dragon's dragon head. This is the borrowing card of the Green Dragon Library. With this card, you can come in and out of the Green Dragon Library as you please for 24 hours a day, while also enjoying the benefit of borrowing books for free. Xiao Xingyu's eyes lit up, and a happy color appeared on his face that had always been unperturbed. Happy, huh? You kid. The corners of your mouth are almost grinning to the back of your head. Thank you, Director Chen. Xiao Xingyu was very grateful to Chun Chinian. This library card meant a lot to him. The 4 great Imperial Beastmaster Academies were equipped with their own libraries. The Green Dragon Academy's Green Dragon Library had a collection of hundreds of thousands of books on cultivating imperial beasts and dealing with magical beasts. Among them, there was a category of books that were the most important, which were called Secret Books of Battle Skills. Most imperial beasts relied on skills to deal with magical beasts. Skills are battle techniques, and some battle techniques are what the imperial beasts are born with, also known as innate battle techniques. For example, the Hell Blast Wolves, Hell Twist, Hell Roar, and some battle skills need to be learned by the imperial beasts later in life. Until today, the imperial beastmaster civilization had developed for 300 years. Under the combined efforts of countless former royal beastmasters, they have compiled one secret book of battle techniques after another with their heart and soul. According to the different attributes and fighting styles of the imperial beasts, the battle techniques were also carefully divided. For example, the Wolf Imperial Beast Battle Skill Codex. The name of this battle skill book was tailor-made for Wolf Imperial Beasts. Another example was the Fire System Battle Technique Record, which at a glance was exclusive to Fire System Imperial Beasts. Chun Chinian urged, "All right, take your library card and go to the library. Director Chun, your class? You've finished a semester's worth of theory in advance. Staying in the classroom is a waste of time. So I'll make an exception and allow it. In the future, you can skip my theory class, and if you want to soak in the library, I have no problem with that." Chun Chinian's words warmed Xiao Xingyu's heart. In this era of the weak and the strong, only geniuses would get special treatment. Chun Chinian hurriedly added, "Right, you can skip the theory class, but the practice class, you can't skip the class, understand?" Xiao Xingyu nodded. Practical classes, for new students, were especially important. After all theories must ultimately be put into practice in order to compete with the foolish magical beasts outside the country. Green Dragon Library. While the other students were still studying the first chapter of the textbook in class, Xiao Xingyu utilized his privilege and entered the Green Dragon Library. What an imposing library, just like an ancient palace. Inside the library, it was opulent. In the center of the hall, there was a thick pillar. The pillar had bookshelves embedded in it, stuffed with all sorts of obscure books. A little bit of Imperial Beast Evolution. A little tip for the 2-star Imperial Beast Master Assessment. 3 minutes. Teaching you how to deal with orc lineage magical beasts. The postpartum care of Sao-type Imperial Beasts. This library's collection of books is so diverse. Hell Blast Wolf with both fire and wind attributes. Xiao Xingyu searched for 2 battle technique secrets from the bookshelf, which happened to be for the fire attribute and wind attribute. Finding a random corner, Xiao Xingyu sat down on the ground and started flipping through the books. The Eye of the Demon God came with an unforgettable vision and a full level of enlightenment. Xiao Xingyu used a minute to finish reading the 2 books. However, if he wanted the Imperial Beast to thoroughly learn the new battle technique and skill it, he still needed to look at the Imperial Beast's own enlightenment talent. Fortunately, Xiao Xingyu had a bottle of Gnosis Enhancement Potion in his system storage. Feeding this bottle of potion to the Hell Blast Wolf would allow the Hell Blast Wolf's enlightenment to increase dramatically. Not only would it be able to learn battle techniques faster, but it would also be able to learn high-level battle techniques over the levels. Time passed. 2 hours passed. Xiao Xingyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath after finishing the 1032nd book. It's almost time for school to end. My sister is probably already waiting for me at the school gate. Xiao Ruoxue didn't let Xiao Xingyu eat in the cafeteria. She would prepare a boxed lunch bento and send it to the school entrance, which was healthier and more nutritious. Before leaving the Green Dragon Library, Xiao Xingyu took a copy of the complete Dark Attribute Battle Skills from the bookshelf. The librarian was a chubby old man with a kind face, no name, but the whole school called him Third Uncle. Third Uncle, I want to borrow this book to read back in my dormitory. Third Uncle had a confused look on his face. Student Xiao, your Imperial Beast is a fire attribute come wind attribute. But you're borrowing a Dark Attribute Battle Technique secret book? Why is that? Xiao Xingyu smiled and prevaricated. I'm just taking a casual look. Uncle San did not pursue the question. Anyway, Xiao Xingyu had a library card in his hand. No matter what book he borrowed, he was compliant. Student Xiao, I've registered it for you. Return the book after 3 days at the latest, yo. Xiao Xingyu said aloud. I'll be able to return the book early tomorrow morning. Leaving the Green Dragon Library, Xiao Xingyu returned to the teaching building. After returning to the classroom and sitting for about 10 minutes, the school bell rang. School is finally over. So hungry. Let's go eat in the cafeteria. I heard that there's a barbecue restaurant at the back door of the academy. Let's go eat barbecue. Sure. To celebrate the start of school. Let's not get drunk tonight. This was the spirit of the first-year students, full of youthful vigor, not yet having received the beating of the devil's training. Chun Chinian tapped the table. Attention everyone. Starting tomorrow afternoon, it's time for the first practical class. Go back and take a good rest. Also let your Imperial Beasts recuperate, and accept the devil's training tomorrow. Chun Chinian exhorted a few words before leaving the classroom. Wu Shangyu was the first to rush over and surrounded Xiao Xingyu, his fleshy little face written with adoration. Brother Yu, I admire you too much. You are simply my idol. On the first day of school, Director Chun made an exception and gave you a library card. And Director Chun also gave you permission to not even have to take theory classes in the future. Wu Shangyu chattered on and on. Xiao Xingyu cried and laughed, secretly thinking in his heart, this dude is a chatty little fatty. Identification is complete. Packing up his book bag, Xiao Xingyu and Wu Shangyu walked out of the school building together. Brother Yu, I'm going to the cafeteria. Aren't you going? I said. My sister is bringing me food. Xiao Xingyu walked straight towards the entrance of the academy. Wu Shangyu watched from afar out of curiosity. College entrance. A silver-haired beauty carried a thermos bag and stood still in the wind. Even if she only wore plain clothes, she could not hide her dusty and stunning face and elegant and gentle temperament. Cease. Xiao Yu. Xiao Xingyu ran over in 3 steps and took the insulated bag in Xiao Ruoshua's hands. Inside the insulated bag was an exquisite boxed lunch. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetarian dish, and an extra dessert. The main focus was nutritional balance. Xiao Xingyu was already a dark horse hanging on the hot search, and Xiao Ruoshua's extreme silver-haired beauty was also very eye-catching. The 2 siblings ushered in the surrounding students' oceanic gazes. That silver-haired beauty is too absolute. It seems like she's Xiao Xingyu's older sister. Why is the older sister silver-haired and the younger brother black-haired? It seems there's no blood relationship. Xiao Xingyu? This kid has strong talent and is still coming out of a small city. Xiao Xingyu ignored the gazes of the crowd and casually found a tree to lean against and began to enjoy his sister's loving dinner. Chapter 12. One of the bottom cards, Dark Attribute Imperial Beast Battle Skills. Sister, your skill in making onion braised tofu and braised chicken nuggets is comparable to that of a 5-star chef. It's simply not enough to eat. In less than 5 minutes, the lunchbox was at the bottom. Not even the vegetable soup or a grain of rice was left. Don't choke. Have a sip of chicken soup. Xiao Ruoxue sat beside Xiao Xingyu and fed her brother chicken soup with a soup spoon. The 2 siblings sat at the entrance of the Green Dragon Academy, ignoring the gazes of the others as they laughed and chatted. Xiao Yu, I realize that there are a lot of beautiful women in your Green Dragon Academy. Is that so? It feels like none of them are as pretty as you, sis. In Xiao Xingyu's eyes, Xiao Ruoxue was the most beautiful. Xiao Ruoxue came to Xiao Xingyu's ear and whispered, You're also 18 years old? You're an adult. It's normal if you fall in love. Sis, what exactly are you trying to say? Sis is trying to say, if you fall in love, Sis is not against it, but Xiao Ruoxue increased her volume to indicate emphasis as her words turned. Don't fall in love with a woman from the Yi family. Xiao Xingyu was confused. Yi family? I don't know any woman surnamed Yi. Xiao Xingyu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Yi family? Isn't that Yi Shuangning the Yi family? I haven't even seen the person's face. I'm not in love. Xiao Ruoxue reiterated. Remember, looking for a girlfriend, you can't look for the Yi family. Why? Yi family robbed our family money? Or steal our family rice? Because… Oops. Let you remember. Don't ask why. Xiao Ruoxue was not convenient to explain, which made Xiao Xingyu even more confused. Sister recently, really more and more wrong. It was already late in the day. Sister, let me send you back. No need, the family apartment is right at the back street of Qinglong Academy. It only takes 10 minutes on foot. Sis, tomorrow I want to eat the steamed sea base you made. No problem. Sis will continue to bring you food tomorrow. From the time Xiao Xingyu stepped into Green Dragon Academy, Xiao Ruoxue was prepared to deliver boxed lunches for her brother for 3 years. In fact, the cafeteria food in Green Dragon Academy wasn't bad. After all, it was one of the 4 major Imperial Beastmaster Academies in the country. However, the cafeteria's pot of rice was not as delicious as the love bento sent by her sister. Seeing Xiao Ruoxue disappear at the end of his line of sight, Xiao Xingyu returned to Green Dragon Academy. Strolling alone on the playground, Xiao Xingyu inadvertently looked up and saw the banner poster on the electronic big screen. The content of the banner: congratulations to second-year genius girl Yi Shuangning, promoted to the youngest 5-star Imperial Beastmaster in history. On the poster was a picture of a blue-haired beauty. The blue-haired beauty's appearance was exquisite, and her features were like a work of art under a sculptor. Even though this was a static poster, the beautiful eyes that were as brilliant as stars carried an aura of being unapproachable. This was an ascetic iceberg beauty that made people not dare to approach while at the same time attempting to delude themselves into conquering it. This is Yi Shuangning ah. Good-looking indeed. It's a pity that these legs don't go pedaling 3 wheels, but not as good as my sister. Chest seems to be also not as big as my sister. In fact, objectively speaking, Yi Shuangning's face value and body in ancient times is also enough to mess up the dynasty of the red face of the scourge. The night was deepening. The playground of Green Dragon Academy was cold and silent. At this time, most of the students had returned to their respective dormitories, and their roommates were chatting and playing games together. On the large playground, only Xiao Xingyu was left alone. Black Striker. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast Heraldry and summoned the Hell Blast Wolf. Oh, keep it down. This is Green Dragon Academy. Don't make noise. We're going to sneak in extra training and amaze everyone. Ouch. Extreme talent wasn't scary. What's scary is that people with extreme talent study and practice even harder than you do. Black Striker. Adjust your breathing and sync your breath in order to learn the blast fireball. Yes, that's the breathing rhythm. Don't subconsciously shake your head. This will reduce the accuracy of the skill. Black Striker was obedient and practiced the new battle skill over and over again as per Xiao Xingyu's instructions. An hour had passed, and Black Striker had some more confidence on his face. Xiao Xingyu's guiding ability, coupled with the effect of the Enlightenment Potion, allowed Black Striker's speed of learning new battle techniques to skyrocket. Hey Feng, take a break. We're starting to learn a new battle technique. This battle technique is one of your bottom cards. Xiao Xingyu took out a secret book of battle techniques from his school bag, the complete book of dark attribute battle skills. At the same time, Xiao Xingyu extracted a dark attribute fusion crystal from the system warehouse and threw it into the mouth of the Hell Blast Wolf. The night was late and quiet. On the playground, one person and one wolf cooperated with each other, practicing battle techniques over and over again. Purple and black residual shadows appeared from time to time on the body of the Hell Blast Wolf. Late at night at 12 o'clock. Only then did Xiao Xingyu return to the 312 dormitory. As soon as he entered, 3 housemates wearing big pants were heckling. Brother Yu, you're back. Wu Shengyu revealed his big white belly and greeted Xiao Xingyu. The other 2 housemates spoke in unison. Welcome home, housemaster. You guys are. Introducing myself, I'm Song Hu from the 3rd year class. Song Hu, close to 2 meters tall, looked as old as a triad's big brother, but on the contrary, he possessed a pair of clear and stupid eyes. I remember, You're the one who sits in the 7th row of the classroom and picks his nose and wipes it under the table. Song, who revealed a shy look. Brother you, don't reveal my shortcomings. The dormitory was a quadruple room. Xiao Xingyu, Wu Xingyu, and Song, who were all from the 3rd-year class. Because Xiao Xingyu sat in the last row, any small movements of the whole class were caught in his eyes. The other roommate, instead of class 3, was from class 2. Hello, brother you. I'm Chun Yasuki from the 2nd class. My dream is to become the strongest auxiliary among the Imperial Beast Masters. Channy Fu, the thinnest person in the entire dormitory, was also wearing a pair of highly myopic glasses. Moreover, judging from the way he was dressed, Channy Fu, like Xiao Xingyu, was from a small city and was poor. Xiao Xingyu glanced at Chun Yifu's dark circles under his eyes and flirted with him with a smile. Classmate Chun, I believe you can become the strongest auxiliary in the national service. But you need to pay attention to your body in the future and reward yourself less secretly. After all, a weak kidney will weaken the spiritual power value. Xiao Xingyu hit the nail on the head. Chun Yifu made a big red face. Brother you are really fiery-eyed. In dormitory 312, the 4 gathered. To celebrate, everyone drank beer together, used chili fries instead of barbecue, and blew awesome chats until the latter part of the night. Wu Xingyu, Xiao Chen, I have a friend who wants to take a step to talk. Chun Yifu, no problem. I'll privately send you a few URLs. Song Hu, Old Wu, you're making a friend out of nothing. I want URLs too. Xiao Xingyu, alas, good-looking skin cannot withstand pornography. Interesting soul suspected of URL violations. Friendship between men often begins with a few alleged violations of the URL. The next day, morning. The schedule of the 3rd class, the morning is all theory classes, and only in the afternoon is the practical class. Xiao Xingyu didn't need a theory class. He took his library card and headed to the Green Dragon Library. Uncle San, good morning. This is the complete dark attribute battle skills that I borrowed yesterday, and I'm returning it to the library now. Uncle San, as the librarian, was incredulous. Student Xiao, this book is thicker than the Xinhua dictionary. In one night, you finished it? Otherwise, if Uncle San knew that Xiao Xingyu could finish thousands of books in one day of soaking in the library, I'm afraid he would be shocked to the point of dislocating his jaw. Xiao Xingyu picked a few books of interest, found a corner seat and sat down, carefully flipping through them. The eye of the demon god opened, and the knowledge in the books poured into Xiao Xingyu's mind like pouring seawater. Just as Xiao Xingyu was immersed in the thrill of absorbing knowledge, an unkind voice broke the silence of the library. The Green Dragon Library is contracted by me today. All males, get lost. Girls, all stay and read with me. Xiao Xingyu looked up. A young man in flashy clothes walked into the library with a flighty and domineering pace. Behind the young man, followed by a group of minions with the same arrogant attitude. In an instant, all the boys in the library fled for their lives and left the library. Only a few shivering girls were left behind, their little faces pale. At this time, a girl wanted to escape, but was grabbed by the young man's hair. Little pretty girl, it's your honor to stay and read with me. How dare you run away? Young Wang, I'm sorry, I don't dare anymore. The girl's face was full of humiliation, crying like a pear. Young Wang, in the corner over there, there's another insensitive brat. Wang Yan's eyes locked onto Xiao Xingyu, and he coldly drank. Say it again. All boys, get out. Chapter 13. Ring Match, Xiao Xingyu versus Wang Yan. Inside the Green Dragon Library, the atmosphere was frozen and a pin could be heard. Many girls huddled in the corners, not even daring to raise their heads. Xiao Xingyu sat in place flipping through books, unperturbed. Young Wang, that kid doesn't know any better. I'll go teach him a lesson. One of the junior brothers beside Wang Yan volunteered to help, walking to Xiao Xingyu with a 6-parent pace. Kid, which class? Xiao Xingyu was silent, too lazy to take care of the stinky fish and shrimp. Hey, who do you think you are? What are you pretending to be deep? Do you know that our Wang Xiao has contracted the entire library today? If you're smart, get lost. Third uncle ran over, tugged on Xiao Xingyu's sleeve, and lowered his voice to whisper. Student Xiao, now is not the time to be a hero, you get out of here. Third uncle, that arrogant pockmarked face, what's his origin? His name is Wang Yan. He is the son of Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng. Xiao Xingyu smiled coldly. So there's a Vice Dean dad. No wonder he's so arrogant. Third uncle kindly reminded. You don't have the background, Don't provoke this guy. Listen to me. Hurry up and leave. Just as third uncle was planning to push Xiao Xingyu out of the library, Wang Yan dodged and blocked in front of Xiao Xingyu. Wang Yan glanced at the school license plate on Xiao Xingyu's chest. Class 3, Xiao Xingyu, right? I just gave you plenty of time to get the hell out of here. Now that you've angered me, you must kneel down and apologize. Xiao Xingyu's expression was flat. On what grounds? On the basis of my father Wang Dongsheng. Goods like Wang Yan would hang on to his old man everywhere he went. Wang Dongsheng was the vice dean of the Green Dragon Academy, with power second only to the dean, Su Ruyan. And the person who was responsible for managing student records was Wang Dongsheng. Like Xiao Xingyu, this kind of poor student with no money and no background, Wang Dongsheng had 100 ways to make Xiao Xingyu roll away. Xiao Xingyu, kneel down and apologize. Wang Yan continued to pressure Xiao Xingyu. Whoosh, it was too late. Kneel your ass. Xiao Xingyu, who was ruthless, suddenly lifted his leg and raised his knee. The knee ruthlessly hit Wang Yan's crotch. Ah! The heart-rending wail resounded through the library's first-floor hall. Young Wang, are you all right? The egg won't be broken. Should we go to the hospital? Xiao Xingyu, you dare to hit me. Looking for death. Teaching building. The third class of the first year. The bell rang for the end of class. Chun Chinian put down his chalk. Everyone, we're going to have a practical class in the afternoon. All prepare in advance and don't be absent when the time comes. Just then, noises came from the corridor. Something happened over at the Green Dragon Library. Brothers, have you heard? Xiao Xingyu from Class 3 and Wang Yan from Class 1 fought. Isn't Wang Yan the son of the vice dean? How dare someone mess with him? Let's go watch the fun. Chun Chinian sighed in his heart. This brat, just the second day of enrollment, and he's causing me trouble. The entrance to the Green Dragon Library. Xiao Xingyu was surrounded by a group of people. Wang Yan covered his crotch, his eyes filled with blood, and yelled in a low voice, "Together, break this brat's legs." The onlookers were getting more and more, getting high on melon seeds while watching the spectacle. Just at the moment when the atmosphere was at a sword's edge, a clear and cold voice rang out. Brawling and fighting in the academy. Are you not putting the school rules in your eyes? The dean is here. A mature and gorgeous red-haired imperial sister appeared in the crowd, and it was none other than Su Ruyan, the dean of Green Dragon Academy. The arrogance on Wang Yan's face weakened by a few points, and he said in a lowly manner, "Dean Su." Su Ruyan glared at Wang Yan. As the son of the vice dean, you should set an example and abide by the school rules. And yet you're here fighting and brawling, what a shame! Wang Yan scorned Su Ruyan and hurriedly shrugged it off. Dean Su, this is not on me. It was Xiao Xingyu who kicked me in the crotch first and I fought back. Everyone's eyes focused on Xiao Xingyu. Su Ruyan noticed Xiao Xingyu as a person for the first time and asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Xingyu did not change his face and told everything that happened in the Green Dragon Library truthfully. So that's how it is. This Wang Yan is too arrogant. Just because he's the son of the vice dean, he dares to bully female students like that. Student Xiao, I support you. This matter of Wang Yan was unjustified, and Xiao Xingyu was supported by his classmates. Chun Chinian also rushed over. Dean Su, I've looked for the librarian to understand what happened. It was indeed student Wang Yan who violated the school rules first. Su Ruyan glanced at Chun Chinian and said indifferently, "Director Chun, are you favoring your student?" I didn't. When fighting and brawling on school grounds, those involved are punished and have to apologize to each other. Wang Yan suddenly hardened. Making me apologize to Xiao Xingyu?
Impossible.
Su Ruyan looked at Xiao Xingyu. What about you? I won't apologize to a dog. Wang Yan was enraged. Xiao Xingyu, who the hell are you calling a dog? Xiao Xingyu raised an eyebrow and laughed. Why are you in a hurry to be right? The conflict between the two had reached an irreconcilable point. Su Ruyan made a ruling. Since neither of you are willing to apologize, it will be handled according to Article 8 of the school rules. Article 8 of the school rules. Conflicts between students, regardless of whether they are right or wrong, shall be resolved through a ring duel. The loser must apologize to the winner. This is one of the rules in the school rules and regulations that students complain about the most. Because from the literal meaning of this rule, there is nothing fair about it. Take, for example, this conflict between Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan. Everyone was in favor of Xiao Xingyu, which meant that Xiao Xingyu had done nothing wrong. The one who did wrong was clearly Wang Yan. However, if dealt with according to the 8th school rule, if Xiao Xingyu lost to Wang Yan in the ring duel, he would have to unconditionally apologize to Wang Yan as a way to end this conflict. This 8th school rule is really inhumane. It's obvious that Wang Yan was wrong. So why is it necessary to judge who apologizes through a ring duel? I heard that the royal beast that Wang Yan contracted is a legendary quality bloodline 6-clawed split leopard. This round, it's hard for Xiao Xingyu to win. 15 minutes later, behind the teaching building of Green Dragon Academy, the ring square. This field was a ring that was specifically used to hold various Imperial Beast Master competitions. If any student broke the 8th school rule, it would also be settled in this ring. Around the ring, there was a sea of people. Xiao Xingyu was the genius dark horse hanging on the hot seat. Wang Yan was the son of Vice Dean Wang Dongxing. Just with these two people's identities, the attention of this ring duel had been drawn full. The entire school came to watch, bringing their own snacks. Su Ruyan sat high up on the bleachers, overlooking everything. Battle preparation area. Chun Chinian patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder and spoke at length. Student Xiao, Wang Yan's contracted beast has a higher bloodline quality than the Hell Blast Wolf. If you lose, it's within reason. Don't be discouraged. Xiao Xingyu asked back, Director Chun, why do you think I will lose? Because of the bloodline quality gap. I made it very clear. Director Chun, within 3 minutes, I will win this ring match. Where did you get the confidence from? Kid. Chapter 14 Genius Duel. Hell Blast Wolf Highlight Moment. Xiao Xingyu is so handsome. What's the point of being handsome this time? He's definitely going to be beaten up by Wang Yan. Wang Yan's royal beast is the royal beast that his dad, the vice dean, personally chose for him. That's right, the 6-clawed rift leopard is a legendary quality bloodline. It's rumored that Vice Dean Wang spent a lot of money and had several layers of connections to get this imperial beast. Before the start of the ring match, there was constant discussion in the viewing gallery. In terms of right and wrong, everyone was in favor of Xiao Xingyu. But if it was only about winning or losing this match, everyone favored Wang Yan as the final winner. The referee announced, both sides please enter the arena. Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan stepped onto the ring at the same time and stared at each other across the air. Adhering to the principle of friendship first, competition second, the two had to shake hands with each other before the match. Taking the opportunity to shake hands, Wang Yan lowered his volume. Xiao Xingyu, I'm going to let you know what happens when you go against me. This time in the ring, I'm not only going to win you, I'm also going to waste your imperial beast, so that you won't have a foothold in the Green Dragon Academy. On Wang Yan's face, confidence and arrogance were written all over, not putting Xiao Xingyu as his opponent in his eyes. Xiao Xingyu revealed a harmless human-animal smile. Student Wang, does your crotch still hurt? It was fine if he didn't mention this, but when Xiao Xingyu mentioned it, Wang Yan once again felt a vague pain inside his crotch. In the library, Xiao Xingyu raised his knee and hit Wang Yan's crotch, but he had used enough force. Xiao Xingyu, it'll be fun to see you apologize to me when you lose later. Mr. Wang, the way you pee with a forked tongue later on must be beautiful as well. Wang Yan was furious, so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The referee spoke. Both sides are 10 meters apart. Summon their respective royal beasts. The two pulled apart. Wang Yan was the first to summon his royal beast. The spell formation opened and a cheetah with wind blades wrapped around its body appeared in the ring. The cheetah had a huge body, and its 2 fangs were like sharp long swords hanging upside down from the side of its mouth. Unlike normal leopard-type imperial beasts, this cheetah unexpectedly possessed 6 sharp claws. This was the 6-clawed rift leopard, the first imperial beast contracted by Wang Yan. On the large electronic screen, the basic data of the 6-clawed rift leopard was typed out. Name: 6-clawed rift leopard. Rank: Initial body first order. Bloodline: Legendary quality. Talent: Shen Ice Freeze. Any attack adds a certain amount of freezing damage, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 30%. Skill: hits the enemy and increases its own movement speed and attack speed by 20%. Attribute: Ice, Wind. On the viewing gallery, the students of Year 1 Class 3 were sitting together. Song Hu and Wu Xingyu, both Xiao Xingyu's roommates, both of them sweated for their good brother. Old Wu, although this 6-clawed rift leopard doesn't have ice in its name, it's an ice attribute imperial beast. Yeah, in terms of attribute restraints, ice overrides fire. Moreover, the six-clawed Rift Leopard's bloodline quality is legendary, one level higher than the Hell Blast Wolf's epic bloodline. Brother Yu is at an absolute disadvantage in this duel. Theoretically, it's hard to win. Xiao Xingyu activated the Imperial Beast coat of arms and summoned the Hell Blast Wolf. As soon as the Hell Blast Wolf appeared on the stage, it drew cheers from the audience. Holy! What a domineering wolf-type Imperial Beast! In terms of face value, the Hell Gale Wolf wins. The black flames on its body are the hellfire that can deal real damage to enemies. Right? The Hell Blizzard Wolf, covered in black flames, with its limbs wrapped in hell chains, tilted its head and roared, domineering and handsome. On the large electronic screen, the data information of the Hell Blast Wolf was also typed out. Name, Hell Gale Wolf. Rank, Initial Body First Order. Bloodline, Epic Quality. Talent, Hellfire ignores any armor, inflicts real damage on enemies. Attribute, Fire, Wind. The data panels of the two Imperial Beasts were placed together, making it easy to compare them. Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan were both freshmen who had just enrolled in school, and both were one-star Royal Beast Masters. So the grades of the two Royal Beasts were both at the initial grade First Order. However, other than being of the same rank, the other aspects of the Hell Blast Wolf had no advantage to speak of. In terms of bloodline quality, the legendary bloodline was higher than the epic bloodline. In terms of attribute restraints, the wind attribute hedged and ignored, and the ice attribute restrained the fire attribute. Before the battle, if one were to place a bet, no one would bet on Xiao Xingyu to win. The referee glanced at Su Ruyan, who was sitting on the high platform watching the battle. Su Ruyan nodded her head. The referee loudly announced, "Duel! Begin!" The big battle was about to start. Wang Yan showed no mercy and intended to take the lead. Ice Flame, go! On the side of the ring, on the commentary stage, a middle-aged man wearing glasses held a microphone in his hand. "Hello, students and teachers. I am the commentary host for this ring match, Yang Su. The duel has begun, and student Wang Yan took the lead. And in the first round, he made the six-clawed Rift Leopard unleash the killing move Ice Rift Tearing Claw. It seems like Wang Yan is determined to win this match. The six-clawed Rift Leopard leapt high into the air, six claw strikes wrapped in a cold and murderous aura locking onto the Hell Blast Wolf. Black Striker, Snakeskin Walk. Time flew by under the intense battle. After a minute passed, the two Imperial Beasts exchanged more than 18 rounds. The shoulders, back, and hind limbs of the Hell Blizzard Wolf had different degrees of frostbite, and the left side of its face was shrouded in a layer of ice crystals. Yang Su held the microphone. His voice was filled with helplessness. Alas, this is a tribute restraint. Ice overrides fire. The six-clawed Rift Leopard's talent, Arcane Ice Freeze, can effectively curb the Hell Blast Wolf's talent, Hellfire. In full view of everyone, the black flames on the Hell Blizzard Wolf's body had obviously dimmed a lot. The six-clawed Rift Leopard's face was filled with arrogance and hubris just like its master. The battle continues. The six-clawed Rift Leopard struck a set of 13 consecutive strikes. The Hell Blast Wolf is at a disadvantage. Yang Su frowned, puzzled. Actually, I'm a bit confused. Why is student Xiao Xingyu unwilling to try a fighting-style counterattack? On the viewing gallery, the students of the third class were all on tenterhooks for Xiao Xingyu. Wu Shangyu had a worried face. Director Chun, does you still have a chance to win? Chun Chinian stroked the stubble near his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Theoretically, Xiao Xingyu can only attempt a life-fighting counterattack to have a slight chance. But as you all can see, from the start of the duel, Xiao Xingyu has been on the defensive, never allowing Hell Blast Wolf to attempt a counterattack. At this rate, the match will be decided in a minute at most. Chun Chinian was experienced, and there was no difference between the situation on the field and what he had analyzed. After another minute, the Hell Blast Wolf retreated back and forth with a pained expression. Its left front limb, completely frozen, couldn't even lift it. Yang Su couldn't help but sigh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is bloodline suppression and attribute restraint. This duel is close to dividing the winner. It's only natural for student Xiao Xingyu to lose, after all. Wait, student Xiao Xingyu seems to be preparing a counterattack. Yang Su noticed a sea change in Xiao Xingyu's eyes. Wang Yan hadn't realized the severity of the problem yet. Xiao Xingyu, I'm going to abolish your royal beast. Ice Flame. Release Cold Sky Break. Cold Skybreak was the six-clawed rift leopard's necessary killing technique. Hearing its master's order, the six-clawed rift leopard built up its strength and spewed a huge ice ball from its mouth. The ice ball slashed through mid-air and came crashing towards the Hell Blast Wolf. Xiao Xingyu suddenly shouted, "Black Striker! Shadow Dive!" In the ring, the Hell Blast Wolf let out a roar as its body transformed into a purple-black mist and dived into the ground. On the floor, only a dark shadow was left behind. Yang Su was shocked. Dark attribute? There is a third attribute on the Hell Blast Wolf, the dark attribute. On the viewing gallery, all the teachers and students stood up. Amazement and consternation spread on everyone's face. Unbelievable. So the Hell Blast Wolf is a 3-attribute Imperial Beast. Chapter 15, The Claws of Silence. Skill to amaze the four. The spectator seats were abuzz with voices. A 3-attribute Imperial Beast. This is too rare. This guy Xiao Xingyu. He's really hiding something deep. Look at Wang Yan's face. It's worse than eating a fly. When the Hell Blast Wolf displayed its third attribute, it shocked the entire audience. Dark Shadow Sneak, a stance-type dark attribute battle skill. The Hell Blizzard Wolf transformed into a shadow and dived into the ground, easily dodging the six-clawed rift leopard's sure kill technique, Cold Icebreak. Wang Yan's face turned green in shock. Damn it! It's actually a dark attribute battle skill. How the hell did this guy do it? Chun Chinian stood in the corner of the viewing gallery, silently focusing on everything as his eyes gathered on Xiao Xingyu. Back when the national examination was held, according to the data fed back from the beast measuring instrument. On the Hell Blast Wolf, there are indeed only 2 attributes, fire and wind. This means that the dark attribute was awakened after the national grand examination. Xiao Xingyu, you are truly a genius Imperial Beast Master that people can't see through. Bloodline, level, and attributes. These data could only determine the lower limit of a royal beast. What could truly determine the upper limit of a royal beast was the talent of the royal beast master. In just a week, under Xiao Xingyu's cultivation, the Hellgale Wolf had awakened its third attribute, and it was the extremely rare dark attribute. Even Dean Su Ruyan, who was sitting on the high platform watching the battle, had to give Xiao Xingyu a high look. Dark attribute, somewhat interesting. This kid. Not simple Su Ruyan rarely made such a high evaluation of a freshman who had just enrolled in school. After dodging the six-clawed rift leopard's sure kill technique, the Hell Blizzard Wolf rushed out of the ground, its body in a state of darkness, hidden in the gusty wind. Xiao Xingyu, do you think that your Imperial Beast Awakening's third attribute will be able to counteract the bloodline suppression? Delusional. Ice Flame go. The entire school was watching. Whoever lost this match would be disgraced. As the son of the vice dean, Wang Yan couldn't accept losing to a small person without a powerful background. The six-clawed rift leopard once again launched a continuous attack. Commentary stage. Yang Su directly got up and stood on the stage, holding the microphone tightly, impassioned. Audience. This battle has entered a white-hot state. Although the six-clawed rift leopard's talent, Arcane Ice Freeze, it can slow down when the skill hits the enemy. But if the skill fails to hit, the slowing effect cannot be triggered. In the ring, the six-clawed rift leopard fell into a frenzy, continuously releasing various skills. The Hell Blast Wolf's body, transformed into a purple-black shadow, scurried around, and all of the six-clawed rift leopard's skills fell short. The eye of the demon god opened. The depths of Xiao Xingyu's pupils lit up with a wise essence. Black Striker right now? During the vacuum period after the six-clawed rift leopard finished releasing its skills, Xiao Xingyu made a precise judgment. Ow! The Hell Blizzard Wolf dived into the ground in its shadow form, and in the blink of an eye, drilled out from behind the six-clawed rift leopard. Miso, accompanied by an ear-piercing wind-breaking sound. The sharp wolf claws struck the six-clawed rift leopard's back. The six-clawed rift leopard let out a wail of pain, while on top of its head, a purple-black wolf claw mark emerged. Wang Yan shouted anxiously, "Ice Flame! Release! Cold Icebreak! Counterattack! Idiot! I told you to counterattack. What are you waiting for?" From the situation, the six-clawed rift leopard did have a chance to counterattack, but it froze stupidly in place, looking at a loss for words. On the observation seat, Chun Chinian's pupils quaked. Claws of silence? Yang Su exclaimed, "Spectators, this moment is enough to go down in the history books of Qinglong Academy. Hell Blast Wolf has unleashed the dark attribute battle skill. Claws of silence. On the large electronic screen, a string of information was typed out. Claws of silence. A dark attribute battle skill that, upon hitting the enemy, causes a continuous 3-second silencing effect on the enemy, unable to release any skills within 3 seconds. At this moment, the 6-clawed Rift Leopard was in a state of silence, unable to release any skills within 3 seconds. When the 3 seconds of silence was about to end, Hellgale Wolf released the Claws of Silence again. The 6-clawed Rift Leopard screamed in agony, and the soon-to-be disappearing wolf claw mark on the top of its head once again returned to clarity. In the viewing gallery, everyone stood up and covered their faces in shock. 3 seconds and 3 seconds, silence and silence again. Xiao Xingyu is awesome, directly making the 6-clawed Rift Leopard penalized in place to take a beating. Claws of Silence is clearly a battle technique that can only be learned by mature body dark attribute Imperial beasts. The Hellblast Wolf is currently only an initial body, so why can it learn battle techniques over the levels? On the commentary stage, Yang Su was excited and shouted, "It seems that our Green Dragon Academy has ushered in another monster among geniuses. Ice Flame, release the skill, don't freeze." Seeing that his royal beast had been in a state of being beaten, Wang Yan's heart was burning with anxiety. The Hellblast Wolf continuously released Claws of Silence, causing 3 seconds and then 3 seconds of continuous silence on the 6-clawed Rift Leopard. At this time, the 6-clawed Rift Leopard was continuously retreating. Its nose was bruised and swollen, and its hind limbs had already touched the edge of the ring, only a few centimeters away from defeat. Use a must-kill technique. Quickly use a must-kill technique. Wang Yan yelled with all his strength. The 6-clawed Rift Leopard looked at Wang Yan with a bitter afterglow, as if saying, "Master, I can't do it." Being in a silent state, the 6-clawed Rift Leopard couldn't use any skills and could only stand upright to be punched. Black Striker, end the battle. Hearing Xiao Xingyu's command, the Hellblast Wolf's body rekindled the black hellfire. Roar, Hell Roar. This was the Hell Blizzard Wolf's sure fire technique, its mouth spewing out a thick pillar of black fire that ran through the 6-clawed Rift Leopard's body. After the explosion, smoke rolled around the ring. The guardrail at the edge of the ring was shattered. The charred 6-clawed Rift Leopard lay on the lawn under the ring, foaming at the mouth, its 6 limbs twitching. The referee stepped forward and raised Xiao Xingyu's hand. This ring match. Winner, Xiao Xingyu. The entire arena was silent at first, and then eardrum-shattering cheers rang out. Yang Su threw away his headphones and raised the microphone to the sky. The duel is over. Student Xiao Xingyu has won. Applause, flowers, cheers, adoration. Xiao Xingyu was in the middle of it all, and on his handsome face, he still had a favored expression. It was as if taking this victory was just a basic operation. "Great, brother, you won." On the viewing gallery, the students of the 3rd-year class gathered together and cheered. Song Hu and Wu Xingyu hooked shoulders, feeling proud and honored for the dormitory 312's housemaster. Chun Chinian gazed at Xiao Xingyu's back from afar, in a trance. This little guy, and that man's back, really resemble each other. Wang Yan knelt on the ring. His eyes were lifeless, and he had yet to come out from the emotions of defeat. Su Ruyan's voice came. "According to the school rules, it's time to apologize and end this farce. According to the 8th school rule, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, the losing side of the ring match had to apologize to the winning side." At this moment, this school rule, which had been criticized for many years, seemed to have become much smoother. Wang Yan raised his head and looked around as a strong sense of humiliation surged through his heart. The crowd's group mocking and sighing, the tutor sighing and shaking his head, the dean's indifference and dislike. Finally, Wang Yan looked towards Xiao Xingyu, his twisted face gradually holding in red. After holding it for half a day, Wang Yan spat out a few words with difficulty. "Student Xiao, I'm sorry." This seemingly simple apology made Wang Yan lose all his dignity. People's jeers were the footprints that trampled on his dignity. Without a doubt, after this battle, Wang Yan was the biggest clown in the whole school, reduced to a joke for students to talk about after dinner. Chapter 16. Beautiful Dean's Appreciation. Obtaining a spatial ring. That Wang Yan, so arrogant before the start of the battle, but now he's still obediently apologizing to Xiao Xingyu. Hee. This guy's skills are inferior to others. His loss is not unfair. There's one thing to say, Xiao Xingyu is really powerful. Yeah. Not only did his Imperial Beast awaken the 3rd attribute, But he was also able to learn battle techniques over the levels. Admirable. Xiao Xingyu became the biggest winner of this ring match. His classmates touted and worshipped him, and his mentors held him in high regard. Xiao Xingyu. Su Ruyan came in front of Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu slightly owed his body and was not overbearing. Dean Su, come with me to the office. Yes. Xiao Xingyu followed behind Su Ruyan's ass and left the sight of the crowd. Breaking news. Dean Su has approached Xiao Xingyu alone to talk. Just based on Xiao Xingyu's performance just now, if I were the dean, I would also pay special attention to this genius. The vice dean's son is of no use. In front of absolute talent, connections are useless. Wang Yan was at the center of public opinion, and his anger almost burned through his sanity. He knelt on the ring. His nails dug hard into the cracks of the ground. Xiao Xingyu, the humiliation you made me suffer today, I want you to return it 100 times over. After muttering to himself, Wang Yan climbed up and left in ashes. Green Dragon Academy, Dean's office. This was the Dean's office after all, and it was luxuriously decorated, just like the interior of a villa. Student Xiao, have a seat. Xiao Xingyu sat on the sofa and subconsciously opened the eye of the demon god. Good fellow. The leather cover of this sofa is actually made from the beast skin of the Beast King body magical beast 7-pupil silver snake. This beautiful Dean's office, it's really luxurious. Su Ruyan personally poured a cup of tea for Xiao Xingyu. Thank you, Dean Su. Other than Yi Shuangning, you're the second student to make me personally pour tea for you. Xiao Xingyu couldn't hold back. Dean Su, can you not mention Yi Shuangning? Su Ruyan smiled charmingly. Listening to your sultry tone, could it be that she's your ex-girlfriend? The tea Xiao Xingyu had just drank into his mouth sprayed out before he could swallow. The tea wet Su Ruyan's chest. I'm sorry, Dean Su. I didn't mean to. I'll wipe it for you. Su Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, What are you doing to my chest? Are you deliberately taking advantage? I'm just helping you wipe the tea stains clean. Don't misunderstand. Also, Yi Shuangning is not my ex-girlfriend. It's just that people are always comparing me to her and it's a bit annoying. Su Ruyan folded her legs and her voice was clear and cold. Yi Shuangning is the face of our Green Dragon Academy, and the most talented student ever in Green Dragon Academy. Your initial spiritual energy value, which is only 2 points lower than Yi Shuangning, will of course cause everyone to discuss it. Xiao Xingyu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He couldn't control everyone's discussion. In the ring match just now, your performance was very good. And you just enrolled in school for 2 days and you were able to activate the third attribute of the Imperial Beast. So it's obvious that you're an extremely talented seedling. Su Ruyan was only appreciating Xiao Xingyu at first, but suddenly her words changed. What do you think about the 8th school rule? Xiao Xingyu smiled and replied, On the surface, this school rule is unfair, and is prone to trigger similar conflict contradictions between Wang Yan and me. That is to say, you see the inside in addition to the surface? Actually, the meaning of the existence of this school rule is to hone the minds of the students. Su Ruyan's eyes lit up. Be specific. Green Dragon Academy is only the starting point for us new students. Our end point is the battlefield. On the battlefield, there is no fairness to speak of. Those heartless magical beasts will even less talk to you about right and wrong. Only strength is the hard truth. After Xiao Xingyu finished these words, Su Ruyan's eyes produced a subtle change. You kid is young, yet you possess a mind that far exceeds that of your peers, so mature that it scares people. Dean Su, you are a 7-star Imperial Beast Master. Would you be afraid of a 1-star budgie like me? Xiao Xingyu smiled and asked rhetorically. Su Ruyan rolled her eyes. Hehe, the tone of your speech with me. Actually not big or small. The 8th school rule was written by Su Ruyan herself. The school rule did seem unfair. However, it was for the purpose of honing the temper and character of the new students, so that the new students would mature and know that strength is the king. After all, on the battlefield, there was no such thing as fairness. Only those with a hard enough fist could be reasonable. For example, in this ring match, the winning party, Xiao Xingyu, was the greatest reasoning. And the losing party, Wang Yan, was the biggest clown. For the sake of your good talent, I'll give you something. Su Ruyan took out a ring from the drawer. The ring's finger ring was like a coiled dragon, and the lines on it were like a piece of dragon scale that was lifelike. This is a space ring. Xiao Xingyu's face showed excitement. A spatial ring was a kind of storage equipment created with high-tech technology. Imperial Beast Masters needed to carry food and supplements related to Imperial Beasts, as well as magical beast cores captured on the battlefield and so on all year round. These things were heavy and varied, and the country invented the space ring to make it easier to carry these things. The space ring that Su Ruyan gave to Xiao Xingyu was of medium quality, with a storage space roughly equal to a factory warehouse. Xiao Xingyu was currently only a 1-star Imperial Beast Master, and not too many valuable treasures would appear on his body, so this amount of space was enough for him. Thank you, Dean Su. No need to be polite. This is what you deserve. Su Ruyan got up, raised her right hand, and patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. 3 days from now, it will be the freshman ranking match. I'm curious as to what kind of results you'll achieve. The freshman ranking match was an event that the 4 major academies would organize every year. The audience for this tournament was the freshmen who had just enrolled in school. The purpose of organizing this tournament was to break down the talent levels of the freshmen and teach them according to their talents. This year, there were a total of 600 new students entering Green Dragon Academy. Wang Yan's kind of goods, talent is not superior, the initial spiritual value is only 850. All rely on his father to get him the legendary Bloodline Imperial Beast can be arrogant and domineering. The truly talented and powerful are the young generation from the 4 great royal Beastmaster families. Last year, the champion of the Green Dragon Academy freshman ranking competition was Yi Shuangning from the Yi family, one of the 4 great families. Xiao Xingyu held a form in his hand after leaving the dean's office. The form contained the identity information of the freshmen of this session. It seems like there are still quite a few talented and strong people in this class of freshmen. They're just very low-key. The stronger the competitors, the more excited I am instead. Starting to look forward to the freshman ranking match in 3 days. After the morning's farce, lunchtime arrived. Xiao Xingyu came to the entrance of the school and did not see Xiao Ruoxue. The cell phone rang. Hey, sis, didn't you come to bring me lunch? Xiao Yu, the power is out in the family apartment. It won't come on until the afternoon. You can eat whatever you want first. I'll bring you dinner again.
Okay, sis.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyu covered his hungry stomach and sighed. I won't be able to eat my sister's cooking at noon today. If I go to the cafeteria, I guess there are only leftovers now. I'd better go off campus to eat. Xiao Xingyu arrived at the back door of Qinglong Academy, where there was a snack street. Pick cassoulet rice or Lanzhou ramen? Shaxian snacks are also good. I've decided, eat spicy hot pot. Chapter 17 Picking up a superb lowly girl for nothing. Xiao Xingyu was just about to walk into the hot and spicy restaurant when the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Thief, don't go. Xiao Xingyu subconsciously turned back, and a soft and delicate body slammed straight into his arms. Ouch! A glutinous and chirpy cry came out from Xiao Xingyu's arms. Little sister, are you all right? Xiao Xingyu fixed his eyes, and in his arms was a double ponytailed lowly wearing a JK uniform. This young girl was about 15 years old, possessing a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, and slightly baby fat, making Xiao Xingyu unable to resist wanting to pinch it twice. Big brother, I am fine. The young girl's voice was slurred, as she was still holding an uneaten barbecued pork bun in her mouth. At this time, a middle-aged man chased after her, panting. From the way he was dressed, he was clearly the owner of the Baozi store. Little girl, you're so young. You actually stole something. Didn't your adult at home teach you that you have to pay for the buns? Boss, sorry. Xiao Xingyu opened his wallet. Boss, I'll pay for this bun for her. The boss looked at Xiao Xingyu, mistaking him for the lowly girl's brother, and couldn't help but spit out a couple sentences. Young man, usually take good care of your sister. So young to steal buns. When you grow up you can steal the treasury, and when you're old you can steal nuclear weapons. Ah, this steal nuclear weapons? Not so much, Xiao Xingyu explained with a bitter smile. And she's not my sister. The boss didn't bother to continue the nonsense, jerking away the bills in Xiao Xingyu's hand and turning to leave. At this time, the lowly girl raised her head and stared at Xiao Xingyu with a pair of clear and with a hint of petulant eyes, her mouth broken. I used to have only one sister. Now that I picked up a brother, I have a brother. Xiao Xingyu then formally surveyed the young girl in front of him. Height 162 or so, double ponytail, sweet and cute looks, JK uniform with white stockings. This is the perfect ideal girlfriend that any lowly controller cannot refuse. But Xiao Xingyu is not interested, because he likes imperial sisters or mature women's wives, and his bones come with the attribute of Chow thief. Little sister, remember to bring money when you go out in the future. Xiao Xingyu reminded. Gulp gulp. The young girl's stomach began to growl. Not full. The young girl nodded her head. Xiao Xingyu thought for a moment and asked, Do you want to eat spicy hot pot? The young girl's face was dumbfounded. Her eyes reflecting the starlight were filled with curiosity. What is spicy hot? Xiao Xingyu made his judgment. Identification complete. This is a rich girl who escaped from her family. In this era, only a rich girl from a big family could even know about spicy hot pot. After all, she only ate mountains and seas every day. 5 minutes later. Both of you, your meal is ready. 1 slightly spicy, 1 medium spicy. Please enjoy. The young girl picked up her chopsticks and wolfed down her food, tears spilling out of her eyes. Oh my God. This is too delicious. Big brother. This is the best food I've ever eaten. Thank you. Xiao Xingyu smiled and shook his head, muttering in a low voice. It's just a bowl of spicy hot pot for $6. Is it so delicious that you're crying? Hiccup. The young girl choked. Xiao Xingyu. Boss. A bottle of AD calcium milk. After eating and drinking her fill, the young girl had the 4 words unfulfilled written on her face. Big brother, what's your name? Tell me your name first. My name is Yi Shimeng. Not a bad name, you are indeed very Mo. Mo, a trait of an extreme lowly. Yi Shimeng's gaze fell on Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast robe. Green Dragon pattern. Big brother, are you a student of Green Dragon Academy? Xiao Xingyu nodded his head. Yi Shimeng was thrilled and exclaimed, Too coincidental. My sister is also a student of the Green Dragon Academy. Big brother, what grade are you in? Freshman. Then my sister is a schoolmate 1 grade older than you. You must have heard of her. Xiao Xingyu bit the straw of his chilled Coke and looked out the window. He was not interested in what Yi Shimeng said. My sister's name is Yi Shuangning. What the hell? Big brother, my sister is not a thing. Xiao Xingyu once again looked at the lowly girl in front of him. Because he had seen Yi Shuangning's poster before, with such a comparison, Yi Shimeng looked like a Q version of Yi Shuangning. Yi Shuangning was 19 years old and Yi Shimeng was 15 years old. The 2 sisters looked alike, but one was an iceberg royalty and the other was a nerdy lowly. Next, Yi Shimeng chattered on, telling her story. Xiao Xingyu then learned that Yi Shimeng had sneaked out from the Yi family. In fact, Yi Shimeng and Yi Shuangning were the same. Both sisters were gifted. Yi Shimeng was only 15 years old and had already made an exception to take the national examination. Her initial spiritual energy value was as high as 1008. It was important to know that for every national grand examination, there were no more than 100 talented monsters whose initial spiritual power value could break the 1000 mark. Moreover, the first imperial beast contracted by Yi Shimeng, the Bone-Blade Evil Eye Cat, had a bloodline of legendary quality. Theoretically, Yi Shimeng could make an exception and be accepted by the 4 major academies. Why did you run out alone? Why does your family disagree with you entering the Imperial Beast Academy to cultivate? These 2 questions from Xiao Xingyu evoked Yi Shimeng's sadness. Yi Shimeng rested her hands on her cheeks, her voice dripping with resentment and bitterness. Big brother, when I was 6 years old, I was almost eaten by a beast emperor body magical beast. After that, I had a psychological shadow, and whenever I saw any magical beast, I would faint in fear. Saying this, Yi Shimeng's face flushed red, obviously shy. You won't laugh at me, right? Xiao Xingyu shook his head. I won't laugh at you. It's just your biological instinct. But I can also understand your family, because of this mental barrier of yours. No matter how talented you are, it's impossible for you to become a true Imperial Beast Master. This is the reason why your family doesn't agree with you entering the Imperial Beast Academy to cultivate. Yi Shimeng hung her head low, her 2 double ponytails drooping, her expression despondent. Just because of this psychological barrier, Yi Shimeng was grounded by her family and could only stay within the family to be married off, waiting for her age to arrive to marry a dignitary of the same status. But I also want to be like my elder sister and become a dignified Imperial Beast Master. You'll faint at the sight of a magical beast. And with these few pounds of meat, it's not enough to stuff your teeth for a magical beast. Yi Shimeng was once again struck down. Pouting her lips and holding back her tears was the last of her stubbornness. Big brother, do you have a way to help me cure my mental disorder disease? Hehe, I'm not a miracle doctor. Xiao Xingyu said this on his lips, but secretly opened the eye of the demon god. The eye of the demon god could not only see through the attribute panels of magical beasts and imperial beasts, but it could also gain insight into all information about humans. Disease. Mental shadow disorder. Manifestation: seeing any magical beasts will make the heart beat faster and fall into a fainting spell. Medicinal treatment. Angelica, Kasha, Rhodila solution, Anserine. Psychological treatment method. Suffer a major stimulus to fight poison with poison. Alright, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot and AD calcium milk for you. You go home. I guess your family is waiting anxiously. Xiao Xingyu urged Yi Shimeng to leave. Yi Shimeng was the daughter of the Yi family. Xiao Xingyu did not want to get involved with such a big family with a strong background. This was because it was uncertain whether it was an enemy or a friend. Before growing into a top-level Imperial Beastmaster, Xiao Xingyu always remained cautious and vigilant. Big brother, help me. I don't know my way around here. I snuck out and I don't dare to go to my sister. If my sister finds me, she'll definitely call Dad and get someone to escort me back. Xiao Xingyu didn't want to wade through the muddy waters. Yi Shimeng, we're not familiar. Find someone else to help. Big brother, I'll give you all my possessions. Please help me. Yi Shimeng handed Xiao Xingyu her pink backpack. The zipper of the backpack opened and it was full of valuable heavenly treasures. Fire spirit toad bead, medicinal jade flesh ganoderma, top-grade imperial beast cultivation fluid. Xiao Xingyu's eyes stared like copper bells. A big family deserves to be a big family. You're a little kid, going out and bringing so many heavenly treasures with you. These were the top materials needed to cultivate imperial beasts, and with Xiao Xingyu's status as a commoner, he could not even come into contact with them. Among them was the fire spirit toad bead, which was even more impossible to buy even with money, as it was a special evolutionary material supplied by the royal family. Yi Shimeng, in this backpack of yours, any one of the evolutionary materials can be eaten for a lifetime of spicy hot pot, so why bother stealing the pack? Big brother, can you take me in? Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and pinched Yi Shimeng's soft face, his eyes doting and kind. Meng, let's make it clear first. I'm not greedy for your belongings. I just really like a cute sister like you. Big brother, I know, your character is noble. Go, I'll take you home. Xiao Xingyu picked up a superb loli for nothing, with a slightly lewd smile on his handsome face, like a human trafficker. Chapter 18 Quiz Test. Omnipotent Master Xiao Xingyu. Lunch break time. Green Dragon Academy Backstreet. Family apartment. The apartment had a power outage, and Xiao Ruoxue stayed home alone, sitting on the balcony and fidgeting. The doorbell rang. Who is it? Sis, it's me. Xiao Ruoxue was stunned. Strange. Why is Xiao Yu back at this time? The lunch break was only an hour and a half long, so it was reasonable to say that Xiao Xingyu would stay at the academy and wouldn't toss back and forth. Xiao Ruoxue held her curiosity and opened the door to her room. Xiao Yu, how do you… This little sister is… Xiao Ruoxue saw at a glance. Xiao Xingyu followed by a cute double ponytail loli. This is your new girlfriend? The age is also too small, right? The chest development is good. In the future the child is born hungry. Xiao Xingyu smiled sarcastically and shook his head. Sister, you misunderstood. I'm not interested in loli, even if it's a child-faced loli with huge breasts. Yi Shimeng was a typical child-faced giant breasts, calling it the ceiling of the loli world. Xiao Xingyu introduced. Her name is Yi Shimeng. I picked her up halfway. Yi Shimeng? Yi family. Xiao Ruoxue's face produced a subtle change. Yes, it's the Yi family, one of the 4 great imperial beast master families. What did you bring her back for? Xiao Xingyu pulled Xiao Ruoxue aside and explained in a low voice. Meng and I are very much related, and have recognized her as my god sister. Xiao Ruoxue sneered a few times and flirted. Yo, yesterday you recognized a god sister. Today you recognized a god sister. Your kid is not blessed. Sister, Meng escaped from home. Let's temporarily take her in and let her stay here for a few days. Xiao Ruoxue suddenly became serious. Sis told you not to provoke the Yi family's women? Have you forgotten? This isn't considered to be provoking. Besides, if you look at Meng's eyes that are stupid in their clarity, she won't cause trouble for us. In fact, Xiao Xingyu was just deceiving himself. Taking in Yi Shimeng would definitely cause problems once he was discovered. But as the saying goes, high risk, high gain. The current Xiao Xingyu, who had just stepped into the ranks of 1-star Imperial Beast Master, was in too much need of those priced heavenly treasures in Yi Shimeng's backpack. After the 2 siblings discussed the matter, They simultaneously revealed an impish smile to Yi Shimeng. Meng Meng, you can stay here. Since Xiaoyu recognized you as his godsister, you are also my sister. Sister Ruoxue. Thank you, you're so kind. Yi Shimeng took the initiative to hug Xiao Ruoxue, and the beauties stick to each other. The lunch break was coming to an end. Xiao Xingyu still had to rush back to Qinglong Academy for the practice class. Meng Meng, be good and stay home. Sister, you watch her. Don't let her run around. After exhorting a few words, Xiao Xingyu came back to Yi Shimeng's side and lowered his voice. Your mental disorder disease. I will find a way to help you treat it. So, Yi Shimeng understood in seconds and poured out all the evolutionary materials in her backpack. Brother, these will be used as consultation fees. Xiao Xingyu caressed Yi Shimeng's double ponytails. Truly my good sister. Understanding and obedient without being sticky. I like it. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Green Dragon Academy. In the playground under the scorching sun, the entire first-year Class 3 assembled. Chun Chinian stood under the shade of a tree and took roll call. Song Hu. Here. Wu Shengyu. Here. Wang Wang. What kind of crap name is this? Director Chun. My name is Flying Wang. Chun Chinian looked embarrassed. This Wang student. With this name, you look like I'm uneducated. Xiao Xingyu. Present. Chun Chinian closed the roll call book and said aloud, all the members of Class 3 are here. Next we'll have our first practical lesson. In this lesson, we are going to divide the battlefield positioning based on each student's talent and Imperial Beast's fighting style. Wu Xingyu stood beside Xiao Xingyu and asked in a low voice, Brother Yu, what is battlefield positioning? Xiao Xingyu casually explained. Imperial Beast Masters on the battlefield are about teamwork. Each person is divided into 5 positions with a different division of labor. Archer positioning. The Imperial Beasts under his command have long-range attack skills and can frequently consume the enemy remotely. Mage positioning. The Imperial Beasts under his command specialize in wide-range control skills and can deal a decent amount of damage in group battles. Tank positioning. The Imperial Beast under his command has strong defense and blood recovery ability and acts as a front-row meat shield in group battles to help his teammates cover. Assassin positioning. The Imperial Beast under your command has great flexibility and harvesting ability and is responsible for backhand entry and harvesting bloodied heads. Auxiliary positioning. The Imperial Beast under his command comes with gainful skills, providing gainful effects for the team while being responsible for protecting the Archer Mage. After Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, Wu Xingyu had a sudden epiphany. I see. It's just like the game, teamwork, each in their own way, will be able to push out the enemy's crystal. Song Hu, who was at the side, interjected. Then my positioning must be tank. Because my Imperial Beast, the Berserk Bull Demon, focuses on thick skin and flesh and can resist massive amounts of damage for the team. Besides Song Hu, there stood a Minotaur that was over 3 meters tall. This was the Orc-type Imperial Beast, the Berserk Bull Demon. Xiao Xingyu could see through the attribute panel of this Imperial Beast, and it was indeed a qualified tank with strong defense and a powerful recovery ability. Brother Yu, this is my Imperial Beast. Which position do you think I'm suitable for? Xiao Xingyu glanced sideways. On top of Wu Shengyu's head, there was a huge blue butterfly hovering. Every time the butterfly flapped its wings, a ripple of water would rise in the air. This was Wu Shengyu's Imperial Beast, the water attribute Storm Rain Butterfly. The Tempest Rain Butterfly specializes in ranged water attacks and can also slow down enemies and even confuse them. Your positioning, it's a mage. Xiao Xingyu, Wu Xingyu, and Song Hu were all roommates in dormitory 312. The other member of the dormitory, Chani Su, was not in Class 3, but in Class 2. As the 3 of them chatted, they brought up Chani Fu. Brother Yu, what position do you think old Chun is suited to play? Didn't he say that he wants to be the strongest auxiliary in the national service? But we still don't know what his Imperial Beast is. Let's go back to the dormitory at night and we'll ask him again. Chun Chinian raised his volume. Xiao Xingyu. No smirking or talking to each other during class. Yes, Director Chun. Xiao Xingyu stood upright as Wu Shengyu and Song, who tried to stifle their laughter. Next, in order of your school number, take turns summoning the Imperial Beasts and participate in the various assessments, thus determining your battlefield positioning. The assessment tests began. Ma Dongmei, your Imperial Beast can release a wide-range poison mist attack, so your positioning is Mage. Wong Wong. Director Chun, repeat after me, Wong. Flying Yun. Cough cough, Wong Flying Yun. Your royal beast's flexibility is strong. Your skill damage has a bludgeoning effect. Positioning, assassin. Next student. An hour passed. There were a total of 60 students in the class, and 59 of them had already completed the assessment test and determined their respective battlefield positioning. 2/3 of the students positioned as mages or assistants. There were fewer archer and assassin. Tank was the least, with only Song Hu. Chun Chinian looked towards Xiao Xingyu in the corner. Xiao Xingyu, step forward. Summon your Imperial Beast for the various assessments. First test, Attack Power Test. Chapter 19 Great Move Triple Strike. Range 800 meters. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast heraldry and summoned the Hell Blast Wolf. The huge wolf body rose up from the ground, and the fur on its body was a tuft of black flames that swayed in the wind. In terms of face value, the Hell Blast Wolf dominated the entire field. The students of the 3rd class let out exclamations of surprise and circled around the Hell Blast Wind Wolf. This wolf is too handsome. The black flames, dominating. This brings back memories of my morning. In the morning, Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan fought a ring match. All the students of Class 3 were cheering for Xiao Xingyu from the spectator seats. Since then, these people had been conquered by Hell Blast Wolf's face value and strength. Brother Yu, can I touch Hell Blast Wolf's head? You can try if you're not afraid of being hot. Other than the owner and the owner's relatives and friends, anyone who wanted to touch the Hell Blast Wolf would have their palms instantly roasted and sprinkled with cumin and chili pepper to be served with wine. Chun Chinian was holding a tablet in his hand. After the morning in the ring, Hell Blast Wolf's data information had been updated once more. As of now, the Hell Blast Wolf was the only Imperial Beast in Class 3 that had 3 attributes. The next step was the test appraisals. The first test assessed the attack power of the Hell Gale Wolf. If the Imperial Beast's attack power was strong enough, then the Imperial Beastmaster would assign it to the assassin position. On the playground, there stood a huge stone pillar. At the top of the stone pillar, there was a display screen that could tally the value of the Imperial Beast's attack power as well as the strike multiplier. Chun Chinian urged, Xiao Xingyu, let your Imperial Beast begin its examination. Xiao Xingyu stroked the Hell Blast Wolf's head. Hey Feng, use Hell's Roar, don't reserve your remaining power. Ow! Hearing the order given by his master, the Hell Blast Wolf nodded and opened its mouth, accumulating magma like boiling black flames deep in its throat. Roar! The Hell Blast Wolf let out a sky-shattering roar, and a thick and long pillar of fire erupted from its mouth, instantly blasting onto the stone pillars. A wave of fire toppled the playground's ground, ripples of flame spreading crazily, and the air distorted as the temperature climbed instantly. My wig! One student's wig was lifted off by the gust of wind, and the scene was awkwardly hilarious. As the flames gradually died out, everyone raised their heads and looked at the display on the stone pillar. On the display, the numbers kept jumping. Attack value, 6,371. Strike effect, trigger triple strike. The entire room marveled, disbelief written on everyone's face. Triple blitz. My Imperial Beast, it can't even hit a little bit of 5 times the blast strike. Even if it didn't trigger a triple blitz, Hell Blast Wolf's attack value is still above 2,000. It's really fantastic. The entire class looked at Xiao Xingyu with adoring eyes. Chun Chinian had served as a mentor for many years and had seen a lot of things, but this time he was also shocked by the Hell Blast Wolf stats. Normally speaking, the mandatory kill technique of an initial grade First Order Imperial Beast has an attack value between 500–1500. The attack value of the Hell Blast Wolf is actually over 2,000. Counting the triple blitz, this one skill, it can hit with an attack power of 6,000 plus, enough to kill a mature-bodied magical beast. Chun Chinian pondered in his heart. He could be sure that with Xiao Xingyu's current strength, he could really kill a mature body magical beast alone in the wild. And in the course teaching, the class assignment of hunting a mature body magical beast alone was after 3 months. This could show that Xiao Xingyu had just enrolled in school, and his cultivation progress was already 3 months ahead of the other students. Genius. No, a monster among geniuses. Just like Yi Shuangning and Han Tianju in streams, they are the future mainstays of the Dragon Kingdom. Chun Chinian looked at Xiao Xingyu and gave a high evaluation in his heart. Director Chun, I've finished measuring the attack power test, what to say? Xiao Xingyu, from the results of this assessment, You are suitable for the position of assassin. But for the sake of comprehensive judging, you must also participate in all of the next assessment items. The next test, the range test. The range test was to test the limit of the attack distance of the Imperial Beast's release skill. If the Imperial Beast's attack distance was far enough, then the Imperial Beastmaster would be suitable for the position of archer. The appraisal hadn't even started yet, and everyone was talking. Hell Blast Wolf shouldn't be suitable for the archer position. Yeah, after all, it's a wolf-type Imperial Beast, and its fighting style is mainly face-to-face melee combat. The students' discussions were vocal and all had a theoretical basis. Theoretically speaking, only the flying lineage Imperial Beasts and a portion of the orc lineage Imperial Beasts were suitable for learning long-range attack battle techniques. Xiao Xingyu didn't care about everyone's discussion and stuffed a handful of spicy noodles into the Hell Blast Wolf's mouth. After eating the spicy noodles, the Hell Blast Wolf became even more cheerful and kept wagging its tail. Black Striker. Next, use all your strength and hit as far as you can. The Hell Blast Wolf obediently obeyed, opening its mouth and shaking its limbs. This stance looked like the pose for releasing Hell's Roar. Chun Chinian could see the clues and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This isn't the stance to release Hell Roar. The breathing rhythm has changed. It was the sound of spitting. That's right. The Hell Blast Wolf opened its mouth wide, brewed for half a day, and finally actually pouted and spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. The spit was like a bullet burning with flames, running through the entire playground. Whoosh! Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. The sound of cursing came from the security booth at the entrance of the school. Who is it? Who threw a bomb into the security booth? My pants blew up. This was the voice of the security booth's Grandpa Wang. The whole scene was quiet. Wu Xingyu was dumbfounded and weakly asked, "Director Chun, how far is the distance from here to the security booth at the front gate of the academy?" Chun Chinian pursed his dry lips and answered truthfully, "About 800 meters. Song, who smiled nervously, "Brother Yu, this old spit of Hell Blast Wolf is awesome. If you don't know it, you'd think it's a bullet from a Barrett sniper rifle." Chun Chinian looked sideways at Xiao Xingyu and asked curiously, "As far as I remember, there is no such oddball battle technique in any of the fire attribute battle techniques, right?" Xiao Xingyu nodded slightly and explained, "This is my self-created battle skill, Black Flame Bullet." A student on the side spat, "Take a mouthful of old phlegm and change it into a black flame bullet. Instantly it's much more elevated." Xiao Xingyu added, "Director Chun, just now, Black Striker only shot one black inflammation bullet. In fact, it can also do continuous firing, up to 120 consecutive shots at a time. Good lord. This is bigger than even the AK-47 Fire Chilin magazine capacity. Brother Yu, this Imperial Beast of yours can be used as a sniper rifle. 120 consecutive rounds?" I, Sun Peng, participated in the single-month jerking competition back in the day and broke the record with only 96 consecutive rounds. Solid Hammer, the third class, has a lot of talent. Sun Peng must be counted as one. Chun Chinian collected his astonished gaze and spoke calmly. From the performance of Hell Blast Wolf, student Xiao Xingyu is suitable for assassin in addition to archer. Chapter 20, obtaining the title of Omnipotent, playing from 1 to 5. Xiao Xingyu was suitable for 2 positions at the same time, and Chun Chinian was not in a good position to make a judgment, so he had no choice but to continue with the assessment measurements. Student Xiao Xingyu. Next 3 assessments together. The next 3 assessments were the Defense Assessment, Skill Control Test, and Team Gainfulness Test. These 3 assessments corresponded to 3 positions, which were Tank, Mage, and Auxiliary. Chun Chinian raised his right hand, and the Imperial Beast crest on the back of his hand flashed. A huge snapping turtle whose size was comparable to an adult Asian elephant appeared on the playground. The shell of this snapping turtle was covered in purple ice crystals, its sharp teeth opening and closing, its mouth spewing out cold air. "Director Chun, is this your Imperial Beast?" Transcendent Body 3rd Order Ice Attribute Imperial Beast, Ice Armored War Turtle. Chun Chinian was a 5-star Imperial Beast Master. Cultivating a transcendent mortal body Imperial Beast was the standard for a 5-star Imperial Beast Master. Imperial Beast grades were categorized into 10 grades. Initial Body, Mature Body, Complete Body, Transcendent Body, Beast, King Body, Beast, Emperor Body, Divine Body, Godslayer Body, Star, Annihilator Body, Chaotic Body. Every 3 levels, the strength of the Imperial Beast would get a qualitative leap. In other words, when promoted from the Complete Body to the Transcendent Body, the Imperial Beast would gain a radical metamorphosis. The ice-armored war turtle beside Chun Chinian was a transcendent body Imperial Beast. Each major level was subdivided into 3 minor levels, and the minor levels were called steps. The ice-armored battle turtle was a transcendent mortal body third-order ice attribute Imperial Beast, and was only one opportunity away from being promoted to Beast King body. When Chun Chinian summoned the ice-armored war turtle, the temperature of the entire playground dropped below 0. The facade of the teaching building condensed ice crystals, and the water pipes at the corners of the playground gradually froze. This was an extremely terrifying torture for the students wearing short sleeves. It's so cold. My chicken is freezing purple, can you believe it? Worthy of being a transcendent body Imperial Beast. One of the characteristics of a transcendent mortal body Imperial Beast was its ability to have a huge impact on its surroundings. On the battlefield, the ice-armored battle turtle, without moving in place and without releasing any skills, could also cause a continuous freezing and slowing down effect on the magical beasts within a 100-meter radius. Student Xiao Xingyu, please have the Hell Blast Wolf make a defensive stance. Black Striker, defense. The Hell Blast Wolf lowered its body, its eyes sharp, and the black flames on its body skyrocketed by a meter. Chun Chinian gave the order, and the ice-armored battle turtle opened its eyes and spat out a purple ice ball from its mouth. The ice ball struck the Hell Blast Wolf. The black flames instantly dimmed, and the Hell Blast Wolf's body gradually froze, like a stationary ice sculpture. This was the level difference. In the face of absolute level suppression, any bloodline or attribute restraints were all for naught. The Hell Blizzard Wolf was only an initial grade first-order Imperial Beast, but the ice-armored war turtle was a transcendent body third-order Imperial Beast. Compared to the two, it was equivalent to the difference between the early Foundation Establishment stage and the Great Circle of Jindan stage. The hearts of the students rose to their throats. Xiao Xingyu did not have the slightest bit of panic on his face, but instead revealed a smile. Look, the ice crystals are melting. Hell Blast Wolf is awesome. The black flames flared up again and the ice melted. The Hell Blizzard Wolf roared up to the sky, as if saying, I'm just resistant to freezing. Chun Chinian revealed a satisfied expression. Just now, I had the ice-armored battle turtle unleash a 20% power frost shock. Not only did the Hell Blast Wolf carry it, it also melted this frost shock with hellfire. From this aspect, student Xiao Xingyu, if you engage in a group battle, you are a qualified tank. Next, Xiao Xingyu was subjected to a skill control test and a team gainability test. The students never stopped exclaiming, "Oh my god! Hell Blizzard Wolves! Hell Winding! The attack coverage is actually this big. This chain is so long and has so many branches that it actually locks 30 magical beast models at the same time." Hell's Entanglement was also one of the Hell Blizzard Wolf's signature battle techniques. On its limbs, thick chains were wrapped around it, and when released, it could cover the entire playground, imprisoning and binding up to 30 target units at the same time for 5 seconds. This kind of effective control and ranged consumption fully satisfied the Mage S positioning. Everyone, my Imperial Beast's desire to fight seems to increase once it gets close to the Hell Blast Wolf. My Imperial Beast as well usually looks stupid and cute, but as soon as it gets close to the Hell Blast Wolf, its aura becomes much more dominant. Chun Chinian observed while recording with his tablet. Team gain effect, morale boost. According to the big data detection and analysis, any Imperial Beast that comes within 10 meters of the Hell Blast Wolf will boost its desire to fight by 30%, increase its attack power by 10%, and its movement speed by 10. This was the end of all 5 tests. The Hell Blast Wolf returned to Xiao Xingyu's side and slowly lay down on the ground, enjoying Xiao Xingyu stroking its head. The students were surprised, but they were also curious and gathered around Chun Chinian. Director Chun, Xiao Xingyu's battlefield positioning, what exactly is it? From the results of Hell Blast Wolf's test, Xiao Xingyu can play any of the assassin, archer, tank, mage, auxiliary positions. It's really hard to choose. Chun Chinian put down his tablet and squinted his eyes and smiled. Students, in fact, besides these 5 positions, there is also a special position called Omnipotent. If an Imperial Beast under the command of an Imperial Beastmaster is good at all positions, then that Imperial Beastmaster will receive the title of All-Rounder. Obviously already, Xiao Xingyu is our only Omnipotent. Xiao Xingyu froze, then laughed it off. Almighty? Sounds a bit interesting. The whole class threw adoring gazes. Wu Shangyu and Song, who both smiled, feeling proud for their brother. Director Chun, how many omnipotent persons are there in our Green Dragon Academy? Chun Chinian snapped his fingers. Your freshman class. The stats aren't out yet. At the moment, we only know that Xiao Xingyu from our class counts as an almighty. Second year, the Alamancers are Yi Shuangning and Han Tianjun. Third year, the all-rounders are Murong Qingyong, Li Xiancheng. After Chun Chinian finished listing them, the total number of second and third-year Alamancers, combined, totaled 4 people. The first grade only knew that Xiao Xingyu was an all-rounder. Whether the other classes had any or not had to wait for the announcement at the school meeting next Monday. From this, it could be seen that all-rounders were very rare. Even in the genius-heavy Green Dragon Academy, the number of omnipotent persons was no more than a pair of hands. The bell rang for the end of class. Chun Chinian delivered a small speech. Everyone, after this class, every student's battlefield positioning is assigned. In the days to come, everyone follow their battlefield positioning to learn the appropriate battle techniques. Mages, just delve into control class battle techniques. Archer, just find ways to improve your attack speed and range. Start with one and finish with the other in order to learn. Of course, with the exception of Xiao Xingyu, you can learn whatever you want to learn, because omnipotent people are not restricted. Chun Chinian's words were equivalent to admitting once again that Xiao Xingyu was a genius monster. Chapter 21 being blocked in a dead-end alley, calling and shaking people. 6 o'clock in the evening. The school bell rang on the campus of Green Dragon Academy. Finally made it to the end of school. Go, go, go. Go to the cafeteria. There are braised pork ribs tonight. Bro, bring one back to the dorm for me, thanks. Brother, righteous father, good son. Dad will take one back to the dorm for you. The friendship between roommates is the relationship between a righteous father and a righteous son. The whole class went to the cafeteria, only Xiao Xingyu didn't, because Xiao Ruoxue would come to the school gate to give him a love bento. Xiao Xingyu walked out of the school gate and did not see Xiao Ruoxue's figure. The cell phone vibrated. It was a text message from Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Yu, just now the fried chicken wings were battered. I'm redoing it. I may be 15 minutes late to send you over. Xiao Xingyu replied, okay, put the phone back into his pocket, and muttered in his heart. Strange, with my sister's cooking skills. Fried chicken wings have never been battered. This time how? Family apartment. Kitchen. Smoke rolled out. Yi Shimeng was gray and stood giggling. Sister Ruoxue, I'm sorry. The culprit was found. The person who fried and battered the chicken wings was this extreme lowly. Xiao Ruoxue smiled gently. Meng, it's okay. You just wanted to make a dish for Xiaoyu with your own hands. Xiaoyu would be happy to know that you have this intention. Yi Shimeng clenched her small pink fist and made up her mind. Sister Ruoxue, in the future, I want to learn cooking from you. Meng, be obedient. You shouldn't enter the kitchen in the future. You almost triggered the smoke alarm just now. Yi Shimeng spat out her little lilac tongue, using cute to hide her embarrassment. Watching Xiao Ruoxue re-frying the chicken wings, undisputed saliva flowed from the corners of Yi Shimeng's lips. Greedy. Aha. Don't worry. This is the amount for multiple people. Besides giving one to Xiaoyu, the rest will also fill you up. Thank you, Sister Ruoxue. You're so nice. Meng likes it. After a while, Yi Shimeng suddenly asked, by the way, Sister Ruoxue, later on, can I join you and go to the school entrance to deliver bento to my brother? Xiao Ruoxue shook her head. Don't forget that your own sister, Yi Shuangning, is in the Green Dragon Academy. If you rashly go with me, what if your sister sees you? The smile on Yi Shimeng's face instantly disappeared, and after a moment of silence, a flash of light occurred. I can disguise myself. 5 minutes later, the heavily armed Yi Shimeng reappeared in front of Xiao Ruoxue. Sister Ruoxue, is it safe for me to dress up like this? Xiao Ruoxue's facial muscles twitched slightly. First of all, it's not safe. Secondly, Meng, if you put my stockings over your head, it's very much like a bank robber, do you know? This was not only a lowly, but also a living treasure. School entrance. Xiao Xingyu squatted under a crooked neck tree and waited quietly. Suddenly, a yellow-haired kid appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, right? Something wrong. Come with me. Our boss is looking for you. The visitor was not good. Xiao Xingyu knew clearly that if he didn't go on this trip, the other party wouldn't let up. Xiao Xingyu was brought into a dead-end alley next door to the school by the yellow-haired kid. In the blink of an eye, a group of people poured in and surrounded Xiao Xingyu. These people's faces were vicious, and from the number of star badges on their chests, it could be seen that most of them were 3-star Imperial Beast Masters. The bald man at the head of the group with 4 stars on his chest was a 4-star Imperial Beast Master. These people all had the same black tiger tattooed on their arms or chests. So it's the Black Tiger Guild. Xiao Xingyu's voice, flat as water, did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Kid, looks like you know our guild. I'm the president Lei Sanli. I appreciate you, good eyesight. The bald man was the president of the Black Tiger Guild, Lei Sanli. In Dragon Hidden City, the Black Tiger Guild wasn't ranked high, but it was known as a family of bullies. This guild didn't do anything serious, but only bullied the weak and the weak. President Lei, we don't know each other. We have no grudges in the past, and we have no grudges in the recent past. Why are you doing this? Good one. No grudges in the past. No enmity in the near future. We really don't have a beef. But you messed with Wang Xiao. Xiao Xingyu raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. I see. It was obvious that Wang Yan was indignant and harboring a grudge after losing to Xiao Xingyu in the ring. In order to retaliate against Xiao Xingyu, he paid the Black Tiger Guild to help him teach Xiao Xingyu a lesson. Young Wang said that removing one of your legs is enough. President Lei, you are all 3-star and 4-star Royal Beast Masters. Bullying me, a 1-star Royal Beast Master? Isn't it too much? Right at this moment, a silhouette walked up to the front row of the crowd, the corners of his mouth going up to the sky. I'm just going overboard. What can you do? Upon hearing this Cockney voice, Xiao Xingyu held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Fellow student Wang Yan, are you so down on losing? Wang Yan, as his name suggests, was arrogant every time he appeared, raising his hands and feet and tugging on the sky. Xiao Xingyu, this is the price you pay for messing with me. The thought of losing to Xiao Xingyu in the ring and being treated as a joke by the entire school, that feeling of humiliation would send Wang Yan into a frenzy. President Lei, help me teach this guy who doesn't know what's good for him a lesson and break one of his legs. Wang Yan pulled out a bank card and stuffed it into Lei Sanli's pocket. Lei Sanli grinned broadly, his 2 rimmed gold teeth extraordinarily piercing. Young Wang, with the money in place, everything is fine. Wang Yan's face was full of treacherous smiles, complacent. Xiao Xingyu, I'm already looking forward to the picture of you dragging a broken leg to school tomorrow. Ha ha ha. The situation was critical. Even if Xiao Xingyu's talent was strong, he was only a budding newcomer who had just joined the guild and only had a 1-star segment. These old guys in the guild all had 3-star levels. The president, Lei Sanli, had even reached a 4-star level. In front of absolute level suppression, any talent pales in comparison. Xiao Xingyu pulled out his cell phone. Fellow student Wang Yan, since you're looking for help, then I'll also call and shake people. Just you? Shaking people? Am I listening to a joke? Ha 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 ha. Wang Yan's laughter became even more arrogant. Everyone in the entire school knew that Xiao Xingyu came from a small city, had no father or mother, and only had a sister who had not awakened the qualifications of a royal beast master. I'm curious, what kind of person can a poor boy like you with no background of power and wealth shake? Wang Yan hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment. Xiao Xingyu dialed a number without panic. Hey, sister. Someone is blocking me in the small alley. I'm scared. Qin Yan ran. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Wang Yan perked up his ears to listen and hilariously laughed. Your sister, Xiao Ruoxue, is a waste who hasn't awakened the qualifications of a royal beast master. You called your sister here to give us big men a boost? Xiao Xingyu's face steeply darkened. Slap. It was a resounding slap. Wang Yan covered his red and swollen side face, his eyes blazing, and he was in a daze. Xiao Xingyu said in a deep voice, Don't insult my sister, or I will kill you. Xiao Ruoxue was Xiao Xingyu's reverse scale. A dragon had reverse scales and would be killed when touched. Wang Yan subconsciously took a step back. He was frightened by Xiao Xingyu's eyes. Just a moment ago, Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and his scarlet eyes seemed to lock onto Wang Yan's soul, inflicting powerful mental damage on him. This guy's eyes, so scary. Wang Yan gritted his teeth as beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Chapter 22 Dating My God-Sister. My own sister is jealous. Young Wang, step back. We'll deal with this kid. Lei Sanli was not a good person, but he was also disciplined. Since he had received Wang Yan's money, it was only natural to receive money from others to eliminate disasters. Following Lei Sanli's order, the members of the Black Tiger Guild summoned their respective royal beasts. These Imperial Beast Masters, with an average segment of 3 stars, summoned Imperial Beasts that were all around the level of mature body 3rd stage. Kid, why are you standing still? Are you so frightened that you can't even run away? Lei Sanli didn't put a small character like Xiao Xingyu in his eyes and mocked and teased to his heart's content. Suddenly, a noise came from the street outside the hut Ong. Chairman. Oh no, we're being counter-surrounded. Lei Sanli impatiently said. Who is it? Dare to counter-block me, looking for death? Yes, yes. Who the hell is it? It's someone from the Songdome Guild. Hearing his little brother say the words, Songdome Guild, Lei Sanli's legs went soft. Songdome Guild? Lei Sanli's first reaction was chills, enough to see the status of the Songdome Guild in Dragon Hidden City. After all, the Songdome Guild was the 2nd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster Guild in Dragon Hidden City. Even the number 1-ranked Hurricane Guild, if they had a conflict contradiction with the Songdome Guild, they wouldn't dare to go to war and would only choose to negotiate and settle. President, Miss Qin is here. Qin Yenran? Holy! The black tiger tattoo on Lei Sanli's body was like it had deflated, and the entire person wimped out into a dog. At this time, a tall woman wearing a leather jacket and pants walked into the crowd. Behind the woman, followed by a huge force of Imperial Beastmasters. Each royal Beastmaster body are printed with the symbol of the Vault Guild. After seeing the woman, Lei Sanli hurriedly smiled. Miss Qin, what wind has blown you here? Qin Yenran glared at Lei Sanli with cold, stern eyes. If I don't come, what are you planning to do to my dear brother? Lei Sanli had a confused look on his face. Brother? Aren't you President Qin's only daughter? When did a younger brother pop up? Qin Yanyan walked over to Xiao Xingyu's side with a worried expression and a concerned greeting. Brother Xingyu, not hurt, right? Sister, you came in time, I'm fine. At this moment, it was as if Lei Sanli was mute, unable to speak. Qin Yanyan turned around and scanned every member of the Black Tiger Guild. Xiao Xingyu is the godbrother that I, Qin Yanyan, recognized as my family. Bullying my brother is against me, against our Songdome Guild. Qin Yanyan threw her voice in a domineering manner. He Imperial Beast Masters behind her summoned their respective Imperial Beasts one after another. A single behemoth rose up from the ground, and the fence of the Hudong was about to burst. In terms of overall strength, the Black Tiger Guild was like overrating a tree in front of the Songdome Guild. Lei Sanli's face turned pale in fear and he hurriedly bent down to apologize. I'm sorry, Miss Qin. It's because I had no eyes and didn't know that young Master Xiao was your brother. I promise that I won't mess with young Master Xiao in the future, and we'll find a chance to invite young Master Xiao for dinner. All the members of the Black Tiger Guild, following Lei Sanli, bent and bowed towards Xiao Xingyu, sincerely apologizing. At this moment, Wang Yanman was dumbfounded. Isn't Xiao Xingyu's sister Xiao Ruoxue? Why is the Songdome Guild president's daughter-in-law also his sister? Qin Yenran noticed Wang Yan. Who is this person that looks so arrogant? Lei Sanli replied, Miss Qin, it's this kid who paid us to bully your brother. His name is Wang Yan. Wang Yan's heart thumped, his crotch tightened in fear, and the smell of urine filled the alleyway. Miss Qin, I didn't mean to target Xiao Xingyu, Wang Yan turned into a stutter, and was on the verge of crying in fear. Qin Yenran looked at Lei Sanli. What are you going to do about it? Lei Sanli was a man of understanding, patting his own chest in assurance. Miss Qin, don't worry, our Black Tiger Guild will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. With that, Lei Sanli picked up Wang Yan's collar with one hand as easily as if he was carrying a chicken cub. President Lei, what are you doing? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yan's feet were dangling in the air. His face was red and his urine was dripping down his pants leg in an ugly manner. You kid dared to bully young Master Xiao. I must teach you a lesson. I'm the one who paid to hire you. I'm your employer. How can you do this to me? Cut the crap, brothers, go. Wang Yan was flooded by the crowd and received a beating and kicking. His cries broke the sound. Looking at the bruised and swollen Wang Yan rolling all over the ground, his body covered in urine stains, Xiao Xingyu smiled evilly. Fellow student Wang Yan, the way you were punched until your pea split is more wonderful than a spring festival skit. Grandpa Xiao, I was wrong. I'm sorry, spare me. How arrogant Wang Yan was 5 minutes ago. How wretched he was at this moment. Xiao Xingyu would not waste time on a clown and pulled Qin Yanyan's hand out of the alley. Sister Yanyan, thank you this time. What are you polite for? You're my brother, hey. No blood relationship, better than a real sibling. Qin Yanyan was bursting with good feelings towards Xiao Xingyu, tightly wrapping Xiao Xingyu into her arms to express intimacy. Cough, cough, Sister Yan. Can you let go? I'm out of breath. Xiao Xingyu was hugged by Qin Yanyan, his head unintentionally buried in a piece of softness, and he could not help but feel his blood spurting. It had to be said that Qin Yanyan's top was very proud and could be described as choppy. This was the significance of connections. Xiao Xingyu was currently just a budding imperial beastmaster, and when he encountered troubles that he could not solve on his own, he could only rely on his connections to solve them. With Qin Yanyan as his godsister, Xiao Xingyu had a foothold in Dragon Hidden City. After all, Qin Yanyan represented not one person, but an entire Tsangdom guild. School is over now. Have you had dinner? I haven't. Let's go. Sister will treat you to a big meal. I know a very good pavilion. Qin Yanyan wrapped her arms around Xiao Xingyu's arm, chattering as she walked. Xiao Xingyu was a little embarrassed. Sister Yanyan, my sister will be coming to the school in a while to send me a box lunch bento, so you stay with me today anyway. In the future you will be able to eat the meal your own sister sends you every day. It's not that bad. Qin Yanyan just helped Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu is also too embarrassed to rebuff, half push, half accept, was taken away by Qin Yanyan. 5 minutes later, Xiao Ruoxue carried her lunchbox and arrived at the entrance of Qinglong Academy. Beside her, there was also a cute girl wearing a mask. This cute girl was Yi Shimeng, and in order to avoid being recognized for her identity, she wore a mask and duck-tongued cap. Sister Ruoxue, where's brother? Xiao Yu said to wait for me at the door. How come he's missing, and he's not picking up the phone? At this time, Xiao Ruoxue heard a few passing students talking. Brothers chat will gossip. Just now I saw that Xiao Xingyu from class 3 was taken away by a big beauty. The relationship is very close. That beauty I know. The daughter of the Tsangdom Guild president, Qin Yanran. What's the relationship between Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanyan? It can't be a couple, right? Doesn't seem to be. I heard Xiao Xingyu call her sister Yanran. Yi Shimeng listened to the gossip for a while, and suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to the freezing point, and her delicate body trembled. Sister Ruoxue, the expression on your face right now, it's even scarier than a beast emperor body demon beast-o. A jealous woman is always one of the most terrifying creatures in the world. Chapter 23 Business Opportunity to Get Rich and Become a Professional Royal Animal Doctor. Brogue Sky Garden Restaurant. This was a high-end restaurant that ranked among the top 5 in terms of consumption in the city center of Longyin City, and the guests who could come here to dine were either rich or noble. Xiao Xingyu sat on the soft sofa card seat and looked around, looking a little nervous. Brother Xingyu, this is your first time here, right? Yes. I'm a poor boy. How can I have money to spend here? This restaurant was located on the top floor of the Dragon Hidden Mansion, which was 101 stories high, and the dining environment was in the form of a panoramic open air. Sitting here to drink a cup of coffee, blowing the evening breeze, and in the process overlooking the night view of the entire city. This is the menu. What do you want to eat? Sister, I'll treat you. Xiao Xingyu glanced at the menu and almost dropped his jaw in shock. Sister Yanran, this is too expensive. You're my Qin Yanyan's younger brother. It's only natural for a sister to earn money to spend it on her younger brother. In order to let Xiao Xingyu eat with peace of mind, Qin Yanyan purposely opened her cell phone bank text message. Renaissance Technology Company, transfer commission 2 million. Tianhan Chemical Factory, transferred commission 3 million. Luz Group, transfer commission 5 million. Xiao Xingyu browsed through text message after text message and couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Sister Yanyan, your Tsangdom Guild taking on missions. So profitable. Qin Yanyan rested her cheek with one hand, her flaming red lips lightly pursing red wine. Don't look at me as a woman. When it comes to fighting magical beasts, I'm even fiercer than you men. Oh. Right. Let me answer your question. Our Royal Beastmaster Guild, our main source of economy, is by taking missions, killing magical beasts, and then collecting commissions. Within the Dragon Country, the Royal Army was responsible for defending the country. But the Royal Army, after all, was limited in numbers and could not possibly fulfill the needs of the entire nation. This was the reason why the Royal Beastmaster Guild appeared. The Royal Beastmaster Guild was an organization established by a large number of non-royal Royal Beastmasters joining together. The Royal Army ate the country's food. The Royal Beastmaster Guild, on the other hand, needed to be self-sufficient. For example, if a company is attacked by a magical beast, or if there is a magical beast murder case in a village, when the Royal Army can't spare the energy to solve the problem, the client can ask the Royal Beastmaster Guild for help. After the matter is accomplished, a commission is paid. The higher the level of the magical beasts and the more numerous they were, the more difficult the task would be, and the higher the commission would naturally be. Qin Yanyan gushed in front of Xiao Xingyu, recounting those incidents where she reigned supreme on the battlefield. Brother Xingyu, putting aside the small treasury my father gave me and my future dowry, my personal savings right now is around 80 million. This money is all from the money I earned from taking on solo missions. A solo mission is a mission performed by an Imperial Beastmaster, with no teammates, relying on one's own strength to decimate magical beasts. Sister Yanyan, you're awesome. You deserve to be a woman of honor. Xiao Xingyu was respecting this god-sister from the bottom of his heart. Qin Yanyan was very individualistic, her own strength was not bad, and she was a 5-star Imperial Beastmaster. This kind of talent could make a name for herself even if she didn't rely on her father's aura. The dishes were served. Xiao Xingyu was starving and wolfed it down. Qin Yanran watched from the sidelines, revealing a kind aunt's smile. Eat slowly, don't choke. Have a sip of drink, sister will feed you. I'll wipe your mouth for you. Qin Yanran loved Xiao Xingyu and took care of Xiao Xingyu as her own brother, without a care in the world. After eating and drinking, Xiao Xingyu looked into the distance. In this Sky Garden restaurant, one could see the night view of the whole city. Xiao Xingyu thought in his heart, when I earn my first amount of money, I'm going to bring my sister for a big meal. And bring Mo. But Meng Meng is the 2,000 gold of the Yi family. Growing up in fine clothes, this kind of dining environment, she's all tired of it. The first place in Xiao Xingyu's heart was always Xiao Ruoxue. At the same time, in Xiao Xingyu's heart, he had one more family member, and that was his younger sister, Yi Shimeng. Brother Xingyu, after 3 years, you will graduate. Qin Yanran asked with a smile. When you graduate, do you want to come to our Songdome Guild? Xiao Xingyu was somewhat moved. The most direct way for an Imperial Beastmaster to make money was to join the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. The guild used the payroll method of more work, more pay. So as long as the Imperial Beastmaster was strong enough, why worry about earning hundreds of millions of dollars in commissions? One must know that the evolutionary materials and nutrients required by Imperial beasts above the level of the Beast King's body were not sold for less than $100 million. In this era, money was especially important to Imperial Beastmasters. Especially for Imperial Beastmasters with segments over 6 stars, cultivating Imperial beasts was very costly. I don't have any other income right now besides my scholarship. When I want to go to the Imperial Beast store to make a big purchase, I always shy away from it. Xiao Xingyu's eyes flickered as he contemplated how to become rich. Finally, Xiao Xingyu's gaze fell on Qin Yanran. There was a flash of spiritual light. Sister Yanran, can I join your Songdome Guild now? Qin Yanyan touched Xiao Xingyu's head and smiled. Silly brother, you're still in school. You should know that any Imperial Beastmaster Guild in the country will not accept students who have not graduated. This was not discrimination, but rather a form of protection. After all, after becoming a member of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, one would have to take on all sorts of missions, and from time to time one would encounter death crises on the battlefield. The country had set this rule in order to protect students whose minds and strengths were not yet mature. Xiao Xingyu shook his head. I'm not trying to become the Songdome Guild's Imperial Beast Master. I'm trying to serve as the Songdome Guild's Imperial Beast Doctor. Imperial Beast Doctor? Qin Yanyan put down her wine glass and pursed her lips as she whispered. Not to mention, the profession of Imperial Beast Doctor has no age or academic limitations. Because of the constant missions and fighting with magical beasts on the battlefield, the Imperial Beasts under the command of the Imperial Beast Masters would always suffer from all kinds of injuries and illnesses. Therefore, every Imperial Beast Master Guild would set up a medical department to hire Imperial Beast Doctors to treat injured Imperial Beasts. Imperial Beast Doctors did not need to venture out into the battlefield, so there was no restriction on their age and education. Qin Yanyan looked up and down at the brother in front of her. In terms of medical skills, you are definitely qualified. Qin Yanyan knew Xiao Xingyu's medical skills best. When Qin Yanyan's imperial beast suffered from post-war trauma syndrome, he had seen many imperial beast doctors and had not been cured. It was not until Xiao Xingyu appeared and casually prescribed a prescription that cured this difficult syndrome. Brother Xingyu, even if we put aside our sister-brother relationship, objectively speaking, I also feel that you are very suitable to serve as our Tsangdom Guild's Imperial Beast Doctor. Xiao Xingyu grinned. He had immense confidence in his medical skills. As long as the eye of the demon god was open, he could see through the condition of any imperial beast and analyze the best treatment plan. How about this, you come with me and I'll take you back to the Tsangdom Guild. Sister Yanyan, if I can really be qualified to work as a royal beast doctor, how much can I be paid? Don't worry, with your medical skills, the salary won't be low, and there's a commission yo. Xiao Xingyu was secretly happy in his heart, unintentionally finding a way to become rich. Chapter 24. Unbelievable medical skills. Shocking beautiful vice president. Vault Guild headquarters. Brother Xingyu, this is my home now. So grand. Is this building the weapon of the great sage of Qi Tian? Xiao Xingyu stood at the entrance of the Tsangdom Guild, his eyes sparkling with starlight. Usually, large-scale Imperial Beastmaster guilds had their own landmark buildings. The center building of the Tsangdom Guild was a cylindrical mansion that stuck straight up into the sky. Standing under the building, Xiao Xingyu looked up and could appreciate the architect's good intentions. This cool, sea-defining pillar building looked like it was holding up the entire dome of the sky, giving people a full sense of security and fitting perfectly with the name of the Vault Guild. Good day, Missy. At the entrance of the guild, Imperial Beastmasters entered and exited. These guild members would politely greet Qin Yanran when they saw her. Brother Xingyu, I'll show you around next. This is the training base, equipped with the highest-end training apparatus, which allows the Imperial Beasts to speed up the efficiency of learning battle techniques. This area is the entertainment area. When the Imperial Beastmasters return from their missions, they can eat, drink, play, and have fun here, as well as take a sauna and play golf. This is the guild cafeteria. The menu doesn't change every week. My favorite food is chili pepper stir-fried meat. It's great with rice. On the top floor of the building is the meeting room. Usually when there is a major mission, they will meet here to make detailed battle plans. The Tsangdom Guild was huge. Qin Yanyan was like a tour guide, leading Xiao Xingyu to move around, strolling around for half an hour without finishing. Worthy of being the second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster Guild in Longyin City. Rich as hell. Xiao Xingyu sighed in his heart, sprouting the idea of personally creating a Royal Beastmaster Guild in the future as well. Brother Xingyu, I had wanted you to meet my father. My father treasures talent the most. He must really like you. A young man with extraordinary talent. The father that Qin Yanyan spoke of was the president of the Tsangdom Guild, Qin Longyue. Because Qin Longyue was one of the few big names in Longyin City, the internet was full of news about him, and Xiao Xingyu was more or less aware of it. Qin Longyue was currently a 7-star Imperial Beastmaster, and the number 1 Imperial Beast under his command, the Tsangyan Rhino Emperor, was ranked as high as Beast Emperor Body 2nd stage. In terms of battle records, Qin Longyue had fought a lifetime of battles and had only lost one. And it was a good story because he lost to his wife, Qin Yanran's mother, Lu Qing. Only for fate to change, Lu Qing encountered a beast god body-level demonic beast during one of her missions. Because of the disparity in strength, Lu Qing died on the battlefield, and even the body did not leave behind. Qin Yanran was only 6 years old at that time. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but ask, Sister Yanran, where's President Qin? He's a senior that I respect a lot, and I want to meet him as well. Qin Yanyan helplessly shrugged her shoulders. My father recently went on a mission to Alcatraz Island. Alcatraz Island, the island that caused the wraith-swallowing ship tragedy a while ago. Qin Yanyan nodded. Looks like you've seen that news report as well. Devil's Island, located at the edge of the Dragon Kingdom's eastern sea waters. The island had an important strategic position, but a month ago, a Beast Emperor Bodywater Demon Beast appeared near the island, swallowing a dozen battleships in one gulp, resulting in thousands of corpses and bones. A flash of worry surfaced in Qin Yanran's eyes. This month, my father didn't reply to my messages. I'm actually very worried. Don't worry. President Qin is exceedingly strong and will definitely triumph. At this time, a cool female voice came from behind Qin Yanyan. Yanyan, first time I've seen you bring a man home? Your boyfriend? Qin Yanyan's pretty face reddened. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. This is the godbrother I recognized outside, Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu was pushed to the front by Qin Yanyan, somewhat at a loss for words. The woman in front of him, aged 30 or 40, with pretty looks and well-maintained skin, but her temperament was cold and very intimidating. Sister Yanyan. This is Brother Xingyu. Let me introduce you. This is my sister-in-law, Lu Yu. By the way, besides being my sister-in-law, she is also the vice president of the Congdom Guild O. Xiao Xingyu froze and immediately arched his hand and clasped his fist, not being overbearing. Good day, Vice President Lu. After Lu Qing's death, the position of vice president was vacant and could only be filled by Lu Qing's younger sister, Lu Yu. Over the years, the Congdom Guild was able to steadily rank second in the Dragon Hidden City Guild ranking, and Lu Yu was the biggest contributor. God brother. Yan, Auntie is a person from the past, telling you that there is no pure god sister and god brother in this world. Auntie, stop it. I really just treat Xingyu as my younger brother. After the pleasantries, Lu Yu got back to the point. Why did you bring Xiao Xingyu to the Congdom Guild? Auntie, Xingyu wants to serve as our guild's Imperial Beast Doctor. What? Lu Yu raised her eyebrows, thinking that Qin Yanran was joking with herself. I'm serious. Brother Xingyu's medical skills are very good. He can be qualified for the job of Imperial Beast Doctor. Only then did Lu Yu gaze seriously at the handsome young man in front of her. You shouldn't have graduated yet. Yes. I'm currently a first-year student at the Green Dragon Academy. Lu Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Yanran. My aunt, you're looking for a brat who hasn't graduated yet to serve as our guild's Imperial Beast Doctor? This joke isn't funny at all. Xiao Xingyu suddenly interjected. Vice President Lu, my age and qualifications are indeed easy to misunderstand. But my medical skills, there is no half water. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. Lu Yu originally wanted to dislike a few words, but on second thought, young in age, speaking out of turn. Seeing as you are the godbrother Yan recognized, I'll give you this chance. 5 minutes later, Xiao Xingyu was brought to the Congdom Guild's medical room by Lu Yu. Qin Yanyan accompanied Xiao Xingyu every inch of the way and introduced him thoughtfully. Brother Xingyu, this is our Congdom Guild's medical room. All the medical equipment is state-of-the-art, and the pharmacy is full of medicinal herbs. The medical room had a huge space and the walls were all white. On the operating table, there were various imperial beasts lying. The imperial beast masters accompanied them at the side. Flaming amazing tiger. Cheer up, hold on. After the hemorrhoid surgery, your poop won't hurt anymore. Doctor, my imperial beast has broken another bone. How many days of recuperation do I need this time? The bone-faced brown bear on operating table 3 suffered a hemorrhage from a difficult birth. Go fetch a spare blood bag. This imperial beast's injuries are too serious. Half of its body was bitten off by a beast king body demonic beast. I'm afraid. In the medical room, the scene was once very bloody. From the severe injuries suffered by these imperial beasts, Xiao Xingyu could brainstorm how difficult and ferocious deadly battles they had experienced on the battlefield while accompanying their masters. Lu Yu clasped her arms in front of her chest, her flat voice filled with deep helplessness. We, the Vault Guild, take on missions that are all A rank or S rank missions. With high commissions, the risks are naturally high as well, and the frequent injuries of the imperial beasts have been a headache for the imperial beast doctors. Speaking here, Lu Yu's gaze fell on Xiao Xingyu. Kid, didn't you threaten to be good at medicine? Show it to me. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god. Inside the medical room, the injury diagnoses of all the imperial beasts were summarized into a data sheet and presented in Xiao Xingyu's mind. The data sheet contained condition analysis, treatment methods, follow-up rehabilitation. The corners of Xiao Xingyu's lips rose slightly. Chapter 25. Don't call Vice President Lu. Call Auntie. Bang! The door to the medical room was slammed open by a strange force. Everyone's eyes looked towards the door. A burly man with a big body rushed in. The burly man was covered in blood. His face was pale. His clothes were tattered and torn. His shoes were lost in the run, and his 2 feet were covered in sludge. Doctor, save my imperial beast. The strong man's looks, who looked ferocious, at this moment had 2 hot tears in his eyes. Uncle Lei, why are you in such a sorry state? Missy, Vice President Lu, you guys are here too. The burly man wiped away his tears and opened the imperial beast crest to summon an imperial beast. A giant mastiff with dying breath was lying on the ground. The wound on its abdomen was shocking, and blood continued to spill out, staining the floor of the medical room. The blue-eyed mastiff, a transcendent body third-order imperial beast. At this moment, its physical state was poor to the extreme. Its green pupils gradually dilated, a trace of life remaining. Sister Yenin, who is this lanky uncle? He is our guild's patriarchal figure, Chi Lei. He was once born and died with my father. Chi Lei was a 6-star imperial beastmaster and had never flinched in the face of an army of magical beasts on the battlefield. But at this moment, looking at his royal beasts about to go to their deaths, he finally showed his vulnerable side, hot tears wetting his face. Lu Yu commanded, "All imperial beast doctors, prioritize providing treatment to the bewitching mastiff." In the medical room, all imperial beast doctors swarmed up. The more mad mastiff was lying on the operating table, and its eyes were no longer open. "Oh my, what a huge wound. The blood loss is too great. Stop the bleeding first. The hemostatic clamp doesn't work anymore. Dispense medicine. It still doesn't work. It won't stop the bleeding at all." Just at the moment when several imperial beast doctors were at their wits' end, Xiao Xingyu walked over. The wound was caused by the Beast King body magical beast Golden Needle Poison B King, so the regular prescription to stop the bleeding won't work. Chi Lei said excitedly, "Young man, how did you know that I encountered the Golden Needle Poison B King during my mission?" Xiao Xingyu looked calm and analyzed with a single glance. Near the wound, there are green crystals. This is a toxin unique to the Golden Needle Poison B King. Once a royal beast is struck by this poison, the wound cannot heal and it will go to death in agonizing torture. Lu Yu secretly observed and looked at Xiao Xingyu with a touch more appreciation. Xiao Xingyu spoke again. "I can help stop the bleeding of the Bijou Mad Mastiff. I just don't know if you are willing to believe me." "Young man, I believe you." Chi Lei had no other choice but to pin his hopes on this mysterious young man now. 1 plant of heavenly spirit grass. Purple English flower crushed to make 20 grams of medicinal liquid for backup. 1 transcendent body poison, attribute magical beast crystal core. And simmer all the ingredients together for 5 minutes. A few imperial beast doctors looked at each other in disbelief and couldn't help but question. "This, sir, the herbs you mentioned all carry different intense poisons. Isn't this rubbing salt into the wounds of the imperial beasts?" Xiao Xingyu's voice was cold. "Immediately follow my prescription and grab the medicines, or else if you miss the best time to rescue it, this eyed mad mastiff will surely die." Chi Lei didn't hesitate and yelled at the top of his voice. "Don't just stand there. Quickly go and grab the medicine." Lu Yu also snapped. "Do as Xiao Xingyu said." Several imperial beast doctors bustled about, dispensing and boiling the medicine according to Xiao Xingyu's prescription. 5 minutes later, a cup of dark green potion was refined. The potion smelled foul and contained a variety of virulent poisons. Xiao Xingyu personally applied the potion evenly on the wounds of the bewitching mastiff. Zira. Thick white smoke rose from the wound, and the stench of rotting flesh filled the medical room. The mad mastiff let out a painful howl and shed 2 lines of blood tears. As a royal beast master, Chi Lei stood aside, his heart in his throat. After the smoke dispersed, the blue-eyed mad mastiff stopped howling and regained its vitality. Several imperial beast doctors were shocked. "It stopped. The bleeding has stopped. This potion is also too divine. Look, the wound is actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's simply a medical miracle." After using the medicine, the wound of the mad mastiff shed a large amount of rotting flesh and then rapidly healed. In just 3 minutes, the wound healed by half. Ooh. The bimbo-eyed mad mastiff lifted its huge head and let out a low whimper towards Chi Lei, signaling that its master did not need to worry. "Furball, your life is saved. Great." Chi Lei rushed up and hugged the mad mastiff, crying with joy. A sturdy and hard man. Weeping in this scenario was not at all pretentious, but instead, it was permeated with the warmth of humanity. The wounds of the mad mastiff have not completely healed, but fortunately the toxin has been neutralized by the medicinal agent that I concocted. In order to avoid leaving aftereffects, the detailed steps of the subsequent rehabilitation treatment, I have written them all on this note. Chi Lei received the note in Xiao Xingyu's hand and was moved by it. "Little divine doctor, thank you for saving my imperial beast. This favor, I, Chi Lei, will remember you for the rest of my life. By the way, what's your name? Qin Yanran ran over and wrapped her arms around Xiao Xingyu's arm with a proud face. Uncle Lei, this is the godbrother I recognized. His name is Xiao Xingyu. Divine Dr. Xiao, I owe you my life. If you need anything in the future, I, Qi Lei, will die by all means. For a royal beast master, a royal beast was his life. Xiao Xingyu pulling the Bai Mad Mastiff back from the Ghost Gate was a great favor to Qi Lei. Qin Yanran patted Lu Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, Auntie, now you recognize Brother Xingyu's medical skills, right? Lu Yu's sight locked onto Xiao Xingyu's back. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu took the initiative to go and heal the other imperial beasts again, and the medicine removed the disease, receiving thanks and praise from the imperial beast masters. Divine Dr. Xiao, thank you for healing my imperial beast. Divine Dr. Xiao, my family's mountain rock turtle has anorexia. Can it be cured? Divine Dr. Xiao. The entire medical room was filled with the sounds of Divine Dr. Xiao. Xiao Xingyu patiently treated each imperial beast, while writing down a rehabilitation program on a slip of paper and handing it to each imperial beast master. Lu Yu's eyes were deep as she thought in her heart. This young man, his medical skills are indeed powerful, a rare talent. If his medical skills are exposed, I'm afraid that it will lead to a mad rush from all the great clans and all the major imperial beastmaster guilds. In this era, the most valuable thing was talent. A royal beast doctor with excellent medical skills could become the special pharmacist of a great family, or be poached by the top royal beastmaster guilds with high salaries, or even become the guest of the Dragon Empire. Lu Yu smiled slightly. It's good that this kid is Yanyan's godbrother. With this relationship, he'll be a member of our Dome Guild from now on. With that, Lu Yu walked over to Xiao Xingyu's side. Xiao Xingyu, your medical skills. Good, very good. Vice President Lu overpraised. Hey, what do you call Vice President Lu? Just call me sister-in-law like Yanran. Qin Yanyan smiled and chimed in. Right, you're my brother. My sister-in-law is your sister-in-law. Little sister-in-law. Xiao Xingyu shouted with a coy face. Lu Yu revealed a kind and amiable smile. Xingyu, from now on, you'll be our Dome Guild's special appointed pill master. Special appointed apothecary was the greatest honorific for the imperial beast doctor. Did I see it right? This is the first time Vice President Lu has smiled? To be able to make an iceberg beauty smile so kindly, Divine Dr. Xiao is a character. Divine Dr. Xiao is marvelous. Does Vice President Lu like Divine Dr. Xiao after all? She's in her 30s and hasn't gotten married yet. Lu Yu suddenly tightened her smile. Who's chewing the cud? Deduct half a year's salary. Chapter 26. Signing a big contract that will earn hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Dome Guild headquarters building, top floor conference room. On the table in front of Xiao Xingyu was a contract. It was a high-salary special employment contract. Lu Yu sat opposite Xiao Xingyu, a pair of long legs folded casually, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Xingyu, after signing this contract, you will be our Dome Guild's specially recruited pharmacist. Regarding the salary and treatment, see if you are satisfied. Xiao Xingyu carefully browsed through the contract, his eyes wider than copper bells. A monthly salary of 1 million, and plus a 5% commission? Vice Lu. Call me sister-in-law. Auntie, this treatment is too good to be true. I'm a bit flattered. A monthly salary of 1 million means an annual salary that exceeds 10 million. In terms of commission, if the guild's Imperial Beast Master completes a mission with a commission of $10 million outside, and at the same time the Imperial Beast is seriously injured as a result, Xiao Xingyu would be able to get a 5% commission or 500,000, as long as he was able to heal the Imperial Beast. With the size of the Vaulted Vault Guild, the number of missions completed at the 10 million commission level was around 100 per year. So it seemed that on commission alone, Xiao Xingyu could earn more than 50 million a year. Moreover, the guild could sometimes receive SSS missions with commissions over 100 million, and Xiao Xingyu's commission would be even higher. Doing some careful math, it's not impossible to earn 100 million a year. Xiao Xingyu muttered to himself, nearly shocked by the figure he said. Put in the past, 100 million would be astronomical for Xiao Xingyu. Nowadays, it was possible for Xiao Xingyu to earn 100 million in a year's time. Qin Yanyan laughed chirpily from the side. Brother Xingyu, you don't need to be surprised. This is all what you deserve. You are the best Imperial Beast doctor I have ever seen. If sister-in-law doesn't show her sincerity, You'll be poached by other Imperial Beastmaster guilds in the future. Qin Yanyan was only joking, but Lu Yu really had this concern, so she tried it out. Xingyu, with your attainments in the medical arts, in the future, there will be few imperial families and other guilds throwing olive branches at you. At that time, they will offer you even better conditions and treatment. Will you choose to leave our Zongdong guild? Xiao Xingyu had intended to think seriously, but suddenly felt the temperature in the conference room drop to freezing point. Qin Yanran and Lu Yu, at the same time, stared at Xiao Xingyu. The two beauties revealed nuclear goodness smiles, which sent shivers down Xiao Xingyu's backbone. Sister Yanran, sister-in-law, don't worry, I won't leave the Zongdong guild. Xiao Xingyu's smile was leathery. Qin Yanyan directly hugged Xiao Xingyu and even pressed Xiao Xingyu's head onto her surging and plump chest. Really, my good brother? Sister loves you to death. Lu Yu revealed a satisfied expression. Xingyu, from now on, you will not only be the special pharmacist of the Zongdong Guild, but also our family. In the Green Dragon Academy, if anyone looks for trouble with you, feel free to contact Yanyu or look for me directly. In the entire Longyin city, no one dares to bully you. A warm current flowed through Xiao Xingyu's heart. Growing up, he and Xiao Ruoxue were dependent on each other, fatherless and motherless. The lack of affection was finally partially made up for. Late at night, Xiao Xingyu hummed a small song and rode the Hellblast Wolf back to Green Dragon Academy. Along the way, the smile on Xiao Xingyu's face did not stop. Having just signed the big contract, Xiao Xingyu felt his back straighten. My sister-in-law advanced me a month's salary, and there's an extra $1 million in my bank card. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Imperial Beast store and look for Luo Sanyang to buy some exclusive evolutionary materials for fire attribute Imperial Beasts. Gorgeous. Just when Xiao Xingyu was about to get carried away, a milky voice came. Sister Ruoxue, I see my brother. Xiao Xingyu looked up and his tiger body shook. It was now 11 o'clock late at night. At the entrance of the Green Dragon Academy, under the dim light, stood two beautiful women. One had silver hair draped over her shoulders, and the other had a double ponytail tied. It was Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng. Damn! Xiao Xingyu's heart thumped. It's over. I'm dead this time. Holding a generous determination to die, Xiao Xingyu walked to Xiao Ruoxue. Sis, you came to bring me food. In Xiao Ruoxue's hand, she was carrying a love bento that had long since gotten cold. Yi Shimeng pulled Xiao Xingyu's hand. Brother, Sister Ruoxue and I came over at 6 in the afternoon, but we didn't find you. I heard from the students in the academy that you went on a date with a beautiful woman. Her name is Qin Yanran. Brother, is Qin Yanran your girlfriend? Xiao Xingyu hastily waved his hand to dispel the rumor. No. Qin Yanran is my god-sister. After saying this, Xiao Xingyu's desire for survival exploded and hurriedly wrapped his arms around Xiao Ruoxue, who was full of frost. Of course, a god-sister can never be as close as a real sister. Xiao Ruoxue blanked her brother. You brat. Tell me, after staying with Qin Yanran for so long and coming back in the middle of the night, what did you do? Xiao Xingyu never hid anything from his relatives and told all his experiences. Xiao Ruoxue patted Xiao Xingyu's head. You cannot Xiao Xingyu, after recognizing your god-sister, you recognize another sister-in-law. Isn't it time to recognize third granduncle and auntie next? Xiao Xingyu wrapped his left arm around Xiao Ruoxue and his right arm around Yi Shimeng. Both the imperial sister and the lowly were not spared. All in all, I'm now the special pharmacist of the Zongdong Guild, and with a year's income, it's possible to break through $100 million. This weekend, I'll treat you all to a big meal. This night, some people were happy and some were sad. Wang family residence. Wang Yan was lying on the bed, his face ashen. The bruises and broken ribs on his body were a constant reminder of his revenge. The door to the room opened. A man in his 40s or 50s walked in. Wang Yan's eyebrows bore a 7-point resemblance to this man, and it was obvious that he was Wang Yan's father, the vice president of the Green Dragon Academy, Wang Dongsheng. Dad, you have to do it for me. Unproductive waste. Wang Yan was like a mute machine gun, muffled and silent, aggrieved tears swirling near his eyes. Wang Dongsheng pushed the gold wire frames. The air of a svelte scum was unmistakable. You're my Wang Dongsheng's son, and you actually lost in the ring to a jumped-up clown who came out of a small city. You're disgracing me, disgracing our Wang family. With a snotty nose and tears, Wang Yan cried, "Dad, don't scold me. That Xiao Xingyu really isn't weak. His royal beast has 3 attributes. I've seen the video of you and Xiao Xingyu fighting in the ring. His strength, I have a count." After Wang Dongxing watched the video, he clearly knew that his son was no match for Xiao Xingyu. "By the way, Dad," Xiao Xingyu recognized Qin Yanran as his godsister. "He has the Tsangdong Guild behind him. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to get my revenge." Wang Dongxing let out an oozing cold laugh. "The Tsangdong Guild. Our Wang family really can't afford to mess with it. But if Xiao Xingyu meets with an accident in the Yinan Mountain trial and dies at the hands of a magical beast, wouldn't it have nothing to do with us?" Wang Yan froze for a long time, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. "Dad, it's still you who's great." The Yinan Mountain trial was the test for every freshman of the Green Dragon Academy for the initial field combat trial. This trial would be held tomorrow morning. Wang's father and son talked at length late at night, holding back a bellyful of bad water. Chapter 27. Hunting Demonic Beasts Trial. Almighty Xiao Xingyu. Male Dormitory Building. Dormitory 312. A ray of morning light passed through the window and fell on Xiao Xingyu's face. Xiao Xingyu was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by an abrupt system beep. Ding! Releasing System Mission. System Mission. Hunt a full-bodied magical beast. Mission Reward. 1 blood marrow pill plus 1,000 points. Xiao Xingyu was in a daze, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "I'm just a 1-star Imperial Beast Master. Asking me to hunt a full-bodied magical beast? System, you really think highly of me." The Hellblast Wolf was currently at the level of initial body first order. Even with the 3 attribute talents, the limit was to barely kill a mature body first-rank magical beast. A full-bodied magical beast, on the other hand, was 1 rank higher than a mature body. Fighting across 2 levels was simply unrealistic. But then again, this quest is considered high risk and high reward, and the quest reward is still very generous. The quest reward was a blood marrow pill and 1,000 points. When a royal beast took the blood marrow pill, it could instantly and dramatically increase its attack power for 5 minutes, and it would have a trait attached to it. This trait was that the lower the blood level, the higher the damage. In other words, after the Hellgale Wolf took the blood marrow elixir, the more severely it was injured in battle, the more damage it would do to unleash its battle techniques instead. Theoretically, when the Hell Blizzard Wolf's blood quantity was 1% remaining, releasing a battle technique would cause tons of bludgeoning damage. Xiao Xingyu rationally analyzed. The blood marrow pill has its pros and cons. It can indeed strike a beautiful counterattack in times of danger. But it doesn't do a lot of damage to the Imperial beasts, so it can't be used until it's absolutely necessary. The Hellblast Wolf was the first Imperial beast that Xiao Xingyu had contracted. He wouldn't just risk its life. Therefore, Xiao Xingyu decided that the blood marrow pill would be used as a base card and would not play this card easily. In addition to the blood marrow pill, the quest reward also had 1,000 point coupons. Xiao Xingyu had often browsed the system store before. The favored items were all priced above 1,000 point coupons. It had to be said that the generous rewards of this quest made Xiao Xingyu's heart skip a beat. A few minutes later, the housemates also woke up. Everyone was in a hurry to get dressed and clean up their appearance. Wu Shengyu stood in front of the mirror, putting on handsome clothes and combing his hair into an adult look. Song, who had his toothbrush in his mouth. Chen Yifu went downstairs at a rapid pace and bought 4 breakfasts and returned. "Brother Yu, today is the day for our freshman class to participate in the Yinan Mountain trials. Finally, I can see what the beauties from the other classes look like. I hope I can hook up with a pretty girl during the trial." The Yinan Mountain trial was the true first class for the new students. On the outskirts of Dragon Hidden City, there was a fully blocked mountain range called Yinan Mountain. It was named so because of the mountain's topography, where it rained all year round, and it was cloudy all year round. In the entire mountain range, there were a total of over 3,000 initial body magical beasts. Initial body magical beasts were of the lowest level and would not pose a threat to the Dragon Hidden City, which was filled with experts and tight security. Instead of killing them all, it would be better to use them as teaching materials for the students to practice. Therefore, the Green Dragon Academy designated this mountain as the trial site for the new students. Every new class of students had to enter Yinan Mountain on the trial day and complete the task of hunting magical beasts. 10 o'clock in the morning. Green Dragon Academy's Central Square. The entire school's freshmen gathered, totaling 10 classes and 600 students. Third class area. Xiao Xingyu stood in the crowd and became the biggest center of attention. That's Xiao Xingyu from Class 3. He's quite handsome. This dude is handsome and can fight. Vice Dean Wang's son. Lost to him yesterday. I'm suddenly a little curious as to what this genius monster will achieve in this trial. Everyone was talking and discussing, and suddenly the crows were silent, because the dean had arrived. On the main podium, a flavorful and beautiful woman appeared. Su Ruyan, the dean of Green Dragon Academy. Beside her was a svelte loser wearing glasses, the vice dean Wang Dongsheng. Wang Dongsheng scanned the crowd and his gaze landed on Xiao Xingyu's body. At this moment, Wang Yan was also across the crowd, silently focusing on Xiao Xingyu. The father and son, at the same time, revealed a hidden smile. Xiao Xingyu, this trial today is the last leg of your journey in life. I will let you know what happens when you go against my Wang family. Wang Yan's eyes burned with rage, his face gradually distorted, and he had already begun to brainstorm images of Xiao Xingyu being eaten by magical beasts in the trial. Wang Dongsheng held the microphone and took the lead. Today, it's the day of the Yinnan Mountain trial. Freshmen, I'm here to remind you that the number of magical beasts hunted is your test score. The more magical beasts you hunt and kill, the higher the rating you receive, and the more quality resources and Imperial Beast evolution materials the Academy provides you with. We have prepared generous prizes for the top 3 of this trial. Beside Wang Dongsheng were 3 boxes. The boxes were opaque, so one could not see what was contained inside. But one thing was certain. Inside were valuable evolutionary materials and high-quality Imperial Beast battle techniques. The crowd became noisy again. With this talent of mine, I guess I can achieve the top 3 of the countdown. With my strength, I can hunt up to 3 magical beasts and my spiritual energy won't be enough. I remember last year's Yinnan Mountain trial. The first place winner was Yi Shuangning. That's right. Yi Shuangning hunted 109 magical beasts at that time and was rated S+. I'm satisfied if I can get a B rating. Su Ruyan mentioned. Vice Dean Wang, before the trial starts, announced the all-rounders in this class of freshmen. Wang Dongsheng nodded and shouted at the top of his voice. After the examination and testing, there are a total of 3 allomancers in this freshman class. Class 1 Murong Yangshua, Class 1 Murong Xinshin, Class 3 Xiao Xingyu. The list of allomancers was announced, causing the crowd to hotly debate. There are 2 allomancers in Class 1? Murong family? One of the 4 great Imperial Beastmaster families, that makes sense. The Murong family, like the Yi family, was a royal Beastmaster family with extremely high talent. Murong Yangshua and Murong Xinshin were the leading members of the younger generation of the Murong family and were siblings. On the electronic big screen, a close-up of the faces of the siblings was given. The 2 siblings looked very similar, the man handsome and the woman pretty. They just seemed to be silent and out of place with the chaotic atmosphere around them. The Murong siblings are blood dissolved in water, and they're in the same class. This makes it seem like Brother Xiao is lonely. I'm somewhat looking forward to the exciting images of Xiao Xingyu and the Murong siblings competing in the freshman ranking match 2 days later. On the main podium, Xiao Xingyu's homeroom teacher, Chun Chinian, stood respectfully beside Dean Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan suddenly opened her mouth. Old Chun, what kind of talent do you think is the most terrifying talent? Chun Chinian did not think twice. That girl Yi Shuangning? Su Ruyan shook her head. The whole country knows that the Yi family, Murong family, Li family, and Xiao family, the bloodlines of these 4 royal beastmaster families are all at the genius monster level. But to say the most terrifying talent, I think it's that poor boy who is always compared to these genius monsters. Su Ruyan's eyes were always focused on Xiao Xingyu. Chun Chinian nodded his head. Yes, student Xiao Xingyu comes from a small city, fatherless and motherless, with no power or influence. But on the contrary, whenever people mention the genius monsters of those lineages, they will always mention his name in passing. This is indeed the most terrifying talent. Su Ruyan's beautiful eyes flowed. Want to bet? How many magical beasts do you think Xiao Xingyu will hunt this trial? Chun Chinian was Xiao Xingyu's homeroom teacher and knew more about Xiao Xingyu's strength. I think around 50. Su Ruyan, I guess around 80. Chun Chinian laughed and asked, Dean, what are you going to bet on? A meal of wine. No problem. But what if we all guess wrong? What if he breaks Yi Shuangning's record? Su Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, her eyes looking towards the sky. Wouldn't it be better if we all guessed wrong? Because that would mean that we waited for the one who can create the future. Chun-Chi nodded with a young smile, his deep eyes containing too many complicated emotions. Yes, we've waited for a long time. Chapter 28. Live broadcast on the entire network. Who is the first talent of the session? The campus radio rang out. Attention all freshmen. Organized by the Green Dragon Academy, the annual Yunnan Mountain Trial is about to begin. This trial will be broadcast live over the entire network using a live webcast. Perhaps your parents and friends are also watching the live broadcast. Please work hard to hunt and kill magical beasts and strive for a higher rating. The Green Dragon Academy was one of the 4 great Imperial Beastmaster Academies in the Dragon Kingdom. The new students of the academy symbolized the future of the country and naturally drew the attention of the people of the country. This trial, it's even broadcast live on the entire network? Mom, my son has made it big. He's going to be on TV. Live broadcast? Wait for me to fix my makeup first. My nose hair isn't cut. Will it be weird on camera? Will it be embarrassing if I wet my pants by the wraith? As soon as they heard about the full webcast, the freshmen began to straighten their clothes and focus on their appearance. Girls would also put on lipstick to look better on camera. Half an hour later, the 600 freshmen, taking the school bus, arrived one after another at the foot of Yunnan Mountain. Xiao Xingyu looked out over the top of the mountain. The entire mountain peak was cloudy and filled with magic energy. Wu Shengyu stomped his numb feet and spat in a low voice. The whole network is broadcasting live. Wouldn't it be a shame if the performance is terrible? Suddenly I'm a bit nervous. Song, who grinned greatly and patted Wu Shengyu's shoulder. Old Wu, what are you wimpy about? When we enter the mountain later, bumping into the magical beasts is one word. Song, whose character was like this, not afraid of the sky or the earth. There were a total of 3,000 initial level magical beasts within the mountain, with different bloodlines, attributes, and weaknesses. Xiao Xingyu used his cell phone to be able to check the transcripts of the previous year's trials. The trial record, which was held by Yi Shuangning, totaled 109 magical beasts hunted and received an S+ rating. After looking at the report card for the last 5 years, there were only 12 people who hunted and killed more than 80 magical beasts. The necessary condition to obtain an S+ rating was to hunt and kill more than 80 magical beasts. Over the past 5 years, Green Dragon Academy had admitted 5 classes of new students, totaling over 3,000 people. Out of those 3,000 plus people, only 12 people had scored an S+ rating. Wu Xingyu came to Xiao Xingyu's side. Brother Yu, have you read the grading rules? I haven't read it yet. I'll read it to you. Oh. Wu Shengyu swallowed, moistened his throat, and read it aloud. Hunting and killing 5 or more magical beasts, grade C. Hunting and killing more than 10 magical beasts, grade B. Hunting and killing more than 30 magical beasts, grade A. Kill more than 50 magical beasts, grade S. Hunting and killing more than 80 magical beasts, rating S+. From this scoring rule, it was easy to see that Green Dragon Academy was worthy of being Green Dragon Academy. The students who were able to enter the Green Dragon Academy were all geniuses. The lower limit of these students was already the upper limit of mediocre people. The lowest grade was C, and the requirement was to hunt 5 magical beasts or more. For those 1-star Imperial Beast Masters with truly mediocre qualifications, there was a certain risk involved in hunting 1 initial level magical beast, let alone 5. Brother Yu, how many magical beasts are you planning to hunt? Wu Sheng asked in friendly wonder. The key to how many magical beasts I can hunt and kill does not lie with me, but depends on the speed at which the magical beasts escape. Xiao Xingyu clasped his hands behind his head, looking lazy and casual, seemingly not putting this trial in his eyes. Because the mountains were all initial-level magical beasts, and Xiao Xingyu's strength, killing mature body magical beasts was no big deal. This trial was just a warm-up activity for him. Taking depends on the speed of the magical beasts escaping. Wu Shengyu's mouth twitched and smiled bitterly. Brother Yu, I suspect that you're pretending, and the evidence is overwhelming. Song, who giggled nervously. Brother Yu is pretending because he has the capital to do so. In the crowd, Wang Yan stared surreptitiously at Xiao Xingyu's back. Xiao Xingyu, you're the grasshopper after the fall. You won't be able to jump for long. When you enter the mountain, hey. This mountain is your grave. Wang Yan's smile was getting more and more evil, and he had already imagined the hot news of Xiao Xingyu's accidental death in the trial. Green Dragon Academy, Central Square. Broadcasting Station. Dean Su Ruyan, Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng, and Director of Instruction Lin Song were sitting together. In addition to the three academy leaders, there was also a young man. Hello friends in the live broadcast room. I am the host commentator of this trial broadcast, Yang Su. At this moment, the 600 new students of this session of our Qinglong Academy have entered Yinan Mountain one after another. Next, let's follow the camera and see what the quality of this freshman class really is. In the sky above Yinan Mountain, there were 600 drones hovering, responsible for filming the process of each and every freshman trial. The screen of the live broadcast room switched frequently, and the picture was once awkward with the freshmen in an ugly state. Yang Su began to narrate with a hard-on. This student, the opening encounter with the snowy, glistening tiger cub, was unexpectedly stunned. This student, what are you running for? Your wig has fallen off. Fight back. It can be seen that this freshman is a bit nervous, and seems to have been scared to pee by the red-scaled beast. Guide. Please mosaic this student's crotch to retain a trace of decency. Freshmen were just like new recruits in the army, going to war for the first time. It was inevitable that they would be timid and nervous. Most of the new students, when they encountered a magical beast attack in the mountains and forests, their first reaction was to run away. The live broadcast screen was given to Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan's face was gloomy and serious. Yang Su raised the microphone. Dean Su, seeing the performance of this freshman class, what are your thoughts? Su Ruyan gritted her teeth. This is really the worst class of freshmen I've ever brought up. Yang Su lightly coughed. Cough. Dean Su. Last year's trial live broadcast, you also said this. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Time passed by minute by minute. The freshmen gradually eliminated their nervousness and were inspired by the wraiths to fight back with bloodlust. Yang Su held the microphone and cheered loudly. This student who lost his wig just now fought back bravely and hunted down a spirit rock leopard. And this student who scared his pants also managed to counter-kill a wind demon elk. Green Dragon Academy doesn't keep idle hands. Every new student is a future pillar of our dragon kingdom. An hour passed. The 600 freshmen, all of them had made gains. Even the students with the worst strength had hunted 6 magical beasts. But as time passed, the talent gap between the 600 freshmen began to present itself. Class 2's Wan Lin has successfully killed the short-tailed bear, and his total number of hunted magical beasts exceeds 10. Congratulations to classmate Sun Tianhao of the 5th class. The number of magical beasts hunted exceeds 20. Unbelievable. It's only been a short hour since the trial, and Murong Yangshua from the 1st class has already hunted and killed 40 magical beasts. The live broadcast camera gave it to a handsome teenager. The teenager was tall and looked unsmiling, coupled with a head of long white hair. It made people even more afraid to go up and strike up a conversation. In the pop-up area of the live broadcast, the netizens were talking. Worthy of being the proud son of the Murong family, Murong Young Master is good. I want to marry young Master Murong so badly. Murong Yangshua fulfills all my requirements for a future husband. Chapter 29. Old 6th Sha Xingyu, robbing the head of a beauty, Yinan Mountain, by a pool of water. The white-haired teenager leaned under a tree, his face as calm as the water of the pool. A huge griffin, flapping its wings, its sharp hooked claws tore at the flesh of the silver fang snake. The silver fang snake was at least an initial level 3rd order magical beast, just one step away from breaking through to promotion to a mature body magical beast. If any other freshman encountered a silver fang snake, their first reaction would be to run away. Little white, don't torture it. Just take out the magical beast crystal core. The griffin let out a few chirps, and its sharp beak was like a knife, breaking through the silver fang snake's flesh and taking out the magical beast crystal core. The silver fang snake lay on the ground, losing its last ounce of life. Green Dragon Academy, Central Square. On the large electronic relay screen, the scorecard was refreshed once again. Murong Yangshua 41. At the commentary seat, Yang Su roared in excitement. Student Murong Yangshua, the total number of hunts is as high as 41. So it seems that Murong Yangshua is indeed the leader of the Murong family's younger generation, the genius of geniuses. His imperial beast, the white mongrel griffin, is the only imperial beast of the superpower lineage in this year's trial. The griffin beside Murong Yangshua had white feathers all over its body, with a red gemstone set in its forehead, looking mighty and domineering, yet elegant. This was Murong Yangshua's imperial beast, the white monk griffin. In the imperial beast system, the superpower system imperial beasts were the rarest. The white monk griffin belonged to the supernatural ability system of imperial beasts, and its most powerful ability was space penetration. Generally speaking, magical beasts possessed strong armor and defensive abilities. The spatial penetration ability of the white monk griffin could not only instantly shorten the distance between it and the magical beasts, but it could also cause a penetration effect with any attack it unleashed. With this ability, it could easily pierce through a magical beast's armor and restrain the magical beast's recovery ability. The silver fang snake was an imperial beast with exceptionally strong recovery ability, but it happened to be restrained by the white mongrel griffin's ability, and it naturally ended miserably. Murong Yangshua picked up the silver fang snake's magical beast crystal core and put it into his spatial ring, turning around to pet the white mongrel's head. "Little white, well done." Murong Yangshua usually shied away from words and rarely interacted with people. Only when he interacted with the imperial beasts would he open his mouth to speak. Yang Su glanced at the pop-up area and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that our classmate Murong Yangshua is very popular with the female fans. The young girls in the pop-up area were shouting that they wanted to give Murong Yangshua a monkey. After witnessing Murong Yangshua's performance, you might as well watch Murong Shinshin's performance again. The live broadcast camera panned. At the edge of the cliff, a bloodthirsty berserker lion stumbled, its body covered in shocking wounds, its pupils reflecting endless fear in their depths. A white-haired girl slowly walked towards the bloodthirsty lion. The white-haired girl had a pure appearance, three-dimensional features, and the temperament between her eyebrows was similar to Murong Yangshua's. This white-haired girl was Murong Yangshua. This white-haired girl was Murong Yangshua's younger sister, Murong Shinshin. At this moment, beside Murong Xian, followed by a giant bat. The bat spread its wings like a giant net, giving an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Interestingly, the bat didn't have half a bit of flesh and blood on its body. Only a skeleton was left, and two green flames were burning in its eye sockets. Yang Su used his loudest voice in the live broadcast to introduce the origin of this imperial beast. Fellow netizens, this is Murong Shinshin's imperial beast, the bone-winged bat beast, with a bloodline of legendary quality. At the same time, the bone-winged bat beast is also the only undead-type imperial beast in this trial. Undead-type imperial beasts were even rarer than superpower-type imperial beasts. Compared to other royal beasts, the greatest advantage of the undead system royal beasts was that they possessed the unbelievable talent of being immune to physical attacks. Even if the bone-winged bat beast's body was torn apart by a magical beast, or even crushed into slag, it could recover in a short period of time. This was the physical immunity effect, and with this talent it could restrain all magical beasts that relied on physical attacks. The bloodthirsty berserker lion is an initial grade second-order magical beast with an epic bloodline, thick armor, and a physical attack that comes with a 5-fold bludgeoning effect. The talent is very strong now. It's a pity that it met the bone-winged bat beast. Today is the day of its death. If Ms. Murong Shinshin successfully kills this bloodthirsty berserker lion, then her total number of hunts will reach 51. At this moment, on the list of achievements on the big screen of the broadcast, Murong Shinshin ranked high in the first place, with a number of 50 magical beasts hunted and killed. Pop-ups flew about in the live broadcast room. Miss Murong is my goddess. This talent, it's even stronger than her brother Murong Yangshua. Whoever marries this woman, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare fight back even if they were domestically abused. Murong Shinshin is too strong. Her sharpness even overshadowed her brother Murong Yangshua. But in reality, Murong Yangshua didn't use his full strength. He doesn't like to clamor about the trial results, just point to point. Every new student who participated in the trial wore an electronic watch on their hands. The dial would also synchronize the report card data. Seeing that his sister was currently ranked first, Murong Yangshua's cold face flashed with a smirk. In this regard, it seems that this trial, my sister should be able to win first place. I, as a brother, won't compete with her. It was obvious that this seemingly cold and emotionless white-haired teenager actually had warmth in his heart and was a spoiled sister fiend. Suddenly, Murong Yangshua's expression froze and the corners of his lips gradually pressed down. The dial of the watch showed that Murong Shinshin's ranking dropped 1 place to 2nd place. Someone has overtaken my sister? The current first place is Xiao Xingyu. Murong Yangshua paid attention to this name for the first time. A minute ago, cliffside, The heavily injured bloodthirsty berserker lion was forced into a desperate situation by Morong Shinshin, with no way back. The bone-winged bat beast flapped its wings, green flames blazing, wanting to unleash a sure kill technique. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room thought that Morong Shinshin would definitely succeed in hunting this bloodthirsty berserker lion, a silhouette flashed by. Black striker kill. A domineering and majestic wolf howl resounded through the cliff. Miso. In an instant, the bloodthirsty berserker lion's already bloody torso was marked with an additional burning and eye-catching wolf claw mark. Plop. At the wound, blood was like a spring. The bloodthirsty berserker lion collapsed heavily to the ground, dying in peace. Xiao Xingyu rode the hell blast wolf and appeared at the edge of the cliff. Morong Shinshin raised her eyes to look at it and locked eyes with Xiao Xingyu for the first time. Commentator's seat. Yang Su stood up excitedly, holding the microphone and roaring. This scene, it's so dramatic. This year's biggest dark horse, Xiao Xingyu, has robbed Morong Shinshin's head. Attention please, Xiao Xingyu has topped the list one on the electronic scorecard. First place, Xiao Xingyu, number of hunts 51. Second place, Morong Shinshin, number of hunts 50. Third place, Morong Yangshua, 41 kills. Xiao Xingyu's ascension to the top of the list was by robbing Morong Shinshin of a single head. In the pop-up area, netizens cursed. This dude is so shady. Originally, the bloodthirsty berserker lion was already bloodied. Xiao Xingyu just made up for it. Morong Shinshin's day and night defense couldn't prevent Xiao Xingyu. This old six. These two are both genius monsters. Shouldn't they get into a fight because of this? Cliffside. The atmosphere is tense. Xiao Xingyu revealed a harmless smile. Mr. Morong, thank you for this head. Morong Shinshin's expression was as cold and stiff as her brother's, and she kept staring at Xiao Xingyu in silence. Just then, in the bushes there was a rustling sound. A three-eyed devil ant crawled out.
Yang su passionately narrated.
So here's the problem. Xiao Xingyu and Morong Shinshin looked at each other. From the smell of gunpowder from the collision of eyes, one can smell that these two both want to get the head of the three-eyed devil ant. Chapter 30, I can see the magical beast Bloodstripe. Breaking the record. The three-eyed devil ant panicked a lot, it just happened to be passing by. But it didn't expect to be targeted by two genius monsters. Xiao Xingyu and Morong Shinshin stood still. No words exchanged between the two. But if the eyes were comparable to swords, the two would have already exchanged 300 rounds. In the live broadcast, the camera gave a close-up of these two people. One was the Morong family's genius girl, and the other was a dark horse teenager who came out of nowhere. The competition between the two made the netizens look forward to it with great anticipation. Yang Su held the microphone in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a tight fist. Viewers, across the broadcast screen, I can feel the desire to win between the two. Who on earth can be the first to kill the three-eyed demon ant? Look, student Xiao Xingyu has taken the lead. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Xiao Xingyu took the first step. The Hell Blizzard Wolf released the battle skill, Hell Twist, and the 8 burning red chains instantly imprisoned the body of the three-eyed demon ant.
Yang Su shouted in excitement.
The power of hellfire, terrifying as it is. The armor of the three-eyed demon ant is notoriously thick and hard, and its armor is 5 times that of similar magical beasts. But the Hell Blast Wolf's hellfire has the effect of ignoring armor and can directly inflict real damage on the enemy. The three-eyed demon ants were imprisoned by the hell chains and couldn't move, letting out hissing sounds of pain. Black Striker, Reap, Xiao Xingyu decisively ordered. Just at the moment when the Hell Blast Wolf was planning to kill the three-eyed demon ant, a sound wave attacked. The sound wave turned into countless wind blades, and the Hell Blast Wolf was forced to dodge. Yang Su slapped the table and yelled, Morong Shinshin strike. Bone-winged bat beast, releasing a sonic wave of wind blades, interrupting the Hell Blast Wolf's necessary killing technique. Too late, too soon. The bone-winged bat beast releases the battle technique, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Morong Shinshin successfully killed the three-eyed demon ant. This is the woman who says a woman is inferior to a man. The tense and exciting live broadcast screen, paired with the enthusiastic commentary, gave the netizens goosebumps. Cliffside. The three-eyed demon ants were reduced to ashes in the green flames. In the scorched black soil, only a magic beast crystal core was left behind. Morong Shinshin bent down to pick up the magic beast crystal core and looked at Xiao Xingyu, who was not far away, saying nothing, but as if he had said everything. Murong student, you are cold and heartless on the surface. I thought you didn't care about the trial results. I didn't expect you to be so vindictive. Xiao Xingyu smiled and teased. At the same time, the report card data was updated. The number of hunts for Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin was the same at 51. Yang Su raised his eyebrows. Fellow viewers, things are getting interesting. As of now, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin are tied. The two of them, tied for first place. There's still an hour left until the end of the trial, so let's wait and see who will retain the first place position. As the trial progressed to this point, people's attention was all focused on the two people, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin. Murong Xinshin represented the 4 royal beastmaster families. Xiao Xingyu represented the commoner class with no power or background. Throughout history, there had never been a story of a grassroots teenager going against the odds and defeating a genius from a worldly family. Next, Murong Xinshin and Xiao Xingyu continue to fight. Where Xiao Xingyu goes, Murong Xinshin goes. The Yinan Mountain was divided into several regions such as lakes, waterfalls, dense forests, and snowy lands. The magical beasts coiled in each region were different. No matter which region Xiao Xingyu went to hunt the magical beasts, Murong Xinshin followed him around just to grab heads. A bone spur burning with green flames popped out from the bone-wing bat beast, penetrating through the blood plume porcupine's head. The blood plume porcupine, its brains scattered all over the place. The mosaic couldn't even cover it up, causing physical discomfort among the netizens in the live broadcast room. Yang Su laughed bitterly and lamented. It seems like Murong Xinshin does hold a grudge. He got into a fight with Xiao Xingyu and robbed Xiao Xingyu of another head. The score sheet data refreshed. First place, Murong Xinshin, number of hunts 89. Second place, Xiao Xingyu, number of kills 81. Under the rapid waterfall, 2 boulders were 5 meters apart. Xiao Xingyu was on the left and Murong Xinshin was on the right. In the water pool under the waterfall, the hell blast wolf was steaming with black hellfire, revealing its sharp fangs and exploding with anger. The bone-winged bat beast hovered in mid-air, emitting ferocious chirps with an arrogant stance. Murong student, it's just a trial. Is it necessary to be so serious? Murong Xinshin didn't say a word, just like an autistic girl. She just stared at Xiao Xingyu with her icy eyes. In the pop-up area, netizens were spitting. Ancient saying, beating is kissing, scolding is loving. I don't know why this pair of CPs seems to be very good at knocking. Don't say it, don't say it. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty. It looks like a good match. Xiao Xingyu's handsome appearance and uninhibited personality, coupled with his usual smile, looks like a playboy in a love affair. Murong Xinshin was silent and didn't say a word since the beginning, just staring at Xiao Xingyu, like a complaining daughter-in-law who gambled with her husband. Yang Su, as a professional commentator, couldn't help but kowtow to this pair of CPs. I have to say, the atmosphere that is clearly sword fighting has more ambiguous flavors. I'll take the lead in kowtowing to this pair of CP who don't fight. Under the waterfall, Xiao Xingyu revealed a playful smile. Only half an hour is left until the end of the trial. Murong student, I won't let you next. Yang Su frowned. Audience members, what does Xiao Xingyu mean by this? Is he saying that he didn't use his full strength just now? The countdown to the trial was 30 minutes. Xiao Xingyu gathered his cynical expression. The bottom of his eyes flashed with red light, and the eye of the demon god opened. Black Striker, go! Xiao Xingyu rode a hell blast wolf and chased after a frost demon rabbit that had fled. Murong Xinshin commanded the bone-wing bat beast, intending to grab heads again. Yang Su maintained his passionate and professional commentary. There are only 30 minutes left until the end of the trial. Everyone's spiritual energy is on the verge of exhaustion. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin are no exception. In this way, every opportunity for the imperial beasts to release their battle techniques becomes extraordinarily precious. At this moment, Murong Xinshin is going to do his old trick of grabbing heads again. Under Murong Xinshin's command, the bone-winged bat beast flapped its wings, generating a powerful airflow that bounced off the hell blast wolf.
Boom tilde.
The bone-wing bat beast spat out a green flame from its mouth, enveloping the frost demon rabbit's entire body. This was the bone-wing bat beast's signature battle technique, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. In the past half an hour, under Murong Xinshin's precise command, the bone-winged bat beast had grabbed 5 or 6 heads with this battle skill. Yang Su noticed Xiao Xingyu under the close-up camera. Strange. Xiao Xingyu seems to be smiling. Wait, the situation is not right. Yang Su was so excited that he jumped up again and his voice became shaky. The frost demon rabbit isn't dead yet. The bone-winged bat beast didn't do enough damage. It's still missing. Morong Shinshin froze, not expecting that he would have a lapse in judgment. The frost demon rabbit had been hit by the bone spirit cold fire and was seriously injured, but was still hanging on by a thread. Just at the moment Morong Shinshin froze. Miso, the mark of the wolf claw flashed by. The frost demon rabbit lost its last ounce of life. Xiao Xingyu picked up the magic beast crystal core and smiled at Morong Shinshin. Morong student, I'm going to start getting serious. Green Dragon Academy, Central Square. The judges' table. Dean Surian stared at the relay screen and witnessed all of Xiao Xingyu's maneuvers. This kid, it seems that he ate the bone-winged bat beast's damage to be a little bit worse so he could do a precise mending. Without years of battlefield experience, it's simply impossible to have such excellent foresight. Xiao Xingyu, you really are a monster. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's pupils appeared vaguely red. Deep within the pupils there were two black needles. Just like the hour hand and minute hand of a clock, they were turning counterclockwise. One of the abilities of the Eye of the Demon God was to see through the specific blood levels of imperial beasts and magical beasts. In Xiao Xingyu's perspective, on the head of the frost demon rabbit, a blood bar would be displayed. The attack power of the bone-winged bat beast would also decrease by some value as Morong Shinshin's spiritual power was consumed. Xiao Xingyu could easily predict that after the bone-winged bat beast released the bone spirit cold flame, the frost demon rabbit would still have a trace of blood left. With this ability, as long as Xiao Xingyu wanted to steal heads, no one would be able to rob him. Viewers, the situation is starting to reverse. Xiao Xingyu snatches the head of Firewick Frenzy Wolf from Morong Shinshin. Unfortunately, this time, the bone-winged bat beast's battle technique damage was a little bit worse again. Creation is a mess. The bloodied Nightblade leopard was harvested by a single claw of the Hell Blast Wolf. Is it Morong Shinshin's bad luck? Or is it Xiao Xingyu's good judgment? Time flew by. Only 5 minutes remained until the end of the trial. The score sheet data was refreshed. First place, Xiao Xingyu, number of hunts 110. Second place, Morong Shinshin, number of hunts 89. The live broadcast room was boiling, and the pop-up screen was brushing the screen. Yang Su clutched the microphone with both hands and shouted at the top of his voice. Unbelievable! 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 Student Xiao Xingyu, breaking the all-time record set by Yi Shuangning. There are still 5 minutes until the end of the trial. Xiao Xingyu has already broken the record. He hunted 110 magical beasts. When Yi Shuangning participated in the Yinnan Mountain trial, she set an all-time record by hunting 109 magical beasts. People had thought that this record would remain for at least 50 years. But after only 1 year, this record was broken by Yi Shuangning's schoolmate, Xiao Xingyu. To say that the biggest wrongdoer was not Yi Shuangning, but Morong Shinshin. From half an hour ago, Morong Shinshin's hunting count had been fixed at 89. Since then, every time Morong Shinshin beat the magical beasts to the point of bloodshed, he would be robbed of his head by Xiao Xingyu. This was also the reason why Xiao Xingyu could break Yi Shuangning's record. Morong Shinshin had given at least 20 assists. Xiao Xingyu picked up a magic beast crystal core. The corner of his lips hooked into a bad smile. Classmate Morong, thank you for marrying me. I broke senior sister Yi Shuangning's record, and I have you to thank for it. Morong Shinshin glared at Xiao Xingyu with grudging eyes and finally spoke. Old 6. This was the first time Morong Shinshin spoke to the first man other than his own brother Morong Yangshua. Morong student, thank you for the compliment. The last time Morong Shinshin was this speechless was the last time. Chapter 31 Xiao Xingyu falls off a cliff. Mysterious magic beast in the cave. Fellow viewers, the trial is nearing its end. Unsurprisingly, student Xiao Xingyu can hold on to his first place finish. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this teenager from a small city had broken Yi Shuangning's record. I feel honored to have the opportunity to serve as the host commentator for the live broadcast of this trial. There were still 3 minutes left until the end of the trial. At this time, everyone's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and the rankings of the results were basically finalized without too much fluctuation. Xiao Xingyu's score, riding high, had a total of 110 hunts. Morong Shinshin was in second place, with his results set at 89. The gap between the two was the gap that Xiao Xingyu had snatched out by grabbing heads. The family apartment. Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng sat in front of the television, watching the live broadcast together. Yi Shimeng suddenly jumped up from the sofa, humming a little song and twirling her buttocks, cheering with abandon. Brother is great. Having such an awesome brother. Meng is so happy. Xiao Ruoxue touched Yi Shimeng's swaying double ponytail and smiled gently. Meng, Xiaoyu has broken your sister's record, and you're still so happy? Compared to the cold and icy sister, I prefer my brother. Yi Shuangning was cold in nature. Although she was Yi Shimeng's own sister, there was very little communication between the sisters, and whatever she had to say was buried in her heart. Xiao Xingyu, on the other hand, doted on Yi Shimeng and had a warm personality, never cold-faced. Seeing Xiao Xingyu achieve good results in the trial, Yi Shimeng felt happy and proud for Xiao Xingyu from the bottom of her heart. Sister Ruoxue, aren't you happy that brother achieved good results? Of course I'm happy. But you don't act excited at all, and you don't smile much either. A child's insight is often sharper than an adult's. Yi Shimeng hit the nail on the head. Xiao Ruoxue was indeed abnormal. Seeing her brother excel, not only did she not get half excited, her face was also a bit gloomy. Xiao Ruoxue stared at the TV screen. The camera gave a close-up of Xiao Xingyu's face. The current Xiaoyu, why has he become both familiar and unfamiliar to me? He managed to snatch the head of the Murong family's girl many times in the trial. It's enough to see how excellent his anticipation is. But the seals on his body don't show any signs of loosening. So where exactly did these extraordinary talents come from? Xiao Ruoxue rested her cheek with one hand and fell into deep thought. Yinan Mountain, deep in the dense forest. Xiao Xingyu glanced down at his watch. There's only 1 minute left until the end of the trial. Classmate Murong, I'll take the first place title. Murong Xinshin spared her words, her beautiful eyes staring at Xiao Xingyu. Old 6. Can you change your words? Old 6. Are those the only 2 words in your dictionary? Old 6. Xiao Xingyu was amused by Murong Xinshin's character. This woman, she's really funny, looking cold, but in reality, she's a bit dopey. The radio sound resounded through the valley. The trial is about to end. Please gather at the bottom of the mountain. Murong students, let's go. Old 6. Please, can you change your words? Old 6. Xiao Xingyu made his judgment. Identification complete. Murong student, you were a repeater in your previous life. Just as Xiao Xingyu was preparing to go down the mountain, an accident occurred. A hissing roar that shook through the mountains pierced Xiao Xingyu's eardrums. Black Striker, Xiao Xingyu shouted. The Hell Blast Wolf instantly entered combat. Boom! With a heavy muffled sound, the Hell Gale Wolf flew out like a broken paper kite and fell to the ground. Xiao Xingyu's sword brows knitted slightly. Not good. This is a full-bodied third-order magical beast. The incident happened suddenly, the live signal became intermittent, the live screen appeared snowflakes, and the screen became blurry. At this moment, in front of Xiao Xingyu, a huge beast appeared. It was a giant lion and tiger beast, with fangs longer than swords, possessing 3 heads, each of which contained zippy lava in its mouth. Crap! It's a lava lion and tiger beast. Trial zone. Why would a full-bodied third-rank magical beast appear? Call the person in charge of the trial area and ask what's going on. Let's not dwell on this. Protecting the students comes first. Activate emergency rescue procedures. Yinan Mountain was the zone where every new student participated in the trial. In order to correspond to the level of strength of the new students, Yinan Mountain was strictly controlled all year round to ensure that there were only initial-level magical beasts in the mountain. However, the lava lion tiger beast that appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu at this moment was graded as a complete body third order. A complete body third order meant that it was only 1 step away from breaking through to the transcendent body, and its strength was extremely terrifying. In order to deal with this level of magical beast, one would need at least a 4-star Beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin beside him were both 1-star Imperial Beastmasters. Even though these two were exceptionally talented, it was impossible for them to cross such a large gap in rank. Hey Feng, stand up! The Hell Blast Wolf barely got up, grimacing in pain as its chest area was scalded by the lava. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and the data panel of the lava lion tiger beast came into view. Damn! This guy's blood bar is so thick. In Xiao Xingyu's perspective, The lava lion tiger beast's head was labeled with a lengthy and thick blood bar. Initial level, first rank, third rank, mature body, first rank, third rank, complete body, first rank, third rank. The Hell Blast Wolf was only an initial grade first order imperial beast. Between it and the full-bodied third order lava lion tiger beast, the rank gap was a chasm. Such a huge gap could not be bridged by any bloodline, talent, or skill. The lava lion tiger beast let out a roar, setting off a tsunami like hurricane that covered the sky. Xiao Xingyu was lifted to the ground by the hurricane. His clothes were cut by the wind blade, and a few bloody marks appeared on the side of his face. The Hell Gale Wolf retreated back and forth, the fire on its body instantly eclipsed. Rank suppression presented itself. Su Ruyan's voice came over the radio. Xiao Xingyu, Morong Xinshin, the two of you escape the danger zone as soon as possible. We will administer rescue measures as soon as possible. Xiao Xingyu regained his senses and said sharply, Morong Xinshin, let's run. At the moment of survival, the two were no longer rivals but partners. Deep in the woods, Wang Yan hid in the grass and witnessed everything. Looking at Xiao Xingyu's fleeing figure in a sorry state, Wang Yan revealed an evil expression. Xiao Xingyu, I told you. This is where you will be buried. Because of the suddenness of the incident, it took some time for the rescuers to arrive. Xiao Xingyu and Morong Xinshin passed through a forest, and in front of them was a 100-feet-high cliff. Roar! The lava lion and tiger beast was in hot pursuit. Its huge body was like a lumberjack. Wherever it passed, not an inch of grass grew. Morong Xinshin made a flip jump and rode on the back of the bone-wing bat beast, rocking up. At this time, the advantages of the flying imperial beasts were manifested. Xiao Xingyu was not so lucky. The lava lion and tiger beast unleashed a hurricane roar, a tornado destroying the world and sweeping across the heavens and earth. Xiao Xingyu and the Hellgale Wolf were at the center of the tornado, suffering from wind blade cuts and blood splatters. Green Dragon Academy. The judge's seat. Chun Chinian could not remain calm. Dean, I'm going to personally save my students. Su Ruyan got up. Xiao Xingyu and Morong Xinshin are both talents of the Green Dragon Academy. As the dean, I won't allow anything to happen to them. Yang Su's bloodshot eyes locked onto the relay screen dead on. The situation is not good. It's over. Xiao Xingyu and Hell Blast Wolf have fallen off the cliff. Cliffside. One person and one beast were blown over by the gusts of wind and fell off the cliff. Morong Xinshin rode the bone-winged bat beast in a flying dive. Grab my hand. This was the first time Morong Xinshin uttered a complete sentence to Xiao Xingyu. Before this, she would only say, Lao Lu. Xiao Xingyu tried to grab Morong Xinshin's outstretched helping hand, yet missed. The sound of the wind was whistling in his ears, and Morong Xinshin's face was becoming more and more blurred. Quiet returned to the cliffside. The bone-winged bat beast hovered high in the sky. Morong Xinshin rode on the back of the bone-winged bat beast, his eyes in a trance, staring blankly down at the bottomless cliff. He, dead. The lava lion and tiger beast stood at the edge of the cliff, spat out its tongue, and instead of continuing to attack Morong Xinshin, it turned around and left. It was obvious that the lava lion tiger beast only targeted Xiao Xingyu, the dark part of the forest. What genius youth! What bull dark horse! This youngster only needs to use a small trick, and your kid is still not reporting to the King of Hell? Wang Yan laughed indulgently. Xiao Xingyu Xiao Xingyu. This is what happens when you fight me? Ha 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 ha. Late night. Top 3 on the Dragon Country News hot list. 1. The Dragon Kingdom's female emperor issued a wanted notice for the orc lineage magical beast, nine-tailed demon fox Dailu. 2. Princess Shangguan Shallow of the Dragon Kingdom, promoted to 5-star Imperial Beast Master. 3. Green Dragon Academy's talented young man Xiao Xingyu falls off a cliff, life and death unknown. The top 2 on the hot search list were all news about the Empress and the Princess. Xiao Xingyu, a powerless commoner, had stiffly lifted himself to the 3rd of the nation's hot searches because of the cliff fall. I'm reporter Shimin Daqing. Behind me at this moment is the cliff where student Xiao Xingyu fell. Without a doubt, this is a major accident. Since the founding of Qinglong Academy, there has never been such a low-level mistake. Yinan Mountain, there shouldn't have been a full-bodied level magical beast in the first place. Let's pray for student Xiao Xingyu. The night was deep. Heavy rainfall descended. Xiao Xingyu slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the soft belly of the Hell Blast Wolf. Black Striker, you used your body as a meat cushion for me in order to save me? Oh. The Hell Blizzard Wolf was seriously injured. Its breath was weak and its breathing became disorganized. Xiao Xingyu's heart was warmed and distressed, and he hurriedly opened the Imperial Beast coat of arms. Black Striker, drink these nutrients and rest first. Xiao Xingyu took out a few bottles of fire attribute nutrients from his spatial ring and fed them to the Hell Blast Wolf before putting them into the Imperial Beast tattoo to properly recuperate. Slight shock injury to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, 2 broken ribs, and a fractured bone in the left ankle. Luckily, Black Striker gave me a meat cushion. Life preserved, can't die. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god and diagnosed his injuries. The injuries weren't light, but they weren't fatal either. It seems that someone is deliberately targeting me and has laid a deadly hand on me. It's too late to think too much. Let's find a place to shelter from the rain first. Xiao Xingyu dragged his broken body and limped through the jungle, finding a cave where he could shelter from the rain. Deep in the cave, 2 purple essence auras were lit up, like the eyes of some kind of creature. Chapter 32 Beautiful Demonic Beast. Beast Emperor Body 9-tailed Demon Fox. Clattering. The Enan Mountain under the shroud of torrential rain had an eerie and treacherous aura everywhere. In the darkness, there were a few flickering lights. The rescue team was still working hard. Captain, nothing has been found on this side. This side was also searched. No trapped people were found. Report. This rain is too heavy, adding too much difficulty to the rescue work. I'm afraid. Late at night at 10 o'clock. Su Ruyan stood at the edge of the cliff, her face unprecedentedly serious. Chun Chinian stood on the side, holding an umbrella for Su Ruyan. As Xiao Xingyu's homeroom teacher, Chun Chinian's brows had been frowning tightly and never stretched. Dean, the longer the time drags on, the more dangerous student Xiao Xingyu will be. Old Chen, go hire some more manpower. The rescue funds have already been overspent. I'll personally pay for the extra expenses. Su Ruyan did not hesitate to pay out of her own pocket to rescue Xiao Xingyu. Right, Old Chen. Let the children go back first. At the edge of the cliff, there was still a group of students who were drenched in the rain. These were the students of the 3rd-year class, and everyone was waiting for Xiao Xingyu to return. Wu Shangyu and Song who stood together, the 2 of them praying silently. My Taifu in heaven, if you are alive in heaven, please bless Brother Yu and return safely. God, as long as Brother Yu can return, I'm willing to pay the price and lose my virginity. Chen Chinian walked over. What are you guys still doing here? Hurry back to Green Dragon Academy and get some rest. You have classes tomorrow. Wu Shangyu was stubborn and threw his voice. Director Chan, when Brother Yu comes back, when will I leave? Song who chimed in. I'll also wait for Brother Yu to come back. Me too. I won't leave even if I don't see Xiao Xingyu come back. I'm going to stay and wait for Xiao Xingyu. The unanimous attitude of all the students was enough to see that Xiao Xingyu had become the backbone of this class. Chun Chinian shook his head and sighed. You brats. Su Ruyan's voice came. Old Chun, there's no need to persuade them anymore. Since they want to wait for Xiao Xingyu, let them wait. In the blink of an eye, the sound of rain connected into a roar. The muddy night sky looked like it had cracked open countless mouths, and the torrential rain merged into a waterfall that poured down towards the earth. In the 3rd-year class, other than Xiao Xingyu, 59 students stood together. The rainstorm soaked through their clothes and the cold wind pierced through their bones. These green-faced children, drenched into a soupy mess, were indeed in a sorry state, but no one would laugh at them. The corner of Chun Chinian's mouth lifted slightly. Xiao Xingyu, you kid really can. The school year has not started for a few days. Actually, let the whole class, for you to be on edge. Cohesion was also one of the criteria by which the strong were judged. Beside the strong, there will be no lack of like-minded partners. Xiao Xingyu had never deliberately pulled these students together, but they couldn't help but follow Xiao Xingyu. This was the charisma of a strong person. Morong residence. Bathroom. There was a white-haired beauty lying in the bathtub. The private parts of her body were covered by foam, only revealing her snow-white swan neck and sexy shoulders. Morong Shinshin looked out the window. The rain was like endless, tireless rain. Thunder sounded like a ringing flood bell, one after another. Morong Shinshin fumed for a while, picked up the cell phone next to the bathtub and opened the browser. After browsing the hot news, Morong Shinshin frowned slightly. According to the latest media reports, Xiao Xingyu is still in a state of disappearance. Life and death is uncertain. Is that guy really dead? Morong Xinshin had never been interested in men. But at this moment, Xiao Xingyu's voice and face always surfaced in her mind. Under the cliff, somewhere in a cave, Xiao Xingyu was seriously injured, dragging a broken body, almost crawling into the cave. After entering the cave, Xiao Xingyu leaned against the rock wall, panting heavily. The rainwater soaked through the wound. It's probably going to become inflamed. In the spatial ring, there is no anti-inflammatory medicine prepared, so I can only hold on. The Hell Blast Wolf was seriously injured and needed to recuperate in the Imperial Beast Crest, and could not be summoned again in a short period of time. Outside the cave, the torrential rain never stopped and could trigger a mudslide at any time. Xiao Xingyu had no choice but to spend the night in the cave and wait until morning to find a way to call for help. After calming down, Xiao Xingyu reviewed the entire process of this trial. According to reason, no full-bodied level magical beasts will appear in Yinnan Mountain. The person who can abuse his private power and secretly drop a full-bodied magical beast into Yinnan Mountain, it must be the top leaders of the Green Dragon Academy. The biggest leaders of the Green Dragon Academy were none other than Dean Su Ruyan and Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng. I have no beef with Dean Su, and she seems to hold me in high regard. It seems like it's the Wang family that's messing around without a doubt. Xiao Xingyu was certain that the masterminds behind the release of full-bodied magical beasts into the Yinnan Mountain were the Wang family father and son. At this moment, a flash of ferocious killing intent flashed across Xiao Xingyu's eyes. Wang Yan, since you want my life this time, then don't blame me for not being polite. Xiao Xingyu had always had revenge and never had a motherly heart, so Wang Yan must die. Suddenly, a chill swept through Xiao Xingyu's entire body. Xiao Xingyu subconsciously turned around, and a sharp claw locked around his throat. There are others in the cave? At this moment, Xiao Xingyu felt like his soul was out of his body, close to death. Cough, cough, cough. The throat suffered intense pressure. Xiao Xingyu coughed violently, his pale, handsome face suffocating. Although his vision was blurred, he could barely make out the monster in front of him. Strictly speaking, it was not a monster, but a monster beauty. The beautiful woman was half human and half beast, possessing a human body and appearance, with 9 furry purple tails growing out of her back and 2 fox ears standing up on her head. On the verge of death, the eye of the demon god automatically opened. A series of data was reflected in Xiao Xingyu's eyes. Name: 9-tailed demon fox. Rank: Beast Emperor Body First Order. Bloodline: 9-tailed fox clan mythical bloodline. Talent 1. Pupil of natural disaster. When the pupil technique is turned on, a single look can petrify any enemy whose level is lower than one's own. Talent 2. 9-tailed fox fire directly burns the enemy's soul, adding a terrifying spiritual attack. Attribute: Orc system, superpower system, fire system. Loyalty: 0. Skills: 1-tailed beast bomb, 2 bloodthirsty pupil crossbow, 3 9-tailed burning statue. Hidden evolutionary route: 9-tailed demon fox, 10-tailed sky fox, 10-tailed dragon fox. Habit: hobby. So it's an orc-type magical beast, the 9-tailed demon fox. Damn it. It's a beast emperor body magical beast. I have no room to resist at all. A beast emperor body level magical beast possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. What's more, the bloodline of the 9-tailed demon fox had a quality of myth. To fight a magical beast of this level, one would need at least a 7-star Beast Royal Master. If one wanted to win the fight, one would need an 8-star Imperial Beast Master. Currently, Xiao Xingyu was only a 1-star Royal Beast Master. Because of the serious injury to the Hell Blast Wolf, he was unable to summon it for the time being. So in terms of rigor, Xiao Xingyu was currently not as good as a 1-star Imperial Beast Master. Human, you saw my face. This emperor can only kill you. The 9-tailed demon fox's voice was permeated with a biting chill. At the moment of danger, Xiao Xingyu found a glimmer of life. The eye of the demon god saw through the 9-tailed demon fox's secret. Magical beast status: seriously injured and on the verge of death, holding on for half an hour at most. Demonic beast injury: heart vein damaged, chi and blood retrograde. Pathological analysis: injured by a purebred dragon race, dragon power enters the body. It turns out that this magical beast is also seriously injured and will die after half an hour. Wait, injured by a purebred dragon race. The purebred dragon race. Didn't it go extinct 100 years ago? From this, it could be seen that the dragon-slaying battle recorded in the textbooks 100 years ago had a hidden agenda. BFF. The nine-tailed demon fox spurted out a mouthful of blood, coloring Xiao Xingyu's face red. The opportunity had come. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Xingyu pulled his hoarse voice and shouted with difficulty, "Mother Fox, I can cure you." Chapter 33. Signing a blood contract, holding the nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox's beautiful eyes widened as she coldly said, "Human, repeat what you just said." "Mother Fox, I can cure you." At this moment, Xiao Xingyu could feel that the killing intent in the nine-tailed demon fox's eyes weakened by a few points. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Xingyu spoke quickly to fight for his chance to live. "You were injured by the pureblood dragons, and the power of the dragon invaded your organs and bowels, and the heart vein is severely damaged. Your life will not be long. If you don't undergo effective treatment at most half an hour later, you, a beast emperor body demonic beast, will definitely die." After Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, the nine-tailed demon fox was filled with dismay. "You human. Cough, cough, cough. Can you let go of me first? I'm suffocating." The nine-tailed demon fox's sharp claws moved away from Xiao Xingyu's neck. Xiao Xingyu breathed heavily, having the feeling of having circled around from the ghost gate. Only then did the nine-tailed demon fox take a closer look at the teenager in front of her, her eyes locking onto the star insignia on Xiao Xingyu's chest. "One star? You're a one-star Imperial Beast Master." Xiao Xingyu nodded his head. The killing intent rose again. The nine-tailed demon fox once again grabbed Xiao Xingyu's throat. Her almond eyes glared, and she said angrily, "Brat, you're a one-star Royal Beast Master, and you're so bold as to say that you can cure my injuries? Playing tricks on me." A cold smile spread across Xiao Xingyu's lips. "You're a beast emperor body magical beast. Even if you're seriously injured right now, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. You can still easily take my life. But don't forget, half an hour later, you will also die. I'm a one-star Imperial Beast Master. My life isn't worth much. And with you, a beast emperor body magical beast, burying me, I'm not at a disadvantage." Seeing Xiao Xingyu's face of death, the nine-tailed demon fox's face was like frost. "It seems like your kid is really not afraid of death, ah? All people are afraid of death, and I am no exception. But I can save your life? Are you sure you want to kill me?" After a moment of silence, the nine-tailed demon fox was the first to speak. "You can really cure me?" Xiao Xingyu nodded confidently. The nine-tailed demon fox was half convinced. "The injuries on my body, but they are caused by the purebred dragon race, even the most powerful Imperial Beast Doctor of your human race. I'm afraid it will be difficult to." "Mother Fox, according to reason, this injury of yours, there is indeed no medicine. Fortunately, you met me. I can save you." With each of Xiao Xingyu's words, his tone was flat, as if he was stating insignificant facts. The nine-tailed demon fox's eyes flickered as she thought in her heart, "My heart vein is severely damaged, and I have lost most of my vitality, so I won't be able to last much longer. Although this human seems to have an impure heart, but in order to live, I can only try." The nine-tailed demon fox pondered for a moment and said in a commanding tone, "Human, as long as you heal me, I will spare your life." Xiao Xingyu laughed. "Human, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Xingyu spat out while laughing. "Female fox, you're really funny. You said you'd spare my life, but words are not proof. In case you eat me in one bite after I cure you, won't I become a big wronged seed?" The nine-tailed demon fox drank lowly. "Then what do you want?" "Very simple. You and I sign a blood contract." This was Xiao Xingyu's ambition. The nine-tailed demon fox instantly froze, just like a piece of wood standing straight in place. After a while, the nine-tailed demon fox was furious. Its body lit up with purple fox fire. "Brat, are you trying to make this emperor submit to you and be your imperial beast?" Xiao Xingyu was fearless in the face of danger. "That's right. You seek death." The nine-tailed demon fox once again pinched Xiao Xingyu's neck, and a thick killing intent surfaced on her beautiful face. Xiao Xingyu did not resist in the slightest and coldly said, "It's easy to kill me, but it's still the same thing. If you kill me, you have to die as well. One person, one beast, stalemate." The nine-tailed demon fox was really up for killing. After all, the hallowed generation of beast emperor body demonic beast. How could it tolerate a one-star royal beast master threatening like this? However, the nine-tailed demon fox tried many times and never made a killing blow. A slightly playful smile spread across Xiao Xingyu's face. Mother Fox, if you want to live, become my imperial beast. You daydream. Poof! The nine-tailed demon fox's body was already in a state of strength, and with the threat of being threatened by Xiao Xingyu, the fire of urgency attacked her heart, and she once again spat out a large amount of blood. Oops! Those few channels of dragon force turbulence have already invaded the deepest part of the heart vein. At this moment, the nine-tailed demon fox didn't even have the strength to pinch Xiao Xingyu's neck and collapsed on the ground, her breath weak. Xiao Xingyu sat on the stone block, crossing his legs and smiling. Mother Fox, the dragon force has already invaded the deepest part of your heart chakra, right? The pain you are suffering now is tantamount to 10,000 arrows piercing through your heart. If you are unwilling to sign a blood contract with me, you will bleed from all 7 orifices next. As Xiao Xingyu spoke, everything came true. The nine-tailed demon fox began to bleed from her 7 orifices, and her delicate body trembled violently. Xiao Xingyu suddenly tightened his smile and his eyes blazed. Ask you one last time, are you willing to sign a blood contract with me? The nine-tailed demon fox was enraged. How can this emperor be threatened by a tiny human like you? The sharp pain came again, and the nine-tailed demon fox rolled its eyes, just 1 step away from death. 3 seconds later, the nine-tailed demon fox suddenly showed weakness. I'm willing. Xiao Xingyu smiled. Figured it out? The nine-tailed demon fox was filled with shame and indignation as she nodded her head. Xiao Xingyu could see that the nine-tailed demon fox had many secrets. These secrets were her motivation to live. In order to live, she could only commit herself in front of humans. Xiao Xingyu bit his finger and blood dripped onto the nine-tailed demon fox's forehead. The pentagram spell formation opened. Xiao Xingyu closed his eyes and established a spiritual connection with the nine-tailed demon fox. A moment later, Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes. On the forehead of the nine-tailed demon fox, there was an additional pentagram mark, which became invisible after 5 seconds. The blood contract was signed successfully. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and gently stroked the nine-tailed demon fox's ear. Mother Fox, from now on, you are my Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast.
Brat.
Call out to me, Imperial Lord. Don't you give an inch. I won't save you if you don't shout. You. Royal Lord. The nine-tailed demon fox's face flushed red, shy, annoyed, and helpless. After signing the blood contract, the nine-tailed demon fox was Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast. The imperial beast must obey the imperial master and could not harm the imperial master. In other words, this beast emperor body demonic beast was being held to death by Xiao Xingyu at the moment. Stinky little Imperial Lord, I hope you keep your promise. Don't worry, you are now my imperial beast. I will definitely keep you safe. Xiao Xingyu began to take off his clothes. The nine-tailed demon fox looked dumbfounded. What are you taking off your clothes for? To heal you. Don't you mess around. I'm not a random female fox. The nine-tailed demon fox's hands protected her plump chest. Her eyes filled with vigilance. Xiao Xingyu was speechless for a while, pulling out the dagger from his waist and stabbing towards the location of his heart. Fresh blood spilled out. Mother Fox, suck it. Ha! My heart's blood can protect your heart chakra. The nine-tailed demon fox was too late to question and obeyed Xiao Xingyu's command. Leaning down, its delicate lips touched Xiao Xingyu's wound. Xiao Xingyu's heart blood slowly flowed into the nine-tailed demon fox's body. My heart vein. It seems to be wrapped up by a force. Xiao Xingyu possessed the eye of the demon god, and what flowed in his body was naturally the blood of the demon god. Especially the heart blood, which contained a large amount of demon god factor, could guard the heart vein. The nine-tailed demon fox's face gradually regained its rosy color as the damaged heart vein was nourished by the demon god factor. 5 minutes later, Xiao Xingyu put on his clothes and covered the knife wound on his chest, grimacing, his lips pale and dry. Mother Fox, I fed you so much blood. You owe me a big favor. The nine-tailed demon fox looked at Xiao Xingyu with a strange look. What the hell is your brat? It's unbelievable that your heart's blood can actually resist the power of the dragon and protect my heart chakra. I am Xiao Xingyu, your royal lord. After Xiao Xingyu straightened his clothes, he hooked the nine-tailed demon fox's delicate chin with one finger. Female fox, do you have a name? Dailu. Nice name. I'll call you Lulu from now on. The nine-tailed demon fox raised an eyebrow. We're not that close. I'll call you Lulu, if you don't want to bite me? Dailu grinned, revealing her sharp fangs, and silently closed her mouth again. Damn it! After signing the blood contract, this emperor is considered to be held by this brat. Chapter 34, Conditioning the Little Fox, Slaying the Lava Lion and Tiger Beast. Once a blood contract was signed, it could not be torn up. The lifeblood of the Imperial Beast was closely connected to the Imperial Beastmaster. If the Imperial Beastmaster died, the Imperial Beast would also lose its vitality and turn into ashes. Dai Lu was now Xiao Xingyu's Imperial Beast. Although she was still not convinced in her heart, from now on, she could only obey Xiao Xingyu's orders. The eye of the demon god opened again. In Xiao Xingyu's field of vision, Dai Lu's attribute panel data was updated. The data update was mainly reflected in two areas. The first item was loyalty. Loyalty. 1. Xiao Xingyu cupped his chin and raised an eyebrow in dark thought. Before signing the blood contract, this female fox's loyalty was 0. After signing the blood contract, the loyalty only increased by 1 point. It seems that this female fox is only paying lip service to me. Well, it still needs to be tempered in the coming days. The loyalty of the Imperial Beasts was 100 out of 100. Just like the Hellblast Wolf, the loyalty is 100. Loyalty was an important criterion for judging whether a royal beast trusted its royal master or not. The higher the loyalty of the Imperial Beast, the higher the tacit understanding with the Imperial Master. With a loyalty of 100, the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beastmaster had a heart-to-heart and could be overpowered in battle. On the contrary, an Imperial Beast with a loyalty of only 1 like Dai Lu was still defiant in its bones, and might cause some trouble during battle. The second item of the data update was the pathology analysis. Pathology analysis. The demon god factor has protected the heart vein, and it is no longer life-threatening. However, the dragon's power in his body has not yet been cleared. His strength has plummeted, and he needs to recuperate for a long time. Xiao Xingyu increased his pupil power and another set of data appeared before his eyes. Rehabilitation treatment. 1. Nourish the damaged heart vein with the blood of the demon god every week. 2. Take dragon's tongue, Kudo Blue, and blood phoenix Lingji to regulate it. 3. Read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks and sleep more. Xiao Xingyu looked sideways at Dai Lu. Dai Lu's state was stabilized at the moment, but because the injury was too severe, she still needed long-term rehabilitation. Lulu, remember this for me. In order to help you recover, every week in the future, I will use my heart's blood to nourish your heart veins. On top of that, I'm going to find some heavenly herbs and boiled potions in order to completely remove the dragon force from your body. Speaking here, Xiao Xingyu paused and raised his hand to stroke Dai Lu's fox ears. So, I've paid so much for you, you should also know how to return the favor. In the future, when I encounter danger, you must stand in front of me. Dai Lu skimmed her lips with a reluctant expression. Don't worry, after signing the blood contract, I'm your Imperial Beast and you're my Imperial Master. If the Royal Master dies, the Royal Beast dies. Even for the sake of my own life, I will guard your safety. Xiao Xingyu wanted to speak. The dark cave fell into silence. Dai Lu's loyalty to Xiao Xingyu was now only 1. Between one person and one beast, there was no emotion or bond, relying on a blood contract without temperature to barely maintain the master-servant relationship. Must find a way to raise this female fox's loyalty. Xiao Xingyu pondered for a long time, and once again opened the eye of the demon god. Habits, hobbies, cleanliness, afraid of dirt, loves eating mountain bamboo shoots. Xiao Xingyu smiled evilly, calculating. The rain has stopped. I'm going out. Where are you going? Be good and wait for me in the cave. But that's an order. Xiao Xingyu was young, but he loved to play the overbearing president thing. The Imperial Beast could only absolutely obey the orders of the Imperial Master. Half an hour passed. It was raining heavily again outside the cave. Dai Lu stayed alone in the cave. Her heart chakra was protected, but the dragon power was still running amok in her body, making her suffer. It's raining again. That brat. Where the hell is he going? Heh. Why should I worry about a human? Dai Lu's mouth was hard, but her heart was soft, and her brows gradually tightened. When she stayed with Xiao Xingyu just now, Dai Lu observed carefully and knew that this teenager was also seriously injured. In a state of serious injury, The wounds were washed away by the rain and would definitely become inflamed. Just as Dai Lu hesitated to go out and look for Xiao Xingyu, a silhouette rushed into the cave. This damn weather, another rainstorm. Xiao Xingyu returned to the cave, drenched to the skin, his wounds producing intense pain under the stimulation of the rain, making him grin straight. Hey, where have you been? Lulu, I don't call hello. Mick Master, where did you go just now? Daru's tone was much softer, an old fox who knew how to judge the situation. Here. Xiao Xingyu opened his spatial ring and took out a dozen mountain bamboo shoots. Dai Lu froze for a moment, her saliva spilling out of her lips, her eyes glowing. The nine-tailed fox clan, their favorite food was mountain bamboo shoots. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god. Hunger status, 5 stars. You just went out, just to dig up mountain bamboo shoots? Yeah, you don't know how hard it is to dig mountain bamboo shoots. My fingers are breaking. Looking at Xiao Xingyu's bleeding fingernail slits and the mud all over his body, Dai Lu's heart warmed. How did you know that I like eating mountain bamboo shoots? Guess. Dai Lu muttered in her heart. This kid looks like he's just a 1-star royal beast master, but he seems to have a lot of secrets hidden in his body. His heart's blood can actually protect my heart chakra that was injured by the dragons. And he also guessed the food I love to eat. Xiao Xingyu interrupted Dai Lu's thoughts. Don't stare, eat. Xiao Xingyu stuffed a mountain bamboo shoot into Dai Lu's arms. Dai Lu was starving and ate all the mountain shoots in one gulp. I didn't expect it, you're a beast emperor body magical beast, but you're actually a vegetarian. I'm not interested in your human flesh and blood. The nine-tailed fox clan was relatively special amongst the magical beasts. The entire clan only ate vegetarian, and mountain bamboo shoots were their favorite. Xiao Xingyu suddenly raised his hand and reached for Dai Lu's cheek. What are you doing? Dai Lu's face changed drastically. Her eyes were wary, and she subconsciously backed away. Xiao Xingyu's hand touched the side of Dai Lu's face. Dai Lu's eyes were stunned. Her brain went blank. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu used his palm to gently wipe away the stains and dust on the side of Dai Lu's face. Dai Lu's gradually reddening cheeks could clearly sense the warmth of Xiao Xingyu's palm. You nine-tailed fox clan, you have a cleanliness fetish, right? It must be hard to have a dirty face. No need. I'll just wipe it myself. For the first time in her life, Dai Lu revealed a shy expression. She had never been treated so intimately by a human before. The eye of the demon god opens. Loyalty +1. Loyalty +1. Loyalty +1. After Xiao Xingyu wiped Dai Lu's face clean, Dai Lu's loyalty level increased to 23. 23 still failing. After all, this female fox is ranked as high as a beast emperor body, and it's a mythic quality bloodline. Wanting to completely tame it is not a one-day endeavor. The reasoning of wanting to be quick is not good enough was clear to Xiao Xingyu, so he was not in a hurry. Another moment of silence followed. The cave was dark and damp, and Xiao Xingyu leaned against the cold rock wall, his face looking poor. Your injury, is it all right? This was the first time Dai Lu took the initiative to care about her royal master. It's fine, can't die. Xiao Xingyu's will was firm, hardening his weakened physique. Your injuries should be caused by an encounter with a full-bodied demonic beast. This Yinan Mountain is the place where the freshmen of the Qinglong Academy try out. It is reasonable to say that there will not be a full-bodied magical beast. So, what have you offended? Xiao Xingyu smiled bashfully. That's right. I have offended a person. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his voice was permeated with a solemn killing intent. I will make that fellow pay the price. Xiao Xingyu rose to kill. Wang Yan, including Wang Yan's father Wang Dongsheng, was on his must-kill list. Right, Lulu? Tell me about your specific situation. Where did your injuries come from? Dai Lu pursed her dry lips and didn't say a word. It is recorded in the chronicles of the Imperial Beastmaster civilization that the purebred dragon race suffered extinction in the dragon-slaying war 100 years ago. But your wounds, they are in the shape of a dragon's claw, and there are also several raging dragon powers in your body. Give me an explanation. This is an order. Xiao Xingyu's attitude was tough. He knew that this female fox in front of him had a lot of secrets in her body. Dai Lu pondered for a long time and shook her head. There are some secrets that it's better for you not to know now. As my imperial beast, you deliberately hide it from the imperial lord. Believe it or not, Dai Lu interrupted. Signed the blood contract, you want to suppress me, easy as a slap. But I still say that there are some secrets that you are not fit to know right now. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes. Why? Because you're only a one-star Imperial Beast Master now. Even if I let you know my secrets, it will only bring you more trouble, even what? Even subvert your worldview. Xiao Xingyu fell into deep thought. Dai Lu continued, I can promise you that when you become a 9-star Imperial Beast Master, I will tell you all the secrets that I know. Che, who cares about your Tai secrets? Xiao Xingyu was inconsistent, saying that he didn't care, but in reality, his heart was tremendously curious about Dai Lu's secrets. This kid is currently too weak. Telling him those secrets won't do him any good. This old fox, keeping his mouth shut. It seems that the loyalty is still too low, must be tempered. One person and one beast looked at each other with 4 eyes, each harboring their own fears. Roar. Suddenly, a majestic tiger roar came from outside the cave. The sweaty hairs on Xiao Xingyu's body stood up. What an enemy! It was pitch black outside the cave with visibility of less than 5 meters. Although Xiao Xingyu could not see clearly, he could tell that the magical beast outside the cave was the lava lion and tiger beast just by its roar and breath. Dai Lu was calm and relaxed. That guy outside the cave is the full-bodied magical beast that injured you? Xiao Xingyu nodded. The heavy footsteps were getting closer. Lu, you? Don't worry, although this emperor is seriously injured, he is at least a beast emperor body. In front of the huge level difference, the injuries were negligible. Dai Lu stood up and walked towards the outside of the cave. Xiao Xingyu stayed in the cave and could not see the outside. 3 seconds later, Xiao Xingyu heard a miserable wail from outside the cave. This wail was naturally the lava lion and tiger beast's final extemporization. Worthy of being a beast emperor body. Class suppression makes no sense. Xiao Xingyu lamented. Chapter 35. Sick welfare. Beautiful Dean peeling apples. Not a moment too soon. Dai Lu returned to the cave. The cave was dark and visibility was low. Xiao Xingyu couldn't see Dai Lu's figure, but he could smell the strong odor of blood. At this moment, Dai Lu's body was covered in hot blood. These were the blood of the lava lion tiger beast. Dai Lu stretched out her hand and handed Xiao Xingyu a sparkling crystal core. This was the crystal core of the lava lion tiger beast. A full-bodied magic beast crystal core with both lava and hurricane attributes. From the attributes, this crystal core was very suitable for helping the Hell Hurricane Wolf advance and upgrade. Outside the cave, rainwater flooded the corpse of the lava lion tiger beast. Xiao Xingyu suddenly fell down. His eyes went black, and he felt like his body had been emptied. The corner of Dai Lu's lips rose, revealing an unexpected light smile. The feeling of having your spiritual energy emptied out is not pleasant. Is it? Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy concentration was considered gifted among his peers. When an Imperial Beast Master drove an Imperial Beast to fight, he would consume spiritual energy. The higher the grade of the Imperial Beast, the more and faster it consumed spiritual energy. Currently, Xiao Xingyu was only a 1-star Imperial Beast Master, and his spiritual power base was too small, only 1,000 or so. Dai Lu was a Beast Emperor body Imperial Beast 9-tailed demon fox. Casually releasing a battle technique would consume tens of thousands of spiritual energy value. Xiao Xingyu simply couldn't afford to supply such huge spiritual energy consumption. Not to mention releasing a battle technique, the way Dai Lu killed the lava lion tiger beast. Merely bouncing the opponent with a brain crash instantly drained all of Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy. With my current spiritual energy concentration, I can't even make Lulu release a battle technique. Even if Lulu just slightly strikes out, it would instantly drain all my spiritual energy. In that case, it seems that Lulu can only be used as a bottom card with great flaws for the time being, and cannot be taken out until it is absolutely necessary. Xiao Xingyu's heart was as clear as a mirror. Right now his level was too low, his spiritual power was weak, and he could not utilize Dai Lu's true strength in battle. Moreover, Dai Lu has an injury, although the segment is the Beast Emperor body, but in terms of deterrence it has been reduced to the segment of the Beast King body Royal Beast. 1. Help Dai Lu do rehabilitation as soon as possible. 2. Enhance their own strength and increase the concentration of spiritual energy. Wanting to utilize Dai Lu's true value, these 2 points were imminent. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully hunted a full-bodied magical beast. Issuing mission reward. 1 blood marrow pill, plus 1,000 points. The reward has arrived. Please check the account for the host. Xiao Xingyu's thoughts surged and opened the main system interface. In the system warehouse, there was an additional red elixir. System account balance totaling 1,300 point coupons. Xiao Xingyu was secretly happy in his heart. This task, which would have been impossible to complete for a while, thanks to the chance encounter with this female fox. Luck, too, was a form of strength. Wang Yan had wanted to get Xiao Xingyu killed, but he couldn't guess how. Not only did Xiao Xingyu not die, but he also crookedly contracted a mythical bloodline beast emperor body royal beast. One night passed. Xiao Xingyu woke up again. The rain had cleared outside the cave, and the sunrise was a bit blinding. What a soft pillow! Xiao Xingyu revealed an expression of enjoyment. Just as Xiao Xingyu was enjoying himself, a cold voice came. How much longer are you going to pillow my chest pillow? Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Ghost will believe you. Xiao Xingyu then reacted to the fact that he had slept on Dailu's plump chest all night. Lulu, my wound. Xiao Xingyu fell off the cliff yesterday and his body was also hung with colors. Now the wounds were all healed. Not even a scar remained. Dailu was silent, her face slightly red. As far as I know, the saliva of the nine-tailed fox clan has the miraculous effect of repairing external wounds. So you stop talking. Dailu reached out her hand and covered Xiao Xingyu's mouth. When Xiao Xingyu was asleep, Dailu was worried that his wounds were inflamed. So she leaned over and kissed each wound, using her saliva to treat the injuries. This type of treatment, somewhat ambiguous, was really difficult to talk about. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and touched Dailu's 9 tails. Can't see, you female fox is high and ferocious on the surface, but in reality, you also have a gentle side. Don't think too much about it, you are my royal master. I have to die if you die, that's all. As of now, Dailu couldn't talk about any feelings towards Xiao Xingyu. Everything she did was because of the blood contract. Xiao Xingyu crooked his mouth and thought in his heart. This fox is still too high and cold. Find a chance to properly temper it. As for the way of tempering, it was really indescribable. At this time, the sound of the rescue team came from outside the cave. Xiao Xingyu urged, Lulu, quickly come to the bowl. In an instant, Dailu transformed into a stream of light and drilled into the imperial beast crest on the back of Xiao Xingyu's right hand. As long as Xiao Xingyu didn't take the initiative to reveal it, no one would know that he had contracted a beast emperor body imperial beast. I'm here. Xiao Xingyu's acting skills came online as he lay down at the entrance of the cave, pretending to be dying. Found the cliff faller. Student Xiao Xingyu. Don't fall asleep. We're sending you to the hospital. Captain. This kid is rolling his eyes. I'm afraid he won't last much longer. Don't sleep. Wake him up with urine. Ahem, uncle. Don't nourish me. I'm not asleep yet. Xiao Xingyu never dared to pretend to be asleep in his life because of the shadow. Longyin Hospital. This is the central hospital of Longyin City, the medical grade ranked in the top 10 in the country. VIP ward. Xiao Xingyu was wearing a striped hospital gown, lying on the bed, surrounded by advanced medical equipment. Xiao Ruoxue sat beside the bed, holding Xiao Xingyu's hand tightly, her eyes red and swollen, obviously crying all night. Su Ruyan and Chen Qinian. The two of them paced around in the corridor outside the hospital room. The ground is full of cigarette butts that are still warm. The ward door opened. The doctor walked out. Doctor, how is the patient's condition? Chen Qinian asked anxiously. The patient's injuries are not too serious, and his recovery ability is very strong. There is no danger to his life. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Su Ruyan and Chen Qinian walked into the ward. Xiao Xingyu wanted to get up. Dean. Su Ruyan stopped. Silly boy. Lie down honestly. Xiao Xingyu smiled nervously. He knew that this beautiful dean was worried about him, afraid that once he got up, he would cause a second tear in the wound. Chen Qinian handed Xiao Ruoxue a bunch of nutritional supplements. Miss Xiao, these supplements, give them to your brother to replenish his body. It will speed up the repair of his injuries. Thank you, Instructor Chen. It should be. Su Ruyan picked up a fruit knife and personally peeled an apple, handing it to Xiao Xingyu. Thank you, Dean. Su Ruyan stared at Xiao Xingyu for a while and suddenly asked. The rescue team found the corpse of the lava lion and tiger beast near the cave. The location where you were rescued is less than 100 meters away from the corpse. Do you know the reason for this? Xiao Xingyu took a bite of his apple and smiled bitterly. Dean, I'm a 1-star royal beast master who almost lost his life. Do you think I can kill the lava lion tiger beast back? Su Ruyan was silent for a while, stretching out her white jade hand to help Xiao Xingyu fix the messy hair in front of his forehead. This treatment, since the founding of Green Dragon Academy, only Xiao Xingyu had this honor. Student Xiao Xingyu, don't worry. Regarding this accident, I will investigate thoroughly to the end and give you and your sister an explanation. Xiao Xingyu falling off the cliff. The one with the greatest responsibility was the Green Dragon Academy. Su Ruyan, as the president of the Green Dragon Academy, had no excuse for her responsibility. Old Chun, let's go first. Don't disturb student Xiao Xingyu's rest. Yes, Dean. Su Ruyan and Chun Chinian walked out of the ward one after the other. The two stood at the end of the corridor and lit their cigarettes at the same time. Under the smoke, both of their expressions were a bit bizarre. Old Chin, how do you think the lava lion tiger beast died? Xiao Xingyu is only a one-star Imperial Beast Master. Shouldn't be possible. Don't forget that every step this kid takes looks impossible. After looking at each other, Old Chun stomped out his cigarette and asked, Dean, this accident, it's obvious that someone is deliberately targeting Xiao Xingyu. Yes, I don't need to investigate this matter. I can guess the black hand behind it. What are you going to do? This matter, I'm not comfortable dealing with it publicly, but I can give Xiao Xingyu a chance to take revenge. You are the president of the Green Dragon Academy. These words, they sound very biased. That brat deserves my partiality. Su Ruyan finished this sentence and turned around to leave the hospital. In the evening, Xiao Xingyu's name once again hit the hot search. In Longyin City, the streets and alleys were crowded with people. Have you watched the news? Watched it. The Xiao Xingyu who fell off the cliff was saved. This kid is really blessed with a great life. He actually escaped from under the mouth of the lava lion and tiger beast. Then again, why would a full-bodied magical beast appear in Yinnan Mountain? The people of the entire city were all discussing this matter. Murong residents. Murong Xinshin sat in front of the dining table fuming. Murong Yangshua patted his sister's head. Sis, why don't you eat? No appetite. At this time, a news report was pushed on the TV. Welcome to the evening news. The latest news is that Xiao Xingyu, the new student of Qinglong Academy, has been successfully rescued. Now Xiao Xingyu is located in Longyin Hospital for convalescence. His injuries are stable and he is no longer in any serious condition. Next, please watch the reporter's interview. Under the camera, Xiao Xingyu is full of sunshine. Reporter, Student Xiao Xingyu, what are your thoughts on this escape from death? Xiao Xingyu, it's good to be alive. Reporter, how do you feel at the moment? Xiao Xingyu, I'm a little hungry at the moment. Can you help me go downstairs to buy a bowl of spicy hot pot? Murong Yangshua watched the TV for a while, couldn't help but spit out. This Xiao Xingyu, really hard life, actually didn't die. Sister, aren't you without appetite? Murong Yangshua turned his head and found that Murong Xinshin was madly drying rice. Seeing that Xiao Xingyu did not die, Murong Xinshin did not know why. He inexplicably took a long breath, and the stone in his heart was put down. This is the first time Murong Xinshin had mood swings for a man. Murong Yangshua hadn't realized the problem and muttered to himself, why is my sister's appetite suddenly better? It seems that Xiao Xingyu, this kid, looks like a good meal. Chapter 36. Coupon purchase of Dragon Spirit Pill. Killing Heart. 1 week later, Xiao Xingyu finished his last medical checkup and was successfully discharged from the hospital. The family apartment. Xiao Ruoxue was busy in the kitchen, preparing her brother's favorite food. On the sofa in the living room, Yi Shimeng hugged Xiao Xingyu tightly. Milky. Brother. The day of your accident Meng Meng was scared to death. Meng Meng wanted to visit brother in the hospital, but sister Ruoxue didn't agree, so I could only stay home alone and dry up. Yi Shimeng had a special identity, and in order to avoid people's ears, she could only stay alone in the family apartment this week. Today Xiao Xingyu was discharged from the hospital. The two siblings were reunited. Xiao Xingyu's eyes doted on Yi Shimeng's double ponytails. Okay, silly girl, don't cry. I'm not dead. Yi Shimeng nestled in Xiao Xingyu's arms, her watery eyes full of heartache. Brother, the wounds on your body, they hurt, don't they? I've already healed, don't worry. That night in the cave, after Xiao Xingyu fell asleep, Dailu kissed his wounds many times. The saliva of the nine-tailed fox clan could heal any open wound. Coupled with being hospitalized for a week and receiving the best treatment and care, Xiao Xingyu's injuries had already healed. Even if Xiao Xingyu was now allowed to carry 20 pounds of cabbage and climb 18 floors without even panting. Dinner is served. On the dining table, there were 4 dishes and 1 soup, colorful and fragrant. Xiao Xingyu frantically dried his rice and wolfed it down. Xiao Yu, eat slowly. Sis, I drank congee and clear soup for a week in the hospital. Now I'm finally eating braised pork ribs. I'm craving for it. Looking at her brother with such a good appetite, Xiao Ruoxue revealed a pleased smile. A good appetite meant good health, and it was obvious that Xiao Xingyu had already regained his previous state of vitality. The night was deep. Xiao Xingyu did not return to the Green Dragon Academy dormitory, but chose to sleep for the night in the family's apartment and go to school tomorrow. In the bedroom, Xiao Xingyu made video calls with his housemates. Old Wu, did you turn on the big face special effect? Brother Wu, I didn't. Then your face is too big. It's almost bursting the screen. Xiao Xingyu then heard Song Hu and Shan Ifu's laughter. Wu Shang, you looked aggrieved. What are you laughing at? What's wrong with me being fat? I didn't eat your family's rice. Song Hu pushed aside Wu Xingyu and asked with concern. Brother Yu, how is your body recovering? Don't worry guys. I've already recovered. I'll return to Green Dragon Academy tomorrow. Right. I was hospitalized for a week. Is there any news in the academy? Xiao Xingyu had been hospitalized for a week and did not know much about what was happening in the outside world. The 3 housemates spoke to each other. Brother Yu, regarding the accident of the lava lion and tiger beasts appearing on Yinnan Mountain. Dean Su is still investigating and has no results. The trial report card has already been announced. Brother Yu, you are the first place. Murong Xinxin is second. Murong Yangshua is third. The trial scores of Yu and the Murong siblings are all S+. The freshman ranking match has been postponed. It was supposed to be held a few days ago and postponed to this weekend. The freshman ranking match was the most important match for every freshman of the Green Dragon Academy. The level of the ranking would determine how much the academy valued the students. Students with higher rankings would be able to obtain more resource support and special teaching from their mentors. On the contrary, students with low rankings would basically just muddle through in the academy in the future, mixing for 3 years to receive a graduation certificate. At this point, the 3 housemates began to pat Xiao Xingyu on the back. Brother Yu, to say that it's still you who's the best. Your trial results are even stronger than the Murong siblings. The 3 of us, we only hunted 30 magical beasts combined in this trial. Brother Yu, all by himself, hunted 110 magical beasts and managed to escape from the lava lion tiger beast. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother, you will always drop God. Xiao Xingyu sneered. Hehe. Kissing my ass, you're asking for something, right? Wu Shangyu swallowed his saliva. Brother Yu, actually we want to eat the osmanthus cake made by your sister. I knew that the few of you are all gluttonous tormentors. Once before, Xiao Xingyu brought Xiao Ruoxue's handmade dessert osmanthus cake back to the dormitory. The 3 roommates followed suit, and after tasting it once, they couldn't stop eating it. Thank you, Brother Yu. Finally, I can eat Zhao's osmanthus cake again. I'm drooling. I would call Sister Zhao's osmanthus cake the ceiling of the dessert world. Xiao Xingyu and her housemates blew awesome for a while and turned off the video phone. It was late at night, and the moonlight outside the window was quiet and a little scary. Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng slept in the next room. In Xiao Xingyu's room, he was the only one. Wang's father and son. I won't let go. I must find a chance to eradicate these 2 hidden dangers. Xiao Xingyu made a calculation and prepared to go after Wang Dongshang and Wang Yan. Knowing that this pair of father and son almost caused Xiao Xingyu to die under the cliff, if he didn't kill them, keeping them would be an endless source of trouble. Then the question came. How to kill? What time to kill? Who to kill first? Kill them personally, or kill them with a borrowed knife? Xiao Xingyu pondered for a moment and murmured in a low voice. The most powerful card I have in my hand right now is the Beast Emperor Body 9-tailed Demon Fox. But Lulu is now injured and the dragon power in her body has not yet been cleared. And my spirit power is too low, not enough for Lulu to release her battle skills in battle. Xiao Xingyu had a flash of spiritual light. There. If you have a problem, look for the system. Xiao Xingyu opened the system store with his mind, and a light screen projection similar to a shopping software appeared before his eyes. Sure enough, there are treasures that can boost spiritual energy in a short period of time. In the system store, there was an item that Xiao Xingyu fell in love with at first sight. Dragon Spirit Pill. It was a golden-colored pill with a diameter of 1 centimeter. After taking the Dragon Spirit pill, a Beastmaster could instantly boost his spiritual power, allowing it to be doubled tenfold for 5 minutes. Xiao Xingyu's current spiritual power value was 1200 plus. Doubling it tenfold would be 12,000 plus. As a matter of common sense, it was only when the segment reached a 5-star Imperial Beastmaster that the spiritual power value would break 10,000 plus. A spiritual power value of 12,000 plus is still not enough to utilize Lulu's true strength though. But if you consume all of your spiritual energy at once, it would almost allow Lulu to release her battle technique once. With the quality of Lulu's bloodline and the strength of her rank, one move is enough to kill in seconds. Wang Yan's father, Wang Dongsheng, was a 6-star royal beast master. Xiao Xingyu moved to kill, the corner of his lips hooked into an evil smile. Even a 6-star royal beast master couldn't carry the 9-tailed demon fox's battle technique. Of course, any drug that boosted strength in a short period of time would have side effects. The Dragon Spirit pill was no exception. Taking the Dragon Spirit pill, as soon as the medicinal effect wore off in 5 minutes, Xiao Xingyu would suffer a backlash, spitting blood from his mouth, his limbs were weak, and he would fall into a period of weakness, needing to recuperate for 3 days. In other words, taking the Dragon Spirit pill was very risky. If one did not succeed in killing the enemy after taking it, after the side effects appeared, one would be easily countered by the enemy. However, Xiao Xingyu was very confident and would never give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Priced at 2,500 points? Not enough money. Xiao Xingyu showed a difficult face. Right now, Xiao Xingyu's account balance was only 1,300 point coupons. The selling price of the Dragon Spirit pill was as high as 2,500 point coupons. Just as Xiao Xingyu was at a loss, the system beep sounded. Issuing first-time shopping coupon. Coupon discount. 50% off. In Xiao Xingyu's account, there was an additional 50% off coupon. In the product column, a line appeared below the Dragon Spirit pill. Discounted price 1250 point coupons. Because it was Xiao Xingyu's first time spending money in the system store, the system issued a 50% discount coupon. This coupon came just in time. Xiao Xingyu did not hesitate and clicked to purchase. Ding! Congratulations, host! Used the 50% off coupon and consumed 1,250 points of coupons. Successfully purchased Dragon Spirit Pill. The item has been released to the warehouse. Please check. Chapter 37 Dragon Empire and 3 billion Bounty. Xiao Xingyu opened the system warehouse, and in addition to the system quest reward, Blood Marrow Pill, that he had harvested earlier, there was also an additional Dragon Spirit Pill. These 2 pills were Xiao Xingyu's base cards. After spending 12 50-point coupons, only 50-point coupons remained in the account balance. The items sold in the system shop are all treasures that can't be bought on the market. I must accumulate more point coupons in order to exchange them for more base cards. The way to obtain point coupons was the rewards for completing quests and the rewards for unlocking achievements. Wang's father and son, I won't let you live until next month. Xiao Xingyu appeared to be smiling, but his eyes were actually colder than a bloodthirsty beast. A complete plan presented itself in his mind. Same time, Wang family, study room. Wang Dongsheng was sipping tea and reading a book when a sharp knock sounded. Enter. Dad, something's wrong. Wang Dongsheng put down his teacup, frowned, and said in a low voice, yelling and screaming, "What a shame!" Wang Yan panicked and handed his cell phone to Wang Dongsheng. Dad, this is an updated media report. Xiao Xingyu has been discharged from the hospital and will return to Green Dragon Academy tomorrow. Wang Dongsheng raised his eyes, glanced at Wang Yan's expression, and sighed with a hint of hatred mixed in. You punk, as far as being so panicked? Dad, we didn't get Xiao Xingyu killed last time. He'll retaliate against us. Behind him is the Vault Guild. Wang Dongsheng snorted coldly. Heh, revenge? What does that accident at Yinnan Mountain have to do with us? But even if he, Xiao Xingyu, suspects us, does he have any evidence? Wang Yan gradually calmed down. Dad, what do you think we should do next? As the ancient saying goes, one doesn't do anything. If we can't get him once, we'll get him a second time. Wang Dongsheng opened the drawer and handed Wang Yan a jar of medicine. This is
Berserk Dan.
Wang Yan received the medicine jar and his hand shivered. When a royal beast took the Berserk Dan, it would enter a berserk state, doubling its strength and unleashing any battle technique that could hit with a bludgeoning effect. This weekend, it's the freshman ranking match. Although the list of matchups is randomly decided according to a lottery. But don't forget your dad. I'm the vice dean. I have 100 ways to arrange for you to face off against Xiao Xingyu. Wang Yan looked abashed. Dad, last time in the ring, I lost ugly. I'm not Xiao Xingyu's opponent. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. Every time Wang Yan recalled that ring match, he couldn't help but be chilled. Xiao Xingyu's strength was far above his. Idiot. After using the Berserk pill, are you still afraid of not being able to beat Xiao Xingyu? Berserk Dan is a forbidden drug, in case those who achieve great things don't bother with small things. Flamechild, this is your best chance to waste the Hell Blast Wolf. The father and son looked at each other, revealing a treacherous smile. Dad, I understand. The reason why Xiao Xingyu has gained Dean Su's respect is none other than relying on that Hell Blast Wolf. As long as I abolish the Hell Blast Wolf, Xiao Xingyu will become an invalid, and Dean Su won't favor him. Wang Dongsheng resumed his teacup. The child is teachable. Come, drink tea with me. However, Wang's father and son didn't know that the disaster of extermination was coming. The next day, Sister Meng Meng, I'm going to school. Be safe on the road. After school in the evening, sis will bring you food. Brother, this is the coffee milk that Meng Meng brewed for you. Drink it on the way. Xiao Xingyu had a donut in his mouth and was carrying warm coffee milk in his hand. After saying goodbye to Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng, he rushed to Qinglong Academy in a breeze. Along the way, Xiao Xingyu hummed a small song. His mood doubled. As a one-star Imperial Beast Master, he had secretly contracted a Beast Emperor body Imperial Beast, and it was also a mythic quality bloodline. Whoever had this great opportunity would be able to smile. While walking through the alley, Xiao Xingyu suddenly stopped. A utility pole on the side attracted Xiao Xingyu's attention. On the pole, there was a national wanted notice. The portrait on the wanted notice was of a half-human, half-fox magical beast. Purple 9 tails, fox ears, exotic looks. Xiao Xingyu was struck by lightning. Below the portrait, wanted, Beast Emperor Body Magical Beast 9-tailed Demon Fox Delu. Bounty $3 billion. Location, Imperial City Lawn Palace. This was a wanted bounty issued by the Dragon Empire's female emperor, Shangguan Lan, herself. Xiao Xingyu was shocked, and his eyes gradually became bloodshot. 10 minutes later, an abandoned factory. In the dilapidated factory building, Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast coat of arms and summoned the 9-tailed demon fox. Dai Liao appeared at Xiao Xingyu's side, wearing a long red dress. Her 9 tails and fox ears temporarily converged, looking no different from a normal person. Royal Lord, you summoned me out, what is it for? Dai Lu yawned, her languid appearance not losing its sexiness and elegance. This was the uniqueness of the orc-type Imperial Beasts. Dai Lu was able to appear in her human form, and would only display her 9-tailed demon fox body when fighting. When Dai Lu was in her human form, she looked like a queen's lineage mature imperial sister, as beautiful as the heavens and sexy and enchanting. What is this expression of yours? Dai Lu sensed that Xiao Xingyu was not right. Xiao Xingyu took out the bounty wanted notice from behind him. Fox, you lied to me. Dai Lu was slightly stunned and then laughed. I didn't deliberately hide this matter. It's just that you didn't take the initiative to ask me. You're a wanted criminal for whom the Empress has personally issued a wanted notice. Wouldn't you take the initiative to tell me about such a big matter? What would I do if I told you? Do you regret signing a blood contract with me? If you regret it, just sell me now and go collect the 3 billion bounty. One person and one beast inexplicably quarreled, just like a young couple fighting. After the silence, Xiao Xingyu regained his composure. Lulu, you're my imperial beast and I'm your imperial lord. I don't want you to hide anything from me. Dai Lu also calmed down and eased her tone a bit. I can understand how you feel at this moment, thinking that I'm hiding something from you and lying to you. Now then, let's get this out of the way. That's right. I'm a wanted criminal ordered by your Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan to hunt down. If you think I'm a nuisance, Xiao Xingyu interrupted. I didn't say you were trouble. Dai Lu raised her eyes and met Xiao Xingyu's hot, rolling eyes. Lulu, you are my Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast. Not to mention the bounty of 3 billion. Even if it's 30 billion, I won't exchange it. A warm current flowed through Dai Lu's heart. A system beep sounded. Ding. Loyalty plus 10. Dai Lu looked at Xiao Xingyu with anticipation. What if the bounty is 300 billion? Even if the bounty is 300 billion, 300 billion, I'll change.
Dai Lu's smile instantly disappeared.
Ding. Loyalty 10. Returning to the topic. Xiao Xingyu admonished. Lulu, your identity is sensitive now. Try to hide in my imperial beast crest and don't come out normally. Dai Lu nodded her head obediently. By the way, why are you wanted by the Dragon Kingdom Empress? Xiao Xingyu asked a crucial question. Dai Lu wanted to speak, her eyes hiding. This female fox. She really did hide a lot of things from me. Chapter 38 Unexpected Harvest. Dragon Race's Treasure Dragon's Tier. Only 5 minutes left until the bell rings. Aren't you afraid of being late? Old fox, don't change the topic. Honestly explain why you are wanted by the Dragon Empress. Dai Lu originally wanted to prevaricate, but realized that Xiao Xingyu's eyes were permeated with a stern determination. Don't lie, tell the truth. Xiao Xingyu's tone glowed with a chill. Dai Lu thought for a moment and shrugged. All right then, you're my royal master anyway. Hiding it from you won't do me any good. That woman Shangguan Lan. The reason why she offered a heavy bounty to hunt me down is because of this item in my hand. Dai Lu raised her right hand, and an object similar to a crystal ball emerged in her palm. Xiao Xingyu fixed his eyes on it, and the eye of the demon god automatically opened. This is Dragon's Tear. Xiao Xingyu accurately called out the name of this treasure, which caused Dai Lu to be taken aback. You're a 1-star Imperial Beast Master who knows so much? You even recognize the Dragon's Tear. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but touch the Dragon's Tear, and could feel a surge of power tumbling and surging within the ball. It is rumored that the purebred dragon race has 3 major treasures: the reverse scale sword, the Dragon King's whiskers, and the Dragon's Tear. The reverse scale sword and the Dragon King's whisker are both offensive artifacts that can be utilized to destroy the heavens and the earth in battle. Speaking here, Xiao Xingyu paused and took the Dragon's Tear from Dai Lu's hand. And the Dragon's Tear, unlike the other 2 Dragon Race Supreme Treasures, it doesn't have any offensive properties. But it was fused from the tears of 10,000 purebred dragons, and if you activate its full power, you can reverse time and space and go back to the past. After Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, Dai Lu's jaw dropped in shock. You're so young. Why do you know so many secrets about the purebred dragon race? Because I'm open. What? You won't understand even if I tell you, so in the future, less pry into this young master's affairs. Oh, who cares about prying into your affairs? Dai Lu pouted her lips and rolled her eyes at Xiao Xingyu, which was surprisingly somewhat cute. Xiao Xingyu held the Dragon's Tear in both hands, waves rippling inside. Strange. This is the first time I've touched the Dragon's Tear. Why do I have a familiar feeling? Xiao Xingyu himself didn't even realize that the birthmark on his body was flickering with light at the moment, resonating with the Dragon's Tear. Lulu, where did you get this treasure? As far as I know, the Dragon's Tear was lost in the dragon-slaying war 100 years ago. Du explained truthfully. I have a sister who has half-dragon genes. Half fox and half dragon? That means a 9-tailed dragon fox. Dai Lu nodded her head and continued. During the dragon-slaying war, the dragon race was destroyed. My sister was entrusted by the Dragon King to take care of the Dragon Tear. I see. Recently, Shangguan Lan didn't know where he got the information from, and knowing that our 9-tailed fox clan was responsible for keeping the Dragon's Tear, he placed a wanted notice on me. Xiao Xingyu asked one last question after thinking about it. How much do you know about that dragon-slaying battle from 100 years ago? Dai Lu shook her head. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eyes could see through any creature's lies. Dai Lu shook her head, not because she refused to answer the question, but because she really did not have any specific knowledge about that dragon-slaying battle. Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing? Calling me by my first name? Old fox, you've gotten fat with guts. Royal Lord, you return the Dragon Tear to me. Xiao Xingyu loved money and took the Dragon's Tear for himself, placing it into his spatial ring. Dai Lu had a grumpy look on her face. Lulu, we both signed the blood contract. We're both our own people. There's no difference between placing the treasure in my place and placing it in yours. Besides, a blood contract is equivalent to a marriage license. Since we have a license, the Dragon's Tear is our joint property as husband and wife. Right? Dai Lu gasped. Who is husband and wife with you? If it wasn't restricted by the blood contract, I would have strangled you, rascal. Fighting is kissing, scolding is loving. The more times Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu quarreled, the stronger their feelings became instead. Lu, come to the bowl. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast Heraldry and took Dai Lu into it. Your Green Dragon Academy. It looks very grand. That's for sure. The money for repairing the Green Dragon Academy was all paid out of the Dragon Empire Empress Shangguan Lan's own pocket. She's not short on money. Shangguan Lan, that woman? Ha! Don't worry. You're hiding in my Imperial Beast crest. No one will find you. In Dai Lu's perspective, she could communicate with Xiao Xingyu's soul and share her vision with him. At the same time, it wouldn't be discovered and detected by anyone. Dai Lu had to admit that staying by Xiao Xingyu's side was currently the safest option, bar none. Xiao Xingyu entered Green Dragon Academy and resumed his normal campus life. Time passed in a flash, the weekend. This day was a big day for Green Dragon Academy. The annual freshman ranking match kicked off at 10 in the morning. Green Dragon Academy, Central Square. The spectator seats were packed with people, tightly surrounding a large ring. Judge's seat. Dean Su Ruyan, Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng, and Director of Instruction Lin Song. The three leaders of Qinglong Academy served as the judges for this competition. On the commentary stage, there was still that familiar face, the professional host commentator Yang Su. Good morning, everyone, teachers and students of the entire school. The annual freshman ranking contest is about to begin. 600 freshmen, through the drawing of lots, will decide the order of the matchups. Please attend the drawing of lots in an orderly manner, all freshmen. There was also a queue for the drawing of lots, and Xiao Xingyu stood with his classmates from the third class, chatting idly as they lined up. Wu Xingyu was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes, just like a giant panda. Song Hu laughed and asked, Old Wu, what's wrong with your black eyes? Did you do something indescribable last night by sneaking under the covers? Nonsense, I don't have that kind of traditional craftsman's fetish. I was just too nervous and didn't sleep all night. Wu Xingyu's state was the state of most freshmen. The freshman ranking match was the most important match for freshmen. The rankings directly determined how the next 3 years of campus life would be treated. Freshmen at the bottom of the rankings would never be taken seriously by the Green Dragon Academy from now on, and even after graduation, they would not receive any resources and connections. The top-ranked superior students would be focused on by the Green Dragon Academy. These geniuses not only could enjoy the best resources during their 3 years of campus life. Even after graduation, the Green Dragon Academy would also package their assignments, and the dean, Su Ruyan, would personally write a letter of recommendation to be guaranteed a place in the nation's best Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Wu Shangyu covered his thumping chest and sighed a long sigh of emotion. This freshman ranking match is simply a life and death battle. In order to obtain a good ranking, everyone will fight to the death in the ring. We have the next student to draw lots, the referee shouted. An arrogant man walked onto the drawing table. This man was an old acquaintance of Xiao Xingyu. He was the son of Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng, Wang Yan. As soon as Wang Yan appeared on the stage, the viewing gallery was in an uproar, and the cacophony was laced with ridicule and sarcasm. Isn't this Vice Dean Wang's son? That's him. He was beaten up by Xiao Xingyu in the ring and lost his face. In our Green Dragon Academy, this guy should be the biggest joke. Wang Yan could hear the crowd's comments and his heart burned with rage. Xiao Xingyu, the shame you brought me. I'm going to return it all today. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and pulled out a note from the signature cylinder. The note was spread out, and 3 words were clearly written on it. Xiao Xingyu. The referee announced, Round 1, Match 7. Wang Yan versus Xiao Xingyu. Chapter 39 Xiao Xingyu debuts. Extreme talent on display. Did I hear it right? Wang Yan versus Xiao Xingyu. The duel list has already hit the public screen. I didn't hear it wrong. Oh my god. This is really a matchup. The result of Wang Yan's draw hit the big electronic screen on the side of the ring. In the 7th match of the first round, the opposing sides were Wang Yan and Xiao Xingyu. Wu Shangyu was filled with astonishment, then patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. Brother Yu, it's really fate. You and that bastard grandson Wang Yan are gonna fight a second match. Song Hu clasped his arms and sneered. Hey, so what if it's a second battle? Brother, you can still beat him. At the spectator stand, the chatter grew louder and louder. Because of Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan's previous feud, the whole school knew about it. This time, in the first round of the freshman ranking tournament, the two met again in the ring, and the conversation level pulled full circle. Judge's seat. Wang Dongsheng pushed the frames of his glasses and made eye contact with Wang Yan in the crowd. Wang Yan had a confident look on his face and secretly swore, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely not fail you." Then Wang Flame glared at Xiao Xingyu and whispered to himself, "Xiao Xingyu, later on in the ring, I will waste your royal beast." Royal beasts were the lifeblood of a royal beast master, especially for the low-star imperial beast masters who had just started. Everyone currently had only contracted one imperial beast. Once an imperial beast was scrapped, one would have to start all over again. The reason Xiao Xingyu was highly valued was the Hell Blast Wolf's unbelievable potential. The referee said aloud, "The draw for the first round is over. Round 1, Match 1, Lin Chenhan versus Hao Jian. Please have both players take the stage. The duel begins." The first match of the first round was played. On the judges' table, Su Ruyan had a pleased smile on her lips. Wang Dongsheng was patting his ass on the side. "Dean, our Green Dragon Academy really has a lot of talent. The quality of this term's freshmen is good. There are a few freshmen who have cultivated imperial beasts that shine. This is thanks to the dean's good teaching." Su Ruyan did not even look at Wang Dongsheng, but mentioned it carelessly. "Vice Dean Wang, Xiao Xingyu's cliff fall accident. How is the investigation going?" Wang Dongsheng's body stiffened, his facial muscles tightened, his eyes unable to focus. "Ahem. Dean, it's still under investigation."
Su Ruyan que mandid.
"This matter must be traced to the end. Xiao Xingyu is one of the most important talents of our Green Dragon Academy. Find out who is behind this and give an explanation to student Xiao Xingyu." Wang Dongsheng nodded his head. Yes, the exchanges between the two deans, the head and deputy deans, came to an abrupt end as they continued to enjoy the match in the ring. Su Ruyan inadvertently glanced sideways and saw clues from Wang Dongsheng's expression. "This old greaseball, dare to privately automate Xiao Xingyu. I have to find a chance to clean up." Su Ruyan attached great importance to Xiao Xingyu, the unseemly tactics of the Wang family's father and son. She knew it as soon as she guessed. However, before Su Ruyan made her move, Xiao Xingyu was already up for killing. An hour later, the first 6 matches of the first round came to an end. Qinglong Academy did not raise idlers, and even the least talented freshmen had a couple of tricks up their sleeves. And none of these freshmen were wimps. Even if their opponent's strength was a cut above theirs, they would still fight until the last moment. Yang Su sat on the commentary stage, not looking exuberant enough, and his voice was lazy. "Everyone, the first 6 matches of the first round have ended. All 12 players worked hard, but the duels don't seem exciting enough. I'm falling asleep." Yang Su's words suddenly turned like a chicken blood. "But the next 7th match will push the atmosphere of this year's freshman ranking tournament to its peak," the referee shouted. "Will both players please take the stage?" With all eyes on him, Xiao Xingyu ascended the ring. "Xiao Xingyu, I love you. Saints before heaven. Brother Yu is more than a living god. Xingyu Xingyu, dominating the world." On the spectator stand, many young girls cheered for Xiao Xingyu at the top of their lungs. Xiao Xingyu was unconcerned about this, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. Dailu's voice came from within his mind. "It's hard to see. Your kid is so popular with the girls in Green Dragon Academy. Lulu, I'm the schoolmaster of Qinglong Academy. You can be my imperial beast. Just steal your joy." Although Dailu was hidden in the imperial beast crest, Xiao Xingyu could brainstorm Dailu's playful look as she secretly rolled her eyes. On the other side of the ring, Wang Yan made his entrance. Xiao Xingyu's eyes flickered with a thick flash of killing intent. Dailu was able to sense the royal master's change in mood. "This person is the one who caused you to fall off the cliff? Well, besides him, there's also his father, the hypocrite with glasses on the judge's table." Dailu could share her vision with Xiao Xingyu and clearly saw Wang Dongsheng on the judge's table. "This guy wearing glasses is a 6-star royal beast master." Xiao Xingyu teased. "Can't you beat it? Who are you looking down on? As long as your spiritual energy is even just enough for me to unleash my battle technique once, this emperor will be able to kill him in one move." This was the confidence of a beast imperial body imperial beast. Any imperial beast master below the 7-star rank, she didn't put in her eyes. Before the duel, it was the vicious word session. Wang Yan had an evil smile on his face. "Xiao Xingyu, we meet again in the ring." Student Wang Yan, wasn't the lesson from last time enough? Xiao Xingyu's words pierced Wang Yan's glass heart. In the viewing gallery, jeers rose and fell. Xiao Xingyu, I will definitely defeat you this time. And I'll make you walk out of the ring in tears. Wang Yan let out vicious words, arrogant to the extreme. Wu Shengyu and Song Hu shouted from the stage. Brother Yu, teach this brat another lesson. Guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Brother Yu let you have 3 moves and you can't even beat him. Based on the last ring duel, everyone was not optimistic about Wang Yan. After all, Wang Yan was Xiao Xingyu's defeated opponent, and it had only been about a week since that ring. In a week's time, even if one studied hard and practiced hard, one's strength would not be able to achieve a qualitative leap. Wang Yan secretly rejoiced in his heart. Humph. I want this effect where the whole world doesn't look at me favorably. When I defeat Xiao Xingyu later, I'll be able to amaze the whole world. The ideal was plump, the reality was bone dry. Wang Yan was immersed in fantasy at the moment, unable to extricate himself. The corner of the audience. A white-haired beauty sat quietly, one hand resting on her cheek, her deep, clear gaze always falling on Xiao Xingyu's body. Sis, why are you always staring at Xiao Xingyu? Beside Murong Xinshin sat a white-haired handsome man, her own brother Murong Yangshua. Brother, did you feel it? Feel what? Murong Yangshua was filled with confusion. Xiao Xingyu's aura has gotten so much stronger since he fell off the cliff and was rescued. Murong Yangshua hadn't noticed the difference, and hearing his sister say this, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Xingyu a few more times. In just a few days, this kid's aura has indeed gotten stronger. The night he fell off the cliff, what exactly did he go through? If the younger generation could see it, then the older generation could naturally see it as well. Su Ruyan's gaze was also focused on Xiao Xingyu. This little fellow, there seems to be a veil of mystery shrouding his body, making me even more impervious. This was the change after the contracted beast imperial body imperial beast. When a person possessed a strong enough undercurrent, the aura would become stronger, making people puzzled. The referee shouted. Round 1, Match 7. Wang Yan versus Xiao Xingyu. The duel begins. Chapter 40. One move to kill Hellfire Lotus. The battle was imminent. The thousands of spectators in the viewing gallery all rose to watch the match. Wu Shengyu frantically stuffed popcorn into his mouth. Tiger, this duel is sure to be exciting. Do you want some popcorn? No, watermelon is enough for me. In Song Hu's hand, he held half a watermelon. In the ring, the two summoned their royal beasts at the same time. A cheetah appeared beside Wang Yan with a fierce face, roaring towards Xiao Xingyu. Yang Su was in charge of the commentary. This is Wang Yan's imperial beast, the 6-clawed rift leopard. In terms of bloodline quality, the 6-clawed rift leopard is a legendary bloodline. The quality can be said to be very high. But there's a saying that's right, the strength of a royal beast depends not only on the bloodline and level, but also on the level of the royal beast master. Yang Su's words were clearly connoting Wang Yan. The 6-clawed rift leopard was extremely talented, but Wang Yan, who was a royal beast master, was almost on fire. The Hell Blast Wolf has made its appearance. Yang Su shouted at the top of his voice, his eyes filling with blood. Black flames blazed. A wave of fire surrounded the ring, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Roar! The Hell Blast Wolf let out a roar that shook through the sky, the chains on its body shaking slightly. In its disdainful eyes, there was a ferocity from the underworld of hell. Yang Su had a feeling. Compared to the Hell Blast Wolf that stood in the ring last time, when I see it today, its aura has become a few points more domineering. The spectator seat. Chun Chinian, the third-class teacher, revealed a surprised gaze. This aura, it's not right. With the Hell Blast Wolf's current aura, he's at more than the initial body first-class level. But the Imperial Beast tester can't be wrong. The data shows that the Hell Blizzard Wolf's rank is initial body first order. Before the start of the match, the data information of each Imperial Beast would be typed out on the large electronic screen. The grade of the Imperial Beasts were all tested by specialized Imperial Beast testers to produce accurate results. It's too strange. Unless that kid intentionally suppressed the level of the Hell Blast Wolf, waiting for an opportunity to complete a breakthrough into the ranks. As for the opportunity, wouldn't it be? Chun Chinian came to a sudden realization and looked at Xiao Xingyu with more than a touch of appreciation. Wouldn't a golden lynx be a thing in a pool? Once it meets the wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. This Temple of Green Dragon Academy is still too small. I'm afraid that it won't be able to accommodate this kid in the future. The battle began with a short fight. The six-clawed rift leopard leaped up, opened its bloody mouth, and on the tip of its tongue, which was covered with barbs, there was a chilling ice pick hanging from it. The Hell Blast Wolf similarly opened its mouth, and the two imperial beasts tore together. This is not a simple tearing. This is a collision of ice and fire. Yangsu shouted loudly. The six-clawed rift leopard's talent was Shen Ice Freeze, which could slow down the enemy. The Hell Blast Wolf's talent was Hellfire, which could ignore the enemy's armor and deal real damage. In the first round of the duel, both sides were evenly matched. In the ring, fireballs and ice crystals blasted one after another as the two imperial beasts engaged in melee combat. Accompanied by hissing sounds, the ring trembled violently, and the floor cracked. In the spectator seats around the ring, everyone was busy, frequently changing their clothes. Whenever the six-clawed rift leopard unleashed its battle technique, people would put on down jackets to ward off the cold. When it was the Hell Blast Wolf's turn to unleash its battle technique, people would take off their jackets and have popsicles in their mouths to relieve the heat. On the commentary stage, Yangsu was wearing a cotton jacket on top and shorts underneath, with a mouthful of iced cola and a mouthful of goji berry hot tea. This duel, it's really wonderful. One moment winter, one moment summer. The most wonderful moment has arrived. Hell Blast Wolf, casting a dark attribute battle skill now. Xiao Xingyu barked out an order. Black Striker, Claws of Silence. Ow! A wolf-shaped black shadow emerged above the Hell Blizzard Wolf's head. The black shadow swung out a claw strike, and bloody claw marks appeared on the six-clawed rift leopard's backbone. As miserable cries of pain resounded through the sky, the six-clawed rift leopard retreated back and forth. It's still our familiar dark attribute battle skill Claws of Silence. Under Xiao Xingyu's command, the Hell Blast Wolf struck 13 consecutive strikes. Each Claws of Silence will inflict 3 seconds of silence on the six-clawed rift leopard. During the period of silence, the six-clawed rift leopard was unable to release any battle techniques. The audience gasped in shock and jeered in waves. The six-clawed rift leopard looks so dull after being silenced. Yeah, it doesn't seem too smart looking at its hands and feet. What kind of royal beast goes with what kind of royal beast master? The crowd's mockery enraged Wang Yan. Xiao Xingyu, you think I'll fall in the same place? Next, I'll make you powerless to fight back. Wang Yan made a special gesture. The six-clawed rift leopard understood and bit the pill hidden deep in his back teeth. This was the forbidden medicine for the tournament, the Berserk pill. The moment the six-clawed rift leopard bit into the Berserker Dan, the medicinal effect drilled into every blood vessel. Click, click, click. This was the sound of bones proliferating. In an instant, the six-clawed rift leopard's body doubled in size, releasing a terrifying cold aura. In an instant, the floor of the ring was completely frozen, as smooth as a skating rink, reflecting a biting cold aura. Sharp, icy bone spikes grew from the top of the head, chest and back, and limbs of the six-clawed rift leopard. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god and revealed an unexpected smile. As expected, in order to defeat me, he actually forced his imperial beast to take a forbidden medicine. The Berserk pill was not sold on the market, only the underground black market had this kind of crooked pill. Xiao Xingyu, I will definitely defeat you. Six-clawed rift leopard, kill. Hearing his master's call, the six-clawed rift leopard roared angrily and spat out frost. On the Hell Blast Wolf's body, the flames went out and its fur froze. Ice Blade Storm, Shattering Ice Hammer, Winter Tail Strike. Wang Yan continuously gave orders, and the six-clawed rift leopard struck all of its battle techniques in a short period of time. The Hell Blast Wolf's body was frozen by the cold ice, unable to move, and ate all of the opponent's battle techniques hard. The situation reversed. Every single person in the viewing gallery revealed an unbelievable expression. The six-clawed rift leopard has suddenly become so strong? Even the Hell Blast Wolf's hellfire can be extinguished. This frost power should not be underestimated. Oh no! Xiao Xingyu is falling into the wind and might lose the match. Wang Yan gloated and taunted. Xiao Xingyu, last time in the ring, I let you have one round. This is my true strength. On the judges' table, Wang Dongsheng was proud of his son. Dean, my family's Flame-Er's talent is no worse than Xiao Xingyu's, right? I still hope that Dean will take care of my family Flame-Er in the future. Su Ruyan didn't say a word. Her heart was clearer than anyone else. Taking forbidden medicines is really a stupid pair of father and son. In the ring, the battle was one-sided. The Hell Blast Wolf was sealed in the ice cave and looked like it had lost its ability to fight back. Yang Su had a serious expression. Right now, Xiao Xingyu's situation is not optimistic. If this continues, the Hell Blast Wolf will not only lose to the six-clawed Rift Leopard, it will also leave behind after effects. Could it be that the big picture has been decided? Does Xiao Xingyu still have a chance to save the day? The viewing gallery, the third-class area. Xiao Xingyu's classmates were all on edge, especially Wu Shengyu and Song Hu, both of whom didn't dare to watch the match. The time is almost right. Xiao Xingyu smiled evilly. Black Striker, Hellfire Lotus.
Boom tilde.
In an instant, the ice cave exploded and the cold ice melted away. The Hell Blast Wolf rushed out beyond the frost, and the black hellfire rekindled. Wang Yan was shocked, but it was simply too late to react. The mouth of the Hell Blast Wolf spewed out a burning black fire lotus. The lotus slowly rotated, dancing with the gusty wind, growing in size. 10 seconds later, the fire lotus covered the entire ring. Chun Chinian exclaimed, "Fire Attribute Battle Skill Inferno Fire Lotus." Judge's seat. Director of Instruction Lin Song stared wide-eyed. Su Ruyan's eyes flowed. Wang Dongxing's jaw dropped. Is it really the Hellfire Lotus? Is this Xiao Xingyu a human or a ghost? This kid is the most outrageous genius monster I've ever seen. Chapter 41. Breaking the record. Rising 2 steps in a row. On the ring, there was a huge fire lotus floating. The color of the fire lotus was black, and a few wisps of dark shadows remained in the center of the lotus. Hellfire Lotus. Ladies and gentlemen, you didn't see it wrong. This battle technique is a battle technique that can only be learned by a full-bodied fire imperial beast. Yang Su stood on the commentary stage and hissed loudly. The electronic big screen gave a close-up shot of the Hell Blast Wolf. Yang Su couldn't help but sigh. It's unbelievable. Xiao Xingyu is truly a royal beast master with exceptional talent. The viewing gallery. All the teachers and students stared with wide eyes. Their exclamations of surprise never interrupted. The Hell Blizzard Wolf is currently only an initial body royal beast, and not only did it awaken 3 attributes, but it was also able to learn high-level battle techniques over the levels. First the Claws of Silence, then the Hellfire Lotus. At this rate, I'm afraid Xiao Xingyu will replace Yi Shuangning and become the first genius of Qinglong Academy. One of the students in Class 3 couldn't help but ask, "Director Chun, is it the Imperial Beast that's stronger, or the Imperial Beast Master?" This question was one that the entire class wanted to ask. Chun Chinian pondered a little and gave an objective answer. The talent of a royal beast determines the lower limit of a royal beast's strength, and the talent of a royal beast master determines the upper limit of a royal beast. Let me mention a big name to you guys. Does anyone in Qiyan know him? Wu Shengyu, known as the Little Encyclopedia of Class 3, blurted out, "Director Chun, I know. It's a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster who once took part in the Dragonslayer battle, and was also the last Navy Admiral." Chun Chinian smiled and nodded his head, a touch of reminiscence surfacing on his face, the corners of his lips curving into a slightly bitter arc. That's right, Admiral Qi is one of only a handful of 10-star Imperial Beastmasters in history. His Imperial Beast, the Bloodline quality, is epic. According to reason, it's impossible for a royal beast with a bloodline of this quality to break through the Beast King body ceiling. But General Qi did. That's how powerful the Imperial Beast Master himself is. He can help Imperial Beasts break through the talent ceiling. One of the students asked curiously, "Director Chen, in the future, will Xiao Xingyu also become a royal beast master as powerful as General Qi?" Chun Chinian smiled and shook his head. "That I don't know." With that, Chun Chinian once again looked at the teenager in the ring. Xiao Xingyu's back, which appeared extraordinarily small against the Hellfire Lotus, was so radiant that it was impossible to ignore. Perhaps his upper limit is still above old Qi. In the ring, Xiao Xingyu's sword brows went up as he shouted aloud, "Break!" The Hellfire Lotus was like a huge mountain, ruthlessly crashing into the 6-clawed Rift Leopard's body. Miserable screams drowned in the depths of the sea of fire. Rumble! The explosion shattered the windows of the school building, and the furious fire wave air currents overturned the playground's ground. The Hellfire Lotus detonated instantly, and a mushroom cloud rose. After a long time, The smoke dissipated. The ring was leveled by the explosion, and there were burning black embers all over the place that could not be extinguished for a long time. Xiao Xingyu stood in the center of the sea of fire. His handsome face seemed to have 4 words written on it. Ancient waves are not shocked. The entire field was dead silent. The 6-clawed rift leopard fell to the ground. Its skin burnt, and its white eyes rolled out of the sky. Wang Yan was ashen and fell to his knees in the corner, 6-faced, his hands and feet trembling from excessive shock. The referee's voice broke the silence. Winner, Xiao Xingyu. The results of the match had just been announced, and the entire arena let out a mountainous roar of cheers. Xiao Xingyu won. This dude is really a monster. The way Xiao Xingyu looked at Wang Yan just now, it was chilling. Hellfire Lotus, terrifying as hell. Yang Su suddenly shouted. Everyone, look at the Royal Beast Detector. The display of the Imperial Beast Detector was updated with the data information of the Hell Blast Wolf. One of the most conspicuous items was the Imperial Beast Grade. Imperial Beast Grade. Initial body 3rd order. Incredible. Just incredible. Student Xiao Xingyu has created an unprecedented record. This is since the Green Dragon Academy organized the freshman ranking tournament. For the first time, there is a divine miracle of a royal beast being in the ring and rising 2 ranks in a row. Chan Chinian smiled in relief. Looks like I guessed right. This kid really did intentionally suppress Hell Blast Wolf's breakthrough, and used this competition as an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Prior to this, the Hell Blast Wolf followed Xiao Xingyu to complete the Yinnan Mountain Trial and hunted 110 magical beasts. Later, it encountered the Lava Lion and Tiger Beast and experienced a near-death crisis. After the baptism of life and death, the Hell Blast Wolf had long reached the critical point of advancement. Xiao Xingyu deliberately suppressed it, just waiting for an opportunity. The judge's table. Director of Instruction Lin Song's eyes showed surprise as he took in a deep breath of cold air. Dean, this Xiao Xingyu is something else. His Imperial Beast actually raised 2 consecutive steps in the ring. This is a historical record. Su Ruyan laughed lightly. Director Lin, weren't you not optimistic about Xiao Xingyu before? I thought at the time that a kid who came out of a small city without a family background would definitely not go far in the line of Imperial Beastmaster. I didn't expect. It's my eyes that are clumsy. Lin Song had to admit that his vision was too poor to recognize Xiao Xingyu, a diamond in the rough that was hard to come by in 100 years. At this moment, Wang Dongsheng, who was also sitting on the judge's bench, had a gloomy face to the extreme. Hearing the dean and director of instruction constantly praising Xiao Xingyu, Wang Dongsheng was angry and hateful, but there was nothing he could do. Unworthy thing. Wang Dongsheng looked at Wang Yan, who was paralyzed in the ruins of the ring, revealing a look of hatred. Wake up, wake up. Someone come. My royal beast is vomiting blood, help. Wang Yan panicked, witnessing the 6-clawed rift leopard spitting out large mouthfuls of black blood. Several Imperial Beast doctors came to the scene and were responsible for treating the 6-clawed rift leopard. Yang Su continued to narrate. The incident happened suddenly. The 6-clawed rift leopard was seriously injured and unconscious. First aid is being administered. This competition, temporarily interrupted. Next, let's review the wonderful battle just now. Please watch the VCR. On the electronic big screen, the entire process of Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan's duel was played. When people saw the Hellfire Lotus in slow motion, they all let out a gasp. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the big screen, and no one cared about Wang Yan. Suddenly, Wang Flame howled, followed by rushing to Xiao Xingyu and breaking into a roar. Xiao Xingyu, you killed my royal beast. I want you to pay with your life. The entire audience was in an uproar. The 6-clawed rift leopard is dead? It seems like it's indeed dead. Its torso is stiff. It was twitching just now. Now it's not moving. The Imperial Beast Doctor has given his diagnosis, confirming that the 6-clawed rift leopard is dead. Good lord. Wang Yan has also set a historical record. Wang Yan had created an ugly historical record. The 6-clawed split leopard was the first ever royal beast to die in the ring of the freshman ranking tournament. The death of a royal beast in full view of the public was no small matter, and it sparked heated discussions. Is the Hellfire Lotus so powerful? In one move, it actually killed the 6-clawed rift leopard in seconds. Would Xiao Xingyu have struck too hard? Friendship first, competition second. Xiao Xingyu seems to have gone overboard. Xiao Xingyu was also caught in the whirlpool of public opinion. Wang Dongsheng took advantage of the situation. Dean, student Xiao Xingyu deliberately poisoned himself during the match. Disregarding the rules of the point-to-point match, he killed the six-clawed rift leopard. This son is vicious and venomous in his heart, disregarding the rules of the school and disregarding the friendship of his classmates. This kind of person should be expelled. Wang Dongsheng was the vice dean of the Green Dragon Academy, and when he spoke, he gained the support of the other school leaders. Vice Dean Wang is right. Although Xiao Xingyu is a genius, he is ruthless in his heart. This kid's character won't pass muster with me. Xiao Xingyu must be expelled. Facing the joint pressure from all the leaders, Su Ruyan lightly raised her eyebrows. Don't rush to characterize student Xiao Xingyu first. I'm afraid that there is something else going on in this matter. Xiao Xingyu lazily ignored the crazy Wang Yan and turned to the Imperial Beast Doctor. Doctor, may I ask what was the cause of death of the six-clawed rift leopard? Hemorrhaging of the organs? It should be due to the Hellfire Lotus. My family's Black Striker's Hellfire Lotus will cause soul-scorching damage to the enemy and will not injure the internal organs. And symptoms like hemorrhaging of the organs are usually caused by toxins entering the body. The doctor nodded. Classmate, what you said makes sense. Xiao Xingyu revealed a meaningful smile. So you might as well diagnose it properly once more. Several Imperial Beast doctors returned to the corpse of the six-clawed rift leopard and, using specialized instruments, tested the six-clawed rift leopard's blood. The chaotic scene lasted for 10 minutes. Reporting to the dean, the cause of death of the six-clawed rift leopard has been found out. What's the point of being evasive? Speak truthfully. The six-clawed rift leopard died from taking the berserking Dan. The moment the Imperial Beast Doctor announced the cause of death of the six-clawed rift leopard, the entire room was shocked.
Berserking Dan?
Isn't that one of the top 10 forbidden medicines of the tournament? This Wang Yan is really abominable. Violating the school rules aside, the side effects of the berserk pill will cause irreversible damage to the royal beasts. This guy has no humanity. Things were revealed. Wang Yan was at the center of public opinion that was sprayed by 10,000 people and was filled with fear. You quacks, you're spitting blood. I didn't even give the six-clawed rift leopard the berserking pill. The doctor didn't bother with Wang Yan and submitted the lab results to Su Ruyan. Dean, this is the lab results. It can be determined that the six-clawed rift leopard took the berserk pill before the race. After this kind of pill is taken, the Imperial Beast enters a state of berserkness, and while its strength increases, it also suffers a backlash. The eyes of the crowd were snowy. With things having developed to this point, any individual would know that the Hellfire Lotus had not killed the six-clawed rift leopard. The six-clawed rift leopard's fatal injury, a hemorrhage of the organs, was a consequence of taking the berserking Dan. Wang Yan, the evidence is overwhelming. Do you still want to deny it? Su Ruyan shouted angrily, scaring Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked at Wang Dongsheng as if he was looking at the last straw to save his life. Dad, Wang Dongsheng was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Su Ruyan. Vice Dean Wang, your status, first of all, is the Vice Dean of Green Dragon Academy, then a father. Dean, can you give my son another chance? If you make the decision to show favoritism, then you take the initiative to write a letter of resignation and send it to my office. With the words already spoken, Su Ruyan looked indifferent and no longer paid attention to Wang Dongsheng. Forced by public opinion and the pressure of the situation, Wang Dongsheng made a decision. Student Wang Yan, for forcing his royal beast to take the forbidden drug Berserker Dan. Not only did he violate the school rules, he also indirectly caused the death of the Imperial Beast. According to the regulations, expulsion is given. Wang Yan's eyes were filled with blood, unable to believe that his own father had said these words. Dad, why did you expel me? Wang Dongsheng roared lowly. Someone come. Drag this ill-intentioned person out of the school gates. Wang Yan was like a lost dog, being thrown out of the school gate by several bladders. Chapter 42 Killing on a Rainy Night, Summoning the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. After the farce, the game continued. From daytime to evening, the 600 participating freshmen, after a day of competing in the ring, decided on the top 8. On the electronic big screen, the list of the top 8 was announced. Morong Xinxin, Xiao Xingyu, Morong Yangshua, Zhao Tianming, Fan Rui, Zhou Xiu, Sun Wanpeng, Enzo Lin. List of the top 8 in no particular order. These 8 freshmen, will participate in the ring challenge tomorrow, thus determining the ranking sequence. Other than these 8, the rankings of all the other freshmen were announced. Just like Xiao Xingyu's housemates, the rankings were moderate, not too low. Wu Xingyu, ranked 79. Song Hu, ranked 85. Chun Yifu, ranked 99. These 3 people's talents were quite okay, squeezing into the top 100 out of the 600 freshmen. It was worth mentioning that out of the 600 freshmen, the only person who had his grades cancelled or even expelled was Wang Yan. On the official website of Qinglong College, searching for Wang Yan's name, it already shows no such person. As the sun set, Yang Su sat on the commentary stage, his voice still maintaining its passion. Everyone, today's tournament has come to an end. Tomorrow is the top 8 championship match. In the end, who will be the champion of this competition? Let's wait and see. After school, Xiao Xingyu became the center of attention in the entire school. Anyone who passed by Xiao Xingyu would not be able to help but look at Xiao Xingyu twice more. Xiao Xingyu is really the biggest dark horse in this freshman class. That's called going through to the top 8. That's right. Xiao Xingyu only played 1 match. It's obviously a straight through. Today, Xiao Xingyu only played 1 match, the one with Wang Yan. After everyone witnessed the power of the Hellfire Lotus, the next few rounds of matches, whoever drew lots and ran into Xiao Xingyu, without exception, chose to voluntarily abstain from the match and didn't even have the courage to walk up to the ring. So Xiao Xingyu is very relaxed today, only playing 1 match, straight through to the top 8 list. Xiao Xingyu glanced at the top 8 list. All of them were gifted and strong. Other than Xiao Xingyu, a grassroots, the others were either from the 4 royal beastmaster families or from the top-ranked royal beastmaster guilds in the country. If I want to win the championship, I'll definitely run into that oddball white-haired girl Murong Xinshin tomorrow. Because of Murong Xinshin's eccentric personality, Xiao Xingyu nicknamed her the strange white-haired girl. On the way out of school, the white-haired siblings walked side by side. Murong Yangshua was holding a dog's tail grass. Sister, Xiao Xingyu also made it into the top 8. That kid robbed you of more than 24 beast heads in the Yinan Mountain trial. Don't worry. If brother meets Xiao Xingyu tomorrow, brother will definitely help you take revenge. Murong Yangshua swung his fist. He had no hatred towards Xiao Xingyu. He just simply wanted to get angry for his sister. Murong Xinshin was usually quiet, but when Xiao Xingyu was mentioned, his words would become more. Brother, I do hope that tomorrow I can fight Xiao Xingyu in the ring. I want to defeat him with my own hands. Murong Xinshin clenched her pink fists. This white-haired young girl who looked dull and cold was very vindictive and could remember Xiao Xingyu for the rest of her life. Brother, you were so handsome in the ring today. That Hellfire Lotus move. Dean Surian was dumbfounded. To celebrate brother you advancing into the top 8, my treat. Let's go to the back street for a barbecue. Xiao Xingyu was dragged away by his 3 roommates. Not getting drunk tonight. At the back door of Qinglong Academy, there was a night market. After dark, the night market was brightly lit, and the aroma of barbecued meat increased one's appetite. Brother Yu, let me toast you. Old Wu, don't pretend to be a grandson. The few of us drink white. What gives you the right to drink beer? Tiger, you're raising fish. Change to a bigger cup. Cut the crap. Brothers, drink. Xiao Xingyu and his roommates ate barbecue and drank hard liquor. The air was filled with the fragrance of wine and laughter. In the dark corner, the wretched Wang Yan almost gritted his back teeth. Xiao Xingyu, you wait for me. Wang Yan returned home and knocked on the door of the study. Wang Dongsheng had a black line on his head and his face was blue. Waste, you still have the face to come home? Plop. Wang Yan knelt down on both knees, his aggression erupted. A handful of snot and tears. Dad, save your son. That Xiao Xingyu took everything from me. My imperial beast died, and I was expelled from the Green Dragon Academy because of the forbidden drug scandal. I'm now an invalid. I can't swallow this breath. Wang Yan was after all Wang Dongsheng's own son, and while Wang Dongsheng hated his iron, he was more heartbroken. I personally fired you? Do you hate me? Dad, you are the vice president of Qinglong Academy. You sit in this position. There are your difficulties. My son does not blame you. Wang Dongsheng nodded and let out a long sigh. Alas, right now Xiao Xingyu is gaining momentum. The dean holds him in high regard. And with Xiao Xingyu's talent, he will definitely be able to get the top 3 places in tomorrow's top 8 championship match. At that time, the dean will value him even more. Wang Yan lowered his head, his nails embedded in his palms and blood spilled out. I know that my talent is no match for that kid. Wang Dongsheng was silent for a while and made a decision. Son, my father will take revenge for you. Really? Wang Yan's eyes lit up, rekindling his hope. That kid took away everything from you and reduced you to this state. I, as a father, must help you get it back. Wang Dongxing only had one thought right now, and that was to get Xiao Xingyu killed, out of this bad anger. Dad, what do you plan to do? The last time he accidentally fell off a cliff, he was lucky to get his life back. This time, I won't let him be so lucky. 12 o'clock at midnight. Xiao Xingyu and his group returned to the dormitory. The 3 roommates were all drunk and fell asleep. Xiao Xingyu turned around and cried and laughed. It's good to be young and fall asleep. A light rain drifted outside the window, and a wave of sleepiness hit him in the dead of night, coupled with alcohol. Xiao Xingyu had just laid down, his eyes not yet closed, when his cell phone rang. Hey, Meng Meng, what's wrong? Brother, it's bad. Sister Ruoxue has been taken away. Xiao Xingyu bounced up from the bed, sleepy and drunk. 1 minute later, Xiao Xingyu rushed back to the family's apartment on his Hell-Blast Wolf. The windows were broken, the house was a mess, and only Yi Shimeng was curled up under the desk, shivering. Meng Meng, are you all right? Brother, I'm fine. Sister Ruoxue was taken away, and that masked man left a letter. Xiao Xingyu opened the envelope. The letter only had one line. Come to Yinnan Mountain. Even if it was just such a simple sentence, Xiao Xingyu had already guessed the identity of the person behind the scenes. Xiao Xingyu soothed. Meng Meng, don't be afraid. I'll let Black Striker stay with you. Hey Feng, you stay. Oh. Xiao Xingyu left behind the Hell-Blast Wolf and ran alone towards Yinnan Mountain. The top of Yinnan Mountain. Under the rain, the road to the top of the mountain was even muddier. Xiao Xingyu arrived at the top of the mountain, only to see a fainting woman half lying under a tree. Sister. At the moment, Xiao Ruoxue was in an unconscious state, but her life was not in danger. Behind the tree, a mysterious man clad in a black coat and wearing a hood came out. Don't shout, your sister isn't dead yet. The mysterious man's voice was hoarse, and every word that came out of his mouth was as harsh as fingernails scratching across a blackboard. The rain got heavier and heavier. The gusty winds rolled up dark clouds, and a thunderbolt pierced the sky, illuminating Xiao Xingyu's icy face. The mysterious man spoke again. Aren't you curious about my identity? Xiao Xingyu was frighteningly calm at the moment, his voice as flat as water. In this life, there aren't many people who have a grudge against me. There is only one who has a grudge against me recently, and that is Wang Yan. Since ancient times, the old man has stood up for his son. Since you asked me to come to Yinnan Mountain in the middle of the night and purposely masked your face, so you are Vice President Wang. As soon as Xiao Xingyu's words fell, the mysterious man's body shook and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Ha ha ha! The mysterious man let out a treacherous laugh and tore off his mask, revealing a face of a Sven scum. Student Xiao Xingyu, it seems that not only are you overly talented, your mind is also more mature than your peers. If you were my son, I would definitely be able to train you to become the strongest junior Imperial Beast Master in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Wang Dongxing's gaze towards Xiao Xingyu at the moment had more appreciation. Look at you, and then think about my incompetent son. Alas, Xiao Xingyu said in a cold voice, let my sister go first. Don't worry. Your sister is just an ordinary person. She doesn't deserve to die in my hands yet. But you, Xiao Xingyu, cannot possibly live to see tomorrow's sun. Wang Dongxing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Vice President Wang, you want to kill me? Xiao Xingyu seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Because of you, my son was expelled from the Green Dragon Academy, and the royal beast died violently in the ring, falling into the laughingstock of the city's people. And because of this stain, my son will not have any Imperial Beast Master guilds willing to recruit him for the rest of his life. As a father, I have to take this out for my son. Xiao Xingyu hung his head low, rainwater dripping down the bangs on his forehead. The corners of his scarlet lips gradually rose. How dare you be sure that you can kill me? Wang Dongsheng moved his neck and opened the Imperial Beast crest. I'm a 6-star Imperial Beast Master. Killing you is like killing an ant. Do I still need to question it? The spell formation opened and the royal beast descended. Beside Wang Dongsheng, a huge black bear appeared. The black bear maintained a standing stance. Its skin was as thick as a steel plate, and in its hand, it carried a hammer that was about 5 meters long. Orc lineage imperial beast, rock demon giant bear king. This was a beast king body first rank imperial beast with an epic bloodline. The rock demon giant bear king carried a large iron hammer and let out a terrifying hiss as red lightning and air currents entwined around it. This red lightning and air currents were the symbols of the beast king body imperial beast, called domineering aura. The beast king body beast could enhance its attack power by virtue of its overbearing aura, causing mental intimidation to magical beasts of lower levels. At the same time, the beast king body royal beast would always be in a state of dominance, releasing its battle skills without being interrupted by the enemy, and could also eliminate the enemy's control skills. Student Xiao Xingyu, your life, it ends here. Wang Dongxing's gaze towards Xiao Xingyu was no different from looking at a corpse. After all, a 6-star royal beastmaster trying to kill a 1-star royal beastmaster was no different from killing a chicken cub with no hands. Vice President Wang, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Xiao Xingyu opened the royal beast crest and his smile became evil and impetuous. Wang Dongsheng grinned coldly. Are you going to summon the Hell Blast Wolf and give my rock demon giant bear king a beating? Who said I only have one imperial beast? Lulu, it's your turn to perform. Chapter 43 Bloodthirsty Pupil Crossbow. Pit-killing 6-star imperial beast master. Inan Mountain mountaintop. Golden thunder and lightning raged in the clouds, as if there was an enraged heavenly god driving away the demons, and a roar shook the earth and mountains. This terrifying aura. Wang Dongxing's smile gradually solidified and he subconsciously took a step back. Beside Xiao Xingyu, the spell formation opened and a beautiful woman with a stunning appearance stepped out. The beauty wore exotic clothing, and although her eyes were cold, they were able to seduce the souls of all men under the sky. What is the matter with summoning this emperor? Dai Lu yawned with a lazy posture. She had been sleeping soundly but was forcefully summoned by Xiao Xingyu, looking a little out of bed. Xiao Xingyu pointed at the rock demon giant bear king beside Wang Dongsheng. The rock demon giant bear king's body exuded a red, overbearing aura, which was a symbol of the beast king body imperial beast. Without a single fluctuation of emotions in her eyes, Dai Lu blandly said, "Settle this bear, so I can go back to sleep, right?" Xiao Xingyu smiled and nodded. "That's right, and you can sleep as long as you want." Dai Lu stretched her lazy waist. Her front and back figure was displayed to the fullest. Wang Dongsheng sensed the aura of danger and made a hasty move fueled by panic. "Kill!" At Wang Dongsheng's command, the rock demon giant bear king let out a berserk hiss and swung the hammer in his hand, smashing it fiercely towards Dai Lu. Dai Lu stood still, her eyes suddenly blazing, her scarlet gaze locking onto the rock demon giant bear king. A special energy changed the magnetic field of the entire mountain range. The rock demon bear king suddenly stopped and its huge body became stiff. The bear claws were instantly petrified, followed by the knees, legs, and abdomen. The body of the rock demon bear king slowly turned into a stone statue sculpture, unable to move. Wang Dongsheng was at least a 6-star royal beastmaster and had seen a lot, but at this moment he panicked. You are. A lightning bolt landed, illuminating the night. Behind Dai Lu, 9 tails burning with foxfire emerged, swaying in the wind. 9-tailed demon fox. You're the beast emperor body fox on the nationwide wanted notice. Dai Lu's bounty wanted notice was plastered all over every corner of the country's streets and alleys, and every major media and television station reported on it every day. Not to mention imperial beastmasters, even ordinary people who hadn't awakened the qualifications of an imperial beastmaster, from 80-year-old crone to 6-year-old child, all knew the name of the 9-tailed demon fox Delu. Xiao Xingyu, you actually contracted the 9-tailed demon fox? This fox is the nation's most wanted criminal. You signed a blood contract with her. Once this matter is exposed. Before Wang Dongsheng could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Xingyu. Vice President Wang, since I chose to summon the 9-tailed demon fox in front of you, it means that I have no intention of letting you go down the mountain alive. After all, in this world, only the mouths of the dead are the tightest. The 9-tailed demon fox was Xiao Xingyu's strongest card at the moment. Because of the 9-tailed demon fox's special identity, every time Xiao Xingyu summoned her, it meant laying down a killing heart. Another lightning bolt struck down. Through the blinding light, Wang Dongsheng saw Xiao Xingyu's smiling face. Xiao Xingyu's smile was like the greeting of death, making Wang Dongsheng shudder. Up to this point, the situation appeared to be completely reversed, but in reality, Xiao Xingyu hadn't won steadily yet. The difference in the Royal Beast Master's rank could not only be the spiritual power value and experience, but also the ability to read the battlefield. Wang Dongsheng was a 6-star Royal Beast Master. There was no water in his strength, and he quickly forced himself to calm down. Rock Blast. Wang Dongxing gave the command. The petrified rock demon giant Bear King trembled violently, breaking through the power of petrification and returning to normal. Ha ha ha. Student Xiao Xingyu, the 9-tailed demon fox of the Beast Emperor body is certainly powerful, but don't forget, no matter how strong the 9-tailed demon fox is, it can't change the fact that you're only a 1-star Imperial Beast Master. With your meager spiritual energy, it's not even enough to drive the 9-tailed demon fox to release a battle technique even once. It had to be said that Wang Dongsheng, this old fart, did have a knack for playing psychological warfare. Seeing the rock demon giant Bear King break through the power of petrification, Dai Lu frowned slightly, her eyes were grudging, and her face was a little embarrassed. Your spiritual power is too thin. Otherwise, I could have killed this bear with a single look. Xiao Xingyu arrogantly hummed. Heh! Woman disliking my low segment? Wang Dongsheng reappeared with a smile, confidence surfacing on his face. Brat. Next I will let you know that the gap between 1-star and 6 stars is irreparable. Rock Demon Armor. Fusion. Wang Dongxing commanded his Imperial Beast and opened his strongest battle technique. The earth tore apart and space distorted. Countless rocks rose up and gathered on the rock demon giant Bear King's body. One by one, the rocks fused together and transformed into a thick armor that covered the rock demon giant Bear King's entire body. Wearing this armor, the rock demon Bear King's size swelled 5 times. Its head broke through the clouds, and 1 foot was enough to flatten an entire mountain. Around the armor, black aerosols floated, causing Xiao Xingyu physiological discomfort. These black mists. Darkness attribute. Wang Dongxing's lips almost grinned to the back of his head as he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Xingyu, you really have good eyesight. Within the Dragon Kingdom, it was explicitly forbidden to keep Imperial beasts with the darkness attribute. The darkness attribute was the most special one of all the attributes. If a royal beast awakened the darkness attribute, then it was no different from a magical beast and would need to suck human blood, or even the blood of other royal beasts to fill itself. Xiao Xingyu thought quickly. Since 5 years ago, Longyin City has often disappeared some low-ranked Imperial beasts. Some of the Imperial beast stores were, inexplicably, stolen, and the number of missing Imperial beasts exceeded 300. If my guess is correct, those missing Imperial beasts have all become rations for the rock demon giant Bear King. Right? Wang Dongxing roared excitedly. That's right. After my rock demon giant Bear King awakened its dark attribute, it needed to feed on the blood and flesh of the Imperial beasts to become stronger. Since you discovered my secret, you must die here. Through the light of the lightning, Xiao Xingyu could see the tattoo on Wang Dongxing's side face. Wang Dongxing's side face was tattooed with a scarlet skull. Normally, when Wang Dongsheng appeared in front of people, he would use special cosmetics to cover this tattoo. Red Skull Guild. Xiao Xingyu's face sank. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there were countless royal beastmaster guilds. However, there was one type of beastmaster guild that was classified as an evil terrorist organization. This kind of guild specialized in cultivating imperial beasts with dark attributes, harming people and themselves, and going against the original intention and beliefs of imperial beastmasters. The Red Skull Guild was one of the 5 major dark guilds. If the world were to know that the Vice Dean of the Green Dragon Academy, behind his back, was actually a member of the Red Skull Guild, what would be the outcome? Wang Dongxing smiled disdainfully. Since I exposed my true identity in front of you, I won't let you go down the mountain alive. In your words, after all, in this world, only the mouths of the dead are the tightest. The rock demon giant Bear King was armed with a full body armor. Dark aura wrapped around his entire body as he let out a roar. Xiao Xingyu, suffer death. Wang Dongxing's eyes were red. He couldn't wait to trample Xiao Xingyu's corpse under his feet. The rock demon giant Bear King received his master's order and sent out a swift attack. 1 foot flattened the mountain. The bear claws slapped the earth, and the dark air currents were like sharp swords, tearing through the pitch-black night. Dai Lu reminded, Royal Lord, with your current spiritual energy reserves, I can't unleash any of my battle techniques. I, Xiao Xingyu, never fight battles with a victory rate of less than 100%. Dai Lu froze, unable to think of what other backhand and bottom card Xiao Xingyu had. With a surge of thoughts, the system warehouse opened. Xiao Xingyu extracted a dragon spirit pill from the warehouse. Gulp. Xiao Xingyu swallowed it in one gulp. After taking the dragon spirit pill, the Imperial Beastmaster could instantly boost his spiritual power, allowing it to be doubled tenfold for 5 minutes. The effects of the medicine began to take effect. Xiao Xingyu's body sizzled, and his originally thin spiritual energy grew rapidly. If previously Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy was a puddle, at this moment it had been upgraded to a lake. A spiritual energy value of 1200 plus, doubled tenfold, was 12,000 plus. Over 10,000 plus spiritual energy was enough for Dai Lu to unleash her battle technique once. Lulu, Royal Lord, I'm here. Dai Lu dodged and blocked in front of Xiao Xingyu. At this moment, the rock demon giant Bear King raised his sky-shadowing bear claws, surrounded by black thick mist and red domineering aura, and slammed his head towards Xiao Xingyu. The oppression brought about by the bear claws crushed the air, and a fierce wind swept across the entire mountain range. Xiao Xingyu was unafraid of danger and spat out a few icy words. Bloodthirsty pupil crossbow. Dai Lu instantly turned on her bestialized form, and a 9-tailed demon fox with purple flames burning all over its body rose up from the ground. The 9-tailed demon fox let out a roar, and above its head, the dark clouds dispersed and a huge scarlet eyeball appeared. The pupil of the eyeball was the shape of an arrow. The sharpness of the arrow locked onto the heart of the rock demon giant Bear King. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, piercing through clouds and cracking rocks. The terrifying force split the sky in two, and it was as if the arrow had given the atmosphere a center parting. Plop! It was the sound of an arrow penetrating through flesh and blood. The rock demon giant Bear King wailed and fell to the ground. His chest was penetrated by the arrow and his heart stopped beating. Xiao Xingyu turned around and turned his back to the enemy. In any situation, giving your back to the enemy was the most dangerous. However, Xiao Xingyu turned his back to the enemy this time, just because true men never look back at explosions.
Boom tilde.
The sound of explosions covered the sound of thunder. The arrow explosions hooked up a purple fox fire, and blood splattered in all directions, as if it was a blooming rose in the night sky. The entire mountain range burned up, emitting a purple halo of beauty. Dai Lu returned to her human form and descended from the sky, landing beside Xiao Xingyu. In the ruins, the corpse of the rock demon giant Bear King was already completely disfigured, turning into ashes in the fox fire. This kid, actually. Wang Dongsheng fell down the cliff and died in peace. This man couldn't figure out one thing before he died. Why was Xiao Xingyu, a 1-star royal beast master with a spiritual value of only 1,000 or so, actually able to harness the 9-tailed demon fox of the beast emperor body to unleash a battle technique? The battle, it was over. One move in seconds, without any procrastination. This was the crushing of the royal beast rank, this was the crushing of the bloodline quality. Xiao Xingyu knelt on one knee, his breath disordered, and a large amount of sweat beads appeared on his forehead. Is this the aftermath of taking the dragon spirit pill? It's even harder than I thought. As the ancients say, after pretending, one must always suffer a bit. Chapter 44. Waking up in a coma. Supernova contest. Royal Master, don't sleep. Xiao Xingyu, wake up for me. Xiao Xingyu's eyes closed and he fell headfirst into Dai Lu's arms. Not knowing if Xiao Xingyu did it on purpose, his head happened to be buried deep in Dai Lu's plump and surging chest. Looking at Xiao Xingyu, who was lying in her arms in a daze, Dai Lu was helpless. Being young is good. Falling asleep. You fell asleep and left this mess for me. The entire mountain burned with purple fox fire. Because of the earth-shattering fight just now, the elevation of the mountain range had been reduced by half. Xiao Xingyu's side effects from taking the dragon spirit pill were so great that he was in a cold sweat and unconscious. Dai Lu was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Just then, Dai Lu heard footsteps coming from behind her. What a terrifying aura! Dai Lu was a beast emperor body imperial beast, but she couldn't react at all. And as soon as she turned around, she was locked by a jade hand on her throat. With a bang, Dai Lu's back hit a large tree. After her eyes went gold, Dai Lu fixed her eyes and in front of her was a silver-haired imperial sister. This woman Dai Lu recognized. It was Xiao Xingyu's sister, Xiao Ruoxue. Little fox, you were once a beast emperor body magical beast. I didn't expect you to sign a blood contract with my brother. Dragon power? Dai Lu's heart was beating wildly. She felt the boundless and endless fluctuations of dragon power, like an ocean in Xiao Ruoshua's body. You shouldn't be Xiao Xingyu's own sister, right? The dragon power on your body? What exactly are you? Shoo! Xiao Ruoshua let go of Dai Lu's neck and gestured a don't make a sound gesture. Dai Lu didn't dare to make a half-hearted attempt to cower in front of Xiao Ruoshua. About my identity you don't need to know. Anyway now, I am Xiao Yu's elder sister. Dai Lu could be sure of one thing. This silver-haired beauty in front of her came from the pure-blood dragon race and was of a very high rank. Xiao Ruoshua glanced at the unconscious Xiao Xingyu and channeled a stream of dragon power into Xiao Xingyu's body. Dai Lu asked with slight concern, "How is he?" It should be that he took a drug that can boost his spiritual power in a short period of time and suffered a side effect backlash. But don't worry, your royal master is not in any serious trouble. He will be fine after 3 days of recuperation. Dai Lu sighed in relief. That's good. After signing the blood contract, Dai Lu and Xiao Xingyu were grasshoppers on a rope. If Xiao Xingyu died, Dai Lu would also turn into dust and dissipate. The relationship between imperial beasts and imperial beastmasters was one of glory and loss. Xiao Ruoshua got up and came to the edge of the cliff. Her originally clear eyes transformed into vertical pupils. The vertical pupil was a symbol of the purebred dragon race. Xiao Ruoshua lightly opened her vermilion lips and seemed to be chanting some melody. Colorless and invisible dragon power drifted in all directions with the sound waves, enveloping the entire mountain. Not a moment's effort. All of the purple foxfires on the mountain were extinguished, and the mountain that had collapsed during the battle was restored to its original state. Broken trees, dried up flowers and grasses, burnt land, all traces of the fight were all gone. In Dai Lu's eyes, the mountain returned to its previous calmness, as if nothing had happened. This is Dragon's Whisper. Dragon's Whisper, a battle technique unique to the pure-blood dragon race, could repair everything in the world by chanting a certain special melody. Xiao Ruoshua stopped chanting. All traces of the fight, as well as Wang Dongxing's corpse, including the tawdry odor that your nine-tailed fox clan inherently carries with it, have all been erased by me. Other than you, me, and Xiaoyu, no one will know everything that happened tonight. Dai Lu nodded, thanks to the Dragon's Whisper. This saved Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu a lot of trouble. Tomorrow's news report would only show the news of the strange disappearance of the vice president of the Green Dragon Academy, which had nothing to do with Xiao Xingyu. At this time, Dai Lu noticed that on Xiao Ruoshua's forehead, there was a piece of white golden dragon scale that was faintly visible. As far as I know, in the purebred dragon race, there is only one dragon with white golden scales. Chaos. Xiao Ruoshua's face was grim. Being stared at by Xiao Ruoshua's death stare, Dai Lu had the sense to shut up and didn't dare to say the name of that dragon. Little fox, you are the most wanted criminal in the Dragon Kingdom. I could care less about your past, but since you signed a blood contract with my brother, don't have second thoughts. Aid my brother well in the future and I won't do anything to you. Xiao Ruoshua's words turned, her voice a few more points colder. But if you have second thoughts and harm my brother, I will cut off your 9 tails.
Dai Lu nodded repeatedly.
I'll remember. Xiao Ruoshua reminded again. By the way, my brother doesn't know my true identity yet. When he wakes up, you mustn't talk nonsense. Don't worry, I have a tight mouth. Is that so? Your 9-tailed fox clan. Aren't you the best at lying and cheating? Miss Xiao, this is a stereotype. In fact, our 9-tailed fox clan is very loyal. In front of Xiao Ruoshua, Dai Lu changed her previous image of a queen, just like a well-behaved cute pet. This was naked bloodline suppression. In the case of bloodline disparity, beasts would turn into budding pets. At this moment, Dai Lu looked adorable. Hiss, it hurts. The moment Xiao Xingyu regained consciousness, severe pain hit his entire body. This was a hospital room. Xiao Xingyu glanced at the calendar on the wall. Ago, I slept for 3 days? From the time Xiao Xingyu fainted in Dai Lu's arms, 3 whole days had passed. During these 3 days, Xiao Xingyu missed the opportunity to compete for the title in the freshman ranking match. The rankings of the freshman ranking match had already been announced. Because Xiao Xingyu was absent, he was considered to have voluntarily abstained, so the rankings were set at 8th place. The first place was Murong Xinxin and the second place was Murong Yangshuo. The talent of this pair of siblings was not inferior to Xiao Xingyu, and was the future hope of Green Dragon Academy. Xiao Xingyu opened his phone, and sure enough, he saw a familiar name on the hot search list. Recently, the vice president of Qinglong Academy has strangely disappeared. No one knew that Wang Dongsheng, a 6-star royal beast master of his generation, had died at the hands of a 1-star royal beast master. Because Xiao Ruoxue had handled the battlefield cleanly, leaving no traces behind, it wouldn't be traced to Xiao Xingyu's head. Why am I in the hospital? It should be Lulu who sent me here. Where's my sister? Xiao Xingyu's face showed urgency when footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Ruoxue walked into the hospital room. Xiao Yu, you're awake.
Sis.
Xiao Xingyu ignored the pain on his body and jumped out of bed with a hairier flip, tightly hugging Xiao Ruoxue's delicate body. Sis, you're fine, great. Xiao Ruoxue backhandedly stroked the back of Xiao Xingyu's head, revealing a loving aunt's smile. Silly brother, of course sister is fine. That night, Xiao Xingyu asked tentatively. On top of the mountain, after I passed out and woke up, I realized that you also passed out and were right beside me. Although I didn't know what was going on, but seeing that you were covered in cold sweat, I hurriedly carried you down the mountain and came to the hospital to do a set of checks. The doctor said that in your case it was due to overexertion, and that you would be unconscious for at least 3 days. It seems the doctor was right. Just 3 days and you woke up. Xiao Xingyu never questioned his sister and thought in his heart. Lulu is still very reliable. Didn't expose herself. Also cleaned the battlefield without leaving traces. Also didn't make my sister suspicious. Looking for an opportunity, I'm going to reward her. At this moment, Dailu was sleeping in Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast heraldry. Xiao Yu, what do you want to eat? Braised chicken nuggets and sweet and sour pork ribs. Good, sister will go home and cook, and send it over to you in a while. After Xiao Ruoxue left, Xiao Xingyu was the only one left in the hospital room. The aftereffects of this dragon spirit pill are really big. After 3 days, the back pain is still not relieved. If it's not a last resort, this kind of medicine can't be taken casually. The aftereffects of the dragon spirit pill made Xiao Xingyu suffer. However, when facing Wang Dongxing's kind of high-level royal beast master, only the dragon spirit pill could allow Xiao Xingyu to turn the situation around and complete a level-crossing counterattack. The bloodthirsty pupil crossbow was one of the 9-tailed demon fox's must-kill techniques. With just one move, it could kill the Beast King Body Royal Beast Rock Demon Giant Bear King in seconds. Lulu plus Dragon Spirit Pill is my biggest bottom card at the moment. But the price paid for this undercard is too great. Every time, I have to pass out for 3 days and my body is sore. It seems that raising my strength as soon as possible and increasing my spiritual energy concentration is the way to go. After a while, a knock sounded on the door. Xiao Xingyu thought it was his sister returning with a fragrant meal. But the person who pushed the door in was Su Ruyan. Dean? What wind blew you here? Su Ruyan's sudden visit was unexpected by Xiao Xingyu. Your kid was in a coma for 3 days. I heard that you just woke up, so I came to take a look at you. In Su Ruyan's hands, she was carrying expensive health products and a fruit basket. Su Ruyan then sat on the edge of the bed, picked up a fruit knife, and peeled an apple for Xiao Xingyu. Supplement your vitamins, eat it. Thank you, Dean. Looking at the entire Green Dragon Academy, only Xiao Xingyu had this treatment, being able to obtain the beautiful Dean's personal feeding. You were in a coma for 3 days and missed the chance to compete for the title in the freshman ranking competition. Is it a pity? Not really a pity, right? Xiao Xingyu did not lose out at all. After killing the rock demon giant Bear King, he obtained a crystal core. This was a Beast King Body Rock attribute crystal core, which could be sold for a good price in the trade market, much more lucrative than the reward for winning the freshman tournament.
Su Ruyan continued.
The freshman ranking match is originally a competition organized within the Green Dragon Academy. To win or not to win the title, it's harmless. But for next month's Supernova competition, I hope you can get a good result and fight for the glory of Green Dragon Academy. The Supernova competition was a large-scale tournament jointly organized by the 4 Imperial Beast Academies of Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu. The contestants, all of whom were talented and strong from the major academies, were also new students. The 4 academies, respectively, were to send 3 contestants to participate. Su Ruyan's intentions were obvious. The 3 contestants sent by Qinglong Academy were Murong Xinxin, Murong Yangshuo, and Xiao Xingyu. Student Xiao Xingyu, Next, you prepare well for the Supernova competition. Don't let me down. By the way, at that time, the Dragon Country Empress will also be present to watch the battle. Show your talent to the fullest and leave a good impression on the Empress Lord. The Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, Shangguan Lan, was the strongest Imperial Beast Master in the country, with the title of Imperial Beast Emperor. Xiao Xingyu had only seen Shangguan Lan's appearance on TV and newspapers and had never seen her in person. Chapter 45 Hell Blast Wolf Evolution. Dean, don't worry. I won't let you down in the Supernova competition in a month's time. Xiao Xingyu had heard of this tournament before. It was a big stage for geniuses to compete between the 4 major academies. In Green Dragon Academy, when mentioning the number 1 person in terms of talent, they would all name Yi Shuangning. However, in last year's Supernova competition, Yi Shuangning only finished in 2nd place. The person who won the championship was Li Muqing from White Tiger Academy. The Li family, like the Yi family, was one of the 4 great Imperial Beast Master families. Li Muqing was a monster whose talent was even more terrifying than Yi Shuangning's. Don't people always compare me to Yi Shuangning? Since this is the case, I need to get the champion of this Supernova competition. Xiao Xingyu also had a strong desire to win, and what Yi Shuangning hadn't done, he wanted to challenge. There is still a month to go before the Supernova competition. During this month, I'll let Black Striker break through and upgrade, stepping into the mature body first order. Other than that, find a way to raise my spiritual power and then contract a 2nd Imperial Beast. Xiao Xingyu had watched the video of last year's Supernova competition and had a certain understanding of this level of event. First, the participants were all freshmen. Secondly, the segments of the new students would all reach the segment of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. In other words, Xiao Xingyu had to pass the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination within a month in order to be qualified to participate. Then there was the issue of the number of Imperial Beasts. The contestants who participated in the Supernova competition last year had each contracted at least 2 Imperial Beasts. The one who defeated Yi Shuangning to win the championship, Li Muqing, had 3 Imperial Beasts under his command. Although Xiao Xingyu had 2 Imperial Beasts under his command, the 9-tailed demon fox Dailu was a nationally wanted criminal and could not be summoned to fight in public at all. Strictly speaking, Xiao Xingyu only had 1 Imperial Beast that could battle in the Supernova tournament, and that was the Hell Blast Wolf. With only Black Striker, it's hard to deal with a tournament of this level. Find a chance to go to the major Imperial Beast stores and see if I can pick up the pieces. Xiao Xingyu contracted the Hell Blast Wolf by picking up leaks. Just as Xiao Xingyu was calculating his planning arrangements for the next month, Su Ruyan suddenly came. Student Xiao Xingyu, what exactly did you pass out because of? At this moment, Su Ruyan's eyes were unusually sharp, itching to see through Xiao Xingyu's soul. Xiao Xingyu kept his composure and casually lied. 3 days ago, Black Striker and I had a loss of spiritual energy due to overtraining, and then we passed out. Interestingly enough, 3 days ago was also the day that Wang Dongsheng, the vice president of our Green Dragon Academy, disappeared. In the hospital room, the atmosphere became eerie. Xiao Xingyu's heartbeat accelerated as he forced himself to act as if nothing had happened. Dean, what do you mean by that? Do you think I have something to do with the disappearance of Vice Dean Wang? Su Ruyan let out a light laugh and shook her head. I just casually mentioned it. I didn't say that you had something to do with his disappearance. Dean, what are you going to do about Vice Dean Wang's disappearance? Wait for him to return? Or elect a new Vice Dean? The Academy has a lot of things that need to be handled by the Vice Dean. I will search for a candidate for the new Vice Dean as soon as possible. The 2 of them each looked at each other and smiled, each testing the other. After a conversation, Su Ruyan said goodbye and left. Xiao Xingyu lay on the hospital bed, his thoughts turning over. It's not hard to see that the dean seems to suspect that I have something to do with Wang Dongxing's disappearance. But she doesn't have any evidence. With Wang Dongxing's disappearance, the dean chose to search for a new vice dean. It can also be seen that the dean had not treated Wang Dongxing well in the first place, and took advantage of this person's disappearance to directly replace the new vice dean. When Green Dragon Academy lost Wang Dongsheng as a tumor, there would be less pandemonium in the academy in the future. As for Wang Dongxing's wasteful son Wang Yan, he had been reduced to the point of begging along the streets. 1 week later, Xiao Xingyu's state could be described as a full-blooded resurrection. That day after school, Xiao Xingyu left Qinglong Academy alone and walked towards Yinnan Mountain, deep in the dense forest. The moon hung over the treetops, The breeze was not dry, and the cicadas were singing crisply. The weather is good tonight. The time is right. It's time for Black Striker to be promoted. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast crest, and 2 streams of light drilled out. The Hell Blast Wolf appeared beside Xiao Xingyu, its body steaming with black flames. The level of the Hell Blast Wolf was now at the initial body 3rd order, which was the tipping point for a breakthrough. After a week of intense training, the Hell Blast Wolf had built up its strength and was waiting for this moment of metamorphosis. Under the tree, a demonic and stunning beauty leaned against the tree trunk, her 2 fox ears flicking with the wind. You're planning to let Black Striker break through for promotion tonight? Lulu, promotion is risky, and since Black Striker's body contains the dark attribute, the promotion process is prone to go off the rails, so you watch over it for me. Xiao Xingyu had summoned Dailu out in passing, just so that she could act as a protector. The promotion of a royal beast was originally a risky matter, with the possibility of promotion failure. Moreover, the more attributes an imperial beast had, the more difficult it was to promote. The Hell Blizzard Wolf was an imperial beast with 3 attributes, and its promotion difficulty far exceeded that of other imperial beasts of the same level. Xiao Xingyu opened his spatial ring and took out a bunch of evolutionary materials. Fire Spirit Vine, Flame 100 Grass, Red Inferno Pill, a bottle of high-quality fire attribute nutrient, and a mature body fire attribute magical beast crystal core. These expensive evolutionary materials were worth over 5 million. Xiao Xingyu didn't have this much money and was relying on eating his god-sister Qin Yanran's soft food. When Qin Yanyan learned that Xiao Xingyu needed evolutionary materials, she did not hesitate to swipe her card to pay the bill, and bought the most expensive evolutionary materials, making Xiao Xingyu flattered. Who let this woman? In her bones comes with the gene of spoiled brother madman. Black Striker, swallow it. Xiao Xingyu stuffed all the evolutionary materials into the Hell Blast Wolf's mouth. After taking the evolutionary materials, the Hell Blizzard Wolf suddenly exploded, constantly banging its head against the large trees and rocks. At the same time, the black flames burning on the Hell Blast Wolf's body were uncontrollable and overflowed crazily, burning the entire dense forest into a sea of fire. Black Striker, stay calm and try to break that invisible barrier. 3 attribute imperial beasts, every time they broke through for promotion, they would have to lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Imperial Beast Masters and Imperial Beasts could produce soul resonance, and Xiao Xingyu was able to feel the pain that the Hell Blast Wolf was experiencing at the moment. Dai Lu was not idle either. She released her red domineering aura and gathered a protective shield around the Hellscythe Wolf. The Hell Blizzard Wolf was confined to the protective shield, unable to cause more serious damage to the environment. Black Striker, hold on, it's almost there. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god and could see the progress bar of the Imperial Beast's evolution. Promotion progress bar. 10%, 20%, 30%, 99%. The progress bar was stuck at 99% and was slow to advance. Xiao Xingyu was a little flustered in his heart. It shouldn't have failed to evolve. Boom! Just then, an explosion came from the depths of the sea of fire. The gale toppled Xiao Xingyu. Just after climbing up from the ground, Xiao Xingyu heard a familiar roar. Ow! Black Striker, you've evolved successfully. Xiao Xingyu was overjoyed. Chapter 46. Black Striker's 4th attribute, Demonic Power Awakening. In the dense forest, the black flames gradually subsided. A behemoth stood on a rock. It was a giant wolf with a body like a hill. Its fur was black and surrounded by the flames of hellfire. In addition to the flames, there was also a silky dark shadow interspersed. The giant wolf's limbs were entwined with red chains, and special spell marks appeared on its forehead. Behind the wolf there was an open door. This was the gate of the underworld. Black Striker, you have awakened a new attribute. The shadow of the gate of Hades was a symbol unique to the demonic imperial beasts. The opening of the gate of Hades meant the release of demons. The demonic lineage was an extremely strong attribute that would grant the imperial beast demonic power, strengthen its attack and defense, and also increase its blood recovery effect. A wolf whistle shook through the mountains and forests, running through the sky. Dai Lu revealed an astonished gaze and murmured, "Actually awakened the demonic attribute? This kid is really a very special imperial beast master." That being said, it's not strange after all. This kid's sister is also a monster. Dai Lu couldn't help but shiver as Xiao Ruoshua's voice and smile surfaced in her mind. The giant wolf lowered its head, its head pressed against Xiao Xingyu's body, appearing well-behaved and dull. In front of Xiao Xingyu, it was its usual self, with clear stupidity in its eyes. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and a brand new data panel came into view. Name: Hell's Underworld Wolf. Rank: Mature First Order. Bloodline: Hell Bloodline Epic Quality. Talent 1. Hellfire can deal real damage to enemies that ignores armor defense. Talent 2. Demonic Strength increases attack and defense. Blood-sucking effect: 50% of the damage dealt by attacking an enemy is converted into your own blood. Attribute: Fire attribute, Wind attribute, Dark attribute, Demon attribute. Loyalty 100. Skills: Hell Twist, Hell Roar, Shadow Divergence, Claws of Silence. Must Kill skill: Demon Sanctioned Blade. Unleash all demonic power. Wield sharp claws. Rip out enemy souls and drag them to the gates of the underworld. Habitual hobbies: eating spicy fries, sleeping, and occasionally tearing down homes. At this point, the Hell Blaster Wolf officially breaks through promotion, evolving from an initial body to a mature body. The biggest surprise along with the breakthrough evolution was the awakening of the demonic attribute. Xiao Xingyu carefully observed that the body of the Hell Spectral Wolf was constantly spreading red and black aerosol ripples outwards. This reddish-black aerosol emitted a dense, murderous aura that made people feel chilled. It was obvious that this was the materialization of demonic power. Hey Feng, you've performed well. Reward. From his spatial ring, Xiao Xingyu took out a box of spicy noodles. Seeing the food, the Hell Spectre Wolf's eyes glowed. Follow Brother Yu and eat 9 meals a day. Hey Feng, as long as you follow me, I'll treat you to a truckload of spicy fries every day. The Hell Spectral Wolf was filled with joy. With such a good imperial master like Xiao Xingyu, it realized the freedom of chili fries. Dailu took an elegant cat step and walked over to Xiao Xingyu's side. I didn't expect that Black Striker actually awakened the demonic attribute in its breakthrough evolution. Lulu, during those years when you were a magical beast, did you know magical beasts with demonic attributes? Du nodded her head. Of course I know them.
Beastmann attributet magical Beast. Fallen Angel Lucifer.
I've encountered it a few times before. Fallen Angel Lucifer sounded like an angel-type royal beast, but in reality it was a demon attribute. In the demonic beast camp, the 7 demon kings of hell were the small group that made humans suffer. Fallen Angel Lucifer was one of the 7 demon kings of hell, and his rank was the same as Dai Lu, both of which were beast emperor body. With Xiao Xingyu's current existence, there were very few opportunities to come into contact with magical beasts of such a high rank. Xiao Xingyu's gaze resettled on the Hell's Spectral Wolf. After Black Striker awakened his demonic power, the biggest highlight is the blood-sucking effect. With the Devil's power, when Black Striker fights, he can convert 50% of the damage from his attacks into his own blood life value. So as long as you keep raising Black Striker's attack power, you'll be able to achieve an infinite blood recovery effect on the battlefield. A royal beast's ability to return blood was the ability to sustain itself. Some imperial beasts looked strong, even killing 3 magical beasts in seconds with a single battle skill. However, if their body plates were too brittle, they would be defeated once they were sneak attacked by a demonic beast. The Hell Spectral Wolf, which possessed the power of the devil, could draw blood during battle, keeping its own blood level in good condition at all times. In this way, not only did it increase the margin of error for show operations, but it could also last longer in a white-hot battle, dragging the enemy to death alive. Dai Lu reminded, now that Black Striker has 4 attributes, the evolutionary materials and supplements that are usually required also require 4 attributes, which is a considerable expense. Don't worry, with my Yen sister, the problem of money is not a problem. Dai Lu couldn't help but spit out, hehe, a man who eats soft food. Xiao Xingyu cheekily explained, I don't want to eat soft rice either, but the doctor said that I have a bad stomach. I can't eat hard food. I can only eat soft food. Ding, the system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host. Imperial Beast Evolution is successful. Distributing the Imperial Beast Evolution Reward. Reward: 1 Cold Sky Snow Lotus plus 2,000 points. The reward has been issued. Please check and receive by the host. Xiao Xingyu opened the system warehouse, and there was an additional pure white snow lotus flower in the warehouse bar. This was a top-quality Imperial Beast tonic, which could not be bought even with money on the market.
Xiao Xingyue sera flashed.
This Cold Sky Snow Lotus It seems to be able to suppress dragon power. Xiao Xingyu then opened his account and checked the balance. Account balance, 2,050-point coupons. 2,000-point coupons which could buy high-quality Imperial Beast evolution materials. Xiao Xingyu did not immediately squander it. After all, the Hell Spectral Wolf had just successfully evolved and did not need evolutionary materials for the time being. It was better to save these point coupons. Hey, what are you staring at? Dai Lu's voice pulled back Xiao Xingyu's thoughts. The originally windy and sunny weather was suddenly covered in dark clouds. Autumn in Longing City was like this. The wind and clouds were unpredictable, and heavy rain and thunder always came unexpectedly. A cold wind mixed with moist water vapor blew by. Dai Lu couldn't help but suck in a breath. Her eyebrows locked and her face paled a few points. Every time it rains, the dragon power in your body will be agitated. Traveling around in your organs, it's not a pleasant taste, is it? Humph, you're still talking smack here. Dai Lu forced herself to endure the pain and glared at Xiao Xingyu. Here. Xiao Xingyu extracted the Cold Sky Snow Lotus from the system warehouse and handed it to Dai Lu's face. Dai Lu froze on the spot, her mouth slightly open, slow to close due to excessive shock. This is Cold Sky Snow Lotus? Dai Lu said incredulously. Xiao Xingyu smiled and nodded. That's right. This Cold Sky Snow Lotus is a rare heavenly treasure from the top of the Laiku Glacier. Because this snow lotus carries an extremely strong coldness, after taking it, it can suppress the dragon power in your body. Dai Lu curiously asked, where did you get it from? You don't need to care about that anyway. Take it as soon as you can. Dai Lu subconsciously went to pick it up, but then stopped. What are you worrying about? This Cold Sky Snow Lotus, it's worth a lot of money. Even those bigwigs in the Imperial City may not be able to get their hands on one. Dai Lu raised her head and asked seriously, so, why did you give such a valuable heavenly treasure to me? Xiao Xingyu blurted out, because you are my Imperial Beast. To me, the Imperial Beasts are also my family. Dai Lu froze, letting the cold wind blow her hair. The Imperial Beasts are also my family. Those words echoed in Dai Lu's ears over and over again. How long has it been since I've heard the word family? Dai Lu raised her eyes to lock gazes with Xiao Xingyu. Perhaps it was at this moment that she first removed her defenses against this young Imperial Master. The eye of the demon god automatically opened, and Xiao Xingyu saw the steadily increasing loyalty. At this moment when Dai Lu received the Cold Sky Snow Lotus, her loyalty to Xiao Xingyu increased to 59. 1 point short of the passing line. I don't believe that I can't cover this female fox's heart. After signing a blood contract with Dai Lu, Xiao Xingyu had the feeling that he was playing the raising department girlfriend game. Step by step, he raised the other party's loyalty, which gave Xiao Xingyu a sense of accomplishment until he had completely conquered this beautiful fox. Chapter 47. Purchasing a new Imperial Beast, God Sister pays the bill. Green Dragon Academy. Training ground. Chun Chinian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serious. This class is a practical training class. Most of the students' Imperial Beasts have already completed their first advancement, so I hope to keep up the good work. From the beginning of the school year until now, the time was exactly 1 month. Most of the new students' Imperial Beasts had advanced to their initial body second stage. Some of the new students with outstanding talent, their Imperial Beasts had even advanced to the initial body third order. Xiao Xingyu, however, was a monster even more heaven-defying than these geniuses. Chun Chinian's gaze fell on Xiao Xingyu. Student Xiao Xingyu, step forward. Present. Xiao Xingyu took a step forward, head held high. I've heard that your Imperial Beast has recently completed a breakthrough evolution and promoted to mature body first order? Xiao Xingyu nodded and replied, yes. The entire class let out a shocked gasp, incredulity written all over everyone's face. Xiao Xingyu's progress in cultivating Imperial Beasts, it's too fast. Other people's Imperial Beasts at most have risen in rank, his Imperial Beast directly evolved and upgraded? In the end, is it really true? Because this matter was too outrageous, there were always people who didn't believe it. Chun Chinian also revealed a look of skepticism. Xiao Xingyu, summon your Imperial Beast. Xiao Xingyu opened his Imperial Beast crest, and a black flame enveloped the playground of Qinglong Academy like a tsunami. Dum dum dum. Heavy footsteps were so loud that they could not wait to trample the ground. A domineering and incomparable giant wolf came into people's eyes. Such a big Imperial Beast. Its size is catching up to a swimming pool. Is this still the Hell Blast Wolf? Compared to before, it's changed so much. Chun Qinyan's eyes flickered. Xiao Xingyu, have your Imperial Beast. Undergo the Imperial Beast tester. Xiao Xingyu whistled, and the Hell Spectre Wolf obediently walked to the testing table. On the electronic display, a data panel of the Hell Spectral Wolf was presented. Name: Hell Spectre Wolf. Rank: Mature First Order. Bloodline: Hell Bloodline Epic Quality. After the data was displayed, the entire class screamed. It really evolved. Hell Blast Wolf evolved into Hell Spectral Wolf. This is our class, the first Imperial Beast to successfully evolve. Brother you are my god. After the breakthrough evolution, the Inferno Underwolf's domineering aura leaked out. Its unruly and untamed eyes looked down upon the world, as if all living beings were ants in its eyes. This confidence to defy everything came from the demonic power within its body. Director Chun, the body of the Hell's Underworld Wolf is emitting a reddish-black aerosol. What is this? Chun Qinyan said in a deep voice. Demonic power. What is demonic power? You don't even know this. It's the power unique to the demon lineage Imperial Beasts. It's said that demonic power, not only can it increase attack and defense values, but it also has a blood-sucking effect. In other words, this Imperial Beast has awakened the fourth attribute. The entire class could not remain calm. Even Chun Qinyan's heart set off waves that were difficult to calm down. Chun Qinyan looked at the Hell Spectre Wolf, then at Xiao Xingyu, muttering in his heart. The first breakthrough evolution, not only did it succeed, it actually awakened the demonic attribute. A fusion of 4 attributes of Imperial Beasts. This looks at the entire Dragon Kingdom. There are only a handful of them. This kid, what a monster! The talent of a Royal Beast's display depended on the cultivation techniques of the Royal Beast Master. For the Hell Spectral Wolf to awaken the power of the devil, Xiao Xingyu could not be faulted. One had to know that the Hell Spectral Wolf was, at the very beginning, just a waste blizzard dog that was spurned by millions of people. Cultivating waste into a supreme treasure, this was the true reflection of the level of the Imperial Beast Master. The Hell Spectral Wolf let out a deafening roar, its demonic power spreading wildly, and the air was filled with a red and black aerosol, making people's minds uneasy. The Imperial Beasts of the other students were suppressed by the aura of the Hell Spectre Wolf, either with their tails between their legs or their heads buried in the dirt. Other students, continue training. Xiao Xingyu, come here for a moment. Chun Qinyan called Xiao Xingyu alone to the corner of the playground. Director Chun, looking for me alone? What's the matter? You kid can do it 1 month into the school year, and you've trained a mature body-level Imperial Beast. Chun Qinyan patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder hard, his eyes full of a teacher's appreciation and expectations for his students. By the way, let me measure your spiritual energy value. Chun Qinyan took out a watch-shaped instrument. This was the portable spiritual force tester. The reason why Chun Qinyan tested Xiao Xingyu alone was because he was afraid that Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power value would cause a hot debate when it was announced. The numbers on the display kept jumping and finally settled at 2,583. 2583. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe it. Normally, after an Imperial Beast breaks through evolution, the Imperial Beast Master's spiritual power would rise with it. According to previous big data analysis, the spiritual power value of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master was between 2,000 and 3,000. Nowadays, Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power value had already satisfied the conditions for the assessment of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Previously, the several classes of students I had brought with me, a few with good talent, when the Imperial Beasts had just stepped into the mature body, their spiritual force value was only around 1,500. You kid is good. Your spiritual power value is already as high as 2,500 plus. Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power growth was far beyond his peers, due to the special power of the Eye of the Demon God. The Eye of the Demon God absorbed the negative emotions of heaven and earth all the time. Sadness, anger, jealousy, low self-esteem, frustration, anxiety, any negative emotion that was absorbed by the Eye of the Demon God would be transformed into spiritual energy. This was the reason why Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy grew rapidly, a talent that could not be replicated by others. Xiao Xingyu curiously asked, Director Chen, Sister Yi Shuangning, what was the value of spiritual energy at this period of my life in the first place? Chun Qinyan gave the answer, 2433. The corner of Xiao Xingyu's mouth curved up in a smug arc. Don't be too smug. You kid. You currently only have this one item, which is better than Yi Shuangning. Is that so? If I remember correctly, last year at the Supernova competition, senior sister Yi Shuangning didn't get the title right. Chun Chinian smiled sarcastically. That's true, last year's champion was White Tiger Academy's Li Mucheng. Director Chun, I will win the championship in this edition of the Supernova competition. You kid has a big mouth. I'll do well what my senior sister couldn't do. Chun Chinian's eyes narrowed into a thin slit. Xiao Xingyu, looking at your attitude, I'm really looking forward to the Supernova competition more and more. There were still 20 days to go before the Supernova competition. Xiao Xingyu still needed to do two things. First thing, contract a new Imperial Beast. The second thing, pass the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination. These two conditions were the qualifications for the Supernova competition. School ended on Friday. Xiao Xingyu called while walking outside the campus. Sis, I'm going back later today. You and Meng Meng eat first. No need to wait for me. Tell Meng Meng that I'll buy sugar gourds and go back, so she can eat enough. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyu walked out of the school gate. At the school entrance, there stood a tall beauty. Brother Xingyu, you're finally out of school. Let sister hug you. Qin Yanyan was a typical spoiled brother fiend. As soon as they met, she gave Xiao Xingyu a solid bear hug. Cough cough, Sister Yen. Let go of me, I can't breathe. Every time Xiao Xingyu's head was held down on his chest by Qin Yanyan, he was on the verge of suffocation. From this, it could be seen that boobs equaled ferocious weapons. Brother Xingyu, what are you asking me out for? This date, it was Xiao Xingyu who took the initiative to mention it, asking Qin Yanyan to wait for him at the entrance of the academy. High emotional intelligence. Sister Yanyan, I want to buy a new Imperial Beast. Please advise me. Low EQ. Sister Yanyan, I want to eat soft food. I'll buy an Imperial Beast and you'll pay for it. Xiao Xingyu wasn't stupid and naturally chose to be a person with high emotional intelligence. No problem. Sister will take you to the Imperial Beast store. The problem of money. Don't worry, sister is not poor. Chapter 48. Picking up leakage, hidden bloodline angel bloodline. Meow Meow Imperial Beast store. It was late in the day, and there were far fewer customers in the store. The owner, Luo Sanyang, was lying on the counter with a cat teaser stick in her hand, teasing a fire-tailed cat that had just turned 1 month old. Rumble. Thunder rolled outside the window. After the lightning and thunder, torrential rain fell like crazy. Suddenly, it was like a veil separating heaven and earth, misty and foggy, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier. This ghostly weather, another torrential rain without warning. Looks like there won't be any guests tonight. Luo Sanyang sighed and prepared to close. At this moment, a pair of handsome men and women walked into the store. Yo, Miss Qin. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Qin Yanran was the Songdome Guild president's daughter-in-law and a VIP customer of the Meow Meow Imperial Beast store, and Luo Sanyang had always treated her like an ancestor. Miss Qin, are you here today to buy a Thunder Attribute Nutrient or a Thunder Attribute Magic Beast Crystal Core? I'm not buying anything. I'm helping Brother Xingyu to identify a royal beast. Only then did Luo Sanyang notice the handsome young man behind Qin Yanyan. Little handsome boy, it's you. Luo Sanyang had a deep impression of Xiao Xingyu. After a month, this was the second time she had met with Xiao Xingyu. Sanyang, I haven't seen you for some days. You're still as beautiful as ever. Your skin is even a few points smoother. Agu. Look at your sweet little mouth. There is no woman who doesn't like compliments from men, especially from handsome men. Luo Sanyang was no exception, covering her mouth with a delicate smile, and then said with bravado, Little handsome man, just based on your mouth, I'll give you a 30% discount on anything you buy in my store today. After some exchanges, when Luo Sanyang learned that the Hell Blast Wolf had evolved into the Hell Spectral Wolf, and Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy value had grown to 2500 plus, her jaw dropped to the ground. My goodness, little handsome. You're not a genius. You're simply a monster. I, Luo Sanyang, have opened a store in Dragon Hidden City for 20 years, and I've seen quite a few geniuses from Green Dragon Academy. But your talent has refreshed my knowledge of geniuses. Qin Yanran crossed her arms with a proud face. Sanyang, Xingyu is my Qin Yanyan's younger brother, so naturally his talent won't be bad. Qin Yanyan then touched Xiao Xingyu's head and said with a smile, "When my younger brother Xingyu graduates, he will officially become a member of our Songdome Guild. Of course, right now, brother Xingyu is working as a special pharmacist in our guild, so he's also considered half a member of the guild." Luo Sanyang's beautiful eyes flowed. Just based on Qin Yanran's few words, she became more interested in Xiao Xingyu as a person. This little guy, he really does have two brushes. To be able to become the Songdome Guild's special pharmacist, he naturally went through that woman Lu Yu's strict examination. Lu Yu is not a good talker. Lu Yu, vice president of the Songdome Guild, Qin Yanran's sister-in-law. When Lu Yu first met Xiao Xingyu, she did not give a good face. However, after Xiao Xingyu showed his miraculous medical skills, Lu Yu's face changed faster than a Sichuan opera face change, and she had to ask Xiao Xingyu to call out to her as her sister-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries and small talk, Qin Yanran returned to her words. "Sanyang, my brother is going to participate in the Supernova competition next month. With only one Hell Spectre wolf, it's inevitable that he'll be stretched thin at the competition. That's why he needs to contract a second Imperial Beast, so you can recommend one." Luo Sanyang patted her waves like angry breasts. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." Meow Imperial Beast Store, the name sounded cute, but the store was grand with a total of 5 floors. On each floor, Imperial Beasts of various attributes, grades, and bloodlines were readily available. "Little handsome, what attribute Imperial Beast do you like? I recommend this Imperial Beast of yours, the Evil Eye Red Spider. Its attack power is quite a bit higher than Imperial Beasts of the same rank. This Polar Shadow Purple Cat is also not bad, flexible in combat and can deal bludgeoning damage. And this one." Luo Sanyang was very reliable in her work. She did not mean to pit money, and the ones she recommended to Xiao Xingyu were all cost-effective Imperial Beasts. "Sanyang, don't recommend these low-priced Imperial Beasts. Ms. Qin, little handsome boy is just a student of the Green Dragon Academy. He doesn't have much money. So, he doesn't have any money, but I have money. So feel free to recommend some high-quality Imperial Beasts. I'll pay for them." Having a god sister who thinks of herself in every way and is willing to spend money for herself, Xiao Xingyu felt lucky and inwardly remembered Qin Yanyan's kindness to him. Since Miss Qin said so, then I have no qualms about it. Next, the Imperial Beasts that Luo Sanyang recommended were all Imperial Beasts that sold for more than $10 million. Among them, there were a few Imperial Beasts with bloodline qualities that reached the legendary level, one level higher than the epic bloodline of the Hell Spectre Wolf. Qin Yanyan was satisfied with all of Luo Sanyang's recommendations, but in the final analysis, this time, she was helping Xiao Xingyu to select the Imperial Beasts. Qin Yanyan noticed Xiao Xingyu's expression. "Brother Xingyu, since just now, you have been frowning. Are you not satisfied with these Imperial Beasts recommended by Sanyang?" Xiao Xingyu smiled awkwardly, embarrassed to say anything. In fact, the Imperial Beasts recommended by Luo Sanyang were all good, but none of them caught Xiao Xingyu's eye. This crypt pangolin armor, the data panel is not bad. The venom scorch damage of the 3-eyed overlord snake, it's bright. The frostbone sculpture is a legendary bloodline, and it's not bad in all aspects. But none of these Imperial Beasts have a hidden bloodline in their bodies. The hidden bloodline was the point Xiao Xingyu was most concerned about. When he had picked up the blast dog that was spurned by millions of people, it was because he was interested in the hidden bloodline in the blast dog's body Inferno bloodline. "Little handsome, I've recommended over 30 Imperial Beasts to you, and you're not satisfied with any of them. So which Imperial Beast do you really want? You name your requirements and I'll go stock up some other day." Xiao Xingyu was Qin Yanran's younger brother. Luo Sanyang wouldn't be impatient, but rather try to do everything she could to serve Xiao Xingyu well. Right at this moment, a heavy truck slowly stopped at the entrance of the Meow Meow Imperial Beast store. The door of the truck opened and down came a man with a big bladder and rounded beard. "Sanyang, new goods have arrived. Panther, how's the quality of this batch of goods?" "Don't worry, every one of them is very watery." Xiao Xingyu held his curiosity and came to the store entrance. The man called Panther opened the door warehouse to unload the goods. The so-called goods were kept in iron cages. In each iron cage, there was a young girl with a petite figure and transparent wings on her back. These young girls looked timid and shivered. "Elf-type Imperial Beasts?" Xiao Xingyu muttered. Qin Yanyan came to Xiao Xingyu's side and laughed. "Brother Xingyu, this is the first time you've seen this kind of scene. right? Sister Yen Yen, as far as I know, the elf lineage royal beasts also belong to the scrap class royal beasts. Because the elf system royal beasts are inherently not good at fighting, they can only manipulate some simple elements, they have no attack power, and their defense value is also very low. So this type of imperial beast simply cannot become a trusted battle partner of an imperial beast master. Qin Yanyan put her arm around Xiao Xingyu's shoulders. You said so much. Are you trying to ask why Luo Sanyang wants to enter a batch of elf-type imperial beasts? Xiao Xingyu nodded. He was indeed curious. After all, the reputation of the elf-type imperial beasts was similar to that of the blizzard dogs, and their bloodline quality was inferior, so it was reasonable to say that they could not be sold at all. In order to explain to Xiao Xingyu, Qin Yanyan narrated. If these elves are bought as imperial beasts, naturally they won't sell. But if they are sold as pets, there will be no worries about the lack of sellers. You have to know that among the rich and powerful, there are few perverts with bad taste. Xiao Xingyu understood in seconds. I see. To put it nicely, it was called a pet. To put it bluntly, it was a maid slave. Xiao Xingyu once again looked at the iron cage. The elves who were locked in the iron cage were all as good-looking as flowers and jade, with skin like condensed fat. Don't say it. Don't say it. These elf maidens have a marvelous figure and pure looks. No wonder there are people with bad intentions who covet their bodies. Qin Yanyan sighed helplessly. Alas, this world is like this. Men don't have a good thing. They are all creatures that think with their lower bodies. Ahem, Sister Yenran. I'm also a man. Sorry for mistreating you. Let me change it. All the men under the sky, except for my dad and brother Xingyu, all the others are not good things. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye opened automatically. Xiao Xingyu's afterglow, which crossed between the iron cages, was fixed on the body of an elf maiden. This elf maiden had a waterfall of long golden hair, pointed ears that were cute and playful, and a face that was a scourge to the people, timid and compassionate. Only the elf maiden's face was very bad, because one of the wings on her back was broken, and there were bloody wounds on her arms, which looked to affect her aesthetics. Found it! Hidden bloodline! Xiao Xingyu instantly became excited. Under the detection of the eye of the demon god, the data panel of the elf girl was presented in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Name: Water Elemental Pixie. Level: Initial Body First Order. Bloodline: Inferior. Talent: None. Attribute: Water. Skills: None. Hidden Bloodline: Angelic Bloodline Mythic Quality. Brother Xingyu, why are you looking frozen? Brother Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, who was immersed in euphoria, was pulled back into his thoughts by Qin Yanyan's voice. Sister Yen Ren, I want to buy her. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and pointed his fingertips towards the blonde elf. Qin Yanyan was dumbfounded, frozen for a long time, and asked weakly, Brother Xingyu, you also have this kind of fetish? No, Good brother. Listen to your sister's advice and change this kind of bad taste. Sister Yenran, you've misunderstood. You can find a girl from a decent family to fall in love with. Don't learn from those young masters of princes and nobles, buying maid pets and whatnot, to fulfill your perverted thoughts. Xiao Xingyu cried and laughed, being misunderstood by Qin Yanyan as a pervert. Sister Yen Ren, you really misunderstood. I'm buying her, not treating her as a maid pet. I'm going to sign a blood contract with her and make her my imperial beast. When Xiao Xingyu said this, Qin Yanyan, Luo Sanyang and Panther looked at each other with three confused faces. After the confusion, Luo Sanyang was puzzled. Little handsome brother, you're joking, right? I'm not joking. Xiao Xingyu's expression was serious. He even took out his wallet, determined to buy the blonde elf in the iron cage. Panther was the porter in charge of incoming goods and couldn't help but advise. Young man, the elf lineage imperial beasts, but they are imperial beasts of inferior bloodline. They don't have any combat power at all. You're wasting your money if you buy them. Xiao Xingyu smiled without saying anything. The blonde elf in the iron cage looked like it had a low bloodline, but in reality, there was an angel bloodline hidden in its body. Angel bloodline was a type of mythological quality bloodline. This time, Xiao Xingyu had picked up another leak. Chapter 49 Bloodline Awakening. Contract Holy Light Angelic Beast. Xiao Xingyu's attitude was resolute, so Luo Sanyang couldn't say anything, and could only look at Qin Yanran on the side. Qin Yanran asked again and again, Brother Xingyu, are you really planning to buy this elf lineage imperial beast? Xiao Xingyu nodded repeatedly. Qin Yanyan came to Xiao Xingyu's ear and spoke in a whisper. Tell your sister the truth. Are you sure you don't intend to raise this elf as a maid pet? Sister Yanran, you're being overly concerned. I don't have that kind of vile fetish. I only want to sign a blood contract with her and make her my imperial beast. Qin Yanyan was silent for a while, took out her bank card and handed it to Luo Sanyang. Sanyang, this elven imperial beast, we'll buy it. Miss Qin, this? There's no need to ask more, since my brother is adamant about buying it. I, as a sister, have no choice but to fulfill his wish. Luo Sanyang brought a POS machine. Miss Qin, this elven imperial beast, with a broken wing on its back, also has a disease that haunts it. It's a sickly child. The original price is 30,000. For the sake of us being acquaintances, 10,000 is enough. 30,000. Not the value of the elf-tethered imperial beast, but the value of her sexy torso and pretty face. If the elf lineage imperial beast didn't have such a perfect body and looks, even if it was priced at 100, no one would be willing to spend the wasted money. After swiping the card to pay the bill, the leopard opened the iron cage. Young Master Xiao, please take a look. Xiao Xingyu walked to the iron cage and slowly squatted down, close to the blonde elf. The blonde elf's small face was white, her watery eyes filled with panic and unease. Her already skinny petite body curled up into a ball. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god. Imperial beast status. Extreme weakness. Injury analysis. Broken wing on the back, dislocated left arm, and a 10-centimeter open wound on the right shoulder. Conventional treatment, gold and silver herb, water attribute nutrient, bone blood pill, special treatment activate hidden bloodline. Xiao Xingyu muttered in a small voice. That is to say, by activating this elf's hidden bloodline, all injuries can be cleared. Xiao Xingyu moved his mind and opened the system store. Right now, Xiao Xingyu's account balance was 2,050 point coupons. Originally, Xiao Xingyu had planned to save this amount and wait for the accumulation of less to become more. However, plans could not keep up with changes, and Xiao Xingyu urgently needed a Bloodline Awakening Crystal that could activate a hidden bloodline. The selling price of one Bloodline Awakening Crystal is 1,800 points. Can't we get a discount? Alas, for the sake of this elf, I can only hemorrhage once. Xiao Xingyu did not hesitate and chose to buy it on the spot. Ding! Spending 1,800 point coupons, successfully purchased a Bloodline Awakening Crystal. Current account balance, 250 point coupons. Xiao Xingyu closed the system store and his sight fell back on the blonde elf. The blonde elf hung her head low, not daring to meet Xiao Xingyu's eyes, her delicate body trembling from fear. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and gently touched the blonde elf's head. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Brother Xingyu, what are you saying? How come I can't understand? The language Xiao Xingyu used was the specialized language of the elf race. Only then did the blonde elf raise his head, looking at Xiao Xingyu with eyes full of surprise and confusion. Now that I am your master, you can drop your guard and let me help you unlock your chains. The blonde elf had thick chains wrapped around her neck and feet. Because Xiao Xingyu used the language of the elf race, this caused the blonde elf to drop her guard, and the panic on her face was a little less. Luo Sanyang's eyes were filled with little stars, praising, "You you little handsome, you still know the language of the elves." The eye of the demon god granted Xiao Xingyu a full level of enlightenment and superb learning ability. All the languages of all the races in the whole world, Xiao Xingyu could easily master them. Black Striker. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast Heraldry and summoned the Hell Spectre Wolf. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The sharp wolf teeth instantly bit off the chains on the blonde elf. Xiao Xingyu used a princess hug to pick up the bruised blonde elf by the waist. The blonde elf was able to feel that this man did not have any intention of harming her. Brother Xingyu, what is this blonde elf gibbering about? She's thanking me for saving her. The blonde elf was not stupid. She knew that Xiao Xingyu was her benefactor. Without Xiao Xingyu, she would have ended up being sold to some high-powered bigwigs, then become the plaything and slave of those wicked people, suffering both physical and soul torture. Late at night after a rainstorm, Yinan Mountain was shrouded in fog, just like a fairyland on earth. The clouds revealed a few stars, and the faint starlight illuminated the lonely mountain. By a pool of water, Xiao Xingyu tore his clothes and used the fabric of his clothes to act as a towel, soaking it in the clear water of the pool before using it to wipe the dirt and blood stains on the blonde elf's body. When Xiao Xingyu's hand inadvertently touched the blonde elf's wounds, a faint petulant cry could be heard. "I'm sorry for hurting you." The blonde elf shook her head, indicating that it was fine. Late at night, Enan Mountain was empty, with only a few stupid initial body magical beasts. Fortunately, with the presence of the Hell's spectral wolf, these magical beasts didn't dare to come close at all. The reason why Xiao Xingyu brought the blonde elf to the mountain was for a secluded location, convenient for activating the blonde elf's hidden bloodline. Opening the system warehouse, he extracted the bloodline awakening crystals. Before activating the blonde elf's hidden bloodline, there was another important step, which was to sign the blood contract. Under the moonlight, the blonde elf's side face was as beautiful as a picture scroll, and even a little unrealistically beautiful. Xiao Xingyu asked in a serious manner, "Are you willing to conclude a blood contract with me and become my imperial beast?" The blonde elf immediately nodded. In her heart, Xiao Xingyu was her master and her benefactor. Xiao Xingyu revealed a satisfied smile, biting his fingertip and applying a drop of blood on the blonde elf's forehead. The scarlet pentagram was gradually drawn, symbolizing the successful signing of the blood contract. Technically speaking, this blonde elf was Xiao Xingyu's third imperial beast. However, because of the nine-tailed demon fox Delu's special identity, it could not be shown publicly. So from the outside world, this blonde elf was Xiao Xingyu's second imperial beast. After the blood contract was signed, the blonde elf's relationship with Xiao Xingyu became even closer. Xiao Xingyu took out the bloodline awakening crystal and handed it to the blonde elf's mouth. "Swallow it." The blonde elf opened her cherry mouth and swallowed the bloodline awakening crystal, almost choking. A few moments later, the blonde elf's body was burning. Her expression twisted, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This was the pain that must be experienced to activate the hidden bloodline. Experiencing pain meant welcoming metamorphosis. Deep in the quiet, dense forest, a holy light rushed up into the sky, dispelling the dark clouds and connecting with the stars. After an unknown amount of time, the holy light dimmed and disappeared. At this moment, in front of Xiao Xingyu, there floated a beautiful woman clad in silver armor. The beauty had blonde hair, a golden forehead protector wrapped around her forehead, and two dazzling wings of light unfolded behind her. In her left and right hands, she held 3-foot-long lightsabers respectively. The corners of Xiao Xingyu's lips rose madly, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Hidden bloodline activated. The eye of the demon god opened, and a brand new data panel came into view. Name: Holy Light Angel Beast. Rank: Initial Body First Order. Bloodline: Angelic Bloodline Mythic Quality. Talent: Holy Light Guardian dispels negative effects from enemies and provides a holy light shield for friends. Attribute: Angelic, Flight, Holy Light. Loyalty: 100. Skill: Lightsaber Cross Chop. Swing both swords at the same time, chopping out cross-shaped sword chi, inflicting triple bludgeoning damage on the enemy, while stacking the layers of the holy light shield for yourself and your friend's troops. Streaming light sword formation. Flaps 2 light wings, releasing a feather-shaped holy light sword formation with 188 light swords, dealing ranged damage. Evolutionary route: Holy Light Angel Beast 4-winged, Holy Angel 6-winged, Archangel Holy Lady Angel Beast 8-winged, Holy Envoy Queen 10-winged, 12-winged Blazing Angel. Habits and hobbies: Absorb the moonlight and stay by the side of the Royal Master. There was no doubt that the Holy Light Angelic Beast suspended in mid-air at the moment was the bruised and battered blonde elf from earlier. After awakening the hidden bloodline, the blonde elf completely transformed, not only healed, but also became a rare angelic royal beast. It was important to know that the angel bloodline, a mythological quality bloodline, was equal to that of the 9-tailed demon fox. After Xiao Xingyu checked the data panel, he had more thoughts about the future. By the day I become a 9-star imperial beast master, she should have evolved into a 12-winged blazing angel. Right, it's time to give her a name. Xiao Xingyu cupped his chin and fell into deep thought, suddenly raising his head, his gaze flickering. Before you awakened your hidden bloodline, you were a water elemental elf. In that case, let's call you Freya. In Greek mythology, Freya was a substitute for the water elemental elf. Freya! Xiao Xingyu shouted again. The holy light angel beast flapped its light wings and slowly landed in front of Xiao Xingyu. Compared to the previous blonde elf, her appearance and figure were even more perfect, like a work of art created by God with all his heart, without the slightest flaw. Icy cold, holy, solemn, noble. These were all qualities and personalities unique to angelic imperial beasts. Even though the angelic imperial beast was so noble, the holy light angelic beast did not have the slightest shelf in front of Xiao Xingyu. She knelt on one knee, put away her 2 lightsabers, and placed her left hand in a fist on her chest. This was the highest etiquette of the angelic race. Freya, from now on, we will be fighting side by side. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and pinched the holy light angelic beast's face. The holy light angelic beast did not reject it and allowed Xiao Xingyu to pinch its face and touch its head. And although its demeanor was cool and serious, its eyes flowed with endless tenderness. After awakening the hidden bloodline, the angel was noble before people. But she always remembered that she would always be that water elemental pixie saved by Xiao Xingyu. There were times when the emotional bond between a royal beast and a royal beastmaster far exceeded a cold blood contract. The hell spectral wolf whistled up to the sky, its demonic power stirring in the forest. The body of the holy light angelic beast exuded pure holy light. Beside Xiao Xingyu, there were angels on the left and demons on the right. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu hadn't realized that the gears of fate were beginning to quietly turn. The throne of the Lord of Demons was beckoning towards him. Chapter 50. Left hand lowly, right hand imperial sister, peak of life. 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Family apartment. Yi Shimeng was lying on the railing of the balcony, her hands resting on her cheeks as she gazed downstairs. Sister Ruoxue, it's so late. Why isn't brother back yet? The temperature plummeted on an autumn night. Xiao Ruoxue warmed up the meal over and over again, but still didn't wait for her brother to return. I've called Xiaoyu several times. It's been turned off. I guess my cell phone is out of battery. Yi Shimeng suddenly shouted. I saw my brother. Downstairs, the dim streetlights illuminated an upright teenager. Yi Shimeng clearly saw Xiao Xingyu walk into the cell door of the family apartment. Brother! Yi Shimeng stood on the balcony and shouted. Xiao Xingyu raised his eyes and smiled when he heard it. No matter how late one comes home, there are people waiting patiently and preparing delicious meals, boiled bath water, and a cup of hot tea in late fall. This is the cozy home that everyone aspires to. Not long after, Xiao Xingyu pushed open the door of the room. Yi Shimeng rushed over like a small rabbit and pounced into Xiao Xingyu's arms. Brother, you're finally back. Meng Meng has been waiting for you for a long time. Her chest is going to be starved flat. Xiao Xingyu carefully felt the curves of the body of the beautiful person in his arms and could not help but spit out a sentence. Meng Meng, this chest of yours, I'm afraid that even if you starve for 10 days and half a month, it's still bigger than the average adult woman. Yi Shimeng looked like a double ponytailed loli, but in reality, her figure was very material, typical childish boobs. Xiao Ruoxue ruffled her long silver hair, the corners of her lips displaying a kind ant smile. It's good to be back. The food is cold. I'll go heat it up again. Xiao Ruoxue turned around and walked into the kitchen. She always paid for this family silently and without complaint. Meng Meng, look what delicious food I brought you. Xiao Xingyu opened his school bag and took out an oil paper bag. Yi Shimeng held her curiosity and opened the oiled paper bag. Her eyes immediately glistened with gold, and she smiled with joy. Sugar gourd. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and touched Yi Shimeng's double ponytail. Your brother, I keep my words. Right? If I say I'll bring you sugar gourds, I won't go back on my word. In the afternoon when school was over, Xiao Xingyu talked to his family on the phone and promised to bring sugar gourds home. Even though Xiao Xingyu was overwhelmed by joy and excitement when he contracted the holy light angel beast, he did not forget this inconspicuous promise. Thank you, brother, hee. Yi Shimeng picked up a bunch of sugar gourds and frantically dazzled them into her mouth. Her cheeks, which were already full of collagen, swelled up a few more points, just as cute as a hamster in winter. Brother, you eat too. Mo feed you, open your mouth. There's still one string left. Leave it for Sister Ruoxue. In just a few days, Yi Shimeng completely integrated into this family. Xiao Xingyu had originally treated Yi Shimeng as a high-quality evolutionary material ATM. After all, this lowly came from the Yi family and had a lot of treasures on her. But now Xiao Xingyu has already recognized the sister in his heart, so he simply treats her as his own sister. Xiao Ruoxue heated up the meal and re-served it on the table. A family of 3, while eating and chatting. Xiao Xingyu's humor, from time to time, teased the two beauties to let out pig-squealing laughter. The late night was quiet and the moon stars were sparse. On the sofa, Yi Shimeng lay asleep in Xiao Xingyu's arms. Her long eyelashes were slightly opened and closed, and her pink feet were exposed to the air. Xiao Yu, carry Meng Meng back to the house. The living room is too cold. Xiao Xingyu picked up Yi Shimeng and entered the master bedroom. The bed in the master bedroom was a bit more spacious. Usually Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng slept together in the master bedroom. Xiao Xingyu slept alone in the guest bedroom. After covering Yi Shimeng, Xiao Xingyu turned to leave and said good night to his sister before leaving. Returning to the second bedroom, Xiao Xingyu was not sleepy, but held a copy of the Holy Light Attribute Battle Technique and studied it. A vibration came from his cell phone. Xiao Xingyu glanced at it, only to see the latest hot news pop up on his cell phone screen. Shocked. Reward escalation. Beast Emperor Body Magical Beast 9-Tailed Demon Fox Delu Bounty. Rising to 4 billion. Xiao Xingyu smiled and initiated communication with his soul power. Lulu, your bounty has risen from 3 billion to 4 billion. It seems that our Dragon Kingdom's Empress is going to arrest you at all costs. The Imperial Beast crest opened, and a beautiful woman with a demonic figure and stunning appearance appeared in the guest bedroom. Dai Lu sat directly on the bed, her snow-white jade legs folded up and down, her pink toes slightly cocked. Imperial Lord, are you afraid? Planning to give me up and collect the 4 billion bounty? Xiao Xingyu laughed bitterly to himself. Me giving you up? Oda. Between us, we signed a blood contract. If I give you up, I can do it alone? With the pissiness of the Dragon Empress, I'm afraid that she would even kill me together. Although Xiao Xingyu had never seen the Dragon Country Empress in person, he had heard of this great person's methods. Someone who could become the head of a country must be ruthless. The night was long, and one person and one fox chatted idly. What are your plans next? Taking the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination. Black Striker has just completed his breakthrough evolution. Plus you've contracted the Holy Light Angel Beast. It shouldn't be difficult to pass the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination. As a Beast Emperor Body Imperial Beast 9-Tailed Demon Fox, although Dai Lu viewed herself highly and had no one in sight, she affirmed Xiao Xingyu's strength and talent from the bottom of her heart. The wind was cold at night and Xiao Xingyu forgot to close the window. The gusty wind mixed with water vapor surged into the bedroom, and Dai Lu frowned slightly. Xiao Xingyu said with concern, "The dragon power in your body, is it acting up again?" Dai Lu shook her head. "No harm done. After taking the Cold Sky Snow Lotus you gave me, the dragon force was basically suppressed. The Cold Sky Snow Lotus was not omnipotent. It could only temporarily suppress the agitation of the dragon force." Xiao Xingyu analyzed. "If you want to completely cure you and get rid of the dragon force in your body, you still need 2 more heavenly treasures. One is the phoenix heart. The other is the dragon vine flower. These 2 heavenly treasures, both of which had a price, could not be bought at any of the Imperial Beast shops. The heart of the phoenix was a treasure made from the fusion of the essence blood and essence of a pure-blooded phoenix. This kind of treasure was only found in the Imperial Palace. In other words, this kind of treasure was in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan. Wanting to take the treasure in Shangguan Lan's hands was harder than climbing up to heaven. In comparison, the dragon vine flower was easier to obtain. It grew in the Valley of Dragons. It was just difficult to pick. Lulu, bear with me for a while longer. I will heal you as soon as possible. Why are you being so kind to me? As I said, you are my Imperial Beast and my family. Xiao Xingyu, you. What's wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Dai Lu wanted to say something. Her heart warmed. She didn't know how to express her gratitude to Xiao Xingyu. She could only bury this feeling in her heart. Sleepy. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast Heraldry and retrieved Dai Lu. Just as Xiao Xingyu was lying down, another rainstorm started outside the window. This rain was crazy, and the wind blades wrapped in cold air directly destroyed the windows of the guest bedroom. Rainwater gushed in through the broken window, wetting the bed. Hearing the sound of broken window glass, Xiao Ruoxue hurried over to check. Xiao Yu, what happened? Xiao Xingyu was dripping wet and smiled in a wolfishly awkward manner. Sister. The wind was too strong and the window broke. Looking at Xiao Xingyu, who had turned into a drenched chicken, it was enough to see how terrifying the scale of this rainstorm was. The Longyin City Meteorological Bureau issued a red rainstorm warning overnight. Sis, I'm an adult. I'll do it myself. You kid. Being taken care of by me since you were a kid. What's there to be shy about? Xiao Ruoxue took a towel and personally wiped the water stains on Xiao Xingyu's body. A pair of jade hands would touch Xiao Xingyu's pectoral and abdominal muscles and even other zones from time to time. Xiao Xingyu was usually such a big-hearted person, but at this moment he was a bit shy. It looks like this rainstorm won't stop for a while. This guest bedroom of yours has turned into a waterfall cave. It can't be lived in at all. Xiao Ruoxue thought about it and made a decision, pulling up Xiao Xingyu's hand. Xiao Yu, tonight you also sleep in the master bedroom. Ah, this is not good. Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng slept in the master bedroom. The bed was just right. If Xiao Xingyu also slept in the master bedroom, the three of them squeezed together and the atmosphere would become ambiguous. I'm your sister. What are you shy about? 5 minutes later, the master bedroom large bed. Xiao Xingyu was lying in the center, and Yi Shimeng was leaning on his left side, letting out an even snore. Yi Shimeng's hair, which happened to be scattered near Xiao Xingyu's neck, made Xiao Xingyu's heart flutter. Xiao Ruoxue slept on Xiao Xingyu's right side, her body scent constantly fermenting and stimulating Xiao Xingyu's nerves. Left hand lowly, right hand imperial sister, is this the peak of life? Xiao Xingyu's cheeks burned as he entered dreamland in happiness. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Xingyu had slept together since childhood. It was nothing. But Yi Shimeng was the second daughter of the Yi family. If the Yi family knew about this, I'm afraid Xiao Xingyu would have to bear the wrath of the entire Yi family. Chapter 51 2-star Imperial Beast Master Examination. Hellish difficulty? The next day dawned. Green Dragon Academy. In the third class of the first year, the students were having a self-study class. Wu Shangyu was holding a copy of Self-Cultivation of a Royal Beast Master, so sleepy that a puddle of drool flowed out, wetting the pages. Song Hu and the female classmate at the next table were eyeballing each other, little notes flying all over the place. The reason why the class discipline was so bad was because the class teacher, Chun Chinian, was not there. At this moment, in the office, Chun Chinian was holding a goji berry cup and gently sipping it. Xiao Xingyu stood in front of Chun Chinian. After drinking the wolfberry tea, Chun Chinian put down the teacup and surveyed the most outstanding student of Class 3 in front of him. Student Xiao Xingyu, are you sure you're going to take the 2-star Imperial Beast Master Examination today? Xiao Xingyu nodded seriously. Aha, it's getting closer and closer to the Supernova competition. So if you pass the 2-star Imperial Beastmaster examination as soon as possible, you'll be able to enroll early. To participate in the Supernova competition, there were 3 conditions. First, the Dean's recommendation. Second, passing the 2-star Imperial Beastmaster examination. Third, contracting 2 and more Imperial Beasts. Right now, Xiao Xingyu had already fulfilled the first and third conditions, only the second one was missing. Since you've made your decision, I'll greet the Dean and arrange for you to participate in the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help his curiosity. By the way, Director Chun, so far in this class of freshmen, who has passed the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination? The Murong family's pair of siblings both passed the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination 3 days ago. The Supernova competition was a competition between the 4 major academies. For each academy, only 3 new students could be sent. In this case, it seemed that Murong Xinxin and Murong Yangshua had already reserved 2 of the slots. The last remaining spot was clearly reserved for Xiao Xingyu. Student Xiao Xingyu, everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. As long as you pass the 2-star Imperial Beast Master test, you will be considered automatically enrolled in the Supernova competition. Xiao Xingyu was unassuming. Don't worry, Director Chun. I won't fail you. Oh yeah. The Dean said that as long as you can defeat the White Tiger Academy's competitors in this competition, the Dean will then give you a great reward out of his own pocket. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but look forward to it. Su Ruyan was the Dean of the Green Dragon Academy. Her family was very thick, and she had quite a few treasures in her hands, so the rewards given to Xiao Xingyu would definitely not be bad. At the risk of asking, why is the Dean obsessed with letting me defeat the White Tiger Academy's contestants? Silly boy, don't you understand? In last year's Supernova competition, who suppressed Yi Shuangning? Xiao Xingyu slapped his thigh and came to a realization. Director Chun, I get it. In last year's Supernova competition, Yi Shuangning represented Qinglong Academy and took second place. The champion was Li Muqing, from White Tiger Academy. This Dean Su of ours, is very vindictive and vindictive. According to her, the group battle can be lost. The White Tiger must die. As long as you can defeat the White Tiger Academy's players, in the end, Even if you don't win the championship, the dean will be so pleased with her dragon face that she will reward you. As Chun Chinian spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice and was sneaky. After confirming that there were no ears on the partition wall, Chun Chinian came to Xiao Xingyu's ear and said quietly, "Revealing a secret to you. White Tiger Academy's dean, Bamboo Qingyue, and our Dean Su are arch-rivals. These two people don't see eye to eye with each other." Xiao Xingyu sighed bitterly. It seems that this Supernova competition is not a friendship first match, but a grudge match. 2:50 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. A helicopter plane crossed above Longyin City and landed at the entrance of a canyon outside the suburbs. The hatch opened and Xiao Xingyu stepped out, wearing the uniform reserved for the Imperial Beast Master examination. Because it had rained last night, the canyon was muddy everywhere, and the grass was growing like crazy. The height of some large trees had already touched the clouds. At this time, in Xiao Xingyu's earphones, Su Ruyan's voice came. "Student Xiao Xingyu, you have arrived at the entrance of the Blood Mist Canyon. The 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination will begin soon. Please make your final preparations." Blood Mist Canyon was one of the largest and most desolate canyons on the outskirts of Longyin City. This canyon was the location of the 2-star Imperial Beast Master's examination. When Xiao Xingyu was riding in the helicopter just now, he was able to see the shape of the Blood Mist Canyon from a high altitude. From a high altitude, this canyon looked like a long and narrow hearse coffin. The distance between the entrance and the exit was about 5 kilometers. The examination sounded simple. Candidates only needed to go from one side of the canyon, the entrance, and arrive at the other side, the exit, without any problems, and the assessment would be considered successful. However, this test only sounded simple, but in reality, there were hidden mysteries. In the Blood Mist Canyon, there was the Blood Demon Spider clan. Blood Demon Spiders were mature-level magical beasts. Among them, there were a few Blood Demon Spiders that had doubled their combat power, and their level had even reached the mature body 3rd order. It was important to know that a mature body 3rd stage was only one step away from stepping into a full body. Moreover, the Blood Demon Spiders have a strong sense of territory, and once a human invades, they will launch a group siege. Candidates who participated in the examination, wanting to cross the entire canyon, would have to shed their skin even if they didn't die. Xiao Xingyu did a simple warm-up. To put it bluntly, it was a set of middle school students' radio gymnastics, wiggling his butt and stretching his waist. "Phew, I'm ready." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xingyu stood at the starting point, ready to go. In the Bluetooth headset, Chun Chinian's voice came. "Xiao Xingyu, in the Blood Demon Canyon, the number of magical beasts is huge. If a situation arises that you can't cope with, don't try to be brave and send out a distress signal at any time." On Xiao Xingyu's waist, he was equipped with a signaling gun. This was a protective measure set up by the Green Dragon Academy for the candidates. The difficulty of the 2-star examination was not outrageous, but for the fledgling freshmen, it was also easy for accidents to occur. As long as the candidates encountered a danger that they couldn't cope with, they could fire a flare towards the sky to obtain assistance from the staff. Of course, once they chose to allow the staff to assist them, they were considered to have failed the examination. "Director Chun, I understand." With all the assessment notes out of the way, Chun Chinian stopped talking nonsense. 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination officially begin. The large gate behind Xiao Xingyu slowly closed. The canyon did not curve around. It was a straight path. Passing through the canyon and arriving at the other gate at the end of the canyon, one would be able to delight in the 2-star Imperial Beast Master's qualification certificate. Above the canyon, several drones hovered, taking multi-directional tracking shots. Green Dragon Academy. Conference room. Su Ruyan, Lin Song, Chun Chinian and the others were all there, surrounding the projector. The images on the projector were the images taken by the drones. Director of Instruction Lin Song stared intently at the screen. Dean Student Xiao Xingyu has already entered the Blood Demon Canyon. Next, he will pass by the first dangerous zone, the Red Water Swamp. Chun Chinian's face was grave as he analyzed. It just rained heavily yesterday, and a large number of iron-mouthed giant crocodiles should have sprung up near the Red Water Swamp. Iron-beaked giant crocodiles were a magical beast group that inhabited the Red Water Swamp. Most of the iron-beaked giant crocodiles were at the initial body 3rd stage rank. As for the Blood Demon Spiders of the mature body rank, they were located in the Demon Cave at the back of the Red Water Swamp. In order to cross the entire canyon, the candidates would first have to fight the iron-mouthed giant crocodiles and then escape from the hordes of Blood Demon Spiders. A data scout walked over to Su Ruyan. "Dean, according to the data feedback. Because of that torrential rain last night, the number of iron-beaked giant crocodiles in the Redwater Swamp region has doubled compared to before. Also, according to the latest investigation, in the Devil's Cave, there is a blood demon spider that has evolved into a full-bodied magical beast, the Crypt Demon Eye Spider. Chun Chinian loved his talent and was worried about Xiao Xingyu's safety. Dean, because of last night's torrential rain, the difficulty of the examination has escalated too much. Realistically speaking, the difficulty is catching up to the standard of a 3-star Imperial Beast Master's examination. I propose that student Xiao Xingyu suspend the examination and retake it on another day. Su Ruyan gently smiled, her 10 fingers intertwined, her burning gaze staring at the screen, locking onto Xiao Xingyu's back. Old Chun, I'm actually curious as to where this kid's limits are. Dean, what do you mean by this? The examination continues. Chapter 52. Holy Light Angel Beast First Battle, Bloodline Crush, Blood Mist Canyon. As Xiao Xingyu walked, a blood-red swamp appeared in front of him. There was only one path through the canyon, and in order to pass the examination, one had to step through this red water swamp. Gulp gulp. Bubbles continued to rise from the thick swamp. The heads of a group of crocodiles surfaced. Clatter. A crocodile rushed out of the water and climbed onto the shore. The crocodile was no bigger than an armored car, and its body was covered in a layer of thick and barb-covered scale armor. The most striking thing was that the crocodile's mouth was made of metal, and under the sun's rays, it glowed with a cold light. Xiao Xingyu's pupils gradually turned red and opened the eye of the demon god. A data panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Iron Mouth Giant Crocodile. Rank: Initial Body 3rd Order. Bloodline: Elite Quality. Talent: Superb Bite Power, Deadly Venom. Attribute: Poison. Skills: Death Roll. Tearing into the enemy's vital parts and spinning its body crazily. Venom Spray. Spray red venom deep in the throat, causing negative effects on the enemy such as burning, slowing down, and lowering defense values. Clap clap clap. Smelling the aroma of human flesh, one after another iron-mouthed giant crocodile rushed out of the water. Xiao Xingyu visually estimated that he was surrounded by more than 24 iron-mouthed giant crocodiles. Each iron-beaked giant crocodile crept forward, constantly approaching Xiao Xingyu, their eyes leering, their ferocious and bloodthirsty nature unmistakable. Green Dragon Academy. Conference room. The leaders and executives of the academy were all staring at the projection screen. The close-ups were so clear that one could even see every hair of sweat on Xiao Xingyu's face. Director of Instruction Lin Song analyzed, these iron-mouthed giant crocodiles are all initial body magical beasts. So as long as student Xiao Xingyu summons the Hell Spectral Wolf, he shouldn't be in danger. Su Ruyan raised her willow eyebrows and looked at Chun Chinian, who was at the side. Old Chun, I heard that student Xiao Xingyu contracted a 2nd Imperial Beast. What is his 2nd Imperial Beast? Chun Chinian froze and shook his head with a sarcastic smile. Dean, I'm not going to lie, I haven't had the time to ask Xiao Xingyu yet. Su Ruyan's gaze returned to the projection screen. Perhaps he will summon the 2nd Imperial Beast to deal with the iron-mouthed giant crocodile. Everyone was curious about Xiao Xingyu's 2nd Imperial Beast, especially Su Ruyan, who revealed an expectant expression. Freya! Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast crest and summoned the Imperial Beast. This time, instead of black flames appearing around Xiao Xingyu, a holy light erupted. The light enveloped the entire canyon, dispelling the gloom. When the light dispersed, an angelic royal beast slowly landed beside Xiao Xingyu. The feathers condensed from the holy light fanned out with the wind, and the air swirled with countless firefly like free-flying light particles. The delicate and graceful figure was wrapped in a set of silver armor. Long golden hair, like waves in the sea, swayed. The smooth, snow-white forehead wore a metal forehead protector that was as bright and dazzling as a crown. Conference room. The entire staff was shocked. Lin Song's eyes glazed over and his speech became stuttering. This is an angelic royal beast. Modern technology was highly developed, and the most advanced Imperial Beast detector could quickly find out the basic information of any Imperial Beast. On the projection screen, the basic data of the Holy Light Angel Beast was typed out. Name: Holy Light Angel Beast. Rank: Initial Body 1st Order. Bloodline: Angelic Bloodline Mythic Quality. Talent: Holy Light Guardian dispels negative effects from enemies and provides a holy light shield for friendly troops. Attribute: Angelic, flight, holy light. These were the basic stats of the holy light angelic beast, and they were enough to startle the jaws of everyone in the conference room. As for the holy light angelic beast's loyalty, hidden evolutionary path, and other advanced data, the Imperial Beast Detector could not find it out. The advanced data could only be seen by Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye. Dean, this Xiao Xingyu is really a freak, actually contracting an imperial beast of mythological bloodline. This doesn't make sense. There hasn't been an angelic royal beast within our Longyin city for many years. Where did this kid get this imperial beast? Gossip. I heard that Xiao Xingyu went to a royal beast store yesterday and bought a water elemental elf. The Green Dragon Academy, with its vast power, wanted to investigate Xiao Xingyu's every move. It was as easy as a slap in the face. The expression on Su Ruyan's face at this moment was intriguing. Old Chin, do you think the Holy Light Angel Beast? Is it that water elemental elf? Chun Chinian shook his head straight. It shouldn't be possible. Water elemental elves, with their inferior bloodline, only some wicked powerful people would purchase them and stay around to raise them as maid pets. Holy light angelic beasts, but a purebred angelic bloodline. Su Ruyan smiled faintly and reminded, Old Chun, don't forget that the Hell's Spectral Wolf started off as a low bloodline blizzard dog. Chun Chinian was in a trance for a moment, narrowing his eyes and sighing longingly. Yes, what is impossible in our eyes becomes possible in this kid. Su Ruyan pursed her flaming red lips. Approval and appreciation surfaced in her eyes. Xiao Xingyu is the biggest piece of diamond picked up since the founding of our Green Dragon Academy. Compared to other students, he is more like a true Imperial Beast Master. Su Ruyan gave the highest evaluation. Chun Chinian nodded in agreement. A strong Imperial Beast talent did not mean a strong Imperial Beast Master. A true Royal Beast Master could turn waste into treasure and raise the upper limit of the Royal Beast. Red Water Swamp. An iron-mouthed giant crocodile crawled quickly against the ground, instantly swooping down in front of Xiao Xingyu. The iron-beaked giant crocodile opened its mouth, and 2 rows of teeth as sharp as knives spilled out a large amount of venom. Freya, cross-chop, miso. A bit of cold aura flashed, followed by the sword coming out like a dragon. The Holy Light Angel Beast held 2 3-foot lightsabers in its hands and chopped out a cross-shaped sword light. Blood stained the earth. The iron-mouthed giant crocodile rolled over on its side and fainted, its abdomen showing a cross-shaped sword wound. Deep within the wound, golden waves of light were still flowing, unable to heal. In one move, an iron-beaked giant crocodile was killed in seconds. This iron-beaked giant crocodile is at least an initial body 3rd order magical beast. How did its body become so brittle? It's not the iron beak alligator's body that's brittle, it's the bloodline suppression. Iron beak giant crocodile, initial body 3rd order magical beast. Holy light angel beast, initial body 1st order imperial beast. Although there was a difference of 2 orders between the two, in the face of absolute bloodline suppression, this rank difference was completely negligible. Iron mouth giant crocodile, the bloodline quality was elite, which was under epic. Above epic was legend and then myth. The bloodline of the holy light angelic beast was a purebred angelic bloodline, that is, a mythic quality bloodline. The difference in bloodline between the two was equivalent to the difference between a mortal and a god. Miso, miso, miso. Sword chi broke through the air, and holy light spread out. The holy light angelic beast followed Xiao Xingyu's orders and unleashed consecutive cross slashes. Miserable wails followed one after another, and the rich smell of blood spread to every corner of the canyon. The iron-mouthed giant crocodiles in the red water swamp were numerous. The holy light angelic beasts were inevitably splattered by the venom during the battle, but they were not affected in the slightest. Chun Chinian stared intently at the projection screen and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Worthy of being an angelic imperial beast, the mythological quality bloodline lives up to its name. The venom of the iron-mouthed giant crocodile is one that can bring multiple negative effects such as burning, poisoning, confusion, and slowing down to the enemy. But the Holy Light Angel Beast comes with a Holy Light Shield that can dispel all negative effects and even remove control from the enemy. This ability to dispel negative effects was also equally applicable to friendly troops and could play an irreplaceable role in group battles. In the conference room, several school leaders were surprised and murmured, Holy Light Angelic Beast. Its future is unlimited. In the future, this angelic imperial beast should be Xiao Xingyu's biggest card. Yes, in comparison, The Hell's underworld wolves are all inferior by a few points. Nonetheless, let's not forget that the Hell's underworld wolf is a 4-attribute imperial beast and has awakened the power of the devil. Su Ruyan suddenly thought of something. Demons and angels. Su Ruyan asked in a low voice. Old Chin, do you still remember who was the last person to cultivate both a demonic imperial beast and an angelic imperial beast at the same time? Memories flooded back. In Chun Chinian's mind, a grand and magnificent palace appeared. On the throne of the palace sat a handsome and gloomy man, holding a copy of the Book of Demon God in his hands. To the left of the man stood the angel Michael, and to the right stood the demon Savitar. Of course I remember that guy, but the man who changed the pattern of the world. Su Ruyan's vermilion lips opened and closed. Have you ever felt that Xiao Xingyu resembles that man? Chun Chinian didn't say anything, and considered it a default. The school leader's discussion was inaudible to Xiao Xingyu. The holy light angelic beast flapped its wings, weaving between a group of iron-beaked giants, while waving its 2 swords as if it was dancing in the swamp. As a sword light flashed by, an iron-beaked giant crocodile sank into the depths of the swamp, leaving behind only a string of bubbles. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of iron-mouthed giant crocodiles all died under the holy light sword chi, with no survivors. After fighting to finish the job, the holy light angel beast returned to Xiao Xingyu's side, with nothing but grace on its face except for its composure. Freya, good job. Xiao Xingyu stroked the holy light angelic beast's head, revealing a pleased smile. This swamp is a bit deep, so I can only work hard for a bit and carry me across. The holy light angelic beast understood its master's meaning in a second and directly picked up Xiao Xingyu by the waist. This was the princess hug position. Xiao Xingyu, a big man with a height of 185, was held in the arms of the holy light angel beast, and the picture brought its own sense of joy. The holy light angel beast flapped its wings and carried Xiao Xingyu as it flew through the red water swamp. Arriving at the other side of the red water swamp meant that the journey was half over. In the conference room, Su Ruyan looked at the projection screen and glanced down at her watch. Xiao Xingyu's speed through the red water swamp set a historical record. This kid, he should become the candidate who took the shortest time to pass the 2-star examination. For the other candidates, the iron-mouthed giant crocodiles were difficult to deal with. After all, the venom they released would bring all sorts of negative effects to the imperial beasts. The holy light angel beast's holy light shield, which could remove all negative statuses, could be said to skyrocket magical beasts like the iron-mouthed giant crocodile. Chun Chinian was a little worried. Dean, next, student Xiao Xingyu will be passing by the Demon Cave. You're worried? Yes. After all, in the Demon Cave, there is a blood demon spider that has evolved into a full body. If one wanted to kill a full-body demonic beast alone, a royal beast master segment was at least at the 3-star level. This was a 2-star test, and the difficulty of the test was straight up to 3-star. However, Xiao Xingyu didn't know that he was going to face a hellishly difficult assessment. Chapter 53 Crisis. Suddenly, encountering the crypt demon eye spider. Deep in the canyon. Obviously, it was still daytime, but the canyon was full of strange, shaped plants that covered the sky, making the environment seem dim and dreary. Always letting the holy light angelic beast hold itself in a princess hug to fly would be detrimental to the image of a generation of talented royal beast masters, so Xiao Xingyu chose to walk. The holy light angel beast obediently followed behind Xiao Xingyu, its sharp eyes looking around, its vigilance value pulled full, always in a state of readiness. What a thick demonic aura! Xiao Xingyu stopped his steps and raised his eyes to look ahead. Not far from his sight, there was a huge cave. The thick and pungent devilish aura came from this cave. Outside the cave, there were dark purple spider webs all over the place, as well as some smelly feces. In this cave, there are quite a few blood demon spiders. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and his originally relaxed expression gradually became serious. Swoosh! In the cave, some peculiar rattling sounds came out. It was the sound of spider webs. Xiao Xingyu sensed the danger coming and shouted lowly, "Freya!" The holy light angelic beast suddenly tensed its delicate body and swung the lightsaber in its hand. A wave of holy light sword glided against the ground, like a natural barrier advancing forward, hard bouncing off the black shadow that sneaked up on Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu looked sideways. A large-bodied red spider hung upside down on the crooked neck tree above the rock wall. Each leg of the red spider was like a sharp spear. At the tail of the red spider, dark purple spider silk spewed out, gnarled into a web in midair, enveloping Xiao Xingyu's head. The eye of the demon god saw everything, and the data panel was at a glance. Name: Blood Demon Spider. Level: Mature 3rd Order. Bloodline: Elite Quality. Talent: Super Toughness. Spider silk is invulnerable to fire and water, not afraid of chopping. Attribute: Superpower. Skills: Spider web prisoner. Spider silk weaves a giant web, trapping the enemy in it and suffocating them to death. The Blood Demon Spider, hanging upside down on the rock wall, grimaced, its scarlet eyes filled with rage. On its body, it presented a sword scar that flashed with streams of light. Just now, when this Blood Demon Spider sneak attacked Xiao Xingyu, it was injured by the Holy Light Angel Beast's sword chi. In the conference room, the crowd was filled with astonishment. This Holy Light Angel Beast, it's only an initial body 1st Order Imperial Beast. It was actually able to inflict effective damage on a mature body 3rd rank Blood Demon Spider? To be able to ignore such a large rank difference, it's worthy of being an angel bloodline. In the cave, rustling sounds were heard. Blood Demon Spiders. They are swarming animals. The number of Blood Demon Spiders in this cave should be no less than 20. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast Heraldry and summoned the Hell Spectre Wolf. Black flames soared into the sky. The domineering wolf whistle shattered the rock walls, and dust flew in the canyon. A giant wolf came from the sea of fire, and behind it, a slowly opening ghostly door appeared vaguely. This ghostly door was the shadow of the gate of the underworld, and a symbol of demonic power. On Xiao Xingyu's left side was the blonde angel bathed in holy light. On the right side was the demonic giant wolf from hell. In Western mythology, both angels and demons would submit to the God Lord. At this moment, the youthful face of the young man may be the appearance of God when he was young. Rustling sounds are getting closer and closer. Inside the cave, a group of black shadows crawled out. Xiao Xingyu counted them. A total of 25 Blood Demon Spiders. Looks like it's going to be a tough battle. 25 Blood Demon Spiders, all at the level of mature 3rd Order. In the Bluetooth headset, Chun Qingyan's voice was heard. Attention student Xiao Xingyu. The condition for passing the test is to cross the canyon, not to kill the magical beasts. Don't get attached to the battle. Find a chance to get rid of these magical beasts and arrive at the finish line as soon as possible. That's the way. This was a warm reminder from the class teacher. All the previous candidates who had participated in the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination had come this way. Battling will only consume one's spiritual energy, and it's easy to get into trouble, leading to failure in the examination. Only by knowing how to assess the situation and attack the west with the east could one successfully pass through the canyon and complete the examination. Obviously, the significance of the 2-star examination was to try to teach the candidates how to escape in front of the many magical beasts. Xiao Xingyu grinned. Black Striker, go! Oh. The hell spectral wolf leapt high into the air, its sharp claws of silence wrapped in a wave of fire, tearing the shell of the Blood Demon Spider without mercy. In the conference room, Chun Qingyan smiled bitterly as he held his forehead. This kid, he's not playing by the rules again. Boom! The Blood Demon Spider, which was hanging upside down on the rock wall, fell straight down and smashed heavily on the ground. Its carapace, torn by the wolf claws, was a bloody mess, and its bones turned to ashes under the burning of the hellfire. Seeing the death of their companions, the other Blood Demon Spiders fell into a state of rage, releasing dark purple spider silks one after another, forming giant webs. The giant web enveloped the body of the Hell Spectre Wolf. As the spider silk increased, the spider web prison grew thicker and thicker, finally turning into a huge sphere. 24 Blood Demon Spiders, dancing around the large ball, let out eerie and ear-piercing screams as they prepared to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Break! Xiao Xingyu's voice was high-pitched as he roared. The sphere produced violent vibrations, and black embers oozed out from the gaps between the spider silks. The flames grew more and more. Boom! The sphere exploded and the spider silks collapsed. A huge black fire lotus bloomed in the center of the canyon. It's the Hellfire Lotus again. This battle skill, but it's a battle skill that can only be learned by a full-bodied fire attribute Imperial Beast. Compared to the previous freshman ranking match, the power of this Hellfire Lotus has at least doubled. Thinking back to the beginning in the ring of the freshman ranking match, Hellblast Wolf had directly killed Wang Yan's Imperial Beast, the 6-clawed splitting cloud leopard, with a Hellfire Lotus move. At that time, Hellfire Lotus was already stunning enough. Now, the Hellblast Wolf had broken through evolution and was promoted to a Hellspectre Wolf. This Hellfire Lotus had demonic power attached to it, and reddish-black mists were entwined around the Fire Lotus. These red aerosols appeared to be soft, but they were actually sharper than a blade, crazily cutting the flesh of the Blood Demon Spider. The Hellfire Lotus gradually dispersed. On the scorched black land, there were corpses of Blood Demon Spiders that were smoking black. The corpses were charred on the outside, cooked to 7, full of protein, just short of a handful of chili cumin, and the kid next door cried with gluttony. That's it? Unchallenging to say the least. Xiao Xingyu shrugged his shoulders, his face writing that he couldn't get enough. Instantly killing more than 24 mature body imperial beasts in seconds. The strength of the Hell Spectre Wolf stunned all the leaders of the Green Dragon Academy. This Hell Spectre Wolf, it's really outrageous. Actually, we don't have to be so surprised. After all, it has demonic power within it. Yes, even if we underestimate Xiao Xingyu, we can't underestimate the power of demonic power. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently. Xiao Xingyu felt like his heart was going to be shattered. In the canyon, the ground tore apart and large chunks of debris rolled down the rock walls. This tremor, it's at least at the level of a magnitude 7 earthquake. It was as if the ground was being frantically cut by an invisible pair of scissors, the cracks gradually turning into chasms, crisscrossing and tumbling with mud and sand. Xiao Xingyu relied on the Holy Light Angelic Beast's assistance and could barely stand still. This aura. It's the aura of a full-bodied magical beast. Xiao Xingyu's face was a little less subdued. He could be certain that there was something under the ground. Right at this moment, the ground in front of Xiao Xingyu rumbled like a tsunami. The tension of the ground reached its limit, comparable to a volcanic eruption, and a huge object rushed out of the ground, carrying out countless pieces of debris. It was a spider that was even bigger than a blood demon spider. Holy, what an ugly face vomit. Xiao Xingyu's stomach flipped. This spider possessed an anthropomorphic face. The most terrifying look of a magical beast was not hideous and twisted, but having human features. Sure enough, it's a full-bodied level magical beast. The eye of the demon god instantly looked through the data panel. Name: Crypt Demon Eye Spider Former, Blood Demon Spider. Rank: Complete Body First Order. Bloodline: Elite Quality. Talent 1. Super Toughness Spider Silk is invulnerable to fire and water, not afraid of chopping. Talent 2. Hole Digging. Attribute: Superpower Department. Xiao Xingyu's face was puzzled. Director Chun, can you hear me? Audible. Isn't this the 2-star Imperial Beast Master Examination? Why would I encounter a full-bodied level magical beast? Chun Chinian had to answer truthfully. Student Xiao Xingyu, it happened all of a sudden, after that rainstorm yesterday. There was a blood demon spider that completed its evolution and was promoted to a crypt demon eye spider. If you can't fight it, you can choose to fire a signal flare to get help. Of course, this time is not considered a failure in your assessment. It's only an accident. You can retake the test on a later date. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu was not happy. Retake the test on another day? That's too much of a waste of time. Choosing a day is better than bumping into a day. Today, I, Xiao Xingyu, have to pass the 2-star examination. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Chun Chinian cried and laughed. You kid is really more stubborn than a donkey in a production team. In front of him was the full-bodied magical beast Crypt Demon Eye Spider, ranked far above the Hell Spectral Wolf and the Holy Light Angel Beast. Xiao Xingyu kept a cool head. Black Striker Freya. The enemy this time is not easy to deal with. You two must join forces. This was the first time that the Hell Spectral Wolf and the Holy Light Angelic Beast had worked together. Angels and demons were originally arch-enemies, incompatible with each other. However, Xiao Xingyu was a genius Imperial Beastmaster, and under his command, the cooperation between angels and demons could also collide with different sparks. Ow! The Hell Spectral Wolf unleashed a hellish roar, spewing a pillar of fire from its mouth. The Holy Light Angelic Beast swung its lightsaber, its sword light blending into the flames, and together they blasted at the Crypt Demon Eye Spider's body. For a moment, wind and sand filled the sky, air currents ran amok, and ripples of fire waves stirred wildly. As the dust settled, Xiao Xingyu's face sank. The two Imperial Beasts released their signature skills at the same time, yet the Crypt Demon Eye Spider was unharmed. In front of the Crypt Demon Eye Spider, a dark purple spider web condensed. The shape of the web resembled a bagua formation and was indestructible. This was the change of the blood demon spider evolving into the crypt demon eye spider. The toughness of the spider silk was further strengthened, and coupled with the level suppression, it could withstand the attacks of hellfire and the power of holy light. The crypt demon eye spider grinned its scarlet mouth, revealing a human-like smile that made Xiao Xingyu feel creepy. Chun Qinyan's voice once again came from the headphones. Student Xiao Xingyu, I order you as the class teacher to fire a flare and request for help. Su Ruyan didn't say anything. She was curious what decision Xiao Xingyu would make. Chapter 54 Talent in full bloom. An impossible battle to win. Clattering. It wasn't the sound of a torrential downpour. Rather, it was the rock wall on the side of the canyon that erupted into a mudslide. Just a few seconds ago, the crypt demon eye spider sprayed its venom. The crypt demon eye wolf barely dodged it with its nimble stance. The venom sprayed on the rock wall at the back, instantly sending up rolling smoke. The toxicity of the crypt demon eye spider was 3 times that of the blood demon spider. Even the sturdy rocks and soil layers couldn't withstand the venom, corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye and triggering mudslides. Rubble rolled down and mud was deposited. Xiao Xingyu looked a bit lousy in the chaos, and could only rely on the holy light shield provided by the holy light angel beast to save his life. All of this was captured through a drone and transmitted to the projection screen in the conference room of the Green Dragon Academy. The school leaders' faces changed drastically. If a 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination could cause a death, then none of them would be able to get away with it. In the Bluetooth headset, Chun Qinyan's voice came again. Xiao Xingyu, hurry up and fire the flare to stop the examination. Firing a flare meant abandoning this examination. Although this accident was not Xiao Xingyu's responsibility, and the Green Dragon Academy would arrange a retake for him at a later date. But at this moment, Xiao Xingyu was inspired by the magical beast in front of him with a deep desire to win. The crypt demon eye spider was a full-bodied level magical beast, and in its eyes, Xiao Xingyu was an ant. The eyes that looked at Xiao Xingyu were filled with contempt, disdain, and playfulness. Director Chun, I don't want to take a retake on a later date. I have to pass the 2-star test today. You kid. Black Striker, go. Oh. The hell spectral wolf transformed into a dark shadow and dived into the ground, gliding against the ground at high speed. Bang! The wolf shadow leapt out of the ground and appeared behind the crypt demon eye spider. This was a sneak attack. Dark attribute Imperial beasts were most adept at sneak attacks in battle. The cryptic demonic wolf possessed 4 attributes, one of which was the dark attribute. Miso, the wolf claws burning with hellfire swung in the air. Only a piercing sound was heard, cutting through the armor on the back of the cryptic demon eye spider. The cryptic demon eye spider was somewhat in pain, but the whole thing was unaffected, and the wound quickly recovered. This was the manifestation of the rank difference. The Hell's Underworld wolf's hard-hitting attack could not cause much damage to the cryptic demon eye spider. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god and could see the blood bar above the crypt demon eye spider's head. At this moment, the crypt demon eye spider's blood bar was almost in a full state, with only a layer of blood skin falling off, which was negligible. Seeing that the human in front of him actually didn't have any fear, and even dared to resist, the crypt demon eye spider became furious, instantly releasing densely packed spider silk. The limbs of the Hell Spectre wolf were entangled and imprisoned by the spider silk. The sharp spider silk strangled a trail of blood on the wolf's body, and the venom was injected deep into the wounds. The Hell Spectre wolf let out a roar of pain. Xiao Xingyu shouted in time, "Shadow break free!" This was a dark attribute battle technique that was specifically used to escape the enemy's control. The huge body of the Hell Spectre wolf instantly turned into a black mist that seeped into the ground, turning into a dark shadow. The dark shadow moved against the ground and got out of the attack range of the crypt demon eye spider before leaping out of the ground and recovering its original body. Freya! The holy light angel beast understood and released a holy light that enveloped the entire body of the Hell Spectre wolf. Holy Light Guardian, the holy light angel beast's talent, could remove negative statuses from friendly troops. The wounds on the Hell Spectral wolf's body gradually healed, and the negative statuses such as poisoning, slowing down, and confusion were immediately removed. It was only a 1-round encounter. The cryptic demon eye spider was only a small test, and Xiao Xingyu was already stretched to the limit. The difference in level was clear at a glance. In Xiao Xingyu's mind came the voice of the 9-tailed demon fox Dailu. This crypt demon eye spider is a full-bodied first-rank magical beast. With your current strength, it is impossible to kill it. My suggestion is to fire a signal flare, give up this examination, and retake it on a later date. Dai Lu said this for Xiao Xingyu's benefit. From a safety point of view, abandoning the examination was the best choice, otherwise it would be easy to take a small life. I won't give up this examination.
Xiao Xingyu's attitude confusait d'élu.
You little guy, why are you so stubborn? Aren't you afraid of? Lulu, I want to test my own limits. Dai Lu fell silent. The killing intent in Xiao Xingyu's eyes at the moment made her feel a chill. Black Striker, release the claws of silence. Freya, provide Black Striker with a holy light shield. Dodge to the left. Don't get imprisoned by the spiderweb. Don't attack head-on. Meander around and attack the crypt demon eye spider's rear abdomen. In the face of a level gap, the operation of the Imperial Beastmaster was crucial. As the eye of the demon god continued to open, Xiao Xingyu gained insight into every step of the cryptic demon eye spider's attack strategy, thus making a judgment in advance. The cryptic spectral wolf and the holy light angelic beast, under Xiao Xingyu's orders, worked in tandem and repeatedly struck perfect joint attacks. However, these painless attacks were nothing but a drop in the bucket when they hit the crypt demon eye spider. The battle lasted for less than 15 minutes. The breathing of the cryptic demon eye wolf became rapid, and the rate at which the holy light angel beast swung its sword dropped. Xiao Xingyu's body was also hung with colors due to the effects of the aftermath of the battle. His left shoulder was bleeding profusely, his forehead was red and swollen, and his ankle was sprained. Green Dragon Academy. Conference room. The senior leaders were anxious. This kid is really more stubborn than a donkey. He's dead set on not firing the flare. Doesn't it smell good to retake the exam on a different day? Must make such a mess of himself. Dean, what do you think? Su Ruyan stared at the projection screen, her eyes deep and penetrating. With the current situation, student Xiao Xingyu is at an absolute disadvantage. As a royal beastmaster, his maneuvering, awareness, and vigor are far beyond his peers, but it's not enough for him to cross the rank gap. Chun Chinian nodded in agreement. I share the dean's view. At this rate, Xiao Xingyu's life will be in jeopardy. Anyone could see that without a miracle, Xiao Xingyu would definitely lose this battle and even lose his life as a result. Chun Chinian proposed. Dean, Xiao Xingyu, this kid is being foolish. We can't just let him be. I propose that we force the initiation of rescue measures and terminate the examination. This was undoubtedly the best decision. Su Ruyan, however, hesitated. Xiao Xingyu, could it be that your limits stop at this? That's just it. We can't let you lose your little life just to test your limits. Su Ruyan made a decision after hesitating. Pass the order down. Activate mandatory rescue. Su Ruyan suddenly shut up and stared dead at the projection screen. This is the blood-sucking effect of the devil's power? Deep in the canyon, the body of the hell spectral wolf was entwined with reddish-black aerosol. This was the materialization of demonic power. The greatest special feature of the demonic power was the blood-sucking effect. In battle, half of the attack value struck by the hell specter wolf would be converted into its own life value. Xiao Xingyu revealed an evil smile. Stinking spider, I found a way to deal with you. Chapter 55. Against all odds, consuming a full-bodied magical beast? 1 minute ago, the depths of the canyon were a mess. The rock walls collapsed and collapsed under the corrosion of the venom. Xiao Xingyu was in the center of the dusty battlefield, and the eye of the demon god continued to open. It seems that both Black Striker and Freya's attacks are not powerful enough. Even if they join forces to release their battle techniques, they can only cause the crypt demon eye spider to lose a layer of blood skin. Wait! Xiao Xingyu fixed his eyes and confirmed that he hadn't blinked. In the split second just now, the blood bar on the crypt demon eye spider's head appeared to drop significantly. The blood bar appeared to drop significantly, but it wasn't caused by Black Striker and Freya's attacks. But, I see. A long-lost smile appeared on Xiao Xingyu's serious face. Hey Feng, spit it. The hell specter wolf opened its mouth and spat out phlegm casually. The spit was like a bullet burning with black flames, slicing through the air and hitting the crypt demon eye spider's head. Physical damage from spitting 0. Mental damage from spitting 1,000,000. The crypt demon eye spider was very sensitive and thought that it had been insulted, instantly falling into a state of rage. Swoosh! The crypt demon eye spider's tail sprayed a large amount of spider silk, thousands of threads, as if 10,000 arrows were firing. The crypt demon eye wolf turned on its shadow form, transforming into a dark shadow, diving into the ground and dodging the attacks of the spider silk arrows. In Xiao Xingyu's field of vision, the length of the blood bar on top of the crypt demon eye spider's head once again appeared to shorten significantly. Fruity. When the crypt demon eye spider releases its spider silk, it depletes its own essence blood. When the last strand of spider silk in the body is released, the blood bar will return to 0 and die on the spot. Xiao Xingyu raised his starry eyes and locked onto the crypt demon eye spider in front of him. Stinking spider, I found a way to deal with you. Black Striker, Freya, together. Under Xiao Xingyu's command, the Hell Spectral Wolf and the Holy Light Angelic Beast once again joined forces. As before, because of the difference in level, the battle techniques released by these two Imperial Beasts would not cause effective damage to the Crypt Demon Eye Spider, and were at best considered scratching an itch. However, the Hell Spectral Wolf was naughty and always used taunting tactics to stimulate every nerve of the Crypt Demon Eye Spider. Spitting, peeing, and spitting out the tongue slightly, these attacks didn't belong to the category of battle techniques, they were just little tricks used to enrage the opponent, taunt pulling full. The Crypt Demon Eye Spider was enraged and frantically released its spider silk. A spider silk, like a sharp arrow, and comes with a tracking and positioning system, attacking the two Imperial Beasts from various tricky angles. The attack power of the Crypt Demon Eye Spider increased dramatically after it became enraged. In a short while, the Crypt Demon Eye Wolves had bloodstains all over their bodies, grimacing in pain. Turn on the demonic power. At Xiao Xingyu's command, the Hell Spectral Wolf let out a hiss that shook the heavens and the earth, and reddish-black aerosol surfaced around its body. Devil's power could provide the Imperial Beast with a notable blood-sucking effect. Holy Light Angelic Beast continuously stacks Holy Light Shield for the Hell Spectral Wolf, while removing negative effects such as poisoning, confusion, and slowdown from the Spectral Wolf. In the conference room, Chun Chinian couldn't help but sigh. This Hell Spectral Wolf, it's really a little strong one that can't be beaten. Su Ruyan rested her chin on one hand and stared at the projection screen, revealing a smile that was not easily noticed by ordinary people. Devil's power, provide the Hell Spectre Wolf with a blood-sucking effect to keep its blood level stable. Holy Light Guardian, continuously stacking shields and purifying the negative effects on the Hell Spectre Wolf. Student Xiao Xingyu is smart. He's utilizing the advantages of these two Imperial Beasts as much as possible. Unconsciously, the battle lasted for a whole hour. It was obvious that the greatest advantage of the Hell Spectre Wolf and the Holy Light Angel Beast was two words: resistant to being beaten. The blood-sucking effect of the demonic power and the purifying effect of the Holy Light Shield were combined into one, which made the Cryptic Demon Eye Spider worried. 1 hour was enough to make soup. But this fierce battle has yet to be decided. Stab. The sharp spider silk, once again, cut through the hind limbs of the Cryptic Demon Eye Wolf. Demonic power came into play, filling up its own blood chi. The Holy Light Shield lit up again. The Crypt Demon Eye Spider was enraged, so angry that it spun in place and let out squeaks, looking like a driven madman. Xiao Xingyu smiled contemptuously. It's in a hurry. It's in a hurry. What was supposed to be a crushing battle had been dragged out hard for an hour. The Crypt Demon Eye Spider felt strangely humiliated and lost face. In the conference room, the school leaders were talking. Student Xiao Xingyu's move doesn't make any sense. Even with the demonic power and Holy Light Shield, it's only possible to not lose. It's simply impossible to win. Yes, as time passes, there will always be a time when the spiritual power runs out. Dean, what do you think? Everyone's gazes were directed towards Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan's moth brows swept lightly, and a faint smile swept out from the corner of her lips. Student Xiao Xingyu is planning to exhaust this Crypt Demon Eye Spider to death. Consume it to death? The crowd was in an uproar. The Crypt Demon Eye Spider is a full-bodied magical beast. How could it be consumed to death by two Imperial Beasts of a lower level than it? Dean, as you can see, the attacks of the Hell Spectre Wolf and the Holy Light Angel Beast didn't work at all. Su Ruyan pointed at the projection screen. Everyone, take a closer look at the spider silk spat out by the Crypt Demon Eye Spider. Everyone's attention fell on the Crypt Demon Eye Spider. Swoosh. The Crypt Demon Eye Spider was in a state of rage, frantically spitting out spider silk, sometimes weaving giant webs, sometimes coalescing thousands of spider silks together, turning it into a sharp drill. Chun Chinian noticed something strange. The color of the spider silk, it seems to have lightened. The others chimed in. Yes, Compared to before, the color of the spider silk has dimmed a lot. In the beginning, the crypt demon eye spider silk was a dark purple color. And now the spider silk had turned lavender, and each one of them had become thinner. Su Ruyan continued, "Everyone, don't forget one thing. The crypt demon eye spider silk is condensed from its own essence blood. Every time the spider silk is released, it consumes essence blood. During this hour, the cryptic demon eye spider wasted a large amount of spider silk on the hell specter wolves and holy light angelic beasts, while also consuming a portion of its own essence blood." When Su Ruyan said this, Chan Chinian was as if he had been enlightened. "Dean, do you mean that Xiao Xingyu intends to hold out until the spider silk within the crypt demon eye spider is consumed?" Su Ruyan nodded with a smile. Chun Chinian couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. The school leaders looked at each other. This kid, what a gambler. Holding out until the spider silk runs out? Then this battle will last at least 7 or 8 hours. This is a crazy gamble. If we lose this gamble, we'll lose our lives. This battle was intense, but it was also boring. For the rest of the time, Xiao Xingyu kept repeating one thing. Enrage Cryptic Demon Eye Spider. Cryptic Demon Eye Spider releases Spider Silk Attack. Hell's Spectral Wolf uses demonic power to return blood plus Holy Light. Angelic Beast cleanses negative effects and increases shields. This flow, week after week, was endless. Time was like quicksand in an hourglass, flowing unchecked. The sun set and dusk fell, and the moon cried. This battle lasted from day to night. In the conference room, several school leaders were lying on their desks, and their snores were comparable to thunder. Chun Chinian was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes, and there were blood filaments all around his pupils. Only Su Ruyan kept staring at the projection screen, and in her hand, she held a cup of latte coffee. The window was open and a cold wind blew into the conference room. Chun Chinian shivered and regained consciousness. "Dean, is the battle still not over? Look at the watch yourself." Chun Chinian put on his glasses again, and then he whirled around and looked down at his watch, his eyes almost glaring out. "I go. It's already 11:50. Now is late at night 11:50. The time when Xiao Xingyu and the Crypt Demon Eye Spider started their battle was 4 in the afternoon. In the projection screen, the canyon was dark. Purple spider silk flew in the sky. The roar of the Crypt Demon Eye Wolves never stopped, and the Holy Light Shield illuminated the darkness. This battle, it lasted 7 hours and 50 minutes? Chun Chinian's state of mind at this moment could not be described in words. It seems like this kid. He won't stop until the Crypt Demon Eye Spider is exhausted. Chapter 56 2-Star Imperial Beast Master. Unlocking Achievement Rewards. Blood Mist Canyon. Blood dyed the earth red. Icy cold gusts of wind whipped through the crumbling ruins. Xiao Xingyu's upright body stood in the depths of the darkness, and the moonlight could not see his face. The Hell's Spectral Wolf was panting heavily, its body covered in scars. The Holy Light Angelic Beast was kneeling on one knee, her armor showing multiple breaks. Her chest revealed a pool of spring color, and on her snow-white thighs, blood marks from spider silk cuts remained. Up to this point, the battle had lasted for 7 hours and 50 minutes. Xiao Xingyu's face was pale, his lips were dry and cracked, and his spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion. His left shoulder blade, pierced through by the spider silk, blood and flesh turned out. The wound was shocking, and one could see the white bone stubble. Without a doubt, this was an extremely tragic battle. Not far in front of Xiao Xingyu, the state of the Crypt Demon Eye Spider was no better. At this moment, the Crypt Demon Eye Spider was lying in the dirt, looking exhausted. This full-bodied level magical beast would consume its own essence blood with every spider silk it spat out. During the past 7 hours or so of fighting, the Crypt Demon Eye Spider's demeanor had changed from being unimpressed at the beginning to doubting itself. The blood-sucking effect of the demonic power, coupled with the purifying effect of the Holy Light Shield, caused the resistance to punches of the Cryptic Demon Eye Wolf and the Holy Light Angel Beast to be completely drawn out. So far, the Crypt Demon Eye Spider had released tens of thousands of spider silks and had reached the point of running out of gas. Xiao Xingyu raised his eyes and locked gazes with the Crypt Demon Eye Spider. In this spider's eyes, apart from resentment and indignation, there was also a hint of panic. That's right, it was panic. As a full-bodied level magical beast, when facing a 1-star Imperial Beast Master, fear and panic grew in its eyes. Xiao Xingyu straightened his back, ignoring his left shoulder that had suffered a serious injury. The corner of his lips hooked into a harmless smile. The spider silk in your body, there's not much left, right? The crypt demon eye spider stepped back, looking a little rattled. The battle that had lasted for more than 7 hours had caused this spider to be about to run out of essence and blood. Black Striker Hellfire Lotus. Ow! The Hell Spectral Wolf, once again, spewed out a fire lotus. The hot flames illuminated the pitch-black night. After the explosion, the cryptic demon eye spider let out an angry low cry. Because of the level difference, the Hellfire Lotus wasn't able to deal fatal damage to it. However, every time the Hell Spectre Wolf released a battle technique, it was a provocation to it, and its dignity was worn down bit by bit. This time, the crypt demon eye spider completely lost its mind as it rumbled its huge body, its tail twitching violently. Swoosh! The dense spider silk, like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, covered Xiao Xingyu's head. The imperial beasts were eager to protect their master. The Hell Spectre Wolf and the Holy Light Angel Beast simultaneously blocked in front of Xiao Xingyu. Boo, boo, boo. Bear. The seemingly soft spider silk was actually sharper than an arrow. Each spider silk easily penetrated the body of the Hell's Underworld Wolf. As severe pain shot through his body, the Hell's Underwolf gritted its teeth. In this attack, the crypt demon eye spider had no reservations and emptied its body of all its spider silk. When the dust cleared, the cryptic demon eye spider revealed an astonished expression, and its unwillingness and anger turned into deep helplessness. In the ruins, the Hell Spectre Wolf maintained its standing posture. Even though the blood stained its fur red, and the wounds exposed its bones and organs, it did not soften its legs or retreat, and still stood in front of Xiao Xingyu. The devil's power came into play once again, a powerful blood-sucking effect that allowed it to barely maintain 2% of its blood volume. The Holy Light Angelic Beast released Holy Light Guardian, dispelling the negative statuses on the Hell Spectral Wolf. The Holy Light Shield, too, attached an insurance policy that could save the Hell Spectral Wolf's life. By now, both imperial beasts were at the end of their rope. Plop. The sound was so pleasing to the ears, it was the sound of the crypt demon eye spider falling to the ground. The last ray of vitality dispersed. The crypt demon eye spider died without resting in peace, its 8 legs stomping towards the sky a few times, gradually stiffening. In the conference room, there was a dead silence. The school leaders rubbed their scarlet eyes and stared at the projection screen as if they were struck by lightning. Their hearts were in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Xiao Xingyu sat paralyzed on the ground, sweat and blood mixed together, soaking through his tattered clothes. Hey Feng, good job. Freya, you did well too. When Xiao Xingyu smiled, he was a big sunny boy. Underneath the teenage-feeling face was a mature and tough, powerful heart. This teenager had created another record. Xiao Xingyu was the first candidate to successfully kill a full body-level magical beast in the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination. This divine miracle had no predecessor and no successor. Chun Chinian was stagnant for a long time, his lips trembling. This guy has created another impossible miracle. Su Ruyan rarely smiled so gently, her eyes flowing, full of love and relief for Xiao Xingyu. This kid really didn't let me down. The battle came to a close. Xiao Xingyu's single kill of the full-bodied demonic beast crypt demon eye spider. Total time spent, 8 hours, 8 minutes and 8 seconds. This protracted battle left an indelible impression on the school leaders. The crypt demon eye spider was not killed, but consumed alive. From the very beginning, student Xiao Xingyu was firm in his strategy. His strategy is very simple. It's to resist the beating and resist the beating and resist the beating again, and hold on until the spider silk runs out. The exhaustion of the spider silk in the crypt demon eye spider's body meant a complete loss of essence and blood. In Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye, the blood bar on top of the crypt demon eye spider's head went straight to 0 as the last spider silk was released. When this battle first started, no one believed that this teenager could handle the crypt demon eye spider. But he managed to do it. Xiao Xingyu dragged his weakened body and walked over to the corpse of the crypt demon eye spider, picking up the magical beast crystal core. Hee. This is it? It's only been 8 hours and you can't hold on anymore? Even if I give you a few more lives, I can still fight you for a whole day. These few harsh words had the suspicion of blowing awesome. With his spiritual energy depleted and covered in injuries, Xiao Xingyu was also at the limit of human beings and could faint at any time. But before fainting, one must get out of this canyon. Half an hour later, the Holy Light Angel Beast assisted Xiao Xingyu, walked out of the canyon and arrived at the finish line. In the headset, Chun Qingyan's voice was heard. Congratulations, student Xiao Xingyu. The test is passed. You are a 2-star Imperial Beast Master now. The staff at the finish line presented Xiao Xingyu with a 2nd-star badge, followed by a 2-star Imperial Beast Master certificate. Su Ruyan's voice also came from the headphones. Student Xiao Xingyu, take a good rest next. I look forward to your performance in the Supernova competition. After this battle, Xiao Xingyu once again rushed onto the internet's hot search. Overnight, the entire country, men and women, young and old, all knew the name Xiao Xingyu. A candidate who took the 2-star examination was actually able to single-handedly kill a full-bodied magical beast. This story was as outrageous as a science fiction novel, shocking people's 3 views and perceptions. The system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the achievement, 2-star Imperial Beast Master title. Achievement reward, Light Attribute Battle Skill, 1 Flash of Light, plus Heavenly Soul Vine Beast Seed. Chapter 57 Illusory God Quality Ancient Plant System Imperial Beast. Central Hospital. VIP Ward. When Xiao Xingyu woke up, it was still dark outside the window. How long have I been sleeping? Xiao Xingyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened his cell phone to take a look, and was startled by the date of the phone. I slept for 3 whole days. Not long after coming out of the Blood Mist Canyon, Xiao Xingyu fell into a coma. The sleep was 3 days. Xiao Xingyu walked out of bed and simply moved his body, his movements stiff and clumsy. My arms are so sore, and my waist hurts. It seems that the overdrawn body hasn't fully recovered. 3 days ago, the fight to the death with the crypt demon eye spider in the canyon had caused Xiao Xingyu to slip through the ghost gate. Nowadays, Xiao Xingyu's body was wrapped in thick bandages, and his injuries had yet to heal. A system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the achievement, 2-star Imperial Beast Master title. Achievement reward, Light Attribute Battle Skill, 1 Flash of Light, plus Heavenly Soul Vine Beast Seed. The rewards have been issued. Please check and receive by the host. Xiao Xingyu turned his mind and opened the system warehouse. In the warehouse bar there were 2 more things, a battle skill illustration and a shining seed. This light attribute battle skill, it came at the right time. It's very suitable for Freya. There were still 2 weeks left before participating in the Supernova competition. 2 weeks was enough for the Holy Light Angel Beast to learn this light attribute battle skill. On a whim, Xiao Xingyu extracted the seed in the storage bar. It was a round, silvery seed that emitted a faint fragrance and was also the predecessor of the plant-based Imperial Beast, Heavenly Soul Vine Beast. The predecessor of a purebred dragon race was a dragon egg. Similarly, the predecessor of a plant-based Imperial Beast was a seed. This is the first plant-type Imperial Beast I've acquired. From the data panel. Not bad, very good. Even if the Heavenly Soulvine Beast was just an inconspicuous seed at the moment, Xiao Xingyu could still see its data panel after its molding. The Heavenly Soulvine Beast was not an ordinary plant-based Imperial Beast, but a plant-based Imperial Beast with an ancient bloodline with a quality of Illusory God. Illusory God quality, 1 level higher than Mythic quality. Such a powerful bloodline determined the difficulty of cultivating this seed. The eye of the demon god could retrieve the steps and methods of cultivating the seed. Xiao Xingyu's smile gradually disappeared. What? Watering doesn't work. You must water the dew of the phoenix tailgrass and the nectar of the magic firefly flower. Normal fertilizer doesn't work. It must be fertilized with the dung of beast god body magical beasts. Such a seed. It's really delicate. It's harder to serve than 1,000 gold ladies. This seed, once it was successfully cultivated, was molded into a heavenly soul vine beast, possessing an ancient bloodline of illusory god quality. But wanting to cultivate it into shape, the price paid discouraged Xiao Xingyu. That's just it, after all. It's an illusory god quality ancient bloodline. I'll just spoil you. Xiao Xingyu knew the truth that high risk and high gain, 1 point for every labor and 1 point for every harvest. The dew of the phoenix tailgrass and the nectar of the demon glow flower could not be bought on the market at all, and had to be picked personally in the dangerous zones where the demonic beasts were entrenched. As for the feces of the beast god body magical beasts, Xiao Xingyu could only grit his teeth and try. To know, the 9-tailed demon fox Dai Lu is currently Xiao Xingyu's biggest card. The level is only beast emperor body. Even if the peak Dai Lu encountered a beast god body demonic beast, there was only the part of taking a beating and escaping. Cultivating this seed can't be rushed, can only progress gradually. If you want to fertilize it, you must get the dung of a beast god body demonic beast. Xiao Xingyu had a sudden thought, opened the imperial beast heraldry, and summoned the nine-tailed demon fox. Streams of light flashed, and an exotic beauty appeared beside the hospital bed. The two fox ears opened and closed slightly, setting off this sexy imperial queen with a few moments of playfulness and cuteness that only human girls have. Summoning me for what? Dai Lu still had a cold look, but was actually cold on the outside and hot on the inside, as her gaze fell on Xiao Xingyu's bandaged body. After a silence, I'm asking you, does the wound still hurt? Lulu, don't worry. I'm physically strong. It doesn't hurt anymore. Hiss. In order to act tough, Xiao Xingyu did a few push-ups, but accidentally pulled the wound, showing his teeth in pain and cold sweat. Dai Lu frowned, assisted Xiao Xingyu to lie down, angrily said, all hurt like this, still showing off. Honestly, lie down and rest. Love is deep, blame is cut. Dai Lu's attitude towards Xiao Xingyu gradually had this flavor. Lulu, thank you. Dai Lu handed Xiao Xingyu a cup of hot water and asked seriously, say it. What is it about summoning me? Lulu, you were at least a beast emperor body magical beast before, and a magical beast that made the Dragon Kingdom Empress hate you so much. A big and ruthless person like you should know quite a few powerful and bombastic magical beasts. For example, beast god body level magical beasts? Dai Lu froze, puzzled. Why are you asking this? Come on, say it. Do you recognize it or not? Memories flooded back, thoughts returning to the battlefield where the war raged on. I do recognize some magical beasts that are more powerful than me. What are you asking for? Xiao Xingyu slapped his thigh in excitement. It's good that you know them. You kid is very strange, ah. In the end, what's wrong with you? Xiao Xingyu suddenly held Dai Lu's jade hand and asked in a serious manner. Lulu, can you help me get the feces of a beast god body magical beast? Xiao Xingyu, you're sick. I'm serious. Humph, you're just sick. Dai Lu's eyes had an extra touch of dislike in them as she turned into a stream of light and drilled into Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast heraldry. Xiao Xingyu cried and laughed, and slapped the imperial beast heraldry with all his might. Lulu, don't misunderstand. I'm not sick, and I'm not a pervert. I need the feces of a beast god body magical beast for a formal purpose, not for eating. Lulu, no matter how Xiao Xingyu explained, Dai Lu couldn't listen and mistakenly thought that Xiao Xingyu liked to eat. Time flashed by, and 2 weeks passed. The annual Supernova competition was held today. Early in the morning, Xiao Xingyu changed into his competition clothes, took the school bus, and arrived at the Longyin City Airport. The venue of the Supernova competition was located in Four Spirits City. The meaning of the four spirits refers to the four spirit beasts, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu, and also refers to the four academies. Each academy would send 3 contestants. Xiao Xingyu was one of the contestants from Green Dragon Academy. When Xiao Xingyu walked into the waiting hall, he caught a glimpse of a pair of white-haired teenage girls. The white-haired teenager Murong Yangshua, the white-haired teenage girl Murong Xinxin. These 2 people, together with Xiao Xingyu, were all the members of the Qinglong Academy's participating delegation. Yo, Grand Genius Xiao is here. Although Murong Yangshua was eccentric, he did not annoy anyone. Brother Yangshua, good morning. Lu Jin, it's been a long time, you've gotten prettier again. Murong Xinxin was slightly stunned and looked at Xiao Xingyu with a strange look. Murong Yangshua just drank cola into his mouth and sprayed it all over the place. You kid, what did you call my sister?
Xiao Xingyu répéta-t-elle, Sigolda.
Why? Because the name Murong Xian is too long and troublesome to call. So I gave your sister a nickname, 6 gold. The word Xian was made up of exactly 6 gold. This was the basis for Xiao Xingyu's nickname. Murong Yangshua rolled up his sleeves. Hey, this violent temper of mine. Xiao Xingyu, you dare to nickname my sister, and the nickname is so vulgar. Believe it or not, Brother, sit down. Murong Xinxin snapped. Murong Yangshua was forced to interrupt his spell casting and obediently sat down, glaring at Xiao Xingyu with grudging eyes. Xiao Xingyu ignored Murong Yangshua's hostility and sat his butt next to Murong Xinxin. Lu Jin, how have you been lately? How is the progress of the Imperial Beast's promotion? My first Imperial Beast, Breakthrough Evolutionary Mature Body 2nd Stage. Second Imperial Beast, Awakened lightning attribute. Morong Yangshua was dumbstruck. Morong Xinshin and Xiao Xingyu were chatting naturally, which made Morong Yangshua feel very strange. This still my sister? She's actually chatting with a man? Even accepting the vulgar nickname of 6 gold? Where's the heavens? Where's the earth? This world is too crazy. A mouse is a bridesmaid to a cat. My sister has a man of her choice. It had to be said that Morong Yangshua was eloquent, suitable to be a rapper after retirement. Chapter 58. The grand tournament begins. Xiao Xingyu's battle to seal the deal. The flight took off. It took about 2 hours to fly from Dragon Hidden City to 4 Spirit City. In the cabin, Xiao Xingyu sat beside Morong Xinshin and gushed. Lu Jin, this is the first time I've sat in first class, and it feels pretty good. It's just that the flight attendants are almost interesting, not as good-looking as you. Legs aren't as good-looking as yours either. Your legs are whiter than the flight attendants. Several flight attendants couldn't help but roll their eyes at Xiao Xingyu, who didn't care. Morong Yangshua couldn't bear it anymore and said viciously, Xiao Xingyu, can you say less? With this energy, you might as well think about how to win the next match. Brother Yangshua, if I remember correctly, the Supernova competition also draws lots to determine the order of matchups, right? Morong Yangshua nodded his head slightly, his arms clasped in front of his chest as he emotionlessly explained. Before the official start of the competition, the 4 deans of the 4 major academies will conduct the drawing of lots. Today is the first day of the competition, and after the drawing of lots, the 4 major academies face off 2 by 2. After this round, 2 academies will advance to the next round and fight again tomorrow to determine the champion. Xiao Xingyu looked at the clouds and rolling mountains outside the porthole, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. I'm already looking forward to today's showdown. Morong Yangshua snorted coldly and poured cold water. Xiao Xingyu, I admit that you are the biggest dark horse in the 4 academies this year. But the players who can participate in the Supernova competition all have deep backgrounds and uncommon talent. I'm afraid you won't be able to win against those talented monsters with just your Hell's spectral wolf. Morong Xinshin, who had remained silent since getting on the airplane, suddenly spoke. It doesn't matter if you lose the fight. My brother and I will win all the matches and lead our Green Dragon Academy to the championship. Morong Yangshua's facial muscles twitched slightly. Sister, why are you always protecting this kid? Your elbow is turning outwards. Xiao Xingyu skimmed his lips. Rokujin, are you so down on me that you think I'll lose? Morong Xinshin said conspiratorially. After all, the Supernova competition is fair and just, those old 6 operations of yours that you stole from the chicken and dog don't come in handy at all. Xiao Xingyu held his forehead and laughed straight. You woman, you really hold a grudge. Morong Xinshin was very vindictive and could never forget that Xiao Xingyu had robbed her of more than 24 heads in the Nan Mountain trial. However, regardless of any previous feuds and grudges, this time, the 3 of them were all fighting on behalf of Qinglong Academy, and together they were defending the glory of Qinglong Academy. 12 o'clock at noon, the airplane landed. For Spirit City. It was a city close to the Imperial City, developed and prosperous with a lot of talents. The number 1 ranked Imperial Beastmaster Guild in the country Sky Prime Guild had its headquarters stationed in this city. On top of that, this city also had the largest number of 8-star Imperial Beastmasters, and there were even a few highly respected 9-star Imperial Beastmasters. For Spirit Stadium, this was the largest stadium in the country, and it usually didn't host any sporting events, but was instead used exclusively as a ring for Imperial Beastmaster competitions. The Supernova competition, jointly organized by the 4 major academies, was also held here. Before the competition had even officially begun, the audience was filled to capacity. Fully 100,000 spectators were watching live, which made the contestants inevitably nervous, fearing that they would make a mistake and make a fool of themselves in front of these 100,000 people. The host shouted loudly, "Next, let's invite the delegation of contestants from the 4 major academies to take the stage. First to appear is the Vermilion Bird Academy delegation. Please welcome the Xuanwu Academy delegation. Now ascending to the ring is the delegation from the White Tiger Academy. Every delegation that stepped onto the stage would receive cheers and screams from the entire crowd, simply because these children who stepped onto the ring were the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Xingyu's group was arranged to debut at the end. The host's voice was still high-pitched. Next, please welcome the last delegation to the ring. Let's give a round of applause to welcome the delegation of the Green Dragon Academy. As the president of the Green Dragon Academy, Su Ruyan was the first to ascend the ring. Her red hair was like waves of flames, swaying with the wind in a valiant manner. Behind Su Ruyan was Chun Chinian from the third-year class. This time, Chun Chinian assumed the position of coach. Immediately after, Xiao Xingyu, Murong Yangshua, and Murong Xinshin mounted the ring, and the three stood side by side. The Murong siblings all had long white hair, a symbol of the Murong family genes. Xiao Xingyu stood between the siblings, looking out of place. In the audience, the murmurs were significantly louder. "See that little handsome boy? He's this year's strongest dark horse, Xiao Xingyu. This kid is outrageous. He was forced off a cliff by a lava lion and tiger beast in the trial, and actually managed to survive. I also heard that Xiao Xingyu single-handedly killed a full-bodied magical beast when he participated in the 2-star test. Really? This is simply off the charts." The competition hadn't even started yet, but the legend about Xiao Xingyu's miracles had long spread to every corner of Four Spirit City. Xiao Xingyu was the only grassroots contestant in this competition, with no background, no power, just a poor boy from a small border town. It was this teenager from an ordinary background that had created one miracle after another, causing people to gather their eyes on him. Murong Yangshua disliked Xiao Xingyu's waist with his elbow. "You kid, you're very popular. There are quite a few of your fangirls in the audience. Brother Yangshua, keep a low profile. This is actually my most rookie time. Hey, saying you're fat, you're still panting." The host raised the microphone again. "Please invite the 4 deans to participate in the lottery ceremony." The deans of the 4 major academies came to the center of the ring one after another. In the center of the ring, an opaque lottery box was placed on the table. Dean Su, long time no see, in front of Su Ruyan, a bright and beautiful beauty walked in. The beauty's appearance was exquisite, but her face could not hide the traces of age, exuding the charm of a mature woman, with a lady's cigarette dangling from the corner of her mouth. "Dean Bamboo, we really haven't seen each other for some days." Bamboo Ching Language, the dean of White Tiger Academy. Su Ruyan and Bamboo Qingyue were rivals from their student days. Ever since the two had taken over the deanships of Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy respectively, the competition had intensified. Every year's Supernova competition was a good opportunity for the two women to compete against each other. In last year's Supernova competition, even though Su Ruyan held the trump card of Yi Shuangning in her hand, she still lost the final match due to a slight disadvantage. Bamboo Qingyu puffed smoke rings towards Su Ruyan, smiling. "Dean Su, last year our White Tiger Academy could win the championship. This year is just as good. You, Green Dragon Academy, don't have a chance again." Su Ruyan laughed coldly and counterattacked. "Surname Bamboo, don't be overconfident. This year, I have an ace of aces in my hand." "Ace of aces? Last year, you had that genius monster Yi Shuangning. Didn't you lose as well?" Su Ruyan's afterglow locked onto Xiao Xingyu, who was not far away. "This ace of mine is no worse than Yi Shuangning." In Su Ruyan's eyes, Xiao Xingyu was a special existence, and she was confident that Xiao Xingyu would once again perform an impossible miracle in the ring. Chapter 59 Empress Shangguan Lan, Dragon Power Breath? The drawing of lots is over. The results of the draw are announced. Vermilion Bird Academy versus Shen Wu Academy. Green Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy. After the results of the draw were announced, it caused everyone to talk about it. It should be known that last year, Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy met in the second round final, and there was a deep grudge between the deans of the two academies. Perhaps it was God's arrangement that in this year's Supernova competition, Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy met in the first round. Dean Su were really enemies. "I'll make your Green Dragon Academy lose ugly." Bamboo Qingyu held a lady's cigarette in her mouth, her face brimming with confidence. Su Ruyan swept Bamboo Qingyue with a scornful gaze and indifferently said, "We'll see." Right at this moment, 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. A powerful aura enveloped the entire open-air stadium. The cloud tore open a crack and a colorful unicorn descended from the sky. "Look, it's the 7-colored Holy Qilin. Lord Empress is here. Worthy of being the most beautiful woman in our dragon kingdom. This appearance, this body." After the 7-colored Holy Qilin landed, the auspicious clouds under its feet disappeared with it. On top of the Qilin's head stood a woman with a phoenix crown and cape. The woman's appearance was stunningly beautiful, her figure was graceful, and with the human's naked eye, one could not tell her age at all. This woman was the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguanlan. The moment Shangguanlan appeared, the entire world was eclipsed. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but look twice more and murmured, "This is the strongest imperial beast master of the Dragon Kingdom. This terrifying aura." Previously, Xiao Xingyu had only seen Shangguanlan on television and newspapers. Today, it was the first time Xiao Xingyu had seen Shangguanlan in person. Shangguanlan in real life was even more beautiful than in the TV footage. With her knitted brows and smile, she was gorgeous. Xiao Xingyu had to admit that this woman was the most beautiful woman in the entire Dragon Kingdom, without one. Even, this woman's beauty was not like a normal human, giving off a feeling of emptiness. The audience at the scene bent down and bowed, in order to welcome the Empress and send the highest etiquette of worship. Every year at the Supernova competition, Shangguanlan would parachute into the viewing platform to watch the contestants compete, and this year was no exception. Xiao Xingyu's attention was fixed on Shangguanlan's chest. He wasn't craving Shangguanlan's body, he was just looking at the star badges hanging all over Shangguanlan's chest. There were 11 star badges in total. As everyone knew, the number of star badges was linked to the segment of the Imperial Beastmaster. Common sense would say that Imperial Beastmasters were divided into 9 segments, that is, 1 star to 9 stars. 10-star Imperial Beastmasters were rare, personally authorized by Shangguanlan, and enjoyed a specific seal. Above the 10-star Beastmaster, it is not called 11-star Beastmaster, but Beast Emperor. The huge Dragon Kingdom, with its outstanding people, had produced several 10-star Beastmasters over the past 300 years. But there was only one Beast Emperor. That was Shangguanlan, the hand of the Dragon Kingdom, who ruled the entire kingdom and stood at the top of the pyramid. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god and locked his gaze on the 7-colored sacred qilin, the imperial beast under Shangguanlan's command. Name: 7-colored holy qilin. Rank: Godslayer body 3rd order. Bloodline: purebred qilin bloodline genesis quality. Talent: attributes: loyalty. Skills: Xiao Xingyu bit his lower lip and frowned. The reason why the demon god's eye was unable to detect a comprehensive attribute panel was because of the huge gap in rank. Currently, Xiao Xingyu was only a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, while Shangguanlan was an Imperial Beast Emperor who was above thousands of Imperial Beastmasters. When the difference in rank of the Imperial Beastmasters was too great, the eye of the demon god was unable to detect the comprehensive data of the opponent's Imperial Beasts. These series of question marks were a symbol of the rank gap. Lulu, you're wanted and hunted by this woman's order, so it's reasonable to say that there's no room for survival. So yeah, just be glad you met me. If it wasn't for me, you would have died 800 times already. Through the blood contract, Xiao Xingyu could communicate with the 9-tailed demon fox Dai Lu's soul. In Xiao Xingyu's ears, Dai Lu's voice was heard. Even though you brat talks hard, I can only admit it. That's right, if I hadn't met you, I would have been captured by this woman by now. Xiao Xingyu once again looked at Shangguanlan. It was as if a mysterious veil was shrouded over this woman, making it impossible to see what the real her actually looked like. The 7-colored holy qilin. It shouldn't be Shangguanlan's only imperial beast. Under her command, there should be even more powerful imperial beasts. Wait, something's not right. As Xiao Xingyu thought wildly, he suddenly detected a flash of something strange. When Xiao Xingyu released his divine sense, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. This is the aura of dragon power. Xiao Xingyu's eyes widened as he sensed a strand of pure dragon power in Shangguanlan's body. Lulu, this Shangguanlan, has a purebred dragon imperial beast under his command? Dai Lu wanted to speak, but finally spat out a few words. I don't know. Since the creation of the Imperial Beast Master Civilization, there were only 3 types of imperial beasts that possessed a creation-quality bloodline. They were the purebred dragons, the purebred phoenixes, and the purebred griffins. In terms of strength intensity, the dragons were the strongest, with the phoenix and griffin on par. However, according to historical records, the purebred dragon race had already died out for hundreds of years. But Xiao Xingyu was certain that his perception would not be wrong. He did sense the aura of dragon power in Shangguanlan. This woman, with the presence of dragon power in her body, must have contracted at least one purebred dragon imperial beast. Back when Lulu fled, she was still holding the dragon's tear, one of the 3 greatest treasures of the dragon clan, in her hand. All signs indicate that the era-spanning dragon-slaying battle back then was not that simple. Xiao Xingyu's thoughts fluttered when he was suddenly tapped on the head by Chan Qinian. Student Xiao Xingyu, the match is about to start. Why are you dazed? Director Chun, I'm sorry, I got lost in thought just now. The host announced, first round matchup, Green Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy. First, the individual match, both academies, each sending one player to battle. Chun Qinian's gaze moved back and forth between Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xinxin and Murong Yangshua. The first battle, it's crucial. Which one of you will fight? Murong Yangshua was just about to raise his hand when he was squeezed aside by Xiao Xingyu. Director Chun, let me fight the first battle. Student Xiao Xingyu, you look very confident. Chun Qinian smiled gratefully and patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. Murong Xinxin nodded in favor. It's good to let him be the first to fight. Even if he loses, my brother and I will take the blame. Lu Jin, you're looking down on me too much with those words, aren't you? Su Ruyan walked over and personally straightened Xiao Xingyu's clothes. Dean, you're suddenly so kind to me. It flatters me. Su Ruyan smiled and said, I'm a dead ringer for the White Tiger Academy's dean. Bamboo Qingyu, you know about this, right? I know. Xiao Xingyu nodded his head stupidly. Xiao Xingyu, if you lose the match and make me lose face in front of Bamboo Qingyu, I will. Su Ruyan clenched her fists. A murderous aura enveloped Xiao Xingyu's entire body. Xiao Xingyu got goosebumps. Dean, please rest assured. I will definitely win. Chapter 60 Unfavorable Start. Turning the tide against the wind? Over the years, the relationship between the Green Dragon Academy and the White Tiger Academy had always remained fiercely competitive. Moreover, the presidents of these two academies were arch-rivals who had been feuding for many years. By coincidence of the draw, this year's Supernova competition, the first-round matchup was Green Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy. This was a tournament that drew attention and conversation on the spot. Before Xiao Xingyu boarded the stage, Chun Qinian barked a few words. The people from White Tiger Academy are not easy to deal with, so when you get to the ring, don't take the enemy lightly. Also, be sure to stay calm during the match and find the enemy's weaknesses as soon as possible. Lastly, I'll remind you, what about the Empress Lord watching the battle live? Be sure to show off your talent as much as possible to give her a good impression. Chun Qinian's final reminder was crucial. The Supernova competition was not just a competition between the four great academies. It was also a good opportunity for the contestants to showcase themselves in front of the Empress Shangguanlan. If any of the contestants could make Shangguanlan's eyes shine and further gain Shangguanlan's attention, they would be able to obtain more resources and could have a great future in the future. Xiao Xingyu stole a glance at Shangguanlan on the viewing platform. In his heart, he secretly poked and prodded. The nationally known wanted criminal nine-tailed demon fox Delu is now my imperial beast. If this secret is discovered by Shangguanlan, Xiao Xingyu winced and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Until I have enough self-preservation, it's better not to get involved with this dangerous woman as much as possible. On the viewing platform, Shangguanlan glanced at his afterglow, locking onto Xiao Xingyu's back and frowning slightly. Immediately, Shangguanlan patted the head of the seven-colored holy Qilin. Sniff the scent of this youngster's body. The seven-colored sacred Qilin's nostrils opened and closed, sniffing Xiao Xingyu's body through the air. How? The seven-colored sacred Qilin raised its eyes to look at Shangguanlan and shook its head. The ripples in the depths of Shangguanlan's eyes returned to calm. Looks like I've misrecognized. No one knew what this Lord Empress of the Dragon Kingdom was thinking. The bell rang, signaling that the first match of the first round was about to open. Xiao Xingyu ascended to the much-anticipated ring, clad in a two-star imperial beast robe, with the pattern of a green dragon swinging its tail printed on his clothes. The host introduced in a loud voice. The first contestant sent by Green Dragon Academy is known as the biggest dark horse of this year's young generation. He doesn't have a family background. He's just a teenager who came out from an inconspicuous small city. But he has set multiple records and is a grassroots genius that is loved by the general public. He is Xiao Xingyu. In the audience, 100,000 people sent their applause, which was mixed with heated discussions and exclamations. In terms of topic and heat, Xiao Xingyu was the true king of traffic. At this time, on the other side of the ring, an inch-headed man walked up. The inch-headed man had a fierce gaze, an overbearing look, and was chewing gum in his mouth. The first player sent by White Tiger Academy is the son of Sword Tiger Guild President Lin Xiang. Lin Tianqi. The Sword and Tiger Guild was a royal beastmaster guild that ranked in the top 20 in the country. The president, Lin Xiang, was an 8-star imperial beastmaster with a formidable reputation and numerous battle achievements. In comparison, Xiao Xingyu, with his penniless origins, was a standard grassroots. The referee appeared on the stage. Both contestants, please summon your respective imperial beasts. The rules of the Supernova competition were rather special. The competition was divided into 2 battle modes. The first was an individual battle. The second was a team battle. The duel between Xiao Xingyu and Lin Tianji was an individual battle. In an individual battle, a player could only use 1 imperial beast. Only in a team battle could multiple imperial beasts be used. Xiao Xingyu opened his imperial beast crest and a black fireball appeared in the ring. The hell spectral wolf came out of the fireball and stood by Xiao Xingyu's side like a hill. When Lin Tianji saw this, a bad smile flashed across the corner of his lips. Sure enough, just as Dean guessed, this kid summoned the hell specter wolf to fight. Lin Tianji also opened the imperial beast heraldry, and the summoning spell array flashed with an exquisite aura. In a blink of an eye, sand and dust rolled around the ring, and a giant python rose up from the ground. The python was covered in crimson scales, grinning widely. Its 2 fangs were as sharp as knives, and the snake letters it spat out were covered in sticky venom. The situation is not good. The attributes are being restrained. In the preparation area, Murong Yangshua's face changed drastically. Murong Xinxin was usually quiet, but when it came to Xiao Xingyu, her words changed. Director Chun, can you let me switch with Xiao Xingyu? I'll deal with Lin Tianqi. Chun Chinian shook his head helplessly. According to the rules, once a contestant is on stage, he cannot be replaced. Murong Yangshua slammed his fist on the railing, indignant. Damn it! Our round has been clearly arranged by White Tiger Academy. The host let out an emotion. The sand burial red python summoned by Lin Tianqi completely restrained the Hell's underworld wolf summoned by Xiao Xingyu in terms of its attributes. This battle hasn't even started yet, but Xiao Xingyu is already in an unfavorable position. In the audience, people were murmuring, most of them not favoring Xiao Xingyu. Sand attribute imperial beasts. The Heavenly Grams fire attribute imperial beasts. In this round, I guess Xiao Xingyu will have a hard enough time. Yeah, in a same-level duel, attribute restraint is more important than bloodline suppression. Both players had already taken the stage. There was no room for reprieve in this match, and the referee immediately announced the start of the match. When the whistle sounded, the battle was instant. Lin Tianji chose to make the first move, maneuvering the sand burial red python to launch a surprise attack. The sand burial python sprayed out a mouthful of yellow sand. The sand particles, wrapped in the wind blade, formed a salon scroll that spiraled towards Xiao Xingyu. Black Striker Hell's Roar. Oh. The hell spectral wolf tilted its neck, accumulating flames deep in its throat, and spewed out a thick pillar of black fire. The pillar of fire collided violently with the yellow sand, intertwining and replaying as the surrounding air currents continued to distort.
Boom tilde.
After an explosion, boiling hot sand poured over the body of the hell specter wolf. At the wound, the fur fell off, and several blood blisters even formed. The hell spectral wolf showed its teeth and let out a ferocious low whine, but it did not dare to act rashly. The preparation area was the area closest to the ring. The Murong siblings and Chun Chinian could clearly see all the details of what had just happened within the first round. Murong Yangshua let out a long sigh. Alas, this is attribute restraint, and it has nothing to do with the royal beastmaster's own awareness, maneuvering, and vigor. Murong Xinxin looked at Chun Chinian, who was at the side. Chun Chinian was acting as the coach of the Qinglong Academy delegation this time, and was responsible for giving advice to the 3 players. Director Chun, in this round, does Xiao Xingyu still have a chance of winning? Chun Chinian's brows furrowed into a Chuan character as he carefully analyzed. The melting point of sand is 1713 C. To melt sand into glass, it needs a temperature of at least 2000 C. Obviously, the current hellfire released by the Hell Spectre Wolves has a temperature that is far from reaching this standard. Therefore, in the face of attribute restraint, the Imperial Beastmaster is powerless. In the ring, the battle continued. The Hell Spectral Wolf released hellfire continuously, a flame rising up to the sky as if it was magma erupting from a volcano. Unfortunately, the flames were not hot enough to melt the sand and could not hurt the sand burial red python in the slightest. In this battle, Xiao Xingyu was at an absolute disadvantage in the opening round. Murong Xinshin raised a rare eyebrow, his voice falling. Director Chun, from what you're saying, Xiao Xingyu is bound to lose? Chun Chinian suddenly shook his head. I was only stating the facts just now, and factually speaking, in front of attribute restraint, Xiao Xingyu will indeed lose. But don't forget, he's Xiao Xingyu. He's always capable of performing some impossible miracles. Isn't he? Chun Chinian's words pulled the Murong siblings' thoughts back to the past. Encountering the lava lion and tiger beast at Yinan Mountain, falling off a cliff on a rainy night, and encountering the crypt demon eye spider at the second star examination. It wasn't the first time Xiao Xingyu was in a certain death situation, and every time he was in a certain death situation, he was able to break the norm, subvert people's three views, and stage a miraculous turnaround against the wind. In the ring, Lin Tianji revealed a smug smile. Student Xiao, your imperial beast, is completely suppressed by my imperial beast. If you voluntarily surrender now, I can be merciful. Xiao Xingyu smiled and shot back. The battle has just begun. Just now was just a warm-up. Next I'm going to get serious. When this man got serious, it no longer mattered who the opponent was. Chapter 61 God's Operation, Skill to Amaze. Although it's a one-sided situation, the battle continues. I wonder how Xiao Xingyu will deal with Lin Tianji's crazy attacks next. Wait, this is... The host looked excited, and his voice became high-pitched and loud. We almost forgot that there's a layer of dark attributes on the Hell Spectre Wolf's body. Taking advantage of the gap between the Sand Burial Red Python's release of its battle technique, the Hell Spectral Wolf transformed into a shadow and dived into the ground, gliding against the ground. In an instant, the shadow dived behind the Sand Burial Red Python. The wolf shadow appeared, and its sharp claws were swung. The Hell Spectral Wolf's body leapt out of the ground, and a huge black claw mark emerged in midair. Claws of Silence. The Hell Spectral Wolf struck the Claws of Silence. The Claws of Silence, as everyone knew, was a dark attribute battle skill with a silencing effect. This battle skill didn't have much offensive power, but it could make the enemy fall into silence for 3 seconds. During the period of silence, the enemy Imperial Beast was unable to release any battle techniques. Lin Tianji's face changed slightly and he hurriedly ordered, "Counterattack!" Nay, the Sand Burial Red Python had just been marked by the Claws of Silence and was in the 3-second silence period, unable to release a battle technique to counterattack. Miso. In a flash, the Hell's Underworld Wolf swung out the Claws of Silence once again, steadily hitting the Sand Burial Python's head. The Sand Burial Python let out a painful hiss, and the side of its face showed the claw marks of the wolf's claws, making it look particularly wretched. The next moment was Xiao Xingyu's performance, his body's spiritual energy surging and raging, manipulating the Hell Spectre Wolf to release the Claws of Silence continuously. 1, 2, 3. 18. Friends of the audience, just now, the Hell Spectral Wolf unleashed the Claws of Silence one after another, hitting 18 consecutive strikes. These 18 consecutive hits, each one hit was stuck at the limit of 3 seconds. In other words, the Sand Burial Red Python was stupidly lying on its back in the ring, silent for a full 54 seconds. These 54 seconds were incomparably torturous for the Sand Burial Red Python, which could only withstand the attack stiffly, unable to use any battle techniques to counterattack. Rumble. A violent explosion was created in the ring. Dust flew up, and gusts of wind rose in all directions. The host yelled excitedly. The last Claws of Silence hit with a bludgeoning effect. On the viewing platform, Shangguanlan's lazy gaze once again fell on Xiao Xingyu's body. The first signs of a reversal of the battle situation appeared, and the entire audience let out cheers. Lin Tianji, sweating profusely, shouted, "Retreat!" In the ring, ordering one's imperial beast to retreat was a shameful thing. But at this moment, Lin Tianji had no other choice but to order the Sand Burial Red Python to retreat as a way to distance itself and avoid the Claws of Silence. The Claws of Silence was a close-range attack battle technique, and only by creating distance could it be effectively evaded. The Sand Burial Red Python obeyed its master's order, twisting its huge snake body and retreating to the edge of the ring in a grayish manner. Xiao Xingyu cocked his head and laughed. "Is this the only extent of your imperial beast? Provocation. This was naked provocation." Lin Tianji held back a fierce energy and gritted his teeth. "Xiao Xingyu. Next I will let you know what true attribute restraint is." Because he was afraid of the Hell Spectre Wolf's Claws of Silence, Lin Tianqi didn't dare to be careless and decided to take out his bottom card and end the battle with a single move. Quicksand Burial. Lin Tianqi shouted aloud, frantically urging the spiritual energy in his body. The sand burial red python let out a sharp hiss, its mouth spewing out a steady stream of yellow sand. For a moment, yellow sand filled the sky. The entire stadium seemed to be submerged in a sandstorm. The host's voice was slurred, and he kept poo-pooing, obviously having eaten a mouthful of sand. In the preparation area, Chun Chinyan's face gradually became grave. Quicksand burial. This is sand burial red python's strongest battle technique, Murong Xinshin rationally analyzed. Now that the ring has turned into a quicksand vortex, the hell spectral wolf doesn't have a chance to get close to the sand burial red python, and the claws of silence are useless. Murong Yangshua pursed his lips and muttered, "Xiao Xingyu, could it be that you're really going to lose?" At this moment, the large ring seemed to have turned into a vortex of quicksand in the desert. The center of the vortex generated a powerful suction force that continuously absorbed things around it. The limbs of the hell specter wolf were submerged in the quicksand. The flow of the quicksand was very fast, and the body of the hell's underworld wolf couldn't help but move towards the center of the vortex. With a helpless wolf whistle, the hell specter wolf fell into the quicksand and rolled into the center of the vortex. In full view of everyone, the body of the hell specter wolf gradually descended, leaving only a head exposed. The host breathed heavily, his face showing concern. "I have to admit, this battle, it seems to be nearing its end." The claws of silence certainly had a strange effect, but it was ultimately a flash in the pan. In the face of absolute attribute restraint, any maneuver by the Imperial Beastmaster is futile. If Xiao Xingyu is unable to find a way to break the game, then Lin Tianji will collect the victory in this match. When the head of the Hell's underworld wolf, too, was completely submerged under the quicksand, the balance of victory seemed to be completely tilted towards Lin Tianji. Lin Tianqi tilted his head and looked at Xiao Xingyu with contemptuous eyes. "Student Xiao, you lost." The big game had been decided, and the referee was ready to blow the horn for the end of the match. But at this moment, Xiao Xingyu didn't have any panic on his face. The eye of the demon god opened, and the data panel of the sand burial red python came into view. Mature body first order, epic bloodline. Aside from attribute restraint, the sand burial red python has no other advantage over my family's black striker. So as long as we solve the attribute restraint problem, we can easily turn the tables. Xiao Xingyu was frighteningly calm whenever he fought. He raised his head to look at the sky as he planned. Black striker Hell's Roar. Hearing his master's order, a pillar of black inflammation fire suddenly erupted from the center of the quicksand vortex. The pillar of fire continued to grow, just like the Qi Tian de Shang's weapon, expanding and lengthening, reaching into the clouds. The entire audience was in an uproar of incomprehension. No one could understand this wave of Xiao Xingyu's maneuver. The host was also puzzled. Audience members, I believe that like me, you also didn't understand Xiao Xingyu's operation, right? At this point in time, having Hell's spectral wolf release Hell's Roar, and that too towards the sky, makes no sense at all. Battle preparation area. Murong Yangshua shook his head while sneering. Hee, I thought this kid had some kind of bottom card, so he's running out of ideas. Chun Chinyan's eyes lit up. No, you underestimated him. This kid is trying an unprecedented fighting style. Flames burned the sky, and in the sky above the stadium, the wind suddenly rose. It's dark. No, it's dark clouds. It's cloudy. I remember there's no rain in the weather forecast. The air became moist. Swallows flew low and dark clouds rolled in. Rumble. Electricity flashed in the depths of the clouds, and the sound of thunder was like drums on a beacon. Murong Xinshin showed a surprised expression, turning from a reticent girl into a talkative girl, analyzing herself. Spraying hellfire towards the sky, the air expands due to heat, forming an updraft in the atmospheric circulation. The rising hot air cools in the clouds and forms small water droplets, which in turn contributes to localized rainfall. Water, but the nemesis of sand. Tick 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 tick. On the ground, sparse raindrops appeared. The raindrops became denser and denser, and a torrential downpour descended. In the ring, the sand burial red python became listless. The sand attribute imperial beast, the substance it feared the most was water. Under the wash of the torrential rain, the sand burial red python fell into exhaustion, and the light in its eyes dimmed by a few points. In the center of the ring, the quicksand vortex gradually collapsed into a puddle of muddy water. The hell spectral wolf stood up from the muddy water, the flames on its body growing more and more intense. The host was so moved by this that his voice went hoarse. Xiao Xingyu has broken the game. He utilized the laws of physics to create a rainfall that reversed the attribute restraint. Under the impact of the torrential rain, the sand burial red python has entered a weakened state. The thunder in the sky sounded a counterattack for Xiao Xingyu. The raindrops fell on the audience and everyone got goosebumps. Xiao Xingyu's divine maneuver had raised the spectacle of this battle to new heights. Chapter 62, taking the first win and the importance of the Empress. The pouring rain began to rage in the center of the city. Pillars of rain flew through the sky like thousands of sharp arrows, hurtling towards the faltering ring. Damn it! Lin Tianji's face was covered in rainwater, and in the face of the sudden turn of events, panic took root deep inside. The sand burial red python, which was originally in the absolute upper hand, had lost all the advantages it had accumulated in the early stages of the battle just because of this torrential rain. Cheer up! Lin Tianji shouted towards his imperial beast. Nay, the sand burial red python was unable to gather sand even after riveting its strength. The sand particles turned into a puddle of mud in the torrential rain, not posing the slightest threat to the hell specter wolf. Xiao Xingyu smiled shallowly. Student Lin, this battle, it's over. Black Striker Hellfire Lotus. Xiao Xingyu's eyes were steeply stern, and he dryly gave his orders. Ow! The hell spectral wolf roared angrily, and a flaming lotus flower erupted from its mouth. The lotus flower hovered in mid-air, expanding crazily in size until it enveloped the entire ring. In the audience, everyone's eyes widened, dismay and surprise written all over their faces. They had never seen such a huge fire lotus before. The black fire lotus was like a falling meteorite, ruthlessly hitting the sand burial red python's body. The host yelled with a hoarse voice. This is the hell spectral wolf's necessary killing technique, Hell Fire Lotus. In my 20 years of commentating on major Imperial Beastmaster competitions, I've never seen such a grand flaming lotus. The explosion triggered waves of fire that spread rapidly towards the surroundings. The entire stadium trembled, and the power system in a 10-block radius collapsed as a result. After an unknown amount of time, the smoke in the ring dispersed, and the broadcast image on the electronic big screen finally returned to clarity. In the center of the ring, the sand burial red python was curled up on the ground, rolling its eyes and foaming at the mouth, its huge body scorched by the hot flames. Lin Tianji fell to his knees, six-fold, his trembling hands propped up on the ground, looking like he was still unable to accept the fact that he had lost. The hell spectral wolf returned to Xiao Xingyu's side, head held high and majestic, displaying the Wolf King's temperament. The entire arena fell into a short silence. Everyone was still immersed in the shock from earlier, unable to extricate themselves. The referee blew the horn for the end of the match. This match is over. The winner is Green Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu. Applause and cheers from the audience broke the previous silence. Xiao Xingyu sealed the deal in one battle and became the center of attention for all the people. This kid is so powerful. He actually managed to turn the tide against the wind. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to break a sure loss game like attribute restraint. To be able to think of using the artificial rainfall method to reverse the attribute restraint, what a talent. Xiao Xingyu was a god in one battle. Not only was his strength highly recognized, but also his battle IQ. Imperial Beast Masters would always face various disadvantages in battle. Especially in this duel, Xiao Xingyu had an unfavorable start and encountered attribute restraint. If it were any other person of his age, he would have already panicked and would have suffered a defeat without being able to resist for a few rounds. But Xiao Xingyu never panicked, calmly analyzing the situation and creating a chance for himself to turn the tables. In the preparation area, Chun Chinian revealed a pleased smile. Morong Yangshua took a long breath and lamented. Director Chun, this Xiao Xingyu from your class? He's something, that's for sure. This kid is the genius that the dean cherishes the most. His battle IQ even makes people feel. Feel what? It feels to the point of being terrifying. Chun Chinian's sentence caused Morong Yangshua to shiver. Not to mention, it is indeed a bit scary. High up on the audience platform, the Dragon Empire Empress Shangguan Lan witnessed the entire process of this duel, taking in all the details. Besides Shangguan Lan, there was a female attendant accompanying her. Although this female attendant was inconspicuous, she was a 9-star Imperial Beast Master. Regarding this teenager's background identity, Investigate it. The female attendant handed over a report sheet. Lord Empress, it's already been investigated. On the report sheet, all of Xiao Xingyu's resumes since birth were listed. Even the black history of peeking at the widow next door's bath at the age of 6 was recorded in it. The background is still clean. It's worth cultivating. A flash of essence surfaced in the bottom of Shangguan Lan's eyes, her gaze locking onto Xiao Xingyu in the ring once again. For a moment, her pupils turned into a vertical shape. Vertical pupils, a characteristic of the purebred dragon race. Throughout all the imperial beasts and magical beasts in the world, only the purebred dragon race possessed vertical pupils. The first match ended with Xiao Xingyu accumulating the first point for the Green Dragon Academy. Lin Tianqi retired from the field and returned to Bamboo Qingyue's side, his head drooping, not daring to raise his head. Dean, I'm sorry for disappointing you. As the dean of the White Tiger Academy, Bamboo Qingyue couldn't afford to be angry due to her face and tried to keep her tone as flat as possible. It's okay, you didn't lose unfairly. That Xiao Xingyu is a ruthless character. Bamboo Qingyu side-eyed, looking at Xiao Xingyu, suspicion rising inside. I didn't expect that woman, Su Ruyan, to be so lucky as to obtain such a genius monster. If it's possible. Bamboo Qingyue's eyes flickered, her red lips smiled, and she moved her crooked mind to dig up the wall. This was not to be blamed on Bamboo Qingyue moving her crooked mind. After all, a genius monster like Xiao Xingyu, the dean of any Imperial Beast Academy, would inevitably have his heart moved and want to keep it for himself. Dean. Su Ruyan walked in front of Xiao Xingyu. Her normally iceberg-like cold face actually revealed a gentle smile. Student Xiao Xingyu, your performance was very good, especially that artificial rainfall, which fully demonstrated your battle intelligence. When all the matches are over, I will reward you properly. Su Ruyan raised her jade hand and patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. Chun Chinian returned to his words. Next, you two siblings, who will debut first? After Xiao Xingyu took the first victory, the second match instead had a certain amount of pressure. White Tiger Academy would definitely send out their best players in order to regain the disadvantage. Director Chun, I'll do it. Morong Xinshin grossly recommended himself. Chun Chinian nodded his head. Good. I'm relieved that you're playing the second match. The second match was of great significance. Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy each had 3 players, so it was reasonable to play 3 individual battles. But now that Xiao Xingyu had already taken the first victory, if Morong Xinshin took another victory, then the individual battle would already be over. Even if in the third match Morong Yangshua lost, the total score would still be 2-1, and it would still be a win for Qinglong Academy. Precisely because this match was important, Chun Chinian decided that he would send out Morong Xinshin. In terms of talent, Morong Xinshin was the king of kings in this class of freshmen at Green Dragon Academy. Lu Jin, go for it, you will win. I will silently support you behind you. Morong Xinshin froze for a moment. Although Xiao Xingyu was cheering her on, she always felt that something was strange. Xiao Xingyu, you rascal. Actually opening your yellow mouth to my sister? Brother Yangsha, don't lock my throat. Cough, cough, cough. It had to be said that the phrase, I will silently support you behind your back, was indeed prone to provoking ambiguity. Chapter 63, The Great Battle is imminent. Xiao Xingyu leaves the field. The second individual battle between Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy is about to start. After the staff restored the broken ring, the host once again shouted loudly. Walking onto the ring at this moment is Morong Xinshin, the talented young girl from Green Dragon Academy. Morong Xinshin appeared on the stage, causing the entire arena to boil. This white-haired beauty is the youngest daughter of Great General Morong? That's right. Look at her temperament. And that sharp look in her eyes. She has perfectly inherited Great General Morong's domineering aura. With her bloodline genes, her future won't be bad. The Morong family was one of the 4 great imperial beastmaster families of the Dragon Kingdom. The head of the Morong family, Morong Ashes, was a 9-star royal beastmaster and served as a Grand Admiral of the Dragon Kingdom's navy. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, the royal army was divided into the Navy, Land, and Air Force. The Army and Air Force also had their own leaders, which were the Army Grand Admiral Bai Yu and the Air Force Grand Admiral Lu Mingchu. Morong Ashes, Bai Yu, and Lu Ming Snap, known as the 3 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom, were the heroes in the eyes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and also the loyal subjects entrusted by the Empress Shangguan Lan. On the viewing platform, Shangguan Lan lightly sipped his hot tea and swept a glance at Murong Shinshin in the ring with his afterglow. This girl is Murong Ash's youngest daughter? The female attendant at the side nodded her head and responded, "That's right. She is the only daughter of great General Murong, with excellent talent." Shangguanlan instructed, "Keep an eye on this girl, and for Murong Ash's sake, prepare an invitation letter to the Imperial Soul Training Camp for her as well." The chambermaid was in a trance for a moment. "Lord Empress, you just said. Also?" The word "also" indicated that the invitation letter Shangguanlan wanted to send to Murong Shinshin was the second one. As for the first letter to whom? The waitress was confused. The first invitation to that teenager. Shangguanlan pointed at Xiao Xingyu in the preparation area. At the moment, Xiao Xingyu was playing around with Murong Yangshua without a proper form. The waitress was doubly surprised because Xiao Xingyu was the first ever grassroots teenager to receive an invitation to the Emperor Soul Training Camp. The Imperial Soul Training Camp was the devil training camp that was personally taught by the Empress Shangguanlan. Those who were able to participate in this training camp were the leaders of the younger generation. Xiao Xingyu did not know at this moment that he was being watched by the supreme power ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. "Brother Yangshua, the competition is about to start. Can you stop it? You brat. I'm warning you. Don't think ill of my sister, otherwise I—" Before Murong Yangshua could finish his vicious words, he was drowned out by the host's high-pitched voice. White Tiger Academy has sent out the strongest genius of this term, Zhou Knight. A man with a slim figure walked onto the ring. The man's appearance was handsome, and after the tear mole at the corner of his eyes, he was surprisingly a few points more beautiful than a beautiful woman. Facing the cheers of the 100,000 spectators, the man was calm and composed, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions on his face. From the temperament, there was no doubt that this was a ruthless character. "Brother Yangshua, this opponent of 6 gold, do you know anything about him?" Zhou Knight, of course I know him. His dad is the city lord of Yellow Smoke City. It's said that he has a strong talent and is good at harnessing the superpower lineage imperial beasts. Xiao Xingyu nodded, having a certain understanding of this handsome-looking man on the stage. The Dragon Country, in terms of geographical orientation, had 4 protectorate cities, located on the country's east, west, south, north, and south borders. Yellow Smoke City, located at the westernmost end of the Dragon Country, stood above the desert. The desert is lonely and the sun sets over the Yangtze River. Using this poem, the Yellow Smoke City could not be more appropriate. Zhou Knight's father, who was the lord of Yellow Smoke City, was considered a great general stationed at the border, and had sacrificed decades of his youthful years for the silent dedication of the entire country. After being a hero, Zhou Knight did not have the ruthlessness of a sinister villain on his face, but he had an aura that was intimidating. Xiao Xingyu muttered in a low voice, "Zhou Knight's aura, it seems very strong, worthy of being the son of the Yellow Smoke City Lord." In the next second, Xiao Xingyu was once again tragically locked in a chokehold. "Brother Yangshua, why did you lock my throat again? Who told you to grow others' ambition and destroy your own? My sister can definitely win against him." Xiao Xingyu hurriedly changed his words. 6 golds will win, 6 golds will win. Is that all right?" Murong Yangshua let go of his hand and looked towards the ring, his expression slightly worried. Xiao Xingyu sighed and sighed in his heart. Alas, this brother who is a brother says he believes his sister on his lips, but in reality, he still has no bottom in his heart. This duel was evenly matched. Zhou Knight was the strongest seeded player in this term of White Tiger Academy, and was the trump card in the hands of Bamboo Qingyue. Murong Shinshin, on the other hand, was the strongest gifted person in this term of Qinglong Academy. After all, he had just won the freshman ranking tournament. Xiao Xingyu had stopped at the top 8 due to injury. Both of these two had strong family backgrounds, and there wasn't much of a gap in terms of talent, so this battle would most likely go white hot, and it would be difficult to separate the winners from the losers for a while. "Both contestants, please summon your respective imperial beasts," the referee shouted. A gust of wind blew by. Right at this moment, Xiao Xingyu's ears rang with the voice of the 9-tailed demon fox. "I seem to have smelled the phoenix tail grass. Lulu, are you telling the truth?" Xiao Xingyu instantly became excited. The dew of the phoenix tail grass was one of the essential nutrients for cultivating the seeds of the heavenly soul vine beast. On the market, it was impossible to buy phoenix tail grass, and the zones where the phoenix tail grass grew were located in extremely dangerous areas such as the Western Glacier. With Xiao Xingyu's current strength, he simply did not dare to venture into those dangerous zones. "I can be sure," It's the smell of phoenix tail grass. This smell comes from the southeast direction, and it's only 2 streets away from us. The 9-tailed fox clan innately possessed a sense of smell that far exceeded that of other magical beasts. Xiao Xingyu would not question Dailu's sense of smell, turning around and walking to Chen Qinyan's side, his acting skills online, his hands covering his stomach with a pained expression. Director Chen, I'm going to the restroom. Go and come back quickly. Xiao Xingyu left the crowd and walked out of the arena. Lulu, are you sure this is the direction? Sure. The smell is getting stronger. In the ring, Zhou Knight opened the imperial beast coat of arms. A giant wolf with a snow-white body jumped out of the spell. On top of this giant wolf's head, there was also a sharp unicorn horn. The eyes of the giant wolf flashed with a scarlet light. The host introduced in a loud voice. Zhou Knight has summoned the evil pupil Cthulhu Wolf, a superpower department imperial beast with a rank of mature body second order. Murong Xinshin subconsciously glanced at the preparation area and only saw Murong Yangshua, who was cheering for himself, as well as his coach Chen Qinyan. Xiao Xingyu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Murong Xinshin frowned. That guy, where did he go? At this time, the host reminded. Murong student, the match is about to begin. Please summon your imperial beast. Xiao Xingyu suddenly left the field, which caused a ripple in Murong Xinshin's state of mind. With the match imminent, Murong Xinshin put the distracting thoughts behind him and opened his imperial beast crest. A large-sized eagle hovered in mid-air. Every feather of the eagle was a chilling ice crystal. The moment this imperial beast made its appearance, the surrounding temperature plummeted and the earth was shrouded in a layer of frost. Murong Xinshin summoned the snow-plumed demon hunter. This is her first imperial beast. The bone-winged bat beast that Murong Xinshin had previously used to participate in the Yinan Mountain trial was her second imperial beast. This snow-plumed demon hunter was Murong Xinshin's first imperial beast, and it was also the strongest imperial beast currently under her command. The battle was imminent, and the flavor of gunpowder was full. Chapter 64 War Giant Rhinoceros Emperor, befriending an 8-star imperial beast master. For Spirit City. Moon Pavilion Street. This street was the most lively bazaar in the entire city, and the stores along the street were basically royal beast shops or royal beast hospitals. At this moment, the street was crowded with people, and everyone was cheering and celebrating, as if they were welcoming the return of some big shot. Coming through. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Sorry, excuse me. Xiao Xingyu's silhouette was like a ghost, passing through the crowded people and arriving at the front of the crowd. In the center of the street, an army of imperial beast masters was passing through. The man at the head of the army was a bearded uncle aged in his 40s, with a hard look but dark skin. That rough face was weathered at first glance. Judging from the way they are dressed and the color of everyone's skin, this is an army from the western border of the Dragon Kingdom. By the man's side, he was followed by a huge-bodied imperial beast. It was a rhinoceros with an ethereal blue body, with a size that could top the size of 2 adult Asian elephants. The unicorn horn on the rhino's head shone with dazzling golden light. Its body was covered with thick and hard blue scale armor. Xiao Xingyu subconsciously opened the eye of the demon god, and the data panel surfaced in front of his eyes. Name: War Giant Rhinoceros Emperor. Rank: Beast Emperor Body Second Order. Bloodline: War Giant Rhinoceros Race Mythical Quality Bloodline. Talent: Roar of War. Roar can boost the morale of friendly troops, increase their attack and defense, while weakening the enemy's armor. Attribute: Superpower Department Mega Strength, Crushing. Loyalty: 150. Normally, the loyalty of a royal beast is 100 out of 100. However, if the imperial beast and the imperial beast master fought side by side for a longer and longer period of time and experienced more and more life and death crises, then the loyalty would also break 100 and increase with the increase in bonds. Hiss. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath after browsing the data panel. This big guy is actually a Beast Emperor Body Imperial Beast. No wonder the aura is as powerful as yours, Lulu. In Xiao Xingyu's mind, the voice of the 9-tailed demon fox Dailu was transmitted. This war giant rhinoceros emperor is a war giant beast clan. This race prefers to fight, and once had some overkill with our 9-tailed fox clan. Regarding the previous faults and grudges, Dailu did not elaborate. In short, the predecessors of all imperial beasts were magical beasts, which became imperial beasts only after being domesticated by the imperial beast master, for the imperial beast master to harness and drive. Xiao Xingyu's gaze moved from the war giant rhinoceros emperor to the bearded uncle. On Uncle Beard's chest, there was an 8-star insignia embedded, which was the symbol of an 8-star Imperial Beastmaster. An 8-star Imperial Beastmaster stationed at the western frontier is either an army lieutenant general or a... Xiao Xingyu was still secretly guessing when he heard the surrounding populace shouting. "Welcome home, City Lord Zhou. City Lord Zhou. You've worked so hard to station at the border day and night. This is a fresh egg laid by my old hen. Please accept it. You mustn't refuse our good intentions. You are a great hero of our Dragon Kingdom, and have done our 4 spirits city proud." Xiao Xingyu was stunned and muttered to himself. City Lord Zhou? The only ones who can be called city lords are the 4 city lords who are stationed in the 4 major cities along the east, west, south, north and south borders of the Dragon Kingdom. This city lord Zhou is from the western border, and the city he is stationed in is naturally Yellow Smoke City. Surnamed Zhou.
Xiao Xinjue sera flashed.
So it's Zhou Knight's dad, Zhou Xiong, the lord of Yellow Smoke City. On weekdays, for decades as one day, he was stationed at the western border, responsible for guarding the boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom against incoming magical beasts from outside the realm. From the vicissitudes of this man's face, as well as the scars of varying shades on the war giant rhinoceros emperor's body, it was not difficult to see how much blood and sweat this pair of masters and servants had put into this country. The aura of the phoenix tail grass came from the backpack on his body. In Xiao Xingyu's mind, Dailu's voice came again. The phoenix tail grass grows in the Laiku Glacier where a large number of magical beasts are encamped. Laiku Glacier is only a dozen kilometers away from Yellow Smoke City on the western border. No wonder Zhou Xiong was able to get his hands on the phoenix tail grass. Everything became reasonable. Dailu gave a reminder. With your current strength, you can't even wade into the Laiku Glacier where there are many high-grade magical beasts. If you want to obtain the phoenix tail grass in a short period of time, this is the only chance. Xiao Xingyu smiled bitterly. Lulu, easy for you to say. I'm not related to Zhou Xiong. I'm not related to him. I can't fight with him. Do you want me to steal it? Isn't your kid full of ghost ideas? Figure it out yourself. I'm a bit sleepy. Sleep? Lulu. The luster of the Imperial Beast crest on Xiao Xingyu's hand dimmed, which was equivalent to Dailu turning off the microphone. In the crowd, Xiao Xingyu cheered along with everyone else, celebrating Zhou Xiong's return. At the same time, Xiao Xingyu was brainstorming on how to obtain the phoenix tail grass from Zhou Xiong. Is it really only possible to steal it? Hee. I'm a 2-star Royal Beastmaster. To steal from an 8-star Royal Beastmaster, tired of living. Must find a way to outsmart. As Dailu said, Xiao Xingyu didn't have much of a conscience, but had many ghostly ideas. At this time, Xiao Xingyu observed a detail. Beside Zhou Xiong, the war giant rhinoceros emperor seemed to be a little restless, and kept emitting whimpers with pain. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god. His eyesight was greatly improved, and his pupils that flashed with red light were comparable to an optical microscope. What was invisible to the human eye, Xiao Xingyu could see. The war giant rhinoceros emperor's ears and eyes, in the skin of the armpits, deep in the hair, these parts were crawling with yellowish-brown insect eggs. Each worm egg was wriggling and would draw on the fat and blood under the war giant rhinoceros emperor's skin. Some of the insect eggs had matured and metamorphosed into ant-like creatures that tore into the war giant rhinoceros emperor's skin. These small bugs, unknown to normal people, were the source of the war giant rhinoceros emperor's unbearable suffering. Under the eye of the demon god, there was no place for any abnormality to hide. There is a way. Xiao Xingyu had a plan in mind. Little kid, what are you squeezing for? Ouch, hey! Xiao Xingyu stumbled and fell out of the crowd. Just at the moment when Xiao Xingyu was about to fall, a large and powerful hand held his shoulder. Little brother, are you all right? Zhou Xiong's voice, like his name, was domineering and strong. Many thanks to City Lord Zhou. The clothes on Xiao Xingyu's body caught Zhou Xiong's attention. You are a student of the Green Dragon Academy? Xiao Xingyu nodded his head. Zhou Xiong revealed an approving gaze and patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. To be able to enter the 4 major academies, your talent must not be bad. I hope you can become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Zhou Xiong once again sized up Xiao Xingyu. A tough man in the hall, his eyes became much softer. Your age is similar to my son. My son has also been admitted to the 4 great academies, but not the Green Dragon Academy, but the White Tiger Academy. Zhou Xiong's son was Zhou Knight. Meanwhile, on the ring of the Supernova competition, Zhou Knight was dueling with Morong Xinshin. Since he had managed to get Zhou Xiong's attention, Xiao Xingyu struck while the iron was hot and went straight to the point. City Lord Zhou, your Imperial Beast War Giant Rhinoceros Emperor, seems to have gotten sick, right? Zhou Xiong frowned. Why do you say that? Its expression looks painful. Its eyes are wet and red. It obviously suffers from neurasthenia. Its fur has no luster, and it has been eating and sleeping badly for years. If I'm not wrong, as soon as it rains, it will be covered in rippling red spots, and even skin ulcers. Xiao Xingyu's words caused Zhou Xiong to be stunned, followed by an incredulous look. How do you know all this? Because I am a royal beast doctor. Chapter 65 Against the Heavens Medical Skills, Medicine to the Disease. What did you say, you're a royal beast doctor? Zhou Xiong picked at his ears, thinking that he had heard wrong. Xiao Xingyu pulled out his pocket and took out a business card and handed it over. Zhou Xiong took the business card and glanced at it, then raised his eyes to re-examine the teenager in front of him. You're the Tsangdong Guild's special pharmacist? The business card has our guild's exclusive stamping on it. It won't be faked. The Tsangdong Guild was the second-ranked guild in Dragon Hidden City, and even if you looked at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it could be ranked in the top 50. For guilds of this level, the special pharmacists were usually great god-level imperial beast doctors with excellent medical skills, the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the bigwigs. Little brother, I know that the guild stamping won to be fake, but you are at this age. City Lord Zhou, you just said that since ancient times, heroes come out of youths, didn't you? Xiao Xingyu's rhetorical question caused Zhou Xiong to laugh dumbly. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xiong asked, since little brother is a professional royal beast doctor, then you can help me diagnose my royal beast. Xiao Xingyu walked over to the war giant rhinoceros emperor's side, and with the microscope effect of the eye of the demon god, he pinpointed the location and pulled out a rice-sized bug from its fur. The bug looked like a tawny ant with a circle of sharp, serrated teeth in its mouth. City Lord Zhou, you have been stationed at the western frontier for many years. This kind of bug should not be strange to see. Shaman mistletoe. That's right, it's the shaman mistletoe. Next, Xiao Xingyu's eyes glittered with wisdom as he spoke eloquently in front of Zhou Xiong. The shaman mistletoe is an even more ordinary insect-type magical beast, with a bloodline of inferior quality, no attributes, and no combat power. Because of its own characteristics, the Sandman treant is usually found in dry desert areas. The western border city of the Dragon Kingdom that you are stationed at Yellow Smoke City is built on top of a desert. Zhou Xiong narrowed his eyes. You have been to Yellow Smoke City? I have not been there. Then why do you know so much about it? Because the imperial beast disease caused by the Shamansworn falls under my scope of treatment. Under Zhou Xiong's slightly skeptical gaze, Xiao Xingyu continued, the Sandman mistletoe likes to parasitize underneath the fur of large imperial beasts. This kind of magical beast is non-toxic and won't be fatal to imperial beasts. But they will crazily lay eggs and suck the fat and blood under the skin of the imperial beasts. Over time, it will cause the imperial beasts to suffer from a serious skin disease, and their bodies will be sore and itchy. Because of the strange itchiness, this triggers symptoms such as emotional agitation, neurasthenia, loss of appetite, as well as perennial insomnia. Although Zhou Xiong remained silent, it was not difficult to tell from his facial expression that Xiao Xingyu's words all hit the nail on the head. After thinking about it, Zhou Xiong asked, little brother, do you have a way to treat it? Xiao Xingyu nodded bashfully. If you have the time. I have time now. In order to get the phoenix tailgrass, Xiao Xingyu would even snatch the answer. Come with me, Dr. Xiao. Zhou Xiong took another look at the business card and changed his address to Xiao Xingyu. The title Dr. Xiao represented Zhou Xiong's recognition of Xiao Xingyu. 20 minutes later, Zhou Mansion, a meritorious official like Zhou Xiong, who had spent decades of his youth stationed at the border for the sake of his country, naturally had a luxurious villa courtyard. The courtyard was huge, like a royal garden. In addition to the main residence where he lived, there were also multifunctional areas such as an entertainment room and a convalescent room. Xiao Xingyu was brought to the Imperial Beast Healing Room by Zhou Xiong. Dr. Xiao, I won't hide it from you. This thing called the Shaman's Bird is making our Yellow Smoke City's Imperial Beast Masters suffer. For example, my Imperial Beast War Giant Rhinoceros Emperor. When it rains, Red spots appear all over his body. Itching is unbearable. He can't eat or sleep well, and his fighting condition is getting worse and worse. This was the abominable part of the shaman bird. It would not cause life-threatening danger to the imperial beasts, but it would torment the imperial beasts day in and day out, even triggering their mental illnesses, leading to an increasing decline in their fighting condition. Zhou Xiong paced with his hands behind his back and sighed. Over the years, I have also hired quite a few renowned imperial beast doctors, but none of them were able to eradicate the shaman sworn from the war giant rhinoceros emperor. Our Yellow Smoke City, where thousands of imperial beast doctors are stationed, almost all of the imperial beasts under the command of the imperial beast doctors have suffered the torture of the shaman mistletoe. Xiao Xingyu confidently said, City Lord Zhou, you don't need to worry. With me, I will eradicate the shaman trematode from the war giant rhinoceros emperor. Dr. Xiao, then please. Zhou Xiong did not wear colored glasses to look at Xiao Xingyu just because he was young, but chose to trust this teenager. After all, to be able to analyze the condition of the war giant rhinoceros emperor in a short period of time, this alone was not something an ordinary person could do. City Lord Zhou, I need some herbs. Just give me your orders. I have all kinds of herbs at home. Big families like Zhou Xiong had private medicine stores at home, comparable to the royal beast shops outside. Xiao Xingyu came to the medicine cabinet and started grabbing and dispensing medicines, his mouth still chanting. 15 grams of falling silver petals, 20 grams of geranium grass, 25 grams of Poria flame ling. After dispensing the basic prescription, Xiao Xingyu took out another jar from his pocket. It contained the exclusive secret remedy potion that Xiao Xingyu had concocted last week. Pouring all the herbs, as well as the exclusive secret recipe potion into the casserole, it was boiled for half an hour. In the end, Xiao Xingyu extracted a bottle of about 50 milliliters of purple essence potion. City Lord Zhou, this is a medicinal liquid that specializes in treating shamans' cranes, purple spirit essence. Just have the war giant rhinoceros emperor take it, the effects will be quick. Zhou Xiong was cautious and asked, after taking it, will there be any after effects? It is said that medicine has 3 poisons, but the purple spirit essence that I developed is non-toxic and non-polluting, so the imperial beasts can take it without fear of after effects. As the common saying goes, if you doubt someone, you can't use them. Since Zhou Xiong chose to believe Xiao Xingyu, he would believe to the end. Be good, drink it. Zhou Xiong stroked the war giant rhinoceros emperor's fur, while pouring the purple spirit essence into its mouth. After taking it, in the first minute, the war giant rhinoceros emperor's blood-filled eyes regained their hydration and the blood filaments decreased. In the second minute, the war giant rhinoceros emperor's fur recovered its luster from dryness. In the third minute, the war giant rhinoceros emperor peacefully lay down on the ground and entered dreamland. Zhou Xiong was moved by this. This fellow, it has been a long time since he slept so soundly. Just as the war giant rhinoceros emperor was snoring, a large number of shaman trematode as well as the eggs of shaman trematode were shed from its fur. The medicine worked, and it was immediate. In less than 5 minutes, the last sandman trematode on the war giant rhinoceros emperor's body shed and crashed to the ground, turning into a puddle of blood and water. This medicine, it's truly divine. Zhou Xiong clapped his hands in praise. Dr. Xiao, in the future, I know what City Lord Zhou is worried about. Xiao Xingyu patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, the shaman sworn as well as the bug eggs on the war giant rhinoceros emperor have all been gotten rid of. Moreover, the medicinal effect of the purple diamond essence will stay in the war giant rhinoceros emperor's body forever, giving its skin a special flavor. This flavor is not pungent and is harmless to humans, and at the same time, this flavor will make the shaman trivially avoid it and not dare to parasitize it. That is to say, when you return to Yellow Smoke City, the war giant rhinoceros emperor won't suffer from the shaman trematode. Xiao Xingyu either didn't make a move. As long as he made a move, he was bound to eradicate the disease. You kid! What a divine doctor! Zhou Xiong was thrilled. Xiao Xingyu had done him a great favor and made him owe him a huge favor. Xiao Xingyu had made another human connection without any effort. Chapter 66 Phoenix Tailgrass arrives. Magic Firefly Flower Reservation. Divine Dr. Xiao, stay and have a cup of tea. Then I'll be respectful. The introduction of the purple spirit essence was more than just curing the war giant rhinoceros emperor. This potion, which was developed by Xiao Xingyu, could easily get rid of the shaman sworn in the imperial beast's body. It was important to know that far away in the Yellow Smoke City on the western border of the Dragon Kingdom, All the imperial beasts under the command of the imperial beast masters within the city suffered from the torture of shaman's snare year after year. Zhou Mansion, the living room of the main residence. Zhou Xiong did his best to show the friendship of the landlord and entertained Xiao Xingyu with the best tea. Divine Dr. Xiao, this Yunnan pu'er tea leaves, only found at the border of Yellow Smoke City, has a soft taste, sweet flavor, and not astringent. Try it. Xiao Xingyu took a sip of the tea and smiled nervously. City Lord Zhou, I'm just a rough man from a small city. I don't know how to taste tea, so I'll let you break the bank. What kind of words are these? You are the benefactor of the war giant rhinoceros emperor. If it wasn't for you, this imperial beast of mine would still have to suffer immensely, being sucked of fat and blood by those shaman Trivoli. After taking the purple spirit essence, the war giant rhinoceros emperor's state had greatly improved, and with only a few more days of rest and recuperation, its strength would be able to return to its former peak. After a cup of tea, Zhou Xiong could no longer resist and went straight to the point. Divine Dr. Xiao, you should be able to guess that within Yellow Smoke City, the Imperial Beastmaster unit under my banner, which has thousands of members, has imperial beasts under its command that are all suffering from shaman sworn. If the purple spirit essence you developed can be mass-produced, and I bring it with me when I return to Yellow Smoke City next week, it can really solve a big problem. Zhou Xiong's intentions were simple and clear. He wanted Xiao Xingyu to provide a large amount of purple spirit essence. Xiao Xingyu did not reply in a hurry, but instead frowned and bowed his acting skills. City Lord Zhou, developing purple spirit essence is very draining of my energy. Zhou Xiong patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder and laughed cheerfully. Don't worry. How can I let Divine Dr. Xiao waste his strength for nothing? City Lord Zhou, what do you mean? You may as well say a number. I'll write you a check for any amount you want. Zhou Xiong was a national meritorious elder, and being stationed in Yellow Smoke City was an extremely dangerous job. High risk meant high gain. Zhou Xiong's military pay salary did not have to be worse than the annual earnings of a large Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Xiao Xingyu shook his head. I'm not interested in money. This sentence almost made Zhou Xiong laugh. You don't want money? Then what do you want? Xiao Xingyu also stopped hiding and said bluntly, Phoenix tail grass. Phoenix tail grass? What Xiao Xingyu demanded surprised Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong paused and opened the backpack on the sofa. Inside the backpack, it was filled with all sorts of evolutionary materials required by imperial beasts, all of which were expensive heavenly treasures. Among them were 3 small plants that emitted a light blue luster, giving off a strong sense of mystery. Xiao Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he could be certain that this was the phoenix tail grass that he had his heart set on. From his backpack, Zhou Xiong took out these 3 phoenix tail grasses and narrated their provenance. This phoenix tail grass, which grows in Ligu Glacier, is very close to Yellow Smoke City where I am stationed. As far as I know, the phoenix tail grass isn't considered a valuable medicinal herb, and after taking it, it can only increase some basic attributes for the imperial beasts. As Zhou Xiong spoke, his eyes landed on Xiao Xingyu, and he asked suspiciously, Divine Dr. Xiao, you've done me a great favor this time, and you only need such a small reward? I still hope that City Lord Zhou will fulfill it. Just as well, I'll give it to you. Zhou Xiong offered the 3 phoenix tail grasses with both hands. Xiao Xingyu suppressed the joy in his heart and took the phoenix tail grass. The touch of these 3 small plants was a bit like clouds or cotton, light and thin in general, and a slight hint of coolness. Divine Dr. Xiao is so interested in phoenix tail grass. Obviously it has other values. It's just that those of us who are only rough men who can only march and fight in wars don't know anything about it. Zhou Xiong was, after all, a big man who had been in the battlefield for a long time. He could guess that the phoenix tail grass had other effects, but he did not know the specifics. Xiao Xingyu smiled bashfully and changed the topic. By the way, Zhou City Lord lives in Yellow Smoke City all year round, and is very close to the Ligu Glacier, so can you do my juniors another favor? But there is no harm in speaking. I need a demon glow flower. Zhou Xiong thought about it and had an impression in his mind. The devil glow flower, like the phoenix tail grass, also grows in the Ligu Glacier. This thing is a bit toxic, and there are often some mutant species of high-level magical beasts in the vicinity of the devil firefly flower. If it makes things difficult for City Lord Zhou, then consider it as if I didn't say anything. Zhou Xiong turned his words around. Although it is difficult to pick, but if Divine Dr. Xiao wants it, I will just pick one for you. Xiao Xingyu was ecstatic inside. In this way, the phoenix tail grass and the demon firefly flower were in hand. All that was missing was the feces of a beast god body magical beast, and he would be able to successfully cultivate that seed in the system's warehouse into an ancient plant lineage imperial beast of the illusory god's bloodline. The
Heavenly soul vine biast.
Xiao Xingyu was elated and made a promise. City Lord Zhou, you are returning to Yellow Smoke City next week, aren't you? That's right. I promise to develop and blend enough purple diamond essence for thousands of imperial beasts before your return journey, so that you can easily bring it back to the imperial beastmaster warriors of your troops. Zhou Xiong smiled joyfully like a child and instantly got up, extending his hand towards Xiao Xingyu. A promise. A promise is a promise. Xiao Xingyu shook hands with Zhou Xiong, and the old and the young looked at each other and smiled, just like best friends who had forgotten their years. Over and over, the two became close, not just friends, but also partners. Zhou Xiong wrapped his arm around Xiao Xingyu's shoulders, and his address produced a change. Older brother Xiao, stay and have dinner at my house tonight. Let's have a drink as we chat with each other. Xiao Xingyu's face showed a difficult expression, and only then did he remember the main event. Big brother Zhou, I won't hide it from you. I snuck out. Sneaking out? From where did you sneak out? Xiao Xingyu answered truthfully. Zhou Xiong was taken aback. So you flew all the way from Green Dragon Academy to Four Spirit City to participate in the Supernova competition. Xiao Xingyu nodded coyly. What a coincidence. My son is also participating in the Supernova competition. You should have run into him. His name is Zhou Knight. At this time, in the ring of the competition, your son should be doing battle with my teammate. Xiao Xingyu had never laughed so awkwardly before. Let's go watch the battle. By the way, let's meet Lord Empress, after all. She watches the Supernova competition every year. Zhou Xiong pulled Xiao Xingyu and headed towards the stadium. The scene of the Supernova competition. The commentator's seat. The host's voice was smoking from shouting. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has entered the white heat. This is truly a duel between geniuses and geniuses. The battle has lasted for a whole hour and there's still no winner. Zhou Knight and Murong Xinshin don't have much spiritual energy left. On the ring, Murong Xinshin's lips were dry and her temples were wet with fragrant sweat. Zhou Knight wasn't much better, his face slightly pale. For the young Imperial Beast Masters, protracted combat was a great exertion. This duel lasted for an hour, and there was still no winner. Classmate Murong, you seem to have been distracted from the start. Zhou Knight's words poked at Murong Xinshin's heart. Because Xiao Xingyu suddenly left the field and never came back. This caused Murong Xinshin to be distracted from time to time, glancing at the preparation area a dozen times with his afterglow. Xiao Xingyu? He's back. Murong Xinshin looked at the preparation area for the 18th time and finally saw a familiar figure. Just a moment ago, Xiao Xingyu returned to the battle preparation area. Chapter 67, The Strongest Counselor, Seeing Through the Enemy's Weaknesses. You're finally back. After going to the restroom for an hour? Murong Yangshua saw the returning Xiao Xingyu beside him and his face questioned. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his stomach and prevaricated. People have 3 urgencies: diarrhea. Diarrhea pulling for an hour. Should have pulled 10 pounds, right? Brother Yangshua, don't flirt with me. How is the battle going now? As you can see, the battle has entered white heat, and there is no winner yet. Xiao Xingyu raised his eyes to look. Both Imperial Beast Masters in the ring were in bad shape, their spiritual energy on the verge of exhaustion. Above Murong Xinshin's head, a domineering eagle hovered. The eye of the demon god opened, and Xiao Xingyu saw the detailed data panel. Name: Snow Plume Demon Hunter. Level: Mature Body Second Order. Bloodline: Mythic Quality Bloodline. Talent 1. Eagle's Eyes has a powerful field of vision, can capture the enemy's dead spots and soft spots. Talent 2. Extreme Cold Storm. After suffering an enemy attack, frost ripples erupt around the body, increasing the shield. Attribute: Flight, Ice. Loyalty: 99. This Imperial Beast was Murong Xinshin's first Imperial Beast, the Snow Plume Demon Hunter. From the data panel, the Snow Plume Demon Hunter's talents and abilities were very superior. However, in this duel, the Imperial Beast summoned by the enemy was equally ruthless. The Imperial Beast summoned by Zhou Knight was an evil pupil wolf. The evil pupil Tsang wolf belonged to the superpower system of Imperial Beasts and possessed the special ability to cause illusions to the enemy. Both sides took a breath and the battle continued. Murong Xinshin urged his few spiritual powers and ordered the Snow Plume Demon Hunters to release their signature battle technique. Winter Descent. Murong Xinshin clenched her teeth and droned. The snow plume demon hunter let out a shrill chirp and flapped its huge wings as densely packed ice cones descended from the sky. Zhou Knight did not mess up and kept a clear head at all times. Pupil technique shadow divergence. This was the most headache-inducing battle technique of the evil pupil Tsang Wolf. The main body instantly split into 12 doppelgangers. With the main body plus the 12 doppelgangers, a total of 13 evil pupil pale wolves appeared in the ring. In everyone's field of vision, the main body and the doppelgangers were exactly the same. There was no difference to be seen at all. Even the hair parting and facial micro-expressions were like copy and paste. Not only that, the figures of the 13 evil pupil pale wolves flashed back and forth in the ring, even exchanging positions with each other. In the preparation area, Murong Yangshua was filled with anxiety. Damn it, this battle technique is too lascivious. Who can tell the difference between the split body and the main body? Although the Snow Plume Demon Hunter's battle technique was a ranged attack, there was a limited number of ice picks shot out each time, and it was impossible to hit 13 evil pupil pale wolves at the same time. Murong Shinshin could only guess wildly and perform selective attacks. Puff. Whenever the ice picks hit the evil pupil pale wolf's doppelganger, the doppelganger would explode and turn into a cloud of white mist that dissipated with the wind. Puff. Poof. Poof. The doppelgangers exploded one after another, which meant that the Snow Plume Demon Hunter's attacks never hit the main body. When all 12 of the doppelgangers were stabbed by the ice picks, the only remaining evil pupil pale wolf was obviously the main body. However, within the next second, the main body re-devolved into 12 more doppelgangers. In the ring, the famous scene of 13 evil pupil Tsang wolves appeared once again. This time, Zhou Knight launched a counterattack. From different angles and directions, the 13 evil pupil Tsang wolves leapt high into the air and tore into the Snow Plume Demon Hunter hovering in the air. The Snowy Plume Demon Hunter let out a wail of pain and frantically flapped its feathered wings in an attempt to shake off these evil pupil pale wolves. Xiao Xingyu watched all of this. The evil pupil Tsang wolf's doppelgangers actually have real combat power as well, and can inflict real damage on the Snow Plume Demon Hunters. It's a bit interesting. The Snow Plume Demon Hunter released the power of frost, and the sound of the ice pick piercing through the doppelganger was like the sound of a popcorn machine exploding. The only main body landed steadily, panting. Just now, the evil pupil pale wolf's mental energy was consumed immensely by creating successive doppelgangers. The Snow Plume Demon Hunter was covered in bite marks left by sharp wolf teeth, and blood stained the white feathers. The host sighed helplessly. Alas, in this battle, both sides are killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. As the battle progressed, the two had little spiritual energy left. However, it was now impossible to tell who had the advantage and who had the disadvantage. The Snow Plume Demon Hunter's attacks were ferocious, but it was unable to hit the evil pupil pale wolf's body. Although the evil pupil Tsang wolf was able to create doppelgangers and utilize them to confuse its opponents, every time the doppelganger was pierced by an ice pick, it would also suffer some backlash and its spiritual energy would become withered. After observing the situation, Chun Chinian guessed, unsurprisingly, by the time the two men's spiritual energy is depleted, the winner will still be undivided and it will be a tie. In the Supernova competition, winning and losing was common, and a tie was rare. The triggering condition for a tie was when both sides ran out of spiritual energy but did not distinguish a winner from a loser. Chun Chinian's analysis was not wrong. With the current situation developing, both Murong Shinshin and Zhou Knight would run out of spiritual energy, and then the referee declared the round a draw. Student Murong Yangshua. Director Chun, what's wrong? By the looks of it, this round will be a tie, so you'll have to prepare in advance to go on stage. Originally, everyone had hoped that Murong Shinshin would take the victory, so that together with the victory that Xiao Xingyu had taken earlier, in the individual battle, Qinglong Academy would have a 2 o'clock score advantage over White Tiger Academy, steadily suppressing it. However, if Murong Shinshin and Zhou Knight fought to a draw, then it would be necessary for Murong Yangshua to take the stage and face off against the third player from White Tiger Academy. The battle is nearing its end, and the spiritual energy of both players, both have only about 5% left. It seems like the big picture is set. This round will end in a tie between the two sides. Not only the host, but also the entire audience. All thought that this match would end in a draw. Xiao Xingyu raised his head and looked at Murong Shinshin in the ring. At this time, Murong Shinshin's afterglow glanced at Xiao Xingyu, and the two of them locked eyes. I can tell from Lu Jin's eyes that she wants to win. This girl's competitive nature is still quite cute. I'd better find a way to help her. Xiao Xingyu once again opened the eye of the demon god. Battle observation stage. Beside Empress Shangguanlan, a bearded uncle appeared. This bearded uncle was the city lord of Yellow Smoke City, and a forgotten friend that Xiao Xingyu had just befriended. City Lord Zhou, come back and have a good rest this time. It's been hard work stationing at the border all year round. Lord Empress, I fought for the Dragon Kingdom. There's nothing hard about it. One was the king of a country, and the other was a meritorious veteran. Zhou Xiong spoke carefully. After all, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Shangguanlan glanced at Zhou Knight in the ring. Tiger fathers don't have sons. This son of yours has good talent and can keep a cool head in battle. I will consider giving him an invitation to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. On behalf of my family's Knight son, I would like to thank Lord Empress. An invitation to the Emperor Soul Training Camp was so golden that it wasn't something an ordinary person could get. Currently, Shangguanlan had identified 3 candidates, Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xinxin, and Zhou Knight, all of whom would receive invitations to the Emperor Soul Training Camp. Zhou Xiong, Murong family's girl, really powerful. My son is not bad. This game should be a tie. Shangguanlan's ancient, unperturbed eyes suddenly set off waves. The situation has changed. Murong girl has the upper hand. Your son is in danger. Chapter 68. The Empress is once again on Xiao Xingyu. The time went back to 5 minutes ago. The situation in the ring was finalized. At the moment when both players were about to run out of spiritual energy, the winner was not yet decided. Just when everyone thought that the match would end in a tie, Xiao Xingyu quietly opened the eye of the demon god. The eyeballs appeared blood red, and strange runes appeared around the pupils. In Xiao Xingyu's field of vision, the 13 evil pupil wolves could be seen. Xiao Xingyu's eyes flashed and the corners of his lips rose slightly. So this is it. The subtle differences between the evil pupil pale wolf's main body and its doppelganger were seen through by the eye of the demon god. The way to break the situation has been found. The next step is to remind the 6 gold. Wanting to remind Murong Xinxin without God realizing it was a technical job. There's a way. In the ring, Murong Xinxin's face was covered in sweat, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. I've tried my best. It looks like it can only be a tie. Murong Xinxin was clear about the current situation. There wasn't much spiritual energy left, and it was impossible to defeat Zhou Knight. Suddenly, Murong Xinxin's afterglow was attracted by Xiao Xingyu. Murong Xinxin slightly twisted his head and looked sideways at his teammate in the preparation area. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was facing Murong Xinxin, continuously making the deep breath gesture. This guy, he's acting weird again. He's like a little kid. He doesn't have a straight face. Murong Xinxin secretly spat out, but she suddenly fell into a trance. Take a deep breath. Breathe. Right. That's the detail I didn't notice, is breathing. Murong Xinxin's quick thinking and tacit understanding with Xiao Xingyu quickly comprehended the hint from Xiao Xingyu. The battle continued. This time, Murong Xinxin was the first to attack. Not much spiritual energy is left on both sides. The next moment is the decisive battle. If there are no accidents, after both of them run out of spiritual energy, it will be a draw result. Wait, an accident seems to have happened. Unbelievable. The Snow Plume Demon Hunter actually hit the evil pupil pale wolf's body with a single move. The host's cry was the heartbeat of the entire audience. Just a moment ago, Murong Xinxin maneuvered the Snow Plume Demon Hunter and suddenly applied a cold arrow, flapping its wings to shoot out several ice cones.
Bricla.
It was the sound of the sharp edges of the ice picks piercing through flesh and blood. In the ring, the 12 evil pupil pale wolves were intact. However, the evil pupil pale wolf's main body had 3 ice picks stuck in its chest, and its blood was frozen by the cold air before it could spill out. The host exclaimed, "Viewers, there has been a change in the battle. Murong Xinxin seems to have found a technique to capture the evil pupil Tsong wolf's main body." Zhou Knight's expression interpreted the word disbelief. He hadn't expected evil pupil Tsong wolf's proud illusion technique to suddenly fail. How could this be? No, she must be masked. Prick. Zhou Knight froze on the spot, only to see another ice pick penetrate evil pupil pale wolf's body. The 12 doppelgangers in the ring seemed to have lost their ability to confuse their opponents. Regardless of how the doppelgangers and the main body switched places with each other, Murong Xinxin was always able to find the evil pupil pale wolf's main body with steady accuracy and speed. The Snow Plume Demon Hunter has once again hit the evil-pupiled Song Wolf's main body. This duel, it's really fantastic. I believe that the viewers, like me, have not seen any breaks in the illusions so far. But Morong Shinshin has already seen through the mystery, and we're the only ones left in the dark. In the eyes of a normal person, evil-pupiled Song Wolf's illusions could be considered flawless. However, Morong Shinshin suddenly seemed to have turned on, easily locking onto the evil-pupiled Song Wolf's main body, unaffected by the other doppelgangers. The battle that had been stalemated for more than an hour, at this moment, there was finally a momentum of the balance of victory tilting to one side. In the battle preparation area, Xiao Xingyu let out a sigh of relief and revealed a pleased gaze. It seems that 6 Gold has good perception, reading my hints at a glance. When you meet the right person, tacit understanding is innate. The tacit understanding between Morong Shinshin and Xiao Xingyu was just like that. High above the viewing platform, the change in the battle situation was clearly seen by Shangguan Lan and Zhou Xiong. The situation has changed. Morong girl has the upper hand. Your son is in danger. Zhou Xiong couldn't help but give Morong Shinshin a high look. This Morong family's girl. There's something actually able to see through the evil-pupiled Song Wolf's brokenness. Shangguan Lan lightly opened her vermilion lips and lowered her eyes to whisper. The evil-pupiled Song Wolf's doppelganger can mimic all of the body's expressions, movements, and grunts. But as the battle progresses, the main body is short of breath due to physical exertion. This is the only difference between the main body and the bilocation. The doppelganger, after all, was an illusion and not an entity. The principal body's violent panting due to excessive physical exertion was something that the bilocation did not have. Morong Shinshin understood the mystery in seconds after receiving Xiao Xingyu's hint. When Morong Shinshin once again observed the 13 evil-pupiled Song Wolves on the field, he could see that one of them was breathing heavily, and where the lungs were located, even produced a slight spasm. This one was the evil-pupil pale wolf's main body. In fact, this break would not be exposed normally, only when the battle lasted for too long. This battle had lasted for over an hour, and it made sense that the breach would be exposed. Shangguan Lan suddenly shook his head. Lord Empress, what do you mean by this? The evil-pupiled Song Wolf's brokenness wasn't discovered by Morong Shinshin himself. It was that kid who discovered it. Zhou Xiong followed Shangguan Lan's line of sight and happened to see Xiao Xingyu in the battle preparation area. You said it's old brother Xiao? Shangguan Lan's beautiful eyes flashed. You know Xiao Xingyu. Elder brother Xiao and I are forgotten friends and partners. Zhou Xiong narrated. Shangguan Lan's calm face rippled as he listened. I didn't expect that this kid is not only gifted in the field of Imperial Beastmaster, but his medical skills are also so exquisite. Shangguan Lan had gone to Yellow Smoke City a few times to inspect the city, and was well aware of the torture and harm that the Shaman Z inflicted on Imperial beasts. Even the best Imperial beast doctors around Shangguan Lan couldn't find a way to eradicate the Sandman mistletoe. This battle, it's over. Shangguan Lan turned to leave as he saw no need to watch any longer. Before leaving, Shangguan Lan commanded. City Lord Zhou, recently the western borders are not peaceful, and there are beast god body magical beasts infesting the area. No matter what, you must guard Yellow Smoke City. Yes, Lord Empress. After Shangguan Lan left, the match in the ring was also declared over. Morong Shinshin urged all of his remaining spiritual energy and maneuvered the Snow Plume Demon Hunter to release his battle technique. Frost Burial. Accompanied by a chirping cry, Morong Shinshin released all of her spiritual energy. The Snow Plume Demon Hunter spread its wings and soared. Its wings flapped and the wind was fierce. The earth tore apart, and countless ice ballast surged from the cracks. The evil-pupiled Song Wolf's body had nowhere to hide and was frozen in a pair of rectangular ice cubes. Under the light of the setting sun, the huge rectangular block of ice looked like an ice coffin hearse used to bury corpses. Zhou Knight's face turned pale as he chose to admit defeat. I lose. Morong Shinshin collected his spiritual power and the ice melted. The shivering evil-pupil pale wolf collapsed to the ground, just a little weak, not life-threatening. The purpose of the Supernova competition, friendship first, competition second. Morong Shinshin was speaking of martial virtues. This battle was point blank. Congratulations to Green Dragon Academy for taking another victory. Chapter 69 Imperial Soul Training Camp Invitation. Morong Shinshin became the winner, and with Xiao Xingyu's previous victory, the individual battle between Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy came to an end. This helped Murong Yangshua save his stamina for one match, and he would be able to directly participate in the team battle tomorrow. Thunderous applause rang out from the entire arena, a sign of recognition and appreciation for Green Dragon Academy. Whether it was Xiao Xingyu or Murong Xinshin, the performance of these two left an indelible impression on everyone in the ring. There are quite a few genius monsters from Green Dragon Academy this year. I think that this year, Qinglong Academy is expected to win the Supernova competition. Not necessarily. I think Vermilion Bird Academy shouldn't be underestimated either. In the audience, people were talking and speculating about the winner of this Supernova competition. Murong Xinshin walked out of the ring and returned to the preparation area, ushering in her own brother's cheers and congratulations. Older sister, your performance was so wonderful that you actually defeated Zhou Knight at the last minute. But then again, at that time, with that situation, I thought this match would end in a draw. Chun Chinian stroked his stubble, revealing a smile as warm as the wind, and did not mince words of praise. Student Murong, your performance was perfect, worthy of being the strongest genius of our Green Dragon Academy this term. Murong Yangshua couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, old sister, how exactly did you see the evil pupil Tsong Wolf's brokenness? Breathing. Breathe? What does that mean? Murong Xinshin had to explain. The evil pupil Tsong Wolf's main body will let out a sharp, dull gasp due to physical exertion. And this is the only detail that distinguishes the main body from the doppelganger. I see. Murong Yangshua suddenly realized. Old sister, your insight is so strong. Brother is willing to bow to it. Murong Xinshin shook his head, ready to make things clear. Actually, the evil pupil Tsong Wolf's brokenness was not discovered by me, but by… Xiao Xingyu suddenly interrupted. Lu Jin, congratulations, you took the victory. I'm happy for you. Xiao Xingyu, it was clearly you who secretly… Let's celebrate a big win in the individual battle tonight. How about going for a barbecue? Xiao Xingyu wrapped his arm around Murong Xinshin's fragrant shoulder, just like hooking up between brothers. Murong Xinshin looked at Xiao Xingyu with strange eyes. Obviously it was this guy who hinted at me off stage, so that I could see through the evil pupil Tsong Wolf's brokenness. But he won't let me say it. Xiao Xingyu's wave of maneuvers was deep. You let go of your hand. Murong Yangshua almost exploded with anger as he saw Xiao Xingyu wrapping his arm around his own sister's shoulders, and the urge to kill surfaced in his eyes. Brother Yangshua, calm down. Killing is against the law. If you dare to take advantage of my sister again, I'll give you a head, but believe it or not, this was a sister protector demon. Murong Yangshua currently did not accept Xiao Xingyu as his brother-in-law at all. Although he was hugged on the shoulder by Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xinshin did not reject such an intimate move. Su Ruyan walked over. Her normally cold face had a few more moments of softness and joy. Boys, good performance today. A victory in the individual battle is only half of the success. There's still a team battle tomorrow. Winning the team battle will allow us to completely defeat White Tiger Academy. Back to the hotel tonight. Everyone have a good rest. Next was the individual battle between Vermilion Bird Academy and Xuanwu Academy. There was no need for Xiao Xingyu and the others to linger at the venue to watch the battle, so they could go back to the hotel to rest and recuperate for tomorrow's team battle. Before we go back to the hotel, let's eat first. My treat, seafood barbecue. Chun Chinian planned to break the bank once and treat the students to a big meal. Just as everyone was discussing which barbecue restaurant to go to, a staff member walked up to Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin. This staff member's uniform, printed with a royal totem, was someone beside the Empress. Student Xiao Xingyu, student Murong Xinshin. The two of you have been recognized by Lord Empress for your performance in the ring. As he spoke, the staff took out 2 invitations from the briefcase. Chun Chinian was first surprised and then relieved. Xiao Xingyu felt puzzled. Director Chun, what is this? These are invitations to the Emperor's Soul Training Camp. You two, you've really been spotted by Lord Empress. Murong Yangshua revealed an envious expression. All right, you Xiao Xingyu, you've actually gained the appreciation of the Empress Lord. Brother Yangshua, you also know about the Emperor's Soul Training Camp? That's for sure. Murong Yangshua made a guest appearance as a commentator. The Emperor's Soul Training Camp is a training camp personally opened by the Empress Lord. This training camp is specifically for the new students of each of the 4 great academies. Only geniuses who are recognized by the Empress Lord have the opportunity to participate in this training camp. You and my sister, being recognized by the Empress Lord, You kid is really lucky. Morong Xinshin took the invitation in the hands of the staff and turned to look at Xiao Xingyu on the side. What are you standing still for? Hurry up and pick up the invitation. Morong Xinshin reminded in a low voice. Xiao Xingyu was fuming and was slow to take the invitation. This training camp is opened by the Empress Shangguanlan herself and is personally serving as a mentor. Training with the Empress, one can indeed obtain better resources as well as better battle technique manuals, thus accelerating growth. But the problem is, I signed a blood contract with Lulu in case I'm discovered. The nine-tailed demon fox, Dailu, was a nationally wanted criminal worth $4 billion. If Xiao Xingyu participated in the Emperor's Soul Training Camp, he would inevitably come into close contact with the Empress Shangguanlan, and the risk of exposure would increase. Chun Chinian accepted the invitation for Xiao Xingyu. Thank you, Lord Empress, for recognizing and appreciating our two new students from Qinglong Academy. Chun Chinian had said all the scene-setting words. The staff was satisfied and turned to leave. Xiao Xingyu, what were you fuming about just now? You even dared to slack off on the invitation from Lord Empress. Chun Chinian gave Xiao Xingyu a brain crash. Director Chun, sorry. I was lost in thought just now. Hold on to the invitation. Don't lose it, you brat. Chun Chinian stuffed the invitation into Xiao Xingyu's arms and urged in a heavier tone. Xiao Xingyu opened the invitation and glanced at the date and location. The Emperor's Soul Training Camp. The opening time was this year's winter vacation, the vacation after the end of the semester. The location of the training camp was located in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial City. At the thought of coming into contact with a mysterious and unpredictable big shot like Shangguanlan, Xiao Xingyu's heart was bottomless. Let's go. Let's go eat barbecue. Morong Yangshua walked at the front, exploring a barbecue restaurant with the strongest aroma. Evening. Night shrouded the firmament. Barbecue stall. While waiting for the kebabs to be served, everyone chatted idly. Morong Yangshua took his cell phone and browsed to a big news. Look, Vermilion Bird Academy won in the individual battle. According to the latest reports, Vermilion Bird Academy defeated Xuanwu Academy in the individual battle of 2 out of 3 games. Tomorrow's match was a team battle theme. According to strength, Vermilion Bird Academy would also easily defeat Xuanwu Academy in the team battle and finish advancing. If Green Dragon Academy also advanced, then they would play the finals against Vermilion Bird Academy. Chun Chinian watched the Vermilion Bird Academy's battle video on the internet, and his face became slightly gloomy. It seems that Vermilion Bird Academy is the biggest obstacle on our path to winning the championship. Anyway, let's beat White Tiger Academy first and finish advancing. For tomorrow's team battle, Xiao Xingyu was determined to win. It was important to know that the Hell's Spectral Wolf and the Holy Light Angelic Beast both possessed the natural ability to provide gain effects for their friends. Chapter 70 Beginning to cultivate the Heavenly Soul Vine Beast. Fellow guests and bosses, the kebabs are here. The originally empty wooden table was filled with plate after plate of kebabs that were bubbling with oil. In every city, there was a night market that was filled with the fireworks of the people. Barbecue stalls are often the mecca for ordinary people to spend their time bragging. A pair of white-haired siblings with gorgeous clothes and extraordinary temperaments sat at an open-air stall and jerked off skewers, looking out of place with the surrounding atmosphere. Brother Yangshua, you and 6 Gold are young masters and young ladies from the 4 great clans. I didn't expect that you would actually accept eating at a barbecue stall. Morong Yangshua held a skewer of cumin beef in his mouth and grimaced. His indecent eating seemed to pull down the handsomeness of his face. It's true that we come from the 4 great families, but it's not like we're saints. What the usual people eat, our family will eat. Not to mention barbecue, $6 of spicy hot pot, 50 cents of spicy noodles. My sister and I can also eat. The 4 major families in the Dragon Kingdom had different living habits because their industries were different. For example, the Yi family, which came from a noble background, had generations of heirs who lived a lavish life. This was evidenced by Yi Shimeng, a girl who hadn't even eaten spicy hot pot when she was first encountered by Xiao Xingyu. Contrary to the Yi family, the Morong family was more grounded. The father of the Morong siblings, Morong Ashes, was one of the 3 great admirals of the Dragon Kingdom, guarding the long coastline of the Dragon Kingdom. Because of his military background, he had little demand for quality of life. When the Morong siblings were children, Morong Ashes often took the 2 children out to sea, experiencing the grueling life of drifting, and eating chaff was the norm. What kind of family nurtures what kind of offspring? Morong Yangshua and Morong Xinshin didn't have any young master and young lady stance on them, and their diet and accommodation were as simple as ordinary people on weekdays. Chun Chinian reminded, Xiao Xingyu, Morong Yangshua, you two shouldn't drink too much. There's still a team battle tomorrow. Director Chun, we won the match today. Happy? I'll fill you up. Let's not get drunk. Ridiculous. As a mentor, how can I drink alcohol? No way. Chun Chinian said, refusing, but in reality, he didn't even block Morong Yangshua's action of pouring wine for him, letting the wine fill up the cup. How pretentious. Xiao Xingyu and Morong Xinshin froze at the same time and looked at each other, simply because they spoke in unison. This kind of tacit understanding of heart and mind gave the smoky barbecue stall some more ambiguity. The atmosphere became awkward because of the ambiguity, and Xiao Xingyu hurriedly changed the topic. Lu Jin, I'll pour you a cup. Xiao Xingyu picked up a bottle of cold beer. I'm on my period. I can't drink ice. Xiao Xingyu revealed a concerned expression. No wonder you look pale today. So you're bleeding down there? I'm a doctor. Why don't I help you look at the wound? When these words came out, who would argue with them? Xiao Xingyu's one sentence achieved the effect of words without surprise. Morong Xinshin was petrified on the spot and looked at Xiao Xingyu with murderous intent floating in his eyes. Chun Chinian spewed out a mouthful of wine and bitterly laughed as he lamented. Talent! Morong Yangshua once again locked his throat on Xiao Xingyu. Brother Yangshua, rule of law society, calm down. Xiao Xingyu, are you damn well still a human being? My sister is menstruating and you actually said you wanted to look at the wound. Cough, 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 I'm just concerned about Lu Jin. Have you ever been so concerned? Director Chun, don't stop me. After some scuffling, Morong Yangshua let go of Xiao Xingyu and filled Xiao Xingyu's cup with wine. Xiao Xingyu, I have to drink you under the table today. Otherwise, I'll take your last name. Morong Yangshua made a vow in a fit of anger. Xiao Xingyu smiled awkwardly towards Morong Xinshin on the side. Lu Jin, I'm sorry. It's my words. I just wanted to care about you. Morong Xinshin rolled her eyes in a rare moment. Thank you for caring, but don't care in the future. Xiao Xingyu's way of caring was dominated by outrageousness. Morong Xinshin was not blessed with it. 2 hours later, only Xiao Xingyu, Morong Xinshin and Chun Chinian were left on the table. Morong Yangshua was lying under the table, drunk and unconscious. Morong Xinshin raised her eyes to observe Xiao Xingyu beside her. This man's face was not red and his heart was not jumpy, except for the strong odor of alcohol emanating from his body. He could not see half of his drunkenness at all. The table was full of empty wine bottles, and even Chun Chinian was red in the face from drinking. You seem to have a good capacity for alcohol. Lu Jin, truth be told, when I was 8 years old, I was able to drink the village headman down during a banquet in the village. Chun Chinian pushed the rims of his glasses and glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Let's return to the hotel and rest. There's still a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Morong Xinshin pulled out his wallet to settle the bill. Xiao Xingyu assisted the drunken Morong Yangshua. Xiao Xingyu, let's keep drinking. Fill me up. Brother Yangshua, can't drink anymore, we should go back to the hotel. I'm warning you, kid. When you get married in the future, be nice to my sister. This. Otherwise I, as a great uncle, will definitely not let you have a good time. Xiao Xingyu felt deeply powerless and spat out. Lu Jin, your brother was drunk and actually recognized me as his brother-in-law. Morong Xinshin was silent. This white-haired girl's inner world was rather strange. No one knew what she was thinking. Back to the hotel. Xiao Xingyu threw Morong Yangshua on the bed and turned to the next room. Qinglong Academy was well-funded, and Su Ruyan gave everyone a separate suite with a high price tag. Xiao Xingyu washed up, wrapped in a bath towel and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night scene outside the window was bustling with lights. This four-spirit city is not far from the Imperial City. It's really more prosperous than Longyin City. A vibration came from the cell phone. Xiao Xingyu picked up his phone and a group message popped up on the screen. The members of the group were Xiao Xingyu and Morong siblings. The group owner was Dean Su Ruyan and the administrator was Chun Chinian. Chun Chinian sent a document in the group. Xiao Xingyu clicked to view it and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Director Chun is really meticulous. After drinking so much alcohol, he actually wrote a group battle strategy with a hard head. The content of the group file was a strategy for tomorrow's team battle. Chun Chinian analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the 3 White Tiger Academy players as well as their fighting habits. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. This young master has the eye of the demon god. This team battle strategy, don't read it. Xiao Xingyu just had this confidence and threw his cell phone to the side. His demeanor solemnized. The dark moon and windy night, killing and setting fire to the sky. It's time to do the right thing. The night is quiet. There was only one person in the room, Xiao Xingyu, who could do some unseemly hooks. Xiao Xingyu opened the system warehouse and extracted the seeds of the heavenly soul vine beast. The initial form of the plant system imperial beast was such an inconspicuous seed. Xiao Xingyu caressed the space ring on his right middle finger and took out the flower pot prepared in advance from it. The flower pot was filled with soil, and using a small shovel, he dug out a hole and buried the seed in it. Everything was ready, all we needed was the east wind. Xiao Xingyu took out the phoenix tailgrass, which was a treasure obtained from Zhou Xiong. The phoenix tailgrass had a characteristic: late at night, the tips of the leaves would secrete crystal-clear dew. Xiao Xingyu collected 3 drops of dew and dropped them in the soil. An aroma lingered and refreshed his heart. Chapter 71 Beast God Body Magical Beast. Heavenly Plague Ghost Python Medusa. The scent of this phoenix tailgrass dew smells very topsy-turvy. A faint aroma lingered near the tip of Xiao Xingyu's nose. Sleepy, Xiao Xingyu didn't even go to bed. So he just wrapped his arms around the flower pot and fell asleep half lying on the sofa. 2 in the morning, all was silent. Opposite the hotel where Xiao Xingyu was staying, there was another hotel. The White Tiger Academy delegation was resting in this hotel. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. The watchdogs at the entrance of the hotel had all gone to sleep. But the 3 players from White Tiger Academy were forced to hold on to their sleepiness and were forced to have a meeting. On the first floor of the hotel, there was a business conference room. The beautiful dean of White Tiger Academy, Bamboo Qingyue, didn't sleep in the middle of the night and had to drag everyone to a meeting. Bamboo Qingyue's slender fingertips were holding a lady's cigarette, and the chilled whiskey in her glass was already at the bottom. Lin Tianqi, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, said in aggravation, "Dean, it's already 2 in the morning. If we don't rest, how can we fight in the team battle tomorrow?" Bamboo Qingyu glared fiercely at Lin Tianqi. "You lost your first opening match to Xiao Xingyu of Green Dragon Academy, and you still have the face to sleep?" Lin Tianqi was dumbfounded and shrunk his neck. Before the match, Lin Tianqi had sworn to guarantee that he would soldier on and easily take the first match. Nay, Xiao Xingyu's battle IQ was far beyond normal, dousing Lin Tianqi's desire to win with an artificial rainfall. Zhou Knight stood up, self-reflecting. "Dean, I also lost the match and failed your trust. Because Zhou Knight's father was the Yellow Smoke City's city lord, Zhou Xiong, Bamboo Qingyue was not in a position to say very heavy words to him. Murong Xinxin was originally the most talented freshman in the Green Dragon Academy. It's not a disgrace for you to lose to her in the last minute of the match." Lin Tianqi couldn't help but spit out, "Dean, that Xiao Xingyu doesn't follow the rules. Who would have thought that he would create an artificial rainfall? Dean, I think the key to tomorrow's team battle is not to target Murong Xinxin, but to target Xiao Xingyu." The person who stood out to speak at this moment was Yang Heng, who hadn't made an appearance in the individual battle today. Yang Heng was the same as Murong Yangshua of Green Dragon Academy. In the individual battle, Green Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy won the superiority with 2 o'clock. Then, according to the rule of 2 wins out of 3, there was no need for either of these 2 to take the field. In tomorrow's team battle, these 2 would both represent their respective academies. Yang Heng looked unimpressive and had a mediocre figure, but his eyes were bright. The combat talent wasn't outstanding, but his combat IQ wasn't low, and he knew how to strategize. Bamboo Qingyu nodded slightly. "Yang Heng, you're right. Murong Xinxin is only outstanding in individual strength, but a group battle is a team battle, and you must strangle the opponent's core in order to win." From the match during the day, the combat IQ that Xiao Xingyu had displayed was enough to be the core of the Green Dragon Academy trio. After a moment of silence, Yang Heng sprouted an idea. "Dean, I have a plan that specifically targets Xiao Xingyu." "Speak." This night, the White Tiger Academy delegation plotted all night long and formulated a well-thought-out battle plan against Xiao Xingyu. At this time, Xiao Xingyu was lying on the sofa, hugging a flower pot and huffing and puffing, oblivious to the fact that he was being targeted by the White Tiger Academy's people as prey. The first ray of morning sunlight, through the floor-to-ceiling window, poured over Xiao Xingyu's handsome face. Xiao Xingyu slowly opened his sleepy eyes, feeling refreshed. "It's dawn. I forgot when I fell asleep last night." Xiao Xingyu suddenly burst out, his eyes glaring like copper bells. In the soil of the flower pot, a drop of green shoots emerged. Sprouting. It's only been one night, and it's actually sprouted. Xiao Xingyu showed a rare side of his heart. After all, this inconspicuous shoot was the prototype of the ancient plant lineage imperial beast heavenly soul vine beast. With an excited heart, Xiao Xingyu stretched out his trembling hand and gently caressed the throwback green shoot that emerged from the soil. There's a response. It's responding to me. The shoot that was less than 2 centimeters in length was the initial state of the heavenly soul vine beast. Just like a fetus in a mother's stomach, it would have some interaction with the outside world. Xiao Xingyu could clearly feel that when his fingers lightly touched the shoots fed back to him a hint of rebound power. Continue watering. Xiao Xingyu extracted the phoenix tailgrass from the system warehouse. After a night's time, the phoenix tailgrass secreted some more crystal clear dew. When the dew fell on the shoots unexpectedly shook automatically, and although the amplitude was very light, the surging vitality could be seen. After rejoicing, Xiao Xingyu calmed down. In addition to the phoenix tailgrass, the nectar of the demon glowflower, as well as the feces of the beast god body demonic beasts are also needed to provide it with sufficient nutrients. City Lord Zhou promised me that the nectar of the demon fly flower, he would help me get it. Right now, the most difficult fertilizer to obtain is the feces of the beast god body magical beasts. Xiao Xingyu was a little difficult with his current strength. If he really ran into a beast god body level magical beast, it wouldn't even be enough to stuff his teeth for others. The window suddenly opened and Xiao Xingyu revealed a wary look. Who? A phantom jumped into the window, bringing a fresh body fragrance. Xiao Xingyu's body stiffened as he stared blankly at the woman in front of him. At this moment, the 9-tailed demon fox, Dai Lu, stood in front of Xiao Xingyu in human form, draped in a black robe. One person, one beast, for eyes facing each other. Dai Lu had a lazy look on her face and blandly said, "Why are you looking at me with such eyes?" Xiao Xingyu froze for a long time, then directly rushed up and walloped Dai Lu against the wall. "Lulu, why did you run out by yourself? How long have you been out? Has anyone discovered your identity? Do you know that if your identity is exposed, both of us will have to die? I'm scared to death. Only patting my chest can suppress the shock." Dai Lu's head was full of black lines, and she said in a deep voice, "It's fine for you to pat your breasts to suppress the shock, but can you not pat my breasts?" Xiao Xingyu retracted his salty pig hand and smiled coyly. "Sorry, hand error. Slapped the wrong one." Dai Lu sat on the bed and explained carelessly. "With my strength segment, I can freely enter and exit your imperial beast crest. When you were huffing and puffing last night, I snuck out and checked out some news. But don't worry, I'm always vigilant and no one has discovered my identity." Only then did Xiao Xingyu notice that Dai Lu, besides being clad in a black robe, had also put away her fox ears and fox tail, and didn't look any different from a normal human. "It's good that I didn't reveal my identity. It scared me to death." Xiao Xingyu took a long breath. Dai Lu's identity was an untimely bomb. "Right, you said you went out to check for news? What are you checking for?" Dai Lu opened her black robe and took out a crumpled newspaper from her arms. The newspaper headline was very conspicuous. Dragon Kingdom Navy Admiral Murong Ashes successfully arrested beast god body magic beast heavenly plague ghost python Medusa. Chapter 72 Prison Robbery. Reward a dragon egg. Beast god body magical beast. This size is truly terrifying. Xiao Xingyu stared at the newspaper for half a day. Although the news was only accompanied by a picture, the content presented in the picture was extremely shocking. The background of the picture was a vast ocean. The head of a black python poked out of the water, and behind it, a tsunami as high as 100 meters was set off. In the midst of the waves, there were also countless corpses of magical beasts above the transcendent mortal body grade. Even if the python only had one head exposed to the sea, it looked like a huge island. On the python's body, there were all shocking wounds. The seawater was dyed red, and the 7-inch position was bound by chains. This image responded to the news headline, Dragon Kingdom Navy Admiral Murong Ashes brought this demonic beast to justice. Murong Ashes, isn't that Brother Yang Shua and 6 Gold's old man? Worthy of being the Dragon Kingdom's Navy Admiral, he actually subdued a beast god body demonic beast. The heavenly plague ghost python Medusa, possessing a special divine python bloodline of mythological quality, was the same as the 9-tailed demon fox Dai Lu, and was also a beast humanoid imperial beast, which could freely switch between humanoid and beastoid forms. Xiao Xingyu thought for a second and asked suspiciously, Lulu, what does it have to do with you if you look into this matter? I know Medusa, the nine-tailed fox clan and the divine python clan had a deep connection. So what if you know each other? Is it hard to believe that you plan to save her? Dai Lu briefly explained the point. She carries a secret about the Dragon Kingdom's Empress Shangguanlan. When it came to matters involving a handful of characters from the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Xingyu was extra cautious. What secrets? The dragon-slaying battle and about that vanished history. Xiao Xingyu had been reading extensively in the Green Dragon Library and could not forget any historical material. But about the dragon-slaying battle 200 years ago, and about that part of history that had disappeared for 100 years, there was no record in any books. Lulu, tell me the truth. About the dragon-slaying battle, how much do you really know? Like I said, I don't know the specifics, but Medusa does. Dai Lu pondered for a while, and her gaze became sharp. Xiao Xingyu, the only thing I can be sure of is that your Dragon Kingdom's Empress, Shangguanlan, is not as simple as it seems. You humans and magical beasts have been struggling for so many years without result. The history books are missing a piece of history, and the secrets of the dragon race are not known. Perhaps Shangguanlan has a problem? Xiao Xingyu would not be led by a fox. He had his own thinking and judgment. I can't believe all of Lulu's words. This is after all an old fox at the Beast Emperor body level, and its loyalty isn't enough. But at the Supernova competition, my demon god's eye was able to clearly perceive that Shangguanlan had fluctuations of the dragon power aura on his body. What Xiao Xingyu could be certain of was that Shangguanlan possessed dragon power, related to the purebred dragon race. However, it was recorded in the major books that the purebred dragon race had been completely extinguished in that dragon-slaying war. These 2 points were simply not logically self-consistent. Royal Master. Ha! Xiao Xingyu was in a trance. It was rare for Dai Lu to take the initiative to call him Royal Lord. Can you help me save Medusa out? Xiao Xingyu smiled slightly. Say that again. I didn't hear you. Can you help me save? Xiao Xingyu walloped Dai Lu again and yelled lowly, Old fox, you're crazy. Dai Lu was silent. She understood Xiao Xingyu's reaction better than anyone else. Do you know where Medusa is currently imprisoned? Undersea prison. Xiao Xingyu's eyes filled with blood and his tone became icy. That's right. It's the undersea prison. It's the underground castle of the Navy's headquarters, and the prison is patrolled and guarded by thousands of high-ranking Imperial Beast Masters. Admiral Morong Ashes, a 9-star Royal Beast Master with a sea god Bloodline Royal Beast under his command, sits at the naval headquarters on weekdays. With just the 2 of us going to rob a prison? What's the difference between sending them to their deaths? It was said that there was a deep bond involved between the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast, and that they were two-fisted with each other. If Xiao Xingyu was asked to break the bank to treat Dai Lu to dinner, Xiao Xingyu could accept it. But accompanying Dai Lu to her death was something Xiao Xingyu would not do. Royal Lord, don't you want to know the secret of that vanished history? After saving Medusa, he would be able to know what exactly happened in that vanished history, as well as the entire process of the dragon-slaying battle. Although Xiao Xingyu was a conspicuous bag who loved to listen to gossip, he cherished his life more in comparison. I'm not interested in that part of history, and the dragon-slaying war has nothing to do with me after so long in the past. I'm not going to die, and you're not allowed to go either. Don't forget, you are the Imperial Beast that I signed a blood contract with. You must listen to me. Xiao Xingyu became much more domineering. His attitude was strong, not allowing Dai Lu to refute. Dai Lu wanted to speak but stopped, and the atmosphere in the room fell into silence. The relationship between the master and servant had become a little tense because of this matter. The sudden Cold War was like a quarrelsome young couple, neither one ignoring the other. Just as both sides remained silent, a system beep came from Xiao Xingyu's mind. Ding! Releasing special mission. Travel to the Navy headquarters to rob the prison and rescue the Heavenly Tribulation Ghost Python Medusa. Mission reward. 1. Dragon Egg Purebred Dragon Bloodline. Plus 10,000 points. Xiao Xingyu was stunned. The generous quest reward made his heart flutter. It was hard to describe the gold content of a dragon egg alone. One must know that the purebred dragon bloodline, according to quality, belonged to the Genesis. Genesis was the highest level of bloodline quality. If a dragon egg was successfully hatched, it would be able to cultivate a purebred dragon royal beast. This was an irresistible temptation for Xiao Xingyu. In addition to the dragon egg, The system would also reward 10,000 point coupons, which was the icing on the cake and made Xiao Xingyu's heart stir. If I can complete this quest, not only will the dragon egg and 10,000 point coupons be in my hands, I'll also be able to take the opportunity to morally kidnap and contract that beast god body magical beast Medusa. And Medusa's feces can provide nutrients for the heavenly soul vine beast. Xiao Xingyu played a round of reckoning in his heart. The risk of prison hijacking and rescue is really high, but the gain is also really explosive. Take a shot. A bicycle into a motorcycle. Xiao Xingyu clenched his fists and decided to take a gamble. Lulu, I've decided. Xiao Xingyu broke the silence. Dai Lu leaned against the wall, her eyes looking at Xiao Xingyu listlessly. I'll accompany you to rob the prison and rescue Medusa. Dai Lu was filled with astonishment and patted her ears, thinking she had heard wrong. You! I'm serious. Why did you suddenly change your mind? You are my Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast and my family. I will help you unconditionally. It's as simple as that. Xiao Xingyu pretended to be loaded. Ding! Loyalty increased. Loyalty. 90. Xiao Xingyu's wave of actions increased Dai Lu's favorability towards him, and his loyalty directly soared to 90. Thank you. For the first time, Dai Lu unloaded her high-flying and arrogant disguise in front of Xiao Xingyu, and her voice became much gentler. Little fox, little fox, if not the system has a mission reward, I will not accompany you to take the life to rob the prison Lu. This is the inner world of Xiao Xingyu. Chapter 73 Dragon Bone at the Bottom of the Lake? An unexpected discovery in the competition. Xiao Xingyu opened his cell phone and browsed the current hot news. The heavenly tribulation ghost python Medusa was a beast god body level magical beast. A magical beast of this level being arrested by a Navy admiral was destined to be big news that would stir the nation. The news says that the Navy headquarters won't immediately execute Medusa. After all, if it can be tamed and become an imperial beast under the command of an imperial beast master, only then can the benefits be maximized. Dai Lo sneered and shook her head. Medusa knows the secret about the dragon-slaying battle. How could Shangguan Lan keep her alive? Xiao Xingyu frowned. Lulu, do you mean that the only thing that awaits Medusa is the death penalty? Dai Lu said with certainty. If I were Shangguan Lan, I really can't think of a reason to leave Medusa alive. The news hot search is updated. With just a moment's effort, the news hot search was refreshed once again. As expected, the Navy headquarters made an announcement and decided to publicly execute Medusa on Ice and Fire Island in 3 days. This was clearly Shangguan Lan's decree, not leaving Medusa alive. At the same time, this was also a side note that Shangguan Lan didn't want the process of the dragon-slaying battle 200 years ago to be publicized, which was why he sealed Medusa's mouth. I'm a little curious. Why didn't you execute her immediately, but chose 3 days later? Dai Lu patiently explained. 3 days later. It's the night of the full moon. The Divine Python clan has a special bloodline, so if the snake's head is chopped off on the night of the full moon, only then will you be able to obtain a complete magical beast crystal core. On the contrary, if you kill it on any other day, the demonic beast crystal core will self-destruct. A beast god body level magical beast crystal core was worth its weight in gold. Not to mention that Medusa's bloodline was of mythic quality. Her magical beast crystal core was of great use. In other words, the duration of the prison robbery is 3 days. Xiao Xingyu pondered for a while and said seriously, Lulu, prison robbery is not an easy task. I need time to think of a solution. Please. Dai Lu's tone was filled with a sincere plea. She could only choose to trust her royal master now. For a 2-star imperial master to go to the powerful naval headquarters to rob a prison, it sounded like a joke. Xiao Xingyu couldn't think of a way for a moment. There was still business to be done at the moment. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Xiao Xingyu, awake? Director Chun. I'm putting on my pants. Move smartly. Pack up and come downstairs. We'll all have breakfast together. After breakfast, there were still a few hours before the team battle between Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy. Chun Chinian, in his capacity as a coach, called the 3 players to a meeting to formulate a battle plan. Time flew by and the match drew near. 12 o'clock at noon. Xiao Xingyu and the others took the car arranged by the tournament organizer and arrived at the foot of a large mountain. This large mountain did not have a sharp top, and it looked like the mountain had been cut in half horizontally by a machete. At the top of the cut was a huge lake. The water in the lake was bright red, gurgling and bubbling, and the temperature of the lake was hot enough to scald the skin and flesh of a magical beast. The water in this lake is like fresh blood. It's revolting to look at. Murong Yangshua stood at the edge of the lake and almost spit out his breakfast. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath, his eyes trembling. The aura of dragon power. Although it's very weak, my perception can't be wrong. That weak power is at the bottom of the lake. Chun Chinian was experienced and was responsible for introducing the students to the science. This lake, named Fallen Dragon Lake. Rumor has it that in the dragon-slaying battle 200 years ago, a giant dragon magical beast fell here. The dragon's blood stained the lake red and stayed colorful all year round, which made the lake water like hot lava. The story was simple, and after Chun Chinian finished telling it, he returned to his words. But rumors are rumors after all, and any descriptions of the dragon-slaying battle are made up by the people themselves, and no one knows if they are true or not. Anyway, the Lake of the Falling Dragon was designated as the venue for the Supernova competition team battle, which is the ring you'll be debuting in today. In the center of the huge blood-colored lake, a square ring floated. There was no protection around the edge of the ring, which meant that if you fell, you would be scalded by the lake water. This team battle is too exciting. Losing layers of skin. Murong Yangshua pouted his lips and spat with a grudging face. At this time, the White Tiger Academy delegation also arrived. Lin Tianji, Zhou Knight, and Yang Heng. These were the 3 players sent by White Tiger Academy. On the side of Green Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu and the Murong siblings were to face the battle. It was a 3v3 skirmish, and the battleground was unfriendly. Xiao Xingyu visually measured the suspended ring in the center of the lake, which only accounted for 1/5 of the entire lake. With such a small combat space, the Imperial Beasts were bound to punch each other when fighting, and the Imperial Beastmasters would be easily affected by the battle. On the shore of the lake, there was a sea of people. In the front row were media reporters holding video equipment, and in the back row were tiptoeing spectators. Every year, the Supernova competition team battle was the center of attention. In terms of spectacle, team battles were much higher than individual battles. The referee announced, "Please prepare." As soon as the words fell, 2 ropeways surfaced on the lake. The ropeways connected the shore to the ring, making it convenient for the players to ascend to the ring. The match was about to begin, and both coaches were giving their final instructions. "Boys, you remember that the focus of winning a team battle lies in teamwork. I don't look at winning or losing. I look at whether or not you guys can fight in front of the enemy with the tacit cooperation that a team should have." After Chun Chinian finished saying this, he patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder again. "You brat, don't forget what I warned you alone. Director Chun, don't worry. I know in my heart." Master and disciple individually chatted some, the content of which only they themselves knew. "All right, take the stage." Chun Chinian watched the 3 students step onto the ropeway. Passing through the ropeway, the 3 of them arrived at the ring in the center of Fallen Dragon Lake. The 3 players from White Tiger Academy, who had crossed another ropeway, also stepped onto the ring. Both sides stood at one corner of the ring, and the battle had yet to start, but there was already the smell of gunpowder in the air. Clatter, clatter. The 2 ropeways sank below the surface of the water. At this point, the ring in the center of the lake lost its connection to the shore. Only when the match ended would the ropeways resurface. "Xiao Xingyu, the match is about to start. Why are you gawking again?" Murong Yangshua poked Xiao Xingyu with his elbow. However, Xiao Xingyu didn't respond. As if his soul was out of his body, his gaze was dull and his body was stiff. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's heart was like a war drum on the sand field, beating a stirring and staccato drumbeat. This strange feeling. Xiao Xingyu covered his heart, and the eye of the demon god automatically opened. Bottom of the lake. There's something at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Xingyu turned around and looked towards the boiling red lake. The eye of the demon god granted Xiao Xingyu powerful vision. His sight pierced through the lake and looked through to the bottom of the lake. A piece of bone. A dragon bone. Xiao Xingyu clearly saw that there was a bow-shaped white bone lying at the bottom of the lake. It was the bone of a purebred dragon race. It seems that the rumors of the falling dragon lake are not fictional. There was once a real giant dragon that fell like this. Regarding the matter of a dragon bone at the bottom of the lake, no one knew about it except Xiao Xingyu. Chapter 74. The group battle begins. Demon power stuns the field. The match is really going to start. Wake up, big brother. Murong Yangshua's loud voice finally pulled back Xiao Xingyu's lost thoughts. Brother Yangshua, just now I was a bit lost in thought. You kid is really an oddball, standing in the ring and still daring to be dazed. This match was broadcast live on the internet nationwide. Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng, who were far away from Longyin City, were in front of the television to watch this match. Sister Ruoxue, brother will definitely win this match. Meng, drink less cola, you'll grow cavities. Fans watching a soccer match would be accompanied by a few bottles of beer. Yi Shimeng watching the Supernova competition had to be accompanied by a large vat of ice-cold cola. Fallen Dragon Lake, levitating ring. Both players were ready and looked like they were poised to fight. Before the referee blew the whistle for the match, the three players from White Tiger Academy conspired in low voices. Lin Tianji confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, in this battle, I'll definitely make Xiao Xingyu suffer a bit. After losing to Xiao Xingyu in the individual battle, Lin Tianji held in his resentment and looked at Xiao Xingyu with eyes full of fighting spirit. The match begins. The referee barked out an order, followed by the blowing of an ear-piercing whistle. The host's voice was as impassioned as ever. Welcome to the netizens in front of the screen, watching the team battle of this year's Supernova competition. Green Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy. The 6 players are all outstandingly talented leaders, and they entered the battle right from the start. Black Striker. Xiao Xingyu summoned the Hell's Spectral Wolf, and the black hellfire blazed, looking like a giant fireball. In the sky, 2 flying imperial beasts hovered. A bat beast with white bones and a griffin with lightning wrapped around its body.
Bonne jet Babiste, Muron 5 second Imperial Beast.
Thunderstorm Griffin, Murong Yangshua's second imperial beast. The Murong family had always been good at harnessing flying imperial beasts. The moment the bone wing bat beast made its appearance, the host couldn't help but exclaim. Friends of the audience, Murong Xinshin has summoned the second imperial beast, the bone-winged bat beast. This imperial beast, with an undead attribute in its body, is one of the rare undead plus flight imperial beasts in the world. The bone-winged bat beast flapped its huge white bone wings and hovered above Murong Xinshin's head, its mouth burning with green flames. On the other side, the 3 players from White Tiger Academy also summoned their respective royal beasts. Zhou Knight summoned the evil pupil Tsong Wolf, and Lin Tianqi summoned the sand burial red python. These 2 imperial beasts were defeated by the Snow Plume Demon Hunter and the Hell Spectre Wolf respectively yesterday. Although they lost in the individual battle, it didn't mean that they would lose the team battle. This was a 3v3 battle, and by cooperating with each other, the imperial beasts would be able to make up for their shortcomings and strike a high note. Xiao Xingyu's gaze swept past Zhou Knight and Lin Tianji and landed on a man whose appearance was unimpressive. This man was Yang Heng, the 3rd player from White Tiger Academy. In yesterday's individual battle, Yang Heng, like Murong Yangshua, did not make an appearance. There were a total of 6 people in the ring, and 5 of them had summoned their first imperial beast. But beside Yang Heng, it was empty and silent. Murong Yangshua felt puzzled. That guy, why didn't he summon the imperial beast? Whatever, I'll take the lead. Murong Yangshua took the lead, intending to seize the first opportunity. The thunderstorm griffin sensed its master's will and accumulated blue lightning in its beak, the air around it crackling. Xiao Xingyu reacted quickly. Brother Yangshua, be careful. Before Murong Yangshua could react, he heard the thunderstorm griffin let out a painful chirp. Under the live camera, a ghostly black shadow flashed through the air. Blood dripped down. The left wing of the thunderstorm griffin was cut by some kind of sharp weapon, and the wound was slow to heal. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, catching people off guard. The host screamed with his microphone raised high. Worthy of being a superpower Space Department royal beast. Beside Yang Heng, an ape appeared out of nowhere. The ape was covered in steaming black mist. It maintained a human-like standing posture, wearing a special material hair band on its forehead, and the black mist in its hand condensed into the shape of a boomerang. This was Yang Heng's imperial beast, the Ninja Shadow Monkey. As a supernatural ability system imperial beast, the Ninja Shadow Ape had initially mastered the power of space. It could accomplish one or even multiple instantaneous movements within a specific range. Just now, the Thunderstorm Griffin was attacked by the Ninja Shadow Ape. This guy's imperial beast seems to be not easy to deal with. Murong Yangshua knew that he had taken the enemy lightly, and his face became grave. Yang Heng, who held the position of squad leader among the 3, immediately ordered, "Go!" Zhou Knight and Lin Tianji simultaneously maneuvered their respective imperial beasts and launched a blazing attack towards the Qinglong Academy trio. The gusty winds kicked up a sandstorm that enveloped the entire ring. The sand burial red python possessed the ability to harness yellow sand, and a sandstorm covered the sky, severely affecting Xiao Xingyu's trio's vision. Within the yellow sand, the silhouette of a giant wolf emerged. Zhou Knight's royal beast evil pupil Tsang Wolf could release an illusion and create 12 doppelgangers at the same time. The brokenness of the doppelgangers would only be exposed in a protracted battle. This battle had only just started, and the evil pupil pale wolf had plenty of stamina, so its main body wouldn't be out of breath, and it couldn't see the slightest break. Black Striker, stay calm. The hell spectral wolf was in the center of the sandstorm, and its skin was scraped by the cold sand particles. The 12 doppelgangers of the evil pupil Cthulhu did not attack the bone wing bat beast or the thunderstorm griffin, and all of them surrounded the hell spectre wolf. In just a few seconds, multiple bite marks appeared on the hell spectral wolf's body. Xiao Xingyu urged his spiritual energy, and the hell spectral wolf leapt high into the air, breaking through the sandstorm. Shushushushushushushusho. The hell spectral wolf had just broken away from the center of the battle when it was hit by 2 boomerangs on its side, blood spilling out of the wound. In Ninja Shadow Ape's hand, black mist once again condensed into the shape of a boomerang. Shadow form. Xiao Xingyu's reflexes were superb, and the hell spectral wolf turned on its dark shadow form, transforming into a black shadow to dive into the floor of the ring, dodging the shurikens thrown by the Ninja Shadow Ape. The first round of the battle lasted less than 20 seconds. The yellow sand dispersed and the dust dissipated. On the wretched ring, only one imperial beast was injured, Xiao Xingyu's hell spectral wolf. Xiao Xingyu, is everything all right? Morong Yangshua usually always disliked Xiao Xingyu, but at the critical moment he was still worried about Xiao Xingyu. No harm done. Xiao Xingyu's face did not change. The opponent's tactics were expected. The host's eyes widened as he excitedly commentated. In the first round, White Tiger Academy adopted a fire-gathering tactic. 3 people attacked Xiao Xingyu at the same time. It seems like this is White Tiger Academy's strategy, determining that Xiao Xingyu is the core of Green Dragon Academy, so as long as they defeat him, they will get the advantage. Not to mention professionals, even a street vendor selling pancake fruits watching the live stream could see that White Tiger Academy's tactic was targeting Xiao Xingyu. Morong Xinshin said in a deep voice, "Brother, they're going to target Xiao Xingyu. Don't let them get away with it." Good. The bone-winged bat beast flew above the hell spectre wolf's head, its mouth spewing out green undead fire, creating a thick wall of fire in front of the hell spectre wolf's body. The thunderstorm griffin soared into the sky and drew in streaks of heavenly lightning to expel the evil pupil pale wolf's doppelganger. Black Striker, unleash the demonic power. Oh. The host screamed loudly. Demon power. This is the 4th attribute of the hell spectre wolf. A reddish-black mist vaporized from the hell spectral wolf's body. This aura was the demonic power unique to demonic imperial beasts. Under the nourishment of the demonic power, the wounds on the hell spectral wolf's body instantly healed and returned to a full-blooded state. Xiao Xingyu tilted his head, a wicked smile spilling out from the corner of his mouth. The battle has only just begun. Chapter 75, A Battle Skill Against the Heavens, Armor of the Inferno Sun. Dear viewers, this is the blood-returning effect of the devil's power. The wounds on the hell spectre wolf's body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The host roared until his voice was hoarse, simply because the effect presented by the demonic power was too astonishing. Before the hell spectral wolf appeared on stage, a demonic imperial beast had never appeared on the stage of the Supernova competition in all the years. Morong Yangshua swept a glance at the hell spectre wolf, his eyes showing surprise. Xiao Xingyu, the demonic power's blood recovery effect is too outrageous. It's simply over the top. In the past half a minute, the 3 White Tiger Academy players, through tactical coordination, maneuvered their respective magical beasts to converge all of their attacks on the hell spectre wolf. This was equivalent to the hell's underworld wolf carrying all the damage hard. If it were any other imperial beast, it would have probably fallen to the ground and suffered irreparable damage. However, with the unimaginably strong demon power, the hell's underwolf converted the damage caused by the enemy into life value, achieving the effect of quickly recovering blood. In just a few seconds, all the wounds on the Inferno Wolf's body disappeared and it returned to its full blood state. The terror of demonic power was not only here. In addition to giving the Hell's Underwolf a terrifying blood recovery effect, it could also cause a spiritual deterrent to the enemy. In just one round of exchanges, as a red and black mist filled the hell spectral wolf's body, the enemy's performance was accurately captured by the photographer. The sand burial red python squirmed backward, its huge, slender serpentine body curled up in a ball as if it were an enemy. The evil pupil pale wolf clamped its tail, its pupils trembling slightly. The ninja shadow ape bent over, taking up a defensive stance, the contempt of a light enemy gone from its eyes. This was the deterrent effect of the demonic power, and the degree of development of the demonic power would advance with the level of the imperial beast. As long as the Hell's underworld wolf was promoted to the extraordinary body level, the demonic power would produce a qualitative change, causing the Hell's underworld wolf to open the demon form, unlocking more powerful battle techniques. However, these were all afterthoughts. Even if the current Hell's underworld wolf was only at the mature body level, unleashing its demonic power would still produce a notable deterrent. Black Striker, Store Up, Hellfire Lotus. Ow! The Hell Underwolf raised its front limbs and violently stomped on the ground, bending its body into the shape of a bow as black flames flared up deep in its throat. A black fire lotus rose, spinning in midair, expanding in size, like a large mountain advancing towards the front. This Hellfire Lotus, at the same time, fused 4 different attributes of fire, wind, darkness, and demonic power. Hellfire Lotus. We have seen the Hellfire Lotus once again. I have to say, Xiao Xingyu is truly a one-trick pony. Looking at this situation, how should the White Tiger Academy be able to stave off this gigantic Fire Lotus? Lin Tianji anxiously urged his spiritual energy and maneuvered the sand burial red python to unleash his battle technique. The gusty wind lifted a salon scroll. Countless grains of sand spiraled up into the sky as the salon roll grew larger and larger, and the lake was choppy as a result. However, the moment the salon scroll came into contact with the Hellfire Lotus, it instantly turned into nothing. This scene shocked all the netizens watching in the live broadcast room. How is this possible? Lin Tianqi's face went white, only disbelief remaining in his eyes. The host clenched his fists and couldn't help but growl. Sand Burial Red Python's battle skill, Sandstorm Dragon Scroll, is actually unbeatable in front of Hellfire Lotus. The sand attribute clearly restrains the fire attribute, but in the face of absolute numerical crushing, attribute restraint is a joke. By the lake, Chun Chinian, who was watching the battle, brightened up. Su Ruyan was also watching the battle, looking at Xiao Xingyu with eyes that could not hide their appreciation. Old Chun. It seems like this kid didn't use his full strength yesterday in the individual battle. Yeah, this guy has subverted everything I know about 2-star Imperial Beast Masters. The duel between Imperial Beast Masters was very much about attribute restraint. Sand was resistant to high temperatures, and in terms of attribute restraint, Sand attribute Imperial Beasts completely restrained Fire attribute Imperial Beasts. In yesterday's individual battle, when Xiao Xingyu and Lin Tianji dueled at the beginning, the effect of attribute restraint was very obvious. Everyone thought that Xiao Xingyu won in the artificial rainfall, that stroke of God. At this moment, people were refreshed by the images in the live broadcast. Yesterday, Xiao Xingyu did not use his full strength at all. The so-called attribute restraint, in front of the absolute strength, is not worth mentioning. The battle techniques of the Imperial Beasts could all be materialized into numerical values. Even if the Fire attribute battle technique was restrained by the Sand attribute battle technique. But when the attack value of the Fire attribute battle technique is far higher than the attack value of the Sand attribute battle technique, the attribute restraint loses its significance. The might of the Hellfire Lotus had already done this. Rumble. Explosions rang out, and the aftermath waves set off shocking waves. The large ring shook violently, and the flames that spilled everywhere even burned onto the cameraman's body. The live camera shook up and down, capturing images that were blurry but more immersive to the audience in front of the screen. The host exclaimed, "What a wonderful battle! My hair is on fire! Hellfire Lotus! Terrifying as hell!" After the explosion, the sand burial red python was covered in charred blackness and tears came out of its eyes. The evil-pupiled Songwolf and Ninja Shadow Ape reacted quickly and barely dodged the explosion of the Hellfire Lotus. But they were also affected by the flames, showing multiple burns on their bodies. This was only the second round of the battle. Murong Yangshua and Murong Xinshin hadn't even made a move yet. There was no suspense in the battle's advantages and disadvantages. A Hellfire Lotus tilted the balance of victory towards the Green Dragon Academy. Xiao Xingyu maintained his elegant smile. "Is this the level of your White Tiger Academy?" Then I can beat all three of you by myself. The host spat on the spot. Mr. Xiao Xingyu really has the most harmless face and speaks the most vicious and venomous words. No change in plan, go. Yang Hong was the backbone of the White Tiger Academy's trio, remaining calm and collected at all times, and was responsible for giving the orders. The three of them simultaneously activated their spiritual energy and maneuvered their respective imperial beasts to launch a surprise attack. In this round, White Tiger Academy was doing the same old thing, simultaneously surrounding Xiao Xingyu. The ring was covered in yellow sand, with a quicksand vortex appearing in the center. The limbs of the Hell Spectre Wolf were caught in the quicksand vortex, and the more they struggled, the deeper they were trapped. The Ninja Shadow Ape leapt high into the air, waving its long arms and flinging out densely packed darkness shuriken. The evil pupil Pale Wolf fused 12 doppelgangers and swung its sharp claws with residual shadows, pushing straight into the face of the Hell Spectre Wolf. The three imperial beasts all unleashed their signature battle techniques, and all of their attacks bombarded the Hell Spectre Wolf. For a moment, the ring flashed with the remnants of the wolf's claws, and the quicksand set off huge waves. Lin Tianji grinned wildly. Even with demonic power, you can't carry an attack of this scale. The smoke dispersed. Lin Tianji's smile froze. In the ring, a scene that shocked the entire audience appeared. The host's mouth was wide open, unable to spit out a complete sentence due to his emotional excitement. This is. On the Hell Spectral Wolf's body, it was covered with a layer of armor condensed from black flames. It was this layer of flame armor that added a bit of dominance to the Hell Spectral Wolf, just like a general of the Wolf Clan. This is a battle skill that can only be learned by a transcendent mortal body fire Imperial Beast. Armor of Inferno Sun. Chapter 76. Your Imperial Beast. Has it been kicked at the speed of light? Under the live camera, the face value of the Inferno Spectral Wolf was pulled up a few degrees because of the flame armor covering its body. This battle skill that was able to condense its own flames into defensive armor was called Armor of the Inferno Sun. The reason why people were incredulous was because the threshold of this battle skill was not low. By common sense, if a fire-type Imperial Beast wanted to learn the Armor of the Inferno Sun and use it proficiently, the requirement for its rank was at least above the Transcendent Mortal Body first rank. The rank of the Hell Spectral Wolf was only a mature body, and between it and the Transcendent Mortal Body, there was still a difference of a complete body. However, Xiao Xingyu had always been unconventional, and his Imperial Beast, which was just unusual, could cross the huge rank gap and learn higher-level battle techniques. The Armor of Yen Yang is a defensive battle skill that can only be learned by a Transcendent Body Fire attribute Imperial Beast. This battle skill is very difficult, and it tests the enlightenment of the Imperial Beast, as well as the Imperial Beast Master's spiritual energy reserves. The Armor of Inferno Sun can withstand a large number of explosive attacks, and convert the energy of those attacks into the energy of the armor. The host was quick to speak, his lips rubbing together in order to popularize the subject for the non-specialist audience. Xiao Xingyu ruffled the bangs on his forehead and said with a smile, "What are you guys gawking at? Didn't you notice anything different?" The three of them, Lin Tianji, Zhou Knight, and Yang Hong, were all shocked by the Hell Spectre Wolf's armor of Yen Yang and neglected the danger behind them. The first to react was Yang Hong, but it was already too late. Two streaks of lightning sneaked in from behind, penetrating the bodies of the evil pupil Pale Wolf and the sand burial Red Python. The electric currents made a crackling sound that was as ear-piercing as firecrackers on New Year's Eve. In the air, a pasty odor of burnt roasted meat filled the air. The Ninja Shadow Ape, a space-based Imperial Beast, dodged the third lightning bolt by virtue of its instantaneous movement. Bang! With a loud bang, the Ninja Shadow Ape was viciously hit by the oncoming Bone-Wing Bat Beast. Instantaneous movement was not something that could not be dealt with. As long as one seized the skill gap, one could severely injure it. The Bone-Winged Bat Beast flapped its wings and used its huge body to propel the Ninja Shadow Ape, sliding crazily on the ground of the ring. During the sliding process, a large number of sharp and slender bone spikes grew on the Bone-Winged Bat Beast's body. These bone spikes were as cold and sharp as arrows, piercing through the Ninja Shadow Ape's chest, arms, and shoulder blades one after another. Damn it! It's being restricted. Yang Hong clenched his fists, his bones were pale, and his face was much darker compared to the confidence he had at the beginning of the match. Because of the large number of bone spikes running through its body, the Ninja Shadow Ape was unable to use its spatial movement skill at all, and could only allow the Bone-Winged Bat Beast to hold it down and drag it across the ground. The situation is becoming tense. The ninja shadow ape is in danger. It's getting closer and closer to the edge of the ring. The strength of the bone-winged bat beast was extremely terrifying, which was one of the characteristics of the undead lineage imperial beasts. With its powerful strength, the bone-winged bat beast dragged the ninja shadow ape to a corner of the ring. Less than 10 centimeters away, the ninja shadow ape was about to fall off the ring. Once it fell into the hot lake water, it would mean defeat. Yang Heng also had no choice but to summon his second imperial beast. Bone, glide on the left side. Morong Shinshin gave the command. The bone-winged bat beast let go of the scaly ninja shadow ape and tilted and glided towards the left side. This evasive maneuver just dodged a huge fist. In the ring, there was one more strange imperial beast. This imperial beast was a giant made of stone, with a nose and eyes, and was over 10 meters tall. It also had some weeds growing out of its nostrils, armpits, and other parts. Rock Giant, this was Yang Heng's second imperial beast. Ranked as a mature body 3rd stage, it controlled the power of rock. Its defense far exceeded that of other types of imperial beasts, and it was also able to change its form freely. The appearance of the rock giant saved the ninja shadow monkey that nearly fell into the lake. Beads of sweat oozed from Yang Heng's face. He was clear about one thing. In this ring, whoever summoned the second imperial beast first would lose half the battle. Team battles were not limited to the number of imperial beasts, and each player could take out 2 imperial beasts to fight. But looking at past matches, whichever side was forced to bring out their second imperial beast first was not far from losing the match. Fist of giant power.
Yang Heng shouted.
The rock monster raised his thick right arm and swung a 10-ton fist, blasting it head-on towards the Hell Spectre wolf. This fist traversed the entire ring with a devastating force, causing the ground to shake and the lake to boil. A holy light blinded everyone's eyes, and it took a long time for the live camera to return to normal. The rock monster's fist was resisted by a wall of light, no longer able to move forward by half a point. In mid-air, a 2-winged angel clad in silver armor was suspended. The holy feathers flapped gently, and the wind stirred with firefly like free-flying particles of light. The host shouted in excitement. Xiao Xingyu has summoned a second imperial beast. This is a 100-year rare Holy Light plus Angelic Imperial Beast, Holy Light Angel Beast. This was the first time Xiao Xingyu had allowed the Holy Light Angelic Beast to appear in front of the public after he contracted her. The Holy Light Angelic Beast released a wall of light, deadening the rock giant's fist and covering the Hell Spectral Wolf behind it. The Hell Spectral Wolf let out a whimper, as if it was complaining about something. Xiao Xingyu said soothingly, "Black Striker, I know that with your strength you don't need help, but I have to let Freya out for some air." Imperial beasts had to be baptized by battle to accelerate their growth. Xiao Xingyu summoned the Holy Light Angelic Beast, not to help the Hell Spectral Wolf. He merely wanted to practice and let the Holy Light Angelic Beast brush up on its experience. The host took a look at the background data and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Viewers, this is unbelievable. Holy Light Angelic Beast, currently not promoted to mature body, ranked only initial body 3rd order. The rock giant, ranked as a mature body 3rd order. In terms of rank, the Holy Light Angelic Beast was a whole segment behind the rock giant, yet it blocked the opponent's heavy punch. This was the Holy Light Angelic Beast's talent, Holy Light Guardianship. The Holy Light Angelic Beast refreshed its shield value all the time, and its defense was even stronger than some meat shield type imperial beasts. At this moment, both angels and demons appeared in the ring. Su Ruyan was unable to remain calm, her heart surging. This kid, too much like that man. With the rock giant present, the ninja shadow ape gained a chance to catch his breath and now recovered some of his physical energy. Yang Heng forced himself to calm down and catalyzed his spiritual energy. Audience, the ninja shadow ape has once again launched a sneak attack. The speed of instantaneous movement is truly dazzling. In the ring, a black shadow moved frantically around the Holy Light Angelic Beast. With the ninja shadow ape's manipulation of the power of space, it was difficult for the human naked eye to capture its movement trajectory. Xiao Xingyu was unconcerned about this and suddenly looked at Yang Heng, displaying an amiable smile. "Student Yang Heng, your imperial beast, has it ever been kicked by the speed of light? What did you say?" Yang Heng froze, not understanding Xiao Xingyu's meaning, nor did he realize the danger coming. Chapter 77, One Flash of Light. The Final Showdown.
Dangereux aura.
Back off. Yang Heng realized afterward and hurriedly gave an order. The ninja shadow ape manipulated the power of space, and its flexible stance instantly pranced backward. Theoretically, the instantaneous movement of the ninja shadow ape was extremely fast and could circumvent most attacks. In a split second, a residual shadow appeared in front of the ninja shadow ape. The ninja shadow ape usually had an ice-cold expression. Even if the sky was falling, it still looked like it didn't care. But at this moment, surprise and panic spread across its face. The host could hardly suppress his excitement, and his voice was about to roar out. An incredible scene has occurred on the field. The holy light angelic beast's speed, like a stream of light, was actually able to catch up with the ninja shadow ape's instantaneous movement. Facing the enemy's sudden attack against his face, ninja shadow ape intended to cast the power of space again to pull away from the holy light angelic beast. Bang! Streams of light flashed out, and people's naked eyes saw nothing but a muffled sound. The live broadcast screen shook slightly. The ring was dead silent, and the White Tiger Academy trio, dumbstruck, watched the body of the ninja shadow ape, which drew a beautiful arc in mid-air. Rumble. Ninja shadow ape fell out of the arena. The host hissed loudly. Around the ring was the boiling blood-colored lake. Instead of falling into the lake, the ninja shadow ape fell out of the confines of the falling dragon lake, smashing hard into the rocks of a large mountain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh my God! What on earth just happened? I didn't see it clearly. I didn't see it clearly either. I only saw a stream of light flash by, and then the ninja shadow ape flew away. There were quite a few onlookers by the lake, a pair of big eyes that never blinked, but no one could see the moment that just happened. The holy light angelic beast was suspended in mid-air, maintaining the position of lifting its knee and raising its leg. The host was helpless and could only call out to the staff at the side. Slow play. No, it's still hard to see. Double the slow play. When the video footage was slowed down 1,000 times, people finally barely saw a scene. The holy light angel beast kicked towards the ninja shadow monkey. This action was crisp and clean. There was no skill, only pure violent aesthetics. Even if the camera was slowed down 1,000 times, the image of the holy light angelic beast kicking out a leg was still blurry and strewn with residual shadows. Viewers, just now, ninja shadow monkey was kicked away by holy light angel beast. The speed of this kick, even if slowed down 1,000 times through post-production techniques, is still so fast that it's hard for the human eye to catch it. This is a battle technique we've never seen before. This kick has brought out the aura of the Green Dragon Academy. Through the slow-motion replay, people felt their scalps go numb. Xiao Xingyu, what battle skill is this? Light speed kick? Morong Yangshua begged to ask online. The name of this battle skill is Light 1 Flash. In the Light Imperial Beast's battle skills book, there was no record of this kind of god-awful battle skill. Light 1 Flash, a reward from the system, could only be used by holy light angelic beasts. Yang Hang, the ninja shadow ape was kicked out of the ring. What should we do next? Ninja shadow ape was a mature body-level imperial beast. It was kicked by the initial body holy light angel beast. Although it wasn't seriously injured, it was out of the game because it left the ring. According to the rules of the tournament, an imperial beast that left the ring could not reappear to fight. In the mountain forest, the ninja shadow ape climbed up from the ground, covered his chest and coughed, wanting to return to the ring, but was retrieved by Yang Hang into the imperial beast crest. Up to this point, there was only one imperial beast left beside Yang Hang, the rock giant. This guy, what a difficult person to deal with. Yang Hang's back was in a cold sweat. He then understood the true meaning of Xiao Xingyu's words just now. Student Yang Hang, your imperial beast, has it been kicked by the speed of light? Xiao Xingyu's sentence, which had exploded all over the internet during this match, was known as the best pretentious sentence of the year. And while this sentence seemed to be pretentious, it did not contain any water. After all, the Holy Light Angel Beast could really do the light speed kick. In the future, with the upgrading of the Holy Light Angel Beast, a single kick would be able to send the enemy thousands of miles away, ending the battle in the blink of an eye. Don't panic, we still have a chance. Zhou Knight stood out to stabilize the military, and Yang Hang also regained his confidence. Lin Tianji had already lost to Xiao Xingyu, and for the sake of a man's dignity, betting everything he had didn't want to lose a second time. All in all this battle, both sides had reasons why they couldn't lose. The battle continues. The battle has entered white heat. Each imperial beast has brought out its specialty. The host's speed of speech was like a Gatling machine gun, not missing a single exciting round. The contestants who were able to ascend to this ring were all the pride of the younger generation. In the beginning, both sides were able to play a tacit tactical coordination, and as time passed, the spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. After another explosion, the battle came to an end. On the ring, the White Tiger Academy trio was grimy, their clothes wet with sweat. On the contrary, the Green Dragon Academy trio did not change their color from the beginning to the end of the battle, easily taking the situation. This is really a wonderful match, regardless of whether they win or lose. These 6 players are the future pillars of our Dragon Kingdom. From the current situation, Green Dragon Academy has the absolute upper hand. There's not much time left for White Tiger Academy. Zhou Knight patted Yang Heng's shoulder. Old Yang, I don't have much spiritual energy left either. Lin Tianji was panting and his lips were flushed with white skin. I'm also nearing my limit. My spiritual energy is only enough for the Imperial Beast to unleash its last battle technique. Yang Heng bit his lips and made a decision. Brothers, use that surefire technique. This is our last chance to turn the tide. The 3 of them looked at each other, not retreating in the face of a strong enemy, but boldly embracing the final battle round. Morong Xinshin recalled the bone-wing bat beast hovering in the sky, and guessed the general idea by observing the expressions of the other 3. They don't have much spiritual energy left, so they should use their full strength next to try and turn the tide. Rokujin, brother Yangshua, it's the last combat round. Let's also bring out our strongest must-have techniques. Both camps, coincidentally storing up their final strike. As the battle entered the final moment, the live broadcast screen was split into 6 shots, giving each of the 6 players a close-up of their faces. Fellow viewers, next is the final battle. Will Green Dragon Academy get the victory, make up for last year's regrets, and complete their revenge? Or will White Tiger Academy overturn the odds and defend last year's glory once again? Everyone, keep your eyes on the screen and don't blink.
Yang Heng yelled, Giantize.
The rock giant heard its master's command and its already massive body began to expand, its height skyrocketing from 10 meters to 20 meters. Lin Tianji catalyzed what was left of his spiritual energy. The sand burial red python let out a hiss as its large and lengthy body transformed into a ball of yellow sand. The yellow sand floated in the air, and all the grains of sand fused with the rock giant, mutating into a sandstone giant with harder skin and more power. Zhou Knight drank lowly. Pupil art illusion. The evil pupiled Song Wolf's body shook and roared up to the sky, its scarlet eyes shooting out 2 auras. Another sandstone giant appeared beside the sandstone giant. Immediately afterward, 1 sandstone giant after another rose up from the ground. 12 sandstone giant doppelgangers, plus 1 main body, a total of 13 20-meter-tall monsters, stood at the edge of the ring, surrounding the ring. Xiao Xingyu and the others, it was as if they were trapped in a huge sandstone cage. Raising their heads, they could not see the sky at all, and could only see a face made of sand grains and rocks spliced together. Chapter 78 Flame Meteorite Falling from the Sky. Green Dragon Academy wins. White Tiger Academy, taking out the surefire technique for the final showdown. And how should the Green Dragon Academy respond? This moment, no matter what happens, it's bound to go down in history. 13 sandstone giants over 20 meters tall surrounded the entire ring. They were like sky-high trees in a primitive forest, their sturdy bodies and large heads blocking the entire sky. Yang Heng, Zhou Knight, and Lin Tianji, all 3 of them released all the spiritual energy in their bodies. This was a fight that bet on the dignity of the White Tiger Academy. This was a struggle to empty their bodies. In the past few minutes, White Tiger Academy was at a complete disadvantage. But they didn't retreat. Even if they fell, they had to maintain their last decency. Giving everything they had was the greatest respect for this match. The 13 sandstone giants simultaneously swung their fists towards the ground. Once these 13 fists landed, the entire ring would fall apart. However, on Xiao Xingyu's face, not the slightest bit of nervousness or fear could be seen, and between his hands and feet, there was only the elegance and calmness of an older generation of artists. 6 gold, brother Yangshua. Xiao Xingyu called out the names of his 2 companions. The tacit understanding between the 3 needed no introduction. The situation is urgent. Why did the Green Dragon Academy delay in responding? Strange. The Imperial Beasts of the 3 players from Green Dragon Academy have suddenly disappeared. The sky. They're in the sky. The live camera, following the host's roar, shot up towards the sky. At this moment, The Hell Spectral Wolf was located high in the sky above the ring. The Hell Spectral Wolf was not a flying imperial beast and did not have wings. It was dragged high into the sky by the bone-winged bat beast and the thunderstorm griffin. Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy surged, and a blazing flame ignited on the Hell Spectral Wolf. The bone-winged bat beast fed all of the green undead flame into the Hell's underworld wolf's body. The undead flame fused perfectly with the hellfire. The body of the Inferno Underwolf could no longer be seen, and people could only see a huge dark green fireball riding high above the sky. The fireball continued to expand, looking like a meteorite that had landed from outer space. Zip, zip, zip. On the surface of the fireball, blue electric currents grew. This was the power of thunder from the thunderstorm griffin. The host exclaimed loudly, "The power of the bone-wing bat beast and the thunderstorm griffin. All of it is infused in the Hell's spectral wolf's body." The fireball grew larger and larger, and its diameter even exceeded 100 meters. Not only that, the size of this fireball was still expanding, with no momentum to stop. In comparison, the 20-meter-tall sandstone giant just looked so small in front of the fireball. Undead fire, additional spiritual burning damage, inflicts spiritual attacks on the enemy. Hellfire, additional real damage, ignoring the enemy's armor defense. Thunder power with a paralyzing effect. The fireball that fused the three powers suddenly fell from the sky, looking like a falling star. This was the Green Dragon Academy's trio's joint must-kill technique, Thunder Inferno Skyfall. The fireball, which was over 200 meters in diameter, pierced through the dark clouds and blasted towards the ring in the form of a free fall. The volume of the fireball was too huge, and the crushing range covered half of the lake. The 13 sandstone giants had nowhere to hide, and were instantly flattened by the fireball, turning into sand, dust, and stones, which flew away with the gusty wind. The moment the fireball exploded, a black mushroom cloud rose. The aftermath of the explosion overturned the lake, and the waves rolled for a long time. This gave a visual shock that was tantamount to a real meteorite blasting down. The melon eaters of the spectators by the lake scattered in all directions, fearing that they would suffer from accidental injuries from the flaming aftermath. After an unknown amount of time, the flames on the ring gradually went out. The 3 contestants from White Tiger Academy, all of them were lying on the ground, their spiritual energy deficient, their eyes dull, and their faces whiter than the siding of a newly renovated house. The rock giant collapsed to the ground. The evil pupil pale wolf rolled its eyes, and the sand burial red python fell into a fainting spell. The hell spectral wolf maintained its majestic stance and stood by Xiao Xingyu's side, the demonic power emanating from its body not diminishing in the slightest. The bone-winged bat beast landed behind Murong Xinshin and let out a pleasurable cry. The thunderstorm griffin hovering above Murong Yangshua's head looked springy, its arrogant face even a little beaten. The battle over. After a moment of silence, the referee slowed down and blew the horn for the end of the match. The host jumped directly onto the commentary stage, holding the microphone and shouting, "The battle is over. Winner, Green Dragon Academy." In an instant, the salutes sounded and the colorful ribbons flew. Under the live camera, Xiao Xingyu's trio all revealed bright smiles. This was the first time Murong Xinshin had laughed so freely in public. She was rarely this happy. The feeling of fighting alongside Xiao Xingyu made Murong Xinshin very comfortable. 6 gold, we won. Xiao Xingyu was so excited that he directly hugged Murong Xinshin's willow waist as an expression of celebration and joy. Murong Yangshua immediately had a black face. "Xiao Xingyu, you celebrate. Don't take advantage of my sister. Brother Yangshua, your performance is also good. Let's hug one too." After Xiao Xingyu hugged Murong Xinshin, he hugged Murong Yangshua. "Xiao Xingyu, you special meow put me down. You're a big man. Hugging me, a big man lifting high and spinning in circles. The atmosphere is weird. Count on me to beg you. Don't make me lose face with you. You'd better go hug my sister." Murong Xinshin, lakeside. Chun Chinian applauded while whispering with a smile. The celebration picture. Everywhere there is a hint of silly embarrassment. Su Rian corrected. "Old Chun, this is not foolishness. This is the vigor that only young people have. When we were teenagers, weren't we like this? Yes, it's good to be young. Well, it's good to be young." The two witnessed the entire process of this battle. There was relief in their gaze, but also the complex sentiment of remembering the past, which was indescribable and indescribable. The match was over, and on both sides of the ring, the ropeways were once again raised. The The players could exit the ring through the ropeways and return to the lake. Before retiring, both sides saluted each other. Xiao Xingyu pulled up Yang Heng and Zhou Knight, who were on the ground. Competition first, friendship second. Yeah. No fighting. Xiao Xingyu, we've remembered you. Yang Heng and Zhou Knight, both of them were people who could afford to lose and let go, destined for a promising future. At this time, a complaint came from the side. Xiao Xingyu, you pulled Yang Heng and Zhou Knight, but only me? Lin Tianji was still sitting paralyzed on the ground. His legs were weak and he couldn't stand up at all. Xiao Xingyu extended his hand and pulled him up. Classmate Xiao Lin, after yesterday's individual battle, you had a look of disbelief. What about today? Lin Tianqi patted his butt and said somewhat reluctantly, I'm convinced. The three of you directly messed up a flame meteor. Can I not be convinced? Thunderflame Heavenly Meteor, a joint surefire technique invented by Xiao Xingyu, was released by the Hell Spectre Wolf, Bone-Winged Bat Beast, and Thunderstorm Griffin in a joint effort. This move directly ended the match, completely convincing the three White Tiger Academy players. Xiao Xingyu, why are you dazed again? Murong Yangshua could not understand that in the joy of winning, Xiao Xingyu had actually wandered off again. Xiao Xingyu's gaze fell on the surface of the lake. The dragon bone sealed at the bottom of the lake was a great temptation to Xiao Xingyu. It's crowded now. Let's wait until it's dark before going into the water. Xiao Xingyu muttered to himself. At the same time, a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Leading the team to defeat White Tiger Academy will earn you an additional system reward. System reward, 5,000 point coupons. The reward has been issued. Please check and receive it by the host. At this point, Xiao Xingyu's account balance reached 5,050 point coupons. Chapter 79 Late Night Conspiracy. Going down to fetch the dragon bone.
Din Su, congratulations.
Dean Bamboo. This time, our Green Dragon Academy has gained the halo of national attention. All thanks to your White Tiger Academy's backing. After the match, the deans of White Tiger Academy and Green Dragon Academy came together. Bamboo Qingyue and Su Rian both had the title of Beautiful Dean, and the media reporters hurriedly carried their cameras to capture the post-game conversation between these two. Under the camera, the two beauties were wearing kind smiles on their faces, but in fact, there was a chill in their eyes. In last year's Supernova competition, White Tiger Academy defeated Green Dragon Academy. This year, Xiao Xingyu led the team to complete their revenge. One way or another, the grudge between the two deans had accumulated another layer. Because there were too many media reporters, Bamboo Qingyu had to come up to Su Ruyan, her lips pressed against Su Ruyan's ear. Dean Su, don't be complacent. Your Green Dragon Academy can win this time. All because of that Xiao Xingyu. Su Ruyan ruffled her hair, her haughty demeanor unexpectedly transmitting a few moments of a young girl's playfulness. You're right, but I just have Xiao Xingyu as my trump card and you don't. So you're envious and jealous? Yes, I am indeed a bit jealous. Bamboo Qingyu's afterglow looked towards Xiao Xingyu, who was celebrating his victory. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was holding champagne, bouncing around in the crowd, having a good time. Brother, you is awesome. Xiao Xingyu, I only serve you in my life. In the future, you'll be the boss of Green Dragon Academy. I'll take care of buying milk tea and cigarettes in the future. Brother Xingyu, do you have a girlfriend? Here's my phone number. Let's watch a movie together next time. Okay? This time, those who came to watch the battle, there were also students from Green Dragon Academy. These students had all witnessed Xiao Xingyu's performance and were completely conquered by him. The female students turned into fangirls in seconds, itching to pick Xiao Xingyu's pants, and some even secretly stuffed hotel room cards with lipstick prints into Xiao Xingyu's pockets. Male students turned into a little brother, give Xiao Xingyu cigarettes and water, wildly patting his ass. The halo on Xiao Xingyu's body at the moment is so dazzling. Underneath the halo was the gifted strength that far exceeded normal people, as well as the combat IQ that people of the same age did not possess. Zhu Qingyu, don't steal glances at our Xiao Xingyu. It's useless for you to be envious. He's a student of our Green Dragon Academy. Yes, he is indeed someone from your Green Dragon Academy now. Su Ruyan put away her smug smile and said in a cold voice, what do you mean by that? Now is now, and who can say what will happen in the future? You want to poach? No way. Su Ruyan was instantly angered. Xiao Xingyu was the best seedling in her eyes, symbolizing the future of Qinglong Academy. Bamboo Qingyu obviously had bad thoughts about Xiao Xingyu, and his tone became yin and yang. Su Ruyan, which law states that you can't poach? You! As long as we, White Tiger Academy, can provide the welfare benefits and human resources that Green Dragon Academy can't provide, will Xiao Xingyu still stay by your side? After saying these words, Bamboo Qingyu let out a light laugh and raised her hand to dust off the dust on Su Ruyan's shoulder. Su Ruyan, there are plenty of opportunities for us to fight. When we fight next time, Xiao Xingyu might be standing by my side. Bitchy girl. Watch your words. It's live on air. Bamboo Qingyu was in front of the camera, maintaining an elegant posture, facing the media interview, answering that call to decent. Dean Bamboo, how do you think about this loss? I have to say, the children of Qinglong Academy are excellent. Also thanks to Dean Su's good training. I respect Dean Su. Bamboo Qingyu in front of the camera, losing and letting go, won the applause of the crowd. Su Ruyan coldly smiled, stomped her feet and whispered, "What a hypocritical to the point of being a woman. Xiao Xingyu will not be scooped up by her." Su Ruyan then subconsciously looked towards Xiao Xingyu, who was surrounded by the crowd and photographers, and could not help but fall into deep thought. If White Tiger Academy offered a better welfare package, would this kid really not be moved? People die for money, birds die for food. Think about it differently. It's me, I'm also moved. No way. I can't let Bamboo Green language poach Xiao Xingyu. Su Ruyan secretly resolved that even if she was tied up with 5 flowers, she would still keep Xiao Xingyu in Qinglong Academy. Late at night at 12 o'clock. Hotel. Xiao Xingyu returned to his room, his face reddened and smelling of alcohol. Today, Green Dragon Academy defeated White Tiger Academy and advanced to the finals of the Supernova competition. This was a great joyous event, so it was natural to drink to celebrate. As the head honoree of the victory, everyone toasted Xiao Xingyu. During the meal, even Su Ruyan and Chun Chinian toasted Xiao Xingyu a few times. Xiao Xingyu's drunken appearance was naive and handsome. Huh, why are there 2 Lulus in the house? Xiao Xingyu rubbed his bloodshot eyes and saw 2 fox beauties standing in front of him. Dai Lu had her arms clasped in front of her chest, leaning against the window with a cold expression. Seeing things is reshadowed. Indeed drunk. Identification complete. I'm not drunk. Not drunk, huh? How many is this? Dai Lu stretched out 3 fingers. Xiao Xingyu blurted out, 6. Dai Lu rolled her eyes. Xiao Xingyu, you were really 6. Plop. Xiao Xingyu directly fell to the ground. Get the hell up. Lulu, I'm a bit sleepy. Sleepy, you go to bed. Isn't it cold to sleep on the ground? You're caring about me. The atmosphere was off. Dai Lu froze in place, 2 piles of redness rising on her face. Am I really concerned about him? The relationship between one person and one beast always changes subconsciously without being noticed. Looking at Xiao Xingyu lying on the floor, Dai Lu didn't have the heart to think too much, and directly picked him up and put him on the bed. After helping Xiao Xingyu cover the quilt, Dai Lu stood at the edge of the bed and crossed her arms. I really owe you from my previous life. I haven't solved my own matters and I have to take care of you when you're drunk. Dai Lu complained and prepared to go pour Xiao Xingyu a cup of hot water. When Dai Lu turned around, Xiao Xingyu suddenly sat up from the bed. I thought of a way. Dai Lu was startled. Are you drunk or not? Xiao Xingyu's eyes at this moment did not have the kind of disorientation and cloudiness of a drunkard, but only wisdom and depth, looking like a far-sighted military advisor. What did you think of? I thought of a way to rob the prison. Dai Lu's eyes lit up and she hurriedly poured a cup of hot water and sat beside Xiao Xingyu. Say it quickly. Is this your attitude of begging? What do you want? You say, the prince please point out. Dai Lu was speechless for a while and stiffly squeezed out a fake smile. Prince please instruct. This is a courtesy from my slave. Xiao Xingyu was cautious, closing the window and lowering his voice. If you want to rob the prison, you must break through evolution. I've been stuck in the Beast Emperor body 3rd order for a long time, and there's still dragon power in my body that hasn't been completely removed, and my injuries haven't healed, so how is it possible? Xiao Xingyu interrupted. What if I can get a piece of dragon bone from a purebred dragon race? Dai Lu's eyes were shocked. Chapter 80 Dragon Bone arrives. A tense and exciting night. The silence in the room lasted for a minute. Lu took a deep breath, complex emotions in her gaze. Where can you get a dragon bone from a purebred dragon race? I'll take you there if you trust me. Dai Lu froze for a while, certain that Xiao Xingyu was not joking, and then continued her analysis. Fine, fine. I'll believe that you can get the dragon bone. Then what? You swallow the dragon bone, fuse the bloodline of the purebred dragon race, complete the breakthrough evolution, and advance to the nine-tailed dragon fox. Xiao Xingyu's words made Dailu laugh. Xiao Xingyu, Xiao Xingyu, are you really stupid or fake? Do you know that in this world, no magical beast or imperial beast of any race can fuse with the bloodline of the purebred dragon race? Purebred dragon race bloodline, rejecting any other bloodline, there was currently no precedent of bloodline fusion. Xiao Xingyu replied calmly, I know. You know and still say such meaningless words? Lulu, trust me, I can do it. You. Dai Lu wanted to say something. The young man in front of her always did not follow the rules, yet always managed to accomplish miracles that violated common sense. Xiao Xingyu jumped up from the bed and looked down at Dai Lu, who was standing beside the bed. If you believe me, follow me. Although Dai Lu was half believing, she was in a situation at the moment where she didn't have any better way but to believe Xiao Xingyu. In the Four Spirits City at 1 in the morning, torrential rain poured down, and the gusty winds were itching to topple the entire city's infrastructure and grounds. In the valley shrouded in darkness, Xiao Xingyu rode a nine-tailed demon fox forward in the rain. The nine-tailed demon fox's body was burning with purple fox fire, forming a protective shield to protect Xiao Xingyu from the gusty winds and torrential rain. Shortly after, the one person and one beast climbed to the top of the mountain. On top of the mountain was a lake with blood-colored bubbles. This was the Falling Dragon Lake, and it was also the place where the Supernova competition team battle was held during the day. It was now late at night and coincided with a storm, so there were no half-figures on the mountain or by the lake. Xiao Xingyu jumped down from the nine-tailed demon fox's back and walked to the lake. The nine-tailed demon fox came over, its watery eyes written with confusion. Why did you bring me to the Fallen Dragon Lake? The dragon bone is at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Xingyu was succinct. The legend of this Fallen Dragon Lake is not supported by any facts. How do you know that there are dragon bones at the bottom of the lake? Because I can sense it. Strictly speaking, Xiao Xingyu perceived the dragon bone's aura through the eye of the demon god. This kid can really perceive the aura of a dragon bone? It's hard to believe that his bloodline, between, and the purebred dragons. What a deeply hidden teenager. The nine-tailed demon fox didn't know about the existence of the eye of the demon god, and mistakenly thought that Xiao Xingyu had a bloodline relationship with the pureblood dragon race. Lulu, the water of the Falling Dragon Lake is extremely hot, and my human body cannot withstand it. All right, I understand everything. After going into the water, you are responsible for showing the way. The nine-tailed demon fox threw out a tail, binding Xiao Xingyu, and then leapt forward. After the plopping sound, the lake's surface returned to calm. Only the ripples of the rain hitting the water splashes remained. Below the surface of the lake, the nine-tailed demon fox continued to dive. Its tail, like a safety rope, tethered Xiao Xingyu. On Xiao Xingyu's body, a layer of spherical shield condensed from purple flames enveloped his body, isolating the boiling hot lake water. The foxfire of the nine-tailed fox clan could burn in the water and provide Xiao Xingyu with a flame shield. In the water, one person and one beast maintained soul communication. Where exactly is the dragon bone? Lulu, move to the left, continue to dive. Yawning, lean to the right. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god. His perception was comparable to a detector. The entire bottom of the lake was visible. Time passed by minute. As the depth of the dive increased, the scent of the dragon bone became more and more dense. Lulu, see it. Xiao Xingyu was agitated, his facial muscles twitching slightly. The nine-tailed demon fox's petite body shook, and a flash of golden light was reflected in her pupils. Gradually, the nine-tailed demon fox's limbs touched the silt at the bottom of the lake, and a huge glowing object appeared in front of his eyes about 1 meter away. Xiao Xingyu swam forward and saw the true face of the glowing object. It was a piece of irregularly shaped white bone, with a volume comparable to an elephant. This is heart protector bone, the smallest piece of bone on the dragon's body. It is also the bone with the highest density and hardness, used to protect the dragon's heart. The nine-tailed demon fox blinked and stared at Xiao Xingyu with a puzzled look. The dragon clan was extinguished in the dragon-slaying war 200 years ago. You're only 18. How do you know so much about the dragon race? Xiao Xingyu just smiled without explaining. What a guy who is full of secrets. The nine-tailed demon fox secretly spat inwardly. Xiao Xingyu just looked young. But in reality, there was a layer of unreadable fog shrouding his body, making her inscrutable. Before it was too late, in order to avoid any changes, Xiao Xingyu opened his spatial ring and included the dragon bone in it. Lulu, let's go. A few minutes later, the nine-tailed demon fox leaped out of the water, gently moving its tail, placing Xiao Xingyu under a tree, and then resumed its human form. I didn't expect that underneath this fallen dragon lake, a piece of dragon bone actually really remains. Even if seeing is believing, Dai Lu was immersed in shock, always feeling that it was a dream. Xiao Xingyu took a breath, adjusted his breathing, and opened the system store with his mind. 3,000-point coupons, I can afford it. Xiao Xingyu muttered to himself. Dai Lu on the side could not understand at all. Congratulations to the host. Spending 3,000-point coupons, successfully purchased the Bloodline Fusion Crystal. The item has been put into storage. Please move to the system warehouse to check. Bloodline Fusion Crystals, as the name implied, were able to fuse any bloodline into the body of an imperial beast. On the dragon bone, the bloodline of a purebred dragon race flowed. Bloodline Fusion Crystals plus dragon bone would allow the nine-tailed demon fox to break through evolution and be promoted to a nine-tailed dragon fox. Of course, the risk of failure in it was as high as the gain of success. Xiao Xingyu had no intention of returning to the hotel, as there were important things to do next. Lulu, take me outside the city and find a secluded place. Half an hour passed. The nine-tailed demon fox carried Xiao Xingyu to the forest on the outskirts of Four Spirit City. It was a primitive forest with no traces of artificial development, and it was filled with ferocious magical beasts. The nine-tailed demon fox, ranked as a beast emperor body, only needed to slightly release its aura to scare away the surrounding magical beasts and create a quiet environment. Xiao Xingyu, what exactly do you want to do? As I said, I want to help you fuse the dragon bloodline and complete the breakthrough evolution. Xiao Xingyu opened his spatial ring and extracted the huge dragon bone, while at the same time opening the system warehouse and extracting the bloodline fusion crystals. This bright red stone, what is it? The nine-tailed demon fox felt curious. It's a treasure that allows you to fuse the dragon bloodline. Is there really such a magical treasure in the world? Is it really fake? Where did you get it from? Xiao Xingyu raised a finger and blocked the nine-tailed demon fox's mouth. Shu, are you the Imperial Master or am I the Imperial Master? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Chapter 81 Successful Evolution, Nine-Tailed Dragon Fox. There were too many secrets hidden in Xiao Xingyu's body, and Dai Lu's curiosity was hooked to her throat. Due to the master-servant relationship, Dai Lu couldn't ask too many questions, and could only obediently listen to all of her master's arrangements. The torrential rain never stopped. The dense raindrops connected into a sheet after sheet of rain curtain, splashing in the dark primitive forest. The conversation between one person and one beast gradually became serious. Lulu. Evolution has risks. Once the fusion of the dragon bloodline fails, you will suffer a serious backlash. Can you bear the consequences? Dai Lu thought about it and made a decision. To save Medusa, this is the only way. Navy headquarters, heavily guarded. The Navy Admiral Murong Ashes was a 9-star Imperial Beastmaster with a Beast God body-level Imperial Beast under his command. If one wanted to succeed in a prison hijacking, they would inevitably cross paths with Murong Ashes. The current nine-tailed demon fox was only at the segment of Beast Emperor body 3rd stage and was still injured. Only with the help of the dragon bone, completing the breakthrough evolution and fusing the dragon bloodline, would it have a chance to fight. Xiao Xingyu suddenly fell silent, hanging his head low and staring at the bloodline fusion crystal in his hand. What are you worried about? Lulu, I don't have absolute certainty in case. Xiao Xingyu, you said that you want to become the strongest Imperial Beast Master in the world. When did you become hesitant? Xiao Xingyu revealed a self-deprecating smile as rainwater dripped down his chin. You're right. It's me who's too indecisive. Xiao Xingyu no longer hesitated. His mind surged and opened the system store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending 1,000 points of vouchers, successfully purchased the heart-protecting pill. The function of the heart-protecting pill was simple and straightforward. It could protect the royal beast's heart chakra, increase the success rate of the royal beast's evolution, and allow the royal beast to endure less risk during the evolution process. This one elixir cost Xiao Xingyu 1,000 point coupons. A whole 1,000 points, not a small amount. Xiao Xingyu did not do it for any other reason but to make Dai Lu suffer less. As of now, Xiao Xingyu's account balance only had 1,050 point coupons left. Lulu, eat this elixir first. Xiao Xingyu extracted the heart-protecting pill from the system storage. It was a lollipop-sized black pill that emitted a strange flavor. Xiao Xingyu casually tossed the heart-protecting pill into Dai Lu's mouth. The next step is crucial. You swallow this piece of dragon bone. Dai Lu maintained her nine-tailed demon fox beast form and opened her mouth like a cave, easily swallowing the dragon bone. Gulp. Choking, swallow this too. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and spread his palm, presenting a crystal in his palm. This was the core material for fusing the dragon bloodline, the bloodline fusion crystal. Dai Lu did not question it and swallowed it in one gulp. As of this moment, there were 3 more things in Dai Lu's body: the heart-protecting pill, the dragon bone, and the bloodline fusion crystal. Any feeling? Not for now. One person and one beast stared wide-eyed. After about 15 minutes, Dai Lu revealed a pained expression. The body is burning. It's so hard. The bloodline fusion crystals are starting to work. Hold on. Dai Lu suddenly lay down on the ground and rolled around, her huge body hitting the surrounding trees and rocks. The torrential rain and thunder could hardly cover the miserable roar. On Xiao Xingyu's face, a mixture of cold rainwater and nervous sweat. His fists were tightly clenched, his heart filled with worry. Lulu, hold on. You'll definitely be able to do it. The bloodline fusion crystals came into play, and the bloodlines of the nine-tailed fox race and the purebred dragon race were gradually fusing. The piece of dragon bone, at a slow pace, was being integrated deep into Dai Lu's flesh and blood. This process produced pain like 10,000 arrows piercing through the heart, and like ants crawling on a wound. In the dark forest, the huge fox screamed miserably, its 9 tails fluttering haphazardly, attracting heavenly thunder and stirring up earthly fire. Xiao Xingyu was at the center of the chaos, barely able to stabilize his body. The eye of the demon god opened. Lulu, hold on a little longer. The heart-protecting pill is working. Inside the 9-tailed demon fox's body, the heart-protecting pill completely melted. A magical power wrapped around the heart, guarding the heart veins. The pain instantly dropped, and the 9-tailed demon fox's blood-filled eyes regained a hint of clarity. The heavy rain was getting crazier and crazier, and the dark and heavy night was like it was about to collapse. The gusty wind rolled around huge raindrops and ice crystals, like countless whips, viciously lashing at the 9-tailed demon fox. Time flew by. The trees wanted to be quiet, but the wind would not stop. This process was a huge torture for the 9-tailed demon fox, and an indescribable mental torment for Xiao Xingyu. An hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours.
Boom tilde.
A terrifying explosion arose in the forest. Purple flames rose up to the sky, connecting with the lightning and illuminating the heavens and earth. Xiao Xingyu was lifted off by the aftermath of the explosion and fell into the muddy bushes, multiple wounds appearing on his body, especially on his handsome cheek. There was an additional shocking bloodstain. Did it fail? Xiao Xingyu had no bottom in his heart. In the blurred vision, the dust gradually dispersed. In the midst of the rainstorm, there stood a woman in tattered clothing. The woman's skin was snow white, her appearance was exquisite, and she looked like a special thing on earth. Behind this woman, 9 snow-white foxtails fluttered. At the tip of each tail, a purple fireball burned, and the hot firelight dispersed the darkness of the forest. The woman's fox ears, slightly opened and closed, and 2 irregular horns emerged from her hair. These were not ordinary horns. These were dragon horns, and it was the dragon horn of a purebred dragon race. Xiao Xingyu's line of sight moved to the woman's body. The woman's arms were covered with a layer of purple golden dragon scales. The raging rainwater, which washed and washed everything in the world, could not wash away the rising corners of Xiao Xingyu's lips. Xiao Xingyu's gaze locked onto the woman's eyes. The woman's pupils turned into a vertical shape. Vertical pupils, the symbol of the dragon bloodline. It worked. Xiao Xingyu originally didn't even have the strength to stand up. Because of the excessive excitement and adrenaline rush, he actually stood up holding onto a crooked-neck tree. Lulu! Xiao Xingyu shouted with full of joy. In the next second, Xiao Xingyu felt his body become stiff and a life-threatening chill locked onto his soul. Dai Lu, who had completed her evolution, focused her scarlet gaze on Xiao Xingyu. Shouldn't. Xiao Xingyu exploded as he was pounced on by Dai Lu. Without saying a word, Dai Lu frantically tore Xiao Xingyu's clothes. No, don't. I'm not a casual man. Don't strip my pants. I'm still a virgin. Xiao Xingyu was only human. How could he possibly break free from the nine-tailed demon fox that had fused the dragon bloodline? It's because I didn't think it through well and forgot about the matter of the dragon's nature being lustful. No way. Must hurry up and think of a way. The characteristic of the purebred dragon race was the word, lust. Xiao Xingyu couldn't think of a solution in time. Dai Lu violently leaned over, her fiery red lips sealing his mouth. An orchid fragrance spread between his lips and teeth. Chapter 82. Against all odds attribute panel, reinforced Dai Lu. The primitive forest in the rainstorm was like an open door to hell. Every tree and flower swayed with the wind, as if a swarm of demons were dancing. Embracing, kissing, tangling, the ambiguous breath fermented in the cold wind, and the body temperature climbed with the release of hormones. I don't know how long, this sound rainstorm is close to the end. The rain stopped, the wind stopped. The end of the night sky, which had regained its clearness, was flooded with white belly. The world purified by the rain was about to usher in the first ray of dawn. Xiao Xingyu opened his bloodshot eyes, feeling weak and achy. Seeing the beautiful person in his arms whose skin was like gelatin, the memories from before he passed out flooded his mind. This is even more outrageous than drunkenness. The beautiful person awoke. Dai Lu maintained her human form. Her snow-white sexy torso presented in front of Xiao Xingyu. Both sides stared at each other, falling into a long silence. Suddenly, Dai Lu's eyes flashed with a murderous aura and she pinched Xiao Xingyu's neck with one hand. Xiao Xingyu, you are shameless. Xiao Xingyu looked innocent and complained with a bitter smile. Lu, I'm the one who suffered. Okay. Dai Lu was a beastman lineage imperial beast, essentially a fox that could transform into human form. The greatest characteristic of the nine-tailed fox clan was its fox charm, which could charm any male. After fusing the bloodline of the purebred dragon race, Dai Lu was also affected. After all, the nature of the dragon is inherently lustful, which is also the reason why she pounced on Xiao Xingyu in a state of confusion. Now this scene was a nail in the coffin. What should have happened had happened and could not be undone. Dai Lu loosened her hand, afraid that she had snapped Xiao Xingyu's neck. She had it in her heart that she couldn't really hurt her royal master. Moreover, after this incident, Xiao Xingyu and her are no longer pure master-servant relationship, but an additional layer of super-friendship relationship. Although there are some precedents of humans and orcs combining or even marrying, such precedents are few and far between. However, such precedents were few and far between and were not recognized by the world. There was another moment of silence. Every speechless stare would increase the awkwardness on both sides. Xiao Xingyu opened his space ring and took out 2 sets of men's clothes. He wore one set for himself and handed the other set to Dai Lu. Cough, put it on. It's not appropriate to be naked. Dai Lu took the opportunity to dislike. Oh, what you should look at shouldn't be looked at. What you should do shouldn't be done. And now you're pretending to be a gentleman. How hypocritical. Put it on. Xiao Xingyu was too lazy to talk nonsense and personally draped the robe over Dai Lu. Lu, everyone is an adult, so... I'm not a human being. I'm an adult, you're an adult vixen, so... You're the vixen. Your whole family is a vixen. The fact that a super friendship that was as close as it could get happened didn't affect the bickering in the least. The quarrel was still a quarrel. After 5 minutes of fighting a war of words, Xiao Xingyu's lips were dry and he returned to his words. Lulu, although there was a hiccup between us, fortunately, your breakthrough evolution was successful, and you have perfectly fused the purebred dragon bloodline. Du clenched her fists, and on the backs of her hands and arms, purple golden dragon scales vaguely emerged. This is... on my head. Be confident. It's a dragon's horn. The woods, where it had just rained, were filled with small puddles of clear water. Dai Lu leaned over and the small puddles of water were used as mirrors. Through the reflection of the water, Dai Lu clearly saw that 2 irregularly shaped dragon horns were growing out of her head. Dai Lu was in a trance, and then closed her eyes, sensing the changes in her body. Not long after, Dai Lu snapped her eyes open, and the bottom of her deep eyes flashed with radiant light. The injuries in my body, they're really healed? This was the drastic change brought about by the evolutionary breakthrough. The injuries on Dai Lu's body healed with the breakthrough and upgrade. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and the data panel had been updated and presented to his eyes. Name, Nine-tailed dragon fox. Rank: Beast God Body First Order. Bloodline: Nine-tailed fox clan mythical bloodline plus purebred dragon clan creation bloodline. Talent 1. Pupil of Doom. When the pupil technique is turned on, a single look can petrify any enemy whose level is lower than your own. Talent 2. Nine-tailed fox fire directly sears the enemy's soul, adding a terrifying mental attack. Talent 3. Dragon power maintains a hegemonic state on itself. Enemies cannot interrupt spell casting, is not controlled by any enemy skills, and inflicts materialized physical plus spiritual damage on enemies. Talent 4. Dragon soul. When suffering heavy damage from the enemy, it automatically releases the dragon soul to defend against deadly attacks. Attribute: Dragon Fox System, Orc System, Superpower System, Fire System. Loyalty: 88. Skills: 1. Tailed Beast Bomb, 2. Bloodthirsty Pupil Crossbow, 3. Nine-tail Burning Statue, 4. Divine Dragon Swinging Tail, 5. Dragon's Breath. Evolutionary Route: Nine-tailed Dragon Fox. 10-tailed Dragon Fox unknown. Hobbies: eating bamboo shoots, sleeping. This was the attribute panel of the nine-tailed dragon fox, and today's Dailu was not what she used to be. Lulu: you're the first imperial beast in the world to fuse a purebred dragon bloodline. What luck? Conception? Xiao Xingyu: what are you babbling about? Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about good luck, not good pregnancy chi. As for how Dailu's pregnancy chi was, it was still too early to say. After all, everything that happened last night was not a dream, and it depended on whether Xiao Xingyu could hit it with one shot. Xiao Xingyu stared at the delicately shaped Dailu, secretly thinking in his heart. This breakthrough evolution, Lulu promoted from the Beast Emperor body to the Beast God body, and also perfectly fused the purebred dragon bloodline. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any other changes, right? No, her bust. It seems to have gotten bigger again. Now that Dailu was wearing men's clothes, which were rather loose, her chest displayed a charming career line. Xiao Xingyu was a bloodthirsty man and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When you are gazing into the abyss is also gazing into you. This saying is really true. Dailu didn't have the heart to say, "Seen enough. Ahem. I'm just admiring. Don't get me wrong." After a physically exhausting battle last night at least, Xiao Xingyu was starving and simply summoned the Hell Spectral Wolf. The Hell Spectral Wolf was agile and jumped into the lake to catch a few fish. Xiao Xingyu and Dailu then grilled the fish by the lake and ate them. Because there was no seasoning, the grilled fish wasn't good, but it could fill their stomachs. Lulu: now we have the courage to go to the naval headquarters to rob the prison. Dailu was skeptical. But you're only a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Your spiritual power is thin. For Imperial Beasts to utilize their true strength, the concentration of the Imperial Beast Master's spiritual energy must match. Dailu was now a Beast God body level Imperial Beast. If Xiao Xingyu wanted to harness Dailu and bring out Dailu's true strength, he would need at least 30,000 plus spiritual power values. However, right now, Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power value was still hovering around 3,000. You don't need to worry about spiritual power. I have a way. Xiao Xingyu had previously killed Wang Dongsheng, the Vice Dean of the Green Dragon Academy, relying on one thing: the Dragon Spirit Pill. After taking the Dragon Spirit Pill, it would allow the Royal Beast Master to double his spiritual energy concentration by 10 times within 5 minutes. If 2 were taken in one breath, the spiritual energy concentration remained at 10 times and the duration was extended to 10 minutes. At the same time, the side effects brought to the Imperial Beastmaster after the medicinal effect ended could almost kill the Imperial Beastmaster for half of his life. Lulu: let's go back to the hotel and plan the details of this prison robbery. Good. Dailu resumed her beast form, her 9 tails burning with purple gold dragon flames. Lulu: the road down the mountain is not easy. Can I ride you? You're addicted to riding me, aren't you? You don't have legs? Walk by yourself. Since experiencing last night's events, Dailu, a traditional-minded female fox, would naturally be shy. Chapter 83. On the eve of the prison heist, the storm is coming. In the early hours of the morning, the sunrise was like blood, and the sky by the clouds was flushed with a hint of red. Xiao Xingyu returned to his hotel room, lying on all fours on the soft big bed, stretching his lazy waist like a cat. It's still a comfortable bed. Last night Xiao Xingyu and Dailu spent the night in the primitive forest, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. It sounded romantic, but in reality, it was chock-a-block. Dai Lu sat on the edge of the bed and surveyed the man on the bed with complicated eyes. I didn't realize that last night I actually had sex with this human. As the memories flooded her mind, Dai Lu could hardly maintain her usual high cool image. Her side face burned, and the roots of her ears gradually turned red. Just when Dai Lu's mind was in turmoil, Xiao Xingyu suddenly came. Lulu, if you get pregnant, will you give birth to a little fox? Pregnant my ass. Dai Lu directly pounced over and pressed down on Xiao Xingyu's chest. Even if you're my royal master, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll die with you. Xiao Xingyu hurriedly changed the topic. Lulu, no more jokes. Let's talk business. Xiao Xingyu opened the map on his phone and analyzed it seriously. According to the news report, the time when the Navy executes Medusa is the night 2 days later. The place of execution is located on Ice and Fire Island. Dai Lu thought meticulously and asked, "The final of your Supernova competition, when will it start?" "For the final, it's our Green Dragon Academy versus Vermilion Bird Academy. Because the first round of elimination matches just ended, everyone needs to rest. According to the rules of the tournament, the final will start 7 days later." Dai Lu nodded and murmured in a low voice, "Now 1 day has passed since the end of the tournament, so the start of the finals is 6 days later." Xiao Xingyu's tone grew serious. "Lulu, 2 days later we hijack the prison. 6 days later, no matter what, we must return here. I want to be on time for the Supernova competition. We can't make any mistakes in terms of timing, even if we delay our return by 1 day. As long as we miss the Supernova competition, we might arouse the suspicion of people with good intentions." "Good. I understand." The two of them looked at each other and came to an agreement. The next step was to plan a specific prison hijacking scheme. Xiao Xingyu drew diagrams with his hands and analyzed them with reason before Dai Lu's face. Medusa is being held in the undersea prison at the naval headquarters. The prison is heavily guarded. Even if we have the life to sneak in, we don't have the life to escape. So the best time for us to rob the prison is the moment Medusa is escorted to the execution platform. Dai Lu nodded in agreement. "I support you in this idea. Lulu, let's be ugly. You say it." Xiao Xingyu's gaze was cold and stern, and his voice was laced with a commanding tone. "We only have one chance. If it doesn't go well, we must decisively give up in the middle and choose to escape the penal colony in a clear-cut manner." Dale was silent. "I'm not discussing with you. This is an order." Xiao Xingyu's attitude was tough. He was willing to take high risks for high returns, but that didn't mean he would recklessly get killed. As long as the prison robbery was not going well, sensing the slightest hint of failure, Xiao Xingyu would decisively give up and save his life. "Lulu, why aren't you saying anything?" Dai Lu pondered for a moment and spoke. "I don't know why. As long as you're around, I feel that the plan to rescue Medusa can definitely succeed." "Hee hee. Are you bragging about me?" Dai Lu shook her head with a light smile. "No, I really feel that way." "Why? Just because I'm good-looking?" "Because you, man, are unlike any human I've ever seen." Feeling that she hadn't expressed herself clearly, Dai Lu then added, "Also, even Shangguan Lan doesn't have such a strong sense of mystery on you. I can't see through it at all." In Dai Lu's eyes, Xiao Xingyu was the tip of an iceberg on the sea, unable to see his full picture. "All right, just take it as you complimenting me." Xiao Xingyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his sword brows slightly knitted. To say that he wasn't nervous was a lie. After all, on the day of Medusa's execution, Admiral Morong Ashes would personally carry out the execution. If he wanted to save Medusa, Xiao Xingyu would definitely fight with this 9-star Royal Beastmaster who had a great battle record. The top priority is to develop the Dragon Spirit Pill. Xiao Xingyu was only a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, and if he wanted to play a high-end game, he had to rely on the Dragon Spirit Pill to start the game. In the system store, the selling price of different qualities of Dragon Spirit Pills ranged from 1,000 points to 3,000 points. Xiao Xingyu only had 1,050 points left and didn't want to waste them, so he planned to develop the Dragon Spirit Pill himself. If placed before, Xiao Xingyu would not have been able to personally develop this elixir. This was because the main ingredient of the Dragon Spirit Pill was the dragon blood of the pureblood dragons. Now that Dai Lu had fused with the bloodline of the pureblood dragon race, the blood of both the 9-tailed fox race and the pureblood dragon race flowed in her body, providing Xiao Xingyu with the opportunity to develop the Dragon Spirit Pill. Xiao Xingyu opened his space ring and took out a small glass bottle. "Lulu, I need your blood." Without thinking, Dailu bit her finger and the blood fell into the glass bottle drop by drop. Enough! Xiao Xingyu subconsciously cupped Dailu's hand after collecting enough purebred dragon blood. Xiao Xingyu, you! Dailu froze, her eyes flickered, and a never-before-seen fluctuation of affection was set off in her heart. Xiao Xingyu wrapped Dailu's bleeding finger with his mouth and sucked on it twice. This old-fashioned way of stopping bleeding was indeed very earthy, but it was also a little romantic. Because he was too tired last night, Xiao Xingyu made up a sleep during the day. He didn't wake up until the moon climbed over the treetops, and then was pulled by Murong Yangshua to eat at the night market outside the hotel. A large stall. Murong Yangshua and Xiao Xingyu were jerking off while blowing awesome, appearing out of place to the silent Murong Xinshin on the side. Xingyu, in 6 days, it will be the final of the Supernova competition. How are the preparations going? Now Murong Yangshua's relationship with Xiao Xingyu was much better. He also no longer called Xiao Xingyu by his first name, but called Xingyu like a brother. Brother Yangshua, the 3 players from Vermilion Bird Academy. 2 of them are of average strength. Not even as good as Zhou Knight from White Tiger Academy. Vermilion Bird Academy was able to defeat Xuanwu Academy and meet the finals with our Green Dragon Academy all because of that guy named Xieguanan. Murong Yangshua put down the skewers and took a big gulp of beer. Yeah, Vermilion Bird Academy Xieguan, he's not a small person. His dad is a 10-star Imperial Beast Master Xiezhong. That's an important official beside the Lord Empress, and he's in the position of the Dragon Kingdom's Grand Military Advisor. It is said that he has the chance to become the future husband of the Dragon Kingdom's Princess Shangguan Shallow. Xiao Xingyu raised his wine cup. Brother Yangshua, no matter what that Xieguan is about, let's take the victory and hold that damned Supernova Champion trophy for Qinglong Academy. Well said, cheers. The 2 brothers drank a cup to each other and laughed heartily. Murong Xinshin sat obediently beside Xiao Xingyu, not saying a word, but she enjoyed this atmosphere. This kind of atmosphere with Xiao Xingyu sitting beside her. By the way, Lu Jin, can you do me a favor? Murong Xinshin froze, not expecting Xiao Xingyu to suddenly come close to her. What favor? I need a few special herbs. The price is too expensive. I can't afford it, so... Okay, I'll help you. Before Xiao Xingyu could finish, Murong Xinshin had already agreed. Lu Jin, you are so righteous. I love you. Xiao Xingyu was too excited and directly wrapped his arms around Murong Xinshin's fragrant shoulders. Murong Xinshin just shuddered, but did not push Xiao Xingyu away. Murong Yangshua hurriedly roared, Xiao Xingyu, you're mooching off my sister again. Brother Yangshua, calm down. I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my brother-in-law? What a heart. Chapter 84. Teenager carries young girl on his back, running wildly in the rain. After finishing his late-night snack, Xiao Xingyu casually walked into a royal beast store. The Murong siblings followed behind Xiao Xingyu. The 2 siblings were completely off-channel. The elder brother flung a face, glaring at Xiao Xingyu from time to time and cursing under his breath. The younger sister was her usual self, not saying a word, following beside Xiao Xingyu, looking extraordinarily well-behaved, just like Xiao Xingyu's little daughter-in-law. 6 gold. Let you break the bank. Half an hour later, Xiao Xingyu's spatial ring was already filled with various expensive herbs. The total consumption was $15 million. This was an astronomical figure for Xiao Xingyu. However, for the Murong family's golden girl, it was just a week's pocket money. What exactly are you doing by suddenly purchasing so many expensive herbs? Murong Xinshin rarely took the initiative to speak, and Xiao Xingyu's actions aroused her curiosity. Xiao Xingyu procured a large number of medicinal herbs in order to refine the dragon spirit pill that could boost his spiritual power for a short period of time. Regarding this secret, Xiao Xingyu was not comfortable revealing it and could only casually lie. In addition to my identity as a freshman at the Green Dragon Academy, don't I also work as a special pharmacist at the Tsangdome Guild? Utilizing these medicinal herbs, I can develop some brand new potions to help injured imperial beasts speed up their recovery and even strengthen their basic attributes. Xiao Xingyu paused when he said this and was struck by an idea. Lu Jin, I won't let you help me for nothing. I will develop a suitable potion for the Bone Wing Bat Beast and Snow Plume Demon Hunter based on their characteristics to enhance their attack and defense. With the herbs Xiao Xingyu procured this time, even if he refined 2 dragon spirit pills, he would still have some edges left over. These edges, with Xiao Xingyu's strength, could be turned into treasures to develop some potions that strengthened the values of the imperial beasts. Murong Xinshin nodded lightly. Good. Then I will wait and see how powerful a potion you can develop. Morong Yangshua couldn't stand to watch and came over. Old sister, you never bothered with any male before. Why are you treating Xiao Xingyu special? You even spent money on him. You're not thinking of adopting Xiao Xingyu, are you? Morong Yangshua spoke shockingly. Morong Xinshin just rolled her eyes and lazily ignored this nervous brother. Xiao Xingyu pursed his lips and snickered. It seems not bad if you were being adopted by a rich girl like Lu Jin. The night was late and the temperature plummeted. The cold wind pierced the bones. Morong Xinshin subconsciously tightened his collar. Xiao Xingyu looked up at the dark cloudy sky. Looking at this sky, there will be another rainstorm tonight. Let's return to the hotel as soon as possible. There were still 6 days left before the finals of the Supernova competition. During these 6 days, the Green Dragon Academy delegation would be staying at the hotel. Be careful. Xiao Xingyu was quick to assist Morong Xinshin, whose body fell sideways. Morong Yangshua followed suit and tensed up. Older sister, is everything all right? It's fine. Morong Xinshin frowned a little and covered her left ankle. Xiao Xingyu noticed the difference and leaned over to check the situation. The ankle is sprained. Morong Xinshin had just tripped over her foot and sprained her left ankle. Xiao Xingyu had the impression that Morong Xinshin's left ankle, which had an old disease before, was prone to inducing recurrent sprains. In fact, in the team battle between Green Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy, Morong Xinshin also sprained her left ankle. At that time, the battle was intense, and Morong Xinshin did not show any pretense at all, enduring the pain until the end of the battle to take this sound victory. Morong Yangshua had worry written all over his face. Old sister, this left ankle of yours, from childhood to adulthood, the number of sprains added up at least 20 times. So many years have passed, still so careless. There should be a pharmacy in this neighborhood. Morong Yangshua looked around and saw a pharmacy that was still open at the end of the street corner. The weather was cold, and the cold winds that the Four Spirit City set off were not normal physical attacks, but would cause magical damage to people. Morong Yangshua could not watch his injured sister waiting for him in the cold wind, so he had to entrust her to Xiao Xingyu. Xingyu, you send my sister back to the hotel. I'll go buy some plasters and safflower oil for sprains. Brother Yangshua, don't worry. I will definitely send Lu Jin back to the hotel safely. Morong Yangshua turned around and ran towards the pharmacy, leaving Xiao Xingyu and Morong Xinshin alone. From this, it could be seen that although Morong Yangshua always complained about Xiao Xingyu on his lips, he actually trusted Xiao Xingyu enough to entrust his loved ones to him. The wind was bitterly cold, and a layer of frost condensed on the ground. Lu Jin, the ground is frosty and slippery. I know. In order to avoid you spraining your ankle twice, keep your feet off the ground. How am I going to get back to the hotel without my feet on the ground? I'll carry you. Xiao Xingyu turned his back to Morong Xinshin and squatted down. Morong Xinshin was fixed in place like a stake. Looking at Xiao Xingyu in front of her, an unprecedented feeling arose within her. Lu Jin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come up. Xiao Xingyu's voice was already loud, causing sideways glances from passers-by to gather around. In the eyes of the passers-by, Xiao Xingyu and Morong Xinshin, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, were a young couple in the heat of the moment. With so many people and eyes, Morong Xinshin was shy for the first time in her life. No need. I can walk by myself. Morong Xinshin had planned to force herself to walk, but the sharp pain coming from her left ankle made it difficult for her to move an inch. Xiao Xingyu urged, come up here. I'll carry you. As long as Morong Xinshin didn't come up, Xiao Xingyu stayed squatting on the ground, looking very much like an old hen laying eggs. Morong Xinshin couldn't stand the embarrassment, so she had to bend over and lay her whole body on Xiao Xingyu's back. Wrap your arms around my neck. Oh. Morong Xinshin obediently obeyed, her arms wrapped around Xiao Xingyu's neck. Xiao Xingyu got up, his powerful arms hooped Morong Xinshin's slender and elastic thighs and walked towards the direction of the hotel. Cold wind whistling, violent air currents like a horse from the snowy plains of the hungry wolves, tearing the skin of pedestrians. Morong Xinshin was lying on Xiao Xingyu's back and was able to clearly feel the man's body temperature, as well as the man's unique androgenic hormone scent. Xiao Xingyu. There are too many people on the road, all looking at us. Put me down. Any passerby seeing this would mistake this for a loving couple. Is it raining? Seems like it. Rain fell on Morong Xinshin's head, wetting a white dull hair. Holy, it's raining. The rainstorm suddenly hit the entire city, and passers-by frantically fled. Xiao Xingyu accelerated his pace, carrying Murong Xinshin on his back as he ran through the heavy rain. Xiao Xingyu, are you an ostrich, running so fast? Nonsense, if we don't run faster, we'll both become soup chickens. In the murky rain, under the dim street lights, the teenager carried the girl all the way to run wildly. The girl raised her hand and put it on top of the teenager's head, trying her best to cover the messy rain. This scene was a beautiful memory in the future. 20 minutes later, Xiao Xingyu carried Murong Xinshin back to the hotel. Murong Xinshin sat on the edge of the bed, her head lowered, not knowing what she was thinking. Xiao Xingyu walked into the bathroom and took a clean towel. Thank you. I can do it myself. Don't be polite to me. I'll help you. Xiao Xingyu is a warm-hearted person. Picks up the towel, covers Murong Xinshin's head and rubs it gently, drying every hair. Lu Jin, your clothes are soaked. Take them off. I'll help you change. I'll change it myself. It's fine. My sister taught me from a young age that being helpful is a noble virtue. The way the momentum was going, when Murong Yangshua came back from buying medicine, he would really have one more brother-in-law. Chapter 85 Murong Xinshin's Jade Feet. Refining Dragon Spirit Dan. Although Murong Xinshin would not refuse Xiao Xingyu's enthusiastic help, such a private matter as undressing was not acceptable for the time being. Lu Jin, let me help you rub your ankles. No need. My brother will be back in a while. Just put some medicine on it. Being polite with me again, aren't you? Xiao Xingyu's main focus is a warm service, squatting down and directly holding Murong Xinshin's white and smooth jade feet. The moment the foot was touched by Xiao Xingyu's palm, Murong Xinshin's delicate body trembled. Her face indisputably flushed red, and she let out a delicate murmur. Murong Xinshin was just about to kick off this man who was lightly taking advantage of her. But she found that the other party did not have any tainted color in his eyes. Xiao Xingyu was not deliberately taking advantage. He was really massaging Murong Xinshin's injured ankle with all his heart. The eye of the demon god came with a perspective effect, and Xiao Xingyu saw through Murong Xinshin's injury. As Murong Yangshua said, Murong Xinshin's ankle injury was an old disease that had accumulated over the years, and was so fragile that it could be sprained repeatedly without notice. Lu Jin, the first time you injured your ankle, it should be related to the magical beast, right? How do you know? Murong Xinshin revealed a surprised expression. Xiao Xingyu's eye of the demon god could analyze the cause of the first injury through the scar. Memories flooded back. Murong Xinshin, a person who was not good with words, took the initiative to mention the past in front of Xiao Xingyu. When I was 5 years old, I followed my father out to sea. Unluckily, I encountered a tsunami, and the Navy's ships were attacked by countless water magic beasts. I accidentally fell into the sea and was nearly buried in the mouth of a black and gold iron armor shark. My father saved me and broke an arm because of it. Murong Xinshin lowered her eyes, a touch of guilt surfacing on her pure and delicate cheeks. Compared to the price my father paid, I only injured my ankle, it's nothing. Xiao Xingyu froze for a moment, recalling the picture on the newspaper. Murong Xinshin's father, that is, Navy Admiral Murong Ashes, was indeed shown as a one-armed middle-aged uncle. Alas, it's really the fate of the world. I'm now accompanying Grand Admiral Murong's daughter. A day later, however, I'm heading to the Navy headquarters to try and hijack Medusa under the eyes of Great Admiral Murong. Murong Xinshin was kept in the dark. Even if she thought about it, she would never have imagined that the teenager in front of her, who was massaging her ankles, would meet her father in arms a day later on the ocean. Better. Much better. Since it's effective, I'll rub it for you a little longer. Right at this moment, Murong Yangshuo returned, carrying a large bag of topical medicine for sprains. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was massaging Murong Xinshin's ankle. But in Murong Yangshua's opinion, Xiao Xingyu was playing with his sister's jade feet. Xiao Xingyu, I trusted you so much that I handed my sister over to you. You're actually so shameless as to play with my sister's feet. Xiao Xingyu cried and laughed. Brother Yangsha, this is a massage, not toying. Please watch your words. Murong Yangshua let out a long sigh, seemingly relieved. That's just it, just it. It's rare that you are the only male friend of my sister's who doesn't resent it, so you help her apply the medicine. Murong Yangshua handed over a bottle of safflower oil. Xiao Xingyu was meticulous and helped Murong Xinshin apply the medicine. After everything was done properly, Xiao Xingyu turned to leave. Before walking out of the room, he also exhorted. Lu Jin, try not to get out of bed in these few days. As long as you rest well, you will be able to heal before the finals. Morong Xinshin nodded her head obediently, really resembling Xiao Xingyu's little daughter-in-law. After Xiao Xingyu left, Morong Yangshua cupped his chin, his brows furrowed, seemingly contemplating something. Morong Xinshin resumed his previous indifference. Brother, you also go back to your room. I'm going to rest. Morong Yangshua suddenly got serious and asked seriously, Old sister, let me ask you, do you like Xiao Xingyu? Morong Xinshin hesitated for a second and coldly said, Boring. You hesitated. Not only did you hesitate, you didn't dare to answer positively.
Boom tilde.
Although Morong Xinshin had injured one foot, his other foot was still good enough to kick his own brother directly. Bang! The door of the room was unlocked. Morong Yangshua lay on the floor of the corridor, covering his buttocks and crying out in pain. Is this still my own sister? Using so much force. Then again, my sister actually reacted so strongly in this matter. It seems like she's really moved towards that guy Xiao Xingyu. Morong Yangshua patted his butt and stood up, walking towards his room while muttering to himself. That's just it, as long as old sister likes it, big deal. I'll just recognize Xiao Xingyu as my brother-in-law. Morong Xinshin lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Because she suffered from severe isolationism, she didn't know what like was, but she just felt that every time she spent time with Xiao Xingyu, she would feel relaxed like never before. The rainstorm came. The windows were covered with specks of rain, which mirrored the light. What exactly is like? Morong Xinshin looked out the window, the dull hairs on top of her head swaying slightly. After Xiao Xingyu returned to his room, he immediately opened the Imperial Beast Heraldry and summoned the nine-tailed dragon fox. Daisu appeared in the room, the dragon horns on its head resembling a magnificent crown. After this fox fused with the purebred dragon bloodline, its aura became even more powerful, and with a casual glance, it could look out of the world. Lulu, accompany me to refine the medicine. Xiao Xingyu opened his spatial ring and took out various valuable medicinal herbs. Linglong dendrobium, blood ganoderma, amethyst deer antler, glacier red ginseng fruit. These herbs were the basic materials for refining the dragon spirit pill. As for the core material, it was the dragon blood of the purebred dragon race. Xiao Xingyu opened the small glass bottle with the boiling blood inside, which was taken from Dailu's body. The next step was the boring and tasteless process of refining the medicine. The room was filled with a strange medicinal odor in addition to Dailu's body fragrance. Dawn dispersed the darkness. After the rainstorm, the sky dawned and the morning sun spread over the horizon. Great job! Xiao Xingyu shouted as he clenched his fist against the dark circles under his eyes. After refining all night, Xiao Xingyu successfully refined 2 pills. These were 2 perfect dragon spirit pills, the same as those sold in the system store. If an Imperial Beast Master took one, his spiritual power would instantly double tenfold for 5 minutes. If the second one was taken, the spirit power would still maintain the tenfold value, and the duration would be extended by 5 minutes, totaling 10 minutes. These 2 dragon spirit pills, together with the 9-tailed dragon fox Delu who had been promoted to the beast god body, could allow Xiao Xingyu to have the power to fight with a 9-star Imperial Beast Master in 10 minutes. Lulu, I'll take a nap. When I wake up, we'll set off. Xiao Xingyu was too sleepy and fell asleep lying in Dailu's arms. Looking at the tired-faced teenager in her arms, Dailu stretched out her hand and touched the other party's face. Even though you fell asleep, I still have to say, thank you. Dailu was clear in her heart that Xiao Xingyu was the master and she was the Imperial Beast. According to reason, the master did not have any obligation to accompany his Imperial Beast to gamble his life to rob the court. On the contrary, Xiao Xingyu had broken common sense. In Dailu's eyes, Xiao Xingyu was a special existence, not just as simple as being connected by a blood contract. Chapter 86 changed the big number to speak. Black-robed man Xiao Xingyu. A fish belly white color floated in the eastern sky, and the earth gradually brightened up. Hotel room. Xiao Xingyu woke up from his sleep and found his head resting on a pair of snow-white and slender thighs. Lulu, good morning. Dailu sat on the edge of the bed for the whole night, allowing her thighs to be used as a pillow for Xiao Xingyu. Get up when you wake up. My legs are getting sore. Xiao Xingyu reluctantly moved his head away from Dailu's thighs. Dailu reminded, tomorrow evening, it's time for Medusa's execution. I know, no need to remind me. Xiao Xingyu changed into a new set of clothes and looked at his spirited self in the mirror. Everything is ready. It's time to embark on the journey of life and death. Even though he had formulated a thorough plan and prepared for the worst, Xiao Xingyu was only a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster in the end, so it was inevitable that his mind was restless. Dai Lu could see Xiao Xingyu's emotions and was unable to bear it. It's still too soon to back out now. After all, you are the royal master, and I am just your royal beast. A royal master is not obligated to gamble his life to help a royal beast in the first place. After that night's lingering love, the Xiao Xingyu in Dai Lu's eyes was not just a royal master. Thinking that going to rob the court this time might cause Xiao Xingyu to get killed, Dai Lu also fell into hesitation, her face especially complicated. Xiao Xingyu suddenly raised his hand and wrapped it around Dai Lu's shoulders. Lulu, as I said, you are not only my imperial beast, but also my family. No matter how treacherous this journey is, I will accompany you to the end. A warm current flowed through Dai Lu's heart, her cold heart being muffled over and over again by this teenager in front of her. Xiao Xingyu. The two men looked at each other. Dai Lu's cool and ethereal voice was filled with sincerity and determination. Thank you for helping me. I don't know how to express my gratitude, but I can guarantee that if the rescue of Medusa fails, I will do my best to cover your safe evacuation. These words from Daru were from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps it was from that night of skin-to-skin contact. In Dai Lu's eyes, Xiao Xingyu's life was already superior to her own. Xiao Xingyu spread a smile and said with a big grin, "There's no need to be so melodramatic. I'm not just doing this to help you. As long as I save Medusa, she will submit to me and become my imperial beast. And on her, there are secrets about the dragon-slaying battle and Empress Shangguanlan. These are priceless. So we're kind of mutually beneficial. There's no need for you to put too much pressure on yourself." Dai Lu remained silent. She knew in her heart that Xiao Xingyu saying this also had an element of comforting her and reducing her psychological pressure. The cell phone rang. Xiao Xingyu picked up the phone. "Hello, Director Chen." Chun Chinian urged. "Don't think that there are still 5 days before the final. So you can be lazy, hurry up and come to the gym for pre-match training." At this moment, Coach Chun Chinian, as well as the Murong siblings, all arrived at the center gym of Four Spirit City. Before the finals of the Supernova competition, Chun Chinian intended to organize the 3 players to train together. 1, to rehearse the tactics of teamwork, and 2, to test the current limits of Xiao Xingyu's potential. Xiao Xingyu had thought of an excuse last night and opened his mouth. "Director Chun, I've been away from home for a few days. My sister misses me. Can you give me a vacation? I want to go back to Longyin City to accompany my sister." Chun Chinian initially disagreed, but he couldn't withstand Xiao Xingyu's soft words. Okay. Grant you a vacation." Xiao Xingyu's family situation, Chun Chinian as the class teacher, naturally clear. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Xingyu were dependent on each other, a pair of bitter siblings. Chun Chinian had no reason to dismiss Xiao Xingyu's leave of absence note and could only agree to it. "Thank you, Director Chun, for granting me leave." Xiao Xingyu, "There are still 5 days before the final. I'll only give you 3 days off. You must come back after 3 days and participate in the pre-match training." "Don't worry, Director Chun. I promise to appear before you before the finals begin." Chun Chinian still wanted to babble a few more sentences. Xiao Xingyu had already hung up the phone. This kid dared to hang up on me so rashly. Morong Yangshua came over and asked, "Director Chun, when is Xingyu coming over?" "This brat has taken a leave of absence to go back to Longyin City to see his sister." Morong Xinxin lost interest in training as soon as he heard that Xiao Xingyu had taken a leave of absence to go home. "Director Chun, I'm not feeling well. I won't participate in today's training first. I'm going back to the hotel." "Granted. Go back and have a good rest." After Morong Xinxin left, a cold wind blew over the open-air gymnasium, and only Chun Chinian and Morong Yangshua were left staring wide-eyed at each other in the empty venue. "Director Chun, I'm not feeling well either." "Manly man. If you don't feel well, just endure it." "Director Chun, I want to go home to see my mom." "No, stay and train." Morong Yangshua was forced to carry out one-on-one teaching training without tears. "Director Chun, you are really double standard?" "What did you say?" Nothing. Spiritual strength enhancement training extra 8 sets. Reaction test, extra 5 sets. Physical limit pull extra 40 minutes. Morong Yangshua collapsed to the ground, tears wetting his eyes. This is great. The world where I'm the only one injured is reached. This training was euphemistically called pre-match training camp. In fact, it was Chun Chinian holding down Morong Yangshua and training him alone, which was the same as holding down a sheep to gather wool. In less than a day, Morong Yangshua was exhausted and almost went into dehydration shock. The sun is thinning in the west. The reddish dusk enveloped the beach. A teenager appeared on the beach, accompanied by a stunning beauty with a marvelous figure. The beauty wore a long red dress, revealing her slender calves and snow-white feet. This pair of plump jade feet would not stain a single grain of sand even if they stepped on the beach that was washed by the waves. Behind the beautiful woman, 9 fluffy tails swayed with the wind. Lulu, this is Aquamarine Beach. I've looked at the map, and from here, arriving at the naval headquarters, Icefire Island, is the closest. With the route mapped out, the next problem was choosing a means of transportation. This journey was not a sea trip, but rather risking one's life to rob the court. Trying to take a boat would be too easy to attract attention. At such a moment, Xiao Xingyu was in great need of a reliable flight system Imperial Beast or water system Imperial Beast. Although the Holy Light Angel Beast also possessed the ability to fly, Xiao Xingyu would not summon the Holy Light Angel Beast. Because this time, Xiao Xingyu could not use the identity of Xiao Xingyu. He had to use a brand new identity, so that he could have a chance to get out in one piece. Xiao Xingyu opened his space ring and took out a ghost face mask. After putting on the mask, Xiao Xingyu only revealed a pair of eyes. The rest of his face was covered by the mask. Clatter. Xiao Xingyu put on a wide and large black robe, the corners of his clothes hunting under the sea breeze. At this moment, his identity was no longer Xiao Xingyu, the genius youth of the Green Dragon Academy. Instead, he was the mysterious assassin who wanted to raid the Navy's headquarters and openly rob the court, the black-robed man. Chapter 87. Ice and Fire Island, Admiral Morong Ashes, clad in black robes and wearing a ghost face mask. Xiao Xingyu's image was a far cry from the past, especially with a beast god body level Imperial Beast, the 9-tailed dragon fox, by his side. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Xingyu's acting skills were comparable to a contemporary movie star, with his aura held in place, if one were to look at it from an outsider's point of view, it would indeed look like a mysterious man of the world. Underneath the mask, however, was a young and youthful face that only a 2-star Imperial Beast Master could have. Lulu, this costume of mine, how is it? Xiao Xingyu spun around in front of Dai Lu's face, coming up with a 360 Deathless display. Dai Lu nodded her head in satisfaction. Not bad, this outfit, indeed, is not at all like the same person as the Xiao Xingyu I know. Underneath the mask, Xiao Xingyu raised the corners of his lips. To have this effect, with the issue of disguise resolved, there was still a crucial issue. If you wanted to travel to the Navy's headquarters, Icefire Island, you couldn't rely on swimming, you had to rely on waterborne transportation. With Icefire Island as the center, the nearby waters were heavily guarded, and any passing ships would be closely inspected. Taking a boat would easily attract attention and might be detained by the Navy before they even got close to Icefire Island, causing the plan to be a lost cause. Lulu, don't you know how to swim? I'll ride you while you swim to Icefire Island. How about this idea? Dai Lu's white eyes rolled out of the sky. I'm a fox, not a shark. I'll feel sick if I'm in the water for a long time. So what do you say? Du pondered for a moment, coming to a decision. What are you doing? Xiao Xingyu sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Dai Lu's body and hurriedly hid a little further away. Dai Lu stood on the beach, her pupils erect, her arms and side face breeding purple golden dragon scales, and the dragon horns on her head lit up with essence. A materialized airflow fluctuation burst out from Dai Lu's body. This was dragon power, and the destructive force instantly set off a tsunami with waves up to 100 meters high. The water demonic beasts that were dormant in the depths of the seabed awoke with a jolt. These water-based magical beasts revealed expressions of fear after sensing the dragon force. Some magical beasts of lower ranks directly fainted to death. Lulu, put away the divine power. The wind is too strong. I can't even keep my hairline. The airflow fluctuations generated by the dragon power were comparable to a sea hurricane. Xiao Xingyu felt like his scalp was going to be blown over by the gale. Within moments, the tsunami stopped and the water returned to calm. Countless corpses of magical beasts floated on the shore. This was Dai Lu's current strength. After fusing the purebred dragon bloodline, she could skillfully unleash dragon force. With just the aura of Dragon Force, she could kill some lower-ranked water magical beasts in seconds. Some water magical beasts with high ranks were scared half to death even if they didn't die. After these survivors surfaced, they bowed down towards Dai Lu. Dai Lu swept her gaze lightly and locked onto a whale-form magical beast. "I've decided it's you." The last rays of the setting sun withdrew from the sea level, and night shrouded the sea. The sparkling water reflected the stars in the sky. A huge pile of black shadows traveled rapidly forward in the seawater. It was an orca with an eerie blue body, with hot lava in its mouth and clear stupidity in its eyes. Lava Orca King, Beast King Body First Order Magical Beast, Bloodline of Epic. This was a Beast King body level magical beast that possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If any 2-star Beast Master encountered a beast of this level on the sea, even 800 lives would not be enough to die. Xiao Xingyu was also a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, but he had the Beast God Body Level 9-tailed Dragon Fox sitting beside him. Dai Lu was able to make the Lava Orca King obey obediently and act as a means of transportation for her and Xiao Xingyu just by relying on the aura of dragon power. This was the manifestation of bloodline suppression. Dragon Force had an extremely strong suppressive power over water-based magical beasts. Under the moonlight, Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu sat side by side on the backbone of the Lava Orca King. The passage of time meant that it was getting closer and closer to the Ice and Fire Island. "Lulu, I made a rough calculation. When it's dawn, we'll be able to arrive at Ice Fire Island." Nervous. A trace of bitterness flowed from the corner of Xiao Xingyu's lips. "To say that I'm not nervous? Doesn't it sound fake?" There was another speechless moment, as the one man and one beast talked the topic to death. A great battle was imminent, and it was a battle that was likely to cost lives. Even if Xiao Xingyu was no matter how mature and stable he was inside, it was inevitable that panic would arise. Dai Lu wanted to comfort, but she wanted to stop talking. Because any words were pale, none were as real as terminating this rescue plan. "Dawn." Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes in a muddle and realized that he was lying in Dai Lu's arms. Dai Lu's plump breasts became Xiao Xingyu's pillow. No wonder it was so comfortable to sleep. "How long have I been sleeping?" "You've slept for 8 hours, it's almost time." Xiao Xingyu raised his eyes and looked out. The outline of an island came into view. This island looked bizarre. Half of it was an iceberg, bubbling with a chill that gave people goosebumps. The other half was a volcano, with magma forming a river on the ground that looked like the intricate root system of a sky-high tree. Obviously an island, the island presented two very different climates, violating the laws of geography and meteorology. Naval Headquarters Ice and Fire Island. "This is the first time I've come to this place." Xiao Xingyu squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. The Dragon Kingdom was vast, with land on 3 sides and the sea on the other. This sea was called the East Sea, and there were other surviving countries and civilizations on the other side of the sea. The East Sea was vast and not all of it belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, and the Ice and Fire Island was equivalent to the borderline of the Dragon Kingdom's territorial sea. After crossing the Ice and Fire Island, there was the Magic Beast Strait that stretched for thousands of miles. On the other side of the Devil Beast Strait was the civilization called Sakura Country. Throughout the history of the entire Imperial Beastmaster civilization, the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom hadn't gone to war many times, and were now in a semi-peaceful state, with both sides counting well water as river water. As the Lava Orca King continued to advance, Xiao Xingyu was getting closer and closer to the Ice and Fire Island. With his sight through the fog, he could see a magnificent building standing in the center of the island. This was the naval headquarters. Murong Xinshin's father, Murong Ashes, as a Navy admiral, was stationed on this island all year round. Xiao Xingyu's gaze gradually moved downwards. He knew very well that at the bottom of this island, there was an undersea prison that specialized in holding dangerous demonic beast captives. The beast god body fiendish beast heavenly plague ghost python Medusa was imprisoned in the undersea prison. "Lulu, we've entered the alert zone. We must dive into the water to avoid detection by radar and battleships." "Good." Dai Lu transformed into her beast form, curled up Xiao Xingyu with her tail, and dived into the water. The Lava Orca King breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it had finally served away those two great masters just now, and without any hesitation at all, it hurriedly turned its head and left this place of wrongdoing in ashes. Ice and Fire Island, Central Area. Naval Headquarters Base. The Imperial Beast Masters wearing naval uniforms were carrying out devilish training at the training ground. Because of the sea breeze that blew all year round, the skin of every naval soldier was dark in color and very rough. These people had inadvertently given their entire youth in order to garrison the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. At the edge of the training ground, there stood a stout man who was over 1 meter 9 in height. The man was visually estimated to be around 45 years old, right in the middle of his life, but his hair was half gray, and he had a cigar in his mouth. This man was the Navy Admiral Murong Ashes, one of the 3 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom. He had 9 dazzling star badges hanging on his chest, symbolizing the honor of a 9-star Imperial Beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu had to pass this hurdle if he wanted to save Medusa. Chapter 88 Execution Imminent 2 Great Generals? Admiral Murong. This is the latest 4 Spirits morning news. Please take a look. A Marine soldier walked to Murong Ashes and presented a newspaper with both hands. Murong Ashes took the newspaper and saw the news about his 2 children on the front page of the newspaper. A rare warm smile appeared on his unruffled face. The Supernova competition, it was an event that attracted national attention. The news of Green Dragon Academy defeating White Tiger Academy naturally made its way onto the front page of every major newspaper. On the front page of the newspaper, in addition to the text, there was also the accompanying picture. In the picture, the Murong siblings and a handsome teenager stood together, smiling at the media camera as they celebrated the victory. The surrounding Marine soldiers took turns patting their asses. Young Master Murong and Miss Murong, worthy of being your children. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Young Master and young Miss have a promising future ahead of them. In my opinion, in a few more years, Miss Murong might be able to become the first female general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Murong Ashes was secretly happy in his heart, but being in the military camp, he had to maintain his unsmiling image. Pay attention to military appearance and discipline. What is the decency of hemming and hawing? All stop kissing ass and hurry to train. Yes, General. After chasing away the onlookers' sea soldiers, Murong Ashes came under a tree and repeatedly browsed through the newspaper, smiling a bit foolishly. Shuor and Exiner, both are on the right track. In the future, these 2 children can definitely inherit my mantle and become excellent navies. But if these 2 children don't want to become a navy, I won't force them either. The Royal Imperial Beastmaster Army of the Dragon Kingdom was divided into 3 branches: sea, land, and air. Among them, the navy is the most difficult to be competent because it has to be stationed in the sea all year round, separated from their families on land by the sea, and the number of reunions in a year is few and far between. In the eyes of the world, Murong Ashes is a naval admiral with great achievements. If this layer of halo is removed, he is just a father. As a father, his heart is very torn, and want to let Murong siblings inherit his mantle, but also worried about the navy, this identity, and bitter and tired. That's just it. When these 2 children graduate from the Green Dragon Academy, what they want to do is up to them to choose. Even if they don't become a navy, going to serve in the top 5 Imperial Beastmaster guilds in the country is also a good choice, and there will be less danger. Under the hot sunlight, Murong Ashes' cloak was flipped up, revealing an arm full of scars. It is said that scars are a warrior's medals, so it seems that Murong Ashes has more medals on his body than the pimples on the face of an adolescent boy. From this, it could be seen that the Navy was a hard job, and the probability of casualties in the Navy was also the highest among the 3 royal armies. This teenager, good talent. Murong Ashes flipped through the newspaper a dozen times before he noticed Xiao Xingyu. Heroes don't ask about their origins. Although this kid comes from a mediocre background and has no family background, but he wins because he has good talent. My family's Exiner and Shuor, having such a classmate friend is also a fortunate thing. Xiao Xingyu in the newspaper was Murong Ashes' first impression of him. However, how could Murong Ashes not have thought that this teenager on the newspaper had already infiltrated the naval headquarters? At the edge of Ice and Fire Island, a dense forest, a black shadow flashed by. Xiao Xingyu, clad in black robes, was weaving through the forest, tiptoeing a bit clumsily. Behind Xiao Xingyu, followed by an extremely sexy fox system beauty, Lulu were boarding the island, and were suddenly more nervous. Deep breath. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath and saw the gate of the naval headquarters base through the gap in the jungle. At this moment, Murong Ashes was still sitting under the tree, flipping through the newspaper over and over again, showing a silly smile from time to time. Murong Ashes. Xiao Xingyu almost shouted out, and stiffly lowered his voice. Lulu, that man, is the Dragon Kingdom Navy Admiral, Murong Ashes. Dailu nodded, her complexion clear and cold. Murong Ashes is a 9-star Imperial Beastmaster, and his imperial beast is the sea god Leviathan. The sea god Leviathan, a rare sea god royal beast in the world, ranked as beast god body first order, gifted with the ability to manipulate all sea creatures, and can be called the #1 killing weapon of the ocean battlefield. Royal Lord, let's follow the plan and try to avoid a head-on conflict. Outsmarting is the way to go. Lulu, I always feel a bit awkward. Where? This great General Murong is the old man of 6 gold and brother Yangshua. Fight later.
Dai lupatet xiao xinjus face.
Don't forget, you're not the Xiao Xingyu of Green Dragon Academy now. You're the black-robed man with an unknown background and unpredictable strength. Xiao Xingyu clenched his fists and made a mental suggestion once again. Well, I'm not Xiao Xingyu, I'm the black-robed man. Next, it was a step-by-step wait. The execution time was 8 o'clock in the evening. According to the laws of celestial operation, tonight's 8 o'clock was the moment when the moon was at its fullest. The Divine Python clan had a special bloodline, and only by beheading Medusa's snake head at the moment of the full moon could they obtain a complete magical beast crystal core. On the contrary, if they were to kill it at any other time, the magical beast crystal core would explode on itself, and the Navy would not receive any benefits, a huge loss. Time was like quicksand in the hand, slipping away from the fingers in a hurry. The sky was getting dark. The sea rolled up a huge wave that was enough to swallow a whale. Around the ice and fire island, a battleship stood by, never allowing any magical beasts or enemies to invade. The naval headquarters base. In the central square, there stood an execution platform. The surface of the platform was uneven, crisscrossed with cracks, and the smell of blood was extremely strong, perhaps due to the fact that too many high-level magical beasts had been executed. The execution platform had already been dyed black by countless blood. There was still half an hour before the execution. The entire Navy was arranging themselves in a tight manner. Thousands of naval beast masters appeared in the central square, responsible for guarding the area. Among them, there was no lack of several naval admirals with ranks between 6 and 8 stars. Murong Ashes was still holding a cigar, sitting at the bottom of the execution platform and resting his eyes. At this moment, a floral fragrance came from the sky. A huge dandelion descended from the sky and landed on the side of the execution platform. After the dandelion bloomed, an ugly-looking middle-aged man came out from inside. This man looked like a dangling man. His image was not popular at all, belonging to the kind of person who couldn't find a match even if he was put in the village and took out a sky-high bride price. But no one would underestimate this unattractive guy. All the Navy raised their hands to salute. There are 3 great generals in the Dragon Kingdom, and this ugly-looking man is the Army General White Feather. Although the name didn't match the characterization, in this man's hands, he was in control of countless plant-based imperial beasts, including one of ancient bloodline. Old Bai, what brings you here? Murong Ashes revealed an unexpected expression. White Feather had his hands in his pockets, the cloak behind him scribbling and fluttering as he playfully walked up to Murong Ashes. Brother Ashes, executing Medusa is a big deal. Lord Empress is not at ease and asked me to come and supervise the beheading for you. Murong Ashes shook his head, his smile somewhat helpless. Lord Empress doesn't even trust me to do my job? That's just it, with you accompanying me. When the execution is over, let's have a drink. On the surface, these 2 great generals were on good terms. In the darkness, Xiao Xingyu's face paled. Oops, the situation has changed. The 2 great generals are supervising the execution of Medusa together. What do we do? Dai Lu bit her lips. We can only improvise. Chapter 89 Failed Execution. Black-robed man robbed the court. The windy sea was filled with naval warships. There were only 15 minutes left before the execution time. Ice and Fire Island, Navy Headquarters execution platform. With the 2 admirals in charge, it's reasonable to say that this execution won't have any hiccups. After all, Murong Ashes and White Feather were both 9-star Imperial Beastmasters, and when these 2 were gathered together, the deterrent effect was self-evident. Murong Ashes, as a Navy admiral, cleared his throat and gave his orders. Rapture the prisoners. Receiving the order from his superior, the undersea prison raised an elevator and sent the condemned prisoner to the ground. In full view of everyone, a woman with a staggering pace was escorted to the execution table by several navies. The woman was weak and on her knees. She was topped off with long, disheveled hair, and her face could not be seen by onlookers. Even though she was wearing a loose prison uniform, it was hard to hide her perfect figure. This woman, who looked no different from a human, was the death row inmate who was about to face execution. Her full name was Beastman Lineage Magical Beast Divine Calamity Ghost Python Medusa. This was the bloodline of the Divine Python clan, with segments reaching the beast god body level. How weak she looked at the moment, how powerful she once was. Medusa was in a poor state, and even if she wasn't executed, the incurable and severe injuries on her body would make it so that she wouldn't have long to live. Even so, every naval warrior didn't dare to slack off. One by one, they were fighting with all their might. Several naval warriors who were closest to Medusa, cold sweat visible to the naked eye, slid down their temples and hung on the stubble of their chins. Out of instinctive reaction, their legs and stomachs were trembling. It was because these naval warriors had all seen how terrifying Medusa's strength was in her heyday. Once Medusa transformed into her beast form, she was a giant python that could overturn the entire ocean. When she opens her mouth, she can swallow a whole iceberg. When she flicked her tail at will, she was able to overturn a tsunami that destroyed hundreds of battleships. Such a horrible beast, even if it is now a prisoner, it is inevitable to make people shudder. Supervisory decapitation platform. The two great generals sat side by side. Murong Ashes had a cigarette in his mouth. His left sleeve was empty and swaying in the wind because he lost his left arm in the war many years ago. White Feather still had a hangdog look, his small eyes staring at Medusa on the execution platform. This magical beast, it's covered in treasures. Her magical beast's crystal core, it's worth a fortune. Murong Ashes smiled and teased. Old bye. After the execution is over, Medusa's magical beast crystal core, but it will be handed over to Lord Empress, so don't covet it. Brother Ashes, play is play. Fooling around is fooling around. Don't joke with my head. Baiyu hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head to show his loyalty. I have sworn allegiance to Lord Empress in my life. How could I covet Lord Empress's things? Ha ha ha. I'm just joking to liven up the tense atmosphere. Murong Ashes pinched out his cigarette and patted Baiyu's shoulder. White Feather exhaled and said grudgingly, "This joke doesn't seem to be funny." Within the Dragon Kingdom, the fate of a traitor was 1,000 times worse than that of an invading magical beast. The time came to 1959. There was only 1 minute left before the execution time. The gale at sea became even more violent, and the droplets that hit people's faces couldn't tell if they were seawater brought by the waves or rainwater falling from the sky. An eerie landscape appeared in the foggy night sky. A full moon spat out from the dark clouds, its light illuminating every corner of Ice and Fire Island. The moment when the moon was at its fullest was the weakest moment for the Divine Python clan. Not only was it convenient to execute them, but they could also get the complete magical beast crystals. Prepare for the execution, Murong Ashes shouted. Above the execution platform, a sharp axe was hung high. The material of the axe, made from the dragon teeth of the purebred dragon race, was incredibly sharp. Medusa was already extremely weak on the night of the full moon. Coupled with her serious injuries, she did not have any power of resistance. As long as the axe fell, it would easily decapitate her head. Medusa raised her face and looked at the cold and pale full moon in the sky. Shangguanlan, do you think that if I die, those unspeakable secrets of yours will be forever sealed at the bottom of the sea? With her death imminent, Medusa's scarlet eyes only contained endless anger, not seeing the slightest bit of timidity or fear. One day, the sins you committed 200 years ago will be exposed to the sunlight. Medusa roared with the last of her strength, a black mist spreading out from her body. This was the unique ghost chi of the heavenly tribulation ghost python, and any human who inhaled the ghost chi would have hallucinations of varying degrees. When the hallucination gradually approached reality, it would make people lose their minds and even raise their swords to commit suicide. Several naval warriors who were closest to Medusa suddenly raised their stiff hands and put their blades on their necks as if they had lost their souls. This was the rhythm of preparing to commit suicide. White Feather raised his hand and waved. Several vines drilled out from the ground and wrapped around the arms of the naval warriors, preventing them from committing suicide. Medusa, you're really a ruthless character. Even after falling to this state, you can still perform illusions. Baiyu, have you forgotten about your Bai family tragedy back then? Did you know that that woman Shangguanlan had something to do with it? When Medusa mentioned the Bai family tragedy, Baiyu's cynical expression instantly turned dark. Every big shot, to a greater or lesser extent, had an unpleasant past. Baiyu, as the present-day general of the Dragon Kingdom army, was no exception. As a descendant of the Bai family, You are really sorry for your ancestors for serving Shangguan Lan. This sentence from Medusa pierced Bai Yu's heart once again. 200 years ago, when the dragon-slaying war had not yet broken out, within the Dragon Kingdom, there existed the 5 great families. The 5 families were all royal beastmaster families, and were an important force in guarding the Dragon Kingdom. Later on, the Bai family, one of the 5 great families, was almost wiped out in the dragon-slaying battle. Nowadays, there were only 4 great families left. Bai Yu is the only descendant of the Bai family. Because Bai Yu was all alone, and joined the royal army as an army general, the connection with the Bai family had already existed in name only. In short, the world would only refer to the 4 great families, and the so-called 5th family, the White family, was already far from people's view. Medusa's eyes were filled with mockery. Murong Ash's face was uncertain. Bai Yu was trying to suppress the negative emotions that were about to erupt. Judging from the facial expressions and subtle movements of these big shots, the dragon-slaying battle 200 years ago involved too many unseen grudges and feuds. And the central figure of the dragon-slaying battle was the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, Shangguan Lan. Time's up. Chop! Murong Ashes decisively gave the order. Pulleys were mixed and ropes were pulled. The axe, crafted from dragon's teeth, fell from high above. The sharp and chilling axe blade was like the scythe of death, swinging towards Medusa's neck. Unsurprisingly, Medusa was bound to fall to the ground with the head of a snake. However, the accident still happened. Whoosh! A residual shadow swept past. The naval fighters around the execution platform couldn't react in time, and all of them were overturned by the purple-gold flames. The falling axe landed on the spot, and Medusa disappeared out of sight. Boom! The execution platform exploded, smoke rolled out, and flames shot up to the sky. There's an intruder. All troops on alert. Chapter 90. A battle against the sky, Black Robe Xiao Xingyu. The waves churned, and the naval warships stationed around the island swayed violently, floating like floating weeds. Ice and Fire Island. Naval headquarters. The ear-piercing sirens resounded through the sky, and a chaos erupted. Murong Ashes kept his cool and shouted, "Don't panic, find Medusa first." Bai Yu added, "Activate defense procedures. Blockade the entire island. Not a fly can fly out." General Murong, Medusa is there. In the midst of the chaos, Murong Ashes raised his eyes and looked. On a hillside, there stood a tall, demonic beauty. Behind the beauty, 9 furry tails burned with purple gold flames. Surprised and surprised, Murong Ash's gaze fell on the beauty's face. This beautiful face that was a scourge, like Daji's reincarnation, matched perfectly with the photo on the wanted notice. 9-tailed demon fox? How did this guy come? At this moment, the weak Medusa was supported by Dai Lu, and the bottom of her eyes were shocked. "How are you? You are weak. Don't talk. When we escape, we have plenty of time to catch up." The 9-tailed fox clan and the divine python clan were already closely related. Dai Lu and Medusa, possessing a friendship as long as 200 years, were friends for life. The shock in Murong Ash's eyes fleetingly passed and his face turned blue. 9-tailed demon fox. The entire streets and alleys of the Dragon Kingdom are plastered with your wanted notices. I didn't expect that you would actually take the initiative to come to my door. That's good. I'll send you all to the Western Paradise together. Murong Ashes catalyzed his spiritual power, and the imperial beast sleeping at the bottom of the sea instantly awoke. Just then, a mysterious visitor appeared beside Dai Lu. The moment this mysterious visitor made his appearance, all the naval warriors were like enemies. In this world, the unknown was the most terrifying. The mysterious visitor was clad in a loose black robe, and his true figure could not be seen. On his face, he wore a ghost face mask, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. Human genes had evolved for countless centuries, but they still could not change their fear of the unknown. The mysterious visitor was filled with this air of the unknown. White Feather stepped forward, his already small eyes squinting slightly, looking as if he had no eyes at all. "Dare I ask if your excellency is—" Facing this mysterious visitor of unknown strength, White Feather, as an army general, became cautious in his speech. "You are not qualified to know my identity." When Xiao Xingyu spoke, all the navies were emboldened. Dai Lu stood right beside Xiao Xingyu. Her eyes flashed with surprise. This kid, his acting skills can be, Xiao Xingyu could change his voice line, his tone became hoarse, and his tone was 3 parts cool, 3 parts indifferent. as well as 4 parts careless. Don't look at this simple sentence. Xiao Xingyu took the momentum of a big shot appearance very well. Your Excellency's invasion of my Navy's headquarters, wanting to take the death row prisoner Medusa, is clearly against our Dragon Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, you're someone from the Amazing Alliance. Amazing Alliance, the largest rebel army. The enemies of the Dragon Kingdom were not only the ferocious demonic beast army, but also this organization called Amazing Alliance. The leader of the Amazing Alliance, Xiao Laiyan, was the arch-rival of the Dragon Empire's Empress, Shangguanlan. On the Dragon Kingdom's most wanted list, the 9-tailed demon fox, Dai Lu, and the heavenly tribulation ghost python, Medusa, ranked in the top 10 at most. The top 5 big names on the list were all core members of the Amazing Alliance. The first-ranked wanted criminal was undoubtedly Xiao Laiyan. As the leader of the Amazing Alliance, Xiao Laiyan was a 10-star royal beastmaster, and his reward amount was as high as 300 billion gold coins. In other words, as long as one could catch Xiao Laiyan, one could exchange half of the national treasury from Empress Shangguanlan. Xiao Xingyu's sudden landing on the island and his intention to rescue Medusa was so obvious. It looked like he was going against the Dragon Kingdom as well as Shangguanlan. It was reasonable for Murong Ashes to suspect that Xiao Xingyu was someone from the Amazing Alliance. In response, Xiao Xingyu gave an ambiguous reply. It doesn't matter if I'm someone from the Amazing Alliance. The purpose of me coming here is to take this little snake away. Those who stop me, die. Xiao Xingyu's acting skills really didn't lose out to a movie star. Whether it was his posture or his tone, he made it look like a big shot who was not to be messed with. Although Medusa was weak, her heart was now filled with confusion and a little bit of aggrieved anger. Ro, who the hell is this guy? Actually calling me a little snake. He's my royal master. This was a difficult fact for Du to talk about. What? Royal master? Medusa felt unbelievable, unable to believe that her good sister actually signed a blood contract with a human and fell into the role of a human's maid. During this period of time, a lot of things have happened. Anyway, my royal lord deserves our trust. I'll explain it to you when we escape from here. Medusa sensed carefully and her heart sank to the bottom. The spiritual energy in this guy's body is so thin. I'm afraid he's only at the 2-star or 3-star royal master segment. Xiao Xingyu lowered his voice. Little snake has good eyesight. Don't call me little snake. Sister Python. Who is your sister? Don't get close. Dear Sasha. Are you socially awkward you? Dai Lu's heart was exhausted. Don't argue. Let's find a way to escape first. At this moment, thousands of Navy Imperial Beastmasters had already surrounded the island hill. Around the island, a dozen battleships were stationed. In the sky, there were also armed fighters skimming over and hovering. On top of that, 2 admirals sat at the naval headquarters. This stance would not let any intruder escape. Murong Ashes picked up a cigar and said coldly, Black-robed man, no matter if you are from the Amazing Alliance or not, if you dare to trespass the naval headquarters, you will be killed without pardon. From this moment onwards, Xiao Xingyu had a new identity, the Black-robed man. Those who capture the Black-robed man alive will be heavily rewarded. With Murong Ash's order, the naval warriors opened their imperial beast crests and summoned their respective imperial beasts. Underneath the mask, the corners of Xiao Xingyu's mouth hooked up in an evil arc, and his back-slotted teeth crunched 2 dragon spirit pills. Medusa's delicate body shook as she looked sideways at the black-robed man. This guy's spiritual power, inexplicably suddenly doubled tenfold. 2 dragon spirit Dan, taking medicine to open up a moment of pleasure, the medicine effect of a retreat crematorium. Waiting for the medicinal effect to pass, Xiao Xingyu had to endure great pain. After all, now facing 2 admirals, Xiao Xingyu could only gamble all. Lulu, my body will last up to 10 minutes. I know. After 10 minutes, my life is in your hands. Good. Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu stood side by side, master and servant side by side. Little fox, for these 10 minutes, let's let go together. Royal Lord, let's begin. Chapter 91 Dragon Power shocking the whole audience. A peak showdown. A mighty battle kicked off at the Navy headquarters. With Murong Ashes giving the order, all the Navy warriors summoned their respective imperial beasts and rushed towards the hillside. Xiao Xingyu, clad in black robes, stood on top of the hillside, his 5 senses covered by a ghost face mask, seemingly as steady as an old dog, but in reality, he was panicked. This is the naval headquarters, not to mention the warship units near the island. Just looking at this horde of naval fighters on the island will make people feel deeply powerless and fearful. Most of the naval warriors at the bottom were 4- or 5-star Imperial Beastmasters. The Navy admirals, the segments were between 6 and 8 stars. What's more, there were also 2 great admirals with segments reaching 9 stars sitting in the center of the battlefield. All in all, given the scale of the strategic deployment of the naval camp, even if the Bull Demon King invaded the naval headquarters, he would have to obediently go down and plow the fields. At this moment, countless naval forces and their imperial beasts rushed up the mountainside, forming an encirclement around Xiao Xingyu and the heavily injured Medusa. At the critical moment, Dai Lu's eyes flashed, glaring through the air at the 2 generals who were watching from the wall. An extremely terrifying power erupted from Dai Lu's body, forming purple-golden mist ripples that covered the entire ice and fire island. This mysterious power possessed the power to destroy everything, and all the navies fell to the ground, their faces pale, not even having the strength to speak. The imperial beasts summoned by the navies fell into a coma one after another, foaming at the mouth. Some imperial beasts of higher grades, although they did not fall unconscious, were also lying on the ground uncontrollably, panic and fear showing in their eyes. The wind howled and the black clouds covered the moon. Heavenly thunder stirred up the earth's fire, and the entire island shook. Murong Ash's head was filled with black lines, his sight locked onto Dai Lu. This fox, it seems to have broken through evolution. White Feather still squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Judging by the aura she's emitting, she's already been promoted from the Beast Emperor body to the Beast God body." "No, it's more than that. Old Bai, this special power, does it look like the one from 200 years ago?" Upon being reminded, Bai Yu's face changed drastically. "Brother Ashes, it's not a matter of whether it's like it or not. This is dragon power." The 2 great generals had been in the battlefield for a long time and were experienced. They quickly noticed that the aura on Dai Lu's body was dragon power. Murong Ash's eyes widened as he stared intently at the changes that arose in Dai Lu's body. At this moment, purple golden dragon scales emerged on the side of Dai Lu's face, and a pair of irregularly shaped dragon horns grew on top of her head. Dai Lu slightly clenched her fists. Her nails grew wildly like bamboo shoots after the rain, and her arms were also covered with dragon scales. A pair of dragon claws grabbed the air in the void, seemingly ripping apart the already unstable space, allowing one to see what twisted air actually looked like. As the dragon power spread, Dai Lu's pupils turned into a vertical shape, and the killing intent at the bottom of her eyes flooded like a rising river. Vertical pupils, one of the characteristics of the purebred dragon race. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon claws, and also dragon pupils. Brother Ashes, it's solid. The power released by this fox is the dragon power of the purebred dragon race. Then White Feather let out a long sigh and couldn't help but sigh. In that case, this fox is no longer a 9-tailed demon fox, but a 9-tailed dragon fox. The dragon fox was a mysterious species that had never appeared since the establishment of the Imperial Beastmaster civilization. Now that this species had appeared out of nowhere, it was enough to cause an uproar in the Imperial Beastmaster world. Murong Ashes was shocked, and his eyes were downcast in contemplation. The purebred dragon race, in that dragon-slaying war 200 years ago, had already perished. On this fox, why would dragon power appear? Although I don't know what this fox went through after escaping from the hands of the Empress Sama in pursuit. Murong Ashes raised his eyes, his sight falling on Xiao Xingyu. But the power of the dragon is definitely related to this black-robed man. As soon as the character of the black-robed man debuted, his background was unknown, causing Murong Ashes and Bai Yu to not dare to take the enemy lightly. Now a terrifying dragon power was bursting out from Dai Lu's body, enough to stun all imperial beasts below the rank of Beast King body, and even Beast Emperor body imperial beasts would tremble in fear. Old Bai, this fellow is an extremely dangerous character. We can't let him leave Icefire Island. We're thinking the same thing. Both of the 2 great generals clearly realized the threat the black-robed man posed to the Dragon Kingdom, and simultaneously opened their imperial beast crests. Ga-ja-ja-ja. It was the sound of the earth tearing apart. The cracks in the ground spread and spread like a spider web, sweeping every corner of the island.
Boom tilde.
With a deafening explosion, the ground under Xiao Xingyu's feet churned like waves. In an instant of less than 0.5 seconds, a huge cannibalistic flower broke through the ground. Xiao Xingyu, Medusa, and Dai Lu were all swallowed into the mouth of the cannibal flower and plunged into darkness. On the battlefield, the six-legged naval warriors finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their cold sweat condensed into small ice beads and hung on the corners of their relieved mouths. This is the beast god body imperial beast. Cursed demon king flower? Hundreds of hears are better than one sight. A plant-based imperial beast of ancient bloodline. It looks too spectacular. Great General Whitefeather deserves to be called the god of plant system royal beasts, resolving the intruder with a single strike. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they would realize that there was an additional huge flower-like plant on Icefire Island. This was one of Whitefeather's imperial beasts, a beast god body imperial beast with an ancient bloodline, the cursed demon king flower. The cursed demon king flower resembled a cannibalistic flower in appearance, so large that it covered half the island, with a scarlet-red color and a strange odor, simply because it had devoured too many magical beasts. The sharp serrated teeth presented a closed state, trapping the enemy inside, and as it was digested and absorbed, the corpse was left with nothing but a puddle of blood. Plop, plop, plop. This sound that resembled a human heartbeat traveled across the island and the sky. However, this was not a heartbeat, but the sound of the cursed demon king flower secreting gastric juices. The cursed demon king flower was indeed a plant-based imperial beast, but its body had the same structure as a mammal-like magical beast, with 5 organs and 6 bowels. When Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes, he found himself in a huge claustrophobic space. This space was similar to an underground grotto, with the black water under his feet spreading over his ankles, and surrounded by hard barriers. Medusa was beside Xiao Xingyu and immediately made a judgment. This is the stomach space of the cursed demon king flower. In the darkness, there was a rustling sound. Xiao Xingyu's pupils trembled. Countless monsters came from all directions. These monsters looked like unknown creatures spliced together from multiple magical beasts. Their mouths and eyes were crooked and twisted, and their bones were horrifyingly exposed outside their bodies. Medusa blushed even worse. Cursed demon king flower, following that white feather fellow in his battles for many years. I don't know how many magical beasts it has devoured. After all the magical beasts are killed by the stomach liquid, they will turn into these monsters, waiting for the next visitor. Xiao Xingyu pursed his dry and cracked lips. The visitor referred to him and Medusa. At the moment of crisis, Xiao Xingyu catalyzed his spiritual energy and used the blood contract for another summoning. Lulu. A stream of light flashed by, and Dai Lulu shielded in front of Xiao Xingyu. Imperial Lord, I'm here. Chapter 92 Nine-Tailed Dragon Fox vs. Sea God Leviathan. How stinky was the stomach space of the cursed demon king flower? It depended on just how many magical beasts had been buried in this pool of gurgling and bubbling black gastric fluid so far. Xiao Xingyu was only human in the end, with mortal flesh that couldn't withstand the corrosion of the venom. Dai Lu released the demonic foxfire, condensing a flame barrier to protect Xiao Xingyu. Medusa didn't need Dai Lu's help. Her body was a heavenly plague ghost python. She could immunize herself against any toxic liquid. This was the talent of the divine python clan. However, the stomach of the cursed demon king flower was not only filled with foul-smelling venom, but also countless unnameable monsters. In the darkness, Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and his perception increased to the limit of his current body. When Xiao Xingyu saw the picture in front of him, his stomach turned over and he almost spat out his overnight meal. In the dense and solemn darkness, a line of monsters writhing like giant earthworms were entangled together. These monsters gradually melted into one, and their shapes were hard to describe in words. It possessed countless mouths on its body, and its sharp fangs were like the sword mounds in the tombs of ancient emperors. Xiao Xingyu felt dizzy. This fused giant monster made him mentally confused. Gradually, Xiao Xingyu's vision became blurred, only to see that every piece of skin and flesh, every sweat hair, and even every cell of the monster grinned with a bloody mouth. Relying on his last shred of sanity, Xiao Xingyu's eyes filled with blood. His voice was hoarse, and he drank in a low voice, "Dragon spit, Ice and Fire Island." The naval headquarters base was originally a magnificent building with a floor height of over 100 meters. However, in front of the cursed demon king flower, which was as large as a mountain, the naval headquarters base was like a tiny toy. Poof, poof, poof. Every wriggle of the flower bones of the cursed demon king flower represented the secretion of a new gastric fluid, reorganizing and bonding those dead demon beasts and besieging Xiao Xingyu. Morong Ashes didn't dare to take the enemy lightly this time and cautiously asked, "Old Bai, can it work?" After being devoured by the cursed demon king flower, one has to encounter the pain of blood and flesh turning into water, and white bones shedding their clothes. Even if that dragon fox is somewhat capable, it's impossible. Before White Feather's words fell, he was engulfed in nothingness by an explosion that shattered the clouds. Under the watchful eyes of all the Navy fighters, the cursed demon king flower was like a long-packed cannonball that exploded. In an instant, the naval headquarters was reduced to a sea of fire, black smoke swirling crazily, and the entire island trembling. Quick look, what kind of creature is that? Nine-tailed demon fox?
No.
This monster has dragon horns growing out of its head. On its forehead, many dragon scales have grown. At this moment, a massive fox appeared on Icefire Island. The fox possessed 9 tails, the tips of which burned with purple-gold flames. On this fox, too many characteristics of the purebred dragon race could be seen. Dragon scales, dragon horns, and that pair of intimidating and irresistible dragon pupils. Murong Ash's eyes were filled with reflections of surprise and disbelief. In this world, there is actually a 9-tailed dragon fox. Dai Lu, who had fused the purebred dragon bloodline, was as terrifying as she was. A mouthful of dragon spit shot out the stomach barrier of the cursed demon king flower from within. How is this possible? This fox can penetrate the stomach of the cursed demon king flower. Unreasonable. Just unreasonable. White Feather's gaze was grim as he muttered to himself. Dragon flame. The power is really not bad. The flame of the purebred dragon race was called the dragon flame. It was the strongest flame in the world, bar none. Even if the cursed demon king flower was a plant-based imperial beast with an ancient bloodline, it couldn't carry the burning of the dragon flame. Murong Ashes and Bai Yu raised their heads at the same time, their sights focusing on the head of the 9-tailed dragon fox. Xiao Xingyu, clad in black robes, stood on top of the 9-tailed dragon fox's head, looking down on the entire naval headquarters base from a god-like perspective. Beside Xiao Xingyu was Medusa, who still had a breath in her. "Dare I ask your excellency, who exactly are you?" Murong Ashes inquired this time, unlike the first time. Vaguely, he felt that the black-robed man was not someone from the Amazing Alliance. The Dragon Kingdom's navy, land, and air forces, under the leadership of Empress Shangguanlan, had been in open warfare with the Amazing Alliance for 100 years. Murong Ashes had even fought with the core members of the Amazing Alliance many times, and the opponents knew each other well. But he had never heard of such a difficult fellow coming out of the Amazing Alliance. Back then, the 9-tailed demon fox, Dai Lu, had luckily escaped from death under Shangguanlan's eyes. At that time, Dai Lu was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. It's only been a month or so. Everything has changed. Dai Lu not only recovered from her serious injuries, but also made a breakthrough from the Beast Emperor body to the Beast God body. Not only that, she had also fused with the bloodline of the purebred dragon race, becoming the first dragon fox royal beast in the history of the Imperial Beast Master Civilization. Based on this, in the future, the textbooks of all the major Imperial Beast Academies would have to be revised to include this mysterious species. The black-robed man with an unknown background was the originator of all these variables. This was also the only thing Murong Ashes and Bai Yu could be certain of. As for what kind of face was under the mask, the curiosity of the two great generals was already drawn out. If your excellency is unwilling to reveal your identity, then we can only bring you to justice and lock you up in an undersea prison for a slow trial. Murong Ash's eyes showed a fierce light as he released his vast spiritual power. 9-star Imperial Beast Masters. There was not a single watery one. Huge waves rose from the bottom of the sea, and a huge heap of a huge thing leaped out of the water. It was a strangely shaped behemoth that possessed the appearance of a shark, but its tail was like the tentacles of a great king octopus, densely packed beyond counting. Xiao Xingyu's face sank. Poseidon Leviathan. The undersea beast leapt out of the water, its mouth releasing sound waves that destroyed everything. Even with Dai Lu's guardianship, Xiao Xingyu's ears still oozed clearly visible blood. Poseidon Leviathan, a rare Poseidon bloodline imperial beast in the world. The moment it leapt out of the water, its huge body gave a strong visual impact. Leviathan's skin and flesh are transparent, through which one can directly see a heart larger than an island and a skeleton more magnificent than a mountain range. Words could not explain the shock of these images, and only by witnessing them could one feel the wonder of the creator. Leviathan once again emitted a sharp sound wave, setting off a violent tsunami. Dai Lu opened her mouth and spat out dragon flames. On both sides of the ice and fire island, the two imperial beast gods fought, playing a concerto of ice and fire. The first time they fought, they were evenly matched. But Xiao Xingyu's eyes and nose began to bleed. Lulu, we can't get caught up in the battle. The medicine only has 3 minutes left. Let's escape from here as soon as possible. Dai Lu was just about to escape when her limbs were entangled by thick black vines and she couldn't move. On the island of ice and fire, although the cursed demon kingflower was scorched by the dragon flame, the plant system royal beasts naturally had no sense of pain and could still perform any battle technique. 10,000 vines execution. Baiyu gave the command and the cursed demon kingflower released tens of thousands of vines. The ends of the vines were like hardened ice picks that simultaneously stabbed at Dai Lu's back. The tsunami raised by Leviathan enveloped Dai Lu's head from the front. The front and back were attacked, and the back was attacked by the enemy. Xiao Xingyu was in trouble. Chapter 93 Dragon Soul appears. Heaven and earth changes. On the ice and fire island, the heavenly battle continued to unfold. Dai Lu's original body, the nine-tailed dragon fox, suffered from the attacks of two beast god body imperial beasts at the same time, and its situation couldn't get any worse. The vines released by the cursed demon kingflower wrapped around Dai Lu's limbs, making it unable to move. At the same time, a large number of vines converged together and twisted into a thick and long cone, with the sharpest part of the tip locking onto Dai Lu's back. Leviathan's body erupted with the power of the sea god, and the raging waves changed shape, transforming into an ice trident that smashed towards Dai Lu's head. Xiao Xingyu stood on top of Dai Lu's head, needing to hold on to the huge dragon's horn to barely stabilize his tiny figure. This battle, with its majestic momentum, had triggered an irreversible natural disaster. Thunderstorms, spells, tsunamis, and even an undersea volcanic eruption. Humans were as fragile as mole crickets in front of a natural disaster. At the moment of crisis, Xiao Xingyu was slow to give orders. As Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast, Dai Lu felt puzzled but was able to understand. After this brat donned the black robe, he acted like a big shot though. But in the end, it's just a youthful teenager who is inevitably frightened after experiencing a battle of this scale for the first time. In Dai Lu's eyes, Xiao Xingyu was delayed in giving orders because he was scared silly and couldn't even speak. Since the imperial beast master didn't give orders, Dai Lu could only rely on herself, frantically urging the dragon force in her body, wanting to break free of the vines by brute force. Just then, Xiao Xingyu spoke. Lulu, stop struggling. Dai Lu's huge body shook violently, her eyes revealing a color of incomprehension. Xiao Xingyu's voice was calm as he reiterated, stop struggling. Then he added, converge the dragon power and lift the defense shield. This was a moment of life and death. Faced with two beast god body imperial beasts surrounding her back and forth, if Dai Lu gave up struggling and disarmed all defenses, it was no different from sending her to her death. Dai Lu was unable to understand Xiao Xingyu's orders, and there was no time to think. Life and death were just a split second away. All Dai Lu could do was to unconditionally trust her royal master. The dragon power fluctuations disappeared instantly. The dragon flame shield extinguished in an instant. The struggling limbs stopped shaking. Dai Lu followed Xiao Xingyu's instructions and gave up her resistance, even giving up her final defense. In the next instant, the sharp strikes from the cursed demon kingflower and the sea god Leviathan struck Dai Lu's body at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of explosions was endless, and the volcanic eruption on the island of ice and fire was as crazy as that of a mercury cascade. Waves like fury on the sea. Leviathan revealed its huge head, Morong Ashes holding a cigar, standing on top of its head. Looking at the smoke rising from the sea, Morong Ashes' expression was somewhat stunned. This fox, why didn't it resist or even give up its defense? It's just that, no matter what, there is no enemy that can carry Leviathan's Neptune trident. The sea god Leviathan's sea god trident, as well as the cursed demon kingflower's 10,000 vines execution, were both battle techniques that were powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth with astonishing power and had decimated uncountable magical beasts. Just when the crowd thought that the battle had come to an end, a flash of essence lit up in the thick smoke. On the ice and fire island, White Feather seemed to have sensed something, his face unsightly. Brother Ashes, that guy didn't die. Morong Ashes confidently said, impossible. In the next second, a cold wind blew away the thick smoke in the sea. As the smoke dispersed, a giant dragon silhouette came into people's eyes. Dragon? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I can see it clearly. It's really a dragon. The naval warriors on the island sat paralyzed in the ruins, fear written on every face. This was the instinctive fear of humans towards the highest known species. In the vast and boundless sea, a huge purple golden dragon hovered above the sea. The dragon let out a dragon roar. The sky tore apart, the sea shattered, and everything twisted and deformed under the influence of the dragon's power. White Feather squinted his eyes. His voice was mellow and contained complex emotions. This isn't a dragon. It's a dragon soul. The huge dragon that was above the sea was not a solid entity, but a mirage-like shadow. This was the dragon soul. In the sea, waves were set off as the nine-tailed dragon fox reared up. The huge dragon soul wrapped around the nine-tailed dragon fox's body, and the manic dragon power instantly erupted, sending the sea god Leviathan flying out on top. Around Ice and Fire Island, all the battleships were overturned by the waves. With the dragon soul's enhancement, Dai Lu's strength increased to an even more terrifying level. Xiao Xingyu was still standing on top of Dai Lu's head. The naval warriors could only see the black robes flying in the wind and the eerie ghost face mask. The dragon's soul appeared, and heaven and earth changed. The face underneath the mask was even more intriguing and scary at the same time. A dragon fox that can actually release a dragon soul? Morong Ash's pupils quaked as he murmured in a deep voice, "This fellow, just what kind of god is he?" The nine-tailed dragon fox possessed 4 talents. One of those talents was the dragon soul. The moment the nine-tailed dragon fox suffered a fatal blow, the dragon soul would be automatically released. This was also the reason why Xiao Xingyu decisively ordered Dai Lu to give up her struggle and defense just now. If Dai Lu hadn't followed Xiao Xingyu's orders, she would have barely been able to resist some of the attacks from the cursed Demon King Flower and the sea god Leviathan. And although she wouldn't have died, she wouldn't have been able to escape from her injuries. Moreover, if the condition of suffering a fatal attack was not met, the automatic release of the dragon soul could not be triggered. At this moment, Dai Lu realized that this teenager's heart and wisdom were far more powerful than she had imagined. Even in the face of 2 9-star royal beast masters of the general level, this teenager was able to remain unperturbed in the face of danger. A mountain crumbles in front of him without changing his color. A tiger tends to his back without his heart being alarmed. It wasn't too much to use these words to describe Xiao Xingyu, who was only 19 years old. However, the stronger Xiao Xingyu behaved, the greater the threat he proved to be to the Dragon Kingdom. Morong Ashes shouldered the responsibility of a Navy admiral and could not let the black-robed man, a dangerous person, leave Ice and Fire Island. Kill! Morong Ash's mouth spat out a word that was cold and contained anger. The sea god Leviathan regrouped and swam against the surface of the sea, running towards Dai Lu. With the dragon soul added, Dai Lu's strength multiplied. Bang! One punch, just one punch. Dai Lu punched the sea god Leviathan's body, and terrifying dragon power instantly erupted. It was this simple and rough punch without any technique that sent sea god Leviathan's body flying for tens of kilometers, not stopping until it hit a small island. This was the true combat power of the 9-tailed dragon fox under the dragon soul enchantment. Morong Ashes gritted his back teeth, his face uglier than if he had eaten a fly. Bayu sighed. Alas, with the dragon soul augmentation, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep the black-robed man and this fox. Bloodline suppression is so unreasonable. Chapter 94, Bloodthirsty Pupil Crossbow. Final fight. The 9-tailed dragon fox's punch shocked the heavens as dragon power swept across the ocean, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. A full moon once again surfaced over the night sky. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the face of every naval warrior looked paler and paler. Morong Ashes fell into silence, his expression unprecedentedly grave. After the sea god Leviathan was sent flying by the 9-tailed dragon fox's punch, he slowed down for a long time before regaining his senses, surfacing from the bottom of the sea. A pair of huge eyes looked at the 9-tailed dragon fox from afar. There was anger and scorn in his eyes. This was the embodiment of bloodline suppression. The moment the dragon soul appeared, the pressure released from the 9-tailed dragon fox was nothing less than the intimidating power of a purebred dragon. All the creatures in the ocean were subjugated, and all the high-level water magical beasts gathered together and worshipped towards the 9-tailed dragon fox. At this moment, the 9-tailed dragon fox stood upright in the sea. The sea water only submerged its hind limbs. The nine-tailed dragon fox was emitting a dazzling purple-golden light. The light flickered with the wind, maintaining the shape of the dragon. The dragon soul was undying, and the dragon race was unending. With the dragon soul support, Dai Lu's strength was at its peak, looking quite impressive. However, all of this prosperity was an illusion, as Xiao Xingyu's body was about to be overwhelmed. A royal beast master harnessing a royal beast to fight consumed not only physical strength, but also spiritual energy. In essence, Xiao Xingyu was only a 2-star imperial beast master, and the gap between the concentration of spiritual energy and that of a 9-star imperial beast master was as insurmountable as the galactic chasm. The reason why Xiao Xingyu was barely able to harness Dai Lu in combat was all due to taking medication and opening up. It was well known that there was a danger of being blocked for opening up. Taking medicine, on the other hand, had to bear the side effects of aftermath. Before starting the battle, Xiao Xingyu took 2 dragon spirit pills in one breath. Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power value doubled tenfold and was maintained for a maximum of 10 minutes. As of now, there was not much left of the 10-minute potency, only 1 minute left. Under the mask, the handsome face was covered in sweat. The eyes, mouth, nose, and ears were all bleeding continuously. The effects of the medicine hadn't even ended yet, and the after effects were already obvious. Xiao Xingyu knew his own body best. Right now he was at the end of his rope, relying on his will to survive to hold on. Once this last minute was lost, Xiao Xingyu would fall into a fainting spell. His spiritual energy would dry up, and he would enter a state of severe weakness, or even near death. All in all, there was only 1 minute left for Xiao Xingyu to operate. This minute was extremely valuable. If it was not grasped, the only thing that would greet Xiao Xingyu would be a summons from Hades. Many points of light surfaced on the windy sea. Morong Ash's reinforcements were coming. Lulu last-ditch effort. Xiao Xingyu struggled to open his heavy eyelids, urging all of his body's spiritual energy, betting his life in a last-ditch effort. Bloodthirsty pupil crossbow. Xiao Xingyu hated to shout through his throat. His eyes were filled with spiderweb-like blood filaments, and his entire body's spiritual energy was injected into Dai Lu's body. Dai Lu sensed her master's will. Her body lit up with dragon flames, and she roared up to the sky. Deep in the clouds, a huge scarlet eyeball emerged. The appearance of this eyeball was as deep as a black hole vortex, and mortals who looked into it would lose their souls and fall to their knees, plunging into an endless nightmare. The pupil of the eye was in the shape of an upright. Without a doubt, it was a dragon pupil. As Dai Lu's roar grew louder and louder, a bit of coldness appeared in the depths of the pupil. Immediately afterward, the blood condensed into a sharp arrow. The eyeball was the bow and the pupil was the arrow. The moment the arrow was shot out, heaven and earth changed. The sea poured over, the magnetic field was also disturbed, and time and space were both distorted. This was one of Dai Lu's sure-fire techniques, the bloodthirsty pupil crossbow. Once upon a time, Dai Lu used this move to easily kill Wang Dongsheng, the vice president of Green Dragon Academy. Time has changed and this move has resurfaced. Under the dual support of Dragon Force and Dragon Soul, the power of the bloodthirsty pupil crossbow was developed to its maximum. The immense and incomparable arrow shot out of the clouds and penetrated through the heavens and earth. The sound of the breaking wind was like the chanting of a giant dragon, causing fear in the heart and stopping the soul from trembling. The 2 great generals looked at each other and simultaneously urged their spiritual energy. The cursed Demon King flower swelled in size, its petals acting like a shield, wrapping the entire ice and fire island tightly. The sea god Leviathan lifted up the waves and condensed a thick ice shield over the ice and fire island. This round of exchange was Xiao Xingyu's strongest attack, and also the strongest defense of the 2 generals. 1 attack and 1 defense, a visual feast. Click, 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 click. The tip of the arrow, wrapped in grand and vast dragon power, pierced the corner of the ice cover. The sound of cold ice shattering rose and fell. Boom! Explosions rang out. Ice and Fire Island was located at the center of the explosion and was enveloped by cloud after cloud of rumbling smoke. The waves churned and the dragon flames spread. This ocean that could not be seen to its end was transformed into a sea of blazing fire, illuminating the darkened sky as well as the faces of the 2 great generals. Morong Ashes had a complicated gaze, looking at the distant sea, wanting to speak. Bayu patted the dust on his body and walked over to Morong Ashes. Brother Ashes, you seem to be getting old, actually letting them escape in the territory of the naval headquarters. And you have the face to talk about me? You're not the same. The two of them looked at each other again, and there was bitterness in their smiles, as well as helplessness in their power. In the depths of the sea, a giant python with a dark body flew forward, moving away from Icefire Island. This giant python was the body of the heavenly tribulation ghost python Medusa. Inside the python's mouth, a confined space was formed. Xiao Xingyu was lying on its soft tongue. Dai Lu transformed into human form and knelt beside Xiao Xingyu with both knees. Good news, everyone escaped. Bad news, Xiao Xingyu lost half his life. Royal Master, wake up! Xiao Xingyu. Don't scare me, wake up! Poof. Xiao Xingyu didn't even have the strength to open his eyes as a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The effect of the medicine had passed, and next Xiao Xingyu would have to suffer the backlash of the after effects. The overdrawn spiritual energy would have to be repaid with Yuan Qi and essence blood. Last time, Xiao Xingyu only ate one dragon spirit pill and lay in the hospital for 3 days after the battle. This time, Xiao Xingyu ate 2 dragon spirit pills in one breath, and the aftereffects naturally worsened. Lulu, I'm so sleepy. Fool. Can't sleep, never sleep. Dai Lu cupped Xiao Xingyu's bloodless face. The image of a high and cold queen was gone, and she was about to cry in a hurry. Do we escape? Xiao Xingyu used all his strength and managed to utter a complete sentence. We escaped. We are now located in Medusa's mouth. She has restored her original body. There is no creature in the sea that can catch up with her speed. The natural disaster ghost python, Medusa, traveled faster in the water than the sea god Leviathan. As for those naval battleships, naturally, they were even more unable to catch up with her. It's good to have escaped. Xiao Xingyu barely squeezed out a relieved smile, then lifted his trembling and powerless palm and gently caressed Dai Lu's side face. Little fox, I didn't go back on my word this time, did I? When I say I will help you save Medusa, I will definitely do it. Dai Lu's eyes were moist, her voice slightly choked, and she tightly held Xiao Xingyu's hand. Then promise me one more thing, you can't sleep. Sorry, I'm just too sleepy. In this battle, Xiao Xingyu's body reached its limit. He closed his eyes and fell into a coma. No, you can't sleep. Don't sleep. Xiao Xingyu. Dai Lu shouted for half a day, but Xiao Xingyu didn't respond. Medusa's voice came. How is this little guy? Seriously injured and unconscious. The situation is very bleak. Then let's find a safe place first. After an unknown amount of time, the giant python rushed out of the water, and its huge head landed on the beach of a deserted island. The python opened its mouth, and Dai Lu jumped out holding the unconscious Xiao Xingyu. The python then shifted and appeared in human form next to Dai Lu. This was Medusa in human form, with 3-dimensional features and an alluring figure. Even though her condition was poor and she was covered in scars, she still looked beautiful. Medusa looked towards Xiao Xingyu in Dai Lu's arms. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. I didn't expect that this youthful teenager would actually become my savior. Chapter 95 Escape from Death. Dalu feeds the blood. Ice and Fire Island. A war with a grandiose prologue and intense process ended so hastily. It wasn't until Medusa, who had transformed into a giant python, disappeared into the depths of the ocean floor that Murong Ashes and White Feather realized. From the very beginning, that black-robed man didn't intend to tangle with us. Yeah, he had only one goal, to save Medusa. Murong Ashes let out a long sigh and laughed bitterly. Alas, in this battle, our 2 great generals, we have really lost face. Brother Ashes, let's just think about how to bear the wrath of the Empress Sama. As the old saying goes, speak of the devil. A blinding holy light emerged from the murky night, and a griffin foot as massive as a pillar of the heavens poked out from the clouds. The 7-colored holy unicorn appeared. This is the imperial beast under the command of the Empress. The 7-colored holy unicorn stepped on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and landed on the Ice and Fire Island. A stunningly beautiful woman with a phoenix crown and cape stood on top of the Chilin's head, exuding imperial might as she raised her hands and feet. Lord Empress is here. What are you waiting for? Just kneel and be done with it. Welcome, Lord Empress. On Ice and Fire Island, all the naval warriors knelt down on one knee. Their left hand clenched in a fist and placed it at the position of their heart. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity and awe. Murong Ashes and Baiyu also knelt on the ground, their heads hanging low, not daring to raise their eyes to look directly at that magnificent woman. If I don't open my mouth, you guys don't know to take the initiative to report on the battle? Shangguan Lan said one sentence. Every word was like an ice pick, inserted into the depths of Murong Ashes and Bai Yu's souls. Murong Ashes sweated coldly and admitted his mistake stiffly. Lord Empress, it's me who failed your trust. Shangguanlan scanned the surroundings and saw only the crumbling naval headquarters base and the broken walls of the training grounds. Where is Medusa? Medusa was robbed by the outlaws. Outlaws? The aura on Shangguanlan's body became even more stern. A single look changed the movement of the surrounding air currents. Murong Ashes could feel Shangguanlan's anger. He was overwhelmed by this Empress aura. Reporting back to Lord Empress, 10 minutes ago, someone invaded Ice Fire Island. Bai Yu stepped forward to explain. Who? That person was cloaked in a black robe and wore a ghost face mask. The nine-tailed demon fox Dai Lu is the imperial beast under his command. Bai Yu explained for most of the day. Shangguanlan's almond eyes glared. That is to say, the black-robed man's name, identity, and background, you all don't know. Bai Yu bowed his head in silence. Ridiculous! Shangguanlan shouted angrily, and the seven-colored Holy Qilin sensed the change in his master's mood and raised his head to roar. His roar cracking the sea, attracting purple heavenly thunder, and shattering the nightly starry river. This is the Navy's headquarters, and it's guarded by two of your great admirals. To actually let a guy with an unknown background, under your noses, rob Medusa? Murong Ashes and White Feather spoke in unison. My humble servant has failed in his duty and is willing to be punished. Shangguanlan didn't have the heart to punish these two subjects right now. She took a deep breath and clearly sensed the scent of the aftermath of dragon force permeating the air. That's right. This is indeed the aura of dragon force. That black-robed man, he was able to pull that dying fox back from the gates of hell. And he was also able to help the fox fuse with the bloodline of a purebred dragon race. Who the hell is he? As the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, Shangguanlan had always been a leader who loved his people like a son in the eyes of the world. But the sins of 200 years ago would always be a time bomb buried in the bottom of this woman's heart. The more Shangguanlan thought about it, the more worried she became, and killing intent surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Tell me the direction where the black-robed man escaped. Murong Ashes and Bai Yu raised their hands at the same time, pointing to the southeast. That was the direction of the Devil Beast Strait. Lord Empress, you are going to. When I return, I'll punish the two of you for your unfavorable actions. Shangguanlan rode the seven-colored sacred Qilin, treading the waves and disappearing at the end of the sea level. At this moment, the unconscious Xiao Xingyu still didn't know that the Dragon Kingdom Empress had personally come out to hunt him down. As the seven-colored sacred Qilin left people's sight, Murong Ashes and Bai Yu's taut nerves only then loosened up. Old Bai, it seems that the Empress Lord is taking this accident very seriously and actually came out personally. Brother Ashes, you still have the heart to consider this? Didn't you hear Lord Empress say that she will settle the score with us when she returns? After a moment of silence, Murong Ashes let out an exclamation. This sea is going to change again. Bai Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Not only this sea, the entire Dragon Kingdom. There is a possibility that the sky will change. The identity of the black-robed man, no one knows and no one knows, but the more mysterious his identity is, the greater the threat to the Dragon Kingdom. East China Sea waters. A deserted island that was nowhere to be seen. Under the dark as ink night, there is only dead silence on the island. At the back of the island, there was a cave that was unaffected by the waves and the cold wind. This cave was equivalent to a natural shelter, giving Dai Lu and Medusa a chance to rest and catch their breath. Inside the cave, the glow of the campfire illuminated the darkness. Dai Lu sat paralyzed on the ground with a tired face. Xiao Xingyu lay in her arms, still in an unconscious state. Medusa sat by the campfire, her gaze focused on Xiao Xingyu and never moved away. Thank you for coming to save me. There's no need to thank me, it's better to thank my royal lord. Without him, I couldn't have saved you by myself. Without Xiao Xingyu, not only would Dai Lu not be able to break through the evolution, she wouldn't have the chance to fuse the purebred dragon bloodline, and she wouldn't even be able to recover from her serious injuries. If that happened, Dai Lu would have to take her own life, not to mention saving Medusa. Medusa was flooded with curiosity. Tell me, why did you, the queen of the nine-tailed fox clan, willingly submit to the command of a milquetoast brat, and even sign a royal beast blood contract? The nine-tailed fox clan had always been arrogant and never bowed down to humans. Medusa racked her brain and couldn't figure out why Dai Lu would submit to a little person like Xiao Xingyu. As you can see, This teenager is not an ordinary human. He is only a 2-star Imperial Beast Master though. But he can heal my injuries, help me break through evolution, help me fuse the bloodline of the pureblood dragon clan, and he can also refine pills. After listening to the story of what happened between Dailu and Xiao Xingyu, Medusa nodded, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. In that case, I've been favored by this brat just like you. That's right. He is my savior as well as yours. Medusa was suddenly alert. Let's make it clear first. I will keep the favor of saving my life in my heart. But my divine python clan is different from you, a fox. I will not submit to humans. Medusa's meaning was straightforward. Simply put, I will find a way to repay the favor, but I will not accept a blood contract with a human. At that moment, movement came from Dai Lo's arms. Water! Xiao Xingyu opened his mouth, his throat smoldering, and spat out a word with difficulty. You're awake. Want to drink water, right? I'll figure it out. Dai Lu got excited and looked around for water. But this was a deserted island where no human had ever ventured. There was nothing on the island, surrounded by nothing but endless ocean water. Dai Lu couldn't find fresh water, so she simply bit her finger and stuffed it into Xiao Xingyu's mouth, feeding water with blood, master and servant love. Medusa saw this scene and was overcome with emotion. Is this still the fox I know? She actually willingly consumed her own essence blood for the sake of a human? Medusa carefully observed Dai Lu, and she could see some subtle aura from Dai Lu's face. In this fox's eyes, this teenager isn't just as simple as a royal master. Medusa guessed correctly. Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu were more than just master and servant. The relationship between the two had already surpassed the bond of a blood contract, and even had a super friendship relationship. Xiao Xingyu, who was in a semi-conscious state, dazedly relied on his survival instincts and fought to absorb Dai Lu's blood as a way to quench his thirst. Dai Lu did not even blink an eyebrow during the process of feeding the blood, staring unseeingly at the teenager in her arms, her eyes unwavering. Chapter 96, Setting Up Medusa, Movie Star Acting. Xiao Xingyu felt like he had a very long dream. The moment consciousness returned to wakefulness, all the contents of the dream exploded into pieces. Where is this? Xiao Xingyu pursed the corners of his mouth, and a faint fishy sweet taste lingered between his lips and teeth, which was the taste of fresh blood. Xiao Xingyu, you finally woke up, great. Xiao Xingyu realized that he was lying in Dai Lu's arms. Dai Lu's expression interpreted 4 words. Thank God. Xiao Xingyu felt carefully. His neck and the back of his head were very comfortable. This was because Dai Lu acted as a soft pillow on her rippling chest, providing Xiao Xingyu with a comfortable resting environment. The memories from before the coma came flooding back. We did escape, right? With so much at stake, Xiao Xingyu was a little uneasy and confirmed to Dai Lu again and again. Dai Lu nodded heavily, her brows overflowing with joy. We escaped. This is a deserted island far away from Ice and Fire Island. The exact location is close to the Devil Beast Strait. The latest version of the world map surfaced in Xiao Xingyu's mind. The vicinity of the Devil Beast Strait was certainly dangerous, but it was out of the control and jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Even if Murong Ashes and Baiyu wanted to send troops to pursue them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it would be impossible to find such an inconspicuous deserted island. It's good to escape. Xiao Xingyu breathed a long sigh of relief, and his afterglow suddenly noticed Dai Lu's arm. On Dai Lu's left hand, there were no less than 10 wounds, and 1 or 2 of them had not yet healed. Xiao Xingyu's mind was meticulous, and after recalling the taste of blood in his mouth, he became clear about the source of these wounds of Dai Lu. You fed me blood? You were severely dehydrated after you passed out. This is a deserted island. There is no fresh water, so you can only use this method. Xiao Xingyu's heart warmed. After this battle, the emotional bond between him and Dai Lu became even deeper. The side effects of taking 2 dragon spirit pills almost killed Xiao Xingyu half of his life. The reason he was able to regain consciousness so quickly was because of the dragon blood he drank. After fusing the purebred dragon bloodline, Dai Lu's blood was dragon blood, which could save Xiao Xingyu's life at critical moments. A system beep sounded. Favorability increased. Xiao Xingyu opened the data panel to check Dai Lu's favorability towards himself. 99? Not bad. Almost full. The higher the favorability, the better the battle coordination between the Imperial Beastmaster and the Imperial Beast would be. At the black-robed man's level of identity, the 9-tailed dragon fox Dai Lu was the most important battle force. To this day, Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu were also considered to be in a relationship of suffering and dying together, and their feelings would only grow deeper in the future. "You're awake." A cool imperial voice came, with a faint hoarseness in its timbre. Xiao Xingyu looked up and a demonic beauty with a crown on her head appeared before his eyes. The beauty's face was only the size of a palm. Her features were gorgeous. A typical snake beauty, a casual glance, or a movement that ruffled her long hair could make all the men in the world be captivated. This was the Medusa that Xiao Xingyu had gambled his life to save from the naval headquarters. Medusa walked over and bent down to crouch, the gulf in front of her chest making Xiao Xingyu want to look but embarrassed to do so. "Drink this down." Xiao Xingyu didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. Medusa simply handed the bamboo tube to Xiao Xingyu's mouth and personally fed him. A sweetness entered his mouth. Xiao Xingyu gulped and poured. Inside the bamboo tube was the rainwater Medusa had collected outside. A rainstorm had suddenly hit the deserted island, giving Xiao Xingyu the opportunity to replenish his moisture. "Thanks." After drinking the water, Xiao Xingyu's dry and cracked lips recovered some redness. "You don't need to thank me. It's me who should say thank you." Medusa raised her arms crisscrossed, palms pressed to her chest, and bent down towards Xiao Xingyu. Dai Lu reminded from the side, "This is the divine Python clan, the highest etiquette for thanking a benefactor." Medusa spoke, "Thank you for saving my life." Xiao Xingyu smiled nervously. "Sister Shasha, don't be polite. It's just a show of hands." "A show of hands? You almost lost your life? Don't brag." Dai Lu mercilessly demolished the stage. Medusa straightened her back and her tone was not overbearing. "Mr. Xiao, our divine Python clan has always returned favors. I will find a chance to repay you for the favor you did to save my life." Xiao Xingyu already had a plan and said impatiently, "Want to repay me, right? It's simple, as long as we sign a blood." Medusa seemed to have guessed Xiao Xingyu's mind and interrupted early. "I can do anything for you, only I can't sign a blood contract with you." The atmosphere was a bit awkward. The only sound in the air was the sound of the campfire burning. Dai Lu remained silent. She had no right to interfere with Medusa's choice, nor was she qualified to persuade Xiao Xingyu to give up the chance to sign Medusa. Xiao Xingyu frowned. "Why?" "Because orcs are never slaves. The beastmen, among the many races of magical beasts, were the race with the most backbone and pride. For a beastmaster to want to tame a beastman-type imperial beast and sign a blood contract was an extremely difficult thing to do. Especially the nine-tailed fox and divine python clans, which were mythological quality bloodlines, it made sense that Medusa would be unwilling to submit to humans. Thinking about it, if Dai Lu hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have accepted to sign a blood contract with Xiao Xingyu. Poof! Xiao Xingyu suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Dai Lu was shocked and hurriedly supported the weak Xiao Xingyu. "Why are you spitting out blood again?" Seeing Xiao Xingyu spitting out blood and his face paling a few more points, Medusa followed suit and became nervous. This teenager in front of her was Medusa's lifesaver no matter what. Seeing Xiao Xingyu's dying appearance, Medusa was inevitably moved with compassion. Xiao Xingyu was breathless and his voice was filled with endless pathos. "Sister Shasha, I thought that by putting my life on the line to save you, I would be able to warm your cold heart. Now I realize that I was the one who was wrong. You are a cold-blooded python without a heart." "No, you." Medusa stammered, unable to speak. Xiao Xingyu's eyes reddened and a hot, rolling tear slid down his cheek. "Since you're not willing to sign a blood contract with me, there's no point in me living." Xiao Xingyu looked lifeless, his eyes layered with despondency and disappointment, losing even the most basic desire to live. Dai Lu's heart raced. "Xiao Xingyu, don't mess around, you can't die. Wake up, don't sleep." Xiao Xingyu laughed coldly and looked at Medusa with eyes that were lost through and through. "If there is a next life, I will never save you, the negative snake." Medusa was confused. From the time she was born until now, Medusa had never encountered such a strange human. After Xiao Xingyu's words, Medusa felt like she had turned into a vicious maiden who had failed her groom, and she actually felt guilty inside. "This man saved my life and I." Medusa lowered her head, her shell teeth biting her lower lip. Her heart was not in good taste. "Xiao Xingyu, don't sleep over, hold on." Dai Lu slapped Xiao Xingyu's face, trying to arouse Xiao Xingyu's desire for life. "Lulu, forget it. I don't want to live anymore. I'm trying so hard, but I can't cover the heart of a snake. Just die." Medusa couldn't tense up and clenched her fists. Mr. Shao, please live no matter what. What's the point of living if you don't sign the blood contract? It's better to die. I'll sign. Medusa made a decision that was enough to change the fate of a lifetime. Sister Shasha, you are so kind. I have the motivation to live. Xiao Xingyu wiped away his tears, his expression changing instantly, his acting skills stowing away. Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting. Dai Lu was stunned. This snake was actually morally kidnapped by a human? Chapter 97, signing a blood contract. Danger remains. Xiao Xingyu's routine was simple. If I don't sign the blood contract, I won't live. As long as Medusa does not sign the blood contract, Xiao Xingyu will not drink a mouthful of water, will not eat a mouthful of food, will not accept the healing, and will choose to wait for death in place. Although Medusa is a cold-blooded beast, the divine Python clan is also concerned about love and justice. The grace of life is greater than heaven. Medusa's life is Xiao Xingyu from the Navy headquarters on the execution platform snatched back. No matter how cold and arrogant Medusa was, she could not watch her savior die in front of her. Xiao Xingyu's acting skills are no different from those of today's movie stars. There is no need for props and stunt doubles. No need for scripts and soundtracks. Just a look, a sigh. This man can portray a depressive who has lost the desire to live. Medusa had no choice but to agree to Xiao Xingyu's request. Dai Lu couldn't help but ask, "Have you thought it through?" Medusa had nothing but helplessness between her words. Lowering my head and submitting to a human is the ugly behavior that I once hated and disliked the most. But this guy saved me from the fire after all. How could I not watch him die in front of me? Dai Lu cried and laughed, secretly spitting in her heart. This snake really can't play Xiao Xingyu's routine, and was indeed morally kidnapped. These days, humans with morals are going extinct, and magical beasts with morals are even more rare. Dai Lu came to Xiao Xingyu's ear. I'm curious, if Medusa doesn't have morals, and your move of moral kidnapping doesn't work, what are you going to do? Xiao Xingyu was resourceful enough to lower his voice. Don't worry, I've also prepared a backhand. If soft doesn't work, come to hard. If the snake doesn't eat moral abduction, when her wanted notice is posted in a few days, I'll go and collect the reward. Compared to being tortured by Shangguan Lan, she will definitely succumb to my lustful power. Dai Lu blankly glanced at Xiao Xingyu. You kid has a lot of ghost ideas. Xiao Xingyu had gone to great lengths to rescue Medusa, and if he couldn't get her to work for him, he might as well send her back to the Navy headquarters again and earn a bounty. Sasha. That's what I'll call you from now on. Sasha, Lulu, these kind of nicknames were cute and memorable, and they also increased the closeness between the Imperial Beastmaster and the Imperial Beast. But for Medusa and also Dai Lu, this kind of cute and dorky nickname was really shameful. Xiao Xingyu didn't need to bite his finger, because there was still undried blood hanging around his mouth. Dropping the blood on Medusa's brow, one person and one beast constructed a soul connection. Underneath Medusa's jade feet, a pentagram spell formation emerged. The blood contract was successfully concluded. Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes and saw an additional spell mark on Medusa's forehead. This was the symbol of the conclusion of the blood contract. The spell mark gradually faded away, not disappearing, but hiding. Xiao Xingyu braced his weak body and grinned. Sasha, from now on, you are my imperial beast. Medusa's facial expression was a little stiff. I really signed a blood contract with a human? I'm afraid I'm crazy. This is just too ridiculous. Dai Lu, as a person from the past, patted Medusa's shoulder and consoled. Your current expression, as well as your inner thoughts, are exactly the same as mine at first. The two cold-blooded magical beasts that were arrogant in nature and would never submit to humans. Both eventually became Xiao Xingyu's personal maids. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and Medusa's data panel came into view. Name: Heavenly Tribulation Ghost Python Medusa. Level: Beast God Body Second Order. Bloodline: Divine Python Bloodline Mythic Quality. Talent 1. Calamity Descent. When this body appears, it will bring destructive disasters such as tsunamis, thunderstorms, and volcanic eruptions. Talent 2. Nightmare Entanglement. Any enemy swept by Medusa's pupils and whose level is lower than Medusa's will have their souls pulled into a nightmare and fall into a sinking state. Attribute: Beastman series, Superpower series, Water series. Loyalty: 10. Skill: Nightmare Devouring. Swallow the enemy into the stomach. Receive the baptism of 9 layers of nightmares. and the soul is stripped from the flesh. Death twist. Use the huge and long body to wrap and bind the enemy until the enemy suffocates and passes out. Life extraction. When the fangs penetrate into the enemy's body, it extracts the enemy's life value and converts it into its own life value. Habits. Desserts. Living in cold environments. Evolutionary route. Ghost Python highest evolutionary form. Hidden evolutionary route 1. Ghost Python Dragon Python. Hidden evolutionary route 2. Natural disaster Ghost Python Earthly Python body can encircle the earth. The stronger the talent and the higher the level of the Imperial Beast, the more complex and rich the data panel. In terms of bloodline quality, Medusa was not inferior to Dai Lu, who had not yet fused the purebred dragon bloodline. Moreover, Dai Lu was relying on Xiao Xingyu to open up and fuse the purebred dragon bloodline before she had the chance to break through for promotion and reach the rank of Beast God Body First Order. Xiao Xingyu had yet to open up for Medusa, whose rank had already reached the Beast God Body Second Order. Sasha actually has 2 hidden evolutionary routes. How should I choose? Xiao Xingyu was in a tangle. The 2 different evolution routes had their own pros and cons. If he wanted Medusa to evolve into a heaven-swallowing dragon python, Xiao Xingyu would have to help Medusa fuse purebred dragon power like he did for Dai Lu. However, treasures like dragon bones could not be found. It was difficult for Xiao Xingyu to find a medium similar to the dragon bone that could fuse purebred dragon bloodlines in a short period of time. If one wanted Medusa to evolve into an earthly python, the core evolutionary materials were the Eye of Reincarnation and the Lord of the Underworld magical beast Crystal Core. These 2 items were as rare and hard to find as dragon bones. Xiao Xingyu sighed. I'm thinking too far ahead. It's better to start working on the present. Xiao Xingyu pulled back his thoughts, and suddenly his heartbeat missed a beat. You look so bad. Where is it hard? Dai Lu's observation was meticulous, enough to see how attached she was to Xiao Xingyu. Lulu, I'm fine. I just suddenly have a bad premonition. The inexplicable distraction forced Xiao Xingyu to think deeper. Damn it. This feeling is bad. What exactly is my subconscious mind worrying about? Obviously out of danger. My heartbeat is... Xiao Xingyu covered his thumping and restless chest and fell into a brainstorm. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that I've neglected something? As time ticked by, Xiao Xingyu's heartbeat grew faster and faster, his heart almost in his throat. I remember. The confusion in Xiao Xingyu's eyes instantly disappeared, and fear surfaced in his pupils. System mission. Rescue Medusa. System reward. 1. Dragon egg. Plus 10,000 points. This was the reason why Xiao Xingyu had willingly risked his life to rob the law court at the Navy headquarters. Now that Xiao Xingyu had rescued Medusa, everyone had escaped from the Navy's control and hid on this deserted island that no one knew about. Logically, Xiao Xingyu should have triggered the system reward. But until this moment now, the system had not issued a reward, nor had it prompted that the mission had been completed. This meant that, Lulu Sasha, this island can't stay. Dai Lu asked suspiciously, why? We're not out of danger yet. As soon as Xiao Xingyu's words fell, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire deserted island. That woman came after us. Chapter 98 The Empress Strikes, Mysterious Black Dragon? Go! Get off this island! Xiao Xingyu roared hysterically. Dai Lu was shocked by Xiao Xingyu's appearance at this moment. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her face was like gold paper. Every hair of sweat on her body stood upside down, and every bone and joint of her frail body trembled violently from fear. Let's go! Although Dai Lu was confused, she still made an instant decision and held Xiao Xingyu in her arms, her figure flickering like a ghost. In a matter of moments, Dai Lu appeared in the rough sea of waves. Xiao Xingyu was still in the state of the after effects of the medication. His body was unable to move. He could only obediently lie in Dai Lu's arms. Fortunately, there is Dai Lu's plump and soft breasts. Patted Xiao Xingyu's head, only buffer the impact of the sea waves on Xiao Xingyu. Dai Lu was not standing on the surface of the sea. Under her feet was a huge snake head. This was Medusa's original body, the heavenly tribulation ghost python. Next second, rumble. The explosion sounded like millions of thunderbolts landing at the same time, shattering the night dome and illuminating the boundless sea. The deserted island just now, with the explosion, completely disappeared into the thick black smoke, not even leaving behind any residue. Dai Lu and Medusa felt thankful that if it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu's timely reminder, everyone would have ended up like that island. Xiao Xingyu's vision blurred as he raised his eyes to the chaotic night sky. Above the clouds stood a giant Qilin beast. 7-colored holy Qilin? Damn it, it's that woman. Endless fear surfaced on Dai Lu's exquisitely beautiful face. Medusa's snake body was immersed in the cold seawater, only revealing a head. Her snake pupils were filled with fear and anxiety, and a flash of despair vaguely flashed through. This woman is coming after us. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. The woman that Dai Lu and Medusa were talking about was currently standing on top of the head of the 7-colored sacred Qilin. This is a graceful woman, a female emperor who loves her country and her people, a cold-blooded and merciless executioner, and a monster with the biggest secret hidden in her body. In short, in this world, there were too many adjectives and unconfirmed rumors about this woman. She was the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, the female empress lord that the country admired, Shangguan. Common sense would say that the highest rank of an Imperial Beastmaster was a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster. Shangguan's strength was even higher than that of a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster. This level was known as the Imperial Beast Emperor. For every country, there was only one Imperial Beast Emperor. Therefore, Shangguan's strength was the ceiling of the Dragon Kingdom. In the broken clouds, thunder and lightning surged like countless dragons. The sea set off a tornado storm, and golden flames flared up in the center of the whirlwind. The sense of oppression from the ceiling of the Dragon Kingdom's battle power made Xiao Xingyu's heart thump, and he barely managed to catch his breath. Shangguan opened his eyes, his sight locking onto Xiao Xingyu across the sky. Black robe, ghost face mask. Looks like I didn't find the wrong person. Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy had already been depleted, and in his current physical state, if he took another dragon spirit pill, he was afraid that his body would explode and die. In the case of an Imperial Beastmaster without spiritual energy, the Imperial Beast could not release any battle techniques at all. The only thing Dai Lu could do was to burn her own essence blood, her body rumbling with a layer of purple golden dragon flame to protect Xiao Xingyu in her arms. On the dark surface of the sea, the purple golden dragon's eye flames were small but extraordinarily piercing. Shangguan was in the clouds and clearly saw the fire on the sea. Little fox, I didn't expect you to survive after being seriously injured by me back then, and now you have even fused the bloodline of the purebred dragon race. Shangguan was the empress of the Dragon Kingdom and had seen great storms, but she had never seen an imperial beast that could fuse purebred dragon bloodlines. All of these variables pointed to the mysterious man clad in black robes. Shangguan's icy sight focused on Xiao Xingyu once again. Tell me your identity and I'll leave you with a whole body. Xiao Xingyu's lips were dry and cracked, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Not speaking. Then all go to hell. Being ruthless was a necessary condition to become the king of a country. Dai Lu was already a wanted criminal on the wanted list. Medusa, knowing too many secrets about the dragon-slaying battle 200 years ago, should have been executed tonight. The black-robed man, whose identity is unknown and whose background is unknown, was able to invade the naval headquarters and get out in one piece. This man and two beasts are both great threats to Shangguan. Shangguan took a deep breath and closed his eyes as an unrivaled power stirred within his body. Dragon power? Dai Lu was shocked. After fusing the purebred dragon bloodline, Dai Lu also controlled dragon power. Dai Lu could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Shangguan's body was pure dragon power. Not only was this dragon power pure, it also revealed an endless evil that shook Dai Lu's soul. This woman, just what kind of monster is she? Dai Lu tilted her head to gaze at the sky. The sight of everything in front of her was unbelievable. On top of Shangguan's head, two black dragon horns grew. The dragon horns were one long and one short, with the shorter one having obvious signs of breakage. The face that was so beautiful and beautiful bred black dragon scales. The dragon scales spread crazily, covering the neck and hands. As the gusts of wind struck, behind Shangguan's back, a pair of black dragon wings grew. Even her pupils turned a pitch-black color, like two black holes, taking in the heart. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the fluctuations of dragon power shattered the clouds. Behind Shangguan, the silhouette of a giant black dragon emerged. This was the dragon soul. Black dragon soul. What the hell is going on here? Dai Lu looked dumbfounded. She had always thought that no matter how powerful Shangguan was, he was only human. But at this moment, the appearance as well as the form that Shangguan presented was not even in the realm of humans. Fox. This is the true face of this woman. Medusa's voice came. Dai Lu desperately wanted to ask something. After all, Medusa knew some secrets from 200 years ago. I know what you want to ask, but both of us, including Xiao Xingyu, are going to be buried with this secret. Since Shangguan Lan had shown her true colors, she wouldn't let go of anyone who had seen her in this form. In Shangguan Lan's cold eyes, the black-robed man, as well as the fox and the snake, were all dead things now. Dai Lu's tightly clenched fists relaxed and stretched. The huge disparity between the enemy and herself made her not even have the fighting spirit to resist. Medusa was right. This sea is where everyone will be buried. Shangguan Lan raised his right hand and swung out a wind blade. The wind blade sliced through the night sky, gliding against the surface of the sea, splitting the sea in two, shaped like the hooked claws of a giant dragon. Looking at Xiao Xingyu in her arms, whose face was twisted in pain from even breathing, Dai Lu clenched her teeth. Clatter! Huge waves rolled over, and the nine-tailed dragon fox stood above the sea. This was Dai Lu's native form. Before this, after the duel with the two great generals, Dai Lu was also injured. The moment her main body appeared on the surface of the seawater was dyed red by the blood overflowing from her wounds. Seeing the wind blades containing terrifying dragon power coming head-on, Dai Lu didn't retreat. Her nine tails held up, protecting Medusa and Xiao Xingyu behind her. Xiao Xingyu didn't have any spiritual power. Dai Lu couldn't use any battle skills, relying on her already broken body to resist Shangguan Lan's sure kill blow. Lulu! Xiao Xingyu's roar drowned in the sound of the waves, so pale and powerless. Chapter 99 Dragon's Tear. Time rewind. Facing an enemy with a disconnected gap in strength, any act of resistance was futile. The wind blade in the shape of a dragon's claw, flying low, was unstoppable, cutting through reefs, tsunamis, and even space. Just how terrifying was Shangguan Lan's strength. This woman had only shown the tip of the iceberg of her means, and with one random move, she erupted with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Dai Lu's original body, the nine-tailed dragon fox, clearly possessed strong defense and resistance to blows, but it was as fragile as papier-mâché in front of Shangguan Lan. Lulu! Xiao Xingyu was lying on Medusa's snake head. His body was as uncomfortable as if it was shattered, and only his blood-filled eyes could move. The rest of his body was as stiff as if it was sealed with cement. The wind blade penetrated through Dai Lu's body, a wound in the shape of a dragon's claw, like a musical fountain that had suddenly started. Rolling hot blood, with the drumming of the waves, sprayed in all directions. Under the icy cold night, Dai Lu's body seemed to bloom like a huge bright red rose. Humans' perception would also change at the moment of adrenaline surge. In Xiao Xingyu's field of vision, the flow of time in the entire world became slow. Xiao Xingyu clearly saw Dai Lu planted in the seawater, her nine tails drooping, her eyes losing their spirituality, and her breathing suddenly stopping. At this moment, Dai Lu was already dead. Medusa let out a helpless sigh. On the clouds, Shangguan Lan flapped her black dragon wings, her delicate lips hooked into a smile. Xiao Xingyu's heart pumped as the blood contract in his body began to burn, gradually turning into ashes. When a royal beast died in battle, the corresponding blood contract in the royal beastmaster's body would also disappear. During the process of the blood contract disappearing, Xiao Xingyu seemed to see countless movie scenes flashing before his eyes. The shots of the first encounter with Dai Lu. The shot of one person and one beast pulling at the limit in the cave. Shots of the master and servant fighting together for the first time. The shot of having a skinship deep in the dense forest. With the past fresh in his mind, Xiao Xingyu's dry eyes overflowed with a bloody tear. I don't know since when. Dai Lu was no longer as simple as a royal beast to Xiao Xingyu. Lulu, she really died. Xiao Xingyu's eyes were lifeless, still unable to accept the fact that Dai Lu was killed in battle. Shangguan Lan was too strong. This woman was a monster. You guys should also be on your way. Shangguan Lan's beautiful eyes glared, and a wild and endless dragon power erupted from her body. The sky melted. This was not an exaggerated rhetoric, but a statement of fact. The sky was like a melted liquid, thick black liquid dripping down in large piles. Space was distorted, the magnetic field was misaligned, and gravity was out of control. This was a heaven and earth anomaly that Xiao Xingyu had never seen before. Xiao Xingyu only knew that the strength of that woman was beyond his cognitive range. Shangguan Lan was worthy of being the Dragon Kingdom's warrior ceiling, and in front of her, Any opponent couldn't even bring up the last ounce of desire to live. Medusa's essence curled up into a ball, protecting Xiao Xingyu tightly. Imperial Lord. Hearing Medusa's voice, Xiao Xingyu regained a trace of sanity. Sasha. Royal Lord, listen carefully. Before I die, I'll try to keep your whole body. In these words, apart from helplessness, there was only sadness. Medusa was different from Dai Lu. She didn't know Xiao Xingyu well, and had only just signed a blood contract with him because of the kindness of saving her life. It was only natural for a royal beast to die for its royal master. No, this is not the ending I want. Xiao Xingyu bit through his lips, the taste of blood lifting his spirits. There must still be a way. There must be a way to turn the situation around. Xiao Xingyu opened the system warehouse and saw the mysterious item at a glance. Dragon's Tear, one of the 3 greatest treasures of the dragon race. This treasure had originally been carried by Dai Lu. Xiao Xingyu had taken it from Dai Lu last time and had been stored in the system warehouse collecting dust. The closest moment to death, Xiao Xingyu's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. With a surge of thoughts, a crystal ball appeared in Xiao Xingyu's palm. Above the sky, Shangguanlan revealed an astonished expression. Dragon's Tear. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu affixed the dragon's tear to his mask. When Dai Lu fell just now, the blood spurting from her wounds splashed onto Xiao Xingyu's mask, coloring it red. The dragon's tear and Xiao Xingyu's mask touched each other, staining Dai Lu's blood. A magical power was released towards the surroundings. This power was invisible and colorless, quietly spreading, covering the sea, covering the heaven and earth, covering the entire planet. The rain stopped falling and hovered in mid-air. Time stands still? No, more than that. Immediately afterward, the raindrops flew up towards the sky in a trend that violated the laws of gravity. Returning to the clouds, the tsunami receded and the dark clouds dissipated. The 9-tailed dragon fox that had fallen to the bottom of the sea floated back to the surface, its 9 tails rekindling a hot flame. The 9-tailed dragon fox opened its eyes, and the wind blade in the shape of a dragon's claw peeled away from its body. The wound completely healed. The gale blew in reverse, and the wind blades returned the way they came. Time was going backwards, and it was the entire world's time that was going backwards. Even Shangguanlan, a woman of unfathomable strength, could not escape the influence of time regression. Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes again. After the trance, he felt the rich body fragrance and soft cushion. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was lying in Dai Lu's arms. Medusa was sitting on the side. This was not the sea, but a cave on a deserted island. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath, his lips trembling. It worked. The dragon's tear, as the 3 greatest treasures of the dragon race, didn't have any offensive power, but it had a magical ability. Time retrogression. Only dragon blood could catalyze the dragon's tear to unleash time retrogression. When Xiao Xingyu was on the verge of death, he skillfully utilized the blood splashed on his face by Dai Lu to activate the dragon's tear, successfully opening the time retrogression. The effect of the time rewind depended on how much dragon blood was absorbed. Xiao Xingyu's activation of the dragon's tear this time had an average effect, only allowing the entire world to go back in time by 1 minute. Don't underestimate this minute. The world a minute ago. Shangguanlan hadn't chased after him yet. The deserted island hadn't been blown up yet, and Dai Lu hadn't been sacrificed and killed in action. Lulu, Sasha, let's go. Ha! Leave here and go to the Wraith Channel. But this is an order. Xiao Xingyu's attitude was strong. Dai Lu and Medusa didn't understand, but still did as they were told. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Even if Medusa was seriously injured, her main body could maintain an incredible parade speed in the water. Not a moment later, rumble. The deserted island exploded. Above the night sky, a unicorn beast appeared. Shangguanlan stood atop the head of the 7-colored holy Qilin, overlooking the rough sea. The scent reaches here and disappears. Further on is the Devil Beast Strait. It seems that they have escaped. Shangguanlan didn't find the black-robed man, the 9-tailed dragon fox, or the heavenly plague ghost python. The minute time went backward, it looked like nothing happened, but in reality, someone rewrote history. At the same time, the python form of Medusa swam into the Devil Beast Channel, and in her huge mouth, she contained Dai Lu and Xiao Xingyu. 1 person and 2 beasts escaped to the Magic Beast Strait. The Devil Beast Strait possessed tens of thousands of different races of devil beasts, and its scent was chaotic. Even the sense of smell of the dragon race would fail in this environment. Shangguan had to give up the chase, the unwillingness and anger on his face lingering for a long time. Black-robed man. The day we meet again will be the day your corpse is gone. Chapter 100 Rewarding a Dragon Egg. Xiao Xingyu Blood Prophet. The sea returned to calmness, and only a peacefulness remained under the moonlight. Black-robed man. The day we meet again will be the day your corpse is gone. These were the last words Shangguan said after he gave up the chase, and then he left. The time in this world had clearly gone back a full minute under the influence of Dragon Force. Xiao Xingyu had taken advantage of this minute to make a miracle of rewriting history and escaped to the Devil Beast Strait with Dai Lu and Medusa. In other words, in this brand new timeline, Shangguan had not seen the black-robed man with her own eyes since the beginning. However, she said, "The day we meet again." This word again had to be pondered over. It wasn't hard to see that the Dragon's Tears time retrogression had indeed affected Shangguan, but the effect wasn't thorough enough. In Shangguan's mind, he still retained the memory of the period before the time regression. This woman was too terrifying. Her true identity, the limits of her strength, were all an unfathomable mystery. Devil Beast Strait. A reef. Dai Lu carried the frail Xiao Xingyu on her back and climbed up the reef, her own face pale. The giant python in the sea resumed its human form, and Medusa, whose body was covered in wounds, also climbed onto the reef, with blood constantly spilling from the corners of her mouth. Medusa didn't let her guard down and looked around. "That guy shouldn't be coming after us." Xiao Xingyu's voice was dark and hoarse as he said with certainty, "Don't worry. This is the Devil Beast Strait. Even if that Shangguan is the strongest Imperial Beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom, it's impossible for him to find our exact location. The Devil Beast Strait, the zone with the most chaotic breath on the entire planet. Fugitives would have to give up as long as they escaped here, no matter how powerful their pursuers were." Dai Lu curiously asked, "How did you predict in advance that Shangguan would hunt us down?" For Dai Lu and Medusa, the two of them were completely affected by the Dragon's Tear and had no idea what had happened a minute ago. "Lulu, wait for me to catch my breath first." Xiao Xingyu took a big breath and waited until his breath stabilized a bit before fighting to sit up from the reef. "What are you?" Dai Lu froze. Xiao Xingyu suddenly opened his arms and wrapped them tightly around Dai Lu. Although the two of them had skin-to-skin contact, in front of Medusa, this intimate gesture made Dai Lu blush and even become a bit groundless. "Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing? Let go of me." Medusa just watched the show from the sidelines, thinking in her heart, "The fox actually blushed? Oh, this fox's relationship with this kid is definitely not simple." Xiao Xingyu refused to let go. His arms were like crab pincers firmly holding onto Dai Lu's soft and delicate body. Dai Lu also didn't dare to struggle. After all, Xiao Xingyu was covered in injuries. If he forcefully pushed him away, he might involve his wounds. "Lulu, I can't lose you. That feeling of heartache, I don't want to suffer it a second time." Xiao Xingyu's tone was no joke, containing sincere and deep feelings. "You, what the hell are you babbling about?" Dai Lu felt Xiao Xingyu's words and behavior were inexplicable, but her heart was still warmed up inside. Medusa couldn't help but interject, "You're confessing to a fox?" Only then did Xiao Xingyu let go of Dai Lu and took out the Dragon's Tear from his arms. "Lulu, Sasha, aren't you guys curious as to why I predicted Shangguan's pursuit in advance?" The two beautiful Imperial beasts nodded at the same time. "Please watch the VCR." Xiao Xingyu held the Dragon's Tear in both hands, and a lifelike video was reflected in this crystal ball. Every time the Dragon's Tear traveled back in time, it would absorb as much of the footage from before it traveled back and store it as a complete video. Dai Lu and Medusa stared intently at the Dragon's Tear as the images from a minute ago played out before their eyes. In particular, the image of Shangguan killing Dai Lu caused a strong visual impact on Dai Lu herself. It was only when the plot advanced to Xiao Xingyu taking out the Dragon's Tear and using Dai Lu's blood to open a time rewind and rewrite history to complete redemption that the image came to a close. Even though this was just an image and Dai Lu did not have this memory at all, she could empathize with it. The moment she was struck down by Shangguan, Xiao Xingyu was like a bereaved dog that had lost its soul, blood and tears raging. These images continued to stimulate the depths of Dai Lu's soul. "Lulu, why are you crying too?" I'm not." "Liar. You have tears in the corner of your eyes. Just got into the sand." Dai Lu was the typical hard mouth and soft heart. She now finally understood why Xiao Xingyu had just hugged her tightly and not let go of her hand. and also said those inexplicable words. Xiao Xingyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, wrapped his left arm around Dai Lu, and put his right hand on Medusa's shoulder. We're also considered to be lifelong friends. If it wasn't for the dragon's tear, we would have already been killed by Shangguan Lan. Xiao Xingyu looked sideways at Medusa and said with a grudge, Sasha, do you know that this time, in order to save you, I really gambled with my life. You have to perform well in the future. You can't betray and leave me. Medusa's character was also a bit high and cold. She could not say pretty words, but Xiao Xingyu's kindness to her, she remembered it in her heart. If it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu, Dai Lu and Medusa would have died without a burial place. One person and two beasts lay side by side on the reef that was wetted by the waves, looking at the full moon in the night sky, enjoying a moment of peace after escaping death. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully rescued Medusa. Being completely out of danger meant that the system mission was complete. Issuing mission reward. 1 dragon egg plus 10,000 points. The reward has been issued. Please check and receive by the host. In the system warehouse, there was an additional dragon egg with a golden blue eggshell. 10,000 point coupons were added to the account balance. High risk, high gain. This order almost put my life on the line, but it's blood money. Hiss, it hurts. The corners of Xiao Xingyu's lips rose, and the smile was instantly replaced by a grimace because of the excessive joy and pulling of the wound. This time when he went out to sea, Xiao Xingyu did almost lead the box. But since he survived with a great fate, he naturally reaped a great harvest. In this era of the extinction of the dragon race, the value of a dragon egg was self-evident. With a full 10,000 vouchers, there was no telling how many evolutionary materials and heavenly treasures with magical effects could be purchased. Coupled with the successful contracting of Medusa, a beast god body imperial beast with unlimited potential, Xiao Xingyu earned a lot of money, his face overflowing with the kind of joy that would wake him up with a smile even in his dreams. In addition to these materialized gains, Xiao Xingyu also valued another thing. After a moment of silence, Xiao Xingyu suddenly became serious. Sasha, I heard Lulu say that you know the secret about that dragon-slaying battle 200 years ago. Now you can tell it. Secrets, that was the most valuable information. Medusa fell into reminiscence, and whenever she remembered the past, fear would flow from the depths of her pupils, her delicate body trembling from the aftermath. Royal Lord, that image in the dragon's tear was your personal experience just now. That's right. In that case, you truly saw Shangguan Lan's true colors at that time, right? Xiao Xingyu nodded heavily. He would never forget those images of Shangguan Lan's head with dragon horns growing out of it, his body covered by dragon scales, as well as the dragon wings growing out of his back. Sha, that Shangguan Lan, is he a human or? Royal Lord, what I want to say is that the dragon-slaying maiden eventually became an evil dragon. Chapter 101. Xiao Xingyu was in a coma and fed beast milk. The waves lapped at the feathers of the seabirds, and the cold wind blew away the dark clouds in the sky. The cold moonlight shrouded the endless devil-beast channel. Xiao Xingyu sat on the reef and listened to the story told by Medusa. In the dragon-slaying battle 200 years ago, 90% of the strongest people in the Dragon Kingdom participated. Two of the most prestigious powerhouses were Shangguan Lan and Xiao Liyan. At that time, Shangguan Lan wasn't yet the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, and Xiao Liyan wasn't the leader of the rebel Amazing Alliance. These two were both 10-star Imperial Beastmasters and fought side by side in the dragon-slaying war. Speaking here, fear once again appeared on Medusa's beautiful and moving face. In the dragon-slaying battle, I was originally a spectator. The location of the battle was the Valley of Dragons, and I was just a small snake hiding in a rock crevice at that time. I witnessed the entire process of the battle, the moment when Shangguan Lan killed the 990th dragon. She stood in the center of the Valley of Dragons, bathed in dragon's blood, letting out an oozing maniacal laugh, and then, Xiao Xingyu couldn't wait to follow up, and then I saw her turn into a black dragon. It was a black dragon whose size exceeded any dragon of the dragon race, and its two dragon pupils were like black holes absorbing everything. After the dragonization, Shangguan Lan was bloodthirsty and killed through the entire Valley of Dragons without distinguishing between enemy and self. Xiao Xingyu had a chill. He had learned Shangguan Lan's methods. If not for the dragon's tear in his hand, he and Dai Lu and Medusa wouldn't be able to survive now. After the battle, the dragon race is destroyed. As for the other Imperial Beast Master powerhouses who participated in the battle, they all died at Shangguan Lan's hands. The only survivor who lived was Xiao Laiyan, the leader of the Amazing Alliance today. After hearing everything Medusa had told him, Xiao Xingyu nodded, feeling that everything was explained. No wonder Xiao Laiyan betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, founded the Amazing Alliance, and went against Shangguan Lan. This is because only he, a survivor of the dragon-slaying battle, knows that the true identity of the current Dragon Kingdom's Empress is a sinner who pits and kills countless of her compatriots of the human race, truly the scum of the human race. Xiao Xingyu paused and added, I described it incorrectly. She is now an evil dragon, no longer human. Medusa continued her narration. Other than Xiao Laiyan, the only one who has witnessed all of Shangguan Lan's evil deeds is me. At that time, Shangguan Lan sensed my presence, but luckily I took advantage of the chaos to escape. Dai Lu took over. Because you were a witness to that dragon-slaying battle, Shangguan Lan has never given up on hunting you down over the years. Some time ago, you were unfortunately arrested by Admiral Morong Ashes. If it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu, you would have been buried deep in the ocean with this secret by now. Medusa let out a long sigh. Yeah, I also thought that my time to die had come, but I didn't expect to survive. There were times when fate was just so wonderful. This life of Medusa was dragged back from the entrance of hell by Xiao Xingyu in a hard way. Xiao Xingyu digested all the information confessed by Medusa and was puzzled. Sasha, you said that Shangguan Lan killed 990 giant dragons in the dragon-slaying battle before transforming into a black dragon herself. Then how many giant dragons did Xiao Laiyan, who fought alongside her at that time, kill? Medusa tossed her head. At that time, the battle was chaotic, I was nervous, and my entire attention was attracted by Shangguan Lan transforming into a black dragon. As for Xiao Laiyan, he didn't have much presence in the battle, and by the time I noticed him, I only saw his back as he fled the battlefield. Speaking here, Medusa ruffled her long hair. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the side of her face, bright and poignant. The story is told. That's all I know. Xiao Xingyu only had one sentence in his mind right now. The Dragon Kingdom Empress, not a human, was an evil dragon stained with human blood. Regarding the details of the dragon-slaying battle, Medusa only had one pair of eyes and did not look closely enough. As she said, at that time, her attention was on those scenes where Shangguan Lan transformed into a black dragon. If she wanted to know more details about the dragon-slaying battle, she would probably have to listen to another big shot tell the story. That was Xiao Laiyan. Xiao Xingyu was not even close to Xiao Laiyan. After all, one was a 2-star Royal Beast Master of the Green Dragon Academy, and the other was the leader of the rebel army, the Amazing Alliance. Seeing Xiao Xingyu's body trembling, Dai Lu raised her hand and flames ignited in her palm to warm Xiao Xingyu. Lulu, I'm not cold. I just feel goosebumps all over my body and can't help but shiver when I think that the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom nowadays is not a human but an evil dragon. Medusa asked seriously, Royal Lord, since you already know Shangguan Lan's true identity, what are your next plans? Xiao Xingyu let out a helpless bitter laugh. Hee, what plans can I have? Could it be for me to act as a messenger of justice to overthrow her rule? Could it be for me to confront her face to face and accuse her of the evil deeds she committed 200 years ago? Xiao Xingyu lay on all fours on the cold reef, wrapping his tattered clothes tightly. It doesn't matter to me whether Shangguan Lan is a human or an evil dragon. I just want to take things step by step and become stronger step by step. There's no need to make an enemy of such a terrifying fellow. Dai Lu reminded. But after this incident, Shangguan Lan has set her sights on you, and she won't let up. Lulu, that's not true. The one who went to the Navy headquarters and made a big mess was a black-robed man, and the one who robbed Sasha was also a black-robed man, so it's the black-robed man that Shangguan Lan is staring at. What does the feud between Shangguan Lan and the black-robed man have to do with me? Xiao Xingyu.
Dai Lu froze.
It always feels like something isn't right, but it seems to make a bit of sense. Medusa praised conspiratorially. Imperial Lord really played his cards well, switching between two identities at any time and teasing the Dragon Kingdom's Empress. After this escape from death, Xiao Xingyu recognized the importance of switching logins even more. The identity of the black-robed man was a large number that would not be logged in easily. This large number was bound to the two nationally wanted criminals, Dai Lu and Medusa. In terms of equipment, the large number had a dragon's tear in its storehouse, which could still save the day at critical moments. The identity of the genius student of the Green Dragon Academy was instead Xiao Xingyu's trumpet, used for daily logins. In the eyes of his classmates, Xiao Xingyu was a good student with a good heart. In the eyes of the dean and tutors, Xiao Xingyu was the signboard of Green Dragon Academy. In Shangguanlan's eyes, Xiao Xingyu was a future pillar worthy of spending resources on cultivating. However, these people did not realize that Xiao Xingyu was the black-robed man who was enough to turn the world situation upside down. Lulu, I'm a bit sleepy. Sleepiness struck Xiao Xingyu as his eyelids fought, and he lay down in Dai Lu's arms and fell asleep. Medusa opened the pupil of heavenly tribulation and checked Xiao Xingyu's physical condition. How is he? The body is very weak. It is estimated that he will be unconscious for 2 days. Let's find a warm and comfortable place to settle him first. In the Devil Beast Strait, hurricane winds were blowing the sea every moment, raising waves 100 feet high. In such a harsh environment, finding a small island that could shelter from the wind and rain was not an easy task. Water. This was the only word that Xiao Xingyu spat out while he was unconscious. He has a fever. Fox, water won't work on him, human body, resistance is too poor. What then? Medusa stared at Dailu's huge breasts and said, beast milk can increase his resistance and recovery ability. Dailu blushed. How could I possibly have beast milk? Fox. This is the magical beast channel, and underneath the reef, there are shadows of mammal like magical beasts everywhere. I see. Chapter 102 Hatching Dragon Eggs is a problem. Dream. Another fragmented nightmare. Xiao Xingyu dreamed of the black dragon in his stupor. The black dragon's eyes were like 2 black holes, distorting the heavens and earth and absorbing everything. In order to avoid the black dragon's pursuit, Xiao Xingyu ran desperately in the darkness, but suddenly bumped into a mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Xiao Xingyu's pupils trembled and the bottom of his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Xiao Xingyu in the mirror, black dragon scales also grew on his body. Dragon horns emerged from the top of his head, and a pair of huge dragon wings were born from the tearing of his back.
No.
The dream woke up. Xiao Xingyu sat up violently from the ground, his pale face covered in cold sweat. Was that a dream just now? It's good that it was a dream. It scared the old man to death. Xiao Xingyu took a long breath of relief, recalling the picture in the dream. He still can't help but be chilled. What is this place? Xiao Xingyu looked around and realized that he was lying in a gloomy cave. The memories from before he passed out surfaced between his mind. Lulu Sasha, Xiao Xingyu shouted. A residual shadow flashed, and Medusa appeared by Xiao Xingyu's side. Seeing Xiao Xingyu awakening, Medusa's tightly wrinkled brows finally relaxed. Royal Lord, you're awake. Sasha, how long have I been asleep? Medusa stretched out 3 fingers. I slept for 3 days? Crap, crap, crap. Xiao Xingyu was in a panic, worrying that he wouldn't be in time for the finals of the Supernova competition. When Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu set off from Four Spirit City, there were still 6 days before the start of the finals. Saving Medusa and escaping from death at the hands of Shangguanlan had consumed 2 days. Then Xiao Xingyu was in a coma for 3 more days, so by this calculation, there was only 1 day left before the start of the finals. Tomorrow is the final of the Supernova competition. I must rush back to Four Spirit City. Xiao Xingyu's heart was burning with anxiety, fearing that he would miss the finals. Once Xiao Xingyu missed the final, Chun Chinian and the others, as well as the organizers, could not contact Xiao Xingyu, it would inevitably cause suspicion. It was important to know that Shangguanlan would watch the final of the Supernova competition live every year. If she did not see Xiao Xingyu at the finals, with her suspicious personality, she might have sensed a potential connection between Xiao Xingyu and the black-robed man. Although these were Xiao Xingyu's speculations and would not necessarily happen for real. However, in order to eliminate this risk, the only way was to rush back to Four Spirit City in time. Xiao Xingyu rose from the ground and pulled Medusa's hand. Sasha, quickly turn into a giant python and take me across the sea to return to Four Spirit City. Royal Lord, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Can I not be anxious, in case I don't get back in time? At this time, Dai Lu returned to the cave. She was carrying a beast skin-sewed wine pot vessel in her hand. The inside of the beast skin wine pot was not filled with wine, but the beast milk of a magical beast. You've woken up? Great. When Dai Lu saw Xiao Xingyu waking up, her originally sad face had an extra touch of joy, and her eyes flushed with a faint redness. Lulu, what are you holding in your hand? Xiao Xingyu was deeply attracted by the beast skin wine pot in Dailu's hand. Dailu opened the beast skin wine pot, and the mouth of the bottle emitted a rich and fishy milky fragrance. This is the milk of the silver moon tiger emperor. The milk of a magical beast. Beast milk. Dailu handed the beast skin wine pot to Xiao Xingyu. Drink it all. Xiao Xingyu hastily shook his head. No, 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 I'm a human. I only drink milk tea. The fishy flavor of beast milk is too heavy. I'm not used to drinking it. Medusa's arms were hugged to her chest, her sexy figure leaning against the rock wall of the cave, smiling and teasing. Royal Lord, do you know that the 3 days you were unconscious, you relied on beast milk to renew your life? Xiao Xingyu frowned. Sasha, what do you mean? After you fell into a coma, your body was extremely weak, and you couldn't save your life just by replenishing fresh water. Only by drinking beast milk can you increase your immunity and keep you alive. If it wasn't for the foxes going to hunt the nearby magical beasts in their lactation period every day, how would you have beast milk to drink? Xiao Xingyu froze for a moment and carefully felt the changes in his body. Before he fell unconscious, Xiao Xingyu had more than a dozen fractures all over his body. Because of the aftereffects of taking the dragon spirit pill, all 5 organs and 6 bowels had suffered a backlash. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu looked to be in full condition and full of energy. No matter whether it was internal or external injuries, they were all healed. Fortunately, during these 3 days, Dai Lu fed beast milk to Xiao Xingyu every day, which allowed Xiao Xingyu to recover most of it in such a short period of time. So beast milk has this kind of effect. It's just this flavor. It's really unpleasant. When he was unconscious, Dai Lu fed Xiao Xingyu beast milk. Xiao Xingyu didn't even know about it and relied on his instincts to swallow it. Now that Xiao Xingyu had awakened, his sense of smell had regained its sensitivity, and the fishy odor of the beast milk was difficult for him to accept. Lulu, can I stop drinking it? Your body hasn't fully recovered. You must drink it. Dailu crossed her arms, as strong as a daughter-in-law ordering her husband. Medusa secretly spat from the side. This fox looks a bit like a housekeeper. Tisk. Xiao Xingyu didn't want to let down Dai Lu's good intentions. After all, every drop of beast milk was obtained by Dai Lu going out to hunt magical beasts. It was not easy to come by. Gulp, gulp. Xiao Xingyu pinched his nose, his eyes closed tightly, and drank all the beast milk in one gulp. The taste of the beast milk was indeed unpleasant, but the effect was immediate. After drinking the beast milk, Xiao Xingyu felt warm all over, as if his body had accumulated strength that could not be used up. Xiao Xingyu walked out of the cave. This was an island that was not too large in size. The island was located in the center of the Devil Beast Strait, and there were some scattered islands around it, as well as a large area of reefs that were exposed to the surface of the sea. These scattered islands and reefs were the territory where the mammal-type magical beasts were entrenched. Fortunately, there were 2 beast god body-level imperial beasts, Dai Lu and Medusa, guarding beside Xiao Xingyu. Without them, Xiao Xingyu would have long since fallen into the coils of the magical beasts. Sasha, with your speed, how long will it take for us to make it back to the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom? Half a day is enough. Medusa's body, the heavenly calamity ghost python, was the fastest creature parading in the water. With Medusa around, Xiao Xingyu didn't have to worry about missing the finals of the Supernova competition. A little hungry, beast milk could only be used for appetizing. Xiao Xingyu drank the beast milk instead and felt an unprecedented hunger. Lulu, Sasha, can you guys go out hunting? I want to eat magical beast roasted meat. Without saying a word, Dailu and Medusa jumped into the sea at the same time. Xiao Xingyu was responsible for building a fire in the cave, while the 2 beautiful servants were responsible for going down to the sea to hunt. In other people's homes, the man is in charge of the outside and the woman is in charge of the inside, but it's just the opposite when it comes to the Xiao family. According to how this plot unfolded, Xiao Xingyu was at home with the children, and it was not too much of a stretch to be a home cook. Taking advantage of the time when Dai Lu and Medusa went down to the sea to hunt, Xiao Xingyu stayed alone in the cave, sat by the campfire and opened the system warehouse. Xiao Xingyu extracted the dragon egg from the system warehouse. Between the flashes of streams of light, Xiao Xingyu had an additional egg in his arms that was heavy. The eggshell of this egg was a golden blue color, with many complex lines on it, emitting a faint dragon power. Even if it was covered by the eggshell, Xiao Xingyu could sense that a small life was being nurtured inside. As for what kind of dragon could hatch from this dragon egg, it was still an unknown. Chapter 103 Beast God Body Magical Beast. Imperial Yen-Toothed Whale. Xiao Xingyu held the dragon egg and opened the eye of the demon god as a data panel appeared in his mind. Name: Dragon Egg. Race: Purebred Dragon. Attribute: Unknown. Talent: Unknown. Cultivation method: Infuse dragon power for nourishment. Materials needed to speed up incubation: dragon bone snow lotus, dragon's heart, ground inferno berry. Incubation taboo: prohibit contact with the evil breath, otherwise it will trigger a genetic mutation. Purebred dragon race, demonic dragon race. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh after browsing through the data panel. Hatching this dragon egg is a big problem. Hatching a dragon egg required frequent infusion of large amounts of dragon power. This step could only be left to Dai Lu. To speed up the hatching progress, a rare material in the world was needed. Dragon bone snow lotus, a snow lotus that bloomed on the bones of a dragon, could not be bought on the market and could not be found by the general public. Dragon's heart, as the name suggests, is the fossilized heart that remains after the fall of a giant dragon. It was already great luck that Xiao Xingyu was able to dig up that piece of dragon bone at the bottom of the fallen dragon lake. Trying to find a dragon's heart was 1,000 times harder than buying a lottery ticket and winning the jackpot. As long as it was a material about dragons, it was unattainable. The only material that Xiao Xingyu currently had a chance of obtaining was the earth flameberry. The earth flameberry grew in the Vermilion Bird Earth Cave on the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as one had enough strength, one could sneak into the deepest part of the Vermilion Bird Earth Cave, and picking the earth flameberries was not a difficult task. Hatching dragon eggs is a long-term thing. Wanting to be quick is not enough. Take your time. Xiao Xingyu knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and temporarily put the dragon egg into the system warehouse. Regarding the taboo of hatching dragon eggs, Xiao Xingyu also kept it in mind. No matter what, the dragon egg must not be exposed to any evil aura. The devil beast straits, filled with bloodthirsty beasts. The evil aura filled the sea like a fog. It was safest to keep the dragon egg in the system storage. Not a moment later, the sound of an explosion came from the sea outside the cave. Dai Lu dragged the corpse of a demonic flame giant tiger shark into the cave with one hand. This beast king body magical beast that was capable of overturning rivers was like a toy in Dai Lu's hands. Medusa had also returned, carrying an overlord octopus on her shoulder. Thanks to the hunting prowess of the two hunters, tonight's meal was sumptuous. The night was deepening. Inside the cave, Xiao Xingyu was enjoying the roasted octopus whiskers and the charred shark meat on the outside. Although there was no seasoning, the meat's original flavor was even purer, constantly stimulating Xiao Xingyu's taste buds. Eating the marrow was the best compliment to this dinner. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Xingyu lay down in the mouth of the cave and looked at the full moon in the sky. There were less than 20 hours until the final of the Supernova competition. Medusa had said that it would only take 12 hours to send Xiao Xingyu back to the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, Xiao Xingyu was still able to sleep and recuperate. Royal Lord, aren't you going to sleep? Xiao Xingyu seemed to have something on his mind, which was seen by Medusa. Sasha, what do you think of our relationship? Royal Lord is my savior, so I might as well say what I have to say. Can you give me a pile of your feces? Xiao Xingyu opened the door and spoke shockingly. Medusa was petrified on the spot and thought she had a hearing problem. What did you say? I said, can you give me a pile of your feces? Medusa instantly stormed off. Fox, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this kid. The biggest difference between an orc lineage imperial beast and an ordinary imperial beast was that it possessed human traits. One of those traits was shame. Medusa was at least a female, and females loved face the most. Xiao Xingyu opened his mouth and asked for a girl's feces. Which girl could stand it? Xiao Xingyu turned his head to look at Dai Lu. Lulu? Shasha seems unwilling. Can you? I'm willing if she's not. Xiao Xingyu. You're perverted. What a fetish. Xiao Xingyu cried and laughed. This time he was misunderstood again. Lulu, I'm not a pervert. Not a pervert. I can't even say it when you claim our... Xiao Xingyu couldn't explain. The more he described, he had no choice but to open his spatial ring and take out a flower pot. In the flower pot, a green shoot of about 4 centimeters grew. This green bud looked weak and tender, but exuded an extremely strong vitality, and a refreshing aroma lingered around it. Dai Lu and Medusa looked at each other in disbelief, unable to understand why Xiao Xingyu took out a potted plant. Xiao Xingyu explained, "Don't underestimate this thing. It's a plant lineage imperial beast of ancient bloodline, heavenly soul vine beast. Dai Lu, ancient bloodline? Medusa, a plant-based imperial beast? This is only the young sprout state of the heavenly soul vine beast, and to breed it out, it requires many evolutionary materials. One of the evolutionary materials is the feces of a beast god body imperial beast or a beast god body demonic beast." Dai Lu's face eased up a lot. "I see, why didn't you say that earlier? I wouldn't have misunderstood you if you had said it earlier." Medusa still shook her head, her tone cold. "Royal Master, even so, Fox and I belong to the orc line after all. We have the same reserve and dignity as human women." Xiao Xingyu scratched his head in embarrassment. "That's also right. It's me who was too abrupt and didn't respect you guys." Xiao Xingyu also realized his problem. It was indeed inappropriate to rashly ask Dai Lu and Medusa for feces. But then again, can the feces of any beast god body magical beast accelerate the growth of this young sprout? That's right, the feces of any beast god body demonic beast has this effect. Medusa was inspired to make a suggestion. "Royal Lord, this is the magical beast strait, and there are at least hundreds of beast god body magical beasts sleeping at the bottom of the sea." "Sasha, what do you mean?" "Fox, how about we accompany the Imperial Lord on a trip down to the sea?" Dai Lu had no reason to refuse and nodded her head in agreement. "Thank you both. After this is accomplished, I'll treat you to some spicy hot pot." Xiao Xingyu was one who understood profit maximization, and a $6 bowl of spicy hot pot greatly reduced his expenditure costs. Under the dark night, the waves rolled, and a giant python over 1,000 meters in length dived into the depths of the cold sea water. The python's mouth. Xiao Xingyu and Dai Lu stood on their tongues, eyeing the water magical beasts of different forms swimming by around them. The ranks of these water magical beasts were all below the beast emperor body. Constrained by the level suppression and bloodline suppression, Medusa and Dai Lu didn't need to make a move. These magical beasts were scared and fled in all directions, making a path. As the depth of the dive increased, Xiao Xingyu had already seen the volcano at the bottom of the sea. Near the undersea crater, hot magma trickled. A behemoth, lying in the crater, looked lazy, spitting out a series of black bubbles from time to time. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god to confirm the monster's information. This was the beast god body magical beast, the imperial yen-toothed whale. Xiao Xingyu's face showed joy. "It's decided that it's you." The imperial inferno-toothed whale, which was currently snoring and resting, did not realize that there was a lewd human who actually hit it with the idea of feces. Chapter 104. Encountering a new imperial beast, the electric-eared rabbit. Near the undersea volcano, the imperial inferno-toothed whale was lying on its back on the hot lava, in a state of deep sleep, with a peaceful look. This was a beast god body level magical beast. Its size was not comparable to the sea god Leviathan under Murong ashes, but it looked exaggerated enough. In its sleep, the emperor inferno-tooth whale grinned from time to time, revealing sharp teeth that burned with flames. In this world, there were only a few flames that could burn in water, and the emperor's sea dream flame was one of them. Dai Lu patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder and signaled with her eyes. Xiao Xingyu was a bit timid and didn't dare to go forward. Dai Lu's eyes were amused, as if saying, "Goon, with the two of us here, what are you afraid of?" Before Xiao Xingyu was ready, he was pushed by Dai Lu. After a stagger, Xiao Xingyu fell to the undersea crater, right in front of the emperor yen-toothed whale. This was the bottom of the ocean, and Xiao Xingyu's human body couldn't carry the water pressure. So Dai Lu condensed the dragon flame to create a sphere-shaped shield around Xiao Xingyu. Dragon flame was the most special flame in the world. Not to mention in the sea, even in outer space, it could keep burning in a way that violated the laws of physics. The bottom of the sea began to tremble, and the surrounding water magical beasts fled frantically. The emperor inferno-tooth whale was about to awaken. The moment it opened its eyes, it was as if two red meteorites appeared in the depths of the pitch-black sea, emitting a hostile aura and flashing with a cold light. The imperial yen-toothed whale loved to sleep the most, and once it was woken up, it would trigger a severe wake-up call. Xiao Xingyu was the culprit who woke up the beautiful dream of the imperial yen-toothed whale. With its dream shattered, the emperor yen-toothed whale was enraged. Its body emitted a horrible aura, and its ferocious sight locked onto Xiao Xingyu. In the next second, the picture changed suddenly. The ferociousness in the eyes of the emperor inferno-tooth whale instantly disappeared, and the terrifying aura on its body also quietly converged, even revealing a friendly expression. At the moment, this beast god body magic beast looked smiling, somewhat cute and adorable. This gave Xiao Xingyu a whole won't. So that's how it is. Xiao Xingyu turned his head and couldn't help but look. Behind Xiao Xingyu, there was a black python coiled with a body length of over 1,000 meters. There was also a fox that had grown 9 tails, its body burning with purple golden dragon flames, and its pair of dragon pupils staring deathly at the Emperor Inferno-toothed whale. At the same beast god body rank, Dai Lu and Medusa's bloodline quality far exceeded that of the Emperor Yen-toothed whale. Especially Dai Lu, just by releasing the power of the dragon, she was able to cause a soul-shattering intimidation to the Emperor Yen-toothed whale. With Dai Lu and Medusa backing them up, the Emperor Orca turned into a docile baby fish in seconds, and its eyes became much clearer. Xiao Xingyu sighed in his heart. The main fight is a bloodline suppression. Xiao Xingyu then circled around behind the Emperor Inferno-toothed whale and collected many feces on the cliffs of the volcanic rock. The Imperial Yen-toothed whale's feces did not have a foul odor, which was related to its special digestive system. Done! Xiao Xingyu carried the bag full of urea and loaded it into his spatial ring. To other Imperial beast masters, the feces of a beast god body magical beast was useless. But for Xiao Xingyu, it was an essential fertilizer for cultivating the heavenly soul vine beast. Clatter! The giant python broke the surface of the water, revealing a huge head. Xiao Xingyu rode on top of Medusa's head with a satisfied expression. Dai Lu transformed into human form and sat beside Xiao Xingyu. The end of the sea level was lit up with an orange shimmering light. Dawn was coming and it was going to be light. There were still about 10 hours before the start time of the Supernova competition's finals. Sasha, depart! Medusa's body, the heavenly calamity ghost python, traveled through the sea water at a speed that far exceeded the fastest battleships in the naval headquarters. After only 5 hours, Xiao Xingyu returned to the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom's southern border. After landing, Medusa transformed back into her human form, and it was Dai Lu's turn to turn on her beast form. If he wanted to return to Four Spirit City with the closest distance, he would have to cross the uninhabited area called the Zhonglei Mountain Range. The Zhonglei Mountain Range, as its name suggests, has a strange climate, with countless thunderbolts always landing in the valleys, day or night. Deep in the dark forest, the 9-tailed dragon fox flickered like a ghostly shadow, crossing the mountains at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Xiao Xingyu and Medusa in human form rode on the back of the 9-tailed dragon fox one after the other. Lulu, faster. Shut up. I'm already the fastest. Faster, exciting, awesome, oh. Dale's native language was just speechless. Medusa covered her mouth and laughed. This high and cold snake imperial sister had more smiles on her face that she had never seen before since she followed Xiao Xingyu. This oddball. There's a waterfall ahead. Stop. In the Great Sea, fresh water resources were scarce. Xiao Xingyu could only use beast milk to quench his thirst. However, something like beast milk, which was extremely nourishing, was indeed pleasurable to drink in small amounts, but would be tiresome to drink in large amounts. Xiao Xingyu's mouth was full of milky flavor. His throat was tired and panicked, and when he saw the waterfall pouring down from the cliff, his eyes were glowing. Jumping down from the back of the 9-tailed dragon fox, Xiao Xingyu rushed to the water pool next to the waterfall, cupped the clear spring water with both hands, and frantically sent it to his mouth. This was mountain spring water without any pollution. The flavor still had a sweet aftertaste. Xiao Xingyu drank it with joy. These few days of recuperating in the demonic beast straits. My body is going to stink. I'll take a bath. Xiao Xingyu took off his clothes and jumped into the water pool. The waterfall pouring over his head was equivalent to a water canopy in a bathroom. Lulu, you guys come down and wash together too.
No.
Dai Lu refused with a red face. Xiao Xingyu looked at Medusa on the shore again. Sasha, wanna wash together? I can give you a back rub, and I also know Chinese medicine breast enhancement massage. Medusa sat on the rocks, the corner of her lips hooked into a cold smile. Hee hee. I'm satisfied with my own body. I don't need breast enhancement. Neither Dai Lu nor Medusa went into the water. Xiao Xingyu could only amuse himself. The bare-chested teenager, wetting every inch of his body under the waterfall, his magnificent abs on display. Medusa lamented, "It's good to be young." Dai Lu skimmed her lips, disagreeing. "What's good about it? This kid has a lot of energy and is very capable of tossing and turning. become his imperial beast and you'll be busy in the future. Suddenly, the roar of a magical beast and the sound of heavy and hurried footsteps came from the woods beside the water pool. Whoosh! A petite residual shadow rushed out of the woods and drew a half-arc parabola from mid-air, landing steadily on top of Xiao Xingyu's head. What the hell? Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and took down a pile of small furry guys from the top of his head. It was a rabbit that was only the size of an adult's palm. The rabbit's fur was as white as a snowflake, and what made it special were the ears. The shape of these ears resembled two lightning bolts. An electric-eared rabbit? One person and one beast, wide-eyed. In the woods, the hissing sounds of the magical beasts were getting closer and closer. Xiao Xingyu carefully surveyed this electric-ear rabbit in his hand. It was curled up and shivering, its eyes full of panic. In the world of magical beasts, the law of the weak and the strong still applied. Xiao Xingyu could easily see that this weak electric-eared rabbit was avoiding the hunting of some high-level magical beasts. For the electric-eared rabbit, the young man in front of him, who looked as gentle as jade, was its only life-saving straw. Chapter 105 Mutant Species Imperial Beast? The King of Pickups. Chirp! The electric-eared rabbit let out a cute and delicate cry. Its big watery eyes I could see. From this imperial beast's eyes and actions, it was easy to see that it was asking Xiao Xingyu for help. The heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen or so burly wolves rushed out of the woods. These wolves were comparable in size to adult lions, with tails with zipping electric balls. Their bodies were covered in fried hair, and their appearance was ferocious. Thunderstorm wolves, transcendent body-level magical beasts. In the depths of the Zhonglei mountain range, there were hundreds of different groups of magical beasts, of which the thundering storm wolf was the most numerous group. A dozen or so thunderstorm wolves surrounded the shore of the water pool, eyeing the electric ear rabbit in Xiao Xingyu's hands. In terms of the food chain, the electric ear hare clan was the thunderstorm wolf clan's self-service ATM. According to scientific research statistics, an adult thunderstorm wolf had to eat 4,000 electric-eared rabbits every year. Bloodline suppression, racial tinker, level gap. Based on these factors, not a single electric-eared rabbit could survive the pursuit of the thunderstorm wolf. If it wasn't for the coincidence of meeting Xiao Xingyu, this electric-ear rabbit would have already been swallowed by the thunderstorm wolf. The electric-eared rabbit was the food of the thunderstorm wolf, and now that the electric-eared rabbit was in Xiao Xingyu's hands, this made Xiao Xingyu a competitor for the wolves who had robbed them of their food. Ow! The wolves let out angry roars and glared viciously at Xiao Xingyu. From their eyes, it was easy to see that if Xiao Xingyu didn't hand over the electric-eared rabbit, they wouldn't mind eating Xiao Xingyu as a side dish along with it. Right at this moment, Dai Lu, who was leaning against the tree, raised her eyebrows and her palm ignited the dragon flame that contained dragon power. Medusa, who was sitting on a rock, emitted a black ghostly aura from her body. Sensing the aura of the two beast god body imperial beasts, the wolves were scared out of their wits and ran away with their tails tucked between their legs. One had to know that the thunderstorm wolf was only a transcendent mortal body level magical beast. A magical beast of this level was not even qualified to give Dai Lu and Medusa a chance to stuff their teeth. With the danger temporarily lifted, the electric-eared rabbit relaxed, its two lightning-shaped ears shaking as it revealed a naive smile towards Xiao Xingyu. Little rabbit, what goes around comes around. The fittest survives, yo. Xiao Xingyu finished the sentence in the gentlest tone, then casually threw it. Swoosh! The electric-eared rabbit with a petite body was like a paper kite with broken strings, slicing through mid-air and crashing into the distant woods. Xiao Xingyu was not heartless. He just had no interest in interfering with the law of natural selection and the law of food chain elimination. There was also the point that the electric ear rabbit was a kind of waste that was even more chickenish than the blizzard dog, and had no utilization value whatsoever. Name, electric ear rabbit. Level, initial body cannot be upgraded. Bloodline, inferior quality. Talent, none. Attribute, weak electricity barely works as a cell phone charger. Skills, none. Hobby, carrots and other fruits and vegetables, likes rain and thunder. This is the attribute panel of the electric ear rabbit, which can be easily seen through the eye of the demon god. The bloodline of the electric-eared rabbit is of inferior quality, plus there is no room for level advancement, and it also doesn't know any combat skills. Any Imperial Beastmaster who didn't have a brain in his head wouldn't sign a blood contract with this kind of waste. Xiao Xingyu was no exception. He didn't want to waste his energy on a magical beast with no potential. Another rustling sound came from the woods, followed by the roar of the thunderstorm wolf. A residual shadow flashed by. Xiao Xingyu was humming a little song as he bathed in the water pool when a soft pile of stuff suddenly burrowed into his pants. Xiao Xingyu was shocked and hurriedly pulled out his pants, pulling out a small ball of fur. This little ball of fur was the electric-eared rabbit that had curled up its body. "You little guy. Too rude. How can you just drill into my crotch? Do you believe it or not? According to the law, my second brother has every right to appeal and sue you for trespassing." "What a trespassing?" Seeing Xiao Xingyu speaking about the law to a rabbit, Dai Lu held her forehead and sighed. "This imperial lord of mine, what a strange one." At this time, a dozen black shadows scurried out of the woods. A pack of thunderstorm wolves once again surrounded the shore of the waterhole. Seeing the electric-eared rabbit hiding in Xiao Xingyu's arms, the wolves dared to be angry and could only let out a low whimper. Xiao Xingyu grabbed the fluffy ears of the electric-ear rabbit. "Little fellow, stop clinging to me. Otherwise I'll consider whether to choose braised rabbit head or spicy rabbit head for dinner." The electric-eared rabbit was psychic and understood Xiao Xingyu's words. His face turned white in fear. Xiao Xingyu pursed his lips. "There's one thing to say. It's been a long time since I've eaten spicy rabbit head." In a flash, a current flashed through Xiao Xingyu's mind. The eye of the demon god automatically opened. Xiao Xingyu's scarlet line of sight once again landed on the electric-eared rabbit. This time, Xiao Xingyu saw the hidden information. Name: Electric Ear Rabbit. Hidden message: Mutant species electric ear rabbit. This was not an ordinary electric ear rabbit, but a mutant species. The world was a big place, and there was nothing strange about it. Any kind of royal beast or magical beast could possibly complete a genetic mutation under the drive of heaven and earth. A species that produced a genetic mutation was a mutant species. According to the hidden information detected by the eye of the demon god, this electric-eared rabbit was a mutant species. This electric-eared rabbit didn't look much different from a normal electric-eared rabbit, and if we were to talk about the details, it would be that the ears were folded in a larger arc, looking more like those irregular lightning bolts in bad weather. According to the hidden information, the bloodline of this electric-eared rabbit was still of inferior quality. In terms of growth, it still didn't have the slightest potential, and its rank would remain at the initial body, unable to reach adulthood in its entire life, unable to break through to the next level of the realm. However, this mediocre electric ear rabbit has a hidden skill, hidden battle skill. Back to Heaven refreshes friendly moves, up to 3 times in a row at a time. Xiao Xingyu was stunned. He had read all the books in the Green Dragon Library, and had looked at the various battle skills of tens of thousands of imperial beasts around the world. This hidden battle technique of the electric-eared rabbit, Xiao Xingyu had never seen it on any other imperial beast. Being able to refresh a friendly army's big move? This ability is also too outrageous. In battle, imperial beast masters relied heavily on the imperial beast's great move, which was also known as the sure kill technique. Since they were surefire moves, they couldn't be used frequently in every battle. For example, Hell Spectral Wolf's Hell Roar. This skill had explosive attack power, but once used, the cooldown time was as long as 15 minutes. In an ever-changing battle, the decision to win or lose was only a matter of minutes and seconds. Once the big move was used up, one would fall into a disadvantage. Without waiting for the cooldown of the move to end, the battle was already over. However, this mutant species electric ear rabbit's hidden battle technique could just make up for this shortcoming. For any imperial beast master, the mutant species electric ear rabbit was a supporting artifact. Xiao Xingyu looked at the electric-eared rabbit in his arms, and the corners of his lips rose crazily. "Ha ha ha ha! I am the son of Qi." Xiao Xingyu was so emotional that he laughed up to the sky. Dai Lu and Medusa glanced at each other, thinking that Xiao Xingyu was sick again. When luck came, it could not be stopped. Xiao Xingyu was just taking a bath, and he picked up this mutant species electric ear rabbit by the way. Chapter 106 Contracted Electric-Eared Rabbit, Mysterious Beast Out? Woo! By the water pool, the wolves hung their heads low, their eyes upturned, their long tails tucked behind their buttocks. They were scornful of Xiao Xingyu, who possessed 2 beast god body imperial beast guardians, and at the same time, they did not want to give up the delicious lunch of the electric ear rabbit. Chirp! The electric ear rabbit let out a soft and adorable cry, with tears in its eyes, praying for Xiao Xingyu to save its life. Dai Lu and Medusa didn't take it seriously. They thought that with Xiao Xingyu's unbeatable personality, he definitely wouldn't save this trashy imperial beast with a low-quality bloodline. Lulu, Sasha, I'm keeping this rabbit. I'm going to contract it to become my imperial beast. After Xiao Xingyu stated his position, Dai Lu was surprised, and Medusa also revealed an incomprehensible look. Royal Master, you're not mistaken. Sasha, I'm serious, Medusa reminded. The electric-eared rabbit doesn't have any room for growth. No matter how much you cultivate and train it, it won't be able to break through for promotion until it dies, and stays in its initial body for the rest of its life. I know all that you said. In short, my mind is made up. I'm going to keep this rabbit. Xiao Xingyu interrupted Medusa. Dai Lu on the side was going to say something. After thinking about it, she looked at Medusa. It's just that, the royal lord has his own reasons for doing so. There's no need for us to stop him. Dai Lu hadn't known Xiao Xingyu for a day or two. Although she couldn't see through the secrets in Xiao Xingyu's body, she was clear about one thing. As long as Xiao Xingyu did things that normal people wouldn't do, even if it seemed stupid, don't stop him. Because this man, every time he didn't follow the rules, there was a deeper reason. Well, since the Imperial Lord wants to keep this rabbit, then we have to work. As Xiao Xingyu's tool snake, Medusa had a strong professionalism. A morose black aura erupted from Medusa's body, instantly filling the entire forest. This was the natural ability of the heavenly tribulation ghost python, Ghost Chi. Cold crystals hung from the treetops, and the clouds in the sky were all as motionless as frozen ice. Ghost Chi, the power from the Yellow Spring, was also known as the power of the Yellow Spring. This kind of aura would cause spiritual attacks on magical beasts and even freeze the soul. The wolves were shrouded by the pitch black, ink-like ghost aura and were scared less. At that moment, a cluster of flames in the shape of a dragon's head flared up in the midst of the ghostly aura. Dai Lu leaned against the tree, holding the fireball in her palm, her eyes as cold as swords. Feeling the terrifying aura of the two beast god body imperial beasts, the wolves exploded. The thundering storm wolf, the leading wolf in the pack, trembled in all four limbs, lost its spirit, and decisively gave up its prey and fled. As the leading wolf ran away, the other wolves also fled frantically with their tails between their legs. Within moments, the forest returned to silence, and only the sound of running water pouring from the waterfall could be heard in the air. Chirp! Witnessing the wolves dispersing with his own eyes, the electric-eared rabbit reveals a smile after the robbery, then violently burrows into Xiao Xingyu's arms. Ai, ichi, soichi, ah. Xiao Xingyu's weakness was being ticklish. The way the electric-eared rabbit expressed its fondness was to use its lightning-shaped ears and rub against Xiao Xingyu's face. The furry ears rubbed back and forth on Xiao Xingyu's skin, causing Xiao Xingyu to be strangely itchy, and his laughter echoed in the valley. After Xiao Xingyu went ashore and put on his clothes, the electric ear rabbit was inseparable from him and sat directly on top of his head. The electric ear rabbit was originally small in size. Squatting on top of Xiao Xingyu's head, it looked like a round ball, dull and cute. Dai Lu walked over. This electric ear rabbit, is there something special about it? How come I didn't see it? Xiao Xingyu explained, this isn't an ordinary electric-eared rabbit. This is a mutated species of electric-eared rabbit, and it has magical powers on it. Medusa also came over out of curiosity. What magical power? Xiao Xingyu originally wanted to explain clearly, but on second thought, he deliberately sold a lie. What kind of power this electric-eared rabbit actually has, you'll know when the finals of the Supernova competition begin. Medusa's smile stiffened and she secretly clenched her pink fists. I really hate people who only say half of what they say. Sasha, are you scolding me? Royal Lord, how could I dare? Hee. You were so close to reporting my ID number just now. Xiao Xingyu glared at Medusa with sultry eyes for a moment before removing the balled-up electric-eared rabbit from the top of his head. I didn't save you for nothing. Are you willing to become my imperial beast? Chirp. The electric ear rabbit nodded its head while letting out a cute chirp. Xiao Xingyu's playfulness and acting skills went online. A sinister and lewd expression suddenly surfaced on his handsome face, and the tip of his tongue swept over his lower lip. If I want to eat spicy rabbit head, can I? The electric-eared rabbit was startled, both ears standing up and every bone in his body trembling. Heh, I'm kidding. Electric-eared rabbit. Medusa had a serious face. I hear you, it curses hard, Dai Lu lamented. So the electric-eared rabbit also rolls its eyes. It's speechless at you, its savior. Xiao Xingyu didn't want to waste time and bit his finger. Splat. A drop of blood landed on the forehead of the electric-eared rabbit. In less than a minute, the blood contract was successfully concluded. Xiao Xingyu picked up the petite and tender electric ear rabbit and smiled gently. Little fellow, from now on, you are my Xiao Xingyu's imperial beast. Chirp! The electric ear rabbit was excited, and its 2 ears emitted a faint blue current. With this amount of electricity, it wouldn't even be enough to tickle the enemy on the battlefield. At best, it would serve as a backup charging treasure for Xiao Xingyu's cell phone. Lulu, Sasha, we should hurry. The teenager rode the 9-tailed dragon fox over the mountains. A pile of furry little guys crouched on top of his head, and a snake-type beauty stood by Xiao Xingyu's side, always alert to potential threats around him. After sending that teenager away, the Zhonglei mountain range returned to its previous quietness. In the water pool under the waterfall, the water suddenly boiled. This was the place where Xiao Xingyu had bathed just now, and it was also the place where Xiao Xingyu had contracted the electric-eared rabbit. Rumble. The mountain collapsed, the sky thundered incessantly, and the gusty winds were like the iron hooves of a gigantic beast, mercilessly trampling one ancient tree after another in the sky. A huge black shadow rushed out of the forest and came to the water pool. This is a rabbit. The behemoth's breath was terrifying, but its looks were naive. It was a giant electric-eared rabbit, fat like a ball, with a size comparable to a mountain peak. In the realm of human cognition, it had never seen such a large electric-eared rabbit. What was even more bizarre was that this rabbit actually maintained a standing posture like a human. The tip of the giant electric-eared rabbit's nose shrugged, smelling a familiar scent next to the pool of water, as well as the scent of a human. It was the little electric-eared rabbit's mom. The child was abducted while the mom was taking a nap? This was what the giant electric-eared rabbit was thinking at the moment. Ow! The giant electric-eared rabbit let out a majestic roar, with thick lightning snakes wrapped around its body, and its 2 ears twitching violently, expressing the anger in its heart. It was obvious that this giant electric-ear rabbit was also a mutant species that was rare to find in 100 years. Chapter 107, the finals begin. Green Dragon vs. Vermilion Bird. For Spirit City. Open Air Stadium. Today was the day of the Supernova contest final, and this stadium, which could hold 100,000 live spectators, was the venue for the match. In the center of the arena, a huge ring was raised. The floor of the ring was divided into 2 colors, one green and one red. The green floor was drawn with the pattern of a green dragon, symbolizing the Green Dragon Academy. The red floor was imprinted with the totem of the vermilion bird taking flight, symbolizing the Vermilion Bird Academy. It was getting closer and closer to the start of the match, and the spectators entered with their tickets. The spectator stand was packed to the brim, and among them were many agents of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild in addition to the commoners. The nature of the agents was just like the talent scouts in the entertainment industry. A talent scout discovers new stars with talent from the crowd. The agents are the ones who discover talented young beastmasters from the various beastmaster competitions. In the final battlefield of the Supernova competition, those who took the stage would definitely be the most talented teenagers. In the corner of the auditorium, agents wearing duck-tongued hats waited quietly with pen and paper in hand. As soon as the competition started, these agents would combine the scores based on the performances of the contestants and then transmit the data to the presidents of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Backstage, the preparation room, Morong Yangshua paced around. That guy Xiao Xingyu. Where the hell did he run off to? Doesn't answer his phone calls, doesn't reply to his messages. There's only 15 minutes left until the start of the match. He shouldn't have abandoned the match. Morong Xinshin was doing a pre-battle warm-up, stretching her slim and supple little waist, a head of long white hair pouring over her fragrant shoulders like a waterfall. Brother, just give him another call. I've called more than a dozen times, every time I hear the same reply. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please dial again later. Morong Yangshua was depressed. Morong Xinshin remained calm. Call again. All right, then I'll call one last time. Morong Yangshua took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Xingyu's phone number. This time, Morong Yangshua heard a different reply than before. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in arrears. Morong Yangshua was so angry that his chest trembled, and it took him a long time to suppress his anger. Good, very good, at least it's within the service area. Isn't it just in arrears? This young master will just charge it for you. In a fit of anger, Morong Yangshua recharged Xiao Xingyu's cell phone number with sky-high phone bills. At this time, A text message tone came from outside the door of the preparation room. Ding! Phone bill recharge arrived. 100,000 yuan. The door to the battle preparation room was pushed open, and Xiao Xingyu ran in hot and bothered. 6 gold, brother Yangshua. It's been a long time. I missed you guys. Murong Yangshua had a dark face, and after a moment of silence, he violently rushed to Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, where have you been dead these past few days? My old sister and I, as well as Director Chan and the Dean, couldn't contact you at all. Brother Yangshua, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Cut the crap. Give me back my phone bill. Murong Yangshua was quite good at coaxing. The next 3 words from Xiao Xingyu calmed him down. A $100,000 phone bill sounded outrageous, but for young Master Murong it was just a meal's worth of money. After his anger subsided, Murong Yangshua deliberately warned in an icy tone. This time I helped you charge your phone bill. Don't play disappear in the future, remember? Remember. Well, the attitude is good. By the way, aren't you returning to Dragon Hidden City to accompany your sister these days? Why did I call your phone before, and it showed that it wasn't in the service area? Murong Yangshua asked to the point. Murong Xinxin was also curious, staring sideways at Xiao Xingyu. When brother Yangshua frantically called me, I should have been in the Songlei mountain range, that kind of haunted place, definitely not in the service area. Xiao Xingyu only dared to mutter in his heart, not daring to speak out. Thinking for a moment, he chose to change the topic. Lu Jin, you're very pretty today, but there's a piece of willow floss stuck to your hair. I'll help you get it off. Also, there seems to be something on your face as well. I'll help you get it off as well. Xiao Xingyu could always find a serious reason to move against Murong Xinxin. Murong Yangshua frowned and gritted his teeth. You kid is really good. Either you play missing or you molest my sister as soon as you show up. At this, Murong Xinxin was not repulsed. Her attitude towards Xiao Xingyu was different from that towards anyone else. The 3 chatted for a while before they heard the radio. There are 10 minutes left until the start of the match. Please have both players get ready and come on stage as soon as possible for the opening ceremony. Murong Yangshua straightened his clothes, his face serious and even a little heavy. Xingyu, old sister, it's time for us to make our entrance. Brother, this skirt of mine is torn. I'll go change it. Go and return quickly. Women's dressing room. Murong Xinxin's skirt had a hole in it, affecting her aesthetics, and she was ready to change it. Xian, we meet again. A petulant voice came from behind Murong Xinxin. Xiaren, Murong Xinxin, in front of outsiders, generally maintains a semi-facial paralyzed appearance, appearing to be the iceberg beauty who is not shocked by anything. Seeing this young girl in front of her with a fair amount of posture, Murong Xinxin rarely produced a change in expression, with 4 big words of unexpected written in her eyes. Xiaren, the daughter of Xiezhong, the #1 military advisor of the Dragon Kingdom. In the power system of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiezhong's position, described as one person under 10,000 people. The Empress, Shangguanlan, held Xiezhong in the highest regard, and all national events were discussed with him. Xinxin, I didn't expect that I would be competing as well, right? Indeed, I didn't expect it. I thought that the only person who could be called a rival in this final was Xieguanan. I didn't realize that you siblings had arrived. The Xieguan in Murong Xinxin's mouth was Xiezhong's eldest son and Xiaren's older brother. It was interesting to say that Xiaren's temporary entry would make this final subtle. On the Green Dragon Academy side, there were the Murong siblings. On the Vermilion Bird Academy side, there were the Xie siblings. The 2 pairs of siblings battling against each other added a more traffic gimmick to this final. Xinxin, although we are childhood friends, I won't show you any mercy on the field of play. Xiaren was a sweet girl teenager, but when she said this, her temperament was as sinister as an old hag's, and her eyes were violent and vicious. Is that so? Then I'll see you in the ring. Murong Xinxin changed her skirt and brushed past Xiaren. Xiaren was the only one left in the dressing room. Xiaren looked up at herself in the dressing mirror, the corners of her scarlet mouth grinning in a twisted arc. Murong Xinxin, that incident back then, it was because of you that I was ridiculed. This time I will definitely take revenge. Murong Xinxin, both from large families, had a childhood encounter, but it seemed not too pleasant. Xiaren tidied up her makeup, collected her hostility, and revealed a sweet smile. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a young girl without a city. However, hearts are not as big as their stomachs. Xiaren walked out of the dressing room and a tall man was waiting for her. This man had picturesque eyebrows and good looks, only his face was too cold, making it difficult for people to get close. "Brother, I'm all packed up." "Well, it's time for us to take the stage." The brother in Xie Ren's mouth was her own brother, Xie. As the eldest son of the Dragon Kingdom's military master Xie, Xie had excellent talent and strength, and was recognized as the country's most important weapon, the future successor to the Dragon Kingdom's military master position. "Brother, wait a moment." Passing through the player's passageway, there was still a step away from the arena. Here, the cheers of the audience could already be heard. "What's wrong?" Xie stopped in his tracks. "Brother, between Murong Xin and I. Well, I know. I might not be her match. No matter, with me here, I will definitely help you get your face back." Chapter 108. Teenage Empresses stare at each other. Fatalism pulls full force. Dear viewers, this is the final sight of the Supernova competition. There are still 5 minutes to go before the start of the competition, and the contestants are taking the stage one after another. The large open-air stadium was filled to capacity on the audience stage. The number of people watching the battle live reached 100,000 plus. The number of netizens watching the webcast surpassed 10 million. The pop-up area was about to explode before the match even started. The host held the microphone in his hand and raised the volume. First on stage, the delegation from Vermilion Bird Academy. Amidst the cheers of the audience, 2 men and 1 woman walked onto the ring. These 3 were the Vermilion Bird Academy's top freshmen, Xie, Xie Ren, and Dongfang Qing. Someone in the audience questioned. "Strange. I remember that during the first round, didn't Vermilion Bird Academy send out Lu Liner to fight?" "Yeah. Why did it change to Xie Ren? Isn't this Xie Ren the younger sister of Xie? Brother and sister fighting together. It's a bit interesting." Since the audience questioned it, the host opened his mouth to explain. "Fellow viewers, interjecting a piece of news. Due to Lu Liner's sudden high fever last night, she was unwell and had to go to the hospital for an infusion to recuperate. In order to ensure that the match is not delayed, Vermilion Bird Academy sent Xie Ren to fight in place of Lu Liner." The host's explanation was quite convincing. After all, in previous Supernova competitions, there were often cases where players were unwell and were forced to replace them. However, behind this seemingly commonplace change was a hidden flavor of intrigue. The reason why Xie Ren replaced Lu Liner was not because Lu Liner was hospitalized with a high fever, but because she had a beef with Murong Xin of the Green Dragon Academy. The Xie siblings had prominent identities, and their father was Xie, the first military master of the Dragon Kingdom, so naturally, they received a lot of attention from the media. The spotlights all fell on Xie and Xie Ren, which made it appear as if Dongfang Qing, who was on the sidelines, had been gifted with a phone bill. Under the close-up camera, Xie was upright and handsome, looking as touching to a woman's heart as a walking pictorial. There were waves of shouts from the audience, some female fans clamoring to give Xie a monkey. Xie Ren is Xie own sister. The family genes are perfect, exquisite features, with sweet girl style of dress. Knit brows and smile is also enough to provoke most men's heartstrings. Hehe. Xie Ren is so good-looking. Love, love, love. I declare, this is a world where sweet girls rule. If I can marry such a sweet girl, even if I'm punished for driving a Ferrari and living in a villa, I'm still willing. Good Lord, you call this punishment? You kid is not taking any loss at all. The male fans waved their glow sticks in support of Xie Ren. However, they didn't realize that people's hearts were separated by their stomachs, and Xie Ren's heart was even darker than the netherworld abyss full of demonic grass. Next on stage is the Green Dragon Academy delegation. Cheers once again resounded through the stadium. Xiao Xingyu stood at the C position, a bland smile on his handsome face. As soon as this man appeared on stage, he triggered the frantic cries of female fans. There is a saint before there is a heaven. Xingyu is more than a living god. Brother's waist isn't a waste. It's that life-threatening machete. Xingyu, love you and support you. After the first round, Xiao Xingyu's popularity skyrocketed. Especially the Hellfire Lotus that bloomed in the ring earned a lot of eyeballs. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Xingyu was handsome, this caused all the girls to flood their hearts and could not help but express their love for Xiao Xingyu. The Murong siblings walked on Xiao Xingyu's left and right. This pair of white-haired siblings, the children of Murong Ashes, the admiral of the Dragon Kingdom Navy, were also the center of attention. When the host introduced the family background of the Murong siblings, Xiao Xingyu lowered his head and rubbed his hand over his nose, in an effort to hide his embarrassment. If 6 Gold and brother Yangshua knew that I had a fight with Elder Murong in the few days I was missing, how would they look? Although a few days had passed since the incident of going to the Navy headquarters to rob the court, Xiao Xingyu's memory was still fresh. On the Ice and Fire Island, the image of the peak duel with Murong Ashes and also White Feather as a black-robed man was all vivid in Xiao Xingyu's mind. After the information of the 6 contestants from Green Dragon Academy and Vermilion Bird Academy was introduced, the big screen's camera landed on the judges' table again. In the host's tone, there was more awe and admiration. The judge for this competition is our Dragon Kingdom's Empress Lord. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, no one dared to call Shangguan Lan by her name, and they all had to address her with the honorific title of Lord Empress. Since the camera gave Shangguan Lan a close-up of her face, the entire audience stood up and bowed towards the judges' table, performing the ritual of loyalty to the emperor and love for the country. The people of the Dragon Kingdom had never seen Shangguan Lan's true face. In the eyes of the world, Shangguan Lan is a good emperor who loves and protects his people, is the guardian god who protects the great dragon country, and is also the totem who ignites the fire of mankind at the end of the world. Up and down the country, there is not a trace of public anger. All the people are honored to have this woman in the dragon country as the emperor. Under the camera, Shangguan Lan was as beautiful as ever. Her beauty was different from any other woman in the world, a beauty that would make you overlook the details of her features. Even if you've seen this face many more times, you won't be able to stop admiring it in your heart. In the ring, Xiao Xingyu also raised his head, and like the 100,000 spectators at the scene, he looked towards Shangguan Lan at the judging table. There was no awe in Xiao Xingyu's eyes, only fear and anger. Even though I've learned about it on the sea near Ice Fire Island, it's still so unreal when I think about it now. Shangguan Lan had dragon horns growing out of his head. His body was covered with dragon scales. A black dragon soul emerged behind him. He lifted his hand to turn over the sky, and his eyes turned down the sea. These were images that Xiao Xingyu would never forget. If it wasn't for the dragon's tear coming in handy at the critical moment, Xiao Xingyu, as well as Dai Lu and Medusa, would have already been buried at the bottom of the sea and fed to the sharks. In the next second, Xiao Xingyu shivered coldly, and his pupils tightened sharply. When you are gazing into the abyss is also gazing into you. This sentence was Xiao Xingyu's experience at the moment. Shangguan Lan's originally unfocused eyes fiercely focused on Xiao Xingyu. She was seated high above the judge's table, looking down on him. He stood in the competition ring, looking up at her with raised eyes. The stadium was filled with sound waves and a sea of people. Obviously such a lively atmosphere, but it was as if muffled and silent. For Xiao Xingyu, at this moment, he couldn't hear the pomp and noise around him. The two men looked at each other, and the sense of fatalism pulled full. On the surface, the two of them, regardless of their status or position, strength or power, all had a gulf-like insurmountable gap. However, this teenager from the Green Dragon Academy, once he put on a black robe and a ghost face mask, he would transform into a ruthless character who could escape under Shangguan Lan's hand. This kid is called Xiao Xingyu, if I remember correctly. The attendant at the side nodded in agreement. Lord Empress, you remember correctly, during the first round of the tournament, you also asked me to hand him an invitation to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Shangguan Lan's mind recalled being at the artificial rainfall, as well as the Hellfire Lotus. It's the finals, and if he takes on Military Master Xie's favorite son, the story will be exciting. Am I right, Military Master Xie? To the left of Shangguan Lan, in the judge's seat, sat a handsome-looking middle-aged man. The man's pupils were grayish-white in color, as were the siblings Xieguan and Xierun. Heterochromatic pupils, a mutated gene unique to the Xie family lineage. This pupil color was not set in stone, and would change color according to the dark and cloudy changes in the weather. It just so happened that dark clouds covered the sun and the sky suddenly dimmed. The man's pupil color changed from gray to deep blue. What the Empress Sama said is true. Student Xiao Xingyu is incredibly talented, and if he goes up against my family Guan, he will definitely be able to give a wonderful match. Xiezhong, the Dragon Kingdom's #1 military advisor, with the strength of a 10-star Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 109, the first battle of the finals. The flavor of gunpowder pulls full weight. The focus of the Supernova competition every year was not only the rising stars in the ring, but also the big names in the judging table. Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan, First Military Master Xiezhong. These two, it could be said, were the top two figures in the power system of the Dragon Kingdom that no one could shake. The difference between this year and the previous finals was that Xiezhong's son and daughter were also in the competition as players. Xieguan, being the eldest son of the Xie family, Xiezhong had spent all his heart and soul on this son. Coupled with the fact that Xieguan's talent was already far beyond the norm, he was also the most favored player. As long as Xieguan plays normally, leading Vermilion Bird Academy to win the championship is not a problem. The strength of the Green Dragon Academy isn't bad either, so it's just a matter of luck that they met Military Master Xie's son. In this ring, success or failure is a split second. Time and fate are also luck. Last year's Heaven's proud Lady Yi Shuangning, didn't she also lose to that Li Mucheng? Actually, I'm also optimistic that Vermilion Bird Academy will win the championship. But gentlemen, don't forget that there's still an X factor in Green Dragon Academy. Yeah, that Xiao Xingyu, the biggest dark horse this year, might be able to bring trouble to that genius from the Xie family. The match hadn't even begun yet, and the murmurs from the audience grew louder and louder. In most people's eyes, they thought that Xieguan could lead the Vermilion Bird Academy to win the championship. Of course, there were also a few who favored Xiao Xingyu. The host announced, "Both players, please come up to the stage and enter the preparation area for final warm-up preparations." After Xiao Xingyu and the Murong siblings stepped off the stage, Chun Chinian walked over. This year's tournament system has some changes compared to last year. It has been changed to a wheel attack system. We drew lots and drew the defending side. On the contrary, Vermilion Bird Academy is the attacking side. Chun Chinian made it very clear that the match system for this final was clearly a test of both sides' ability to fight alone, and would not test teamwork. Who will be the first to fight? Chun Chinian's gaze swept over the three contestants. Director Chun, I'll do it. Murong Yangshua volunteered, patting his chest and stepping forward. Brother Yangshua, you're so positive? Xingyu, you and my sister both fought in the individual battle segment of the first round. I didn't have a chance. This time, let me feel the joy of an individual battle. In the first round of the individual battle between Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin went out successively. The two took the victory, ending the suspense of the match with a large 2 o'clock advantage. Because it was a 2 out of 3 system, Murong Yangshua had no need to fight. For this final round attack battle, Murong Yangshua's hands were itching to try and decided to be the first to take the stage. Time's up. Warm-ups are over. Please welcome the defending side Green Dragon Academy to send out the defending players. As soon as the host's words fell, Murong Yangshua ascended the ring with a sturdy stride. Young Master Murong, I love you like a mouse loves rice. In the audience, there were also quite a few Murong Yangshua's fangirls. After all, this Murong young master belonged to the category of high wealth and handsome, and was the Prince Charming in the eyes of the young girls. Facing the crazy shouts of the female fans, Murong Yangshua returned a refreshing flying kiss to the audience. The screams of the female fans became even more frenzied. The corners of Xiao Xingyu's mouth under the stage twitched. Rokujin, your brother is really an oddball," Murong Xinxin muttered. "Not as odd as you." The host shouted, "Will the attacking side Vermilion Bird Academy please send out attacking players?" The tall, handsome man mounted the ring, his aura of seeming proficiency in intrigue and yang plotting innate. I didn't expect that the first player sent by the Vermilion Bird Academy was actually their trump card character, Xieguan. The host's surprised expression was exactly the same as the faces of the 100,000 people in the audience. It was reasonable to say that in a final ring with such a tense situation, placing the trump card at the end was the safest choice. Xieguan was undoubtedly the ace of the Vermilion Bird Academy, his strength far exceeding that of his teammates Xie Ren and Dongfang Qing. But Vermilion Bird Academy just didn't follow the rules, favoring to play their trump card in the first duel. Murong Yangshua stood on the stage with a stunned expression. Clearly Xieguan's appearance on stage had caught him by surprise. I thought I'd be facing Dongfang Prime, or maybe Xie Ren, but I didn't expect to meet a formidable opponent in the opening round. The smile on Murong Yangshua's face instantly disappeared, and his entire being became serious. In the preparation area under the stage, Murong Xinxin's eyes were turbulent. My brother is usually a narcissist, quite confident in his own strength. Xiao Xingyu nodded. Yes, Brother Yangshua is usually very confident, but at this moment, his expression is that of an enemy. Xieguan's strength was well known to passers-by. Someone as narcissistic as Murong Yangshua would have no idea in his heart when facing Xieguan. Brother Yangshua, go for it. Murong Yangshua looked back and saw Xiao Xingyu waving a fluorescent stick for himself under the stage, as well as Murong Xinshin who had determined eyes. Although my opponent is very strong, but I'm the son of a great admiral of the Dragon Kingdom Navy, I can't lose my temper in front of my brother and sister. Murong Yangshua's eyes regained their firmness and began to mobilize his spiritual power. Xieguan looked calm as he lightly lifted his lips. It's over. Murong Yangshua looked confused. What's over? From this moment I stepped onto the ring. The match is over. Xieguan, what exactly do you mean? I alone will fight through all three of you. Putting out vicious words was a necessary part of the match before it began. Xie Wei's words were ruthless to the extreme. The host watched to see what was going on. Hear that? Did everyone hear that? Xieguan let out a cruel word. He's going to fight through the three people of Qinglong Academy all by himself. It's not hard to see that Xieguan is determined to win the championship, and I also believe that he has the strength to do so. With these words, Xieguan ignited the atmosphere of the stadium. What was a final? A tit for tat with the flavor of gunpowder, pulling up grudges and feuds against each other, was the true final. Xieguan, you can be wild, but you'll never try to attack me. As the defending side of the ring, Murong Yangshua was filled with conviction, vowing to hold onto the dignity of the first battle for Qinglong Academy. The match is about to begin. Defending side, Green Dragon Academy Murong Yangshua. Attacking side, Vermilion Bird Academy Xieguan. Both players, please summon your respective Imperial Beasts. Warm reminder, in this tournament system, players can summon any number of Imperial Beasts. The host read out the rules of the tournament, which was the final statement before the battle began. On the judges' table, Shangguan Lan and Xie Zhong, it seemed, were not focusing on the ring. Between the pair of monarchs, they were talking about the incident that happened a few days ago. Lord Empress, the identity of the black-robed man, has it not been found out yet? This emperor has already ordered the Imperial Soul Society to send out all the silver priests to secretly investigate the whereabouts of the black-robed man, and there are no results yet. The black-robed man had robbed Medusa, stirred up the naval headquarters, and escaped from Shangguan Lan's men. This was a big enough event to alarm the whole country, but it was deliberately concealed by Shangguan Lan. The whole country doesn't know about it. Regarding the black-robed man, it was a taboo topic. Xie Zhong pursed his lips and analyzed. Lord Empress, the black-robed man's background is unknown. His strength is unknown, and his identity is unknown. Such a dangerous character must be gotten rid of as soon as possible. Shangguan Lan sighed. That guy is so godlike. It's not easy to catch him. Xie Zhong was silent for a moment before speaking out. Lord Empress, have you ever heard of darkness under the lights? What Minister Xie means is... Xie Zhong continued to analyze. Is there a possibility that the black-robed man has two identities? Clad in a black robe and wearing a ghost face mask, he is the black-robed man. Taking off the black robe and tearing off the mask, he could be an inconspicuous minor figure in a city in the Dragon Kingdom, or he could be a high-powered and important general. Shangguan Lan's petite body stiffened and looked sideways at Xie Zhong. This analysis of yours is quite reasonable, but according to what you said, it is possible that you are also a black-robed person? Lord Empress is joking, I'm naturally not, but you should pay attention to all those people around you who seem to have no problems. Besides Shangguan Lan, there were all the important ministers. For example, military advisor Xie Zhong. For example, the Forbidden Army Imperial Soul Society that she personally cultivated. Then there were the three great generals of the sea, land, and air. Shangguan Lan was suspicious. She would suspect everyone around her. But she would definitely not suspect a two-star Imperial Beastmaster from the Green Dragon Academy at the moment. No matter who it was, without turning on God's perspective, how could she possibly connect the black-robed man who had toppled the naval headquarters with his own strength to a freshman from the Green Dragon Academy? For now, she has no reason to suspect a small person like me. I should be safe. Under the stage, Xiao Xingyu's afterglow stole glances at Shangguan Lan on the judging table from time to time. The Empress is connected to your heart, and you're playing with the Empress brain. This sentence, it was an afterthought. Chapter 110, the situation is not good. Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Friends of the audience, the match is about to begin. Both contestants summoned their first Imperial Beasts. Murong Yangshua summoned his best harnessed Thunder Imperial Beast, the Thunderstorm Griffin. Along with a clear chirping cry, thunderclouds densely covered the sky above the stadium. and the dull sound of thunder could be faintly heard. Above Morong Yangshua's head hovered a huge-sized griffin. It possessed the size of a lion, with the head of an eagle, and a pair of wings that were richly feathered, releasing blue lightning with just a slight flap. This was Morong Yangshua's most valued imperial beast, the thunderstorm griffin. Under the ring, Xiao Xingyu did not forget to open the eye of the demon god while he was cheering Morong Yangshua on. The data panel of the thunderstorm griffin was presented before his eyes, and even the hidden information was visible. Name: Thunderstorm Griffin. Level: Mature 3rd Order. Bloodline: Legendary Bloodline. Talent: Spirit Thunder, able to paralyze the enemy's soul for a short period of time. Attributes: Thunder, Flight, Loyalty. 94. Hidden Evolutionary Path. Thunderstorm Griffin. Pale Thunder Fire Hammer Griffin can throw both Fire Attribute and Thunder Attribute Warhammers. Weakness: Poor range, and will get into trouble if it can't end the battle in a short period of time. This was the data panel of the Thunderstorm Griffin, and Xiao Xingyu was looking at it all. I didn't realize that the Thunderstorm Griffin also has a hidden evolutionary route. For the sake of Brother Yangshua and I calling ourselves brothers, find a chance to help him out. In this world, the only person who could activate the hidden bloodline of the Imperial Beasts was Xiao Xingyu, the king of open-ended hangers-on. As the battle was about to begin, Xiao Xingyu cupped his chin and analyzed the pros and cons. The advantage of the Thunderstorm Griffin is that the attack burst damage is high, and the attack speed as well as the movement speed is fast. The key for this type of Imperial Beast to win in the ring is the opening 3 minutes. Once the advantage is not played within 3 minutes, the weakness of poor range will be exposed after 3 minutes. As Xiao Xingyu analyzed, he looked up at Morong Yangshua's back. Then his eyes moved and landed on Xieguanan. This person is Xiezhong's son. He looks like he has a deep city and is not easy to deal with. Xiezhong was the #1 military advisor of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster that could be counted on one hand in the country. The strength and talent of the son of such a big shot naturally wouldn't be bad. The host shouted, "Viewers, Xieguan has summoned a brand new royal beast that he has never used before in any of his previous tournaments." The 100,000 viewers on the scene, as well as the millions of netizens in the live stream, all had their eyes focused on Xieguan's side. Tiger whistles, wolf chants, and leopard roars. The voices of 3 different species resounded through the clouds at the same time. Besides Xieguan, a black shadow with a massive body appeared. Its body resembled that of a sturdy steed, with slender limbs and iron hooves burning with ghostly blue flames. However, what was jaw-dropping was that on its shoulders 3 heads actually grew. The weirdness was not only that these 3 heads were different. The center was a tiger's head, the left side was a wolf's head, and the right side was a leopard's head. This strange form of monster, even difficult to use language to accurately describe, caused people's hot discussion. The scene was in an uproar. There was an old saying circulating in the community: the weirder the mold, the faster you win. The meaning of the saying was that often those imperial beasts with the more bizarre molds won the matches in the ring at a faster rate. Oh my! What kind of imperial beast is this monster? Looks like I'm the one who's ignorant. I've never seen this kind of imperial beast. 3 heads, each of which is a tiger, wolf, and leopard. But the body is like an ancient warhorse, and the hooves have blue flames. What a long time to live! The host was also confused. He had never seen this kind of imperial beast either. But fortunately the backstage staff gave the answer. The large electronic screen suspended above the ring hit the data panel. Name: Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Level: Mature 3rd Order. Bloodline: Heavenly Demon Bloodline. Mythical quality. Talent: Heavenly Demon Gene reduces the attack value of enemies within range by 70%. 70% movement speed. Attribute: Superpower System. This was the basic attribute panel of the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, data that could be made public. Although only the tip of the iceberg was made public, it still caused the crowd to gasp and sigh. Sky Demon Bloodline? A Heavenly Demon Bloodline Imperial Beast has actually appeared on the field of the Supernova competition. This Xieguan is hiding deep enough. I didn't see him use this magical beast during the first round. Able to reduce the attack value and movement speed of enemies within its range by 70%? Outrageous! Outrageous! The Heavenly Demon Bloodline belonged to a mythological quality bloodline. Imperial beasts with this bloodline flowing in their bodies were extremely rare, and usually only appeared in the blood-refining ice mountain outside the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. The host was the mouthpiece of the audience, holding the microphone and lamenting. Alas, Xie Guan deserves to be the son of military master Xie, to be able to contract such a rare imperial beast. There was no doubt that for an average royal beastmaster family, there was no chance of traveling to the blood-refining ice mountain. Xie Zhong was a 10-star imperial beastmaster, and with his strength, he was able to come and go freely in the blood-refining ice mountain. In that case, it would seem that for a father to go to that kind of dangerous place to capture a heavenly demon bloodline royal beast for his son, it would be something that could not be faulted. Xiao Xingyu stood on the stage, his face grave. The eye of the demon god could see through all the data of the heavenly demon blue flame beast, as well as the hidden data. This era, it's still the era of spelling father. Not to mention how talented Xie Guan himself is. Anyone who has such a good father as Xie Zhong and gets such heaven-defying resources can become a strong person. Morong Xinxin bit her lip. My brother is in danger. Xiao Xingyu wrapped his arm around Morong Xinxin's shoulders and said soothingly, Lu Jin, don't jump to conclusions yet. I think brother Yangshua still has a chance. Morong Xinxin shook his head. Xie Guan summoned the heavenly demon blue flame beast. His heart can be seen. Xiao Xingyu couldn't refute this, it was just the way it was. If Xie Guan didn't have any other bad intentions, then why did he use the sky demon blue flame beast during the first round? This fellow's intentions were obvious. He was all out to teach the Murong siblings a lesson. Xiao Xingyu's mind was sharp and sensing the difference. He couldn't help but ask, Lu Jin, you two siblings, do you have some sort of beef with the Xie family? Morong Xinxin was surprised. You see it. Sure enough, there's a problem. Quickly tell me. I love to hear gossip. Morong Xinxin's face was gloomy. Xiao Xingyu hurriedly changed his words. Ahem. I want to hear what kind of grudge you guys have. Morong Xinxin fell into reminiscence. Did you see that woman? Xiao Xingyu looked in the direction of Morong Xinxin's finger. Isn't that Xie Guan's sister, Xieren? I had some unpleasant things with her when I was a child. Before Morong Xinxin could go into detail, Xiao Xingyu suddenly froze. Xie Guan, Xieren, and Xie Zhong. This family's pupils, they don't seem right. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eyes saw things that normal people couldn't see. Chapter 111. Beast pupil that changes color? The huge open-air stadium was filled with people, and the atmosphere was baked to a critical point. The heavenly demon blue flame beast stunned the entire arena when it made its appearance, which made people look forward to the showdown in the ring even more. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the sky demon blue flame beast, Xiao Xingyu noticed something else, whether it was Xie Guan or Xieren, or Xie Zhong who was sitting high up on the judges' table. The color of these three people's pupils changed with the intensity of the daylight. 6 gold, the Xie family's eyes. That's called heterochromatic pupils, a genetic trait of the Xie family. Xiao Xingyu pursued. Is there any difference between heterochromatic pupils and our ordinary people's pupils? There's not much of a difference, it's just a different color. Hearing Morong Xinxin's answer, Xiao Xingyu confirmed one thing. The world only knew about heterochromatic pupils, but did not know the wonders of this special pupil. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god and could see the data information of the heterochromatic pupil. This heterochromatic pupil is more than just what it appears to be. It only changes color with the intensity of daylight. It can also perceive the enemy's movements and predict the enemy's attack moves and attack angles in advance. Strictly speaking, this is a pair of beast pupils. Xiao Xingyu's heart was greatly shocked. For the first time in a human, he saw the pupils of a magical beast's eyes. The body of a human, the pupils of a magical beast's eyes, the two are perfectly fused. So is it a human or a beast? Xiao Xingyu's meticulous thinking, coupled with the fact that it was easy to think out of the box. The image of Shangguanlan transforming into the form of a black dragon emerged in his mind. Shangguanlan hid a pair of dragon pupils, and back then, the purebred dragon race also belonged to a branch of the great race of magical beasts. Xie Zhong was Shangguanlan's most valued minister and possessed a special beast pupil gene. These two big people were both related to beasts. Xiao Xingyu's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. His thoughts were all over the place, but he couldn't make sense of it. It seems that not only Shangguanlan, but this Xie family, must also have a close relationship with the dragon-slaying battle back then. But with my current strength, it's better not to have too many interactions with these big shots. In decent development, that's the way to go. When Xiao Xingyu competed in the ring, he fought in a heavenly manner. choosing sparring styles that were extremely bold. However, when it came to matters involving the safety of his life, Xiao Xingyu was more cautious than anyone else. When one's own strength was not enough, one should not be curious about the secrets on a big person. The truth that curiosity killed the cat was clear in Xiao Xingyu's heart. The match begins. The referee blew the horn. The duel in the ring officially began. Morong Yangshua had no choice. The Thunderstorm Griffin's advantage could only last for the opening 3 minutes, so he had to try to strike first. Under the urging of spiritual energy, the Thunderstorm Griffin soared into the sky, its wings flapping, swooping down from high altitude, its body transforming into a lightning lance. The host shouted loudly. Morong Yangshua took the lead, and as soon as the game started, the Thunderstorm Griffin took out its signature battle technique, Vault Lightning Lance. The lightning lance was a rainbow of air, cutting through the frozen air and illuminating the earth. Without the slightest change of expression on his face, Xieguan only gave the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast a hint. The host exclaimed once again. A shocking scene has appeared on the field. Xieguan didn't even mobilize his spiritual energy. His intentions were to have the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast resist this strike hard. Zila Zila. The lightning lance pierced the back of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast, but the current instantly weakened by 2/3. The Thunderstorm Griffin exposed its original form, and the electric light on its body dimmed a lot. Boom! After the explosion, the smoke dispersed. The audience stared at the center of the ring with wide eyes, and without exception, they all revealed expressions of surprise. The host's jaws were about to drop in shock as he raised his arms and shouted. Unbelievable! The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast hardened itself against the Thunderstorm Griffin's signature battle technique and remained unharmed. In the ring, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast stood tall, its 3 heads simultaneously revealing a cruel and excited smile. The Thunderstorm Griffin flew back up high in the air with a shocked expression, not expecting that his proud battle technique couldn't actually deal the slightest damage. Morong Yangshua secretly clenched his fist, his face ugly. This guy's Imperial Beast is simply a monster. The talent of the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast was called the Heavenly Demon Gene. This talent was the most notable characteristic of all Heavenly Demon Bloodline Imperial Beasts. The spectators could notice that a faint ring-shaped halo emanated from underneath the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast's feet if they looked closely. The diameter of this halo was about 10 meters. In this field, any enemy attacking the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast would have their attack value cut by 70% and their movement speed cut by 70%. Coupled with the fact that the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast was born with strong bones, thick fur, and a high armor value. Combining the two, it was reasonable to be able to resist the Thunderstorm Griffin's move without any damage, but it was really outrageous. I'm going to go. A Heavenly Demon Bloodline Imperial Beast. It's also too resistant to being beaten up. Injury-free effect of 70%, coupled with ultra-thick armor, the same level of opponents who cannot hurt it. The winner and loser of this round have already been decided, so I guess young Master Morong can only swallow defeat with tears in his eyes. In just one round, the balance of victory was clearly tilted. Morong Yangshua was also guilty of muttering in his heart, his forehead oozing with an unstoppable cold sweat. Imagine when your Imperial Beast strikes with all its might, and the enemy's Imperial Beast doesn't even have to dodge, and is still unharmed. This kind of frustration would instantly empty all self-confidence and suffocate you. At this moment, Morong Yangshua was facing such a predicament, or rather a desperate situation. Under the ring, Xiao Xingyu was listening to Morong Xinshin tell a story. When I was 12 years old, I awakened my spiritual power. Xieran also awakened her spiritual power. We were still friends at that time, after all. Our fathers were old acquaintances in the official world. Morong Ashes was the Dragon Kingdom's Navy Admiral, and Xiezhong was the Dragon Kingdom's 1st Military Division. Based on such status, the two were considered old comrades. Morong Xinshin continued to reminisce. That year, our Dragon Kingdom won a battle and captured many magical beast cubs with extremely high bloodline quality alive. Lord Empress gave instructions for us children who had awakened our spiritual powers to pick our favorite magical beast cubs in preparation for becoming Imperial Beast Masters. Xieran and I have our eyes on the same magical beast cub. Xiao Xingyu interjected. A bone-winged bat beast? That's right. Morong Xinshin nodded. At that time, the bone-winged bat beast was just a little baby that had just been born for a month, as petite as a lark. Since Xieren and I both had our eyes on it, we had to compete fairly. Whoever the bone-winged bat beast chooses will be its master. Xiao Xingyu interjected with a smile. Without a doubt, the bone-winged bat beast chose you. That Xieren, who holds a grudge against you because of this? There were people present at that time, including Lord Empress and some big names as well. She felt that she had lost face because of this incident, so she held a grudge, and we rarely saw each other since then. Xiao Xingyu finished listening to the story and once again cast his eyes towards the preparation area on the other side of the ring. Xieren was at the bottom of the stage, looking at Xieguanan in the ring. Although Xiao Xingyu couldn't hear Xieren's voice from a distance, he could tell just by the mouth shape. Brother, don't show any mercy. In front of Murong Xinshin, get her brother's imperial beast abolished. Xiao Xingyu's face sank, his eyes penetrating with coldness. No wonder this family possesses beast pupils, heterochromatic pupils. Their heart is no different from a ferocious magical beast. Chapter 112 Fight to the Death. Big move ineffective? The battle continued. In the ring, Murong Yangshua was at a disadvantage. Boom. Another round was exchanged. The thunderstorm griffin flapped its wings and hovered in mid-air, breathing heavily as the current on its body weakened once again. On the contrary, the sky demon blue flame beast stood in the center of the ring, unmoving, without a single wound on its rough and thick skin. The host had to exclaim once again, "It's unbelievable. The sky demon gene's injury-free effect. It's simply an insurmountable talent." The heavenly demon blue flame beast came with a 70% damage avoidance effect, and with its rough and thick skin, the thunderstorm griffin simply couldn't do anything to it. At this moment, Murong Yangshua's face was slightly pale. Although he wanted to win this match, he was unable to do so. Xieguan wore a smile on his face. His tone was laced with mockery. Murong Yangshua, the 3-minute time limit is almost up. The thunderstorm griffin's period of strength is about to end. Murong Yangshua clenched his teeth and was powerless to retort. Under the ring, Chun Chinian, as the coach, also gradually darkened his expression. The thunderstorm griffin is an imperial beast that relies on the early stages to establish an advantage. If you don't establish an advantage within 3 minutes in the early stages, you will fall into passivity. Xiao Xingyu nodded his head and agreed. Director Chan, the thunderstorm griffin has high burst damage but poor range. This match might... Chun Chinian looked at Xiao Xingyu and suddenly asked, Xiao Xingyu, you have a lot of ghostly ideas. How do you think we should deal with the sky demon blue flame beast? The heavenly demon blue flame beast's heavenly demon gene has 70% damage immunity. There's only one way to deal with it. Increase the thunderstorm griffin's attack value by 70%, or even 80% or 90%, as a way to counteract the opponent's talent and hit the damage effect. After Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, Chun Chinian froze for a moment, then shook his head and laughed outright. Easy for you to say, how can the thunderstorm griffin's attack value, without using any drugs, instantly increase by that much? Xiao Xingyu muttered in a small voice, my family's black striker can do it. What did you say? And nothing. Just then, a mournful scream came from the ring. Xiao Xingyu looked up and saw that Xieguan, who had been holding his ground, suddenly launched a counterattack. At Xieguan's command, the sky demon blue flame beast stomped on the ground with all 4 limbs, and 4 balls of blue flames remained on the shattered floor. The thunderstorm griffin hovering in mid-air was unable to react, and was torn through its feathers by the sharp claws of the sky demon blue flame beast. Rumble. The thunderstorm griffin descended from the sky and smashed heavily on the ring, sending dust flying. Murong Yangshua's face changed drastically, and he rushed forward to check the situation. The entire audience cheered and applauded like a succession of surging waves. The audience just loved to see blood and flesh splattering battles. It could stimulate adrenaline to soar and feel a strong visual impact. The heavenly demon blue flame beast hits the thunderstorm griffin with a hungry tiger pounce. The thunderstorm griffin's left wing suffered a heavy blow, and its ability to fly was impaired. I have to say, the gap between the 2 imperial beasts is, well, huge. The gap between the 2 imperial beast masters is also... The host didn't make his words clear, but the eyes of the masses were bright. From the current performance, Murong Yangshua and Xieguanan weren't even players of the same level. Alas, I guess young Master Murong is bound to lose. Actually, young Master Murong's strength isn't bad, but it's because his opponent is the son of military Master Xie. The heavenly demon blue flame beast's ability is too perverted. The thunderstorm griffin's period of strength has passed. There's no point in fighting any longer. If it was me, I would have admitted defeat. Morong Yangshua stood on the ring and could hear the audience's comments. In fact, he knew in his own heart that he was not a match for Xieguan, as he could not do a single thing with the heavenly demon blue flame beast. Xieguan smiled. It's just a match, just point to point, you can admit defeat. Morong Yangshua clenched his fists, his nails embedded in the flesh of his palms, a small amount of blood spilling out. Damn it! This surname Xie is using provocation. Morong Yangshua was not a reckless man. He had the ability to think independently, and it was clear that Xieguan's words were deliberately provoking him. If one thought about it from a calm perspective, admitting defeat was the best option. After all, knowing that he couldn't win the fight, he might as well let his imperial beast suffer a little less. The Thunderstorm Griffin's left wing was injured, and its stamina was showing signs of overdraft, so it would only suffer more serious injuries if it continued to fight. But at this moment, Morong Yangshua was unable to calm down, especially when he looked back and saw Morong Xinshin under the ring. Back then, the beef between Morong Xinshin and Xieren, Morong Yangshua, who was his brother, naturally knew about it. Xieguanan. Morong Yangshua once again looked at Xieguanan, his eyes stirring with monstrous battle intent. What? Still want to continue fighting? I won't lose to your Xie family in front of my sister. Come on. Seeing his brother's attitude, Morong Xinshin wanted to speak out to dissuade him, but was stopped by Xiao Xingyu. What are you stopping me for? Lu Jin, at this moment, the brother Yang Shua in the ring is not a contestant, but a brother. Morong Xinshin wanted to speak. Since childhood, Morong Yangshua had favored this younger sister. There's not much spiritual energy left. I must take a gamble. In front of my sister, I can't lose to the Xie family. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Morong Yangshua was not fighting for himself, but for his sister. Because once he conceded defeat, according to the rules of the match, the next one to make an appearance would be Morong Xinshin. Morong Yangshua was not only Morong Xinshin's brother, but also a layer of her shield. When the shield broke, the person behind the shield would have to face danger. This was something Morong Yangshua did not want to see. The match continued. The host shouted, Morong Yangshua has summoned the second imperial beast. Beside Morong Yangshua, a robust and sturdy ape appeared. There wasn't a single hair on the ape's body, and its skin was as black as ink and hard as hell. The blazing steel giant ape, Morong Yangshua's second imperial beast, was at the same level as the Thunderstorm Griffin, both being mature third rank. Host. It can be seen that Morong Yangshua intends to gamble all of his remaining spiritual energy to strike the final blow. The entire audience stood up, anticipating the exhilarating moment. Morong Yangshua roared, releasing all of his remaining spiritual energy. The fiery steel giant ape leapt high into the air, its left arm elongating and thickening to look like the Qi Tian de Shang's weapon, its length spanning across the entire ring. Although the injured Thunderstorm Griffin was unable to fly, it could still release lightning.
Zila Zila.
The giant rod of steel entwined with blue lightning and fell from a high altitude, smashing into the sky demon blue flame beast. This is the combination skill of the fiery steel giant ape and the Thunderstorm Griffin, Heavenly Thunder Mallet. At the same time, this is also Morong Yangshua's life-threatening strike that empties all of his spiritual energy. What exactly is the result? Let's focus the camera on the heavenly demon blue flame beast. At the critical moment, Xieguan's eyes were sharp and cold as he gave orders with his mind. The sky demon blue flame beast possessed 3 heads. The right side of the leopard head opened its mouth, the air around it forming a blood-colored vortex. The steel rod crawling with lightning smashed onto the blood-colored vortex, triggering an explosion that shook the audience's eardrums. Chapter 113, Communal and Private Revenge? Edge of Fury. The explosion lasted for a long time, and a lightning bolt pulled and tangled in the sky above the stadium like a long, flying snake. Plop. Morong Yangshua knelt down on one knee, sweating profusely. The combined strike of the fiery steel giant ape and Thunderstorm Griffin just now had drained all of Morong Yangshua's spiritual energy. It should have an effect, right? No, it must have an effect. Morong Yangshua's eyes were firm, staring intently at the thick smoke and black mist that had been lifted up by the explosion in front of him. This was the strongest strike that Morong Yangshua was proud of. He used to sweat it out in the training ground, practicing this combination battle technique with his 2 imperial beasts over and over again. Terrifying burst damage, super high attack speed, almost no delay or skill forward swing, physical damage steel strike and spell damage thunder strike mixed with each other. In all fairness, This combination battle skill of Heavenly Thunder Mallet was truly terrifying in its power. And the moment the skill was unleashed, everyone saw that it did hit the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. But what followed was an explosion, and thick smoke surged from the ring, obscuring people's sight. The thick smoke has dispersed. Unbelievable. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast actually blocked the combination battle technique of the Blazing Steel Giant Ape and the Thunderstorm Griffin. The host jumped onto the commentary stage and shouted, and the entire audience screamed like a frying pan boiling over. The scene presented in the ring was enough to refresh people's perceptions. Only the leopard head on the right side of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's shoulder spewed out a round of oval blood-colored vortexes from its mouth, twisting and distorting the surrounding air. The steel rod entwined with lightning then smashed on the blood-colored vortex, and it was like smashing on soft cotton as the force dissipated. Technically speaking, the force didn't dissipate, but was absorbed. Everyone, pay attention. The scarlet vortex actually absorbed all the damage. The people sitting in the front row of the audience had a deep understanding of the situation and could clearly see a lightning bolt being sucked into the bottomless blood-colored vortex. How is that possible? Murong Yangshua's eye sockets tore, his pupils trembling like an earthquake, unwilling to accept the fact that what was happening in front of him. The great move is ineffective? Oh no, young Master Murong has lost. This Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast's ability is too perverse. It can actually absorb such massive attack damage, and this heaven-defying ability of absorbing damage is just the leopard head's ability. Yeah, besides the leopard head, there's also the tiger head and the wolf head. In the ring, Murong Yangshua had already consumed his last ounce of spiritual energy and lost his chance to resist. Xieguan no longer wasted any more time. The corner of his lips raised in a faint smile. The match is over. These words, devoid of emotional fluctuations, were as if they were pronouncing a death sentence on Murong Yangshua. Roar! The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast bowed its body, opened its mouth and roared, roaring out a pillar of blue fire that accurately bombarded the bodies of the Fiery Steel Giant Ape and the Thunder Griffin. Wild winds rose in the gymnasium, the ground was lifted up, and the solidified air ignited at the slightest point. This is the signature skill of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Blue Demon Roar. This move declared the end of the match. I don't know if you all have the same feeling as me, but this move is very similar to the Hell Spectre Wolf's Hell Roar. The host spoke the audience's mind. The Blue Demon Roar, performed by the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, looked especially similar to the Hell Spectre Wolf's Hell Roar. The only difference between the two was the color of the flames. One was a blue flame and the other was a black flame. After the flames were extinguished, the ring presented a completely different light from before the start of the match. The Blazing Steel Giant Ape collapsed to the ground, and even its hard steel skin was roasted by the blue flames, with a large amount of blood seeping out from its wounds. The Thunderstorm Griffin's breath was weak, its wings were severely damaged, its feathers were burnt black, and smoke was coming out from the top of its head. Murong Yangshua's stamina was overdrawn, his body was staggering, and he was about to fall down. The referee blew the whistle for the end of the match. The match is over. Winner, Vermilion Bird Academy Xieguan. The audience applauded. This was a world of the weak and the strong, and an era where martial arts were honored. People only revered the strong and never pitted the weak. Even some of Murong Yangshua's die-hard fans were convinced by Xieguan's strength at this moment, and they were on the verge of turning against him. Xieguanan maintained his elegant smile and said indifferently, "You're too weak. Carry away the next one." The host couldn't help but be staggered. Xieguan gained victory. His words are as arrogant as they come, but he, indeed, has the capital to be arrogant. Murong Yangshua's eyes blurred as he planted himself backwards. But instead of smashing into the ground, his body landed in a wide embrace. "Brother Yangshua." Murong Yangshua fell into Xiao Xingyu's arms. "Hee, I didn't expect I would make a fool of myself in front of my brother. What a fall." Murong Yangshua smiled bitterly and laughed at himself. His tone was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. The corners of his bleeding lips were stained with too much bitterness. Xiao Xingyu assisted Murong Yangshua to walk down the ring. Murong Xinshin walked over and handed over a bottle of water. "Brother, drink some water." "Old sister, brother is sorry for letting you see me in such a sorry state." Murong Xinshin shook her head before looking at Xieguanan in the ring. "Brother, losing the first match doesn't matter. I'll fight back for you." At this time, the referee announced, The second match is about to begin. Defending side, Vermilion Bird Academy Siegwan. Attacking side, Green Dragon Academy Murong Shinshin. According to the rules of the match, it was Murong Shinshin's turn to take the ring. The moment he saw Murong Shinshin mount the ring, Xieren under the stage was agitated, his fists clenched and his bones rattling. Brother, teach this woman a good lesson. This was Xieren's inner monologue. She wouldn't say it in public. In front of people, she had always been a sweet sister with a gentle disposition. Her inner darkness hidden deep. Xiegwan swept a glance at Murong Shinshin. I don't want to rough up a girl. It's not too late for you to admit defeat and forfeit. Xiegwan was known to be provocative, not many words in between, but always mocking in place. This kind of discourse could easily enrage his opponent, and his purpose was achieved. I will defeat you. Murong Shinshin was also a master of sparing words. Xiegwan smiled and nodded his head. Since you don't choose to admit defeat and forfeit the match, I will make you lose, even worse than your brother. From this moment onwards, the atmosphere in the ring was off. The duel between Xiegwan and Murong Shinshin was not just a competitive match. It was also mixed with personal grudges. Before the battle started, Xiegwan glanced at Xieren under the stage. Seeing his sister's face full of expectation, Xiegwan secretly said in his heart, "Don't worry, sister. I'll make the Murong family's girl lose without a trace." On the other side of the preparation area, Xiao Xingyu was constantly concerned about the change in Xiegwan's eyes. It seems that this guy wants to use the opportunity of the match to take revenge on my family's 6 gold on behalf of his sister, Xieren. Xiao Xingyu subconsciously opened the eye of the demon god, his scarlet eyes as vicious as a demon hunter. Little turtle grandson, as long as you dare to bully Lu Jin, when it's my turn to take the stage, I'll kill you. Xiao Xingyu didn't have many strengths as a person, and one of them was being true to his word. Chapter 114 Warlord Xiao Xingyu, Empress Concerned. With the referee's whistle, the second match begins. Friends of the audience, this is sure to be a battle of sparks hitting the earth. Will it be Xiegwanan who defends the ring and breaks it in two? Or will Murong Shinshin avenge his brother and successfully attack the ring? Everyone, don't blink. Don't miss a single exciting moment. The host gave an impassioned commentary, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to the peak once again. Under the ring, the preparation area, Murong Yangshua was physically drained and his spiritual energy was exhausted, so he could only sit on a chair to rest. Director Chun, I'm sorry for failing your trust and expectations. Even though his heart was not willing, Murong Yangshua could only swallow this defeat with regret. Going out on a limb was a major taboo for soldiers. After losing the first match, Qinglong Academy was at a disadvantage. Seeing his sister having to face Xiegwan who had just defeated him, Murong Yangshua was filled with shame. Chan Qinian patted Murong Yangshua's shoulder and pacified him with a serious tone. You have to know that victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. And if you want to become strong, you must necessarily learn to accept defeat. Murong Yangshua knew that Chan Qinian was comforting himself, and the corners of his downward sloping lips were slightly bitter. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and disliked Murong Yangshua's chest slightly harder. Brother Yangshua, if one defeat makes you lose your fighting spirit, then I look down on you. Murong Yangshua barely managed to squeeze out a smile and joked. Bastard fellow, losing face in front of you is really a thing to be angry and hateful. Xiao Xingyu deliberately teased. You didn't lose unfairly. That Xiegwan does have a few brushes. Well, I know. That guy is indeed strong, ridiculously strong. Murong Yangshua didn't get annoyed because he lost the match, and in front of Xiao Xingyu and Chan Qinian, he greatly admitted that Xiegayan was strong enough. This kind of calmness of heart was the necessary quality to become a strong person. Xingyu, the reason why I was filled with resentment after losing the match was not because I couldn't afford to lose. It was because, Brother Yangshua, just now, when you were fighting in the ring, Rokujin told me all about it. You know about the beef between my sister and Xieren? Aha! Murong Yangshua looked at Xiao Xingyu with a strange look. You kid can do it. My sister never tells these secrets to outsiders. She actually told you. Is there a problem? No problem. Murong Yangshua lowered his head. His heart inevitably rambled. This sister of mine. Her attitude towards Xiao Xingyu is getting stranger and stranger. At this rate, he shouldn't really become my brother-in-law, right? Xiao Xingyu didn't notice the change in Murong Yangshua's eyes. His attention had returned to the ring. The match began. Morong Shinshin summoned the Bone Wing Bat Beast. Undead aura swirled around the ring, filling the entire stadium. A huge white bone bat flew up into the sky, green flames burning in its empty eye sockets. This was the fire of the undead, capable of searing the souls of enemies. The host got excited, holding the microphone and yelling. Friends of the audience, undead imperial beasts, are also an extremely rare type. As we all know, the greatest advantage of undead type royal beasts is that they have no sense of pain. I'm afraid this battle won't be that easy to determine a winner. The bone-winged bat beast drew cheers as it took the stage. Voices from the audience reached Xie Ren's ears. An undead imperial beast. What a dominating appearance. Yeah. When the undead flame ignited, I felt like my soul was going to hell. Miss Morong has a great talent in harnessing undead lineage royal beasts. The more people praised Morong Shinshin, the angrier Xie Ren became inside. At the moment, she was straining her face, her back teeth almost clenched. Dongfang Jing on the side was a chatterbox and couldn't help but gossip. Xie Ren, I heard that many years ago, you and Morong Shinshin competed for the Bone Wing Bat Beast Cub. In the end, the Bone Wing Bat Beast Cub chose Morong Shinshin to be its royal master. Before Dongfang Qing could finish, he was interrupted by Xie Ren's cold voice. If you don't want to be taught a lesson by my brother, shut the hell up. Dongfang Prime took a step back, covering his mouth with both hands, forcibly holding back the fire of gossip within him, not daring to ask half a word about what happened back then. It wasn't that he was afraid of Xie Ren, but he was afraid of Xie Ren's brother, Xie Guan, and the Dragon Kingdom's #1 military division, Xie Zhong, who was sitting on the judging table. Xie Ren's gaze was once again cast towards the ring, staring intently at Morong Shinshin's face that was even better looking than hers. At the same time, she also glanced at the bone-winged bat beast that had already been promoted to a mature body 3rd stage. Back then, you snatched my imperial beast in front of so many people. Today I will make you pay. Before the tournament began, Xie Ren had begged Xie Guan to help her take revenge. Although Xie Guan's temperament was uncertain and his city was extremely deep, but in terms of doting on his sister, he was more than a match for Morong Yangshua. Brother, abolish the bone-wing bat beast and teach this woman a lesson. Make her make a fool of herself in front of 100,000 spectators. Xie Ren stood on the stage, maintaining a sweet image on the surface, while her inner monologue was extremely twisted. Although Xie Ren was well disguised, and the vicious words were only hidden in her heart, she was easily penetrated by Xiao Xingyu. From the look in Xie Ren's eyes, she hates 6 gold. If Xie Guan is the same as brother Yangshua, a spoiled sister fiend, then 6 gold. Xiao Xingyu secretly sweated for Morong Shinshin. At this time, Chun Qinyan's voice came from the side and back. What do you think? Morong Shinshin has a few % chance of winning this battle? Xiao Xingyu replied, as long as Lu Jin does what I said, there should be a 60 to 70% chance of winning. 60 to 70%? Chun Qinyan was surprised. After all, Morong Yangshua had just lost to Xie Guan in a tragic manner. Even if Morong Shinshin was a proud daughter of the heavens, the fact that Xiao Xingyu was talking about a 60 to 70% chance of victory made Chun Qinyan feel puzzled. Xingyu, what exactly did you say to my sister? In the minute before Morong Shinshin boarded the ring, Xiao Xingyu came over and whispered instructions to her. The content of the whisper was known only to each other. Just watch the match and you'll know. Xiao Xingyu did not explain, but reminded everyone to focus on the match first. The first round of the battle has begun. Instead of attacking from the front, the bone-wing bat beast chose to meander around the back. The sky demon blue flame beast didn't fight hard, but chose to dodge. The first round of exchanges left people feeling incomprehensible. Discussions arose in the audience. Strange, doesn't the sky demon blue flame beast possess a 70% damage immunity effect? Why did it dodge? I'm not sure. The situation of this round is still unclear. Let's wait and see again. The entire audience, as well as the host, could only see the surface of the battle. On the judge's seat, Shangguan Lan's eyes overflowed with color. The Morong family's girl seems to have discovered the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's injury-free blind spot. The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast's Heavenly Demon gene did indeed come with 70% damage immunity, so it was reasonable to say that it would be able to harden itself against the attacks of Imperial beasts of the same level without a problem. The reason why it chose to dodge was because the tail area was its injury-free blind spot. the only place on its entire body that would not trigger the 70% damage immunity when attacked by an enemy was its tail. In other words, the tail was the breakthrough to defeating the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Xiezhong observed carefully, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, "Lord Empress, behind Murong girl, there is a high person guiding her." A high person? Who? That teenager. Shangguanlan had to focus on Xiao Xingyu once again. That's right, it's him. Before the match started, he whispered beside Murong girl, and I can see his mouth shape from this angle. Shangguanlan understood. She knew that Xiezhong knew how to read lips. Even if he couldn't hear the sound, as long as he could gain insight into the changes in the mouth shape, he could translate it into words. Chapter 115. A fierce duel, victory or defeat. Any move of a small person could not escape the insight of a big person. Xiezhong saw through what Xiao Xingyu was whispering beside Murong Xinxin, and couldn't help but raise his interest in this young lad. Lord Empress, I've seen the video of Xiao Xingyu's last round of matches. His talent is very good, and his battle IQ is far beyond his peers. So I've already sent someone to pass him an invitation to the Emperor Soul training camp. Shangguanlan and Xiezhong simultaneously looked at Xiao Xingyu under the ring, no longer even paying attention to the match in the ring. Since Murong girl has this little military advisor by her side, it will take at least half a bell to tell the winner of this match. Lord Empress, in your opinion, who do you think will win in the end? Shangguanlan raised her eyebrows slightly and laughed lightly. Your son has inherited your beast pupil, so there's no need to ask me unnecessarily about the matter of victory or defeat. The ruler and minister smiled at each other. Everything was in the air. On the ring, the battle was intense. The heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast and the bone-winged bat beast exchanged blows many times, tearing each other apart, causing the audience to clap and shout. A quarter of an hour has passed, and both sides have exchanged 30 rounds. The bone-winged bat beast's undead flame is incredibly powerful as it can dish out spiritual damage, which somewhat restrains the heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast's damage-exempt talent. Rumble. After an explosion, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast took a step back. Its 3 heads were muddled and its eyes were lax. Good fight. Cheer up, old sister. Murong Yangshua braced his overdrawn body and cheered Murong Xinxin with a hoarse voice. Chun Qinyan's gaze was deep as he analyzed in a low voice. The heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast's 70% damage immunity talent is only effective against physical attacks and spell attacks, which are materialized attacks. Undead Flame appears to be a flame spell attack, but it also has a spiritual attack attached to it. This is something that the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast is not immune to. Xiao Xingyu nodded at the side. That's why Undead Flame is the key to winning. Before the match, Xiao Xingyu had clearly said this in his whisper to Murong Xinxin. The spirit of Undeath Flame was a divine weapon to deal with the heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast. Murong Xinxin catalyzed his spiritual energy and gave the command. The bone-winged bat beast flew high into the sky, flapped its wings, and continuously released bone-spiked arrows burning with undead flame. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast let out a wail of agony as the undead flame was searing its soul, causing irresistible spiritual damage. The situation on the field has produced a change. Murong Xinxin seems to have gotten a slight advantage. I have to say, the undead flame, it really kind of restrains the heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast's heavenly demon gene. Is Murong Xinxin expanding his advantage next? Or is Xieguan finding out a way to crack it? As soon as the host's words fell, Xieguanan in the ring pursed his lips and smiled. Ms. Murong, if this is your full strength, then there's no need for me to waste my time next. Xieguan mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and united with the heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast's intent. At this moment, the bone-winged bat beast hovered high in the sky, flapping its wings and releasing densely packed bone-spiked arrows. On each of the bone-spiked arrows, a green undead fire was burning. This was the bone-winged bat beast's signature battle technique, Undead Arrow Rain. Roar! The heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast let out a roar, and the leopard head that grew on the right side of its shoulder opened its bloody mouth, releasing a blood-colored vortex once again. It's this move again. Murong Yangshua became excited. This move was familiar to him. The blood-colored vortex released by the leopard head was capable of absorbing the enemy's damage. In full view of the crowd, countless bone-spiked arrows were engulfed and absorbed by the scarlet vortex. However, that wasn't all. In an instant, The wolf head on the left side of the heavenly demon blue flame beast's shoulder opened its fang-strewn mouth and spewed out countless bone-spiked arrows burning with blue flames. The host was shocked. "Oh my god! Is there something wrong with my eyes?" After the leopard's head absorbs damage, the wolf's head can actually rebound damage. How many more magical abilities are hidden in the heavenly demon blue flame beast? By now, the sky demon blue flame beast's ability to have two heads had been exposed to the public. The leopard head, which could absorb enemy damage. The absorbed damage would not disappear, but would be rebounded by the wolf head and used to return fire on the enemy. Facing the oncoming rain of arrows, the bone-winged bat beast was unprepared. An arrow burning with blue flames penetrated the bone-winged bat beast's body. Bang! The bone-winged bat beast fell to the ground, its body falling apart. Although Murong Shinshin showed a surprised expression, he quickly adjusted his mind and urged his spiritual power. Click, 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 click. This was the sound of shattered bones being put back together. In just 10 seconds, the bone-winged bat beast recovered its original appearance, and its skeleton was even a little more massive. Cold knowledge tip: undead system royal beasts, which have no sense of pain, can recover quickly after their bodies are damaged. Audience members, you're really blessed to have stumbled upon such a wonderful duel. After this round of exchanges, the situation appeared to be balanced, but some people could tell that Murong Shinshin was gradually getting the disadvantage. Although the bone-winged bat beast had no sense of pain and was also able to quickly repair its broken body. But in comparison, the sky demon blue flame beast's abilities were even more perverse. The leopard head absorbed damage and the wolf head rebounded damage. With the abilities of these two heads, Murong Shinshin had no way to crack it. What's more, the tiger head in the center of the sky demon blue flame beast had yet to reveal its specific abilities. Murong Shinshin's expression was gloomy, and the hair on his temples was wet with sweat. Up until now, the battle had lasted for 20 minutes. Murong Shinshin's spiritual power was enough, but her stamina was poor, especially her ankle, which had reopened from an old injury. In the ring, an Imperial Beast Master needed to move his pace frequently to observe the movements of the enemy Imperial Beasts from different angles. This was a burden for Murong Shinshin, who had an injured ankle. 20 minutes passed. Murong Shinshin clearly felt discomfort in her ankle. The pain irritated her nerves, making it difficult for her to concentrate. "Miss Murong, this battle, it's time to end." Xieguan frantically urged his spiritual energy. The sky demon blue flame beast stood tall. Its body swelled 2 times. The blue flames on its back spine skyrocketed by 10 meters. Murong Shinshin glanced at Xiao Xingyu on the stage with his afterglow. The two of them locked eyes. "Rokujin, do as I say and strike the final blow." Murong Shinshin understood. Her current physical strength did not allow for a protracted battle, so she could only strike the final blow as Xiao Xingyu said. Audience members, looking at the eyes and stance of both sides, is it time for a final round duel? Murong Shinshin is the first to mobilize her spiritual energy. She seems to be mobilizing all of her spiritual energy. There's no doubt about it. This is Murong Shinshin's last move. The bone-winged bat beast soared into the sky, and the moment its huge pair of bone wings unfolded, it covered the sky above the stadium, airtight. Don't blink, viewers. This is the bone-winged bat beast's strongest surefire move, Undead Fury. Chapter 116. The battle reversed and then reversed again, and the danger was there. The bones of the bone-winged bat beast grew wildly like bamboo shoots after the rain. The huge bone wings enveloped the entire ring, and the air seemed to stand still, sticky to the point of being unable to flow. Even though the bone-winged bat beast hadn't unleashed its battle technique at this moment, the audience could already smell the scent of blood and rain. The pressure that could shake the souls of humans was the unique fury from the undead lineage of royal beasts. Undead Fury. Murong Shinshin's small face paled as she pulled out all of her spiritual energy. The bone-winged bat beast sensed the Imperial Master's will and let out a shrill howl, spinning and flapping its wings. "It's coming! It's coming! Everyone must not blink." The host's eyes widened, their sockets chafing from excessive exertion, and the hand holding the microphone trembled. The air that had been frozen became agitated as the bone-winged bat beast descended from the sky and kept the spiral spinning. As the speed of rotation is getting faster and faster, people cannot see the body of the bone-winged bat beast, only to see a tornado wrapped in green flames smash down from the sky. This was the bone-winged bat beast's strongest battle technique, Undead Rage. The tip of the green flame tornado was like a giant drill that heavily smashed into the sky demon blue flame beast. Before the attack arrived, the effect was already visible. Large cracks appeared on the special material ring and it looked shaky. Xieguan urged his spiritual energy, and the leopard head of the sky demon blue flame beast opened its mouth wide, releasing a blood-colored vortex. Bang! The sound of violent collision was deafening. The green flame tornado and the blood-colored vortex fought against each other, spreading out a wave of air ripples that toppled the seats of the front row audience. Even the audience sitting in the back row had their hairline moved back 2 centimeters. Wonderful. Just wonderful. This is a duel between supernovas. The talent of the two players is on full display. The host had one hand protecting his hairline and one hand holding the microphone, his face full of exuberance, his vocal cords about to break from shouting. Under the audience's gaze, the blood-colored vortex released by the sky demon blue flame beast was getting fainter and fainter, and even showed signs of shattering. On the contrary, the bone-winged bat beast, the power of the green flame tornado continued to diminish, only because the damage was continuously absorbed by the blood-colored vortex. The host frowned. It seems like a comparable situation, but in reality, Murong Xinshin has fallen into a disadvantage. The situation is not optimistic. Under the ring, Murong Yangshua was covered in cold sweat, clenching his fists and worrying for his sister. Director Chun, at this rate, the damage of Undead Fury's attack, once it is absorbed by the sky demon blue flame beast, won't my sister lose? Chun Chinian stood with his armrests. His eyes narrowed into slits as he observed every detail on the field. Don't panic. Looking at her still calm expression, there's still a backhand. The power of undead rage was terrifying, and while the sky demon blue flame beast absorbed damage, it also exposed weaknesses that weren't considered obvious. The process of absorbing damage was not invincible, and it would also be affected. The host also saw the signs and went into a passionate state of commentary, his mouth baleful and unceasing. At this point, the damage from undead rage was absorbed by 2/3 of the scarlet vortex, but the heavenly demon blue flame beast's body appeared to be spasming and trembling, and the eyes and ears of its 3 heads were overflowing with blood. Theoretically, as long as the attack power is high enough, above the limit of what the sky demon blue flame beast is capable of absorbing, it will be able to defeat it. But from the looks of it, Undead Fury's attack value is not up to that height. If Murong Xinshin doesn't have a backhand, then this match is going to be declared over. Just when people thought that Xieguan was going to pick up another victory, the situation suddenly reversed. Whoosh! A sharp bone spur, burning with the fire of the undead, came from behind the sky demon blue flame beast. This bone spur was Murong Xinshin's backhand and the idea given by Xiao Xingyu before the opening match. On the judges' table, Xiezhong didn't focus on the match itself, but instead stared at Xiao Xingyu in the preparation area. This little military division of the Green Dragon Academy is a bit interesting, with a high combat IQ. Xiezhong was the #1 military division of the Dragon Kingdom, the man with the highest battle IQ recognized nationwide. Under his strategizing, the Dragon Kingdom's navy, land and air forces had fought many battles in which they had won with less. Shangguan Lan's vermilion lips lifted slightly as she laughed softly. To be called Little Warlord by you? It seems that you recognize Xiao Xingyu as a young man. Ha ha ha. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. It is a great honor for our Dragon Kingdom to have such a moldable talent. Xiezhong also laughed, under his seemingly kind face. He didn't know how many heart eyes were hidden. The bone spikes cut through the hot air, like a city-destroying arrow, shooting towards the tail of the sky demon blue flame beast. The tail was the biggest weakness of the sky demon blue flame beast. This part, which did not possess 70% damage immunity, would lose its mobility once it suffered a heavy blow. Oh my! The situation has reversed. When exactly was this bone spur ambushed? In terms of battle IQ, Murong Xinshin is truly the best of this term's supernovas. If one pushed the time back to 10 seconds ago, through a slow-motion replay, one would see the truth. At that time, the ring was thick with smoke and blurred vision. Murong Xinshin urged his spiritual energy to make the bone-wing bat beast break one of its own ribs and place it at the corner of the very edge of the ring. The color of the bone spur was almost the same as the color of the ring's floor, and people didn't notice this. So what appeared to be a powerful undead fury was just a feint, a means to draw the attention of chic danger security. It was the bone spur that made a cold surprise attack that was the must-have technique that looked plain and unassuming, but could turn the tide of battle. Victory or defeat was only in an instant. The bone spur was only an inch away from the tail of the sky demon blue flame beast. Xiao Xingyu sighed in relief, thinking that Murong Xinshin had won. Luckily, I did as I said. It looks like my family's Lu Jin can win. All of this was Xiao Xingyu's layout. Murong Xinshin was somewhat like a tool man in his hands. As long as the bone spikes pierced through the tail of the sky demon blue flame beast, Murong Xinshin would win. Just at the moment when everything was about to settle, the situation reversed once again. Dodged. Audience members, are you as surprised as I am at this moment? The sky demon blue flame beast actually dodged the bone spur raid. It happened so suddenly that Murong Xinshin was stunned. It was important to realize that the preparations for the bone spur surprise attack were extremely stealthy. From the time the bone spur was shot out to the time it approached the sky demon blue flame beast's tail, there was only 0.3 seconds. Moreover, the sky demon blue flame beast's energy was all spent on absorbing the undead fury, so it was reasonably impossible to react to it. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xingyu first stared wide-eyed before biting his lip. This fellow, Xie actually used the power of his beast pupil. How disgraceful. Xie Clan's beast pupil was seen through by Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye. The beast pupil's ability was simple and crude, allowing it to prejudge the enemy's moves. Xie turned on his beast pupil in advance and prejudged the presence of the bone spikes, thus giving the command with his mind in advance, allowing the sky demon blue flame beast enough reaction time to dodge. This was cheating, but the referee would not blow the whistle for a foul. Because in the world, in addition to the Empress Shangguanlan, no one knows about the beast pupil, and only knows that the Xie family's heterochromatic pupil is simply a genetic mutation, just like someone born with white hair and red eyes. Chapter 117 Xiao Xingyu's debut. The beginning of the adversary. Audience. The tide has turned. The tide has turned. This match, it's coming to an end. I didn't expect Xie to actually predict Murong Xinshin's last move. It's unbelievable. Although Murong Xinshin lost, we have to admit that this is the most exciting match on the Supernova field this year. The heavenly demon blue flame beast dodged the bone spur surprise attack behind it, declaring that the winner of the match had been decided. Bang! The loud bang was the sound made by the bone wing bat beast smashing into the ring. It was uninjured, but its stamina was exhausted, barely struggling up from the ground, but unable to fly into the sky again. Murong Xinshin's spiritual energy was also exhausted. Even if the rules of the competition didn't have a limit on the number of imperial beasts that could be summoned, she didn't have any extra spiritual energy to summon the Snowplume Demon Hunter out to continue the fight. Under the ring, Sierin could no longer hold back her inner excitement and elation, jumping and jumping, her eyes locking onto Murong Xian in the ring. You lost? Murong Xinshin. You lost after all. Ha ha ha. How wretched Murong Xinshin was at the moment. How happy Sierin was. Although Murong Xinshin had only lost to Xie, it had nothing to do with Sierin. But to Sierin, it didn't matter who Murong Xinshin lost to. What mattered was that she wanted to see the bone-winged bat beast get wasted with her own eyes. Brother, what are you waiting for? Take the opportunity to waste the bone-winged bat beast. I want to witness the bone-winged bat beast turn into a crippled imperial beast. I'm sure Murong Xinshin's expression will be very interesting. These words Sierin only dared to roar in his heart, his eyes filling with blood, unable to wait to catch a glimpse of the brutal images that would follow. Before Xie boarded the field, he had promised his sister that he would teach Murong Xinshin a good lesson. At this moment, he catalyzed his spiritual energy, and the heavenly demon blue flame beast grinned widely, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. The blue devil roared. Under the control of Xie intention, the sky demon blue flame beast once again unleashed a must-kill technique. The huge mouth spewed out a pillar of blue fire. It wanted to ignite the entire stadium. The bone-winged bat beast strongly supported its weak body and used its wings to protect Murong Xinshin. Murong Xinshin did not have any spiritual energy in his body at all, which resulted in the bone-winged bat beast being unable to release any battle techniques to counterattack and counterattack. This move, Blue Devil Roar, once it hit the bone-winged bat beast, would cause irreversible and serious injuries to it, leaving it with a lifelong disability. Everything happened so fast that the audience was dumbfounded and the host panicked. At the critical moment, a domineering wolf roar pierced through the dark clouds above the stadium and struck right into the depths of people's souls. A huge wolf covered in black flames rushed onto the ring and opened its mouth to spit out black pillars of fire. The two pillars of fire blasted against each other, one blue and one black, intertwined and entangled. Boom! After the explosion, the dust gradually dispersed. On the shattered ring, Xiao Xingyu stood in front of Morong Xinshin, his upright back bathed in the soft afternoon sunlight. The hell spectral wolf stood beside Xiao Xingyu, its body emitting a reddish-black aura that filled the entire arena. This aura, its demonic power, the strongest dark horse in this year's Supernova competition, Xiao Xingyu has made his appearance. TSK, hell spectral wolf with this look, this stance, and this look in his eyes, it's truly domineering. Xiao Xingyu's sudden appearance disrupted Xieguan's plans. Xieguan had wanted to stand up for his sister and take the opportunity to waste Morong Xinshin's bone wing bat beast. It was Xiao Xingyu's appearance that caused a flash of vigilance to surface under Xieguan's eyes. This guy's imperial beast can actually easily withstand the blue demon roar. Xiao Xingyu helped Morong Xinshin up, his eyes full of worry and heartache. Lu Jin, is everything all right? I'm fine. I just ran out of spiritual energy. Xiao Xingyu looked at the referee, furious. Dog referee, what the hell are you doing? According to the rules of the match, if one of the players runs out of spiritual energy, they are considered to have lost the match. As a referee, you should have blown the whistle for the end of the match just now. Why the delay? Xiao Xingyu's questioning caused the audience to resonate and support him. Yes, people, Xiao Xingyu is right. According to the rules of the match, the referee should have blown the whistle for the end of the match a long time ago. What does the delay in blowing the whistle mean? Shady. The audience seat responded with a call, and public anger rose in all directions. At the judges' table, Xiezhong rose. Drag this unscrupulous referee down and ban him from the refereeing profession for life. The staff swarmed up and took the tearful referee away. Under the ring, Morong Yangshuo gritted his teeth in hatred. This referee is a backstabber. He was afraid of the power of the Xie family. That's why he delayed blowing the whistle. If it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu's sudden appearance to relieve himself, the consequences would have been clear to everyone. The bone wing bat beast, an undead type royal beast that was rare to find in 100 years, would have been scrapped by Xieguan. Under the organizer's arrangement, the new referee appeared on stage and immediately announced, "The second match is over. The winner, the ring keeper, Xieguan." Xieguan's victory also meant that Green Dragon Academy swallowed 2 consecutive defeats. Xiao Xingyu helped Morong Xinshin, whose ankle was sore, to the edge of the ring, and Morong Yangshuo came over to take over. Before getting off the stage, Morong Xinshin pulled Xiao Xingyu. That guy Xieguan, something's not right. He seems to be able to see through every step of my intentions. I know. Xiao Xingyu was clear in his heart that Xieguan was able to turn the tide of battle just now by relying on that pair of beast pupils inherited from his family. The beast pupils possessed the ability to anticipate the enemy's actions, and if they hadn't been used, it was impossible for Xieguan to see through Morong Xinshin's last move. This was clearly trickery, but no one would question it. After all, the beast pupil was a secret of the Xie family, and if Xiao Xingyu stood out and exposed it, he would become a target and suffer from the targeting of the big shots as a result. Brother Yangshuo, take care of 6 gold. By the way, I have safflower oil in my backpack. Apply it on 6 gold's ankle to ease the pain. Don't worry, I will take care of my sister. After Morong Yangshuo assisted Morong Xinshin off the stage, the referee shouted, "The third match. Defending side, Vermilion Bird Academy Xieguanan. Attacking side, Green Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu. The match is about to begin. Please have both players prepare for a moment." A staff member walked onto the ring and handed Xiawei a pill and a bottle of water. According to the rules of the match, a player who defeated 2 opponents consecutively would receive a spirit recovery pill. After taking the spirit recovery pill, Xieguan's previously depleted spiritual energy recovered to a 74%. Not much different from his prime. The host was emotional. Audience members, the duel you're watching right now is probably the last match of this year's Supernova competition. On the side of Green Dragon Academy, after the consecutive loss of the Morong siblings, only Xiao Xingyu is left. On the contrary, on the Vermilion Bird Academy's side, Xieguan has won 2 matches in a row, and there are still Xie Ren and Dongfang Qing sitting on the stage. According to my past experience of hosting competitions, the probability of Qinglong Academy reversing and killing back is slim to none. Chapter 118, The Battle to Seal the Gods is fought by the elites. The third match was about to begin. Xiao Xingyu and Xieguan stood at opposite corners of the ring. In fact, in the duel with Morong Xinshin just now, Xieguan almost lost the match, only relying on the beast pupil's prediction ability to gain a close victory. After a huge physical exertion and spiritual energy consumption, according to the rules of the match, taking the spirit recovery pill, Xiegwan returned to his peak state. Under the ring, Xieren had loss and regret written on his face. If it wasn't for this Xiao Xingyu appearing, my brother would have already scrapped the bone wing bat beast. Xieren's gaze landed on Xiao Xingyu's body, and there was more than a touch of hatred in his eyes. Even if you're the strongest dark horse at this supernova competition, when you meet my brother, you'll only lose until you're on your knees begging for forgiveness. In Xieren's eyes, Xiegwan was the strongest among the strongest of the younger generation. Brother, teach him a hard lesson.
Xieren shouted.
Xiao Xingyu's afterglow noticed Xieren under the stage and turned to look straight at Xiegwan in front of him. According to the rules of the match, before the start of the match, both sides would come to the center of the ring to shake hands and greet each other in order to express their friendship. Xiao Xingyu and Xiegwan walked to the center of the ring at the same time and shook each other's hands. On camera, the two handsome men mesmerized the thousands of girls in the audience. The two men lowered their voices. Xiao Xingyu, if you take the initiative to admit defeat, your imperial beast will suffer less. Otherwise, Xiegwan didn't put words in his mouth, and the depths of the beast's pupil lit up with a frosty essence. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and the scarlet sight instantly pierced through Xiegwan's soul. What terrifying eyes! Xie Wei subconsciously took a step back, unprecedented panic and consternation surfacing on his unperturbed face. The intimidating power of the devil god's eyes could not be compared to a pair of beast pupils. Xiao Xingyu revealed an evil smile. I know that your sister has a beef with Murong Xinshin. Yo, it seems like the Murong siblings do tell you everything. You guys have a good relationship. I can see that you had thoughts of wanting to waste the bone wing bat beast just now. Xiegwan nodded with a smile, his thin lips coming up to Xiao Xingyu's ear. That's right. I was planning to waste the bone wing bat beast. But Xiegwan paused and said in a provocative tone, and what can you do with me? Xiao Xingyu was not enraged, but said meaningfully, I will waste your sister's imperial beast. Hehe, I seem to have heard a heavenly joke. Xiegwan's smile lasted for a second before his eyes returned to indifference. Xiao Xingyu, don't forget that your opponent right now is me, and unless you defeat me, you won't be able to touch my sister at all. If you wanted to face off against Xieren, you first had to defeat Xiegwan. Xiao Xingyu completely lacked the sense of urgency, as if he was on the verge of an enemy, and smiled in a lazy and cozy manner. Next, I will let your sister see with her own eyes how wretched her brother is in the ring. What a big mouth! The referee walked over and separated the two men. As for what harsh words the two men had put into each other's mouths, only they knew, and the audience couldn't hear them. The referee announced, the third match. Green Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu versus Vermilion Bird Academy Xiegwan. The match begins. The referee blew his whistle and the match officially kicked off. Welcome brothers and sisters of the live broadcast. This broadcast is the ongoing Supernova competition final match 3. As of now, the Murong siblings of the Green Dragon Academy have lost one battle after another, and the situation is at a backbreaking point. Xiao Xingyu is this year's strongest dark horse, as well as the last hope of Green Dragon Academy. Although a 1-3 reversal is unlikely, we still have to cheer for Xiao Xingyu. In the audience, people were treating this battle as if it was the last one, taking out all their enthusiasm and cheering hysterically, pushing the atmosphere of the match to its peak. Xiao Xingyu catalyzed his spiritual energy. Black Striker, go! Ow! The hell spectral wolf leapt high into the air and pounced towards the sky demon blue flame beast. It was known that the hellfire of the hell spectral wolf could ignore the enemy's armor defense and inflict real damage on the enemy. Xiegwan was not careless and released his spiritual energy. The heavenly demon blue flame beast's body shook, and its leopard head opened its mouth, preparing to release a blood-colored vortex. After the battle just now, the spectators were well aware that the scarlet vortex could absorb damage from the enemy. Hiss! It was the sound of flesh and blood being cut by a sharp weapon. Blood drenched the ring. The host raised his arms and shouted, "Oh my, what a surprise!" The Hell Spectre Wolf was too fast and struck the dark attribute battle skill, Claws of Silence. The Claws of Silence was a dark attribute battle skill that all Imperial Beast Masters could only dream of. The attack value of this battle skill wasn't high, but it had a rather heaven-defying effect. As long as the enemy was struck by the Claws of Silence, they would fall into a state of silence for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the enemy would not be able to release any battle skills. Time went back to a second ago. Just as the heavenly demon blue flame beast was about to unleash the scarlet vortex, the hell spectral wolf's claws of silence had already torn through its face. The claws of silence hit the target, and the sky demon blue flame beast fell into a 3-second state of silence. Black Striker Hell Hold. Ow! The hell spectral wolf let out a roar, and the hell chains wrapped around its body were instantly released, binding the body of the sky demon blue flame beast. When it was too late, it was too soon. The hell spectral wolf took an arrow step forward, imprisoning the sky demon blue flame beast with its 4 limbs, and leapt up with force, rushing high into the air. The gazes of all the spectators had to look into the sky. The bouncing power of the hell's underwolf was extremely terrifying, as it held the sky demon blue flame beast above the stadium, at least 30 meters away from the ring. In the next instant, hell flames flared up on the inferno underwolf's body, holding the heavenly demon blue flame beast in its arms as it free fell, descending crazily. In the view of the audience, the sky was like a flaming meteorite falling. The surrounding air currents made swooshing noises, and the air was twisting and distorting. Rumble. The huge black fireball smashed into the center of the ring, stirring up 1,000 waves of fire as a mushroom cloud rose. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, the sky demon blue flame beast tumbled on its side. Its skin burned extensively, and its leopard head's face was a bloody mess. The hell's spectral wolf landed steadily beside Xiao Xingyu, its ferocious eyes carrying a hint of arrogance and contempt that only a wolf king could have. The audience fell silent for 3 seconds before letting out deafening cheers. The host became even more excited, hissing as he gripped the microphone. This is the first round of the exchange. Xiao Xingyu has the upper hand. Hellfire's true damage can ignore the sky demon blue flame beast's defense shield. The effect of Claws of Silence can interrupt the release of Scarlet Vortex. Everyone must remember the name of this teenager. He is the strongest dark horse of this year's tournament. The host raised his volume and said word for word, "Xiao Xingyu." In the audience, the fervor boiled over. This dude is awesome. Dueling against Xieguanan and getting the upper hand in the opening round. Hell's spectral wolf's Claws of Silence. It's practically a hangover. If Xiao Xingyu could really beat Xieguan, wouldn't he be a god in one battle? Question mark removed. Be confident. This kid has already sealed a god. Chapter 119 Aura Crushing. Female Emperor impressed. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The wind-breaking sound of the wolf's claws was like a whisper from the underworld, causing people to shudder and feel a panic deep in their bones. The images on the ring were dazzling as the Hell Spectre wolf transformed into a dark shadow, weaving in and out of the ring with reckless abandon. The audience's naked eyes couldn't even see the Hell's underworld wolf's body, and could only see the burning traces left by the wolf's claws. Audience members, it's too fast. The speed of the Hell Spectre wolf is too fast. Even if the cameraman uses the 100x slow play technique, it's still difficult to capture the Hell's spectral wolf's body. The consecutive Claws of Silence made the heavenly demon blue flame beast suffer. 3 seconds of silence after 3 seconds of silence. It's not over and done with. The moderator's speed of speech couldn't catch up with the Hell Spectral Wolf's movement speed. The Inferno Underwolf struck the Claws of Silence one after another, making it difficult for the Sky Demon Blue Flame beast to fight. As long as it was hit by the Claws of Silence, it would enter a 3-second silence state. This caused Xieguan to have an abundance of spiritual energy, but nowhere to use it. The battle on the field is getting more and more intense. No, strictly speaking, this isn't a battle between two sides, but a one-sided crushing. The Hell Spectral Wolf struck the Claws of Silence 23 times in a row, and the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast couldn't even release a single battle technique. At the moment, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast was in a one-sided state of being beaten up, and even though it was being beaten up, it was unable to release any battle techniques to resist or counterattack. Under the photographer's close-up, the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast's suffocating appearance was made into a hilarious emoticon pack by this term's netizens. Back off! Xieguan finally put down his dignity and face and gave the order. Although the Sky Devil Blue Flame Beast was unable to release its battle techniques, its flexibility was still there, and hearing its master's order, it hurriedly made a big jump backward to get out of the range of the Claws of Silence's attack. The Claws of Silence belonged to a close-range attack battle technique. The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast avoided the Claws of Silence after pulling away from the Hell Spectre Wolf. But this was a shame for Xieguan. Previously, when facing Murong Yangshua and Murong Xinshin, Xieguan had never ordered the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast to take half a step back. This was because an Imperial Beast Master ordering the Imperial Beast to retreat meant a loss of dignity. As the eldest son of the Dragon Kingdom's #1 military division, Xieguan had difficulty accepting this. Nay, the Hell Spectre Wolf's claws of silence were too strong, and Xieguan had no room to fight back, so he could only be forced to give the order. The moment the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast retreated, the situation on the field became clear. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast, forced to retreat? I didn't expect Xieguan, such a high-minded person, to actually order his Imperial Beast to retreat. Who made his opponent the strongest dark horse in this year's competition? Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Xiao Xingyu might really be able to bring down Xieguan and give our powerless grassroots crowd a long face. Xiao Xingyu was the most special player in this year's competition. Almost all of the contestants from the 4 major academies had notable backgrounds. The father of the Murong siblings was Admiral Murong Ashes. The father of the Xie siblings was the Dragon Kingdom's 1st military division. Zhou Knight's father was Yellow Smoke City Lord Zhou Xiong. Dongfang Prime's father was the strongest lieutenant general of the Air Force headquarters, Dongfang War. Only Xiao Xingyu, fatherless and motherless, walked out from a small city on the border of the Dragon Kingdom, surrounded by only a sister who had not awakened her spiritual power. Xiao Xingyu was the representative of grassroots heroes in the eyes of the subjects of the Dragon Kingdom. It is Xiao Xingyu's appearance, so that the ordinary people of the against the heavens to change their fate have a desire and longing. In the past, no one would dare to think that a grassroots boy with no power and no influence could reach the final stage of the Supernova competition. What's more, at this moment, Xiao Xingyu had suppressed Xieguanan in the ring. It was not easy to pull away from the Hell Spectre Wolf. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast was panting, its hairs standing on end as if it were an enemy. On Xieguan's face, there was less calmness and more gloom. Always maintain the distance from the enemy. Don't get hit by the claws of silence again. The Sky Devil Blue Flame Beast nodded, raising its vigilance and tensing its nerves. Under the ring, Murong Yangshua clapped his hands in excitement. Good. Xingyu, well done, what a relief. Murong Yangshua waved his fists and gritted his teeth. Murong Xinxin was also cheering for Xiao Xingyu in her own way. Her way was to stand in place in a well-behaved manner and gently applaud. It looked a bit perfunctory, but it was really dorky and cute. Xiao Xingyu clearly had the upper hand, but Chen Qinian, who was the coach, not only didn't show a happy expression, but instead, his face was grave. Strange, really strange. This kid's aura, compared to the first round of the match a few days ago, has simply changed drastically. Human strength can be hidden, but a person's aura it was difficult to restrain. When a royal beast master stood in the ring, facing the enemy and the audience, the aura could say everything. Xiao Xingyu was gifted, but he was only a 2-star royal beast master with limited combat experience. In the first round, when Green Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy faced off, the aura presented by Xiao Xingyu was within Chen Qinian's knowledge and understanding. Youthful, tender, and agile. These words were the aura that a teenage Imperial Beastmaster should have. But the current Xiao Xingyu, the aura he stood in the ring, was completely different from the previous days. The seemingly youthful and tender face was overflowing with the calmness and elegance that only a great divine royal Beastmaster could have. A pair of starry river-like eyes did not have the slightest tension, only ancient waves. Calm, mature, and old. These words describing a veteran Imperial Beastmaster were not too much to use on Xiao Xingyu at this moment. In these few days, what exactly did he go through? Chen Qinian fell into deep thought. There were only 2 ways for a youngster to grow. 1, long years of precipitation. In just a few days, Xiao Xingyu had precipitated no. 2, experiencing life and death crises. The second way was the way Xiao Xingyu raised his aura. In the naval headquarters of the Ice and Fire Island that battle, black-robed man Xiao Xingyu through life and death, and multiple big shots around, and finally escaped from death. This bittersweet experience allowed Xiao Xingyu's heart to grow by leaps and bounds overnight. When facing Xieguan, Xiao Xingyu was calm and collected, just like a virtuous old artist. What Chen Qinian could see, the 2 big shots on the judging table could naturally see as well. Xiezhong stroked his beard and mused, Lord Empress, this Xiao Xingyu, a young and old man. Shangguan Lan rested her cheek on one hand, her beautiful eyes glowing as she stared at Xiao Xingyu in the center of the ring. Send someone to check on this little guy again. I'm curious about his resume. Yes, Lord Empress. Several Emperor Soul Priests left the gymnasium and split up to gather information about Xiao Xingyu. Even though Xiao Xingyu no longer wanted to get involved with this monster Shangguan Lan, he was as bright as a jewel in the ring, which made it hard for Shangguan Lan not to take an interest in him. It was a good thing that Shangguan Lan did not associate this teenager with that black-robed man. Xiao Xingyu was currently only receiving attention from the Empress and was not in danger for the time being. By the way, wanna bet again? Lord Empress, what's the bet? Bet on whether your son wins or Xiao Xingyu wins. Xiezhong smiled faintly. Guanan is my child. So I, as a father, will support my son and press him for one hand. Good. Then I'll press Xiao Xingyu. Shangguan Lan bet on Xiao Xingyu to win. Chapter 120. I prejudged your prejudgment. Viewers, this battle has only begun for 5 minutes, and the Hell Spectral Wolf has already struck dozens of silent claw combos. Xieguan has clearly raised his guard, choosing to order the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast to back off and keep its distance from the Hell Spectral Wolf at all times. As for how Xieguan will respond next, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. The host analyzed the situation on the field, and the entire audience stood up, expecting more from this pinnacle duel. On one side was the son of the warlord who had won 2 games in a row, and on the other side was the grassroots teenager who was shouldering the last hope of Green Dragon Academy. Just the personas of both players were enough to keep the audience pee-free throughout the entire match. Honestly, I've been holding this pee for a long time. You're just holding your pee. I'm holding my. Bro, you're tougher than me. Can't help it. Don't want to miss such a great match. The photographer focused his close-up on the front row of the audience. Many of the spectators were cheering for the contestants while also trying to hold in their urine and feces in a way that was full of hilarity. In the ring, Xieguan rarely showed a serious expression. He had to admit that this teenager in front of him, who seemed to have a kind smile, was really not easy to deal with. Brother, go for it. Defeat him. As long as we defeat him, our Vermilion Bird Academy will win. Under the ring, Sierin stood on her tiptoes and shouted. Only this last victory remained before winning the championship. Xieguan clenched his fists, a firm conviction emerging in his eyes. But let's not forget that this match, for Xiao Xingyu, had the same reason why he couldn't lose. Xieguan suddenly catalyzed his spiritual energy. Up! The heavenly demon blue flame beast's body trembled as it built up energy deep in its throat, and a huge blue fireball coalesced around its mouth. This was the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's signature battle technique, Flame's Heavenly Punishment. The blue fireball grew bigger and bigger, smashing towards the Hell's Underworld Wolf. The host shouted excitedly. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast has struck its signature battle technique, Flame of Heavenly Punishment. This blue fireball is so big that it almost enveloped the entire ring. I can feel the scorching heat even from where I'm sitting in the commentator's seat. Especially the spectators sitting in the front row even felt the painful sensation of their skin being roasted. Because the blue fireball was too large, the Hell Spectral Wolf couldn't dodge at all. As long as it dodged, the Hell's Underwolf would be sentenced by the referee to an out-of-bounds violation, because its body was out of the ring, resulting in failure. Xiao Xingyu reacted very quickly and made a decision. Black Striker, Shadow Dive. Hell's Underwolf turned on its dark attribute and transformed into a shadow that dived into the ground. Boom! The blue fireball smashed heavily into the ring, breaking the stone and setting off a wave of fire, and the terrifying explosion cracked the load-bearing pillars above the stadium. Reinforced concrete fell from the heights, randomly smashing a lucky spectator unconscious. This was the destructive power of the heavenly demon blue flame beast, but it didn't hurt the Hell Spectral Wolf in the slightest. At this moment, the Hell Spectral Wolf was in its shadowy form, moving against the broken ground. Whoosh! The Hell Spectral Wolf leapt up and resumed its original form, swinging its claws of silence once again. Xieguan displayed a sinister smile. Xiao Xingyu, the match is over. The Sky Devil Blue Flame Beast suddenly flicked its tail. This inconspicuous tail was like a sharp sword that stabbed into the Hell Spectral Wolf's chest. An inch long, an inch strong. The heavenly demon blue flame beast's tail was longer than the Hell's Underworld Wolf's claws. The host couldn't help but exclaim. So this is Xieguan's ruse. Xiao Xingyu fell for it. The Sky Devil Blue Flame Beast releasing blue fireballs was just a faint illusion. Xieguan concluded that Xiao Xingyu would make the Hell's Underworld Wolf enter the shadow state as a way to dodge the blue fireball. Xieguan then prejudged again. predicting that the hell spectral wolf would burrow out of the ground, recover its body, and use the claws of silence to surprise attack the sky demon blue flame beast. On the big electronic screen, in the close-up, the sky demon blue flame beast's tail that was as sharp as a bone spur stabbed the hell spectral wolf's chest steadily and viciously. This scene made the audience sigh with emotion. The host also shook his head. It's a pity. Xiao Xingyu didn't anticipate that the attack distance of the claws of silence wasn't as long as the attack distance of the sky demon blue flame beast's tail. Xieguan's prediction changed the direction of the match. Is the match about to end? Boom! At the moment when people thought that Xiao Xingyu was going to regretfully lose, the hell's underworld wolf that was hit suddenly exploded and dispersed into black mist. This isn't the main body, it's a doppelganger? For the first time, Xieguan revealed a shocked expression. No one in the entire audience had expected that the hell's underworld wolf stabbed by the heavenly demon blue flame beast was actually not the main body, but a doppelganger. This sudden reversal caught people by surprise. The hosts all looked dumbfounded. Why is it a doppelganger? I don't understand, Unless, just in an instant, the hell spectral wolf's main body appeared behind the heavenly demon blue flame beast. Black Striker Hell's Roar. Ow! The hell spectral wolf raised its head and spat out hellish flames. The black pillar of fire instantly struck the sky demon blue flame beast. At this moment, the host came to a realization. I understand. I finally understand. Just now, Xiao Xingyu prejudged Xieguan's prejudgment. The host's words awakened the entire audience. Yes, this kid prejudged his opponent's prejudgment. That's right. It's just like playing chess. Xieguan only saw the next move, while Xiao Xingyu was more farsighted and saw one more move than Xieguan. Unbelievable. A 2-star Imperial Beastmaster who is only 19 years old actually has such excellent foresight? Gentlemen, don't forget that aside from spiritual energy concentration and beast mastery skills, battle intelligence is also a part of talent. This one round of exchange was extremely exciting, causing the audience to cry out in delight. One had to know that there were many star scouts from the Super Imperial Beastmaster Guild sitting in the audience, all of whom had come to discover talent. Xiao Xingyu's performance made these star scouts' eyes light up, itching to pull him under their guild's banner. On the judge's seat, Shangguan Lan's gaze was deeply attracted by Xiao Xingyu. This young man is a bit interesting. Shangguan Lan only said this sentence, but those familiar with her knew that it was an extremely high evaluation. Xie Zhong was unperturbed on the surface, but in reality, his heart was filled with doubts. This kid actually predicted my son's prediction? How could my Xie clan's beast pupil lose to an ordinary person's eyes? Xie Zhong was ultimately old and confused. He had no idea that the Xie family's beast pupil gene was nothing in front of Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye. Bang! The heavenly demon blue flame beast fell to the edge of the ring, its body burned by hellfire, and all 3 of its heads revealed expressions of pain. The hell spectral wolf was unharmed and stood beside Xiao Xingyu, majestic and domineering. Xieguan raised his eyes to look at Xiao Xingyu, who was not far away, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down from his temples. What the hell is wrong with this guy? His prediction ability is even better than mine. Xieguan had a high level of confidence in his beast pupil and had never missed a prediction. In this duel, the beast pupil was actually crushed by Xiao Xingyu's pair of eyes. Xieguan stared at Xiao Xingyu's eyes and could not see any abnormalities. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Xingyu's eyes are clear, and his pupils, irises, and the whites of his eyes are all normal. The wonders of the devil god's eyes, even Shangguan Lan couldn't see through it, let alone a minor character like Xieguan. Xieguan, is this your full strength? Xiao Xingyu, I admit that you are indeed an opponent worthy of my serious attention. Xieguan moved his muscles and crooked his head with a smile. Next, I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Intentions surged and spiritual energy surged. Xieguan frantically extracted his own spiritual energy and acted on the body of the sky demon blue flame beast. The host had an excited look on his face. Viewers, just now was just a small fight. Next is the most exciting part of this match. This son of the Dragon Kingdom's #1 warlord is going to get real. Our grassroots genius Xiao Xingyu. How should he respond? Chapter 121. Demonic Power, Hellfire Lotus. Under the ring, Murong Yangshua was agitated, raising his fists and shouting loudly. Xiao Xingyu, beat him up. Yes, From the rounds exchanged so far, Xiao Xingyu had the upper hand. On Murong Yangshua's face, there was a dejection of pride for his brother. Murong Xinxin stared intently at the grim-faced Xieguan. Director Chun, what exactly is Xieguan trying to do by suddenly mobilizing a large amount of spiritual energy? Chun Chinian narrowed his eyes and analyzed. As far as I know, Imperial beasts with the heavenly demon gene will have their potential stimulated and open their second form when facing a powerful opponent. Murong Xinxin was surprised. The second form? The gazes of all the spectators were focused on the center of the ring. The sky demon blue flame beast rose from the ground, its skin burnt by the hellfire rapidly healing. Ka-ching, ka-chow, ka-ching. It was the sound of bones breaking and then reorganizing. Under the people's gaze, the sky demon blue flame beast roared up to the sky, its already huge body growing rapidly. Its limbs, like sponges that had absorbed water, expanded wildly. What the hell is this? Is this a royal beast or a transformer? It's standing up. The audience was abuzz with people's voices, and the picture in the ring refreshed people's cognition. The sky demon blue flame beast actually stood up, its forelimbs turning into arms. The host was dumbstruck and couldn't help but exclaim, "I've hosted thousands of matches, big and small, and I've never seen a royal beast with such a bizarre ability. The heavenly demon blue flame beast has actually turned into a beastman-type imperial beast." At this moment, the heavenly demon blue flame beast was in a standing position, more than 10 meters tall, and the three heads on its shoulders were glaring angrily and fiercely. From the physical features, this imperial beast turned into an orc-type imperial beast. That was when people heard the sound of muscles tearing, and goosebumps rose straight up on every spectator's body. It's growing new arms. What kind of monster is this? The sky demon blue flame beast's back ripped apart, and 4 arms drilled out of its flesh and blood. On the bones of the arms, magnificent muscles were born, and 2 different colors of hair grew on the surface of the muscles. One was the hair of a cheetah, and the other was the hair of a pale wolf. These 2 types of hairs corresponded to the leopard's head and the wolf's head. The host was filled with astonishment and blurted out, 3 heads and 6 arms? The heavenly demon blue flame beast underwent a drastic change compared to its previous appearance. At this moment, it looked like a monster that walked upright and had 3 heads and 6 arms. The giant-like height was tall enough to overlook the hell's underworld wolf. Xiao Xingyu raised his eyes. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his gaze, as this was all within his expectations. Berserker form. So what? The eyes of the demon god, seeing through everything. A staff member ran over to the host and handed over a data file. The host skimmed through it and regained his grip on the microphone. Friends of the audience, this is the data submitted by the Imperial Beast Analysis experts. This 3-headed, 6-armed big guy we see is the second form of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Berserker Beastman form. After opening the Berserker form, the attack and defense values of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast triple. At the same time, the tail will degrade and disappear. The audience could clearly see that the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast that walked upright had no tail behind its buttocks. The tail was the only weakness of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast, and with the tail degraded, wouldn't it be a disguised enhancement? And the attack and defense values have tripled. This data increase is too terrifying. The heavenly demon gene is truly powerful. It was from this moment onwards that Xieguan took out his bottom card. Judge's seat. Shangguan Lan had a smile on his face as he poked fun at Xiezhong beside him. Xiao Xingyu was able to force your son to this point. This is something you didn't expect, right? Xiezhong did his best to hide his mood swings and nodded with a smile. Yes. I didn't expect such a gifted teenager to come out of nowhere in this edition of the Supernova competition. It's the fortune of my dragon kingdom. Ha ha ha. Xiezhong was cheeky on the surface, pretending to be full of unconcern. But in reality, he was up in arms against Xiao Xingyu. In the battle preparation area, Xie expression was complicated as waves rippled within her heart. The heavenly demon blue flame beast's berserker beast form is brother's bottom card. I remember my brother saying that this bottom card, he intends to use it again when he participates in the 3-star Imperial Beast Master Examination. Xiao Xingyu forced out Xieguanan's bottom card, which made Xieren feel offended, and at the same time smelled a crisis. Brother, you won't lose. I believe in you, you'll take the victory. I'm going to be on the podium with you, holding the championship trophy and looking down on Murong Xinxin. For Xieren, she didn't care about championship honors. She only cared about winning the championship and being able to press Morong Xian. In the ring, the battle entered white heat. The heavenly demon blue flame beast that had opened its berserker form, its strength skyrocketed. The 6 thick python-like arms simultaneously clenched their fists and launched an attack towards the Hell Spectre Wolf. The dense fist shadows were like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, enveloping every corner of the ring. The Hell Spectral Wolf was initially able to dodge and move around with its nimble stance. However, the speed of the heavenly demon blue flame beast's attack grew faster and faster, and more fists smashed into the Hell Spectral Wolf's body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood spilled from the corner of the Hell Spectral Wolf's mouth, dripping down onto the ring like a blooming rose. Xieguan once again mobilized a large amount of spiritual energy and roared in a low voice. Unleash the battle technique, the hammer of hexagrams. The heavenly demon blue flame beast swung its 6 arms at the same time, and its 6 fists burned with blue flames, powerful and strong, and simultaneously blasted at the Hell Spectre Wolf's body. Boom! Accompanied by the whistling sound of breaking winds, the Hell Spectral Wolf fell heavily to the ground, rolling in a sorry state, skidding all the way to the edge of the ring before relying on the wolf claw break to barely stabilize his body. At this moment, the Hell's Underworld Wolf was only 10 centimeters away from falling into the ring. The audience was in an uproar as people were talking about the berserker form. The host sucked in a breath of cold air, hissed, the strength of the sky demon blue flame beast in berserk beastman form is too terrifying. Black Striker, stand up. Hearing Xiao Xingyu's voice, the Hell Spectre Wolf climbed back up. No fear in its scarlet eyes, only the excitement of getting more and more courageous. Wisps of red and black aura spread from the Hell Spectral Wolf's body, enveloping the entire stadium. The demonic power opened. Under the ring, Chun Chinyan's eyes lit up. What a dense demonic power! Demonic power was a power unique to demonic imperial beasts, and there was a mysterious aspect to this power. When the more damage a demonic royal beast suffered, in other words, the lower its own blood level was, the stronger the strength of the demonic force would be. The Hell's Spectral Wolf roared up to the sky, and the demonic power that erupted from its body doubled in size. The entire audience was affected by the demonic power. Some people subconsciously shed tears, some were emotionally violent, and some were inexplicably angry. Demonic power, a source of negative emotions. Sadness, anger, jealousy, greed. The negative emotions within the audience instantly erupted under the influence of the demonic force. Xiao Xingyu looked at Xie Guanan with a frosty face and an icy voice. Hellfire Lotus. Chapter 122, Shattering 3 Views. A strike against the heavens. It's coming, it's coming. It's still a familiar formula. Still a familiar flavor. This is the Hell's Spectral Wolf's sure kill technique, the Hellfire Lotus. The host could hardly suppress his excitement and his voice went hoarse. Under the gaze of the entire audience, the Hell Spectral Wolf opened its mouth and spewed out a black fire lotus. The fire lotus rotated in midair, expanding geometrically in size. This was no ordinary Hellfire Lotus. The lotus heart of the fire lotus compressed a large amount of demonic power. The lower the Imperial Beast's own blood level was, the higher the damage of the battle technique it released. This was the additional attribute of demonic power. Previously, the Hell Spectral Wolf had been struck by the heavenly demon blue flame beast's hammer of 6th harmony, and was severely injured. However, this was something Xiao Xingyu had done on purpose, aiming to depress the Hell Spectral Wolf's blood level. The floor of the ring was in tatters, and the temperature inside the stadium rapidly soared. As the Hellfire Lotus approached the sky demon blue flame beast's face, it swelled to its maximum size, almost bursting the entire gymnasium. Xie Guan clenched his teeth and desperately urged the little remaining spiritual energy in his body. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions followed one after another. The fires of hell burned brightly, and the demonic power made icy echoes in the manic air currents. The host went crazy over it. This is the biggest Hellfire Lotus I've ever seen. It's unbelievable. I'm afraid that the power of this Hellfire Lotus can single-handedly kill a full-bodied level demonic beast. After the explosion, the smoke in the ring gradually dispersed. People could once again see the scene in the center of the ring. Only the heavenly demon blue flame beast held up its 6 arms, supporting a blood-colored vortex. The power of the Hellfire Lotus was absorbed by the blood-colored vortex bit by bit. The host once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Viewers, the situation seems to have reversed again. The heavenly demon blue flame beast has actually absorbed the damage from the Hellfire Lotus. Amidst the audience's gasps, the Hellfire Lotus continued to shrink in size until it was absorbed by the blood-colored vortex. This is unbelievable. The heavenly demon blue flame beast was able to completely absorb the power of the Hellfire Lotus. I have to say, the battle between the two contestants is good enough to rival the excitement of a 3-star Imperial Beast Master duel. Audience seat. How is this possible? The Hellfire Lotus with demonic power attached to it was actually absorbed by the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast's ability is too perverse. The blood-colored vortex it unleashed is simply a black hole that swallows everything. I probably understand. After the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast opened its Berserker form, not only did its attack and defense values triple, even the ability to absorb damage has tripled. The last wisp of fire was swallowed by the blood-colored vortex. The Hellfire Lotus completely disappeared. The entire audience was silenced, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Xieguan grinned a slightly twisted smile, contrasting with his usual elegant and handsome image. Xiao Xingyu, is this your limit? Not to mention one Hellfire Lotus. Even if it's 2 Hellfire Lotuses, my Imperial Beasts will be able to absorb them all. As soon as the words fell, Xieguan urged his spiritual power. The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast let out a roar, and the tiger head located in the center of the 3 heads spewed out a blue fire lotus. This was the rebound ability of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. After absorbing the enemy's attack, it transformed it into its own energy and then rebounded. The blue fire lotus cut through the sky, splitting the head and smashing into the body of the Hell Spectre Wolf. Explosions were frequent and waves of fire splashed everywhere. The stadium shook and the spectators covered their eyes in fear. The Hell Spectral Wolf was hit by the blue fire lotus. The smoke is currently spreading. We can't see the exact situation in the center of the ring. Could it be that Xiao Xingyu's path of rebellion is about to stop here? The smoke is dispersing. The cameraman is giving close-up shots. This is the armor of Yen Yang. With an exclamation from the host, the audience got a good look at the ring. The Inferno Spectral Wolf was standing, covered in flaming armor. This was the high-difficulty fire attribute defensive battle skill, the armor of Yen Yang. Although the armor of Yen Yang appeared to be broken in multiple places, it managed to defend against the blue fire lotus. Xiao Xingyu stood amidst the ruins. His head hung low. A gust of wind blew by, and the teenager raised his eyes resembling that star-like brilliance. How did this happen? Xieguan felt incredulous and subconsciously took a step back. You just said that even if 2 Hellfire Lotus, your Imperial Beast can still absorb it, right? Xiao Xingyu paused for a moment and continued. Then what if 3? Xieguan tried to maintain his composure and mocked with a cold smile. Xiao Xingyu, what are you bragging about? The Hellfire Lotus is the Hell Spectral Wolf's mandatory kill technique. The cooldown time is at least an hour. Xiao Xingyu smiled without saying anything and opened the Imperial Beast crest. Xiao Xingyu has opened the Imperial Beast coat of arms. He's going to summon the 2nd Imperial Beast. Is it going to summon the Holy Light Angel Beast? No, it's not. He summoned a Electric Ear Rabbit? The entire room was shocked when Xiao Xingyu's 2nd Royal Beast debuted. What the hell, Electric Ear Rabbit? The Electric Ear Rabbit is an attribute-less Imperial Beast of inferior bloodline. Xiao Xingyu is crazy, isn't he? To be honest, the moment I saw the Electric Ear Rabbit make its appearance, I almost had a cerebral atrophy. The Electric Ear Rabbit was a notorious waste Imperial Beast. On the final stage of the Supernova competition, Xiao Xingyu summoned it out, making people laugh their heads off. When Xieguan saw the Electric Ear Rabbit come out, he first froze, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xingyu, you're not a Royal Beast Master, but I admit that you're a comedic harmonizer. Thank you for bringing joy to everyone. Xieguan's words were sarcastic, satirizing Xiao Xingyu and scoffing at the Electric-Eared Rabbit. Xiao Xingyu did not explain too much and patted the Electric Ear Rabbit's ears. The Electric Ear Rabbit sensed its master's will, and its 2 lightning-shaped ears stood up, its mouth emitting a milky, ferocious chirping sound. This little guy is out to be cute, right? Can't figure out Xiao Xingyu's mesmerizing operation. Thought that the Dark Horse had rebounded, so it seems that the Dark Horse is just a Dark Horse and can't become a climate. Just at the moment when the audience lost confidence in Xiao Xingyu, the Hell Spectral Wolf suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out a Hellfire Lotus. Without waiting for the people to let out a gasp of surprise, the Hell's Underworld Wolf once again spewed out a Hellfire Lotus. Immediately afterward, a third Hellfire Lotus appeared in front of people's eyes. At this moment, in the sky above the stadium, there were 3 gigantic Hellfire Lotuses hovering, forming a closed circle around the heavenly demon blue flame beast. The host slapped the table. "I can't believe my eyes. Hell's underworld wolf," spewing out 3 Hellfire Lotuses in one breath. Xieguan was struck by lightning and his body seemed to stiffen as if petrified. How is this possible? One must know that the Hellfire Lotus was the Hell Spectral Wolf's mandatory kill technique, with a cooldown time of at least an hour. The Hell Spectral Wolf had just unleashed a Hellfire Lotus earlier, so it was reasonably impossible to cast this battle technique again within an hour. However, Xiao Xingyu had always been unconventional. When the 3 Hellfire Lotuses hovered above the ring, it stunned the entire arena and shattered people's 3 views. Chapter 123 Hellfire Lotus Triangle Kill. 3 Hellfire Lotus? My brother is awesome. Under the ring, the most excited person was Murong Yangshua. Seeing Xiao Xingyu's heaven-defying performance, Murong Yangshua was filled with pride and shouted to the audience. "See that? That awesome coaxing guy on stage is my brother. Is my brother awesome? Ha ha ha. Praise my brother more. I love to hear it." While Chun Chinian was shocked, his attention fell on the electric-eared rabbit. At this moment, the electric-ear rabbit was lying on Xiao Xingyu's left shoulder, its head resting on Xiao Xingyu's neck, looking adorably cute and adorable. The cooldown time of the Hellfire Lotus, about an hour or so. Unless this electric-eared rabbit has the ability to refresh friendly moves. Chun Chinian was shocked by his guesses once again. Judge's seat. The depths of Shangguan Land's beautiful eyes revealed a look of appreciation. Mutant species of electric ear rabbits are extremely rare. It seems that Xiao Xingyu, this young man, has an eye for selecting imperial beasts that far exceeds geniuses of his age. Xie Zhong fell into silence, knowing that his son no longer had any chance of winning this duel. "I can't lose." Xieguan could not lose, nor could he afford to. Topped with the title of the son of the Dragon Kingdom's first military master, Xieguan had been the center of attention since he was a child. With his family's inherited beast mastery talent and a pair of beast pupils that were able to predict the enemy's movements, Xieguan had always been a standout amongst his peers. Before meeting Xiao Xingyu, Xieguan had never suffered a defeat. There were 100,000 spectators at the scene and over 30 million netizens watching the webcast. On top of that, there were also many star scouts from the Imperial Beastmaster Guild staring at this match. On the judges' table, there was even the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, Empress Shangguanlan. Losing the match in such an environment would lose more than just honor but also dignity. Xieguan panicked inwardly. He was terrified. He was too afraid of losing and hurriedly urged all his spiritual energy. The heavenly demon blue flame beast once again raised its 6 thick arms, holding up a blood-colored vortex above its head. This was Xieguan's last struggle. Xiao Xingyu raised his finger and tapped downwards. "Fall!" The host entered a state of exuberance, his voice hoarse but not without passion. 3 Hellfire Lotuses landed high in the sky, bombarding the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast from 3 angles. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast has nowhere to run. This will be Xiao Xingyu's masterpiece for sealing the gods in one battle. The Hellfire Lotus Triangle Kill. This was the significance of the host's existence. Not only was he responsible for commentating on the battle, but he would also make a cameo appearance as a naming ghostwriter. The blood-colored vortex was unable to withstand the pressure of the 3 Hellfire Lotuses and instantly dissipated like smoke. Under the watchful eyes of 100,000 people, the 3 Hellfire Lotuses exploded at the same time, and the flame aftermath stirred like waves, sweeping across the ring. Everyone in the audience felt the ripples of fire waves that pummeled their faces, and surprise was written all over every face. This kind of shock that strikes right into the depths of the human soul is no longer a mere imperial beast battle skill, but an art. The host was in tears, using his specialty to interpret Xiao Xingyu's greatness. The moment the smoke cleared, the ruins of the ring had been turned into a sea of black fire. The heavenly demon blue flame beast suffered a heavy blow and automatically lifted its berserker form. Its entire body was scorched by the flames. Its 3 heads were foaming at the mouth with black smoke coming out of its mouth, completely losing consciousness and falling into a fainting spell. Xieguan knelt in the ruins. His knees were cut by the sharp debris. Blood soaked his shirt. Compared to the slight pain of bleeding, the shame of losing his dignity was more painful to his heart. "I lost." At this moment, Xieguan had difficulty accepting the reality of defeat. The referee blew his whistle. The match is over. Winner, Green Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, and then a mountain of screams rang out, as well as thunderous applause. Xiao Xingyu stood in the center of the ruins of the Sea of Fire, a calm smile still hanging on his handsome face. The Hell's Underworld Wolf stood behind him, head held high, majestic and domineering. Won, Xingyu won. Murong Yangshua was more excited than anyone else and directly jumped up in place. Murong Xinxin stood at the bottom of the stage, looking up at the upright back on the stage. Her delicate face seemed like the first melting of spring snow, revealing a charming smile. Chun Chinian secretly clenched his fist. Xiao Xingyu, worthy of you. From this moment onwards, Xiao Xingyu's name resounded through the north and south of the Yangtze River. This grassroots-born teenager used a move called Hellfire Lotus Triangle Kill to defeat the proud son of heaven, Xieguan. Because Xieguan consumed too much physical exhaustion, can only rely on staff support to get off the stage. Before Xieguan stepped down, he stared at Xiao Xingyu for a long time. Xiao Xingyu, wait for me. After Xieguan was helped off the ring by the staff, Xiao Xingyu's face did not change. Don't waste time. Next as soon as possible. The entire audience looked towards the Vermilion Bird Academy's preparation area. Xie Ren and Dongfang Qing's facial expressions were as green as if they had eaten a fly. Xieguan was the royal beastmaster with the strongest talent and strength among the current freshmen of Vermilion Bird Academy. Now that Xieguan had lost to Xiao Xingyu, Xie Ren and Dongfang Qing didn't even have the courage to make an appearance. The president of Vermilion Bird Academy, Gu Nanxing, had an ice-cold face. Our Vermilion Bird Academy can lose the match, but we cannot lose our dignity. Gu Nanxing walked over to Xie Ren and said in a tone that was impossible to refute, Student Xie Ren, it's your turn to take the stage. According to the rules of the match, Xieguan failed to defend the ring, and Xiao Xingyu became the defender. Vermilion Bird Academy had to send the next player on stage to attack the ring. Xie Ren was panicked, with 1,000 helplessness written on his face. Dean, my brother didn't even beat Xiao Xingyu. What's the difference between me going up and giving away my head? Xie Ren kept backing up, and Dongfang Qing on the side was also beating a retreat. Gu Nanxing reminded, fellow student Xie Ren, your father is watching from the judge's table. To go on stage or not to go on stage, your choice. Xie Ren looked up and couldn't help but be emboldened. On the judge's table, Xie Zhong's face was as chilling as if he was immersed in the Arctic Ocean. Fine, I'll just go on stage. With trembling steps, Xie Ren ascended the ring. Looking at Xieguan's sister being forced to rush her onto the stage, Xiao Xingyu smiled indifferently. Student Xie Ren, I personally have no grudge against you. Just as Xie Ren relaxed, Xiao Xingyu's words changed, his gaze cold for a few moments. But 6 gold is my man, and since you've crossed the line with 6 gold, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of 6 gold. Xie Ren froze. 6 gold? Murong Xinxin. Xie Ren's face instantly paled after she realized that the 6 gold in Xiao Xingyu's mouth was her enemy Murong Xinxin. After Xie Ren calmed down, she walked over to Xiao Xingyu and lowered her voice. Xiao Xingyu, my father is the one sitting on the judging table. Later on, if you deliberately reveal your flaws and lose to me, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Xiao Xingyu smiled faintly. Student Xie Ren, are you trying to bribe me? Xie Ren smiled confidently, ruffling her long hair and exuding charm. That's right, I am bribing you. As long as you are willing to lose to me, you can become my Xie Ren's friend. Compared to this network of our Xie family, what is the Murong family? At this moment, Xie Ren was certain that Xiao Xingyu would choose the Xie family between the Xie family and the Murong family. After all, Xie Zhong's position was that of a man under 10,000 men, and the power and background of the Xie family was far more powerful than the Murong family. Xiao Xingyu, have you considered it clearly? Considered it clearly. I will blow you up later. Xiao Xingyu used the flattest tone and said the most ruthless words. Xie Ren stepped back in panic. Next she had to meet Xiao Xingyu's anger. Chapter 124 Strong 1 through 3, Night of Winning the Championship. Xiao Xingyu, you're really soft and tough. Xie Ren once again took a step back and distanced himself from Xiao Xingyu, his eyes burning with anger and resentment. But more emotions were scorn and panic. I'll blow you up later. These words, echoing in Xie Ren's mind, shook her soul. Previously, Xieguan was defeated in Xiao Xingyu's hands, and the 3 Hellfire Lotus instantly killed the heavenly demon blue flame beast that had opened its berserker form. Sierran knows the gap between herself and her brother. Even her brother cannot beat the opponent. She has no chance of winning. Defender, Green Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu. Attacking side, Vermilion Bird Academy Sierran. The match begins. The referee blew his whistle and the battle kicked off. Sierran opened the Imperial Beast coat of arms and summoned a peacock with a beautiful posture. The host was responsible for narrating the introduction. The Imperial Beast summoned by Sierran is the water-type Imperial Beast she is best at harnessing, the Mad Cascade Night Peacock. As we all know, the Mad Cascade Night Peacock has an extremely strong ability to manipulate the water element. Xiao Xingyu's Hell Spectre Wolf, its main attribute is fire. Water-type Imperial Beasts naturally restrain fire-type Imperial Beasts. This is the only thing that Sierran can call an advantage. Not to mention Imperial Beast Masters, even ordinary people without spiritual power knew the natural law of water restraining fire. In the ring, Xiao Xingyu stood motionless, with a clouded look. The Hell's Underworld Wolf crouched by Xiao Xingyu's side, in the same state as its master, lazy and diffident, with no intention of taking the initiative to attack. The host laughed and interjected. It seems that in this duel, Xiao Xingyu's tactic is that the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. The match had officially begun. Sierran's every nerve was taut. Seeing Xiao Xingyu not moving, she didn't dare to move either, her heart muttering straight away. This guy, why didn't he take the initiative like he did when he was dueling with my brother? Could it be that he's afraid of our Xie family in his heart, so he's planning to lose to me on purpose to curry favor with me? No, it isn't. Just now, his sentence about beating me up, his tone was clearly serious. As long as one stood in the ring, every move or even immobility of a strong person would cause a mental storm on the weaker side. Sierran was the weaker party. Even if Xiao Xingyu's eyelids blinked or his eyebrows raised, she would be terrified and overinterpret the other party's heart. No, I can't wear out like this. Even if I lose, I have to lose with dignity. Water Imperial Beasts naturally restrain fire Imperial Beasts. As long as I can last 3 rounds, I won't be considered a disgrace to the Xie clan. I won't be considered a disgrace to the Vermilion Bird Academy. Sierran's demands on herself were minimized. She only wanted to last 3 rounds in front of Xiao Xingyu. Both sides have been facing each other for more than 5 minutes now, and Xiao Xingyu is keeping it pressed. But judging from Sierran's facial expression, she can't seem to hold it together. Viewers, I was right. Sierran is the first to attack. The entire audience's attention fell on Sierran. Sierran pushed his spiritual energy, and a look of viciousness surfaced in his eyes. The wild waterfall night peacock resonated with its master and let out a shrill chirp as its tail bloomed and instantly opened its screen, setting off a raging stream of water. The stream of water swirled in the air like a rapid waterfall free falling from the edge of a cliff, enveloping the head of the Hell's Underworld Wolf. Xiao Xingyu, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and spat out icy words from his mouth. Hellfire Burning Skyclaw. Ow! The lethargy in the eyes of the Hell Spectre Wolf instantly disappeared as it raised its large, sharp right front paw and swung it towards the front. The wolf claw silhouette that burned with hellfire while containing terrifying demonic power tore through space, shredding the waterfall curtains released by the Mad Cascade Night Peacock, destroying it with force. Hiss! The sound of the wolf claws shredding flesh and blood caused the audience to get goosebumps. Under the cameraman's lens, the wild waterfall night peacock planted itself heavily, its blood-stained feathers flying all over the sky, its body bloodied and battered, and its wounds taking on the shape of a wolf's claw. The entire arena was dead silent. The host froze for a while before breaking the silence. 1 move in seconds? In just 1 move, ignoring the attribute restraints, the Maniacal Falls Night Peacock with full status was eliminated in seconds. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The host was the audience's mouthpiece, and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. It was important to realize that in the duel between Xiao Xingyu and Xieguan, although Xiao Xingyu had won, the Hell Spectral Wolf had consumed a lot. Coupled with the layer of attribute restraint, it was reasonable to say that the Maniacal Waterfall Night Peacock would at least be able to last a round or 2. However, with a single move of the Hellfire Underwolf's Heavenly Claw, the Imperial Beast that Sierran had carefully cultivated for many years was eliminated in seconds. Sierran stood straight up in the ring, looking at the frenzied Cascade Night Peacock that had collapsed on the ground and fainted, his eyes full of astonishment and his mouth trembling. How is this possible? I actually couldn't even last a single round. Not even. The host warmly prompted, Student Sieren, according to the rules of the tournament, you can still continue to summon a second Imperial Beast. The rules of the tournament, there was no limit to the number of Imperial Beasts in battle. Sieren let out a bitter smile, his tone filled with sourness and helplessness. I concede. The referee blew his whistle. The match is over. Green Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu, successful in defending the ring. The audience once again resounded with applause and cheers. Before Sieren stepped down from the stage, he glanced at Xiao Xingyu. You guy, what a scary monster. It was not a nice phrase, but it was a suitably apt description of Xiao Xingyu. Sieren was quite smart. Admitting defeat would cause controversy and be criticized for being timid and cowardly though. But in comparison, wouldn't it be even more humiliating to summon a second or even a third Imperial Beast, all of which would be defeated by Xiao Xingyu in a single move? The next attacker will appear. Dongfang Prime walked onto the ring with reluctant steps. This was the last player from Vermilion Bird Academy. Whoever Xiao Xingyu and Dongfang Qing could win would represent their academies to get the title of this year's Supernova competition. But for the spectators, this match hadn't even started yet, and the outcome was already not in doubt. With the talent and strength that Xiao Xingyu had shown by defeating Xieguan and killing Sieren in seconds, taking out another Dongfang Prime would be a matter of smooth sailing. At this moment, before the last match even started, the audience began to shout in unison. Champion Xiao Xingyu! Champion Xiao Xingyu! Champion Xiao Xingyu! The audience's shouts were a chant from hell for Dongfang Prime, making his legs go weak. It doesn't matter if we can't win, we can't just forfeit before we even fight. For the sake of Vermilion Bird Academy's dignity, I can't wimp out. Dongfang Prime kept applying mental hints to himself. The referee blew the whistle for the start of the match, and the smell of gunpowder flared up again. Dongfang Prime stiffly gritted his back teeth and opened the Imperial Beast heraldry, summoning 3 Imperial Beasts at the same time. From this, it was easy to see that Dongfang Prime was not trying to win, but to lose with some dignity. Xiao Xingyu pushed his spiritual power. The Hell's underworld wolf let out a howl that pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks. His body covered with a brand new layer of Yin Yang's armor, and his demonic power spread wildly with his heavy breathing. Dongfang Prime was terrified as he saw a gate cast in black flames open behind the Hell Spectre wolf. This is the door to the underworld of the underworld, and the door extends a dense number of skeletal arms. In fact, everything was an illusion, the influence of demonic power. Plop. Dongfang Prime sat on his butt on the ground, sweating profusely. I. Dongfang Prime stammered for half a day and finally stifled a weak voice. I admit defeat. Chapter 125 Number 1 in Hot Search, Female Emperor presents the trophy. The moment Dongfang Prime lowered his head to admit defeat, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the match. Winner? Green Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu. After the referee announced the winner, the audience stayed silent, all of them looking forward to the referee's next words. The host, who was always a noisy chatterbox, also kept his mouth tightly shut at this moment. The large stadium was so quiet that a pin could be heard. This kind of depressing scene almost made the referee lose his mind. After adjusting his breathing, the referee announced in a neutral voice, this year's Supernova competition, the champion is Green Dragon Academy. As the referee's words landed, the entire arena stood up and cheered. Compared to the dead silence of the previous second, the entire stadium was like a boiling frying pan, flammable and explosive. Murong Yangshua rushed onto the ring and gave Xiao Xingyu a big bear hug. Xiao Xingyu, you really give this young master a long face. Oh, Murong Yangshua let out a scream and hugged Xiao Xingyu in circles. Chun Chinian and Murong Xinxin also walked up to the ring, and everyone celebrated the joy of winning the championship moment together. Below the ring, Su Ruyan, the president of Qinglong Academy, applauded with the audience while looking at Xiao Xingyu's green and tender smiling face with a pleased gaze. You brat! Halfway through her words, Su Ruyan couldn't think of any adjectives to describe this marvelous teenager. So she simply applauded hard, and in her eyes, in addition to being pleased, there was also an extra touch of love that was hard to understand. The host held the microphone and shouted loudly, this year's Supernova competition comes to an end. Congratulations to Qinglong Academy for taking the championship honor. With the winners and losers already split and the champion revealed, naturally, some people were happy and some were sad. Xie sat in the rest area under the ring, smashing the glass of the vending machine beside him with one punch, his face written with unwillingness and resentment. Xie stood beside his brother, unable to say a word, occasionally stealing a glance at Morong Shinshin in the ring. Rokujin, we won the championship. I know. We won the championship. Why are you still so calm? Morong Shinshin's character was like this. Even when Qinglong Academy won the championship, her expression didn't change much. Xiao Xingyu suddenly opened his arms and hugged Morong Shinshin's willow waist. What are you doing? This was the first time Morong Shinshin stuttered and her expression became unnatural. Of course, it's to celebrate winning the championship. Xiao Xingyu hugged Morong Shinshin and spun in place. Xiao Xingyu, what are you up to? Put me down. 6 gold. This is our Green Dragon Academy's highlight moment. Don't strain your face. Get high. Oh. Xiao Xingyu hugged Morong Shinshin and spun around madly. Morong Yangshua didn't stop him. Instead, he accompanied Xiao Xingyu. Shangguan Lan sat on the judge's seat, watching all this. The corners of his lips rarely overflowed with heartfelt smiles. This is the vigor of youth at this age, one should be this crazy. But these images fell in Xie eyes, causing a deep sting to her. Watching Morong Shinshin being carried around in circles by Xiao Xingyu, for a moment, she actually developed a feeling of jealousy. Back then, that bone-wing bat beast cub, instead of choosing me, he chose her. Nowadays, why is it that such an outstanding man would also circle around her, but refuses to look at me more than once? Failure to climb up the ladder would lead to jealousy. Xie was caught in a circle of mental internal conflict. She always thought she was better than Morong Shinshin, but Morong Shinshin always got what she couldn't. For example, the bone-wing bat beast, for example, Xiao Xingyu. 5 minutes later, the awards ceremony began. In the ring, the salute cannons were firing and the colorful ribbons were flying. The Dragon Empire Empress Shangguan Lan personally awarded the 3 contestants from the Green Dragon Academy with championship medals and finally handed over the heavy championship trophy to Xiao Xingyu's hands. At this moment, the audience's shouts reached their peak, audible throughout the city. All major online media, competing to report the relevant news, Xiao Xingyu's name on the national hot search first. Xiao Xingyu received the championship trophy from Shangguan Lan's hands and had mixed emotions inside. When he was first chased by Shangguan Lan on the vast and infinite sea, the dangerous images were still fresh in his mind. If it wasn't for the dragon's tear, Xiao Xingyu would have died in Shangguan Lan's hands and would not have had the chance to receive the Supernova competition's champion trophy from Shangguan Lan's hands. Shangguan Lan raised his hand and patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. The younger generation is fearful. I'm optimistic about you. 8 simple words lifted Xiao Xingyu to the height of national attention. At this moment, the entire nation knew that the Empress Lord had her eyes on a grassroots genius youngster without a powerful background. As Xie witnessed all of this, his jealousy and anger was like a volcanic eruption, eating away at his sanity bit by bit. Just at the moment when Xie emotions were about to collapse, a pair of hands held down his shoulders. Father! Xie looked up. Xie came to his side at an unknown time. Seeing Xie serious and cold expression, Xie lowered his head. His face seemed to be covered in a layer of fallen maple leaves. The image was rather bleak. Losing a match isn't scary. Losing your fighting spirit is. Father, that Xiao Xingyu's strength exceeded my imagination. I was careless. Xie smiled and lamented. Even if you weren't careless, you're still not his opponent. Xie wanted to retort, but he wanted to stop talking. He knew that Xie was telling the truth. With those 3 Hellfire Lotuses that were released at the same time, if Xie was given another 100 chances to prepare in advance, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. In the ring, Xiao Xingyu stood in the center, the Morong siblings stood on his left and right respectively. The 3 of them held up the champion trophy together and smiled in front of the camera. The photographer's lens flashed and the picture was fixed. The poster of this championship photo would be hung at the entrance of Qinglong Academy. The host was in tears due to his emotions, but his voice was no less impassioned. This is a wonderful reversal. This is an example of a back-breaking battle. In the desperate situation where 2 of his teammates suffered consecutive defeats, student Xiao Xingyu was ordered to carry the dignity and honor of Qinglong Academy by himself in a time of danger. He defeated Xie, the son of the Dragon Kingdom's #1 warlord. He defeated the proud daughter of heaven, Xie, in a single move. The aura he exuded forced Dongfang Prime to choose to admit defeat before the start of the match. The more the host spoke, the faster he spoke and the more emotional he became, his facial muscles twitching and trembling. He is the strongest dark horse of the Green Dragon Academy. He is the leader of the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom. And he is also the grassroots genius favored by the Lord Empress. The entire audience. Let's join together and shout out the name of this teenager. The host called out with a single shout. Xiao Xingyu. These 3 words resounded through the clouds and sky, running through heaven and earth, shaking the hearts of every Dragon Country citizen. Xiao Xingyu held the trophy and waved his hand towards the audience, vigorous and spirited. No one could take away a single bit of light and sharpness from him. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Xiao Xingyu's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Unlock the achievement Supernova Competition Champion. Obtained achievement reward. 1. Attribute Fusion Crystal plus Bloodline Upgrade Crystal. Chapter 126 Beautiful Dean Rewards Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu's mind turned, and the system warehouse opened. There were 2 more items in the warehouse bar, an Attribute Fusion Crystal and a Bloodline Upgrade Crystal. Both of these treasures were what Xiao Xingyu currently needed. Attribute Fusion Crystal Stone can take other attributes and fuse them within my own Imperial Beast. Keep it for now, and find a chance to use it for Freya. Bloodline Upgrade Crystals can upgrade the quality of the Imperial Beast's bloodline. It's appropriate to use it on Black Striker. Xiao Xingyu had already calculated that these 2 treasures, subsequently finding the best time, would be used on the Holy Light Angelic Beast and Hell's Spectral Wolf, respectively. The celebration continued. None of the spectators had retired, and everyone was immersed in the joy of Green Dragon Academy's victory. Simply because Xiao Xingyu represented the grassroots class, this teenager without any background of power and influence, single-handedly beating through the 3 geniuses of Vermilion Bird Academy. Star scouts from all the major Imperial Beastmaster guilds swarmed around and handed over their business cards. Mr. Xiao, I'm a talent scout from the Prisoner Bull Guild. Leave me your contact information. I'm a scout from the Ice Spirit Guild. I wonder if Mr. Xiao is interested in our guild? Xiao the Handsome, our Sword and Feather Guild. 2/3 of the members are beautiful women. Even our president is also a gorgeous Imperial Sister Yo. Xiao Xingyu was sealed in 1 battle and was favored by all the major Imperial Beastmaster guilds. In this era, the most scarce thing was talent. Although Xiao Xingyu was only a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, his potential had already reached a point where people were salivating. Everyone had no reason not to believe that as long as they gave this teenager 5 years to grow, he would definitely be able to become the most first-rate Imperial Beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. The setting sun hung in mid-air like a jade disc. It shone on Xiao Xingyu's handsome face as if it was gilded with a layer of gold. Xiao Xingyu stood at the center of the podium, holding the champion trophy high with 1 hand and thanking every star scout for their kindness. Chan Chinian smiled and asked, Xiao Xingyu, those guilds that threw out olive branches towards you just now are all mega Imperial Beastmaster guilds that are ranked in the top 50 in the country, and you just rejected them? Xiao Xingyu placed the trophy in Chan Chinian's arms. Chan Chinian's arm shook. Good lord. This trophy is quite heavy, worthy of being made of pure gold. Director Chan, don't forget, I'm the special pharmacist of the Tsangdome Guild. I can't betray the Tsangdome Guild. Then you have to think clearly. Those guilds just now, in terms of strength, financial power, and reputation, can be much higher than the Tsangdome Guild. Xiao Xingyu shook his head with a firm attitude. I'm thinking clearly, and I won't regret it. The Tsangdome Guild, to Xiao Xingyu, was relatively special. Tsangdome Guild President Qin Longyue's daughter, Qin Yanyan, was Xiao Xingyu's recognized god-sister. Qin Yanyan's sister-in-law, the vice president of the Tsangdome Guild, Lu Yu, was also very good to Xiao Xingyu, and Xiao Xingyu usually called her sister-in-law. Xingyu, come over here for a moment. Coming. Xiao Xingyu was pulled in front of the media camera by Murong Yangshua with a coy smile. Murong Yangshua had a condescending look on his face as he wrapped his arm around Xiao Xingyu's shoulders and chattered to the media reporters. This is Green Dragon Academy's strongest dark horse this year, and also the Supernova finalist 1 through 3, Xiao Xingyu. He is my Murong Yangshua's brother. Brother Yangshua, stop it. Let's keep a low profile. Fellow reporters, is my brother awesome? All the reporters spoke in unison. Awesome. Murong Yangshua took the lead and shouted, Xiao Xingyu is awesome. The entire audience, Xiao Xingyu is awesome. Xiao Xingyu looked at Murong Xinshin on the side with a look of help. Lu Jin, Can you take off your stockings and put them over my head? I don't have the face to meet people. I didn't expect that you, a social cow, would also have a day of social terrorism. Xiao Xingyu looked dumbfounded, incredulously saying, Lu Jin, I didn't expect you to actually flirt with people anymore. The changes in Murong Xinshin were all brought about by Xiao Xingyu. Originally, she was an iceberg beauty and suffered from severe isolation. After a long period of contact with Xiao Xingyu, this white-haired beauty's character became a bit more lively and learned to flirt. The sun set and night fell. There is no banquet that doesn't end. The audience dispersed, the stadium lights went out, the podium was empty, and only the staff was left to clean up the garbage around it. The end of one feast means the beginning of another. Downtown, 5-star hotel. Su Ruyan, as the dean of the Green Dragon Academy, had spent money to open a luxury box. In the box, Su Ruyan called for a waiter and opened a bottle of expensive red wine. Pour it for these 3 children. The waiter moved crisply, pouring red wine for Xiao Xingyu and Murong siblings respectively. Chun Chinian reminded in a low voice, Dean, our Green Dragon Academy has school rules. What school rules? You really are a nobleman, School Rule 95. Students participating in various tournaments outside, during which they cannot drink alcohol. Su Ruyan took a sip of red wine and ordered, What kind of broken school rule? Change it. Chun Chinian weakly said, This school rule? You personally wrote it in the beginning. Go back and inform the disciplinary department to delete this school rule. Chun Chinian's smile stiffened and he was sweating profusely. Yes, you are the dean, what you say is what you say. Because the dean was sitting across from him, Xiao Xingyu and Murong siblings were extraordinarily well behaved, just like kindergartners, with their little hands behind their backs, their waists straight, and a hint of stupidity in their clear eyes. All right, you 3 don't be formal, drink. Even though Su Ruyan said so, the 3 little ones still sat upright and remained cautious. No one dared to pick up the wine glass. Chun Chinian spat from the side. You are the dean after all. It's really normal for the 3 kids to be so formal. Su Ruyan removed the badge on her chest. This badge was the identity symbol of the Dean of Green Dragon Academy. You 3 see clearly, at least in this box, on this night of winning the championship, I am not the dean. Right now, I'm just a big sister who is older than you guys and wants to accompany you to properly celebrate this championship win. So don't be formal anymore. Xiao Xingyu, starting with you. Su Ruyan got up and sat next to Xiao Xingyu. Dean, you are the biggest contributor to winning the championship. Don't be formal. Don't treat me as the dean, you can relax. Good. Relaxed. Relaxed. Want to say something? Look at the legs. Xiao Xingyu stunned the entire audience with these words. Chun Chinian sprayed a mouthful of tea 5 meters away. The Murong siblings all looked at Xiao Xingyu with a look in their eyes. Seeing Su Ruyan's gloomy face, Xiao Xingyu hurriedly defended himself. Dean, it was you who said that you would not let me treat you as a dean, and it was you who told me to relax and not be formal, so that SYI. Brother Yangshua, 6 gold? You guys help me say something. Murong Yangshua. Dean, I'm not familiar with Xiao Xingyu. Look at the leg, this kind of words I can't say. I'll go to the toilet. Murong Xinshin. The gas in my house is not turned off, I will go out for a while. Xiao Xingyu looked at Chun Chinian again. Director Chun, Chun Chinian. Hey, I have a bad signal here. Wait for me. Seeing Chun Chinian pretending to make a call and heading out of the box, Xiao Xingyu could not cry. You 3. The excuses are one more clumsy than the other. Only Su Ruyan and Xiao Xingyu remained in the box. Xiao Xingyu hated to find a crack in the ground. Su Ruyan's fiery red lips came to Xiao Xingyu's ear. You kid. You want to see my legs, right? Dean, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Su Ruyan lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her snow-white, round and straight, slender legs. Xiao Xingyu just glanced at it and instantly felt his blood rushing. I didn't expect The dean is over 30 years old. Her skin is so well maintained, and the skin of her thighs is so watery and white. Su Ruyan's voice was slightly flirtatious. Kid, you've seen the legs. It's kind of a reward I'm giving you for bringing the championship trophy of this year's Supernova competition to our Green Dragon Academy. There's no need to thank me. I'm a part of the Green Dragon Academy. It's all what I should do. Pick up the wine cup. Xiao Xingyu obediently lifted the wine cup. His handsome face flushed red. Su Ruyan took the initiative to clink glasses with Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, amongst your peers, your talent is the best I have ever seen. bar none. Thank you, Dean, for the compliment. If you can pass the 4-star Imperial Beast Master examination before the end of the semester, I will give you an additional reward. Chapter 127, The Empress Summons. Late night alone. What extra reward? Xiao Xingyu raised his interest. Su Ruyan drank a lot of wine tonight. Her previous intimidation was gone, and her charming eyes looked at Xiao Xingyu beside her. The extra reward is that you can not only look at my legs, but also touch them. Ah, this. The blush on Xiao Xingyu's face had just faded and reddened once again. With only this man and woman in the box, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Dean, you are joking. I'm not joking. As long as you pass the 4-star Imperial Beast Master test before the end of the semester, you can touch it. Xiao Xingyu said in a serious manner, Dean, I will pass the 4-star Imperial Beast Master examination before the end of this semester. Su Ruyan revealed a satisfied smile. But I want to state beforehand that I am not greedy to touch your thigh. I just want to become stronger as soon as possible to bring glory to the Green Dragon Academy. Good. I believe you. The two clinked their glasses and drank from each other. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Xiao Xingyu was apoplectic, but also retained a trace of sanity. There are still 3 months left in this semester. I'm only a 2-star Imperial Beast Master now, and I'm still 2 segments short of passing the 4-star Imperial Beast Master test. 3 months is too short. But I've already boasted in front of the dean, so I can only go ahead and try. A knock sounded on the door. Su Ruyan, enter. A long-haired woman with a cool temperament walked into the box with a golden token hanging from her waist. Mr. Xiao, the Empress Lord has an invitation to come into the palace. Xiao Xingyu pointed at himself, his face full of consternation. Lord Female Emperor, inviting me? The long-haired woman nodded with a smile. Su Ruyan gently patted Xiao Xingyu's little head. This is an invitation from Lord Empress. Why are you still frozen? Xiao Xingyu followed the long-haired woman out of the box in confusion and got into a luxury car. For Spirit City was not too far from the Imperial City, the most central part of the Dragon Kingdom. In less than 2 hours of driving, Xiao Xingyu entered the Imperial City for the first time in his life. This was the land of the Empress Shangguanlan, the core fortress of the Dragon Kingdom, and a destination that the people of the country were longing for. Mr. Xiao, please. Xiao Xingyu got out of the car and was shocked by the sight in front of him. In front of him was a cluster of ancient buildings that could not be seen to the edge, each palace towering over the clouds and glittering with gold and splendor. The tallest palace was like a palace in the sky, surrounded by clouds. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. It's my first time in the Imperial City. I haven't seen the world and lost my temper. The long-haired woman smiled. Mr. Xiao, follow me. Xiao Xingyu had some impression of this long-haired woman. She was the maid beside Shangguanlan, named Fu Ling. Don't look at this woman's thin figure, but she was actually a member of the Emperor Soul Organization, ranked as a silver priest. The Imperial Soul Organization was Shangguanlan's most trusted forbidden army. Each member's strength was above a 7-star Imperial Beast Master, specializing in assassination, infiltration, tracking, and undercover work. Passing through one tall palace gate after another, Xiao Xingyu encountered countless bigwigs along the way, and looking at the number of badges on his chest, there was no segment lower than 7 stars. Poria stopped at the entrance of a palace. This palace, the largest and tallest palace in the entire Imperial City, was magnificent, with 2 pure gold Qilin divine beasts standing at the entrance. Ooh, this Qilin is alive. Xiao Xingyu was startled when he saw the pure gold griffin's abdomen rise and fall as it breathed. The eye of the demon god opened and the data panel came into view. TSK, these 2 big guys watching the door are actually beast god body level Imperial beasts, the golden sacred Qilin. This is the Empress's platoon. Poria. Mr. Xiao, the Empress Lord is waiting for you in the hall, please. Xiao Xingyu walked through the red carpet and entered the main hall. This was the main hall of the Imperial City, the Night Lan Hall. On weekdays, Shangguanlan would discuss important military matters with various ministers here. Logically, there would be no one in the Night Lan Hall late at night. But tonight, Shangguanlan was here waiting for Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu entered the palace and felt an unprecedented pressure. The interior of the palace was beautifully decorated with carved beams and paintings. The murals were simple and elegant, and the colorful and gorgeous paintings highlighted the prosperity of the dynasty. From this scene, it was like a replica of an ancient glorious dynasty, making people unable to connect with the current world background of global wasteland and magical beast invasion. Xiao Xingyu looked up and saw a golden dragon chair. At this moment, a woman with the beauty of the country was leaning back on the dragon chair, wearing a phoenix crown on her head and a red tunic. Her beauty was like a fairy coming out of a scroll. This woman was the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, and the only Imperial Beast Emperor in the Dragon Kingdom whose strength was higher than a 10-star Imperial Beast Master, Shangguan Lan. Shangguan Lan opened her beautiful eyes and her sight landed on Xiao Xingyu. This was the first time the two were alone. Qinglong Academy Xiao Xingyu. See Lord Empress. Xiao Xingyu knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in an unassuming manner, but the sweat on his temples still betrayed his nervousness at the moment. Do you know why this emperor summoned you alone? Xiao Xingyu shook his head. Shangguan Lan smiled faintly, her splendor showing, as if the spring breeze was brushing over the fallen dragon lake and the autumn rain was soaking the heavenly demon gully. This emperor is deeply pleased with your performance at the Supernova competition. Or rather, I like you a lot. Xiao Xingyu couldn't fathom Shangguan Lan's heart, and could only promise, thanks to Lord Empress's love, I will definitely work harder, and in the future, I will relieve Lord Empress's worries and solve the problems for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Shangguan Lan held her delicate chin in one hand and asked curiously, when you graduate from the Green Dragon Academy in the future, what are your plans? I'm a new student at the Green Dragon Academy, and I'll still be at the academy for 3 more years. As for things after graduation, I haven't thought much about it yet. Shangguan Lan's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, any student, after graduating from the Imperial Beast Academy, there are nothing but 3 choices. First, join the Imperial Beast Master Guild. Second, join the army and become a part of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Third, join an international mercenary organization outside of the country and become a bounty hunter. These 3 choices were the 3 paths for graduates of the Imperial Beast Academy. Shangguan Lan got up and slowly walked over to Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, if this emperor were to give you a 4th choice right now, would you be willing to accept it? Xiao Xingyu appeared to be as steady as an old dog, but in reality, he was panicking inside. 4th choice. This woman wouldn't want to submerge me, right? I'm still a virgin. If her needs are too great and she drains me every night, what should I do? Xiao Xingyu pinched his thighs, stopping his rambling thoughts, and asked sincerely, Lord Empress, what exactly is the 4th choice you mentioned? Become a member of the Imperial Soul. Even though Shangguan Lan's voice was magnetic and melodious, it was like a bomb exploding in Xiao Xingyu's ears. Xiao Xingyu felt his ears buzzing and his entire body was like a log that had been struck by lightning, frozen in place at a loss for words. She asked me to become a member of the Imperial Soul? Xiao Xingyu's forehead was sweating. The Imperial Soul organization was Shangguan Lan's heart and soul. Every member of the Imperial Souls was a dead soldier in nature, with an extremely high mortality rate. Xiao Xingyu had heard rumors that the mortality rate of the Silver Priests, the basic members of the Imperial Souls, was as high as 90%. The fact that the Silver Priests would be replaced every other month was enough to illustrate the danger of this profession. Above the Silver Priests there were the Red Priests and the Black All-Night High Priests. The death rate of the Red Priests was also high, and most of them died on undercover missions, and their deaths were even worse than those of the Silver Priests. In the Emperor's Soul organization, only the Black All-Night High Priest had the highest survival rate, as well as the highest strength. Becoming a Black All-Night High Priest required 3 conditions. 1. To reach the rank of 8-star Beastmaster. 2. To have accomplished the first-class merit of the Emperor's Soul. 3rd, the trust of the Empress. For the average person, they wouldn't even dare to dream of becoming a Black All-Night High Priestess. Xiao Xingyu, are you willing to accept the 4th choice? Xiao Xingyu struggled inwardly. He knew the truth that accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. Once he graduated and joined the Imperial Soul, becoming a Silver Priest with a mortality rate of over 90%, he would have to stay and work beside this monster Shangguan Lan again. This had yet to happen, yet Xiao Xingyu would get goosebumps just thinking about it. Chapter 128 Empress Reward. Thunder Jade Qilin. Night Lan Palace. Late at night, there were only 2 people in the entire hall. One was the Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan, and the other was Xiao Xingyu, who was suffering inwardly. Staying in this environment for even a second longer, Xiao Xingyu would feel a deep chill. Xiao Xingyu, how long do you intend to fret before you are willing to answer this emperor's question? Shangguan Lan's clear and cold tone was characterized by a slight impatience. Lord Empress, First of all, thank you for your favor and trust in me. Listening to what you're saying, are you going to reject me and send me a good guy card? Xiao Xingyu suddenly felt a powerful pressure. The pressure came from the aura emitted by Shangguanlan. Dragon Force. Xiao Xingyu had come into contact with Shangguanlan as a black-robed man on the Great Sea. The aura emitted by Shangguanlan's incarnation as a black dragon was the same as the aura at this moment. This power was ethereal, colorless, and tasteless, but it could bring destructive spiritual pressure to any species. In just 3 seconds, Xiao Xingyu's face turned white and sweat soaked through his clothes. Lord Empress, Shangguanlan smiled. Have you figured it out? I figured it out. I'm willing to accept the fourth choice. Xiao Xingyu was forced to make a decision. It was an expedient plan with no other choice. Shangguanlan revealed an expression of a teachable child and personally helped Xiao Xingyu, who was kneeling on one knee. To be able to be in such close contact with the Empress and even have skin-to-skin contact, when looking at the whole country, Xiao Xingyu was the only one. You're a smart person, making the most correct choice. Xiao Xingyu secretly spat inside. Choice? A meow have a choice? Temporarily stabilize this woman. When I develop obscenely later, I will definitely submit you to my crotch. With Xiao Xingyu's current strength, he could not disobey a character of Shangguanlan's level. Xiao Xingyu thought for a moment and his brows relaxed. Although accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger, it is not a bad thing. Since I have gained Shangguanlan's trust and have the opportunity to become a member of the Imperial Soul Organization, then later on, I will have the opportunity to take my metaphysical loyalty and become the most valued person besides Shangguanlan. At that time, my Xiao Xingyu's position in the Dragon Kingdom will be that of one person above all others. Coupled with the identity of the black-robed man, I will one day work together inside and outside to bring this Empress down to the altar. Xiao Xingyu got ambitious. His demon god's eye bypassed Shangguanlan and landed on that dragon chair. Shangguanlan knew countless people, but he couldn't see through the heart of this teenager in front of him. This kid is different from anyone. He has a special aura about him, clean and pure. At the moment, Xiao Xingyu was thinking about how to seek power and usurp the throne in the future. Shangguanlan, on the other hand, had developed an indefinite, good feeling towards Xiao Xingyu. This favorable feeling was not a whim, but more like fate karma. In the underworld, there existed some sort of cut-through connection between the two. Lord Empress, do you have anything else? Xiao Xingyu only wanted to leave the Nightlan Palace as soon as possible. After all, if he stayed in front of Shangguanlan for a long time, the fear and panic inside would continue to fester. Wait a moment. Shangguanlan had no intention of letting Xiao Xingyu leave, but instead urged his spiritual power. Sensing Shangguanlan's spiritual energy fluctuation, a clattering sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. Whoosh! A residual shadow swept past Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu fixed his eyes on Shangguanlan's side, and an imperial beast appeared. Dragon head, deer body, snake skin, horse hooves. This is a Qilin lineage imperial beast. Throughout the long history of the imperial beast master civilization, the three major bloodlines of the dragon, phoenix, and Kirin clans stood at the tip of the pyramid. The purebred dragon race became extinct and died out in the dragon-slaying war 200 years ago, forever remaining in the dust of that past history. Currently, within the Dragon Kingdom, only the Phoenix and the Griffin remained of the three major bloodlines. The Yi family, one of the four great imperial beast families, specialized in harnessing the Phoenix lineage imperial beasts. For example, the second-year genius girl of the Green Dragon Academy, Yi Bingning, who was also Yi Shiming's older sister, had contracted a royal beast that was a Phoenix-type royal beast. The Yi family's family head, Yi Baotian, had a beast god body-level burning heavenly divine phoenix under his command, which was a Phoenix lineage imperial beast ceiling of battle power. As for the Qilin bloodline imperial beasts, they were also known as royal imperial beasts. This was because the imperial beast that Shangguanlan was best at manipulating was the Qilin. Xiao Xingyu had heard that Shangguanlan had contracted hundreds of Kirin lineage royal beasts since she became the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the griffin beside Shangguanlan was at a relatively low level and should be a newborn cub. Xiao Xingyu looked closely and was deeply attracted by the appearance of this griffin. The griffin's body was eerie blue, with blue currents coursing recklessly between its scales. A diamond-shaped jade stone was set on the griffin's forehead. Not to mention the bloodline and talent, the appearance of this griffin could be described as handsome, and could capture the heart of any imperial beastmaster by its face value alone. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and the data panel was at a glance. Level: complete body first order. Bloodline: Kirin Bloodline illusory god quality. Talent 1 Thunderbolt Sensation Thunder Sky and Thunderstorm Weather. Attack, defense, agility, and other full attributes are tripled. Talent 2 Flying Thunder Seal. After marking an enemy with lightning, you can instantly move behind the enemy. Talent 3 Not yet activated. Activation condition level breakthrough Transcendental Body. Bloodbath Divine Thunder. One's own blood is transformed into red-colored thunderbolt, which has the effect of confusing the enemy's thinking. Talent 4 Not yet activated. Activation condition level breakthrough Transcendental Body. Thunder Purification. Baptize oneself and friends with heavenly thunder. Purify the body of negative effects such as burning, poisoning, slowing down, etc. Attribute: Thunder, Healing. Loyalty: 30. Skill: Thunderbolt. Hissing towards the sky, drawing in 18 heavenly thunderbolts, inflicting ranged explosive damage to the enemy. The number of heavenly thunderbolts increases with strength. Lightning Chain. Waves his tail and throws out a lightning chain, imprisoning enemy units. Awakening skills: not yet activated. Evolutionary route: Thunder Jade Griffin, Thunder Fury Griffin, Beast Thunder Griffin, King Purple Sky Thunder Lin Emperor. Hobbies: getting wet, grinding teeth. Xiao Xingyu browsed through the densely packed data panel in one breath, and was doubly shocked inwardly. Worthy of being one of the 3 major bloodlines, the Kirin lineage Imperial Beast, all the stats are too comprehensive, almost no shortcomings. The Thunder Jade Qilin squatted beside Shangguan Lan, spitting out its tongue and revealing a soulful smile. Shangguan Lan gently stroked the Thunder Jade Qilin's head and looked at Xiao Xingyu in front of him. Do you like it? Huh. This emperor asks you, do you like this imperial beast? Xiao Xingyu answered truthfully, looking at the entire dragon kingdom. I'm afraid there aren't any imperial beast masters that can resist the temptation of a Qilin lineage imperial beast. If you like it, this imperial beast, this emperor grants it to you. Xiao Xingyu thought he had heard wrongly, the word shock written all over his face. The Qilin lineage imperial beast was a royal imperial beast. Only Shangguan Lan and Shangguan Lan's daughter, the Dragon Kingdom's Princess Shangguan Shallow, were qualified to harness it. Shangguan Lan's smile contained deep meaning. Xiao Xingyu, this imperial beast will not be given to you for nothing. It requires you to fulfill a condition. In next month's Supernova trial, you must take an S-ranked trial mission and complete it. Chapter 129 Xiao Xingyu's Awakening. The King's Twin Wings. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and this saying was fulfilled in Xiao Xingyu. Shangguan Lan did not intend to directly reward the Thunder Jade Qilin to Xiao Xingyu, but instead added a prerequisite.